Yi Xiao, my parents don't want us to get too close, so. On the playground of Yunqing No. 1 Middle School, Bai Xiaoxiao looked at Yi Xiao in front of her with a cold expression. Pa! Bai Xiaoxiao, I know you've awakened an SSS level talent and looked down on us ordinary people, but stop using your parents as a shield. Besides Yi Xiao, the straightforward and chubby Chu Xiaofeng bluntly exposed him. Bai Xiaoxiao completely ignored it. This is between Yi Xiao and me. Chu Xiaofeng was furious. If He Zi hadn't saved you back then, would you still have the nerve to swagger around here? I admit he saved me back then, but I've done more than enough for him in the past 3 years. Does he really want to use this to bind me for the rest of my life? Chu Xiaofeng was about to retort when a large hand gently pressed down on his shoulder. That's enough, fatty. She's right. The one speaking was Yi Xiao, as Bai Xiaoxiao had mentioned. However, he has another identity. A transmigrator who was reborn into this world. 3 years ago, Bai Xiaoxiao was robbed by several naive young thugs. Yi Xiao happened to be passing by when they saw it. Those thugs didn't hesitate at all. They wanted to take Yi Xiao away as well. Unfortunately, they ran into Yi Xiao, who had been trained since childhood. Not only did they fail to steal any money or goods, they also lost a sum of money for nothing. Since then, Bai Xiaoxiao, an unknown junior member of the Bai family's collateral branch, has developed feelings for Yi Xiao and has often been inseparable from him. However, all of this changed yesterday. A century ago, a game called Immortality arrived on Earth and completely changed the world. 80 years ago, the abyss descended and monsters flooded into reality, wreaking havoc. Humanity around the world joined forces to resist. From then on, the forces of the old era became history. The world now under the control of Blue Star is an alliance of top-tier gamers with exceptional talent and terrifying strength. Based on these players, countless powerful forces gradually emerged. Like Bai Xiaoxiao, she comes from the Bai family lineage in Yunzhou and belongs to the category of those who are about to enter the 5th degree of kinship. The Bai family has produced many S-level talents over the past century, and such a lineup is enough to keep the Bai family firmly in the 2nd-tier power. Bai Xiaoxiao awakened her SSS level talent, Divine Heart. Rumors circulate that this talent can enhance all divine skills by an additional 200%, but some speculate that it is far more than that, otherwise it wouldn't be rated as SSS level. As everyone knows, possessing an SSS level talent means having one foot in the door of a first-class power. This concerns the rise and fall of the family, so the Bai family naturally cannot allow Yi Xiao, who has only awakened an F-level talent, to drag Bai Xiaoxiao down. Yi Xiao was fully aware of this. Upon hearing Yi Xiao's words, Bai Xiaoxiao's anger subsided slightly, and her expression returned to its indifferent state. Since things have come to this, there's nothing more to say. I hope you take care of yourself. After saying that, she drifted away. Chu Xiaofeng stared at Bai Xiaoxiao's retreating figure, his anger blazing. Yi Zi, are women really that easy to change? She was so timid and submissive just yesterday, and now she's only been here for a day. Yi Xiao remained expressionless. Ever since Bai Xiaoxiao took the initiative to approach him, Yi Xiao had already noticed the utilitarianism that she inadvertently revealed. This seemingly timid woman was not as simple as she appeared. Fortunately, he didn't pay any price, so there was nothing for him to be angry about. Alright, fatty, there's no point in saying anything more. In this world, the only way to avoid being bullied is to become stronger. More than a decade ago, my parents lost their lives in a massive invasion of the abyss. Yi Xiao already understood. To survive in this game-like world that has become a reality, becoming stronger is the only true path. Bai Xiaoxiao's words just now further solidified this idea in his mind. Upon hearing this, Chu Xiaofeng's expression also became unusually solemn. You're right. Even though you awakened the worst F-rank talent, you still have me, your brother with an A-rank talent. Once I've worked hard, I'll protect you from now on. Yi Xiao paused for a moment, then laughed and cursed, and walked towards the center of the playground. Today marks the first time these newly awakened individuals have entered the world of immortality. Looking at the imposing teleportation platform in front of him, Yi Xiao felt a surge of excitement. After waiting for 18 long years, today has finally come. Are F-rank talents really trash? Yi Xiao admitted that it was indeed rubbish. Who said his talent is only F-level? Thinking this to himself, Yi Xiao couldn't help but open his talent panel. Unlimited skill slots, godlike. Effect 1, you have unlimited skill slots and are not subject to any skill learning requirements. Effect 2, for each skill you learn, you will gain an additional 1 point of intelligence. Just yesterday, after awakening, his talent, which was marked as F-level, mysteriously evolved. Although he didn't quite understand what God level meant, this immense power shocked him. It's important to know that in the world of immortality, skill slots are an extremely scarce resource for all professions. Although additional skill slots can be obtained through career advancement or completing certain special tasks. However, for most professionals, the skill set remains very limited. The difference between first-tier and third-tier skills is obvious to everyone. But if you haven't even learned the first job advancement skills, how can you upgrade to the third job advancement? Although the world of immortality has a team-up function, experience gain is distributed according to contribution. This means that no matter how powerful your background is, you can only succeed secure 1 or 2 skill slots at most. To date, the maximum number of skill slots that a professional can typically possess, as summarized by humankind, is 20. This does not include those extremely rare items that can increase skill slots. However, among these 20 skill slots, aside from the skills necessary for leveling up, there aren't many that professionals can actually use to deal with powerful enemies. Another point is that skills in the immortal world have a unique rule. For example, the 2 universal experience-boosting aura skills, Wise Man's Revelation and Light of Knowledge. The former can increase experience points by an additional 15%, while the latter increases them by 20%. However, if you learn the wisdom of the wise, you cannot learn the light of knowledge, nor can you learn other skills with similar functions repeatedly. Of course, most professionals wouldn't waste their valuable skill slots learning these auxiliary skills. Therefore, how to rationally allocate skills has become a difficult problem that every professional must face throughout their life. However, these were not problems for Yi Xiao at all, because he had an unlimited skill slot. Not to mention, each additional skill grants an extra point of intelligence. This may seem insignificant, but what if he possesses hundreds, thousands, or even hundreds of millions of skills? He couldn't imagine how the enemy would resist. With such extraordinary talent, what is an SSS level talent compared to that? As all the trainees arrived, the loudspeaker on the playground began to broadcast. Dear students, today is the first day you enter the world of immortality. Please enter the teleportation array in an orderly manner. You will be heading to one of the following towns: Yunhai Town, Yunshan Town, or Yunshan Town. These areas are within the sphere of influence of Yunzhou and are relatively safe. Finally, I wish you all the best in your future in the world of immortality. As soon as he finished speaking, the faces of the more than 2,000 trainees showed excitement and nervousness. Yi Zi, hurry up, I can't wait, Shu Xiaofeng shouted. Yi Xiao smiled slightly and followed the teleportation platform. After a dizzying spin, when his vision cleared again, he found himself in a quaint little town. Yi Xiao looked around, a gentle breeze caressing his face. The intense sense of realism completely shocked him. Is this the world of immortality? A surge of passion welled up in his heart. New player detected. Please name your character. Yi Xiao said calmly, Night Shadow. Ding. Naming successful. Please select the career you wish to switch to. 25 illusory figures representing different professions appeared before my eyes. Yi Xiao made his choice without hesitation. Ding. Successfully changed class to mage, gained constitution +1, intelligence +3, fireball skill stone *1, mana source skill stone *1, beginner's dungeon entry ticket *1. The mage's late game skills are widely recognized as very powerful, but the basic 4 elemental skills alone take up 4 skill slots. Add in the auxiliary damage boosting skills, and there are at least 7 or 8. Furthermore, mages can only have 8 skill slots at the earliest after the 4th job advancement. At that stage, the damage from basic skills begins to fall behind the enemy's pace. Therefore, mages have become a rather awkward position. Unless you're a newbie with a powerful background who can quickly level up using various resources, ordinary people wouldn't dare to try this profession easily. Even so, the vast majority of people who choose the mage class usually specialize in only one type of damage. As a result, they will be very weak when they encounter an enemy that counters this element. This is undoubtedly a drawback. Otherwise, mages would definitely be top tier among their peers. For Yi Xiao, who has an unlimited skill bar, these drawbacks simply don't exist. Therefore, he naturally did not hesitate. He glanced at the beginner's dungeon entry ticket in his backpack but didn't use it right away. Instead, open the trading post in the character panel, search for skill stones, and sort them by price from highest to lowest. Instantly, information about rows of skill stones came into view. The online exchange is a unique feature of the newbie zone in the world of immortality, making it convenient for newcomers to trade with each other. However, the trading platform has strict restrictions, allowing only professionals within the same region to trade and preventing cross-regional buying and selling. Moreover, this function will become unusable once you leave the beginner area. Therefore, the items available in the exchange are not plentiful. In addition, the exchange's maximum price for a single transaction is only 50 million eternal coins, and online consignment also incurs a 15% handling fee. Of course, the items in the beginner area are not very valuable, so this upper limit is almost meaningless. People speculate that this is precisely the rule designed by the immortal world to maintain energy balance. However, these things have nothing to do with Yi Xiao for the time being. After all, he was penniless. At this moment, the top item on the exchange panel is experience-based skill stones. Experience Surge. Normal gain an additional 10 experience points for each monster killed. Price, 100 immortal coins. Light of Knowledge. Normal increases experience gain by an additional 20%. Price, 100 immortal coins. Sage's Revelation. Normal increases experience gain by an additional 15%. Price, 100 immortal coins. Due to the limited skill slots, these basic functional skill stones are basically ignored, and their prices are naturally shockingly cheap. Yi Xiao only had the 10,000 eternal coins beginner bonus given by by the school. However, this amount of money is enough. After careful selection, he bought 30 experience-type skill stones in one go. Ding! You have learned Experience Surge. Normal gain an additional 10 experience points for each monster killed. Ding! You have learned the Light of Knowledge. Normal increases experience gain by an additional 20%. Ding! You have learned the Wise Man's Revelation. Normal increases experience gain by an additional 15%. Immediately, a row of effects appeared at the bottom of Yi Zhao's panel. You gain an extra 120 experience points for each monster you kill. The experience points gained are increased by an additional 300%. At the same time, his intelligence attribute also increased by an additional 30 points. Seeing the powerful buff, Yi Zhao couldn't hide the smile that gradually appeared in his eyes. Players need 100 experience points to level up from level 0 to level 1. In the immortal world, killing a level 1 monster grants approximately 10 experience points. But at this moment, with a bunch of experience boosting skills, Yi Zhao could gain as much as 520 experience points when killing a level 1 monster. This is a full 52 times the normal amount. Even though he was mentally prepared, Yi Zhao was still quite shocked by his godlike talent. At the same time, he also discovered a strange phenomenon. He was too quick when buying skill stones and accidentally bought the same skill twice. Surprisingly, they all learned it successfully. How can the same skill be learned repeatedly? This was something Yi Zhao hadn't anticipated. In an instant, a crazy idea flashed through his mind. What would happen if I learned another fireball spell? The moment the thought crossed his mind, Yi Zhao could no longer contain his excitement. So Yi Zhao opened the exchange again. After some searching, he finally found 10 skill stones for the fireball spell. This type of skill stone is automatically given to mages after they change classes, so it is very unpopular. He then spent another 1,000 immortal coins to buy it. Ding! You have learned the fireball spell. Fireball consumes 10 mana, deals 60 plus 0.3 intelligence, fire damage to the target, cooldown 1 second. Without pausing, Yi Zhao continued studying. Soon, with the skills given as a bonus for changing jobs, he had a total of 11 fireball spells in his skill bar. He examined it carefully but found no difference. After thinking about it, I realized that I could only truly test their effectiveness when I encountered monsters, so he temporarily put those fireball spells aside. Then he searched the trading house again. Soon after, he bought more than 20 functional skill stones. Eye of Treasure Hunt. Normal activating the Eye of Treasure Hunt increases the drop rate by 10%. Price, 100 eternal coins. Golden Hand. Normal increases drop rate by 8% with each touch. Price, 100 eternal coins. Lucky Star. Normal receives the Blessing of the Stars, increasing the drop rate by 9%. Price, 100 eternal coins. After learning all the skills, Yi Zhao's item drop rate bonus had reached a staggering 220%. He glanced at the 3,500 eternal coins he had left. In order to improve his intelligence attribute, he decided to stop keeping the money. After some searching, he finally found a few skill stones that caught his eye. Mana Accumulation. Normal passive skill grants a mana accumulation aura, permanently increasing maximum mana by 200 points. Price, 100 eternal coins. Arcane Ascension. Normal passive skill grants the Arcane Ascension aura, permanently increasing maximum mana by 300 points. Price, 100 immortal coins. Energy Penetration. Normal passive skill. Your skills can penetrate 3% of the enemy's defense. Price, 100 eternal coins. After finishing, Yi Zhao opened his attribute panel. ID, Night Shadow. Class, Mage. Attributes, Strength 10, Constitution 11, Agility 10, Intelligence 115, Health 160/160, Mana 3150/3150. Skill, Fireball. Expand. When a new player first enters the world of immortality, all 4 attributes start at 10 points. With each level up, each of the 4 attributes increases by 1 point, and the player also gains 5 free attribute points. This is the fairest place in the world of immortality. When I changed my class to a mage, the system gave me 1 point of constitution and 3 points of intelligence. For every 1 point of intelligence gained, the maximum magic power will increase by 10 points. In other words, the 2 skills given as a bonus for changing jobs plus the 100 skill stones he just bought not only increased Yi Zhao's intelligence attribute by 102 points but also added an extra 10-20 points of mana. With the added bonus from the skill effects, his magic power soared to 3,150 points. Meanwhile, during this search, he also learned 8 similar skills that allow for energy penetration. Currently, his penetration damage has reached 18%. He believes that given enough time, it is entirely possible to stack the penetration damage to 100%. Just thinking about this made Yi Zhao's heart boil with excitement. In addition to these, he also bought 4 skills that increase mana regeneration rate. The effects they provide are as follows. Recovers 5 mana points every 3 seconds. Recovers 1 point of magic power every second. Restores 7 mana points every 5 seconds. Recovers 2% of maximum mana every 10 seconds. Including the basic 1 point of mana regeneration every 5 seconds. All calculations show that Yi Xiao is now recovering 11 points of magic power per second. This exceeds the mana cost of Fireball. After completing all of this, Yi Xiao glanced at his status statistics. Each time you kill a monster, you will gain an additional 120 experience points. The experience points gained are increased by an additional 300%. Drop rate increased by 220%. Spell penetration increased by 18%. Mana regeneration increases by an average of 11 points per second, including the original amount. Feeling slightly unsatisfied, I closed the properties panel. Yi Xiao then took a moment to glance at the admission ticket in his backpack. It possesses attributes and various buffs far exceeding those of its peers. Yi Xiao felt a surge of confidence. In the immortal world, in the Hall of Professionals in Cloudsea Town, inside a luxurious lounge. Miss, entering the beginner's secret realm from this private room will grant you a 20% bonus to all attributes. Also, this is a level 1 Holy Priest set that the Patriarch asked me to bring to you. Wearing it will double the buff effect and triple the duration. Bai Xiao, sitting on the sofa, accepted the suit offered by the man and nodded slightly. I couldn't help but feel a little surprised. This level 1 Holy Priest set has outstanding attributes, but it can only be used up to level 30. However, its market price is as high as 5 million. If that were all, then so be it. But these people in front of us are all level 150 professionals. It should be noted that Cloudsea Town is the initial town and is the activity area for professionals below level 90. In the world of immortality, those of higher levels must pay a considerable price to enter lower level areas. If we insist on using immortality coins for calculation, these 15 people alone are worth 15 million. Unexpectedly, the head of the family, whom I should call my uncle, was so generous. As a member of a collateral branch of the Bai family, when had she ever enjoyed such treatment? These are things that Yi Xiao could never give her. I'm sorry, but you're not even qualified to stand next to me right now. You can only blame this world that respects martial arts. She was thankful that she had managed to stay rational. After putting on her equipment, Bai Xiao gradually emanated a divine light. This is another effect derived from her SSS level talent Divine Heart, which can double the effect of equipment. Bai Xiao spoke, and the man in front of her and more than a dozen level 150 professionals around her all attacked at once. Holy light shines, iron wall frenzy, vigorous chi and blood. Instantly, various colored light buff skills were cast on Bai Xiao. Miss, these have already made your attributes comparable to those of an ordinary level 10 newbie. The Patriarch has extremely high expectations for you and believes that you are fully capable of breaking the highest record in the newbie dungeon. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiao nodded in response and then walked to the secret realm teleportation point to the side. A soft light shone forth and her figure vanished. Similar scenes were playing out almost simultaneously in various parts of the immortal world. The beginner's dungeon is only open once a year. That is, the day after humanity had just awakened. The only requirement for entry is that you must be level 0. The secret realm is filled with a large number of low-level monsters whose attributes are far lower than those in the wild, but the drop rate is twice that of the wild. This is why awakened beings do not immediately enter the world of immortality. After all, no one wants to miss out on such a secret realm that allows for rapid leveling up and brings generous benefits. The key point is that if you can achieve an A grade or higher in the secret realm, you will receive a special reward. The rewards are even more generous for those who achieve an S rating. However, in the 100-year history of the immortal world, only 8 people have achieved this feat. These 8 individuals are still active in the world of immortality. They are all established and top-tier giants. As for those rated SS, they were completely ignored. Not to mention the legendary SSS level. Just as Bai Xiao entered the beginner's secret realm, Yi Xiao also arrived at the professional hall. The hall was now bustling with noise and packed with professionals. Some, like Yi Xiao, were preparing to enter the beginner's secret realm. There are also quite a few high-level players, but there were no NPCs in sight. After all, the world of immortality has been prevalent for a century. Humans are inherently chaotic, and those who understand will naturally understand why. As soon as Yi Xiao stepped into the hall, many high-level professionals surrounded him. Hey bro, need a buff? I'm a level 50 priest with all points in intelligence. I have plenty of healing power. I can help you shine in the newbie dungeon. Only 50,000 eternal coins. Handsome guy, level 50 is nothing. I'm an 80 level paladin, a divine class. With my blessing, your combat power will double. The price is only 30,000 eternal coins. Brother, I recognized you immediately. Our trio can provide 9 buffs, each lasting at least 20 minutes. Package deal, 20,000. How about it? Faced with the swarm of professionals, Yi Xiao shook his head helplessly. In fact, this kind of cheating behavior of buying buffs, this isn't just for newcomers with connections like Bai Xiao. If you have money, a whole host of high-level professionals will line up to serve you in the world of immortality. Unfortunately, Yi Xiao was penniless. Besides, when it comes to cheating, who can compare to himself who has an unlimited skill bar? Upon learning that Yi Xiao was was penniless, the professionals lost all interest and turned to recruit the next dreamer. A moment later, Yi Xiao walked towards the teleportation area and chose to enter without hesitation. Ding! You have entered the beginner's realm and are about to begin your exploration. Secret realm name, Goblin Nest. Objective 1, survive the Goblin Army's attack for 15 minutes. Objective 2, kill 500 goblins. Objective 3, kill 10 elite goblin monsters. Objective 4, defeat the goblin leader. Completion rewards, different quality treasure chests will be awarded based on completion level. A flash of white light appeared, and Yi Xiao appeared in a dark canyon. Despite having mastered many skills, Yi Xiao still cautiously scanned his surroundings. The next moment, he leaped onto a high, precipitous peak. As a ranged mage, this is where the advantage becomes immediately apparent. Just as Yi Xiao had chosen his spot, a series of chaotic footsteps came from the end of the canyon. Green-hatted goblin. Defense, 2. It has to be said that the monsters in the beginner's dungeon are significantly weaker than those of the same level in the wild, by almost half. Faced with 500 such fragile goblins, killing them one by one is not difficult. The difficulty lies in the fact that newcomers only have 3 skill slots at the start. Even if you spend a lot of money to learn a few powerful basic skills, however, the weak stats are still not enough to allow a newcomer to survive for 15 minutes in an attack by hundreds or thousands of goblins. However, Yi Xiao was not worried about his sustained output. Seeing several green-hatted goblins peek out, Yi Xiao raised his hand without hesitation. As he cast his spell, the dark surroundings instantly became exceptionally bright. The next moment, 11 blazing red fireballs appeared in Yi Xiao's sight. Immediately afterwards, to Yi Xiao's astonishment, the 11 fireballs landed on the heads of several green-hatted goblins in the front row in an instant. You have killed the green-haired goblin and gained 560 experience points. You have killed the green-haired goblin and gained 560 experience points. Ding! You have leveled up to level 2. All attributes +1, HP +20, MP +10, free attribute points +5. Ding! You have leveled up to level 3. All attributes +1, HP +20, MP +10, free attribute points +5. This scene left Yi Xiao dumbfounded. A single fireball spell unleashed 11 fireballs at once? And it's just a basic fireball spell. A barrage of information popped up. However, at this moment, Yi Xiao had no time to care about those things. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Didn't I just learn 11 fireball spells? Could it be that 11 fireball spells were triggered simultaneously when I cast the fireball spell? Thinking of this, he quickly checked his status. Upon seeing this, Yi Xiao's pupils contracted slightly. The magnificent 11 fireballs he just cast only consumed 10 points of his magic power. The same mana cost, but 11 times the damage? Coming to his senses, Yi Xiao couldn't help but break into an excited smile. At the same time, a crazy idea popped into my head. What if we keep stacking fireballs, 50, 100, or even 10,000? Thinking of this, Yi Xiao's breathing became rapid. Fortunately, he was still in the middle of a battle and could only suppress his excitement and continue to focus on the fight. With an additional 120 experience points and a 300% experience bonus, this wave of attacks propelled Yi Xiao to 3 levels in a row. I'm only 400 experience points away from reaching level 4. Yi Xiao raised his hand and cast a fireball spell again, blasting it towards the green-hatted goblin. You have killed the green-haired goblin and gained 560 experience points. You have killed the green-haired goblin and gained 560 experience points. Ding! You have leveled up to level 2. All attributes +1, HP +20, MP +10, free attribute points +5. Ding! You have leveled up to level 3. All attributes +1, HP +20, MP +10, free attribute points +5. This scene left Yi Xiao speechless. 11 fireballs appeared at once from a single fireball spell? And this is just a basic fireball spell. A large amount of information kept popping up. Yi Xiao had no time to pay attention to that at the moment. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Didn't I just learn 11 fireball spells before? Could it be that when I cast fireball, 11 fireball skills were triggered at the same time? A thought struck him, and he quickly checked his condition. Upon seeing this, Yi Xiao's pupils involuntarily contracted. That magnificent fireball spell only consumed 10 points of his mana. This is simply outrageous. Consuming the same amount of magic power, but dealing 11 times the damage? Once he came to his senses, Yi Xiao couldn't help but break into an excited smile. At the same time, a crazy idea popped into my head. What if he keeps stacking fireballs, 50, 100, or even 10,000? Thinking of this, Yi Xiao's breathing became extremely rapid. Fortunately, he did not forget that he was still fighting, and could only suppress his excitement and continue to fight. With an extra 120 experience points and an experience bonus of up to 300%, this attack caused Yi Xiao to level up 3 times in a row. I'm only 400 experience points away from level 4. Yi Xiao raised his hand and cast fireball again, blasting it towards the green hat goblin. The first wave of green-hatted goblins numbered as many as 100. 20 seconds later, the canyon returned
to Kong.
With the help of the powerful experience boost, Yi Xiao's level jumped to level 11 in one go. After careful consideration, taking into account the low base damage in the early stages, Yi Xiao decided to invest all his free attribute points into intelligence. Since the skill slots are unlimited, other attributes can be compensated for by skill effects, so there's no need to worry too much. Level 0. In the early stages, the focus should be on increasing damage output.
Name, Yi Xiao. Free attribute points, 0. Level, 11. Class, Mage.
Attributes, Strength 21, Constitution 22, Agility 21, Intelligence 181, HP 490/490, MP 3920/3920.
Skills, Fireball, Mana Fountain, Experience Surge. Expand. The rocket-like speed of the upgrade made Yi Xiao feel extremely happy. In fact, the experience required to upgrade an immortal world is extremely demanding.
Yi Xiao is currently level 11. To reach level 12, he needs a full 12,100 experience points. It is 121 times the experience required to upgrade from level 1.
A level 11 monster only provides 60 experience points.
The higher the level, the more terrifying this gap becomes. Furthermore, if your level exceeds the level of the monster you killed by 10, the experience you gain will only be 1 point of forced experience. This also means that some professional players, even after several or even more than a decade in the game, may find their equipment and skills insufficient to kill higher level monsters, and they may only remain at level 100 or even a few dozen. However, Yi Xiao doesn't need to worry about these issues at all. Even though his level is now higher than the Green Hat Goblin, he can only get 1 point of forced experience. However, among his dozens of skill bonuses, the extra 120 experience points gained from killing monsters are undeniable.
This experience is not restricted by the rules at all. Soon, a second wave of monsters appeared. Goblin Swordsman. Health points, 150. Attack power, 8. Defense, 3.
With his previous experience, Yi Xiao was full of confidence.
With a wave of his hand, he unleashed a dazzling and intense fireball. The goblin soldiers wielding large swords were instantly killed.
Yi Xiao's level soared to level 12. Having experienced the pleasure he had before, this upgrade was almost meaningless to him. Yi Xiao easily dealt with the third and fourth waves of goblin armies that followed. It wasn't until the fifth wave of goblins wearing leather armor appeared that he started to have some trouble.
It took him about 30 seconds to completely clear the area.
This also means that Yi Xiao has completed the second objective of clearing the level ahead of schedule, killing 500 goblins.
The entire process took only 2 minutes.
At the same time, his level also increased to level 14. However, before Yi Xiao could celebrate, a piercing scream came from afar. Immediately afterwards, the ground began to shake rhythmically.
He looked in the direction of the sound. 10 green-skinned monsters, far larger than any goblins they had ever seen before, suddenly appeared in their field of vision. Elite Goblins. Level 6. Health points, 700. Defense, 20.
Skills, Green Shadow Strike, Cunning Evasion.
These elite goblins have more than twice the health of the previous savage goblins. Its attack and defense capabilities have also been greatly improved.
If it weren't for the suppression of monster attributes in the beginner's dungeon, Yi Xiao would probably have felt the pressure as well. No wonder that in the past century, only a handful of 8 people have been able to achieve an S-level rating. However, at this moment, Yi Xiao's fireball spell could theoretically deal over 1300 damage. Even if the opponent has 30 points of defense, he can kill them in 1 second. As Yi Xiao predicted, in less than 10 seconds, the newly arrived and aggressive goblin elites suffered a crushing defeat, following in the footsteps of their predecessors. Unfortunately, I only gained a little over 6,000 experience points, which is even less than those from the previous mobs. Yi Xiao couldn't help but marvel again at how ridiculously high the experience levels were in this world of immortality. However, this feeling was quickly replaced by joy, because he saw 5 faint red lights.
Epic equipment.
The equipment quality in the Eternal World is divided into 7 levels: white, common, green, advanced, blue, fine, purple, rare, red, epic, gold, legendary, and brilliant, mythical.
The regular enemies in the beginner dungeon will not drop any items, but elite monsters are different, although their drop rate is extremely low. The special rules of the beginner's dungeon double this extremely low probability.
In addition, Yi Xiao's drop rate is 2.2 times higher than that of ordinary people. Therefore, equipment drops were not surprising to him. However, receiving 5 epic level equipment pieces at the same time still surprised Yi Xiao greatly.
This equates to a 50% drop rate.
Moreover, the quality of the dropped items has also been significantly improved.
Goblin Elite Robe, Epic Constitution plus 10, Intelligence plus 5. Requirement, Level 5. Goblin Elite Gauntlets, Epic Strength plus 3, Agility plus 5, Intelligence plus 3, Requirement, Level 5. Goblin Elite Shoes, Epic Agility plus 8, Intelligence plus 4, Movement Speed plus 2, Requirement, Level 5. Goblin Elite Waistband, Epic Constitution plus 8, Strength plus 6, Requirement, requirement, level 5.
Goblin Elite Ring, epic reduces skill cooldown by 20%, restores 5 health per skill hit, level 5 required. Thanks to the rules of the beginner's dungeon, all 5 pieces of equipment Yi Xiao obtained were suitable for magic-based classes.
Moreover, it's a complete set. Set bonus 1, intelligence plus 50. Set bonus 2, skill cooldown reduced by 30%.
The complete goblin set has 6 pieces, and Yi Xiao is still missing one.
However, this did not bother him.
In fact, rather than saying the complete set's attributes are stronger, it's more accurate to say that the 2 effects of the individual Goblin Elite Ring far exceed the set's attributes, especially the second one, which restores health upon skill hits. For ordinary magic-based classes, this effect may not be significant. But don't forget, Yi Xiao can launch 11 fireballs in one fireball spell.
This is equivalent to releasing the skill 11 times.
Based on this calculation, a single fireball spell can restore 55 health points to him.
As long as the enemy can't kill him in one hit, he can fully restore his health in just a few seconds.
This attribute is absolutely top tier for Yi Xiao, who is still in the early stages. Without hesitation, Yi Xiao put on all 5 pieces of equipment. Suddenly, a sense of fullness welled up inside me.
He opened the character panel. ID, Night Shadow. Level, 14. Class, Mage.
Attributes, Strength 36, Constitution 43, Agility 37, Intelligence 261, HP 760/760, MP 4750/4750.
Skills, Fireball, Mana Fountain, Experience Surge. Expand. Intelligence alone is equivalent to the base stats at level 41. That's absolutely outrageous.
With his current intelligence, the total damage of the 11 fireballs has completely exceeded 1000, reaching 1521 points. Such a level of damage is unattainable even for a level 30 mage who has learned more advanced skills. With all equipment adjusted, Yi Xiao was immersed in the joy of the upgrade. The ground in front of the canyon suddenly cracked open without warning. Immediately, the surrounding air temperature dropped sharply. A violent roar filled with savagery rang out.
Immediately afterwards, an enormous hand emerged from the crack in the ground.
Then, a massive figure, supported by 2 large hands, slowly emerged from the ground. Yi Xiao immediately felt a heavy sense of oppression coming over him.
Goblin Commander, Boss. Health points, 10,000. Attack power, 250. Let's begin. Defense, 150. Skills, Deception and Disguise, Ambush and Trick, Earthquake Strike, Summon Soldiers. Even though it was suppressed by the rules of the secret realm, this boss is still incredibly powerful. If a normal level 30 professional were to fight one-on-one,
they'll probably have no choice but to flee for their lives. However, Yi Xiao did not intend to sit idly by and wait for his death. Before the goblin leader was completely off the ground, Yi Xiao launched an attack without any hesitation. Instantly, a barrage of fireballs rained down on the goblin leader, who had not yet fully revealed himself. It emitted a series of resonant impact sounds. Despite having a defense of 150 points, Yi Xiao inflicted much less damage on him than he had anticipated.
Based on this calculation,
it took him nearly 60 fireballs to kill it.
However, Yi Xiao remained completely calm. They retreated while continuously unleashing fireballs.
A few seconds later, the goblin leader, who had just escaped the rift, was enraged by Yi Xiao's shameless attack. Its ugly mouth suddenly opened, emitting a piercing scream. Immediately afterwards, from the fissure in the ground behind the goblin leader, one by one, tiny green heads popped out. Seeing these cute little things appear, Yi Xiao was not alarmed at all. On the contrary, he was secretly pleased. Countless fireballs rained down from the sky. The target isn't the boss, but the minions it summons.
As expected, just as Yi Xiao had predicted, these minions had the exact same attributes as the 500 goblins he had previously eliminated.
The experience gained was exactly the same. This also includes a bonus of extra experience gained from kills. Yi Xiao naturally wouldn't miss this great opportunity to gain experience.
Of course, this is not the point.
Soon, Yi Xiao's level increased to level 15.
3 minutes later, he leveled up to level 16. As expected, leveling up by killing low-level monsters is still the fastest way.
In less than 5 minutes, Yi Xiao advanced 2 levels. If I remember correctly, the fastest level-up record among professionals who completed the beginner's dungeon was only level 6. Yi Xiao has already surpassed this record by a full 10 levels. At this moment, the goblin leader roared angrily as he watched his summoned minions fall one after another. Unfortunately, as a level 10 boss, it is clearly not very intelligent. All of its skills are melee attacks.
This is also a special consideration for newcomers in the beginner's secret realm.
If it were a ranged attack, someone as fragile as Yi Xiao wouldn't be able to withstand it at all. On the contrary, this gave Yi Xiao a great advantage.
Although the goblin leader was furious, he continued to mindlessly summon his minions.
Yi Xiao naturally accepted all offers. For minutes later, he leveled up again, jumping to level 18.
Meanwhile, in another beginner's secret realm,
a delicate shout rang out, accompanied by a flash of light carrying a sacred aura. Bai Xiao wiped the fine sweat from her forehead. forehead. His gaze fell on the corpse on the ground, and a smile appeared on his lips. The goal of killing 500 goblins has been successfully achieved. Only 11 minutes had passed. However, Bai Xiaoxiao also understood that the real battle had just begun, and those elite goblin troops were the key. According to information provided by the Bai family, although there are only 10 elite goblins, yet it is exceptionally powerful. Among the 8 predecessors who have achieved an S-rank rating, the lowest number of kills was 5 and the highest was 7. Based on this data, countless people have deduced that you can get an SS rating by defeating all the elite goblins. Bai Xiaoxiao's goal from the very beginning was to reach SS rank, and she was full of confidence in it, because she possesses a talent that allows her to unleash several times the damage in a short period of time. This is something that other known SSS level talents do not possess. However, the price is that she will be in a state of extreme weakness after the effect ends. She hadn't even revealed this to Bai Shanha before. Only by achieving an SS level rating can she truly prove her strength. Only in this way can her position in the Bai family be more secure, or even rise to a higher level. Looking back on the past 18 years, she feels humiliated every time she thinks about it. She never wanted to go back to that humble, subservient life. Today, let these goblin heads serve as a tribute to her past. As for the final boss, Bai Xiaoxiao, although ambitious, is by no means a brainless fool. She hasn't become so arrogant as to think she can easily kill the boss. In the distance, a sharp aura surged, and Bai Xiaoxiao's delicate body was also filled with passion. Outside, in Bai Xiaoxiao's luxurious private room, an elderly man, who looked rather frail, sat in the main seat. "Ho Tong, how long has that girl been inside?" The only man who had spoken with Bai Xiaoxiao before respectfully replied, "Master, Miss has been in the 12-minute mark." This old man is none other than Bai Shanha, the current head of the Bai family. He founded the Bai family, which has stood the test of time through thick and thin. However, he did not attend in person. After all, given his level, the cost of entering Yunhai town was far higher than that of Ho Tong and the others. What appeared at this moment was merely a mirror image with no offensive capabilities. 12 minutes. Given that girl's talent and ability, she must have already fought against the goblin elites. I wonder how far she can go. Don't worry, Patriarch. With the support of us, Miss will definitely break the record and achieve unparalleled glory for the Bai family. Bai Shanha glanced at the people on both sides, and a gratified smile immediately appeared on his face. Don't be fooled by the fact that these people are only around level 100, which may seem low, but they are all elite buff teams that Bai Shanha has trained at great expense. Although their combat strength is not strong, the effects of their various buff skills far exceed those of a level 200 expert. These are all elites of the Bai family. If Bai Xiaoxiao hadn't awakened her SSS level talent, he wouldn't have summoned them all at once to help her. By the way, have you heard anything about those people you've been paying special attention to? Ho Tong replied, reporting to the Patriarch, the S-rank awakener from the Wang family left the instance just 1 minute ago, with a rating of A. As for the SS level awakened one from the Lin family, there is still no news. Bai Shanha nodded slightly in satisfaction after hearing this. It seems that the Wang family kid was defeated by the elites. That's normal, considering he's only S-rank. The gap is quite large. But the Lin family. At this point, Bai Shanha's brows furrowed involuntarily. Ho Tong was somewhat puzzled. Patriarch, the awakened one from the Lin family is only SS level. Why are you worried? Bai Shanha shook his head. You don't understand. The Lin family has always been eccentric. Although SS level seems to be a level below SSS level, the world of immortality is too vast, and there are still many unknown existences that we don't understand. Before there is a conclusion, don't make a judgment lightly. Ho Tong quickly replied, your insight is brilliant, Patriarch. Bai Shanha smiled slightly. However, regardless of the circumstances, the Bai family has truly produced a dragon this time. Once Xiao Xiao emerges, we will certainly reward her handsomely. Just as Ho Tong was about to agree, a burst of white light suddenly appeared. Bai Xiaoxiao's figure had already appeared in the room. At this moment, Bai Xiaoxiao's forehead was covered with fine sweat, and her face looked somewhat pale. But when she saw Bai Shanha appear here, she was immediately taken aback. Bai Shanha felt a pang of anxiety as he looked at her slightly disheveled appearance. He quickly opened the ranking list of secret realms next to him. The next moment, he could no longer hide his ecstatic joy and burst into laughter. Good, good, good. As expected of the prodigy of the Bai family, you actually achieved an SS level rating. Xiao Xiao, you are even more powerful than I imagined. You are now the #1 newcomer in the world of immortality in the past 100 years. From this moment on, the Bai family will surely rise. Congratulations, Patriarch. Congratulations, Miss. The crowd around her offered their congratulations in unison. At this moment, Bai Xiaoxiao recovered a little and breathed a sigh of relief. Despite her immense joy, a hint of disappointment flickered across her face. Unfortunately, killing those 10 elites exhausted all my strength, leaving me powerless to resist the final boss. In the end, I only managed to obtain an epic treasure chest. A glint flashed in Bai Shanha's eyes, then he burst into laughter. Silly girl, you're not even level 10 yet, and all your skills are basic. Naturally, A level 10 boss like that is no match for you.
Don't even mention.
In the entire Eternal world, no one can solo kill that boss on their first level.
Getting the epic treasure chest is already quite good.
Bai Xiaoxiao seemed comforted by what she heard and nodded with a pursed mouth.
Uncle is right, Xiaoxiao was greedy. Level 1. Hey, don't say that. It's a good thing that young people are energetic. Keep up the good work. The Bai family will need you as the leader in the future. Health points, 100.
Bai Xiaoxiao smiled smugly.
Attack power, 5.
Meanwhile, many people outside are also paying attention to the performance of the newcomer's secret realm. After all, it only happens once a year, and everyone wants to see how the newcomers perform this year. Bai Xiaoxiao's achievements were soon discovered by those who were interested.
Immediately, this news ignited the entire world of immortality.
Even major platforms and portals in the real world began to report on Bai Xiaoxiao's achievements.
My god, who is this contestant named Bai Shui Luo Wusheng? She actually got an SS level rating. This is simply breaking records. No way? I just entered the beginner's dungeon and couldn't even get past the first wave.
Although those goblins didn't have high stats, there were so many of them that it was impossible for a human to get through them.
Nonsense, what kind of identity do you have to compare with her?
I know her, she is Bai Xiaoxiao from the Bai family in Yunnan province. I heard that she awakened an SSS level talent, which is related to the holy type.
SSS level talent? Wow, so it's her.
But Bai Xiaoxiao is really something else. Although she has awakened SSS level talent many times in the past 100 years, no one has ever been able to get an SS level rating. As expected, the holy type combined with SSS level talent makes for terrifying strength. I heard that the Bai family used to be only a second level power, but now that Bai Xiaoxiao has emerged, they may have to step into the first level power ahead of schedule. It all depends on whether Bai Xiaoxiao can truly grow up.
That's right, but the Bai family isn't easy to deal with either.
It's said that they have a long-standing friendship with the Zhao family of Longyuan.
The Zhao family also produced an SSS level genius 2 years ago,
who also obtained an extremely rare hidden job advancement.
Do you think they might join forces?
It's highly likely. After all, they are both SSS level geniuses, and given the relationship between the two families, a marriage alliance is almost the best option.
Alas, what a pity. This goddess was reserved for someone from the moment she was born. TCH.
Even without that Zhao family member, it wouldn't be your turn.
Ding. World announcement. Player Nightshade has perfectly cleared the beginner's dungeon, achieving an SSS rating. Ding. World announcement. Player Nightshade has perfectly cleared the beginner's dungeon, achieving an SSS rating. Ding. World announcement. Player Nightshade has perfectly cleared the beginner's dungeon, achieving an SSS rating. 3 world announcements sounded simultaneously.
Everyone in the world of immortality stopped what they were doing without prior agreement.
Fireball. The smiles on Bai Shanhe and Bai Xiaoxiao's faces froze instantly.
Yi Xiao looked at the goblin commander lying on the ground, a hint of annoyance on his face, and couldn't help but mutter, "This guy is really unreliable. He actually died." After all, this goblin leader has no healing skills. He just charges into battle relentlessly.
Without any skill to restrain them, they are simply difficult to deal with.
Fortunately, after this big guy died, thanks to his own experience bonus buff, he gave a full 20,000 experience points. This allowed him to break through to level 20.
That's the only good news. At the same time, the boss dropped another piece of equipment after it died.
Yi Xiao picked it up and discovered that it was the last weapon in his goblin armor set.
Goblin's Elite Staff, Epic Intelligence plus 20, Spell Penetration plus 30, Requirement, level 10.
In the world of immortality, the level of equipment dropped by monsters is linked to the monster's level.
The Goblin Commander is level 10, so the equipment it drops will also be level 10. With Yi Xiao's current level, he certainly meets the requirements for wearing it.
With the ring's additional 20% cooldown reduction effect, his skill cooldown reduction has now reached 50%.
The cooldown of Fireball has been reduced from 1 second to 0.5 seconds.
He could almost be called a man who can kill in seconds. At the same time, he also saw the world announcement. Immediately afterwards, a dazzling and brilliant light suddenly appeared in front of him.
The outline of a treasure chest was faintly visible in the light.
Yi Xiao was shocked by what he saw. Previously, some people speculated based on data that if you achieve an SSS rating in the beginner's dungeon, you were likely to get a golden treasure chest.
But why isn't the treasure chest in front of us golden? That radiant light represents the quality of mythology.
As the magnificent treasure chest gradually appeared before him, Yi Xiao's heart began to pound. He immediately realized that this must be because his drop rate had increased, which made the legendary treasure chests that should have dropped a level higher in quality. This surprise came so suddenly.
Ding! Congratulations!
You have obtained a mythical treasure chest.
Do you wish to open it?
Yi Xiao couldn't wait any longer and shouted urgently, "Activate!"
Ding!
Congratulations, you have obtained the Endless Chain of Life, mythical.
It's a rare piece of jewelry.
The Endless Chain of Life, myth.
All attributes plus 20.
Effect 1, increases the damage of all your class skills by 100 points.
Effect 2, for each skill mastered, maximum health increases by 200. Equipment level 10. Level Level 10 equipment increases all attributes by 20 points, which is equivalent to gaining an extra 80 attribute points. This is absolutely outrageous. When a professional reaches level 10, their overall attribute points only increase by about 100.
This alone is enough to give the wearer a significant advantage over other players at the same stage.
But in Yi Zhao's view, what truly makes this equipment legendary are its last two effect attributes.
The first effect is increased damage from class skills, directly increasing damage by 100 points. Keep in mind that his fireball spell only deals 60 base damage. This time, the damage more than doubled. Similarly, to achieve a 100-point intelligence bonus to fireball, you would need a whopping 330 intelligence. Perhaps, as you level up and learn more advanced skills, this 100-point damage increase might seem insufficient.
But don't forget, this is level 10 equipment.
Moreover, Yi Zhao can launch 11 fireballs in one spell, and this 100-point damage increase theoretically brings 1,100 points of additional damage. Compared to others, this effect was clearly more significant for Yi Zhao.
However, the strongest buff, this is still the last effect.
Thinking of this, Yi Zhao first put on the necklace. He took a deep breath and opened his attribute panel.
ID, Night Shadow. Class, Mage. Free attribute points, 0. Attributes, Strength 62, Constitution 69, Agility 63, Intelligence 399, HP 21540/21540, MP 6190/6190. Skills, Fireball, Mana Fountain, Experience Surge. Expand.
Seeing his own attributes, especially his health points which were over 20,000, he felt a surge of excitement. Yi Zhao couldn't help but chuckle softly.
Level 20, HP exceeds 20,000. The necklace's enhancement doesn't seem exaggerated.
In theory, each profession can have a maximum of 20 skill slots. Even if you're incredibly lucky and obtain multiple items that increase your skill slots,
even this life bonus is unlikely to exceed 5,000. But for mages, an extra 5,000 health points is extremely valuable.
Unfortunately, Yi Zhao's talent granted him countless skill slots. Moreover, he happened to have learned a full 100 skills before entering the dungeon. All I can say is that it was all a coincidence of fate. What made Yi Zhao even happier was that his current attribute panel was only temporary. As you learn more and more skills, his health will also skyrocket. Later on, health points can exceed 100,000 or even 1 million.
It will no longer be an unattainable dream. Ding! The instance will close in 10 seconds. Please prepare to teleport. Hearing the notification tone, Yi Zhao let out a long breath. This trial in the secret realm.
The benefits it brought him far exceeded his expectations. Even unintentionally, he accomplished a feat that no one had been able to achieve in the past century.
A wave of disbelief washed over Yi Zhao. All of this is thanks to his godlike talent.
Thinking of this, Yi Zhao's heart surged with emotion.
The world of immortality is indeed incredibly wonderful. After a brief silence, they descended into madness once more.
This sensation far surpassed the shock caused by Xiaoxiao before.
SSS rating.
Perfectly cleared the beginner's dungeon. A newbie ventured into the secret realm alone and defeated the boss of the beginner's secret realm.
This alone is enough to shock everyone. Holy crap, am I dreaming? How could someone possibly defeat the boss of the beginner's dungeon? No way. Xiaoxiao from the Bai family just got an SS level rating less than a minute ago, and you're telling me someone has directly broken through the secret realm? Am I dreaming, or has this world gone too crazy? Could there be a problem with the data from the secret realm? Don't be silly.
The world of immortality is virtual data, but it's not an online game. Back when we launched an annihilation operation against NPCs, their reactions were exactly what real people could do.
That's true, but in that case, who can explain how that guy named Nightshade defeated the boss? Could the boss actually be a piece of junk? After all,
it's a beginner's dungeon, so everyone might be making a mistake out of habit.
That makes some sense.
Wait, since Xiaoxiao from the Bai family got an SS level rating, she should have met that boss, and maybe she knows the specifics. After these words were spoken, many people called on Xiaoxiao to come out and explain.
After all, this news is just too outrageous and unbelievable.
Compared to ordinary people, those powerful figures who had already become giants and controlled vast forces were even more shocked. The reason is simple. The stronger the player, the better they understand what it means to have someone who can instantly kill a beginner's dungeon boss.
Once they grow up, the consequences will be unimaginable.
At this point, they also began to use their connections to contact the Bai family. Clearly, they also wanted to get all the information about the boss from Xiaoxiao.
Meanwhile, inside the Professions Guild's deluxe treasure chest,
Bai Shanhe, who had just recovered from his shock, received inquiries from many familiar elderly people. He stared intently at Bai Xiaoxiao and asked,
"Girl, did you see the boss's stats?"
Bai Xiaoxiao, still in a daze, subconsciously answered,
I saw it. What are the boss's stats?"
Xiaoxiao, this is crucial.
If that boss is really powerful, do you know what that means?
Bai Xiaoxiao looked up, bewildered, and asked,
"What?" Bai Shanhe's breathing became heavy.
This means that the newcomer named Jiying has unlimited potential. I must confirm his identity as soon
soon as possible. If he doesn't have a background, our Bai family must act immediately to recruit him. Bai Xiaoxiao suddenly woke up. Doesn't this mean that the resources she was originally entitled to will be significantly reduced? Having just tasted the sweetness of power, she felt a tremor in her heart. Suddenly, as if possessed, she said, "Actually, that boss wasn't that strong. I was in bad shape at the time, which is why I got hit and lost my fighting ability." Bai Shanha breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. It seems that's true. Everyone was deceived by appearances. It's understandable that Bai Shanha readily believed Bai Xiaoxiao's words. After all, Yi Zhao's record was truly unbelievable, making people suspicious. However, his expression quickly turned serious again. However, the fact that that guy was able to kill 10 elites is enough to prove his strength. You two are evenly matched, so why don't you try to contact him? If you can recruit him to the Bai family, you will become the Bai family's #1 contributor. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaoxiao unconsciously bit her lip. A flash of white light, and Yi Xiao returned to the Hall of Professionals. By this time, the surroundings were already crowded with all sorts of people. As soon as Yi Xiao appeared, many people rushed forward. "Hello, are you Nightshade? Hey, I'm the head of the Yunhai Township branch of the Yunlin Legion. Interested in having a chat? Free attribute points, 0. Handsome guy." The sudden commotion startled Yi Xiao. It was discovered so quickly, but he quickly realized what was happening. "I just defeated the beginner's dungeon boss, achieving a feat unmatched in a century." The sensation it caused was self-evident. However, these people were unlikely to recognize him. They were simply casting their nets indiscriminately, hoping to get lucky. What if we actually run into it? Just as Yi Xiao had expected, another figure appeared beside him. This immediately attracted a large crowd to gather around. The poor fellow had clearly never seen such a scene before and was completely dumbfounded for a moment. Yi Xiao already had a good idea of what was going on, so he gave a few perfunctory replies and left in a hurry. Just then, as he reached the main entrance, a group of people came down the stairs next to him. The person in the lead was a woman dressed in white. Yi Xiao and she locked eyes. When the woman in white saw Yi Xiao appear, her brows furrowed involuntarily. "Are you trying to find out where I am?" Yi Xiao smiled inwardly. But the woman in white didn't give him a chance to explain, and said coldly, "Yi Xiao, I am very grateful to you for saving me back then, but since you've come to inquire about me, you must already know. I just got an SS rating in the beginner's dungeon. The difference between us is like heaven and earth. However, I am not an ungrateful person. Uncle Ho, give him 20,000 eternal coins." After saying that, the woman in white ignored Yi Xiao and turned to leave under the protection of a group of people. Ho Tong expressionlessly took out a money pouch and stuffed it into Yi Xiao's hand. A chasm? Yi Xiao understood Bai Xiaoxiao's meaning and knew that she had misunderstood why he was there. His expression immediately became complicated and difficult to describe. Based on the scores, the other party did indeed receive an SS level rating, while he achieved a perfect SSS level rating. There is indeed a huge gap between the two. However, he was too lazy to chase after him and explain anything. Yi Xiao glanced down at the money pouch in his hand and then put it away. Since the other party misunderstood and wanted him to get something for free, how could he refuse? That just so happens, he's short of money. Just then, a piercing sound came from behind. "You're Yi Xiao, the one who awakened an F-rank talent?" Yi Xiao turned around and saw a young man in white striding towards him. In the blink of an eye, he was standing in front of Yi Xiao. Although he was not as tall as Yi Xiao, the boy still tried his best to put on an air of superiority. "Xiao Xiao has told me everything about you," the boy said arrogantly. "Xiao Xiao is going to lead our Bai family to glory in the future, and I will never allow anyone to hold her back. Do you understand?" Level 2. Yi Xiao was filled with doubt. The Xia family, a B-level awakener, Xia Baofan. The young man raised his head proudly, his voice tinged with disdain, and also Xiao Xiao's guardian. "Got it, he's just a simp." Yi Xiao revealed a strange expression. Seeing this, the boy angrily said, "What's with that look on your face? Are you looking down on me? Let me tell you, I have enough money to bury you in a ditch. You believe me?" Yi Xiao shook his head and said, "I don't believe it." Xia Baofan curled his lip in disdain, took a money pouch out of his backpack and threw it over. "As long as you stop harassing Xiao Xiao, these 30,000 eternal coins are yours." After a pause, Xia Baofan added, "If I weren't worried about Xiao Xiao's reputation being damaged, I could crush you with a single finger. I advise you to be sensible." He weighed the money bag in his hand. In less than 2 minutes, he had 50,000 eternal coins in his hands. Yi Xiao was overjoyed. What a kind person. Knowing that he had no money, he kept sending money over and over again. "I can tell at a glance that you are an outstanding person. Keep up the good work. Bai Xiaoxiao will be moved by your sincerity sooner or later. I have faith in you." "Oh, you think so too? Looks like you're not so bad after all." Xia Baofan was somewhat smug. Yi Xiao silently mourned for him for 3 seconds, then turned and left. We sat down to rest on a bench in the town square. Xia Baofan was nothing more than a fleeting interlude to him. Based on his years of understanding of Bai Xiaoxiao, he knew that she wouldn't even consider a mere B-level awakened as a threat. Why should Yi Xiao bother arguing with a pathetic sycophant? What's more, the other party also gave him 30,000 eternal coins.
All I can do is wish him that all his wishes come true. Having completed the trials of the beginner's dungeon, he has now reached level 20. I'm not too far from reaching level 30, which is required to break through to the first reincarnation. For an average person, it takes about 10 days to level up from level 0 to level 30. With a little bit of resources, the time can be cut in half. With a prodigy like Bai Xiaoxiao, the Bai family will undoubtedly invest more resources in her, and her development speed is so fast that it cannot be measured by common sense. Although Yi Xiao has a wealth of experience bonuses, these are not just for show. No one else would waste their valuable skill slots on this. This is precisely his strength. However, one thing gave Yi Xiao a real headache. Although the number of monsters in the wild was enormous, however, most of them are distributed in a very scattered manner. If you really want to go out into the wild to hunt monsters, you'll have to spend most of your time searching for them. At the same time, they also have to deal with competition from others. This will undoubtedly slow down his leveling speed significantly. More importantly, each career advancement is accompanied by corresponding advancement tasks. The first job advancement quest usually involves encountering wild bosses that spawn on the world map. If your upgrade speed can't outpace others, at that time, we may face a situation where everyone is fighting over the boss. If he's unlucky, the entire process of turning around might waste a lot of Yi Zhao's time. After all, having gained experience in the beginner's dungeon, Yi Zhao's attention is no longer focused on his peers like Bai Xiaoxiao. His ambitions had already been set on those who entered the game earlier. However, although the world of immortality contains many secret realms, attack power 50. However, these secret realms are all firmly controlled by various major forces. To enter, one must pay a hefty entrance fee. Although he had just made a small windfall, it was only 50,000 eternal coins. This is clearly far from enough. Thinking of this, Yi Xiao couldn't help but feel a little helpless. He suddenly had an impulse to join a powerful legion. Based on his current performance, I believe he is fully capable of receiving focused training, but he immediately rejected the idea as soon as it came to mind. Being a guest of honor in someone else's home has many advantages, but it also means losing freedom. This is the last thing Yi Xiao wanted to see. Some might say that once you're strong enough, you can leave the legion. What you can think of, others can naturally think of too. In the world of immortality, there is a skill called contract creation. Once you back out, the price is extremely high, and no one can bear it. He let out a soft breath. I simply stopped thinking about those things. After glancing at the 50,000 eternal coins he had left, he decisively opened the trading house. This time, however, he didn't blindly collect skill stones. Instead, they carefully reviewed each item. During this time, he discovered 14 skill stones for the fireball spell. I bought it without hesitation. Now he had 25 fireballs left. The damage has been significantly increased. However, relying solely on the fireball skill is insufficient against monsters with extremely high fire pits. The situation would become very passive. With that in mind, he began searching for mage skills with other attributes. However, just as he was preparing to search, a skill name suddenly popped up in my field of vision. Plague resistance, normal increases poison resistance by 20 points. Price, 130 immortal coins. Upon seeing this name, a flash of inspiration involuntarily crossed Yi Zhao's mind. Oh right, how could I have forgotten about that unclaimed secret realm? In the world of immortality, at the beginning, all the secret realms were unclaimed. However, once a professional player clears the secret realm and obtains an S rank or higher rating, the person with that profession automatically becomes the master of the secret realm. Control the opening and closing of the secret realm. Afterwards, if other professionals want to enter the secret realm to level up or hunt for treasure, you will then have to pay a corresponding high fee based on the dungeon's rating. It can be said that as long as one can control one or two secret realms, one possesses the strength of a third-rate force. Possessing 3 or more secret realms constitutes the strength of a second-rate power. Like Bai Xiaoxiao's family, which, under Bai Shanha's leadership, once possessed 4 secret realms, there is also an A-level secret realm among them. If they could acquire a 5th secret realm, the Bai family would instantly become a first-rate power. Of course, the power gap between the factions still exists. The rating of the secret realm and the strength of one's own professional players are both key indicators. The number of secret realms is just a common classification standard. After a century of development, humanity, with its vast population, naturally produces many exceptionally talented professionals. Therefore, these people have already occupied 80% of the secret realms in the world of immortality. However, less than 20% of the secret realms remain unclaimed. Some of these secret realms are high-level secret realms. Even for today's strongest individuals, obtaining an S-rank rating in these secret realms is extremely difficult. There are also some secret realms where the difficulty of conquering them increases endlessly due to the existence of rules that are impossible to break. Some are even comparable to high-level secret realms. Even if someone is lucky enough to achieve an S-rank rating in these secret realms, however, due to special rules, almost no one is willing to set foot there. anywhere. This has resulted in these hidden realms being neglected and ignored for a long time.
Of course, there is also an extremely special secret realm.
That was the beginner's secret realm that Yi Xiao had just entered.
This secret realm is a special type, and even if Yi Xiao obtains an SSS level rating, he cannot become the master of this secret realm.
Otherwise, based solely on the fact that it's a beginner's dungeon, even if Yi Xiao does nothing, he can reap a steady stream of rich profits simply by waiting for a whole year. Yi Xiao did not feel sorry about this. At this moment, his mind was filled with the unclaimed secret realm that had just appeared in his mind, the Miasma Hidden Forest. This is a level 20 unclaimed dungeon. The entry requirement is that the player must be a professional who has not yet advanced to the first job advancement level. The key reason why the Miasma Forest became an unclaimed secret realm is another special rule within the realm. Those who enter will be inflicted with a miasma status, taking 10 points of poison damage per second. It may not seem like 10 points per second, but with 2 healers in the team, it's perfectly manageable.
The problem is that this miasma state automatically accumulates a layer every 30 seconds, with no upper limit.
In this way, over time, if you stay there for just 5 minutes, the miasma layers will cause you to suffer 100 points of poison damage per second.
In 1 minute, that's equivalent to taking 6,000 points of damage. No professional below the first job advancement level could withstand such astonishing damage.
Initially, Yi Xiao hadn't thought of this either, but after seeing the skill, Pandemic Resistance, Yi Xiao suddenly had an idea. It is said that although the monsters in the Plague Forest are level 30, their attributes are actually lower than those of level 20 monsters. He can level up here as long as he can resolve the damage caused by the miasma. This is simply impossible for others. But for Yi Xiao, it was no challenge at all. With a huge amount of money at his disposal, he did not hesitate. After some searching, to be on the safe side, Yi Xiao directly bought 206 skill stones that provide poison resistance, as well as a Miasma Hidden Forest teleportation scroll worth 2,000 eternal coins. At this point, all 50,000 eternal coins had been spent. Each skill stone costs nearly 250 immortal coins on average. There's nothing we can do about it. With such a large-scale shopping spree, the cheap items were quickly bought up, and he didn't want to waste time collecting them slowly. It only allows those unscrupulous merchants to make a small profit. Fortunately, the Miasma Hidden Forest was almost deserted, otherwise the price of teleportation scrolls would probably have increased tenfold, and Yi Xiao would have had no chance of buying them. With over 200 skill stones in hand, Yi Xiao was too lazy to check their effects one by one, so he simply learned them all at once. He then glanced at his skill bonus effects. Current skill learning bonus effect. Each time you kill a monster, you will gain an additional 120 experience points. The experience points gained are increased by an additional 300%. Drop rate increased by 220%. Spell penetration increased by 18%. Mana regeneration is increased by an average of 11 points per second. Poison resistance plus 3,745. Toxin resistance increased by 40%. Of these 200 plus skill stones, the vast majority increase fixed poison resistance. Only less than 20 have percentage bonuses, and the lowest price is 500 eternal coins per piece. Yi Xiao had no choice but to buy it. Free attribute points, 0, because there is very little information about the miasma-infested forest. For safety's sake, he dared not hold back in the slightest, but it must be admitted that the money was well spent. With a 40% increase in poison resistance, plus his own magic defense, his total drug resistance surged to 6,570 points. Based on the attributes of level 20 monsters and professionals, he is already completely immune to the poisonous miasma in the Miasma Hidden Forest. After completing all this, Yi Xiao closed the trading hall interface. Money really does disappear quickly. I wonder if I'll ever meet another kind person like Xie Baofan. The properties have changed dramatically. Fortunately, the money was well spent. Aside from the fact that Yi Xiao had built up his poison resistance to an astonishing level, including the 14 fireball skills, he has mastered a total of 220 skills. This added another 220 points to Yi Xiao's intelligence. A single fireball dealt 345 damage. With the addition of 4 new fireball spells, the total damage of his 25 fireballs reached a terrifying 8,625 points. Such damage is enough to instantly kill any professional below the first job advancement level. Unsurprisingly, even for second-tier professionals, if their magic resistance isn't strong enough, they also found it difficult to withstand Yi Xiao's fireball technique. At the same time, Yi Xiao's mana value reached 8,390 points. The most outrageous thing is his health points. It surged directly to 65,540 points. It's 3 times the size it was in the secret realm. With such a large amount of life points, Yi Xiao felt even more confident. Even if the poison resistance cannot completely resist the poisonous miasma, it can still last for a considerable period of time. He took out the teleportation scroll from the plague forest. Crush it directly. A flash of white light. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xiao appeared in Huangsha City, less than 20 miles miles away from the Miasma Hidden Forest.
This area is already on the edge of Yunnan province's sphere of influence. At this moment, there are very few pedestrians in Huangsha City.
Yi Zhao's appearance immediately attracted the attention of passers-by.
However, he ignored it. He glanced ahead and headed straight out of the city. After a while, he came to a dense forest. He quickly located the secret teleportation stone of the Miasma Hidden Forest based on the information. Level 10. Ding. You have entered the secret realm and are about to begin your exploration. Hidden Realm, Miasma Forest. Warning, the secret realm is filled with a deadly poisonous miasma. Do not enter if you are not strong enough.
A flash of white light, and Yi Zhao appeared in a dense forest surrounded by poisonous miasma.
Ding. You have been infected by the miasma. Current miasma level 1.
He glanced at his health points.
Nothing has changed.
Yi Zhao breathed a sigh of relief. If he couldn't even withstand this much, then he would have no choice but to give up for the time being. Fortunately, he spent over 40,000 eternal coins to increase his poison resistance to over 6,000.
Suddenly, a buzzing sound came from the woods not far away.
Yi Zhao's gaze swept over and he saw a group of fist-sized demons.
Attack power 150, defense 50, skill poison sting shot. According to previous records, the monsters in the plague forest are not particularly strong,
but they all have one thing in common: they all deal poison damage. Once hit, the number of miasma layers on the professional will increase. Just like the dense swarm of highly venomous bees before us, roughly estimated to be at least 30.
If you're not careful, you can easily accumulate 40 or 50 layers of miasma. This is the most deadly threat. But Yi Zhao remained completely calm. He raised his hand and unleashed a fireball.
In an instant, 25 fireballs bombarded the swarm of bees like Gatling guns. You have killed a highly venomous bee and gained 1100 experience points. You have killed a highly venomous bee and gained 1100 experience points.
Ding.
You have reached level 21. All attributes +1, HP +20, MP +10, free attribute points +5. On average, 3 fireballs are enough to kill a poisonous bee. Thanks to the 50% skill cooldown reduction, the poisonous bees in front of them were all killed before they could even get close. Yi Zhao gained a total of 33,000 experience points.
Unlike the beginner's dungeon, the monsters here will drop items after being killed.
Thanks to Yi Zhao's extremely high drop rate, these venomous bees dropped a large number of items after they died. He picked up and organized the scattered items on the ground one by one.
First, there are 10 secret realm token fragments. 100 secret realm token fragments can be combined to create a complete secret realm token.
The secret realm token and the secret realm key carried by the secret realm guardian are the keys to accessing the depths of the secret realm. As long as you possess these two items and achieve an S rank or higher rating in clearing the dungeon, you can gain the recognition of the secret realm and become its master. However, don't assume that collecting these secret realm token fragments is easy. For ordinary people, it sometimes takes multiple entries into the secret realm to collect 100 coins. Besides these token fragments, what made Yi Zhao happiest was that these venomous bees actually dropped 13 skill stones for venomous invasion. Venomous assault, normal when activated, it continuously consumes 10 mana per second, adding a layer of poison effect to your
skills, dealing 5 poison damage per second for 10 seconds.
It can stack up to 10 times, and the duration is reset after stacking.
Note, this is an additional skill and cannot be used alone.
Looking at the skill effect alone, the damage per second at full stacks is 50 points, and the theoretical maximum damage within 10 seconds is 500 points. However, compared to its mana consumption, it seems somewhat useless. However, this only applies to others. In Yi Zhao's eyes, this skill was like adding wings to a tiger. Putting everything else aside, with just one fireball spell, he can trigger 25 poison effects directly. In other words, Yi Zhao could stack the poison effect of the venomous invasion to 10 layers in just 0.5 seconds. Unbeknownst to him, his damage output increased significantly. Moreover, based on his proficiency with the fireball technique, Yi Zhao knew that the effects of the potent poison attack would be far more complex than described. Even if we take a step back and assume this skill is completely useless, it still gives him an increase of 13 points of intelligence and 2,600 points of health.
Ding!
You have learned Venomous Assault, normal.
Ding!
You have learned Venomous Assault, normal. Yi Zhao couldn't wait to try it out. Just then, a swarm of highly venomous bees rushed up. However, the effects of the venomous invasion skill were not apparent. Instead, Yi Zhao gained 8 more venomous invasion skill stones. For a moment, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It's just that these highly venomous bees are too fragile. Subsequently, Yi Zhao encountered several other waves of monsters.
Unfortunately, it was still sold out instantly.
After this battle, the effects of the venomous invasion attack still couldn't be tested. Instead, Yi Zhao's venomous invasion attack stacked up to 120. At the same time, he successfully collected 100 fragments of the secret realm token. My level has also increased to 30. Yi Zhao opened his control panel.
Name, Yi Zhao. Class, Mage.
Attributes, Strength 72, Constitution 79, Agility 73, Intelligence
799, HP 89840/89840, MP 10290/10290. Skills: Fireball, Mana Fountain, Experience Surge. Expand.
Leaving aside the skill effects of Venomous Invasion, the attribute boost alone is already quite remarkable. By this time, he had cleared out all the monsters in the forest. However, Yi Xiao was not in a hurry to leave.
Once the token fragments were collected, they automatically fused into a Secret Realm token. The Secret Realm token not only symbolizes the identity of the Secret Realm Master, but also functions as a map. Guided by the map, Yi Xiao soon arrived at a tranquil lakeside. Suddenly, the calm lake water began to churn.
Immediately afterwards, a huge creature leaped out of the lake at great speed. Yi Xiao quickly looked in that direction. What came into view was a red, fleshy mass covered in bumps, with two pairs of disgusting fleshy spikes growing from its back. In the center of the fleshy ball, a jet black eye stared intently at Yi Xiao.
Plague Source Worm, Boss. Attack Power, 1000. Defense, 500. Skills: Life Tide, Dark Gaze, Venomous Breath, Abyssal Corrosion. This boss is the guardian of the Miasma Forest Secret Realm. Defeating it will grant you the key to the Secret Realm.
Thus, he truly became the master of the Secret Realm. As soon as the Plague Source Worm appeared, it launched a fierce attack on Yi Xiao without mercy. Yi Xiao would never sit idly by and wait for his death. While retreating, he cast a fireball spell.
Minus 120 poison damage. It's clear that this boss's magic resistance isn't very high.
Yi Xiao's fireball dealt over 2,000 points of damage. At the same time, the effects of the potent poison that Yi Xiao had been waiting for were finally proven.
The results far exceeded his expectations.
With the boost from the godlike talent, all the deadly poison attacks were triggered almost immediately. This is equivalent to Yi Xiao's fireball spell having 120 stacks of poison effect. The maximum number of stacked layers reached 1200. The maximum damage accumulated within 10 seconds is an astonishing 60,000 points. The mana cost of 120 stacks of poison invasion remains at 10 points per second. For Yi Xiao, whose magic power exceeded 10,000, this was nothing at all.
But the results brought him immense joy.
Seeing the boss instantly accumulate 1,200 stacks of poison, unless the opponent has extremely high poison resistance. With just the poison attack, it's questionable whether this boss can even last 10 seconds. At this moment, the boss painfully unleashed a venomous spit. Instantly, Yi Xiao's miasma status was stacked to 485 layers. However, for Yi Xiao, who possesses high poison resistance and nearly 90,000 health points, this damage is almost negligible. In comparison, Yi Xiao seems more like a boss. With a clear understanding in mind, Yi Xiao remained calm and composed.
Use fireballs to constantly restrain the opponent. In the blink of an eye, the plague worm's health bar had dropped to less than half.
At this moment, a red light emanated from the plague source worm, and the lake water rapidly surged into its body. Yi Xiao understood that this was because it had triggered the life tide. Health was instantly and significantly restored. They're quite tenacious, but it's nothing more than a delaying tactic. Yi Xiao's hands moved without stopping. The fireball spell, combined with the poison effect of venomous invasion.
The plague source worm's health bar dropped rapidly again, before it could even launch the second life tide.
Under Yi Xiao's barrage of fireballs, his body was completely shattered.
Ding! You have killed the plague worm. The experience gained has been stored in the experience pool. Please level up as soon as possible. Ding!
Congratulations on obtaining the key to the Secret Realm Guardian.
Ding! Congratulations on clearing the miasma forest. Scoring is in progress. Ding! Your rating is SSS. You have received a mythic treasure chest *1. They actually gave it an SSS rank?
Upon seeing this message, Yi Xiao was also taken aback. However, after realizing what had happened, he wasn't surprised. Compared to other secret realms, the monsters in the plague forest are not actually that powerful. The only difficulty lies in the poisonous miasma within the realm. Generally speaking, even in the later stages of the game, few professionals will deliberately stack poison resistance. Forget about the early stages. Even if you wanted to accumulate them, you couldn't accumulate many. This is precisely the fundamental reason why the miasma forest remains so difficult to conquer. Aside from that, the difficulty of the entire secret realm is not even comparable to some ordinary level 10 secret realms. Therefore, Yi Xiao did not find it difficult to win him over. Coupled with his intelligence far exceeding that of his peers and his terrifying fireball spell, obtaining the SSS rank was only a matter of course. Instead, another mythical treasure chest dropped, which cheered Yi Xiao up. Without hesitation, he opened the treasure chest. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained the Ring of Plague, mythical. The lesson of the source of the epidemic, mythology, agility plus 70, intelligence plus 50. Effect, when your health drops to 20%, absorb the stacked poison status effects from enemies. Each stack restores 3% of your maximum health.
Cooldown, 5 minutes. Required level, 20. Yi Xiao's eyes lit up. As expected of a mythical piece of equipment, it did not disappoint his expectations at all.
Before entering the miasma forest, the attributes of this Ring of Plague source were indeed not as powerful as the endless chain of life. But for Yi Xiao now, this ring is a match made in heaven. There's no need to elaborate on the basic attributes. Its sole effect is that it was Yi Xiao's first skill used to restore health. Moreover, the recovery amount does not depend on the 4 dimensions, but only on the number of stacks of the poison skill. Coincidentally, Yi Xiao was being attacked by 120 layers of potent poison. For ordinary people, the maximum number of layers of a potent poison attack is no more than 10. It can restore up to 30% of maximum health at a time. However, Yi Xiao possesses the ability to stack 1,200 layers of potent poison attack in 0.5 seconds. Once your health drops to 20%, you can instantly restore it to full. This is practically a life-saving technique. So far, Yi Xiao has acquired 2 mythic level equipment pieces. Although the levels are not high, the effects are enough to benefit him for life. Overjoyed, Yi Xiao equipped the Ring of Plague Source. Next, he took out the Secret Realm key and inserted it into the small hole on the Secret Realm token. A slight ripple sounded. Immediately afterwards, all professionals in the immortal world received another world announcement. Ding! World announcement. Player Nightshade has perfectly cleared the Plague Forest, achieving an SSS rating and becoming the master of the Plague Forest Secret Realm. Ding! World announcement. Player Nightshade has perfectly cleared the Plague Forest, achieving an SSS rating and becoming the master of the Plague Forest Secret Realm. Ding! World announcement. Player Nightshade has perfectly cleared the Plague Forest, achieving an SSS rating and becoming the master of the Plague Forest Secret Realm. The world announcement message popped up 3 times in a row. The chat channel, which had just calmed down, immediately erupted again. These world announcements are happening way too frequently. It's only been a short while, and it's Nightshade again? This is outrageous. 2 SSS level ratings in a row. Can anyone tell me how he did it? Wait, isn't the Plague Forest a level 20 unclaimed dungeon? Nightshade just cleared the beginner dungeon an hour ago. How did he get in? If you hadn't told me, I really wouldn't have noticed. Which powerful family does this guy belong to? His leveling speed is terrifying. Bullshit. The fastest record for reaching level 20 is that of the Zhao family, one of the 8 great families on Blue Star. But it took him almost a whole day to reach level 20. Yet Night Shadow only took an hour. That's just too exaggerated. You're all wrong. Reaching level 20 is a prerequisite for entering the Secret Realm. Doesn't he need time to conquer the Secret Realm? Hiss. Could what he said be true? He was already level 20 when he came out of the beginner's dungeon? How is that possible? Wait, could it be that Nightshade's awakened talent is related to experience bonuses? If that's the case, learning a few more experience boosting skills in the early stages would allow me to reach level 20 just as quickly. That doesn't make sense. Who would ruin their future by only learning experience boosting skills? Besides, even if there were someone that stupid, they couldn't get through the Miasma Forest or even the beginner's dungeon by relying solely on experience boosting skills. In no time, all the chat channels were buzzing with discussions about Nightshade's deeds. However, Yi Xiao, who was deep in the Secret Realm, had no time to pay attention to these discussions, because after the boss was defeated, the previously calm lake water suddenly dropped rapidly. It was as if some force was draining the lake dry. Soon, the true face of the lake bed was revealed. If that's all, then it's nothing. The key point is that after the lake bottom was fully exposed, Yi Xiao actually saw several corpses. Someone actually came in here? Moreover, judging from the degree of decomposition of the corpses, these people had not been there for very long. This discovery shocked Yi Xiao. With a question in his mind, he walked to the body. Before he could examine the body closely, his gaze was drawn to several stones next to it. After hesitating for a moment, Yi Xiao finally picked up one of the pieces. However, this sight stirred up a tidal wave in his heart. Skill upgrade stone, incomplete, used to increase the level of your normal skills. An immortal world, 100 years. No one has ever heard of skill upgrades. This is the most basic understanding, and it is a consensus among everyone. However, at this moment, someone suddenly tells you that his skill can actually be upgraded. What would you think? Clearly, Yi Xiao is currently in a state of shock. He stared at the skill upgrade stone in his hand, feeling a sense of disorientation. Was this all a dream? But the cold touch in his hand made him realize that this was no illusion. With a try-it-and-see attitude, Yi Xiao used the skill upgrade stone on the fireball spell. Ding! You have used a skill upgrade stone. Your fireball skill level has increased. Fireball consumes 10 mana, deals 120 plus 0.4 intelligence fire damage to the target, 1 second cooldown. Upon seeing the system notification, Yi Xiao was utterly shocked. It can actually be upgraded? With a thought in mind, he immediately continued searching near the other corpses. A moment later, he found 3 more skill upgrade stones. However, like the first one, it is incomplete. Therefore, it can only be used to improve ordinary skills. Without hesitation, Yi Xiao upgraded the fireball spell 3 more times. As the level increases, the base damage of fireball increases from the initial 60 points to 300 points, and the intelligence bonus also increases from 0.3 to 0.7. In summary, although Yi Xiao's attributes remained unchanged, the damage of a single fireball fireball spell skyrocketed from 414 points to 994 points, almost breaking 1000. The damage of a single fireball spell reached an astonishing 24,850 points. If Yi Xiao was still marveling at the terrifying damage caused by the potent poison, now, in just 3 seconds, his fireball spell's total damage completely surpasses that of venomous invasion. This made Yi Xiao even more shocked by the power of the skill upgrade stone. However, despite his shock, he still couldn't figure out where this thing came from. At this moment, as he finished using the skill upgrade stone, the 4 corpses that were originally scattered on the ground inexplicably turned into dust and disappeared without a trace. Just as Yi Xiao was looking completely bewildered, a faint cry for help suddenly reached his ears. He turned around abruptly and discovered an intact corpse in a corner at the bottom of the lake. Yi Xiao approached the corpse, which was a young woman dressed in blue. Although she wasn't as stunning as Bai Xiaoxiao, she was definitely a rare beauty. Yi Xiao was certain that the faint cry for help had come from here. However, the woman in front of him was now dead. He murmured softly, "No, it's not you calling out, it's me, calling for you." His heart tightened, and he couldn't help but ask, "Who is it?" Clear. As soon as he finished speaking, a transparent figure floated directly in front of Yi Xiao. "My name is Xiao Shui, and I am the woman in blue standing before you," she said slowly. Yi Xiao was slightly stunned when he saw this scene. A psionicist? He frowned. In the world of immortality, the job system is divided into 5 categories: warrior, mage, beastmaster, mystic, and holy. Yi Xiao's cultivation style belongs to the magic system. The psionicist he just mentioned is a member of the mystical faction. The mystical and sacred systems are the 2 most unique categories among the 5 major systems of the immortal world. To enter the holy class, one must possess the corresponding talents. The mystical category, on the other hand, is less demanding. However, without awakening the relevant talents, even if one forcibly changes to a mystical class, it will be difficult to unleash its full power. In the realm of mystery, there are wizards skilled in sorcery, superhumans who wield mysterious powers, and sorcerers who can communicate with the souls of demons. The psionicists that Yi Xiaojiang just mentioned are a unique profession among them that can manipulate souls and spirits. Only those who have awakened their soul or mental enhancement talents can unleash the powerful abilities of a psychic. Yi Xiao knew that after a psionicist undergoes the 3rd class change, they can learn a special psionic skill. This skill allows them to continue existing in spirit form after their physical bodies are killed. Clearly, Xiao Shui was in this state right now. However, the time a being can survive in soul form depends on magic and powerful soul energy. During this period, if the physical body cannot be healed in time, or if one leaves the physical body beyond a certain range, the soul will also vanish and die completely after the magic power is exhausted. Yi Xiao could easily guess that Zhao Shui was calling him now because she hoped he could help her repair her physical body. Listening to Zhao Shui's story, Yi Xiao gradually understood what had happened to her. It turns out that not long ago, Zhao Shui and 4 other companions entered this miasma-ridden forest and unexpectedly encountered the boss there. They were outmatched and all perished. Only Zhao Shui, due to her special abilities as a psychic, was able to remain immortal in the form of a soul. But that's all we can do. She could only watch helplessly as her own body and the corpses of her companions were taken to the bottom of the lake by the boss. Zhao Shui had no idea why the boss did this. After hearing all this, Yi Xiao suddenly thought of something. The 4 corpses were all corroded to varying degrees, and each corpse had a skill upgrade stone next to it. Could it be that these skill upgrade stones are made from the corpses of professionals? However, before the boss could finish refining, he was killed by Yi Xiao. This allowed Yi Xiao to reap a huge benefit. Thinking about this, he couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Just then, monsters can actually use human corpses to make this kind of thing? This is unheard of in the 100-year history of the immortal world. Was this something that was deliberately concealed by our predecessors, or has the monster undergone some change? Yi Xiao's gaze fell on Zhao Shui's corpse again. Of the 5, only Zhao Shui did not have a skill upgrade stone by her side. At the same time, her body was also the best preserved. At first, Yi Xiao thought that all of this was due to the effects of Zhao Shui's spiritual abilities, but upon closer reflection, he immediately realized something was amiss. Does crafting these skill upgrade stones require not only the corpses of professionals, but also, it even requires the soul of a professional? This thought sent a chill down Yi Xiao's spine. Suddenly, Zhao Shui said pitifully, "I want to ask you for a favor." Yi Xiao asked, "How do you want me to help you?" Zhao Shui replied, "The poisonous miasma in the secret realm is constantly corroding my body. I hope you can take me away from here." Yi Xiao did not respond immediately. "But there's nothing we can do about it." Seeing this, Zhao Shui continued, "As long as you help me, I will give you a reward." "What kind of reward?" Yi Xiao pressed. Zhao Shui hesitated for a moment, seemingly having made a great decision. "If you can get me out of here and protect me while I recover, I will give you a god-forging stone after it's done." If you ask what is most precious in the world of immortality, everyone will tell you. It's not a hidden class, nor is it about various top-tier equipment. It is a divinely forged stone. Divine forging stones allow professionals to add a skill slot.
No professional could remain unmoved upon hearing the words God-forged stone. However, God-forged stones are extremely rare in the world of immortality.
No one knows where it came from, but every time it appears, it causes a huge uproar in the world of immortality. A year ago, someone unexpectedly obtained a divine forging stone, and it's unclear why it was put up for auction. Ultimately, this divine forging stone was bought by a big shot for a high price of 500 million eternal coins.
This is enough to demonstrate the preciousness of the God-forged stone. However, Zhao Shui was actually willing to give him the divine forging stone?
This could not help but greatly surprise Yi Xiao. However, the divine forging stone was indeed of little use to Yi Xiao, who had an unlimited skill slot.
But that didn't stop him from being interested in it.
He can sell it for money even if he doesn't need it. What he lacks most right now is funds.
Yi Xiao nodded.
I can agree to that, but you have to give me the God-forging stone first. Zhao Shui seemed to have anticipated his response. Without hesitation, he waved both hands. A blood-red stone appeared out of nowhere in front of Yi Xiao.
He equipped himself without hesitation.
Yi Xiao took it and looked at it. Divine forging stone, when used, it adds an extra skill slot. It really was a divine forged stone. He thought Zhao Shui was just talking nonsense. After all, everyone knows how precious the divine forging stone is.
Ordinary people would never take it out easily.
At this moment, Zhao Shui said again, "Don't rush to use it."
"Oh, why?"
Yi Xiao asked. Zhao Shui explained, after using the divine forging stone, the user will lose the ability to move for a short period of time, and this is, after all, a secret realm, and the environment is not safe. Yi Xiao gave her a deep look, but didn't say anything more. Anyway, he never intended to use this thing, so naturally he wasn't in a hurry to use it.
"Now that you see my sincerity, can you take me away from here?"
Suddenly, a look of horror appeared on Zhao Shui's face.
What are you going to do?"
A blazing fireball suddenly erupted from Yi Xiao's palm, followed by a cold laugh.
"You seem to have forgotten that this is a level 20 dungeon." "What do you mean?"
Zhao Shui asked in a panic. "To be able to project one's soul, one must be at least a third tier or higher psychic," Yi Xiao said calmly.
"Can you tell me how a professional with a minimum level of 90 managed to get here?"
Zhao Shui's expression changed drastically, and she barely managed to explain, "I have a special method, so I can naturally get in." Yi Xiao's lips curled up slightly. Seeing his expression, Zhao Shui wanted to say something more.
Unfortunately, Yi Xiao didn't give her any chance.
More than 20 fireballs instantly covered the surface of her fragile body. A piercing scream struck Yi Xiao's heart. That was a scream emanating from Zhao Shui's soul.
Unfortunately, she was too weak.
As her body burned, Zhao Shui's already illusory soul became even dimmer.
The sound also became intermittent. You dare to kill me. I am a member of the Zhao family.
Before she could finish speaking, Zhao Shui's soul, having lost the support of her physical body, vanished completely in an instant. Yi Xiao shrugged as he looked in the direction Zhao Shui had disappeared.
"If you hadn't said so earlier, I wouldn't have bothered."
However, Zhao Shui's words surprised Yi Xiao. The Zhao family she mentioned was clearly not an ordinary second or third-rate power. Since the emergence of the world of immortality, the old forces have collapsed and new forces have emerged one after another. However, very few can truly stand the test of time for a century.
Among them, the 8 most powerful families are known as the 8 great families of the Alliance.
The Zhao family of Long Yuan is one of these 8 great families. If Yi Xiao remembered correctly, the Bai family behind Bai Xiaoxiao was one of the Zhao family's allied and affiliated forces. The two companies have a very close relationship. This demonstrates just how formidable the power of these 8 families is.
Moreover, the Zhao family produced an SSS-level genius 2 years ago who is said to have switched to an extremely rare hidden profession.
When that news came out, the Zhao family of Long Yuan gained more influence than the other 7 families. Yi Xiao never expected that the person he randomly encountered in the secret realm would be from the Zhao family of Long Yuan.
However, he does not regret his choice, because Zhao Shui's level is at least 90 or higher, and possibly even higher.
Yi Xiao had no idea beforehand that Zhao Shui possessed a divine forging stone. The fact that she so readily handed over the divine forging stone, worth 500 million, was itself unusual. If it were Yi Xiao, even if it were to save his own life, he wouldn't be so decisive. In particular, Zhao Shui specifically instructed him to wait until he left the secret realm before using it, which made Yi Xiao even more wary. She was simply trying to deceive herself, to give away her body, and then, once she recovered, to turn around and harm herself. After all, Zhao Shui's rank was what it was, and she was extremely confident in her methods. Once Yi Xiao dies, everything in his backpack will fall out. In that case, the divine forging stone would eventually fall into Zhao Shui's hands. How could Yi Xiao be so foolish as to actually believe her? He fiddled with the divine forging stone in his hand, and glanced at Zhao Shui's ashes.
"I was just getting ready to pack up and leave."
However, for some reason, a sense of unease suddenly welled up inside him. First of all, although the Zhao family of Long Yuan is powerful, Zhao Shui is clearly not a core member of the Zhao family. Otherwise, the Zhao family wouldn't have let her take that risk alone. So, how could Zhao Shui, with her status, possess a priceless divine forging stone? Furthermore, Zhao Shui is clearly a third-tier professional
professional, so why would she enter this miasma-ridden forest? How did she break free from this poisonous miasma? Could it be that her poison resistance is also extremely high, just like mine? Zhao Shui is barely acceptable, but what about the other four? Yi Xiao didn't believe it could be a coincidence. If there is only one unreasonable point, it can perhaps be attributed to an accident. But the accumulation of so many suspicious points seems extremely unusual. He quickly scanned his surroundings. Could it be that all of this is related to the secret realm, or more accurately, to the boss? Finally, Yi Xiao's gaze fell on the almost forgotten boss corpse not far away. Suddenly, a figure darted out from nowhere. The target is the boss's corpse. However, this was not the most shocking thing for Yi Xiao. What shocked him most was that a line of small characters appeared above the figure's head. Mushishi Remy. This unique logo left Yi Xiao stunned for a while before he realized what it meant. This is an NPC. NPCs that have long since disappeared into the annals of the immortal world. I never expected to meet you in this secret realm. No wonder Yi Xiao was so surprised. In the 100-year history of the immortal world, NPCs appeared in the first 10 years or so. As human professionals have increased their strength more than 80 years ago, a tremendous conflict broke out between humans and NPCs, and the two sides have been locked in a life-or-death struggle. This great war, which swept across the entire world of immortals, lasted for 2 whole years. Finally, led by several powerful professionals, humanity slaughtered all the NPCs, and the war came to an end. From that time on, apart from human professionals, the world of immortals was filled with all sorts of monsters. If it weren't for the monsters' extremely rapid growth rate, they would probably have been completely wiped out long ago. Level 20. Yi Xiao had also heard that in the early days of the immortal world, professionals could accept various tasks by interacting with NPCs. Some NPC quests can even grant players rare hidden professions or high-level skill stones. But all of this has become a thing of the past with the disappearance of the NPCs. In the last 80 years, very few hidden professions have emerged among humankind. Even some rare professions that weren't exactly hidden have completely disappeared. In terms of skills, skill stones of rare grade or higher have completely disappeared. Only those professionals who initially entered the world of immortality retain, to varying degrees, skills of epic rank or higher. This is one of the reasons why the new generation of professionals finds it difficult to surpass the older generation in terms of ability. However, at this moment, Yi Xiao actually saw an NPC alive in the secret realm. This shocked him. More importantly, the NPC named Remy in front of him seems to be connected to the boss he killed earlier. This made Yi Xiao even more vigilant. At this moment, Remy had already turned around, his eyes cold as he said, "Qin family brat, I killed the Zhao family's contact person as agreed." "Why did you kill the plague source worm? Don't you want the divine forging stone anymore? The Qin family? The divine forging stone?" Yi Xiao was slightly taken aback, then realized that the NPC probably mistook him for a member of the Qin family. With a quick change of mind, he calmly replied, "It was the plague source worm that attacked me first, and I had no choice but to retaliate." Remy coldly said, "Humph, don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Your Qin family was able to enter the secret realm entirely because of the poison-avoiding talismans I gave you, which violated the laws of this secret realm. Even if you managed to kill the plague source worm, it's impossible for it to become the controller of this secret realm." After a pause, Remy continued, "It seems we need to renegotiate the agreement." Yi Xiao asked, "So what do you plan to do?" Remy was about to speak when his expression suddenly changed, and he shouted sharply, "Wait, you're not from the Qin family. Who are you?" Although he didn't know how the other party had seen through his identity, Yi Xiao raised his hand without hesitation. More than 20 fireballs bombarded Remy like machine guns. This action immediately enraged Remy. "Human, you're courting death." Yi Xiao sneered and cast the fireball spell again. The attacks were launched in quick succession, all within a second. All 50 fireballs hit Remy, instantly taking away nearly 1/5 of his health. This injury threw Remy into a panic. Although Remy did not witness Yi Xiao killing the plague sourceworm and Zhao Shui, he sensed the fluctuations of the battle. However, due to the distance, by the time he arrived, Yi Xiao had already killed both of them, and there was no time to stop him. Although he knew Yi Xiao was exceptionally strong, Remy remained calm, because in this miasma-ridden forest, he is an invincible being. However, at this moment, Remy realized that the situation seemed to be out of his control. He originally intended to use the poisonous miasma in the secret realm to suppress Yi Xiao, as this was his confidence as the insect master who cultivated this hidden forest. But they found that Yi Xiao was completely unaffected. This surprised Remy greatly. In an instant, a possibility occurred to him. After killing the plague source worm demon, Yi Xiao has become the controller of this secret realm. Otherwise, no one could withstand his methods. Having figured all this out, Remy immediately shouted, "Wait a minute, but why would Yi Xiao do as he wished? This guy's origins are unknown, yet he dared to attack him." He raised his hand and cast the fireball spell again. A moment later, Remy's health had dropped to 1/3. Seeing that Yi Xiao seemed to have no intention of stopping, Remy's fear spread rapidly. He disregarded everything else and hurriedly shouted, "Sir, please please stop. Killing me will do you no good at all.
Yi Xiao coldly replied, give me a reason not to kill you. Remy hurriedly said, my lord, I can tell you the secret of the trade between us and your human race. The Remy before him was significantly weaker than the previous plague worm. Upon hearing Remy's words, Yi Xiao pondered for a moment and then ceased his attack.
Tell me first, how did you discover my identity?
Yi Xiao's words finally relieved Remy, who quickly explained, because I couldn't sense the aura of the other poison-avoiding amulet, I realized that you, sir, are not from the Qin family.
Yi Xiao nodded and continued, which Qin family are you referring to?
Remy shook his head and said, I don't know the other party's background in the human world. Seeing that Yi Xiao seemed somewhat displeased, Remy quickly explained, my lord, you are now the controller of the secret realm, and my life and death
are in your hands,
so naturally I dare not hide anything.
Apart from the Qin family, I am not very clear about the Zhao family's background either.
Fearing that Yi Xiao might be displeased, he added, however, I heard them refer to themselves as the 8 great families, but I don't know their specific status in the human world. As expected, they are from the 8 great families. Unexpectedly, in addition to the Zhao family, even the Qin family, one of the 8 major families, was involved. If word gets out that they're secretly making a deal with NPCs, the Qin and Zhao families certainly won't stand idly by.
Clearly, Remy before them held an irresistible allure. Yi Xiao stared intently at Remy, then asked, what was the deal between you two?
Remy dared not hide anything and said, I promised to provide them with god-forging stones, and in return, they must regularly send a group of human professionals into the secret realm. Yi Xiao's heart skipped a beat as he recalled the 4 corpses he had seen earlier.
Are you using a professional to refine skill stones?
Yi Xiao's gaze sharpened.
Remy forced a smile and replied, yes, sir.
Although he had suspected it beforehand, Yi Xiao was still shocked when Remy confirmed it to him personally.
At the same time, outside,
someone actually managed to turn a professional into a skill stone.
Although shocked, Yi Xiao did not show it and asked in a deep voice, you have a lot of divine forging stones?
Remy smiled wryly, I dare not hide it from you, sir.
The last piece was taken by Zhao Shui just now. Do you think I would believe that?
Yi Xiao said coldly.
Remy was startled. My lord, I really didn't lie to you.
Over the years, I have given them more than 20 god-forging stones.
I obtained those by chance. Everyone I use is one less. 20-odd divine forging stones? The preciousness of the god-forged stone is self-evident. The Remy in front of me actually once owned more than 20 pieces?
Yi Xiao became more and more surprised as he listened.
What does that mean? Where did you get these divine forging stones? Remy looked somewhat hesitant.
Yi Xiao saw through the situation, and his voice grew cold. Think carefully before you answer.
You only have one chance.
Remy shuddered, and finally confessed honestly, I stole these from other survivors a few years ago. Yi Xiao felt a chill run down his spine. I thought I was just coming to the miasma forest to level up, but I never expected to stumble upon such a shocking secret.
As an NPC, Remy's mention of survivors cannot be human, they can only be other NPCs of his kind.
Surprisingly, a large number of NPCs survived. This explosive news shocked Yi Xiao even more than when he first met Remy. It had a significant impact on him.
Suppressing his shock, Yi Xiao continued, where are the survivors now?
Remy had given up struggling and answered calmly, scattered in other unclaimed secret realms. The world of immortality, Suiwei City. Since the war between professionals and NPCs ended 80 years ago,
this ancient and magnificent city, imbued with a profound sense of history, is controlled by the Zhao family of Longyuan, one of the 8 great families of the Alliance.
From then on, this place became the headquarters of the Zhao family's Longyuan Legion. At this moment, in the headquarters lobby, Elder, the plague forest has been breached by that newcomer named Nightshade.
What should we do now? The speaker was Zhao Changlin, the current commander of the Longyuan Legion.
Sitting in the seat of honor was Zhao Mo, the 3rd elder of the Zhao family station in Longyuan City, and also Zhao Changlin's direct descendant. Although he is an elder, Zhao Mo looks no more than 40 years old, appearing young and promising thanks to the panel system of the immortal world.
In fact, he was already a 90-year-old 8th level expert.
Zhao Mo had naturally already noticed what Zhao Changlin had said, but compared to the barely concealed anxiety on Zhao Changlin's face, Zhao Mo appeared much calmer.
Have you found out the origin of that shadowy figure?
No, Zhao Changlin shook his head.
However, we discovered a suspicious point during the investigation.
What's suspicious? Zhao Changlin said, our Longyuan Legion has a department that specializes in selling junk supplies, and one of the people in it specializes in selling those junk skill stones. Purchase records revealed that Nightshade had purchased nearly 10 skill stones from him. Afterwards, I had my subordinates investigate other sellers, and it turned out that Nightshade had also purchased a lot of junk skill stones from several other people. Roughly speaking, from the time he entered the immortal world until he entered the plague forest, he probably bought no less than 200 skill stones.
The 3rd elder looked puzzled and asked, what's the point of buying so many skill stones?
Zhao Changlin smiled wryly, Elder, you forgot. We also have professionals who specialize in synthesizing skill stones.
Upon hearing this, the 3rd elder finally remembered.
The skill stones that drop in the beginner area are mostly of common quality and not very valuable. However, 3 skill stones of the same quality can be combined to create a new skill stone, with a chance of creating a higher quality one. Therefore, despite the ridiculously low probability, many individuals, and even powerful factions would specifically purchase these common skill stones to synthesize them. If you win the gamble and combine a high-quality skill stone, you've made a profit. Of course, there's an old saying in the world of immortality: strengthening can ruin a lifetime, while synthesizing can impoverish 3 generations. This is a truth that countless predecessors summarized with blood and tears. Unfortunately, many people who believe they are destined for greatness still refuse to believe in superstition and end up losing everything. Most of them are professionals who have awakened talents that increase synthesis probability or quality. The Zhao family naturally cultivated several such talented individuals. However, the effect was not significant. So when Zhao Changlin brought it up just now, the third elder didn't think of this relationship at first. Now, recalling it, the third elder couldn't help but speak. Could it be that Nightshade awakened a talent that can improve the quality of synthesized skill stones? Zhao Changlin nodded again. I think so too. Perhaps it was because of his high-level skills in the early stages that he was able to get an SSS rating in the beginner's dungeon. The third elder frowned and pondered. If that's the case, how do you explain how he leveled up to level 20 in such a short time? You should know that 2 years ago, in order to help Howard level up quickly, the family used the most resources and it took nearly 5 hours to get him to level 20. Besides, even if he can synthesize high-level skill stones, he hasn't even reached the first job advancement yet. How many skill slots could he possibly have? How did he manage to avoid being attacked by the poisonous miasma in the miasma-ridden forest? Zhao Changlin was speechless. Zhao Hao is the only SSS-level talent awakener to appear in the Zhao family in recent years. Therefore, the Zhao family used all their resources to help him level up and even helped him successfully switch to a rare hidden profession. Even a prodigy like Zhao Hao, with the strong support of the Zhao family, needed 5 hours to reach level 20. And this group of newcomers, from the moment they entered until now, it's only about 4 hours at most. This also includes the time required to conquer the miasma forest. In other words, the Nightshade leveled up to level 20 much faster than expected. This speed far exceeded his expectations. As for how Nightshade managed to survive in the miasma forest, Zhao Changlin simply couldn't understand it. Just then, someone hurriedly walked in from outside. Upon seeing Zhao Changlin and Elder Shan, he forgot all about the formalities and hurriedly reported, "Elder, Commander, something terrible has happened. Zhao Shui's name has turned gray." In the world of immortality, professionals can add each other as friends, and once a name in the friend list turns gray, it means that the professional has died. Upon hearing this news, Zhao Changlin's eyes widened suddenly, and he exclaimed in surprise, "When did this happen?" It was less than 3 minutes after that global announcement was released, the subordinate replied truthfully. Upon hearing this, Zhao Changlin immediately flew into a rage. It must have been that Yi Ying who did it. At this moment, the third elder suddenly shouted sternly. He waved for his subordinate to leave, then turned to Zhao Changlin and said sternly, "As the commander of the Longyuan Legion, how can you be so lacking in self-control?" Zhao Changlin shuddered, realizing that he had just lost his composure. He took a deep breath, trying to suppress the shock in his heart. However, he couldn't help but worry. "Elder, today is the day Zhao Shui is supposed to go to the miasma hidden forest to hand over the reins." As a result, Night Shadow just became the one in charge there, and then Zhao Shui got into trouble. This is a big problem. How could the third elder not understand the importance of the Zhao Shui incident? After a moment of silence, he slowly spoke. "Regardless of what talent Nightshade has awakened, first have people buy up large quantities of low-priced skill stones. Since the other party may have reached this point through gambling on stones, let's also take a gamble. Perhaps the synthesis probability has really changed this year." Zhao Changlin's eyes lit up upon hearing this. This is indeed a good idea. Even ordinary people can achieve this through gambling on stones, let alone the Zhao family. When it comes to wealth, they have never been afraid of anyone. Because skill stones were scarce in the beginner area, the low-priced skill stones in the exchange were almost completely sold out in less than 10 minutes. Many people noticed the anomaly immediately, but were not too surprised. This has happened from time to time in the past. Wow, quite a big investment. Who's gotten themselves into gambling on stones again? Who knows? Anyway, I haven't heard of anyone winning anything good in the past few years. I just checked, and the cheapest skill stones have all gone up to tens of thousands. Did they buy up all the low-priced skill stones? TSK, if it's a big power, it's fine, but if it's an individual betting like this, I'm afraid he won't be able to hold on and will jump off a building. I had my eye on a skill before, and I thought that since others didn't need it much, the price would drop, but now, it's unavailable even if I want to buy it. You're being stingy with something that only costs a few thousand yuan. You deserve to never be able to afford 3 dishes in your entire life. Breaking news, the Zhao family is buying goods. It seems the Zhao family is preparing for something big. Are they really that aggressive? The Zhao family? Huh? That's normal. These skill stones are nothing to them. There's nothing to be surprised about. That's true, that's the difference
difference between people.
While the outside world was reacting to Nightshade's breach of the Plague Forest, Yi Xiao, the instigator of the incident, had just emerged from the secret realm.
He naturally noticed the news that the skill stones had been sold out and couldn't help but smile wryly. What a coincidence.
In fact, Yi Xiao did not think it was a coincidence.
However, he wasn't worried.
With so many professionals, someone will always continue to put new, inexpensive skill stones on the market. The price will only increase slightly at most. Don't forget, he also has a divine forging stone.
It's just a matter of spending more money.
However, this was not Yi Xiao's biggest concern at the moment.
Right now, he has more important things to deal with.
Just now in the secret realm, he finally decided to leave the NPC Remy behind. It wasn't because they learned from Remy that a large number of NPCs were still alive that they let it go. The affairs of NPCs are not something a newcomer like him can interfere with. The Alliance and other forces behind them have to worry about them. He kept Remy around purely because he could craft unique and exquisite orbs, which were skill upgrade stones, besides constantly learning various skills to increase their damage output. The exquisite gems that could upgrade skill levels were also of great help to Yi Xiao, especially basic skills like Fireball. With the blessing of the exquisite pearl, the increase in power is remarkable. In any case, he has already become the controller of the Miasma Hidden Forest secret realm.
Remy cannot leave the secret realm unless he agrees.
Therefore, Yi Xiao was not worried that he would run away or leak any information. The only thing that made Yi Xiao hesitate slightly was that refining exquisite pearls required the soul and body of a professional. This practice undoubtedly violates the laws of nature and ethics. However, as those powerful forces secretly used various underhanded tactics against him, Yi Xiao no longer had any reservations. He is not the kind of person who would compromise himself to play the role of a so-called saint.
As for how to find professionals, this was incredibly easy for him.
Now that he has become the controller of the secret realm of the Miasma Hidden Forest, he believed that the Zhao and Qin families would not stand idly by. These two companies had previously lured countless professionals into the Plague Forest in order to seize the divine forging stone. The methods were cruel, and his hands were covered in blood. Regardless of whether Yi Xiao will make this public, it would be strange if they didn't come looking for me if I just cut off their source of income.
As long as these people dare to step into the miasma-infested hidden forest,
Yi Xiao possessed the absolute ability to use their lives to refine exquisite pearls, and without a trace of remorse.
However, there is one prerequisite before refining the exquisite pearl. That means Remy must resurrect the plague worm.
Only through the devouring and transformation by the plague-generating worms.
Only then can professionals be refined into exquisite gems.
However, the source of the plague worm is already dead, and reviving it would require a considerable expense.
The most urgent task right now is to find a way to sell the divine forging stone. However, the maximum transaction amount on the exchange is 50 million eternal coins.
This gave Yi Xiao quite a headache. The value of the God-forged stone far exceeds this price. It's simply impossible to force a sale for 50 million. Therefore, Yi Xiao had no choice but to turn to the black market for auctions. The world of immortality is vast and boundless, even with immense power. Even in a lifetime, it is difficult to travel to every inch of the land.
This vast world is divided into 5 major regions by the rules of immortality.
These are the beginner area, below level 3, the elementary area, below level 6, and the advanced area, below level 9. There are also some special areas scattered throughout the area, which can only be entered after breaking through the 9th level of cultivation. Suiwei City, where the Zhao family's Longyuan Legion is stationed, is a high-level area. The town of Yunhai, where Yi Xiao first arrived, was a beginner's area. However, there is no black market in the beginner area. After all, equipment below the 3rd job advancement level becomes obsolete too quickly.
No matter how top-tier the equipment is, the price won't be that high. Unless it's a mythical level equipment like Yi Xiao's. This kind of thing is extremely rare, even among thousands of pieces of equipment.
Therefore, online exchanges can fully meet the needs of beginners. The black market has no place in the beginner area. Yi Xiao wanted to sell the divine forging stones, so he had to go to the beginner area. However, before that, he must reach level 90 and complete the 3rd job advancement. Only then can you use the teleportation array between the beginner and elementary zones. Therefore, the most urgent task is to complete the first transformation and advance in order to continue leveling up. After clarifying his thoughts, Yi Xiao quickly returned to Yunhai town. While everyone was still discussing his achievements, he has arrived at the Profession Quest area of the Profession Hall. Fortunately, you don't need to find a specific NPC to accept the advancement quest. Simply touch the relevant occupational stone tablet. Otherwise, in today's world of immortality, there would probably be billions of people stuck on the first job advancement quest. Yi Xiao stood in front of the professional monument and placed his hand on it.
Ding! You have been detected as meeting the requirements for the first job advancement quest. Advancement quest is being generated. First job advancement quest completed. Please go to Black Sand City to defeat the Calamity Envoy and obtain the advancement token. After using the token, you will automatically advance to the first job advancement. Several fireballs suddenly struck a purple wolf-shaped monster as tall as a person. The monster didn't even have time to utter a sound before it instantly turned into a charred corpse. Yi Xiao looked around and saw more than 100 charred corpses. He nodded slightly in satisfaction. Since leaving the Hall of Professionals, Yi Xiao has been heading straight for Black Sand City without stopping. He walked for most of the day. Aside from a few isolated monsters encountered sporadically along the way, they hardly came across any human figures. However, just as Yi Xiao was about to reach the edge of Black Sand City, he suddenly encountered a pack of level 35 purple nether demon wolves. If an ordinary novice were to encounter this pack of over 100 purple nether demon wolves, they would probably immediately shudder and turn to flee for their lives. But Yi Xiao was completely fearless. After throwing several rounds of fireballs, the pack of purple nether demon wolves was quickly burned to charcoal. It must be admitted that the power of the exquisite pearl is indeed formidable. If Yi Xiao hadn't upgraded his fireball spell 4 times, he wouldn't have been able to deal with this pack of demonic wolves so easily. Indeed, we still need to acquire more exquisite pearls as soon as possible. Then, Yi Xiao stepped forward and searched carefully. Thanks to the extremely high drop rate, hundreds of purple ghost wolves contributed a total of 20 skill stones. After the inspection, Yi Xiao was slightly surprised. Wolf Eye, normal. After learning this skill, your attack range increases by 10 yards. Yi Xiao hadn't expected that this was actually a passive skill that increased attack range. Moreover, all 20 of them possessed the same skill. Of course, this Wolf Eye only increases the attack range by 10 yards and takes up 1 skill slot. For ordinary people, it's practically useless. Its only value is probably in synthesis. But Yi Xiao, who has unlimited skill slots, naturally wouldn't complain. He finished all the math problems in one go. As expected, just like the skills I learned before, the passive effect of Wolf Eye can be stacked. Yi Xiao's fireball spell has an initial attack range of 100 yards. Now it has been increased to 300 yards, a full 3 times more. Yi Xiao couldn't help but feel excited. The appearance of the wolf's eye gave him a bold idea. Given the opportunity, he could potentially extend the attack range of his skills to infinity. In this way, before the enemy even sees him, they are first met with an overwhelming barrage of various skills. Just imagining this scene made Yi Xiao unable to hide his excitement. After learning 20 Wolf Eye skills, Yi Xiao's intelligence increased by 20 points, and his maximum health also increased by 400 points. He glanced at his own panel. Health points have reached 93,840, just about 30 skill stones away from the 100,000 mark. Next, Yi Xiao hoped with great anticipation that he would meet the purple nether demon wolf again. Unfortunately, by the time they reached the outskirts of Black Sand City, they hadn't even encountered a single purple ghost wolf, let alone a purple ghost wolf. Yi Xiao shook his head helplessly. The chance of encountering enemies in the wild is extremely low. However, he didn't dwell on it too much. Right now, the most important thing was to complete the first job advancement task as soon as possible. With that thought in mind, he stepped into Black Sand City. What I saw before me was a scene of desolation and ruin. If it weren't for the conversations of passers-by around him, Yi Xiao would have almost doubted whether he had gone to the wrong place. This place is called a city, but it's actually only the size of a village. According to what I learned in school, Kurosa City was indeed a small village 100 years ago. Later, due to a war between humans and NPCs, the NPCs here were all slaughtered. Black Sand City gradually became desolate and decaying. But this situation did not last long. Later, the wild boss, Calamity Messenger, suddenly appeared in Black Sand City. To prevent this wild boss from running rampant and attacking innocent newbies, many civilian militia organizations have spontaneously dispatched personnel to maintain security in this area. This protection lasted for decades. In gratitude for the contributions of these NGOs, professionals who later passed through Black Sand City would spontaneously donate some immortality coins. Have you heard? The forces of the Black Tiger Legion and the Silver Dragon Legion are locked in a stalemate in the Blackwater Canyon. Hey! Black Sand City is the liveliest place at this time of year. Who can argue with that? At this time, those big families have already started preparing advancement tokens for their own children to use for the first advancement mission. I wonder who will be the first to complete a turn this year. I'm guessing it's Bai Xiao from the Bai family. After all, she's an awakened one with SSS level talent and her profession is a holy priest of the holy system. My cousin happens to be Bai Xiao's bodyguard, and I heard that she leveled up to level 20 an hour ago. So fast? Then she should reach level 30 in another day. Indeed, the difference in resources and background is like heaven and earth, which is enviable. However, besides Bai Xiao, several other families here have also produced some exceptionally talented newcomers this year, so it's really hard to say who will be number 1. Yeah, I just don't know which newbie zone Nightshade, who got an SSS rating in the newbie dungeon, belongs to. I wonder if he has a chance to become the first job changer. Hey, let's see if he has a powerful backer. If not, no matter how strong he is, this advancement quest can hold him back for a long time. That's right. Okay, enough talk, let's go see what's going on. The
two left in a hurry after they finished speaking. Yi Xiao stood there, seemingly lost in thought.
It seems this new mission is indeed not as easy as I imagined.
Thinking about it, he headed toward the Blackwater Canyon behind Black Sand City. He was also curious about what those legions he had just heard about were all about. However, after taking only a few steps, a figure blocked his way.
Those who are not members of the 3 major legions must pay 1,000 eternal coins to enter the canyon.
At the entrance to Blackwater Canyon, a professional reached out to him asking for money. Yi Xiao was slightly taken aback and looked up at the throng of people above. After a moment's hesitation, he took out 1,000 eternal coins and handed them over. This money was obtained when Zhao Shui was killed. It's only 20,000 eternal coins in total, so spending that little bit isn't a big deal. His target was the messengers of calamity, so naturally he didn't want to waste time on these people.
I thought it was just a minor incident.
But just as they reached the halfway point of the mountain, they were stopped by another person dressed in a different profession.
To go up, you have to pay 1,000 eternal coins.
This time, Yi Xiao couldn't help but frown.
Didn't I just hand it in?
The professional gave a cold laugh. That guy is from the Black Tiger Legion. They set up a checkpoint there without permission. It's your business if you want to go up there, but you have to pay our Silver Dragon Legion if you want to go up. As he spoke, he said it slowly and deliberately.
Yi Xiao nodded and took out another 1,000 eternal coins.
After the other person took it, they gestured with their lips towards the inside. Yi Xiao gave him a deep look, then turned and continued walking. However, to his surprise, when they were almost deep into the canyon, they were stopped again. This time, the person blocking the way was a female professional. Before the other party could speak, Yi Xiao raised an eyebrow and asked, "Are you going to charge me too?" The woman covered her mouth and chuckled softly.
"New here? You know the rules quite well. You have to pay 1,000 eternal coins to get in."
Yi Xiao smiled too. "Tell me about the ins and outs of this place." The woman spoke casually and without any politeness. "In Black Sand City, the Golden Phoenix Legion is the true controller.
The Black Tiger Legion and the Silver Dragon Legion are newcomers.
Everything here is under the control of the Golden Phoenix Legion. If you want to enter, you naturally have to pay." Yi Xiao countered, "Since you are in control, how can you allow the two of them to set up checkpoints on their own?" The woman rolled her eyes at him. "Our leader is focused on protecting this place and keeping an eye on the Calamity Messenger. He has no time for these trivial matters." Yi Xiao sneered. "No time to deal with trivial matters, but time to collect money here?" The woman's expression changed, and her voice suddenly turned icy. "You dare question our commander?" But Yi Xiao wasn't angry at all. Instead, he took out 1,000 eternal coins and handed them over. Seeing that Yi Xiao was so honest, the woman's anger subsided slightly. She took the 1,000 eternal coins and snorted coldly, "You're lucky you ran into me. If it were any other sister, they would never have let you off so easily after hearing you speak ill of our leader." After saying that, she gestured, "Let's go in." Yi Xiao smiled slightly, said nothing, and walked straight in.
"I've really had an eye-opening day."
From the entrance to the depths of the canyon, a distance of less than a kilometer, I was charged tolls 3 times. At this moment, he finally believed the story in the textbook that people had spontaneously donated immortality coins to thank the Legion guarding the area.
But upon closer reflection, it's not surprising. New players in this beginner zone must obtain an advancement token from the Calamity Messenger when they complete the first job advancement quest.
Being able to monopolize the task of being the messenger of calamity would naturally bring in a substantial income.
If you have any strength, who would give up such a lucrative opportunity?
Just as Yi Xiao had predicted. When he arrived deep in Blackwater Canyon, the spawn point of the Calamity Messenger, a group of people had already surrounded him.
"Young man, you look unfamiliar. Where are you from?" one of them asked.
Yi Xiao remained expressionless and replied calmly, "I've come to retrieve the mission token at someone's request." Upon hearing this, the man not only didn't get angry, but instead smiled and said, "So you're a customer. I apologize for my rudeness earlier." Before Yi Xiao could respond, the man continued, "You've come at the right time. Tomorrow's boss is from our Black Tiger Legion.
Do you want someone to fight alongside you, or would you like to buy one directly? What's the difference?"
Yi Xiao asked curiously. The man smiled and explained, "As for having someone fight alongside you, it depends on how many people you need. Our Black Tiger Legion offers fair prices, and all members
are experienced and highly efficient.
Based on experience, 5 people are enough to kill the boss without taking any damage.
The price is 2,000 eternal coins per person."
Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao couldn't help but be somewhat surprised. Although this Calamity Messenger was only level 30, it was still a boss, and it was actually taken down by 5 people. The man continued, "Of course, killing a boss doesn't always guarantee a token drop. It's purely a matter of luck. If you find it troublesome, you can make a reservation directly, but the price will be a bit higher, costing 30,000 eternal coins. So, which one do you choose?"
To be honest, this price isn't high.
Each school provides a bonus to newcomers before they enter the world of immortality. This money is enough for a job change.
However, 7 to 8 million people in Quang Van province have awakened this year.
Based on this calculation, the income from just one boss rebirth would reach tens of millions of eternal coins.
Don't forget about tolls. This is incredibly profitable. Of course, not everyone among these 7 or 8 million people receives the same first job advancement quest.
However, based on decades of experience, the probability of randomly encountering the Calamity Messenger is quite high. Yi Xiao could easily guess their intentions based on their actions. Even if you receive other first-tier advancement missions, the scene is generally similar to that of Black Sand City. The price may differ.
Moreover, this has become the norm in the world of immortals, and everyone accepts it. But that doesn't mean he has to accept it.
At least, Yi Xiao didn't want to spend that money.
Furthermore, he has absolute confidence in his abilities. If he can't even take down a first-tier boss, wouldn't that be a waste of his godlike talent? Thinking this to himself, Yi Xiao smiled and said, "What if I don't choose either one?"
Not choose? The man paused, then frowned.
"We have no other options besides these two."
Just then, someone rushed over and said with a smile, "Shenhu, they must have already heard about the reputation of our Silver Dragon Legion.
Don't they understand why they don't want to choose your Black Tiger Legion?"
Shenhu's expression changed, and he angrily retorted,
"Zheng Tian, are you trying to steal my business?"
At this moment, Zheng Tian had walked up to Shenhu and looked at him with disdain. "Idiot, they simply think your skills aren't up to par and don't want to choose you. Where did this talk of stealing business come from? If you don't believe me, go ask him yourself." Shenhu snorted coldly and was about to turn around and ask, "Where did everyone go?" Zheng Tian then realized that Yi Xiao had quietly disappeared at some point. In fact, Yi Xiao had already left when Zheng Tian appeared. The world of immortals is not a place where reason prevails. He certainly didn't expect to get these people to let him off the hook with just a few words of nonsense. Since that was the case, he didn't bother to say anything more and simply left. However, Yi Xiao did not leave the canyon. Instead, he avoided the crowd and headed towards a high ground. He looked around and found that the place was very remote, but directly below lies a deep pool in the canyon, roughly 250 meters away. This was exactly within the attack range of Yi Xiao's fireball technique.
At this moment, the advantages of long-range attacks are clearly evident.
Those people below would never have imagined that someone could attack Yutan from this high ground. That dark pool is precisely where the messengers of calamity spawn. Don't ask Yi Xiao how he knew. This place had already been targeted by many people.
Even a fool could figure it out.
At this moment, Yi Xiao secretly rejoiced that he had bought 20 wolf-eye skill stones earlier. Otherwise, it would be quite troublesome to confront these legions head-on.
He will never compromise easily.
Moreover, he planned to find an opportunity to make the other party return double the 3,000 immortality coins he had just given, just like those thugs who robbed Bai Xiaoxiao back then.
According to the information provided,
after this round of Calamity Messenger is killed, it will respawn every 4 hours. The token on its body will only drop when it is killed by a professional who has received an advancement quest. Of course, given these rules, the difficulty of advancing to the next level is self-evident. However,
this is no challenge for professionals in the world of immortality.
Decades ago, it was discovered that as long as there was a professional in the team who had received an advancement mission, they could also obtain an advancement token after killing the Calamity Messenger. At this point, the Legion's advantage becomes apparent.
The maximum number of people in a team is 20.
However, Legions are different. Depending on the Legion level, the number of people in a team can range from 100 to 1,000. This naturally increases the drop rate of advancement tokens significantly. Otherwise, even if 100 Calamity Messengers were refreshed at the same time each time, it would not be enough to meet the needs of so many new players advancing each year.
Of course, there is another way. New players can choose to spend money to reset their advancement tasks, but each reset costs 50,000 eternal coins. This is also why the 3 major legions in Black Sand City charge relatively low fees. Yi Xiao did not know when the next Calamity Messenger would respawn, so he could only lie on a big tree, observing the movements below while waiting quietly. At this moment, the atmosphere between the two groups belonging to the Black Tiger Legion and the Silver Dragon Legion was tense. However, they were too far away for Yi Xiao to hear what they were saying. Below, the two sides remained locked in a standoff. The one on the left, dressed entirely in black with a large golden tiger tattooed on his chest, is a member of the Black Tiger Legion. The leader was a burly man who was 2 meters tall. He is the commander of the Black Tiger Legion, and his ID is Thunder Tiger. At this moment, Lei Laovu stared angrily ahead with his big, copper bell-like eyes wide open. "Mad Dragon, what exactly do you mean?"
"The 3 of us signed an agreement a long time ago to take turns guarding the messenger of calamity.
Are you trying to break the agreement now?"
Upon hearing this, the handsome man from the Silver Dragon Legion snorted coldly.
"The agreement? Tomorrow is our Silver Dragon Legion's turn, and the Golden Phoenix Legion's is the day after tomorrow. But now that woman, Xue Feng, has taken it. According to the agreement, I can only make my move 1 day earlier. My Silver Dragon Legion cannot suffer a loss."
"Bullshit. That woman stole your time. Go find her yourself,"
Lei Laovu roared. "You're trying to steal my Black Tiger Legion's time now? Do you think I'm easier to bully than that woman Xue Feng?" Mad Dragon sneered. "You do have some self-awareness. In Black Sand City, your Black Tiger Legion is the weakest. I didn't bother with you before because of the person behind you, but now, before he could finish speaking, Lei Laovu immediately flew into a rage. Don't you dare look down on me. Do you really think my Black Tiger Legion is afraid of you? Then why don't you try it yourself? Mad Dragon replied disdainfully.
Upon hearing this, the members of the Black Tiger Legion glared angrily at each other, shouting and yelling. At the same time, the Silver Dragon Legion also began to make moves. Lei Laovu finally lost his temper, raised his weapon, and roared, "Brothers, today we'll show them the strength of the Black Tiger Legion." The deafening shouts of battle soared into the sky, even startling some of the professionals watching from the periphery, who took a few steps back, fearing they would be caught in the crossfire of the impending battle. Seeing the Black Tiger Legion's actions, Quanglon's eyes flashed with contempt, but he calmly raised his weapon.
A major battle between the two sides is imminent.
Yi Zhao's interest was piqued as he looked at the scene before him. He had only ever seen such a large-scale team battle in school textbooks before. He never expected to witness it in person just one day after entering the world of immortality. It was quite a rare experience.
However, just as the situation was becoming tense, the once calm pool suddenly erupted with a fierce, foul odor. Immediately afterwards, a terrifying roar echoed throughout the entire canyon.
Instantly, the expressions of the two legions and the surrounding spectators changed drastically.
It is a messenger of calamity.
The calamity messenger has respawned.
Sure enough, gasps of surprise erupted from the crowd.
A huge claw emerged from the water, as pale as a dead skeleton, covered with festering black scales. Then, its enormous body slowly rose up, revealing a face that seemed to be formed from darkness. Its eyes were as deep as pools of water, radiating a cold, purple glow. As the monster fully surfaced, its massive body was shrouded in a deep purplish black, and it reeked of decay and stench. The air was filled with an indescribable sense of oppression. Hiding on the high ground, Yi Xiao quickly sized up the sudden appearance of the boss.
Calamity Messenger, Boss. Attack Power, 1500. Defense, 1000. Skills, Void Touch, Poison Mist Spread, Dark Impact, Evil Devour.
Description: an aura of solemnity and malevolence intertwined, shrouding the massive body, like an ominous deity from the realm of the dead. Upon seeing the data on the Calamity Messenger, Yi Xiao couldn't help but shake his head. Even for a level 90 professional, it would be extremely difficult to fight it one-on-one, let alone a newbie like him who has just reached level 30. No wonder no one has dared to object to the three major legions taking advantage of the situation to make money here all these years. If it weren't for my godlike talent, I probably would have had no choice but to pay them money for help.
At this moment, the Black Tiger Legion and the Silver Dragon Legion temporarily ceased their fighting.
Lei Laovu stared at the boss and said, "Mad Dragon, since neither of us is willing to submit to the other, let's rely on our own abilities."
The Mad Dragon sneered but did not answer, charging towards the messenger of calamity first. Lei Laovu roared, "You have no martial ethics."
As soon as he finished speaking, he led his men and chased after them. At this moment, the calamity messenger had just awakened. Seeing hundreds of people rushing towards it, it felt its authority had been challenged and let out a deafening roar. The enormous body, covered in festering scales, suddenly burst forth with dozens of black tentacles. The tentacles instantly covered the entire dark pool.
This display instilled fear in even the onlookers on the periphery, as expected of the boss. This one move alone is something they simply cannot withstand. However, neither side showed any fear in the face of the Calamity Messenger's fierce attack.
No one in the world is more familiar with this boss's attack methods than they are. As if they had practiced 1,000 times, everyone dodged all of the boss's moves in an instant. Immediately afterward, taking advantage of the lull in the Calamity Messenger's attack, the two legion commanders quickly directed their troops to launch a fierce counterattack against the boss. Instantly, various energies filled the entire canyon, creating a deafening roar. The boss's health is also decreasing.
After one offensive, the Calamity Messenger launched another attack. The troops below moved extremely fast, scattering in all directions to avoid every attack from the boss.
Seeing this, Yi Xiao couldn't help but sigh.
Most people simply couldn't do what they did with such ease and grace. He's definitely a master at making a living this way.
At this rate, it probably won't be long before the boss is killed by these two legions. Yi Xiao naturally couldn't continue to stand by and watch. He condensed a fireball, mixed with a wisp of black energy, and struck the boss directly.
Boom boom boom.
Although they were quite far apart, thanks to the boss's enormous size, Yi Xiao's fireballs hit their mark every time. Instantly, scorching flames covered the boss's entire body.
A series of damage numbers flew across Yi Xiao's information bar. -577 fireball damage. -5.7 damage from venomous invasion. -11.4 damage from 2 stacks of venomous invasion.
-6,873 damage after venomous invasion is fully stacked. Seeing the impressive damage numbers, Yi Xiao smiled slightly. The combined damage from 2 fireballs and the fully stacked venomous invasion. In just 1 second, Yi Xiao dealt more than 40,000 points of damage to the Calamity Messenger. Without pausing, he unleashed a series of fireballs.
The messenger of calamity suddenly let out a deafening wail. Then, amidst countless astonished gazes, it was reduced to ashes. Ding! You have defeated the calamity messenger. Congratulations on obtaining the advancement token. What happened? How did boss die? No way, someone just ambushed us. Nonsense. I clearly saw that the boss's health was down to 2/3. You're telling me someone can kill it instantly? If this wasn't an instant kill, how do you explain the boss disappearing right under everyone's noses? Bullshit. To instantly kill a boss, you'd need at least a level 200 expert, right? And who would be willing to go to such great lengths to kill a low-level boss in the newbie zone? With the boss's sudden death, everyone in the canyon was filled with surprise and uncertainty. The Black Tiger Legion and the Silver Dragon Legion, caught in the middle, were unable to react for a long time. No one knows this boss better than them. But precisely because of this, their shock at this moment far exceeded that of the other onlookers. At this moment, Lei Laohu and Quanglong frowned, their eyes fixed on the boss's corpse. Suddenly, the mad dragon dodged and rushed towards the boss. Lei Laohu, who was a little slower to react, changed his expression and also noticed the treasure that had fallen next to the corpse. Although they didn't know how the boss died, they were the only people present. The mad dragon had clearly spotted the dropped item and was preparing to snatch it. Lei Laohu would not let him succeed so easily. Soon, the two arrived at the corpse of the calamity messenger. Unfortunately, after testing the waters, they discovered that the boss's loot does not belong to either of their legions. In the world of immortality, items obtained after defeating monsters have a certain protection period. During this protection period, no one except the team that killed the killer can pick it up. Thinking of this, their expressions immediately turned serious. Their eyes quickly scanned their surroundings for something. They had seen the fireball spell earlier, but they simply didn't believe that anyone could instantly kill the boss with a fireball. However, now that they cannot pick up the dropped items, this proves that the boss was indeed defeated instantly by that fireball spell. However, just as the professionals outside the canyon were discussing, Lei Laohu and Quanglong were also confused, wondering who had truly killed the boss instantly. They also found it hard to believe that a highly skilled expert would go to such lengths to kill a low-level boss. But if they weren't experts, they couldn't explain what was happening before their eyes. Suddenly, the two exchanged a knowing glance. Lei Laohu spoke first. Could it be that girl Xiefeng? Quanglong frowned, a bitter expression on his face. Although I don't want to believe it, in this Black Sand City, if even Xiefeng can't do it, then who can? Upon hearing this, Lei Laohu's heart sank. But she already asked for tomorrow's time, so why would she do it secretly? My heart is filled with countless emotions. Mad Dragon shook his head. This is something I can't understand either. It seems I have no choice but to go and ask her for an explanation. Seeing this, Lei Laohu said no more, turned around and angrily led his men out of the canyon. Quanglong watched Lei Laohu's retreating figure, shook his head, and followed him away. However, he remained somewhat wary. Logically speaking, even Xiefeng couldn't have accomplished such an incredible scene. But if a true expert appears, for them to try and steal the other's loot is tantamount to suicide. Moreover, the value of the items dropped by the boss is not yet high enough to make them risk their lives. If the opponent is truly a master, he certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to offend them. With the departure of these two legions, only a handful of onlookers remain on the outskirts of the canyon. However, they dared not venture further in, as what they had just witnessed was far too shocking. They're not idiots. At this moment, on the high ground, Yi Xiao defeated the boss, but did not immediately go down to collect the dropped items. He pulled out the advancement token from his backpack. The next moment, a soft white light flowed from the token into Yi Xiao's body. Ding! Congratulations on completing the advancement quest and successfully advancing to the first job advancement. You have gained +5 Constitution, +15 Intelligence, 1 Fire Elemental Mastery Skill Stone, and 1 Mana Shield Skill Stone. Ding! Now, for every level you gain, all your attributes increase by 2 points, and your free attribute points increase by 10 points. Ding! Your skill bar has been expanded by 2 slots. Feeling the changes in his body, Yi Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. I've finally advanced to the first job advancement. Even he himself found the speed unbelievable. He achieved the first transformation in less than a day since entering the world of immortality. This is an unprecedented speed in the nearly 100-year history of the immortal world. Yi Xiao was in a great mood for a moment. However, he will not let his guard down. Although he possesses godlike talent, the gap between him and those veteran powerhouses is still enormous. This gap is caused by time, and he can only rely on hard work, diligence, and talent to narrow it. After the first job advancement, the fixed and free attribute points gained with each level up are doubled. This is the most obvious change after advancing. Similarly, the fixed and free attribute points will remain within this range during the second job advancement. This is precisely why the greater the gap in skill level between professionals, the more obvious the difference in ability becomes. This gap cannot be bridged by equipment or skills. Unless you have a full set of mythical equipment and various top-tier skills, that's a different story. Of course, for Yi Xiao, who possesses godlike talent, this is not an insurmountable gap. After all, if he learns
learns more skills, his damage and health alone will far exceed those of most people. After advancing to the first job advancement, Yi Xiao obtained 2 more skill stones. Pyro Mastery increases Pyro DMG by 10%. Mana Shield releases magic to form a sturdy shield that blocks 10% of damage.
Consumes 200 mana and lasts for 3 minutes. Fire Elemental Mastery is a passive skill that further enhances the damage of Fireball. Although the bonus is only 10%, most mages will not learn it.
But Yi Xiao didn't have this problem. His single Fireball spell already dealt as much as 1008 damage. This 10% bonus adds a full 100 points of damage. In the early game, this extra 100 points of damage should not be underestimated. Moreover, for Yi Xiao, even in the later stages, the extra damage brought by this skill will increase. Therefore, this is a passive skill that is effective in the long term, and Yi Xiao has no reason not to learn it.
The other Mana Shield is an active skill. This can be considered the mage's first defensive skill.
Although it can only block 10% of the damage, it is still quite significant for a squishy mage. However, Yi Xiao's health points are about to break through the 100,000 mark, so the skill is naturally not that attractive. However, even seemingly useless skills can play a significant role in Yi Xiao's hands. As for the 2 additional skill slots, Yi Xiao simply ignored them. After learning the 2 skills, Yi Xiao walked towards the corpse of the Calamity Messenger. He had already noticed the movements of Lei Laohu and Quanglong. However, the dropped item is still under protection, so he is not worried about them taking it away. As for whether the other party dares to steal it, he can even kill the Calamity Messenger in an instant, so why would he be afraid of 2 low-level legions? If they really take action, that would be perfect. After all, he spent a full 3,000 eternal coins to complete the advancement mission. I have to get something back from the other party no matter what. Soon, Yi Xiao arrived at the fallen object. As a result, only 1 skill stone was lost. This made Yi Xiao, who was used to high drop rates, complain that the boss was really stingy. However, when he saw the information about the skill stone, the speechlessness on his face instantly turned into joy. Evil Devour. Each attack drains the target's life force, restoring 50 health points to the user. It's a life-stealing skill. Although Yi Xiao now possesses high health points and healing abilities from his equipment. However, those healing effects only trigger when your health drops to a certain level. Furthermore, the amount of health restored is inconsistent. As for the effect of restoring 5 health points on hit on the Goblin Elite Ring, he had long forgotten about it. But things are different now. Although Evil Devour only restores 50 health points per attack, which at first glance seems less significant than the ring's effect. However, he possesses the talent of unlimited skill slots. If a few replies aren't enough, just call a few more times, right? Thinking of this, Yi Xiao, who was about to leave, immediately changed his mind. He decided to wait here for the boss. However, the boss respawns every 4 hours. After thinking for a moment, he walked in another direction of the canyon. After all, it has already been reincarnated once, so it can continue to level up. I'll take advantage of this 4-hour break to level up. The world of immortality is located on a hillside hundreds of miles from Yunhai town. Looking down from above, one can see a dense mass of people moving in an orderly fashion toward the same direction. Behind these figures, there were several monsters of various shapes and sizes. Level 20. At this moment, at the center of the crowd, health points, 800. Bai Xiao, dressed in a pure white robe, gazed at the fallen demon before her, a smile involuntarily creeping onto her lips. With the help of people from the Bai family to lure monsters, Bai Xiao successfully leveled up to level 25 in less than a day. Seeing this, Ho Tong, who was standing next to her, also smiled and said, "Congratulations on leveling up again, Mississippi. At this rate, you should be able to reach level 30 by noon tomorrow." This speed is almost catching up with that of Zhao Hao, the young master of the Zhao family, 2 years ago. Upon hearing Ho Tong mention Zhao Hao, Bai Xiao raised her eyebrows slightly, then shook her head and said, "We both have SSS level talent, but compared to brother Zhao Hao, I'm still quite a bit slower." Ho Tong comforted her, "Miss, don't be too self-conscious. In my experience, at your current speed, you should be the first professional to complete the first job advancement this year. Moreover, young master Zhao Hao has awakened a combat-type talent and has also switched to a rare profession, so leveling up will naturally be faster. But judging from her role on the battlefield later on, as a holy priestess, Miss will definitely not lose to young master Zhao Hao. However, Miss should still be wary of that shadowy figure in the night." Bai Xiao glanced at Ho Tong, thinking to herself, "He's good with words, but unfortunately, a servant is always a servant. He'll never understand me, someone who has awakened an SSS level talent. My real competitors have never been my peers. The only one I really care about is probably Zhao Hao, who is also an SSS level talent." Through Bai Shanha's inquiries, it has been confirmed that Night Shadow does not belong to any major power. Therefore, no matter how talented the opponent is, without substantial resource support, they will only fall further and further behind us, the chosen ones. Therefore, Bai Xiao didn't take him seriously at all. However, Ho Tong was, after all, a buff-type professional whom the family had painstakingly cultivated, and she didn't want to embarrass him, so she changed the subject looked and asked, "How's the preparation of the token for the advancement mission going?" Ho Tong replied, "I have already contacted the Golden Phoenix Legion in Black Sand City, and they have promised that the entire day tomorrow will belong to you, Mississippi." Bai Xiaoxiao nodded in satisfaction. She didn't want the advancement quest to slow down her leveling. As for whether she could get the quest to kill the Calamity Messenger, she didn't care at all. It would just cost her some money to reset it a few more times. Compared to other advancement tasks, advancement tokens that can be bought with money are undoubtedly the simplest and fastest way. For the Bai family, this amount of money is negligible. Previously, that guy named Night Shadow had stolen the limelight that should have been hers, and Bai Shanha even wanted her to win him over, something that had been bothering Bai Xiaoxiao ever since. Part of the reason she was working so hard was to prove to Bai Shanha that she was the #1 this year. With this in mind, Bai Xiaoxiao turned around and threw herself into the next battle. Meanwhile, far away in Black Sand City, Yi Xiao was also working hard to defeat monsters. The level 30 corrosive lightning rat is a monster with festering fur and exceptionally fast movement and attack speed. They excel at using their speed advantage to lurk in the shadows and strike when the opportunity arises. For most professionals, encountering them wouldn't be fatal, but they would be quite troublesome. Unfortunately, as soon as these rats encountered Yi Xiao and showed their heads, they were instantly burned to ashes by a pile of fireballs. At this moment, Yi Xiao was still in Blackwater Canyon, but far from the spawn point of the Calamity Messenger. The terrain here was complex, and the number of monsters that could be found was limited. He has been grinding here for 3 hours and has only barely reached level 32. Although the leveling speed is much slower, it must be admitted that after the first job advancement, the attribute points gained per level are enough to widen the gap with the level before the first job advancement. Indeed, the most effective way to improve one's strength is still to level up. Leveling up in the wild, even with a high experience bonus, is still ridiculously slow. Most of the time is spent searching for monsters. Another point is that the experience points required to level up increase significantly each time a professional advances. Like him now, to reach level 33, he needs a total of 611,582 experience points. If it weren't for the high experience bonus, relying solely on wild monsters, it would take forever to farm them. I really don't understand how people in the past managed to get through it. Unfortunately, he was really short of money. Otherwise, he wouldn't mind spending some money to upgrade in the secret realm. He does have two ways to make money. One option is to sell the divine forging stone. He'll have plenty of money to squander then. However, he has to wait until level 90 to enter the black market in the beginner area. Private transactions are too unsafe, and he dared not risk leaking the information, lest it attract the attention of some important figure. That would be a huge problem. The second method is to open the miasma hidden forest to other professionals. Now he has become the controller of the secret realm, and with Remy's presence, it can indeed eliminate the poisonous miasma in the secret realm. He also saw many people on the public channel calling on him to open the secret realm. However, Yi Xiao didn't think much about it and rejected this way of making money. Leaving aside the professionals who can enter level 20 dungeons, most of them are penniless and can't earn much money at all. I also have to spend a lot of money to maintain the energy of the secret realm. More importantly, as an NPC, Remy doesn't want anyone to know about this yet. This matter concerns whether he can obtain the skill upgrade stone, and there is no room for the slightest mistake. With a sigh, Yi Xiao casually killed 2 more of the monsters that appeared. Pick up the fallen skill stone. Swiftness consumes 50 mana to increase your movement speed by 3 for a short time, lasting 30 seconds. Yes, it still tastes familiar. The drop rate of skill stones in the immortal world is not low, but the probability of getting a good skill stone is outrageously low. Coupled with the limitations of the skill slots, it's no wonder that divine forging stones are so valuable. He learned the speed skill he had just found. This is the 30th speed skill he has learned. His normal movement speed, even as his level increases, barely reaches 10 points, with 2 of those points coming from equipment bonuses. Activating the speed skill now will instantly increase your speed by 90 points. This allows him to move around more freely during combat. Even if you encounter a strong opponent who isn't fast, you can still escape in time if you can't beat them. It's passable, though. More importantly, thanks to these 30 speed enhancing skills, Yi Xiao's maximum health officially broke through the 100,000 mark, reaching 100,570 points. After glancing around and seeing no monsters, Yi Xiao calculated the time the boss was about to respawn. So he turned and walked toward the deep pool in the canyon. A moment later, he returned to the vicinity of the dark pool and found a high place. Prepare to act when the opportunity arises. Meanwhile, as the boss was about to spawn, the once empty pool was once again surrounded by players. Yi Xiao looked over and discovered that all the people who came this time were female professionals, especially the woman standing at the very front, clad in blue armor and wielding a silver longbow. He exuded an icy aura. Her heroic bearing is impossible to ignore. Yi Xiao reacted quickly and immediately guessed the identity of these female professionals, the Golden Phoenix Legion, the strongest of the 3 major legions in Black Sand City.
city. The woman at the head of the group should be the legendary Xuefeng.
At this moment, Xiefeng had already checked the location where the boss had just died. The scorched soil from the fireball spell was still clearly visible, but looking at these things alone, there's nothing particularly special about them. This made Xiefeng frown.
Who exactly is this person?
A woman behind her heard her words and stepped forward, saying,
Commander, could it be that Lei Laohu and Quang Long are lying to us? Xiefeng shook her head.
There were quite a few onlookers at the scene. They wouldn't tell such a clumsy lie. But this is really too strange.
Could it be that some top expert is just bored and deliberately came to tease us? Xiefeng pondered for a moment, then said, The boss will respawn soon. Perhaps this was just an accident.
As soon as he finished speaking, the Black Tiger and Silver Dragon legions gathered again at the edge of the dark pool.
The woman beside him asked, Captain, should we participate? No need.
I'm just here to confirm and make sure I can help the Bai family member advance to the next level as soon as possible tomorrow.
Right now, nothing is more important than that. After saying that, Xiefeng led her men to retreat more than 100 meters away. Lei Laohu and Quang Long exchanged a glance but said nothing more. Each of them led their subordinates to begin preparations.
Just then, a purple light flashed again in the dark pool.
Immediately afterwards, a deep, muffled growl sounded. The expressions of the two legions changed drastically in an instant. The boss is here.
However, just as both sides were on high alert,
boom boom boom,
countless blazing fireballs suddenly appeared in the sky without warning. This time, the messenger of calamity has not yet fully revealed himself.
Then it let out a mournful cry.
He then collapsed to the ground with a thud.
The whole process was even faster than before.
It took no more than 2 seconds. It happened so fast that almost no one had time to react. Until the messenger of calamity was completely reduced to ashes. The Black Tiger and Silver Dragon Legion members finally came to their senses. They gaped open again, speechless with shock at the horrific scene before them. Meanwhile, Xuefeng and her remaining subordinates, who were 100 meters away, were also deeply shocked by this astonishing scene for the first time. Guild leader, the boss was really killed instantly. One sentence instantly ignited the shock of everyone present. 100,000 HP, kill in 2 seconds, that's an average of 50,000 damage per second, that's terrifying. No one in the newbie zone can deal 10,000 damage instantly, let alone 100,000.
That's not all. Even if you can really deal 10,000 damage per second, the Calamity Bringer's defense is not just for show. How did that person do it? Didn't you guys notice?
From the moment that Expert made his move until he killed the boss, we didn't even see a shadow of him.
What does that mean? A single sentence awakened me from my reverie.
Everyone immediately realized what was happening. The expert who killed the boss not only dealt astonishing damage, but also had an absurdly long attack range, so much so that they couldn't even see who made the move.
Xiefeng remained silent as she listened to her subordinate's analysis.
Compared to the shock of others, she also sensed something was amiss. That means the opponent seems to be using a fireball spell. Level 30. This also means that the person who made the move was most likely a mage.
Can it fire dozens of fireballs per second?
She had never heard of any other sect that could cast so many fireballs in a single second.
Free attribute points, 0. Moreover, the damage from this fireball spell seems to contain other elemental components.
However, such a fireball spell does not exist in this world. Even for the well-known top mage in the Alliance, it would be almost impossible to kill a boss with 100,000 health with the lowest level fireball spell.
Moreover, the strongest mage did not specialize in fire magic. Who exactly is this expert? Even for experts, what is their purpose in hunting down bosses? Helping others with promotion tasks seems like a losing proposition. As is well known, high-level professionals are subject to the restrictions of the immortality rule when entering the newbie zone. Moreover, the longer one stays in a lower-level area, the more their attributes will be suppressed.
Once attributes are suppressed to an extremely low level, even top-tier experts are at risk of being killed by novices at any time. This seems to be a rule set up by the immortal world to protect newcomers of lower levels.
Of course, this rule is not absolute. High-level professionals only need to bring a dimensional disintegration stone to enter lower-level areas.
After use, it can temporarily remove the dimensional barrier binding the area, allowing free entry into other areas, but the higher the level, the shorter the duration.
However, the price of this dimension-dissociated stone is generally around 3 million eternal coins.
Based on Xiefeng's experience, to kill a boss with 100,000 HP in 2 seconds, one would need to be at least a 6th-tier professional.
Moreover, they must be full damage, 6th job class players.
Even a 6th-tier professional can only stay in the beginner area for about 3 hours if they use the dimensional disintegration stone to enter.
The boss respawns every 4 hours.
This means that 2 dimensional dissociation stones must be used.
Spending a full 6 million eternal coins to kill a boss in a first-tier advancement quest?
It would be easy to complete this advancement task by simply spending tens of thousands of eternal coins and hiring members from the 3 major legions.
No one would do something so stupid.
Xiefeng's thoughts raced, but she still couldn't figure out who it was was or what their purpose was in trying to steal the boss. Not only her, but everyone present was equally confused.
Nobody knows what's going on. Just as everyone was filled with astonishment and puzzled, a figure arrived at incredible speed, faster than anyone could imagine.
Before anyone could even see his face clearly, his figure had already appeared in front of the boss.
This scene once again left everyone speechless.
The person picked up a skill stone from beside the boss's corpse and then vanished in a flash. After much speculation, it turned out he really did run away on his own. And judging from the looks of it seems they were deliberately squatting here to wait for the boss.
Facing an entity that can almost instantly kill a boss, no one dared to make a move. No one who has managed to get to this level in Black Sand City is a fool.
Even if Lei Laohu seems to have a bad temper, if you really think he's a mindless brute, you might end up being devoured by him, leaving not even bones behind.
What do we do now? Lei Laohu asked Quanglong anxiously. Level 20. Quanglong frowned, pondered for a moment, and then suddenly chuckled. Didn't you say that today belongs to your black tigers? Then I won't take it. Health points, 50,000. After saying that, he decisively left with his men. Before leaving, he glanced at Xiefeng not far away. Quanglong's idea was actually very simple.
The person who suddenly appeared in front of me must be a master. At least, they are experts he cannot deal with. In any case, according to the agreement, today and tomorrow are not part of their Silver Dragon Legion's time. If the person is just doing this out of a momentary whim, that would be ideal.
But if he wants to take over Black Sand City, isn't the Golden Phoenix Legion guarding the way?
Although unwilling to admit it,
Quanglong was well aware that the women of the Golden Phoenix Legion were far more powerful than his Silver Dragon Legion.
If the Golden Phoenix Legion can resolve the situation, then they will continue to take turns hunting the boss according to the agreement.
But if even the Golden Phoenix Legion can't handle it, then their Silver Dragon Legion would just be easy prey. After the Silver Dragon Legion left, Lei Laohu seemed somewhat exasperated. In fact, what Quanglong thought of, Lei Laohu thought of as well. The difference is that the Mad Dragon can retreat easily without suffering any losses, but Lei Laohu is not an option. Today's boss hunt belongs to the Black Tigers, so he deliberately pretended to be anxious, trying to drag the Silver Dragon Legion into the mess.
Then they joined forces to force Xiefeng and that woman to advance or retreat with them. Clearly, the Mad Dragon wasn't falling for the trap, leaving Lei Laohu feeling helpless. Faced with this mysterious expert, he lacked the confidence to make a move. So he said a few words to his men, and they left with some reluctance.
Boom boom boom.
At this moment, only Xiefeng and her Golden Phoenix Legion remained in the canyon.
At this moment, the woman behind Xiefeng asked in a somewhat hoarse voice, "Commander, what do we do now? Should we notify?"
Before he could finish speaking, Xiefeng waved her hand to interrupt him. No need, the other party is not a high-level professional.
Ha!
The woman was somewhat confused.
Xiefeng said calmly, "The opponent is only level 33.
What? This? How is this possible?" The subordinates were all shocked. If the one who killed the Calamity Messenger was a high-level player of level 6 or above, people might be shocked that a high-level player would be bored enough to come to the newbie area to slaughter a boss, but at most they would just be shocked. But now someone is telling them that the expert they thought they were is actually just a level 33 newbie who just started leveling up. At this moment, their feelings went beyond shock, turning into disbelief. If it weren't for Xiefeng's extremely high prestige among them,
they probably couldn't help but laugh at her for talking nonsense. After all, a level 33 newbie was able to do something that even they couldn't do together. It's like a joke, nobody wants to believe it's true. However, Xiefeng did not intend to explain further.
Although that figure only appeared for a brief moment, but thanks to her special talent, she immediately detected the other party's level. The moment that number appeared, it stirred up a tidal wave of emotions within her. Her shock was no less than that of her subordinates behind her. However, after forcing myself to calm down, she quickly realized, this newbie has only been in the world of immortality for one day. To be able to rise to such a level in such a short time, and possessing such incredible abilities,
Xiefeng had already roughly guessed his identity. In fact, just half a day ago,
she had just received messages from many people asking her to keep an eye out for and find out about a newcomer.
Unexpectedly, this newcomer appeared in their area, and the speed is unbelievably fast.
The terrifying record set by this newcomer not long ago flashed through my mind.
Xiefeng took a deep breath, took 2 steps forward, and shouted loudly, "Nightshade? Interested in collaborating?"
At this moment, Yishao had returned to the high ground and was carefully checking his information. He was taken aback when he suddenly heard someone call out his ID.
Through the gaps in the leaves, his gaze lingered on Xiefeng below.
A thoughtful look flashed in his eyes.
How did this woman figure out his identity?
However, Yishao wasn't too worried. Based on his experience fighting the boss several times, he was very confident. In the beginner zone, he was practically invincible. If the other party truly had intentions, he could easily send them into the Plague Forest.
Let them become your experience in improving your skills.
Moreover, he also possessed the skill of super speed.
Leaving here would be incredibly easy.
Therefore, Yishao did not not respond to the woman's calls. Instead, he crushed the evil devouring skill stone he had just picked up. At this moment, one of his fireball spells can restore 2,500 health points. The only thing that gave Yi Xiao a headache was that the boss's respawn time was too long. Moreover, due to his high drop rate, he can only obtain one evil devouring skill stone each time. It will obviously take a lot of time to stack up the lifesteal skill. However, the Calamity Messenger just now gave him nearly 600,000 experience points. It directly leveled him up from level 32 to level 33. This surprised Yi Xiao, but upon closer reflection, it makes sense. After all, his experience bonus is 4 times that of an average person. In other words, the original experience of this Calamity Messenger is approximately 150,000. Based on this boss's attributes, it's clearly impossible for someone to kill it alone. Therefore, in a normal team, each class receives between a few hundred and a few thousand experience points. From this perspective, the allocation of experience is still reasonable. In this way, continuing to hunt the boss won't waste too much of his time. Seeing that she received no response, Xiefeng stubbornly spoke again. Night Shadow, I am Xuefeng, the commander of the Golden Phoenix Legion in Black Sand City. Could you do us the honor of letting the Golden Phoenix Legion take over tomorrow's boss? This matter concerns the Bai family of Yunnan province. If you agree, I, Xiefeng, will definitely reward you handsomely. Upon hearing the Bai family mentioned, Yi Xiao, who had initially paid no attention, suddenly became interested. Through Xiefeng's words, he had already understood. It must have been the Bai family who sent her to secure the advancement tokens needed for Bai Xiaoxiao's advancement mission. It seems the Bai family has really put in a lot of effort, hoping to make Bai Xiaoxiao a sensation. Sure enough, with a powerful force backing them up, the leveling speed was significantly different. In less than 2 days, he was able to reach level 30. This speed is unmatched by ordinary people. Although Yi Xiao always seemed indifferent to Bai Xiaoxiao before entering the world of immortality, but in reality, he was far less magnanimous than he appeared. Although it didn't come to the point of having a deep-seated hatred for Bai Xiaoxiao, but the other party hadn't given him any face at all before. Now that they've met again, he naturally won't be polite. He doesn't provoke trouble, but trouble comes knocking on his door. If he can just ignore it, wouldn't he be a damned saint? Yes, he is that petty. Having power doesn't mean you can do whatever you want. Wouldn't that be a waste of his efforts and talent? As for whether this will offend the Bai family, Yi Xiao wasn't worried at all. The world of immortality is vast and boundless, one can hide anywhere, and it is not easy for others to find him. Moreover, he only wanted to annoy the other party and didn't think the Bai family would spend a lot of money to cause him trouble. This is clearly a thankless task, and the other party isn't stupid. Unless one forcibly lowers IQ through some means, but that is obviously impossible. Blackwater Canyon, a secluded pool. Xiefeng waited for a while, but Yang did not respond. She couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. Although Nightshade is still a newcomer, the strength he displayed when he killed the boss, this puts her, a level 90 archer, in a completely different league. If she truly possessed such abilities, she wouldn't have been stuck on the 3rd job advancement quest for so long. Therefore, she had no choice but to repeatedly ask for cooperation. The Bai family was specifically mentioned for this reason. The purpose was obvious, to use the Bai family's name to make Yi Xiao think twice. As for whether there was any hidden threat in those words, only Xiefeng herself knows the truth. But she never expected that Yi Xiao and the Bai family were already connected. Just as Xiefeng was waiting for Yang's reply, her subordinates finally learned the identity of the expert who killed the boss. It turns out that he recently achieved an SSS rating in the beginner's dungeon, and Nightshade Owl, who cracked the secrets of the miasma hidden forest that no one had been able to solve for decades. Everyone was stunned. Those who reacted quickly immediately realized that Xuefeng had just personally revealed Night Shadow's level. It's obvious that Nightshade came to Black Sand City because it must be to complete the 1st job advancement task. In other words, when the boss is killed for the first time, Nightshade is already level 30? This year's newcomers entered the world of immortality, and just now the boss was defeated. Subtracting the time it took Nightshade to arrive in Black Sand City, leveled up to level 30 in less than a day? Everyone was utterly shocked. The only question in my mind is, how exactly did Night Shadow manage to do that? It's important to know that in the nearly 100-year history of the immortal world, this is the fastest speed ever achieved in a single rotation. It was Zhao's family who broke the record the year before last. As for the time it took for the Zhao family member to complete the first transformation, it took almost a day and a half. That's the Zhao family, after all, one of the top families among the 8 great families of the Alliance. For a moment, everyone was stunned into silence by this horrifying news. If they knew that Yi Xiao only took a few hours to reach level 30, what will be the reaction then? Xiefeng, however, was unaware of her subordinate's mindset. She waited for a long time but received no response. My heart gradually sank down. Clenching his teeth, she knew that this was probably not something she and the Golden Phoenix Legion could resolve. They are preparing to contact the forces behind them. Suddenly, a deep voice came from the high ground.
You want to book the entire day's boss session tomorrow? Is it because of the Bai family? Upon hearing this, Xiefeng felt a surge of inexplicable excitement. He quickly replied, "That's right.
Bai Xiaoxiao from the Bai family, who awakened her SSS level talent, should be able to reach level 30 tomorrow.
She will definitely need an advancement token.
If you are willing to cooperate, I can pay you an extra fee and also introduce you to the Bai family." After a pause, seemingly feeling it wasn't safe enough, Xiefeng continued, "I heard that Bai Xiaoxiao is a rare beauty, and she was already the school beauty before she even entered the world of immortality. Given the strength you've demonstrated, if you're willing to help, the Bai family would surely be happy to see you become friends with that exceptional young woman."
Xiefeng finished speaking in one breath, feeling more confident.
In her eyes, Nightshade's strength was indeed ridiculously high.
But he's still a young man after all.
Bai Xiaoxiao is exceptionally beautiful, comes from a distinguished family, and possesses extraordinary talent. She is truly a prodigy.
She didn't believe that Nightshade would remain unmoved after hearing these introductions. However, to Xiefeng's surprise,
as Yi Xiao listened to her rambling explanation, a slight smile appeared on his lips. "I heard that before that Miss Bai awakened her talent, she was just a member of a collateral branch of the Bai family, and 3 years ago she was very close to a certain boy. She was only valued by the Bai family because she awakened an SSS level talent, and then she quickly severed ties with that boy."
You're introducing me to a woman who's so eager for quick success and instant benefits.
Xuefeng was taken aback. She truly knew nothing about what Yi Xiao was saying. However, Xiefeng's ability to command a female army of over 1,000 people should not be underestimated. She hesitated for a moment, then spoke. "I don't know where you heard this from, but Bai Xiaoxiao is now a true prodigy. That's undeniable.
Even if what you said is true, I think you understand what an SSS level talent means."
From the moment she awakened, Bai Xiaoxiao and that boy were worlds apart. Putting aside general morality, she did this for the boy's own good. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao couldn't help but laugh out loud.
"That's right, you make a lot of sense. How about this? If you agree to one condition, I might consider cooperating with you." Xiefeng's eyes lit up, and she asked impatiently, "What are the conditions?" "It's simple.
Since you don't care about morality, I think you're just as good looking as Bai Xiaoxiao. Why don't you stay with me for a few days?
If you satisfy me, I'll grant your request."
Xuefeng's expression changed drastically, and she exuded a cold aura. Her voice was no longer gentle.
"Are you humiliating me?"
At the same time, the faces of the more than 100 Golden Phoenix Legion members behind him all turned gloomy. Clearly, Yi Xiao's words not only touched Xuefeng's sore spot, but also angered these people. In an instant, everyone suppressed their fear of Yi Xiao and stood ready for battle. Their aura suggested they were ready to die at Xiefeng's command.
"Ha! You're the one humiliating me."
Faced with Xuefeng's sudden change of heart, Yi Xiao was unconcerned and said with a sneer, "Do you really think I'm some naive kid who's never seen the world?
You've been spouting high-sounding principles for so long, but you want to gain an advantage without paying any price?
There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world."
Xiefeng's expression was icy cold as she felt humiliated. "I admit you're strong, but you're only level 33.
Even if you can kill a calamity bringer with 100,000 HP, that move must have had extremely strict limitations, and you probably won't be able to use it a second time in a short period of time.
If I were to mobilize everyone to search for your location right now, do you think you could escape unscathed?"
After a moment, seeing that Yi Xiao did not respond, a hint of disdain flashed in Xiefeng's eyes. She thought to herself that she must have hit the nail on the head, and she felt a little afraid.
Looks like I was right. In fact, what she just said wasn't just random talk. There are indeed some extremely powerful skills in the world of immortality.
However, these skills are often accompanied by many limitations, the most common being extremely long cooldown times or huge mana consumption, which in severe cases can even lead to a permanent decrease in attributes or even cost one's life. Once such a skill is used, it's either you die or I perish. Clearly, Yi Xiao possesses this kind of overpowered skill with numerous limitations. This also explains why he was able to achieve an SSS rating in the beginner's dungeon and successfully conquer the unclaimed dungeon, the Miasma Forest.
At this moment, Xiefeng couldn't help but feel secretly pleased with her own keen observation skills.
Dozens of fireballs appeared suddenly without warning, just like before. Xiefeng's talent not only allows her to discern the target's level, but also gives her an extremely keen sense of energy fluctuations. Almost the instant the scorching heat rose, her expression suddenly changed. Without time to think, she used her archer's agility to retreat swiftly. Even as he passed his subordinates behind him, he didn't hesitate to push the two women beside him away. Using that force, she instantly retreated more than 10 meters away.
The fireball struck the two women instantly.
The scorching flames mercilessly devoured them.
The remaining fireball struck the spot, unleashing a powerful shockwave.
Some members of the Golden Phoenix Legion who were unable to react in time were affected and suffered varying degrees of injury.
"I'm sorry, the answer is incorrect."
His voice carried a hint of mockery. Yi Xiao also noticed a problem at this moment.
His fireball and poison attacks can easily kill bosses with extremely high health.
However, for professionals, although they can still instantly kill professionals whose level is far higher than their own. The power is not as terrifying as before.
Ultimately, it's because the potent poison couldn't reach its full potential.
While consecutive fireballs do deal high damage, the damage of a single fireball has a cap. So it's true that it can kill someone instantly, but it's still a bit tricky when facing multiple people attacking at once.
It seems I'll have to find a way to improve my area of effect attack capabilities in the future,
Yi Xiao thought to himself. At this moment, Xie Feng was unaware of Yi Xiao's thoughts. Hearing Yi Xiao's tone, which was as if he were talking to an ant, she couldn't help but feel a sense of fear.
He can actually use it a second time?
This skill simply does not exist in this world. Just then, Yi Xiao's voice came again after he finished analyzing his own abilities.
I never expected that you would sacrifice innocent subordinates to save your own life. You are truly a heroine.
Listening to Yi Xiao's sarcastic tone,
despite her fear, Xie Feng's face remained as cold as ice.
Our Golden Phoenix Legion is one, and everyone is willing to die for each other.
This is our oath. Oh, then why can't it be you who dies?
Yi Xiao thought his words would provoke her, but Xue Feng showed no shame and instead answered righteously and sternly. Because I am more capable than my sisters, with great power comes great responsibility. I will bear the pain of losing my loved ones alone. Similarly, in order not to let down my sisters' sacrifices, I must live on with their hopes. Yi Xiao fell silent after hearing these words. This kind of fallacy could be presented in such a grand and respectable way, which truly broadened his horizons.
Moreover, he saw it clearly. Xie Feng's subordinates did not think there was anything wrong with what she said. On the contrary, they looked solemn. He couldn't help but wonder who exactly made up the Golden Phoenix Legion.
At the same time, Xie Feng suddenly became alert as soon as she finished speaking.
Is the other party trying to stall for time? Humans are truly strange creatures.
The greater the fear, the more determined you become to stick to your beliefs. Xie Feng felt the same way. She absolutely refused to believe that Yi Xiao could use it a third time.
Yes, she was certain the other party was just stalling for time. With this conviction, Xie Feng immediately waved her hand and gave the order. Everyone, listen up. He's out of options and just wants to buy time.
Disperse and search immediately to avenge our fallen sisters. The Golden Phoenix Legion responded in unison. Apart from 20 men who remained to protect Xue Feng, the rest scattered instantly and rapidly approached Yi Xiao's location. Seeing this, Yi Xiao fired another fireball at Xue Feng in the distance. As a result, the other party found 2 more scapegoats.
Xie Feng retreated safely to a position beyond the maximum attack range of the fireball spell.
Although it did not cause any real harm to Xie Feng, but the 3 consecutive attacks had completely terrified her. Her original firm belief completely collapsed at this moment. She didn't want to admit it, but she had to face reality. Yi Xiao's skill damage far exceeded the various limitations she had previously imagined. They were no match for Yi Xiao at all.
At this moment, a flash of intense hatred appeared in Xie Feng's eyes, but she quickly concealed it cleverly.
Her only hope now is to get her subordinates to find Yi Xiao's location as soon as possible. She thought to herself, since the opponent really does possess such terrifying damage skills. However, Yi Xiao was only a first-tier mage. While he possessed powerful damage, his health and defense were inevitably compressed to an extremely low level.
Once you find the right spot, you can kill the enemy with a little effort.
However, what she never expected was that while she was still thinking about how to find Yi Xiao suddenly leaped down from the high ground and sped straight towards her. Why would a fragile mage choose not to hide his whereabouts and instead appear so blatantly in front of her? Although surprised by Yi Xiao's actions, but Xie Feng, a veteran of countless battles, did not hesitate. How could she let go of such a golden opportunity when the other party had made such a basic mistake? She decisively drew back the bowstring and fired a volley of arrows at Yi Xiao. Seeing that Yi Xiao showed no intention of dodging, Xue Feng's lips curled up slightly.
That's practically suicide.
Seeing this, his comrades around him were also filled with excitement. They had a blind worship of Xie Feng. Furthermore, it was clear that Xue Feng, as an archer, had rarely taken action since the formation of the Golden Phoenix Legion, but every time he strikes, he takes a life. It was precisely because of this undefeated record that, only then was the Golden Phoenix Legion able to establish a firm foothold in Black Sand City, and even suppress the Black Tiger and Silver Dragon legions at one point.
Xie Feng is the most unbreakable support. Since Xie Feng has made a move,
there will certainly be no mistakes, and it turned out just as they had hoped. Xie Feng fired 18 arrows in one go. The arrows were so fast that no one could catch a glimpse of them. Yi Xiao seemed not to have reacted yet. 18 purple-gold demon-slaying arrows, all of them struck their targets without missing a single one. All hits on Night Shadow. The powerful energy kicked up billowing smoke and dust. In an instant, the entire canyon erupted in thunderous cheers.
The commander is mighty. Well done, Commander.
As expected, the commander did not disappoint us. Ling Ling and Shaoqing died a worthy death, listening to the cheers rising and falling all around.
Xie Feng was in a great mood.
Destroying a promising young talent with limitless potential gave her a twisted sense of pleasure.
It turns out that even the most arrogant are not invincible.
At this moment, Xie Feng's long
lost confidence suddenly swelled up. But this expansion only lasted a moment.
Amidst the smoke and dust, a blazing red light flashed once more.
This sudden change caused Xiafeng's expression to change drastically. She actually failed.
Several fireballs pierced through the smoke, instantly engulfing Xuefeng's graceful body. A heart-wrenching scream echoed from the flames. At the same time, the dust surrounding Yi Xiao was blown away, revealing his true appearance. Apart from a few arrow wounds, there were almost no other signs of injury on his body. Yi Xiao glanced at his health points and raised an eyebrow. It must be admitted that Xuefeng is indeed quite capable. That barrage of arrows just now reduced his health by more than 10,000 points. At this moment, Yi Xiao also realized his own shortcomings, despite the fact that his injuries had accumulated to an extremely terrifying level. However, in terms of defense, it is no different from that of an ordinary first-tier professional. If it weren't for his high health points of 100,000,
Xiafeng's barrage of arrows just now was enough to kill him.
It seems I need to improve my defense first, otherwise I might be defeated if I encounter a stronger professional, Yi Xiao thought to himself.
At the same time, the fireballs on Xiafeng's body gradually dissipated.
However, to Yi Xiao's surprise, although Xuefeng looked disheveled and her face was extremely pale, but she still stood strong. Yi Xiao's heart skipped a beat.
Then I understood. A withered tree coming back to life?
Yi Xiao had seen this word in a textbook before.
This is an epic skill exclusive to archers.
When suffering fatal damage, it can instantly restore 30% of maximum health and remove all negative status effects.
The cooldown time is as long as 24 hours. It is an excellent life-saving tool.
Of course, mages also have similar skills, but Yi Xiao simply couldn't afford them given their exorbitant prices.
He couldn't help but marvel at how incredibly wealthy the Golden Phoenix Legion was. At this moment, Xiafeng's voice suddenly rang out. You're very strong. I admit defeat. Give up just because you can't win?
Yi Xiao sneered.
Do you think this is some kind of game?
Xiafeng gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with intense anger.
So what do you plan to do?
You stole our boss and killed my men, and you haven't suffered any losses. Yi Xiao couldn't help but burst out laughing upon hearing this.
It seems you've really gotten used to being domineering. This boss was never owned. When did it become yours? This isn't being domineering, it's a fact that everyone accepts. Without our help, when will those newbies ever be able to complete their first job advancement? Xiafeng looked solemn, as if she were doing something great.
You can even deceive yourself, you're ruthless. Too bad, you were just trying to kill me. Before he could finish speaking, Yi Xiao suddenly unleashed a fireball. The blazing flames traced a straight line, moving with incredible speed and force. The coldness on Xuefeng's face vanished instantly, replaced by shock.
That night shadow is utterly irrational.
She tried to dodge, but it was too late. Without the protection of the withered tree sprouting new life, it would surely die if hit.
Fear instantly spread throughout my body.
Suddenly, several figures rushed in front of her, blocking the fireball spell for her.
Commander, let's go. Commander, let's be sisters again in the next life. Commander, for everyone's sake, we must stay alive. Xiafeng's whole body stiffened.
The next moment, her brain seemed to explode. Watching her sisters sacrifice themselves one by one, her eyes, which had never shown any emotion in front of anyone, instantly filled with tears. However, in an instant, she turned around abruptly and fled towards the edge of the canyon. She knew that she couldn't hesitate at this moment. Only by living could she avenge her sisters. Seeing these people willingly facing death, Yi Xiao felt indignant. The instantaneous movement speed increases dramatically, since they wanted to die in Xiafeng's place.
Then let Xiafeng die before them. Commander, watch out. As soon as Xiafeng turned around, alarm bells rang in her mind.
Before they could react, they were engulfed by Yi Xiao's fireball. In the blink of an eye, she turned into a charred corpse.
Xiafeng probably never imagined that she had only taken a stroll around Yutan. He actually lost his life.
At the same time, Yi Xiao was also somewhat taken aback. Just as Xiafeng died, he caught a glimpse of a message popping up on the screen.
Ding!
You have defeated Xuefeng and gained 1,412,058 experience points.
These dazzling figures shocked Yi Xiao. I've never heard of gaining experience points from killing professional players. He killed Zhao Xue before, and the Golden Phoenix Legion members who were just killed. However, none of them had any experience points.
Unless you leveled up directly from level 33 to 35 and your body underwent some changes. Otherwise, he almost suspected he was hallucinating. While Yi Xiao was still confused, a dark, eerie light suddenly shot out from Xuefeng's charred corpse. The speed was so fast that even Yi Xiao didn't have time to react. The black light went straight into his forehead. Yi Xiao's heart tightened, and he was greatly alarmed.
Ding!
You have fused with the Crimson Moon token, and your talent effect has been enhanced.
Ding! You may now enter the Red Moon.
The next moment, he felt a surge of energy rush into his mind, a feeling that made him feel incredibly refreshed. Yi Xiao was not quite able to process what had happened. However, when he saw the changes in the effects of his talent, he was overjoyed. Unlimited skill slots, godlike. Effect 1, you have unlimited skill slots and are not restricted by skill learning requirements.
Effect 2, each of your skills will grant you 2 points of intelligence. So, this is what the enhancement of talent effects is?
Instead of each skill providing 1 point of intelligence, it has been doubled to 2 points. No wonder he felt his brain become unusually active just now. That's a sign of his intelligence surging by hundreds of points. However, although the sudden Crimson Moon proof enhanced his god-level talent, Yi Xiao was somewhat wary of its origin. He had never heard of such a thing before. Moreover, he clearly saw that the Crimson Moon token flew out of Xuefeng's body after she was killed. And what exactly does the second function of the Red Moon certificate, the ability to enter the Red Moon, mean? My mind was filled with questions. However, a series of shrill screams suddenly came from behind, and Yi Xiao had no choice but to suppress his doubts for the time being.
Commander! Commander! You villain! You stole our boss, killed our sisters, and now even the raid leader is dead at your hands. You deserve to die a horrible death. Our leader sacrificed so much to protect this city. You damned villain, sisters, avenge our leader. Yi Xiao stared expressionlessly at the women who had gone mad. Fireball is cast again. With each wave of his hand, the fireball claimed several lives. Moments later, the area around the pool was filled with charred corpses. The remaining less than 10 members of the Golden Phoenix Legion who were still standing were also stunned by Yi Xiao's almost cruel slaughter. The initial excitement faded, and fear instantly spread throughout my body. Some of those with weaker mental fortitude had already begun to tremble. Yi Xiao could see clearly that the ground beneath their feet was wet. They were terrified. Several women dropped their weapons and knelt down on the ground. Please, please, let me go. Their response was a fireball. The pleas for mercy abruptly stopped. Ah, it's you. I recognize you. Yi Xiao watched as the woman, her face full of regret, slowly collapsed. He recognized her as the same guy who had asked him for tolls earlier. No, no, I don't want to die. Unfortunately, Yi Xiao had absolutely no intention of showing any mercy to the woman. As one charred corpse after another fell to the ground, Yi Xiao slowly walked towards the last woman. From the very beginning, he noticed that this woman was somewhat special. While everyone else attacked him, she stood alone in the corner, making no move. This caught Yi Xiao's attention. Standing in front of the woman, Yi Xiao asked with interest, "Aren't you going to beg for mercy?" The woman pointed to her companion's corpse not far away. "They begged for mercy, but you still killed them, didn't you? I didn't expect you to have such backbone. Aren't you afraid of dying?" Unexpectedly, the woman shook her head. "I'm scared. I want to live, so I'm using this unconventional way to get your attention, hoping you'll let me go. Do you think such petty tricks will work? At least, I'm still alive," the woman said. Yi Xiao's interest was greatly piqued. "So what's next? How do you plan to get me to let you go?" Upon hearing this, the woman took a deep breath. "Leave me here, and I can help you subdue the remaining forces of the Golden Phoenix Legion in Black Sand City. All the Legion's income will be yours from now on." Seeing that Yi Xiao did not respond, the woman gritted her teeth. "Also, I can tell you a secret about Xiefeng." This time, Yi Xiao finally spoke. The woman was smart. She didn't try to bargain anymore. On the surface, the Golden Phoenix Legion is the #1 gold farming legion in Black Sand City. But besides that, Xiefeng is also cultivating containers for the forces behind her and sending them to the miasma hidden forest. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao's heart stirred. This woman is very clever. She knows that she is the controller of the miasma forest. She knew exactly what kind of news would pique her interest. However, such matters should theoretically be kept extremely secret. How could this woman possibly know? It seemed that he had guessed Yi Xiao's thoughts. The woman smiled wryly and said, "No need to guess, because I am the key tool that helps her cultivate the container." Yi Xiao quickly analyzed the credibility of the woman's words in his mind. What exactly does the other party mean by the container they mentioned? The information he had received from Remy had not mentioned the container. Could that old guy have lied to me? But then he thought about it again and shook his head. Remy's life and freedom are now in his hands. That old man had no reason to deceive himself. Thinking of this, Yi Xiao asked, "Why are you the key to cultivating the container? And what exactly does container refer to?" After hearing this, the woman bit her lip as if she had made a great decision. To become a container, the most crucial point, and only this point, is essential. That means the container cannot be purely human, or at least not purely human. What do you mean? Yi Xiao stared at the woman in front of him, whose appearance was no less than Xuefeng's, and his heart skipped a beat. Knowing there was no turning back, the woman stopped hesitating. To be precise, only mixed-race slaves can become vessels. A hybrid offspring of humans and NPCs? Yi Xiao was taken aback. He had read historical materials about the world of immortality, knowing that before a large-scale war broke out between humans and NPCs, many indescribable stories have occurred between humans and NPCs. Some were initiated by humans, while others were initiated by NPCs. Some were driven by love, while others by instinct. In short, that period was extremely chaotic. This ultimately led to the emergence of a completely new race in the world of immortals a few years later. Humans call them hybrid slaves, while NPCs call them cursed ones. According to historical records, mixed-race slaves are theoretically a branch of NPCs, but they also inherit some human abilities. Therefore, in the world of immortality,
immortality, they can hide their identities very well.
Unlike NPCs, they cannot shield themselves from human detection.
Just like Yi Xiao recognized Remy as an NPC at a glance in the Plague Forest.
That's because Remy has a unique NPC tag. Later, a world-ending war broke out between humans and NPCs.
The mixed-race slaves were captured by both sides and sent to the front lines as cannon fodder.
After the cataclysmic war ended, the traces of hybrid slaves became scarce in the world of immortality. Even if there are survivors, they disguise themselves as humans out of fear.
Today, most people have long forgotten this race that was born out of love. If this woman hadn't mentioned it, Yi Xiao obviously wouldn't have remembered their existence. For a moment, Yi Xiao's mind was in turmoil. Suppressing his shock, he stared at the woman before him and asked curiously,
"Can mixed-race slaves be trained?"
Upon hearing this, a hint of sadness flashed in the woman's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by anger.
"My blood contains extremely pure mixed-race slave blood.
If my blood is injected into a human woman, there is a certain chance that her body will mutate and she will acquire the characteristics of a mixed-race slave."
After a pause, the woman continued, "Do you know why those people were willing to die for Xiafeng just now?"
That's because the physical changes caused them to become mentally confused, and with Xiafeng's constant bewitching, these people became her die-hard followers. The best among those women will eventually be sold to the forces behind them in exchange for various benefits. Compared to you, she is the real devil. Yi Xiao helplessly touched his nose.
"Thank you so much."
However, with a cautious attitude, Yi Xiao continued to ask,
"Why didn't you run away?"
The woman gritted her teeth and answered, word by word, "Because Xiafeng is also a mixed-race slave. She can track my location at any time. I have no way to escape." Yi Xiao was startled and couldn't help but turn around to look at the charred corpse not far away.
The commander of the Golden Phoenix Legion, one of the 3 major legions in Black Sand City, is actually a mixed-race slave? This news is truly shocking. However, Yi Xiao was immediately puzzled. Mixed-blood slaves actually have such amazing tracking abilities?
The woman shook her head. "No, there's some inexplicable connection between us that makes it impossible for me to escape her clutches."
"Yi Xiao, you and her."
The woman nodded. "That's right, my name is Xueling, and Xuefeng is my older sister."
"Come on, it's just stealing a boss. Was it really necessary to make such a fuss?" For a moment, Yi Xiao didn't know what to say. However, after hearing Xueling's explanation, Yi Xiao abandoned his intention to kill her.
It's clearly impossible to come up with such a wonderful story in such a short time. Therefore, although Yi Xiao could not fully trust her, he temporarily abandoned his killing intent. Just as Xueling said, keeping her around would indeed bring many benefits.
The most direct benefit is the income brought by the Golden Phoenix Legion.
The toll fees alone can generate a considerable income each month. This is something he experienced firsthand. Although he hates being bullied by those in power, that doesn't mean he rejects using power to suppress others. It's pointless to leave a benefit out there, you're just asking for trouble. As for the forces behind the Golden Phoenix Legion, those who could be associated with the Miasma Hidden Forest are probably either the Zhao family or the Qin family. Both of these companies are behemoths in the league, but Yi Xiao wasn't afraid of them in the newbie zone. If the other party is truly enraged, they might summon experts from higher level areas to confront him. At most, they'll just leave. Xueling and the Golden Phoenix Legion had no connection whatsoever. This is also why Yi Xiao decided to let Xueling go after analyzing the pros and cons. Inside an ordinary house in Yunqing, Yunnan province. The next moment, Yi Xiao appeared in the room. Looking around at the familiar surroundings, Yi Xiao suddenly felt as if he had been transported to another world. His experience in the world of immortality that day was truly spectacular. Yi Xiao let out a long breath and tried to open his control panel.
ID, Night Shadow. Class, Mage.
Attributes, Strength 82, Constitution 94, Agility 153, Intelligence 1476, HP 101090/101090, MP 17110/17110.
Skills, Fireball, Mana Fountain, Experience Surge. Expand. As long as you successfully awaken your talent and enter the world of immortality, job level and attributes will be inherited 1:1 in the real world.
Looking at his impressive attribute panel, Yi Xiao was quite pleased. This at least gives them some ability to protect themselves. However, based on past experience, the day when those abyssal monsters appear in large numbers is not far off. However, he is far from being able to deal with those ferocious guys right now. We must become strong as soon as possible. With this thought in mind, Yi Xiao couldn't wait to enter the world of immortality again and quickly improve himself. However, there is a time limit for entering the world of immortality. Once the body reaches its limit, it must return to reality and recuperate. If one is forced to remain in the world of immortality, their spirit is extremely vulnerable to damage. At best, they'll go insane. At worst, they'll likely suffer brain death. The time one can stay in the world of immortality depends on the professional's level and attributes. Yi Xiao is currently level 35, but his intelligence is as high as 979 points. That's why he was able to stay inside for a whole day. He was confident that none of of the newcomers this year would stay as long as him. In his current condition, he only needs about 3 hours of rest to re-enter the world of immortality. Fortunately, the Calamity Messenger will respawn in 3 hours. It wasn't a waste of any time at all. As for Xue Ling, Yi Xiao eventually sent her back to Black Sand City. According to Xue Ling, the biggest difference between hybrid slaves and humans is that they do not awaken any talents. The upgraded attributes also increase automatically based on the user's own conditions. Unlike human professionals who have balanced attributes, they also have a large number of free attribute points. Moreover, even if a hybrid slave obtains a skill stone, they cannot directly learn and use it like a professional. One must rely on skill stones to gradually comprehend and understand their rules and mysteries in order to truly master them. Therefore, considering only attributes and skill learning, the cost of training a mixed-race slave is far higher than that of a professional. But this does not mean that mixed-race slaves are completely inferior to human professionals. They also inherited some of the NPC's abilities, improving skill proficiency through continuous practice and study. Just like Yi Xiao used exquisite gems to upgrade his skill level, even exceptionally talented mixed-race slaves can create entirely new skills on their own. For example, in the past, Xiafeng could discern his level with just a glance and was exceptionally sensitive to energy fluctuations. This is not the awakened talent that outsiders claim. Rather, it was an ability he developed later as a half-blood slave. Moreover, the reason Xuefeng was able to suppress the other two major legions in Black Sand City and demonstrate strength far exceeding that of other professionals of the same level was because, naturally, it's because her skill level is extremely high. If it weren't for meeting Yi Xiao, if given more time, her abilities will likely improve even further. Thinking of this, Yi Xiao could only shake his head helplessly. She was just incredibly unlucky. As for Xue Ling's abilities, they are even more unique. It's a kind of infectious mutation ability that spreads through blood, causing the injected person to gradually mutate into a hybrid slave-like state. However, this ability was rather useless, and in the end it only became a tool for Xiafeng to control her subordinates. Now, Xiafeng is dead. There are also hundreds of female members in the Golden Phoenix Legion who have all been injected with Xue Ling's blood. As the source of the infection, Xue Ling could easily control the Golden Phoenix Legion. As for whether Xue Ling will betray them, Yi Xiao wasn't too worried. If she keeps her promise, that's naturally good. If he breaks his promise, Yi Xiao will make the Golden Phoenix Legion disappear from this world. He did not consider himself domineering or cruel. He would show no mercy to any enemy who posed a threat to him and could be dealt with on the spot. If he can't resolve something on the spot, he'll eliminate it as soon as he has the ability to do so. Never leave your opponent any room to retaliate. This was a decision he had made long ago after he traveled through time and learned about this world. Yi Xiao prepared a simple meal. I opened my phone and logged into the professional forum. He wanted to find information about the proof of the red moon. The thing entered his body automatically, which made him somewhat uneasy. Unfortunately, after a search, no useful information was found. This made Yi Xiao even more vigilant. He sighed softly and then browsed the trending news. A prodigy has appeared, breaking the record for the newcomer's secret realm. ## Night Shadow. A name destined to be recorded in history. 70 years later, another unclaimed secret realm has been conquered. Just who is the newcomer Nightshade? ## Night Shadow. A newcomer with the potential to go even further. Almost all the information, unsurprisingly, was related to himself. Most of the content focuses on speculating about his identity. At the same time, there were also many offers to recruit him. These all come from powerful families in various regions. To Yi Xiao's surprise, there was news about the Bai family. Upon seeing this, he couldn't help but chuckle. He really wanted to know what kind of expression the Bai family would have when they found out that the person they had been so eager to recruit was someone they had once considered worthless. However, Yi Xiao would not expose his identity in the real world just for the sake of momentary pleasure. After all, the real world doesn't have those rules and restrictions that protect lower-level professionals. He will never easily reveal himself before he has sufficient strength. At that moment, a message caught his attention. The title is, A Detailed Discussion of the Talent of the Newcomer Wang Yang and the Real Reason Behind His Frequent Purchase of Skill Stones. Yi Xiao clicked in and took a look. He then showed a hint of surprise. The person who wrote this article analyzed Yi Xiao's early behavior of collecting a large number of skill stones. Nightshade's frequent purchases of skill stones were not, as people imagined, solely for synthesizing high-level skill stones. The reason is that although high-level skill stones are incredibly powerful, their usage conditions and mana consumption are simply too much for new players to handle. Nightshade not only achieved an SSS rating in the newbie dungeon, but also successfully conquered the miasma forest. Clearly, this series of feats could not have been accomplished with just a few skills. The author then put forward a conjecture that he considered reasonable. Nightshade's talent should provide an extraordinary boost to his skills, and it must be an SSS-level talent that is unprecedented in the history of the immortal world. This viewpoint quickly gained widespread support. Following this line of thought,
Some people even began to fabricate various rumors about the effects of Yi Xiao's talent.
Yi Xiao shook his head at these questions. Although the guess is not entirely correct, it is quite close.
Indeed, people's observational skills should not be underestimated. However, no matter how perceptive these people are, they probably wouldn't have imagined that his talent was not SSS level at all. Rather, they are beings of godlike status.
Yi Xiao then continued to look at a lot of information about the world of immortality. But most of the content, like the evening news, has little to do with him, so he shut down the forum.
Just then, several unread messages popped up on my phone. I was busy watching the news and didn't notice for a moment. Upon opening it, I found it was sent by Chu Xiaofeng, the chubby boy.
Moreover, it was posted before he returned to the real world.
Yi Zi, have you come out yet?
Yi Zi, what class did you choose? My chubby brother chose a rogue and is already level 15. Reply to this message as soon as you see it so I can keep an eye out for equipment and skill stones for you.
Yi Zi, did you see the previous world announcement? That Night Shadow is too awesome.
First, he broke the newbie dungeon record, and then he conquered the plague forest that no one dared to set foot in for decades.
My god, I declare that he is my idol from now on. Damn it, you only have F-level talent. Hurry up and get out, or you'll die in there. Damn it, why haven't you replied for so long? Did you play too much and fall asleep from exhaustion? You can really sleep. My dad's calling me back to level up. I'll stop here for now. My in-game ID is Elegant Assassin. Remember to find me when you log in, and I'll help you grind monsters.
Chu Xiaofeng sent more than 10 messages of concern, which made Yi Xiao's lips curl into a smile.
A warm feeling welled up in my heart. Seeing Chu Xiaofeng's boundless admiration for Night Shadow, Yi Xiao couldn't help but chuckle.
In this world, perhaps only the fat guy he grew up with is truly good to him. Even knowing that he had awakened an F-level talent, he never showed the slightest disdain. Yi Xiao put his phone aside.
I lay down in bed and started to rest.
However, as soon as I close my eyes, my mind is filled with thoughts of the Crimson Moonproof.
What exactly is this red moon? Although his godlike talent was thus enhanced, but facing the unknown always makes people feel a little uneasy.
Suddenly, a soft sound rang out.
Ding! Enter the red moon?
Yi Xiao suddenly opened his eyes and quickly sat up.
However, the familiar notification sound rang out again the next second. Ding! Enter the red moon?
At this moment, Yi Xiao was absolutely certain that he hadn't misheard.
Should we go in, or not? I'm currently hesitant and undecided.
But soon he remembered that this thing had appeared on Xiafeng before, and she hadn't encountered any trouble. Given Yi Xiao's strength, which far surpasses Xuefeng's, there shouldn't be any danger in this place. Moreover, the world of immortality is so vast that even after 100 years, there are still countless unexplored unknown areas and mysterious existences.
Perhaps, this red moon space is a rare opportunity. Otherwise, Xiafeng, as a mixed-race slave, would never have displayed strength commensurate with her status and position.
The situation can also be vaguely discerned from her sister Xueling's behavior. Yi Xiao no longer hesitated and responded decisively.
The next moment, my vision suddenly blurred.
He was then swept into a strange space. As Yi Xiao's vision gradually cleared, he found himself in a mysterious and unknown space.
A strange, red moon hung overhead.
All around was nothingness, with no end in sight. At the same time, he was surprised to find a black mask covering half of his face. Yi Xiao carefully reached out and touched it. Suddenly, the mask emitted a strange, eerie light. Immediately afterwards, the red moon overhead softly shone a red light onto him. Before Yi Xiao could figure out what had happened,
boom boom boom, lines of text then appeared in my field of vision. Welcome to the Tower of Trials of the Red Moon. Your current class has been detected as Mage.
You can choose one of the following advanced professions and complete the corresponding tasks to advance to that profession.
Magic Warrior Cultivator, a profession that emphasizes both physical and mental cultivation. All attacks inflict magical damage.
Dragon Sorcerer, as everyone knows, the language of dragons naturally greatly enhances magical power. Mastering dragon language can greatly increase the power of spells, but the prerequisite is that you must be able to slay dragons.
Fusion Mage, this is an unrestricted class.
You can freely fuse 2 or more skills to create entirely new and powerful abilities while retaining the original skills.
The prerequisite is having enough skills and the ability to master them. You only have 60 seconds. Please choose quickly. Upon seeing this unexpected notification, Yi Xiao was taken aback, then overjoyed.
Unexpectedly, after defeating Xuefeng, I unexpectedly gained the opportunity to change to a hidden class. Suppressing his excitement, Yi Xiao calmly and carefully read the descriptions of the 3 professions. The first magic martial arts cultivator was clearly a profession that combined physical and magical abilities. It can effectively compensate for the mage's fragile body, and at the same time, it has more ranged damage methods than pure melee physical classes.
It can be seen as an option to find a balance between melee and magic-based combat.
While it compensated for some of the weaknesses of both sides, its advantages were also diminished accordingly. Of course, this is still a pretty good hidden profession. If it weren't for the introduction of the latter 2 professions, Yi Xiao would most likely have chosen to switch to the magic martial arts cultivator.
The second hidden class is the Dragon Mage.
Yi Xiao didn't even need to read the introduction carefully to understand its power. In the world of immortality, dragons have always been regarded as the most powerful beings in the magic system. They are naturally skilled in various magical abilities, and even adult dragons can unleash many forbidden spells that are difficult for humans to control. To be honest, Yi Xiao was quite shaken. However, in the past 100 years in the world of immortality, humans have had very few encounters with dragons. Initially, human professionals could only hear about dragons from NPCs. Therefore, if the subsequent job change quest requires him to find a dragon, the difficulty will undoubtedly be extremely high. If the dragon race had already become extinct, wouldn't he have wasted a chance to change to a hidden class? Of course, the most fundamental reason why Yi Xiao gave up on changing to Dragon Mage was the third profession, Fusion Mage. Judging from the job description, this job is undoubtedly the most suitable for Yi Xiao. The prerequisite for fusing skills is that you must have skills that can be fused. This is indeed somewhat of a double-edged sword for most professionals, because the original skills still exist after the skills are merged. This takes up a lot of skill slots. Ordinary people have limited skill sets to begin with, but this is something Yi Xiao doesn't need to worry about at all. He has unlimited skill slots, which allows him to unleash the full potential of the Fusion Mage. This profession was practically tailor-made for Yi Xiao. As for whether the corresponding job change quest is difficult, Yi Xiao judged that it probably wouldn't be much more difficult than the Dragon Mage. After some analysis, Yi Xiao quickly made a decision. I choose the Fusion Mage. Ding! You have chosen the Fusion Mage class. The quest is generating. Task generation complete. Phase 1, the Fusion Mage's Challenge. Challenge the mage's mirror image possessing the power of fusion. Defeating it will reward you with a fusion rune, the core item for becoming a Fusion Mage. Note, being killed by the mirror image results in challenge failure, mission cancellation, and cannot be restarted. As the text appeared, the next instant, the void and darkness of the space vanished. Instead, a dense forest has sprung up. Before Yi Xiao could react, a figure gradually appeared 100 meters ahead. Yi Xiao looked up and was immediately stunned. The figure looked exactly like him. They also wore mysterious masks on their faces. Upon closer inspection, Yi Xiao saw detailed data about the mirror image floating above the other party's head. It was exactly the same as me, even the same skills. Challenging the mirror? But I haven't become a Fusion Mage yet. Yi Xiao's doubts didn't last long. After the mirror image appeared, without any further words, he raised his hand and cast a spell. Yi Xiao's eyes widened. The mirror image unleashed the fireball spell he was most familiar with. The moves are identical, and the 25 consecutive shots are exactly the same. However, the color and shape of this fireball spell seemed slightly different from his. Yi Xiao had no time to think. Seeing the opponent attacking, he immediately retaliated with a fireball spell. Two identical fireballs collided in mid-air, unleashing a deafening roar. The next moment, Yi Xiao's expression changed drastically. He activated his attack with lightning speed, barely managing to dodge the fireball before it hit him. After the attack, Yi Xiao stared in astonishment at the scene before him. Even though it's the same skill, why can't my fireball block the opponent's attack? Moreover, how could I possibly lose when my opponent's attributes are similar to mine? Unfortunately, the mirror image lacked thought and could not answer his questions. Next, Yi Xiao and the mirror image engaged in an endless exchange of blows. After several exchanges, Yi Xiao realized that his fireball technique was no match for his opponent. This frustrated him greatly, and he couldn't figure out why. Fortunately, the mirror image lacks the ability to think, and Yi Xiao quickly figured out its mechanized combat methods. Therefore, he himself did not lose any blood. After another exchange of fireballs, Yi Xiao distanced himself from the mirror image. After several rounds of intense exchanges, Yi Xiao finally calmed down completely. At the same time, he finally realized the uniqueness of the mirror fireball spell. Although the mirror image releases 25 fireballs in succession. However, unlike the fireballs that Yi Xiao himself casts, each fireball deals equal damage. The damage from the mirrored fireballs appears to increase gradually, one after another. It was as if these 25 fireballs were a single entity, which is why their power kept increasing. Suddenly, Yi Xiao realized what was going on. Is this the power of fusion? A burning light flashed in his eyes. This Fusion Mage was even more powerful than he had imagined. In any case, he was determined to become a true Fusion Mage. Thinking of this, his gaze became even more serious. Next, Yi Xiao dealt with the mirror image's attacks while constantly observing his surroundings. He firmly believed that since this was a mission, then nothing is impossible. The inability to complete the task is merely an excuse for the weak. Since the mirror image has the exact same attributes and skills as itself, their skills are even slightly more powerful, so continuing to fight head-on is clearly not a wise move. But what other options are there? Yi Xiao's brain was racing, racking his brains to find a breakthrough. However, the mirror image on the other side remained aggressive. He was given absolutely no chance to catch his breath. The battle lasted for nearly half
half an hour.
The mirror image has a slight advantage in skills, but its movements appear mechanical and stiff. Combined, Yi Xiao could barely manage a draw with him. He was aware of his situation. If he relies solely on a regular fireball spell,
given his mana regeneration rate, this battle may continue until nightfall without a clear winner.
Worse still, the mirror image is not human. Although its movements are mechanical, it does not feel tired. Looking at myself, after half an hour of intense fighting, my forehead was already covered in a fine layer of sweat. At this moment, Yi Xiao understood to some extent the helplessness his previous opponent had felt.
That kind of oppressive feeling of not seeing any hope is indeed suffocating. He had no answer to this. Ultimately, all of this is a predicament he created for himself. Thinking of this, Yi Xiao couldn't help but smile bitterly. The two sides remained deadlocked. An hour and a half later,
Yi Xiao's physical and mental strength was exhausted, and he finally made a mistake while dodging. The mirrored fireballs all hit him.
The intense heat instantly turned his skin bright red. However, this is not the worst of it.
That damned poison attack indicator in the status bar caused his health to drop rapidly. If it weren't for the fact that he had previously accumulated over 5,000 poison resistance,
my health bar will probably be empty in the next second.
After this accident, Yi Xiao became even more cautious.
Another long period of time has passed. Although his magic was still abundant, his condition began to decline steadily. Looking at the mirror image, he remained energetic and expressionless.
Yi Xiao saw this and couldn't help but curse inwardly.
Why is there such a big difference between us, even though we are the same people? After cursing, Yi Xiao was preparing to launch another attack. However, he stopped abruptly as soon as he raised his arm. The next moment, Yi Xiao's gaze was fixed on the handsome face in front of him that looked exactly like his own. A crazy thought flashed through my mind. So, before the mirror image could make a move, Yi Xiao asked, "Why must we fight each other?" As soon as the voice fell, the mirror image's raised arms suddenly stopped. "I am you, and you are me, but I am stronger than you. Why should I only be a mirror image while you have flesh and blood?"
The mirror image spoke. Hearing this, Yi Xiao was overjoyed.
"You're not reconciled?
If it were you, would you be willing to accept that?" the mirror image asked rhetorically.
Yi Xiao nodded.
"But if we continue like this, although you have a certain advantage, it's not absolute. Why don't we just give up?"
The mirror image coldly replied, "Do you want to give up the challenge?"
Yi Xiao shook his head, his tone firm. "I'm just saying that there's no need for us to resort to violence, not that I'm giving up the challenge."
"I will never give up on the path of becoming a fusion mage. If you don't fight, how can you possibly defeat me?
And how can you complete the challenge?" the mirror image coldly retorted.
Yi Xiao suddenly laughed. "You are a part of me, I cannot escape you. Continuing to fight is clearly pointless, so..." The mirror image stared at him, its gaze sharp. "So what?"
Yi Xiao said slowly, "Therefore, we should become one." As soon as he finished speaking, the previously expressionless mirror image suddenly burst into laughter. A dazzling light suddenly burst forth above their heads.
In an instant, the gloomy forest seemed to be illuminated by warm sunlight.
Yi Xiao witnessed the mirror image's body begin to become transparent.
"Ha ha ha, you won.
Congratulations, you've truly understood the meaning of fusion." Before he finished speaking, the transparent figure in the mirror image transformed into a beam of light and shot straight at Yi Xiao. Faced with this strange scene, Yi Xiao offered no resistance whatsoever. A smile played on his lips as he opened his arms, letting the light merge into his body. The entire forest surged, and countless points of light fell, completely enveloping him. The rustling of leaves, intertwined with the soft light, created a mysterious fusion ritual. The scene before my eyes suddenly changed. Yi Xiao found himself back in the original void space. A line of text appeared in front of me again.
"Ding! Congratulations! You have gained the approval of the fusion rune. Stage 1 quest is complete. Ding!
You have successfully refined and fused the runes, mastered the commonalities of skills, and comprehended the skill, Eye of Law. Eye of the Law. You can see the essence of any skill, and upon hitting a target, apply a stack of Spellbreaker, increasing the mana cost of their next skill by 10%. Yi Xiao's expression brightened with joy. It turns out that as long as you complete the stage tasks, you can get generous rewards.
He suddenly remembered that when he fought Xiefang before, the power of her rapid-fire arrows far exceeded that of a level 90 professional.
The Golden Phoenix Legion members around her were all excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood when they saw her take action. It seems she also completed a phase of the mission in the Red Moon space.
I wonder if she has obtained the hidden profession.
Yi Xiao shook his head and smiled bitterly.
The person is already dead, so what's the point of guessing? However, it was still considered lucky. If I had actually fought the mirror image head-on, I would most likely have been the one to lose. Fortunately, the reaction was timely. The real purpose of this first stage challenge is not to defeat the mirror image.
Instead, it is through mirrors that one comprehends the true meaning of fusion. In fact, the mirror image itself is a product of the fusion of runes and illusions.
Once you merge with it, you will have met the core requirements to become a fusion mage.
Of course, Yi Xiao wasn't sure at first either.
He relied entirely on taking a gamble. Fortunately, he won the bet.
It has to be said that these hidden job change quests are so ridiculously difficult that they're terrifying. At this moment, the text in front of them changed again. After reading it, Yi Xiao realized that he had spoken too soon.
Ding! You have completed phase 1 of the mission. Phase 2 is being generated. Ding! Task generated. Phase 2, collection of elemental essences. To fuse multiple powers, please collect the essences of at least 3 elements. Note, elemental essence exists only in life forms formed from the condensation of pure elemental energy. Yi Xiao frowned. He had originally thought that the second phase of the mission would be completed in the red moon space, but it seems that this is not the case. Unexpectedly, he was tasked with collecting elemental essences. Based on the description in the text, Yi Xiao quickly identified several targets that met the criteria. However, these goals are scattered in every corner of the immortal world. Putting aside whether they can defeat them, the journey alone will take a lot of time. There are also several targets that can only be encountered in high-level areas. Thinking of this, Yi Xiao couldn't help but feel a little helpless. He thought he could complete the mission quickly and successfully become a fusion mage. It seems that this path will require a lot of effort. After waiting a while longer, I saw that the text in front of me was no longer being updated. Yi Xiao felt there was no point in staying any longer, so he exited the red moon space as instructed. Back in the real world, he felt somewhat disoriented. I glanced at the time and realized that less than 10 minutes had passed in reality. A thoughtful look flashed in Yi Xiao's eyes. First, his talent effect was enhanced, and then the method for changing to a hidden class was given. Such a mysterious and powerful tool has never been mentioned by anyone before. How could this not arouse his curiosity? Perhaps after he becomes a fusion mage, he will be able to learn something about the origin of the Crimson Moonproof. The most important thing right now is to get some rest and try to return to the world of immortality as soon as possible. Putting everything else aside, at least he needs to complete the second stage of the job change quest as soon as possible so that he can become a fusion mage. Meanwhile, also in Yunqing, in a quaint and luxurious villa, Bai Shanha, the head of the Bai family, was watching Bai Xiaoxiao sitting opposite him, dressed in designer clothes, elegantly enjoying a nutritious meal specially prepared by her servants. Xiaoxiao, your performance on the first day was quite good. You're already level 28. I'm surprised by how fast you've done it. At this rate, your turn time is no less than that of the Zhao family. My Bai family has finally produced a dragon. Ha ha ha. After hearing this, Bai Xiaoxiao put down her cutlery and shook her head, saying, Brother Zhao Hao took a day and a half to complete the first job advancement quest. At my speed, I'm afraid I can't achieve that. Upon hearing this, Bai Shanha revealed a hint of helplessness. Zhao Hao is, after all, a member of the Zhao family. He uses a limited edition nutritional meal specially supplied by the Alliance, which makes him recover 3 times faster than an ordinary person. Our Bai family can only get a second-tier meal, which only has twice the effect. That's why he was able to advance so quickly. Bai Xiaoxiao listened, glanced at the carefully prepared nutritious meal in front of her, and suddenly felt it tasteless. This type of nutritious meal is a special food that can accelerate the recovery of working professionals. But even if you have the money, you might not be able to buy it, because this is allocated uniformly by the Alliance. As one of the 8 major families in the Alliance, the Zhao family naturally enjoys the highest grade special edition. The Bai family is a second-rate aristocratic family, and the nutritional meals they provide can only shorten Bai Xiaoxiao's original 8-hour rest time to 4 hours. This was 2 hours more than Zhao Hao had wasted, which made her quite resentful. Seeing that Bai Xiaoxiao seemed a little dejected, Bai Shanha comforted her, Don't worry too much. When you grow up in the future, my Bai family will be able to become a first-class power. At that time, the treatment we receive from the Alliance will definitely not be inferior to that of the Zhao family. Bai Xiaoxiao nodded to indicate that she understood, and then lowered her head to silently eat the rest of her nutritious meal. At this moment, even Bai Shanha was unaware. A cold glint slowly flashed in Bai Xiaoxiao's eyes as she lowered her head. Ever since Bai Shanha asked her to win over that night shadow, she knew in her heart that she was always just a collateral branch of the Bai family. Although Bai Shanha is now spending a lot of money to train her, she understands that he just wants to train her to be a henchman for the Bai family. Once the time is right, Bai Shanha will surely make her sign that creation contract. At that point, she would have no choice but to obey the Bai family for the rest of her life. But no matter how strong a thug is, he is still inferior to others. Just like Ho Yong and his group of friends who had been by her side. For the past 18 years, Bai Xiaoxiao had had enough of living a subservient life. However, to change their fate, they now need to rely on the power of the Bai family. Therefore, Bai Xiaoxiao's attitude towards Bai Shanha remained humble and docile. At the same time, she had already quietly made up her mind about a plan. Her first step was to become the strongest newcomer, and in that capacity, approach Zhao Hao of the Zhao family. Both are exceptional talents, possessing the same SSS level talent. She firmly believed that with her stunning beauty, she would surely win Zhao Hao's favor. In that case, Bai Shanha would not dare to let her sign the creation contract. Now, all she has to do is complete the first promotion as quickly as possible. She believes that, with the current pace of upgrades, no one can surpass her this year. Perhaps Nightshade
blade's upgrade speed can be comparable. But she had already taken the quest token from the Calamity Messenger. Other advancement tasks take far longer than those for the Calamity Messenger. She was confident of victory. As level and attributes increase, Yi Xiao's recovery speed far exceeded his expectations. In just over 2 hours, his mental state had recovered to its best. I checked the time. Yi Xiao muttered to himself, "Fatty, just wait and see. I'll take you flying in the future." Then, he silently recited it in his mind. The next instant, his figure reappeared in the world of immortality. The moment he appeared, the spawn of the Calamity Messenger also occurs at the same time. Yi Xiao raised his hand and unleashed a fireball spell. 2 seconds later, he received another evil devouring skill stone. Meanwhile, it's only a few tens of thousands of experience points away from advancing to the next level. He crushed the skill stone. Immediately afterwards, Xueling's figure came into view. It seems she has been waiting here for quite some time. Soon, Xueling walked up to him. He respectfully handed over a large bag. "My lord, this is the Legion's remaining immortal coins, totaling 378,423. Yi Xiao took it and asked in confusion, "So little?" Xueling quickly explained, "My lord may not know, but all the profits of the Golden Phoenix Legion come from the Calamity Messenger. In previous years, Xueling only kept 5% of the income as operating funds for the Legion, and the rest had already been handed over to the forces that supported us. There was hardly any money left. The bulk of this 300,000 is because the Bai family pre-booked the entire day's Calamity Messenger, while the other newcomers haven't reached level 30 yet, so they haven't generated any revenue." Yi Xiao nodded, then smiled, and said, "The Bai family is really rich and powerful, but I like it." Xueling asked, then, "Sir, should we continue with the mission concerning the Bai family?" Yi Xiao glanced at her sideways. The quest was accepted by Xueling. "What does it have to do with me?" "Understood," Xueling replied without hesitation. Yi Xiao was very satisfied with her attitude. It seems this woman has no intention of betraying him. Having such a capable subordinate feels pretty good. At this moment, Xueling took out 8 identical skill stones from her bosom and handed them to Yi Xiao. "My lord, here are the evil devouring skill stones you need. The drop rate is extremely low, and after selling the ones we had before, we now only have these 8 left in the Legion." Yi Xiao took it, glanced at it, and said nothing. He understood that although Xueling and the others had been fighting against the messengers of calamity for many years, but his drop rate was far lower than his own. There's no guarantee that every time you kill a boss, you'll get the evil devour skill stone. Therefore, he wasn't too disappointed. After thinking for a moment, Yi Xiao still said, "Go and ask the Black Tiger and Silver Dragon legions how many evil devouring skill stones they still have. I want them all. As for the price, I'll say that after today, I will no longer interfere with the Calamity Messenger, and everything will remain the same. Anyway, they all think I'm an expert from some high-level region, so I believe they will agree." Xueling nodded to indicate that she understood, then turned and left. Until Xueling went far away, Yi Xiao then took out the 8 evil devouring skill stones he had just obtained. He originally planned to stay here for a few days to farm more skill stones. However, due to Xueling's defection, this plan naturally became unnecessary. Including the 3 skills he already possessed, he now has a total of 11 evil devouring skills. The hit restores 550 health points. A single fireball can restore 13,750 health points, based on his current 100,000 health points. With full power, it only takes 4 seconds to fully recover health. Combined with the second effect of the Ring of the Source of the Plague, his survival skills are simply incredible. However, considering the previous contest with Xiefeng, he decided to stack several more evil devourers to maximize his survivability. But at most, I can only refresh it 2 or 3 more times. The rest is up to Xueling to fill in. After learning the skill, Yi Xiao chuckled and opened the exchange. Now that we have money, our goal is no longer just to get the cheapest skill stones. At that moment, he couldn't help but think that those who had tried to block him were utterly ridiculous. However, after browsing through the exchanges, Yi Xiao, the fact that those guys were frantically buying up low-priced skill stones was affecting the market. What were originally worthless skill stones, worth only a couple hundred eternal coins, have now skyrocketed in price to nearly 1,000 eternal coins after being put on the market. It increased tenfold. Although Yi Xiao had unexpected wealth and the help of Jin Feng's gold farming team, his income from eternal coins continued to grow. But for someone who was always frugal, it still hurt a little. He grumbled a few times, but in the end he had no choice but to give in. After all, even if those people don't make a move, a price increase is only a matter of time. Then, Yi Xiao began searching for skills. With each advancement to the next level, the experience required to level up increases several times, or even 10 times, dramatically. This was something that Yi Xiao, who was used to rapid leveling up, found difficult to adapt to for a while. Meanwhile, leveling up becomes especially important in order to complete the Fusion Mage job change quest as quickly as possible. Therefore, the first thing he needed to find was skill stones that boosted experience. The common grade experience boosting skill stones were all snatched up in the previous round of of raids. Yi Xiao had no choice but to consider advanced skill stones.
However, high-level skill stones are generally dozens of times more expensive than ordinary skill stones.
Based on previous market prices, it would be around 2 to 5,000 eternal coins. But Yi Xiao glanced at it and found that even the cheapest high-level experience boosting skill stone cost 5,000 eternal coins.
He couldn't help but curse the unscrupulous merchant under his breath.
Then, without hesitation, he spent 50,000 eternal coins to buy 10 experience boosting skill stones. In total, these 10 skill stones can provide a 400% bonus to experience. With the previous bonuses, Yi Xiao's current experience gain speed is 8 times that of an ordinary person. He then found 8 more skill stones that increased the drop rate, spending a total of 40,000 eternal coins. The drop rate has increased by 180%, with a cumulative additional drop rate of 400%, which is 5 times that of a normal person. It must be mentioned here that while high-level skill stones are significantly more expensive, however, the improvement in effect is incomparable to that of ordinary skill stones.
After the functional improvements,
Yi Xiao then targeted the fireball spell. Luckily, 5 more fireballs appeared on the exchange in less than a day. It's possible that someone leaked information that Yi Xiao had previously purchased a large number of fireball spells, causing the price to skyrocket to an outrageous 10,000 eternal coins. But Yi Xiao still spent 50,000 eternal coins without hesitation to buy all 5 fireball spells. This will cause the price of fireball to continue to rise, but he had no choice but to accept it, since fireballs were a rare commodity on the market.
The investment of 50,000 eternal coins brought Yi Xiao a huge boost. He now possesses 30 fireballs.
The single target damage reached 12-18 points, thanks to the bonus to intelligence from level and skill stones. The total damage approached 36,554 points. It has increased by nearly 10,000 points compared to before advancing to the next level. After learning the fireball skill, Yi Xiao tried searching for the venomous invasion skill. As expected, this skill was not available.
It seems this item can only drop from the miasma forest. Opening the miasma hidden forest secret realm once requires a large amount of resources.
Compared to the slight increase in damage, it's really not worth it. Yi Xiao had no choice but to give up for the time being. After all, the damage from venomous invasion is already sufficient at this stage.
I glanced at the remaining 250,000 eternal coins. He recalled his battle with Xiefeng and realized his shortcomings in defense.
So he began searching for defensive skill stones. A short while later, a row of defensive skill stones came into view. Iron Wall Protection, advanced, increases physical defense by 30 points, price 4,000 eternal coins.
Unwavering Will, advanced, increases physical defense by 33 points, price 3,500 eternal coins. Magic Barrier, advanced, increases all elemental resistances by 10 points, price 3,500 immortal coins.
In the world of immortality, defensive attributes such as physical defense and magic resistance are not directly displayed on the profession panel, they are hidden attributes. However, after a century of research and calculations, it is possible to roughly estimate the defensive capabilities of professionals at different stages. At Yi Xiao's level, most people have around 300 points of physical defense. Therefore, even advanced passive defensive skills are quite effective. I can only use them as garbage. Of course, Yi Xiao also glanced at the exchange. There are some rare and epic defensive skills that he can learn at his current level.
One pill can increase defense by several hundred points.
The most expensive epic defense skill stone can increase physical defense by thousands of points with a single stone. The price has increased more than 4 or 5 times. However, the price is also astonishingly high, with one immortal coin costing millions or even tens of millions of yuan. Despite their exorbitant prices, people are still willing to pay for them. After all, in the world of immortality, although there are many powerful forces, they are nothing compared to the hundreds of billions of professionals. Most professionals have ordinary backgrounds and lack resource support, resulting in extremely slow leveling speeds. When equipment is insufficient, many people get stuck at a certain stage for months or even years, which is quite common. To break through, powerful equipment and high-level skill stones are the only options.
Compared to equipment, skill stones that enhance the same attributes are obviously more affordable.
In order to break through, many people sacrifice valuable skill slots and purchase skill stones that can provide the greatest boost at the current stage.
This is the difference between ordinary people and those powerful forces.
Seeing the exorbitant prices of those skill stones, Yi Xiao couldn't help but feel fortunate once again. Fortunately, I awakened the godlike talent of unlimited skill slots. Otherwise, given his status as an orphan, even if he awakens other powerful talents, without resource support, becoming a strong person would be extremely difficult. Coming to his senses, Yi Xiao bought 67 defensive skill stones in one go. After making the purchase, the immortal coins in his pocket were emptied again. Looking at this situation, he sighed helplessly. This money really goes by too quickly. We should find a way to sell the divine forging stone as soon as possible. After saying that, Yi Xiao crushed the 67 skill stones one by one.
Then I glanced at at the panel statistics. Current skill learning bonus effect. Each time you kill a monster, you will gain an additional 120 experience points.
The experience points gained are increased by an additional 700%.
Drop rate increased by 400%. Spell penetration increased by 18%. Mana regeneration increases by an average of 11 points per second. Toxic resistance increased by 3745. Toxin resistance increased by 40%. Skill attack range increased by 200 yards. Physical defense increased by 1085 points. All elemental resistances increased by 332 points. Looking at the abundant skill bonuses, Yi Xiao was very satisfied.
In particular, physical defense increased by 1085 points. It has far exceeded the bonus that an epic skill stone can provide. However, this price is less than 1/10 of that of an epic skill stone with the same effect.
The same applies to elemental resistance.
To date, Yi Xiao has learned 596 skills.
In addition to the effects mentioned above,
thanks to the boost from his talent, he also gained an additional 1192 points of intelligence.
This is almost several times his original intelligence.
At the same time, his maximum health also soared again, reaching 120,890 points.
He made a rough estimate. If I were to fight Xiefeng again in my current state,
I wouldn't have to worry about my life at all. Yi Xiao was quite satisfied with this. However, the next moment, he noticed that his shopping spree had attracted the attention of countless people in a short period of time. At this moment, the chat channel was flooded with discussions about Yi Xiao's crazy purchase of skill stones. Breaking news, Nightshade is buying up skill stones like crazy again. The 3 high-level experience skill stones that my friend and I had placed on the exchange were just bought up by Nightshade. Not only experience items, but also several high-level skill stones that increase the drop rate that I have here were swept away by him.
Really?
Before, I could say I bought those cheap, low-quality skill stones for crafting, but now I'm buying so many high-level skill stones. What's the point?
Nonsense, it's obviously to synthesize higher-grade superior skill stones. Is there even a question?
Hiss.
That's too extravagant.
It costs about 10,000 eternal coins to synthesize a high-level skill stone, and the probability of
synthesizing an even higher-level fine skill stone is less than 1 in 10. No matter how you calculate it, it's not worth it. Who knows? When I was resting, I saw someone analyzing Nightshade's talents on the professional forum. It doesn't seem to be the kind that increases the success rate of synthesis. I'm really curious, what kind of talent makes Nightshade so amazing? It's no use being curious.
If it were me, I would never tell anyone about this kind of heaven-defying talent, even if you killed me. That makes sense, but then again, Nightshade doesn't seem to be a member of any faction.
He's just a commoner like us.
Where did he get so much money to buy these high-level skill stones?
Could it be that he has been recruited by some powerful force?
Hiss.
Which faction is moving so fast? In the chat channel, speculations abounded.
Meanwhile, in Suiwei City, which belonged to the Zhao family, the third elder, Zhao Mo, who was stationed there, saw the discussion about Night Shadow in the chat channel and remained silent for a moment. Zhao Changlin, the commander of the Longyuan Legion, who was standing nearby, also saw these messages. After a brief moment of contemplation, Zhao Changlin spoke up, "Elder, the growth of this Night Shadow seems to have exceeded our expectations."
Zhao Mo nodded.
As a key figure in the Zhao family, he knew better than anyone that now, let alone trying to win them over, he didn't even have the chance to make contact with Nightshade. Nightshade was able to spend so many eternal coins to buy skill stones at once. This indirectly shows that he grew up very quickly. Zhao Mo even vaguely felt that Night Shadow's growth rate had surpassed that of Zhao Hao within the clan. If that were all, Zhao Mo wouldn't care too much. However, the other side may already have grasped the secrets of the miasma forest.
This made Zhao Mo feel somewhat uneasy. After a moment's thought, Zhao Mo asked, "Have you heard anything from the people we sent out?"
Zhao Changlin nodded and said bitterly, "I just received news that the group we sent out can no longer enter the secret realm of the miasma hidden forest through special means. In any case, the most important thing right now is to find this Nightshade." "Understood, Elder," Zhao Changlin replied. They then prepared to leave. Just then, the subordinate who had brought the news earlier rushed over. "Third Elder, Commander, something terrible has happened. A major incident has occurred in Black Sand City. Xuefeng, the commander of the Golden Phoenix Legion, has been killed by a master." This news shocked both Zhao Changlin and Zhao Mo, causing them to stand up abruptly.
2 hours later, in Black Sand City,
a dozen or so professionals in uniform with unfamiliar faces appeared in the city without warning. The group consisted of 16 people, each with a stern expression and hurried steps.
Pedestrians walked towards him on the street, but he didn't pay much attention at first.
However, when one of them glanced at the markings on the group's chests, his expression immediately changed. He quickly pulled his friend, who was still curiously observing, aside.
"What's wrong? These people look so ordinary.
Why do you look like you've seen a ghost?" my friend asked.
The man replied irritably, "Didn't you see the markings on their chests? They're from Long Yuan." "Long Yuan?"
my friend muttered subconsciously, then his eyes widened and he blurted out,
"The Zhao family's Long Yuan Legion?"
As soon as he finished speaking, speaking, several cold gazes locked onto him. Seeing this, his companion immediately and decisively retreated more than 10 meters. The man was left with a green face and trembling legs. Fortunately, the group did not pay attention to him and left in a hurry after looking away, until their figures completely disappeared. The person who had spoken earlier collapsed to the ground with a thud, panting heavily. At this moment, his companion quietly walked back to his side, his tone reproachful. "Why were you shouting like that? You almost scared me to death." The man on the ground glared at him angrily. "How dare you talk to me like that? You actually ran away just now? Didn't you say you'd fight alongside me for life?" "Bah! Fighting side by side requires a chance of victory. That's the Dragon Abyss Legion. If you mess with them, you're doomed. Am I supposed to run away and wait to die with you?" The people on the ground, upon hearing this, seemed to find some truth in it and were speechless. However, he quickly asked curiously, "Speaking of which, what are the Dragon Abyss Legion people doing here?" His companion shrugged. "Who knows? That's the Zhao family, one of the 8 great families in the Alliance. We ordinary people have no right to ask." As this little incident spread, news of the Dragon Abyss Legion's appearance in Black Sand City quickly spread far and wide. The Black Tiger and Silver Dragon Legions, who happened to be gathered together to discuss Yi Zhao's affairs, also learned of this news at the same time. Lei Lahu was stunned for a moment, scratching his head and asking in confusion, "What exactly are the people from Longyuan going to Blackwater Canyon for?" A strange light flashed in Quanglong's eyes as he whispered, "Perhaps it's because that guy killed Xiefeng?" Lei Lahu frowned. "Do you really believe Xiefeng is dead?" Mad Dragon sneered, "Even now, are you still pretending to be stupid in front of me?" Lei Lahu was not angry, but responded calmly, "After all, everyone has witnessed her strength. Without seeing the body, I always feel that there is a conspiracy involved. If you're not afraid of death, you might as well go and see for yourself." Lei Lahu gave an awkward laugh. Quanglong shook his head. Even Longyuan has been alarmed, so the force behind the Golden Phoenix Legion is probably the Zhao family. Lei Lahu nodded. "It seems I was right. No wonder my boss told me not to clash with Jin Fengqi. It turns out the Zhao family is behind her." Changing the subject, he remembered that the woman named Xue Ling had extorted several skill stones from him, and couldn't help but feel regretful. "I regret giving it to them too early. If that expert really offended the Zhao family of Longyuan, he probably won't live much longer." Quanlong, standing to the side, remained silent, a thoughtful glint occasionally flashing in his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking, apart from Lei Laohu and Yi Long. At this time, many people in the regional chat channel were also discussing the Dragon Abyss Legion. There is more than one beginner zone in the world of immortality. But everyone knew that although this newbie zone was nominally unclaimed land, it had actually been secretly controlled by the Zhao family. Therefore, many people are curious. "I heard that people from Longyuan went to Black Sand City? What are they doing there?" "I don't know, but I heard that the person who saw it with his own eyes was Zhao Wu, the person in charge of Longyuan in this area." Hiss. Zhao Wu, with his A-level talent, is personally making a move? Could it be that he has made some new discovery? Or has someone offended the Zhao family? Could it be that they're going to help the Zhao family's new recruits with their advancement tasks? After all, that's where the Calamity Messenger spawns. Now that you mention it, it reminds me of Zhao Hao from 2 years ago. However, I haven't heard of any particularly outstanding newcomers from the Zhao family in our area these past few years, so they probably wouldn't be making such a big fuss, would they? Who knows? They can't just be here to arrest people, can they? In this area, apart from the Zhao family, none of the other 8 major families dare to easily provoke the Zhao family. Blackwater Canyon, a secluded pool. Just as the boss was about to respawn, Snow Spirit returned. He also brought with him 14 evil devouring skill stones, a gift from Black Tiger and Mad Dragon. Seeing this, Yi Xiao, who was bored, was overjoyed. He took the skill stone directly and crushed it without hesitation. At this moment, his evil devouring effect stacked up to 25 layers. The amount of health restored with each attack has also been increased to 1250 points. With the fireball spell stacked to 30 layers, a single fireball spell can restore 37,500 health points to him. Now, he no longer needs to agonize over whether to stay here. Yi Zhao's mood immediately improved. Tell them that they can continue to hunt down calamity messengers, but any skill stones they obtain that allow them to devour evil must be brought to you. Xue Ling nodded in agreement. Now that the effects of the evil devouring have accumulated, Yi Xiao no longer needs to stay here in a tedious manner. Just then, the boss's respawn time arrived. Hearing the commotion coming from the dark pool, Yi Xiao didn't hesitate and immediately unleashed a fireball spell. 2 seconds later, the poor messenger of calamity let out a furious roar of resentment and collapsed again. At the same time, Yi Zhao's level increased again, reaching level 36. Level 40 is not far away. Xue Ling, who was standing to the side, was still shocked by the commotion at this moment, even though she had already witnessed Yi Zhao's power. However, Xue Ling was not the only one who was shocked. Just as Yi Xiao was making a commotion, Zhao Wu and his group from the Dragon Abyss Legion had just arrived outside the dark pool and happened to hear the sound. As the person in charge of the Dragon Abyss Legion's garrison in the newbie area, Zhao Wu naturally naturally knew that someone was besieging and killing the boss. Before he arrived, he had already learned about the situation here through his subordinates.
Xie Feng's death was caused by an unknown expert trying to steal the boss.
Thinking of this, a cold glint flashed in Zhao Wu's eyes. He was eager to know who was so bold as to openly provoke the Zhao family within their sphere of influence.
Before he finished speaking, he moved swiftly and arrived around the pool in the blink of an eye.
I witnessed the moment the boss fell. At the same time, he also saw clearly the two people standing in front of the boss. Zhao Wu's expression changed slightly.
Two people ganging up on the boss? In his mind, even young Master Zhao Hao, who possesses SSS level talent, couldn't do this, right?
At the same time, Yi Xiao, who had just picked up the skill stone dropped by the boss, also heard the noise and turned around to look. Upon seeing the young face before him, Zhao Wu was stunned. This was the first thought that popped into his head, but in an instant, he himself was amused by this judgment. He knew Xue Ling, after all, as the person in charge of this area. He was naturally very familiar with the situation around Xue Feng. With Xue Ling's combat strength, she was simply no match for the Calamity Messenger. Therefore, the only reasonable explanation is that the young man in front of them killed the Calamity Messenger on his own.
Anyone who can do this is definitely a master, at least at level 6. This also explains why Xie Feng had the accident.
He knew Xue Feng's strength very well. It was not something a newcomer could easily challenge. Our young master Zhao Hao, who possesses SSS level talent, just completed his first transformation 2 years ago and had also sparred with Xue Feng. However, due to the significant difference in skill level, they ultimately lost. Even a prodigy like his young master couldn't defeat Xue Feng, so how could he believe that others could do it? Zhao Wu suddenly remembered something. His previously composed expression instantly turned to astonishment.
He even exclaimed in somewhat disbelief, "You are Nightshade? To be able to serve as the head of a district is no small feat."
At that moment, Zhao Wu suddenly realized something and quickly recalled the extremely powerful newcomer who had emerged this year. The person first achieved an SSS rating in the beginner's secret realm, and then successfully conquered the level 20 unclaimed secret realm, the Miasma Hidden Forest. The strength displayed by this Night Shadow has already subtly surpassed that of Zhao Hao from 2 years ago. Just now, he was still pondering that the value of the Calamity Messenger was not worth a 6th-tier professional personally taking action and incurring such a great cost. But if the other party really is the strongest rookie, Nightshade, then everything makes sense. Clearly, the reason this Nightshade appeared here is to complete its job change quest. Seeing that the other party guessed his identity in an instant, Yi Xiao could only smile wryly.
There really aren't many fools in this world. However, he was not surprised. This was the trouble that came with fame. Who exactly are you?
Zhao Wu was speechless with shock,
but instead of immediately responding to Yi Xiao's question, he asked in a deep voice, "Did you kill Xue Feng?"
Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao immediately understood. It seems these people are the forces behind Xie Feng. I didn't expect it to arrive so quickly. Based on this, it can be inferred that it should be the Zhao family of Long Yuan. After all, Yi Xiao knew that the Zhao family had always firmly controlled the 702 newbie zone. Only the Zhao family's Long Yuan Legion can act so swiftly and decisively.
Why aren't you answering? Do you think you can get away with it by keeping quiet? The other person's tone was unfriendly.
Hearing this, Yi Xiao sighed inwardly, although he was virtually invincible in this beginner zone. But regardless of whether the other party is the Zhao family or the Qin family, they are both among the 8 top families in the alliance. Only a few extremely powerful individuals within the alliance can truly suppress these powerful families. Therefore, Yi Xiao felt that there was no need to make enemies with them for no reason. After all, he had no deep-seated hatred for them. Once relations sour, troubles will surely follow. This was definitely not what Yi Xiao wanted. However, the visitor had no idea what Yi Xiao was thinking. On the contrary, the Dragon Abyss members behind Zhao Wu, upon hearing Zhao Wu call out the name Yi Xiao, their previously indifferent faces were now filled with shock. Immediately afterwards, everyone drew their weapons and stood ready for battle.
Compared to his subordinates' reactions, Zhao Wu was filled with a myriad of thoughts. As a direct descendant of the Zhao family, he naturally knew more inside information. He realized that the shadowy figure before him likely possessed some secrets of the Zhao family. The specific situation within the miasma-infested forest is currently unclear. Although the Zhao family is always cautious and unlikely to leave any trace, but better safe than sorry. If outsiders find out about this information, it will definitely not be a good thing. And the Night Shadow before them is very likely the only one who knows about this. With this in mind, Zhao Wu finally came up with a plan. In any case, we must first bring the other party under control. As for how to handle the matter afterward, that can only be decided by the clan elders. In a flash, Zhao Wu made what he believed to be the best choice. He quickly drew his weapon and shouted coldly. However, before the words were even finished, someone else acted even faster. Almost as soon as Zhao Wugong made his move, 30 fireballs appeared out of thin air. The next instant, the fireball struck Zhao Wu, who had not yet reacted. Although Zhao Wu was prepared, the fireballs all hit him because they were too close. At this moment, Yi Zhao's skill
damage has undergone a dramatic change compared to before his battle with Xue Feng. He not only possesses double the talent bonus from the Crimson Moon token, but also,
I just learned over 100 new skills.
His intelligence soared to a terrifying 1704 points, comparable to a level 112 professional with no base stats.
A single fireball has a power of 1752 points.
The 30 fireballs dealt a staggering 52,562 points of damage. The Jiaowu before us is capable of becoming the leader of the Dragon Abyss Legion in the 702 newbie zone. His combat power might even be stronger than Xue Feng's, but it absolutely could not withstand the 30 fireballs that Ji Xiao fired in succession. The fireball exploded on Zhao Wu's body, and the scorching flames instantly engulfed him. Zhao Wu had no time to react at all. The Long Yuan members behind him were clearly still reeling from the sudden turn of events.
Let's go.
Then they were swept away by wave after wave of fireballs.
More than a dozen more corpses were found beside the dark pool in the Blackwater Canyon.
Looking at Zhao Wu's unseeing eyes in death, he probably didn't expect this young man to act so decisively.
He wasn't even given a chance to regret it.
Yi Xiao shook his head and muttered to himself, I didn't want this to happen either. It's you who are being unreasonable. He originally wanted to talk to Zhao Wu, and maybe even reach a cooperation agreement with the Zhao family. After all, the Zhao family is one of the 8 major families in the alliance.
Being able to cooperate with them would bring him many benefits. Unfortunately, these people clearly didn't take him seriously. Even knowing his identity, they also knew that he had killed Xie Feng.
Yet they still attacked him, perhaps because he is a member of the Zhao family. They've long been accustomed to being superior in front of others. They thought they would be afraid of the Zhao family and wouldn't dare to go too far.
Unfortunately, they encountered a hothead. The result can only be that they suffer the consequences.
Regarding his killing of the Zhao family members, Yi Xiao wasn't too worried. After all, apart from Xue Ling, no one knows the truth. Suddenly, his gaze fell on Xue Ling beside him. At this moment, Xue Ling was once again stunned by Yi Xiao's way of attacking without warning.
Feeling his intriguing gaze, he shuddered. My lord,
I haven't revealed your identity, I swear, Yi Xiao said expressionlessly.
Just because you haven't been exposed yet doesn't mean you won't be in the future. You look so weak, I'm afraid you can't withstand other people's interrogation.
Xue Ling's face was pale, and her whole body trembled uncontrollably.
That pitiful look is truly heart-melting.
But Yi Xiao remained unmoved. They slowly approached Xue Ling step by step. After Zhao Wu recognized his identity immediately, Yi Xiao knew that his previous behavior had made it too easy to expose his identity.
Anyway, in his opinion,
since the Zhao family has already gotten involved in this matter, Xue Ling and her Golden Phoenix Legion will likely find it difficult to establish themselves in Black Sand City.
Since it's no longer useful, to save some trouble,
he intended to nip any potential trouble in the bud. Sensing the killing intent rising in Yi Xiao's eyes, Xue Ling seemed to understand his thoughts. Just as Yi Xiao was only a few steps away from her,
suddenly, he knelt down. Xue Ling immediately knelt down.
Then, to Yi Xiao's astonishment, Xue Ling hurriedly stripped off all her clothes. In an instant, her snow-white skin was displayed before Yi Xiao without any concealment.
Completely naked, she was quite eye-catching.
A strange thought flashed through Yi Xiao's mind.
You think I'm a lustful fiend?
Xue Ling quickly shook her head, completely unconcerned about being naked in front of the man. Instead, he eagerly explained, My lord, I know your concerns, so I am willing to offer my pure body and sign a slave contract with you, so that you will not have to worry about me revealing your identity. Yi Xiao was somewhat stunned.
He had seen slave contracts in some books. That was a method humans used to control hybrids back then. Once the contract is signed, the hybrids will be unable to defy any human will.
It can be said that the mixed-race people back then were extremely disgusted with this kind of contract. However, as hybrids gradually disappeared, this contract was also forgotten. Unexpectedly, Xue Ling in front of me was willing to become a slave in order to survive. He glanced at Xue Ling's unmasked, snow-white body. Finally, my gaze lingered on her pretty face, which was full of anticipation. Yi Xiao suddenly uttered a few words.
I've never learned that stuff. I'll teach you.
Faced with Xue Ling's persistent request, Yi Xiao sighed inwardly. I can't refuse such kindness. In the end, he still didn't kill Xue Ling. This woman, constantly struggling on the brink of life and death, is incredibly tenacious. This gave Yi Xiao a plan in mind. Since Xue Ling was willing to sign a slave contract with him, he didn't need to worry about his identity being exposed. In this way, he could use Xue Ling to investigate the Zhao family's movements. At the very least, he needed to figure out what the Zhao family intended to do with the mixed-race individuals. Although he had some vague guesses, they were ultimately just guesses.
What do you mean now?
Black Sand City, formerly the headquarters of the Golden Phoenix Legion. Bai Xiaoxiao sat upright, trying her best to maintain a dignified posture, but her words still carried anger and anxiety. Sitting opposite is Xue Feng's younger sister, Xue Ling. She replied calmly, Sorry, the Golden Phoenix Legion no longer exists.
You've come to the wrong person.
After Zhao Wu and his group were instantly defeated by Yi Xiao, Xueling managed to save her life from Yi Zhao's clutches thanks to the slave contract. Afterwards, she gathered the remaining members and renamed them the Dark Knight Legion. He then appointed himself as the Legion commander. Although the Black Tiger and Silver Dragon legions were puzzled by this, they did not take any action. After all, the expert who killed Xue Feng is still alive, and they don't know if that expert has any supporting forces behind them. Even though they each have powerful backers, but distant water can't quench an immediate fire. The Dragon Abyss Legion entered Blackwater Canyon and haven't been heard from since.
Who doesn't know what happened? Naturally, they dared not act rashly.
The Zhao family, who were originally behind the Golden Phoenix Legion, have remained silent since Zhao Wu's incident. On the one hand, previously only Xie Feng had separate contact with the Zhao family. The others were unaware that the Zhao family was the force behind the Golden Phoenix Legion.
On the other hand, given the Zhao family's background, they probably wouldn't be interested in the meager income from Black Sand City.
Otherwise, the Longyuan Legion would have been sent to oversee the situation much earlier. The secret support for the Golden Phoenix Legion was probably to cover up their activities in the Miasma Forest. However, with the appearance of the Night Shadows, the situation in the Plague Forest changed.
The layout over there also lost its meaning.
Xie Feng, the only one who knew the truth, is dead.
The Zhao family lost interest in Black Sand City.
Therefore, the Dark Knight Legion has now legitimately broken free from the Zhao family's control. This also explains what Xueling said earlier. As for whether the Zhao family will contact Xueling again in the future, Yi Xiao actually hoped they would come. In this way, with the help of Xueling, they can find out the secret of the mixed blood race from the Zhao family. However, the Bai family was unaware of these matters, and Bai Xiao was naturally also completely unaware of them. All she knew was that she was already level 30.
I just completed the second job advancement quest and successfully obtained the Calamity Messenger's token.
However, upon arriving in Black Sand City, they were informed that the mission could not be completed for the time being. This is absolutely unacceptable to Bai Xiao, who is determined to become the strongest Rookie of the Year.
It's important to understand that Rookie of the Year is more than just a title.
Possessing this title grants one the blessing of the rules of the world of immortality, allowing one to enjoy attribute bonuses. The way to obtain this title is to be the first among the new players each year to reach level 90 and complete the third job advancement task. Zhao Hao from the Zhao family was the Rookie of the Year that year. Bai Xiao had made up her mind to use Zhao Hao's influence to break free from the Bai family's control. Therefore, she absolutely must win this Rookie of the Year award. But now, Xueling tells her that she cannot help complete the mission. How could she not be furious? She even felt that Xueling was looking down on her, a powerful member of a collateral branch of the Bai family.
He immediately slammed his fist on the table and stood up in anger. Do you really think that the Bai family is someone that anyone can manipulate at will?
Faced with Bai Xiao's threats, Xueling remained unshaken and responded calmly. I certainly wouldn't dare offend the Bai family, but the Dragon Abyss Legion went in earlier and hasn't come out yet.
Does Miss Bai think the Dragon Abyss Legion is inferior to my Dark Knight Legion?
This is too much of an honor for my Dark Knight Legion.
I am truly ashamed. Bai Xiao's expression changed.
She had just arrived in Black Sand City, and although she had heard about the Dragon Abyss Legion, however, she was unclear about the other party's specific purpose for coming here. Upon hearing this news, Bai Xiao realized that the people from Longyuan had also entered. At this point, despite still harboring resentment, Bai Xiao refrained from making a scene. After all, that was not someone she could easily provoke, especially since she would have to rely on him in the future. Although she was filled with resentment, Bai Xiao could only try her best to suppress her anxious emotions and wait patiently. The only thing that gave her some comfort was, although she couldn't complete the advancement task immediately, neither could anyone else, unless they choose other, more tedious tasks. But that would only make the waste of time even more serious. After figuring these things out, Bai Xiao's mood calmed down a bit. However, she was completely unaware of this. As early as yesterday, Yi Xiao had already defeated the Calamity Messenger and successfully completed the first stage advancement mission. Moreover, he had killed the Calamity Messengers multiple times during this period. At this moment, Yi Xiao had just finished arranging a series of tasks for Xueling. They left Black Sand City ahead of schedule. The evil devouring layer has already reached 25 layers, so there's no need to guard the boss anymore. As long as Xueling gets the skill stones later, then you can leave them for him. Of course, he hurriedly left Black Sand City mainly because the secret realm badge of the Miasma Forest had just issued an alarm.
Someone has invaded the secret realm.
Yi Xiao was particularly concerned about Remy's situation, so he rushed to the miasma-infested forest immediately. Now he has become the ruler of the Miasma Forest, and can instantly teleport into the secret realm using the secret realm badge.
Otherwise, it would take at least half a day to travel from Black Sand City to the Miasma Forest.
However, just as Yi Xiao arrived at the secret realm using the badge's teleportation function,
he then saw two unfamiliar figures, one in front and one behind, flanking someone. The one being besieged is the NPC Remy.
Remy was the key figure in Yi Xiao's later
better acquisition of the exquisite pearl. Without thinking too much, Yi Xiao conjured up a fireball spell out of thin air. The blazing flames tore through the air, striking one of them directly. The opponent was blasted several meters away. At the same time, he quickly launched his attack at lightning speed. Yi Xiao appeared instantly beside Remy, ready to make his move. However, another stranger seemed to have already noticed Yi Xiao's presence. The reaction was extremely fast. They retreated almost the instant the fireball was cast. As Yi Xiao approached, he was surprised to see a black hole suddenly appear beneath the man's feet. Without hesitation, he jumped in. The black hole then disappeared. The whole process took less than a second, and the person completely disappeared from Yi Xiao's sight, as if he had never existed. This scene stunned Yi Xiao. He then turned to another figure. They discovered that the person had been burned black by the fireball spell, and died a gruesome death. But Yi Xiao's expression remained serious. At this moment, a message appeared on the person's body. Although it gradually became blurred, it was enough for Yi Xiao to recognize his identity. He never expected that the two people who suddenly invaded were NPCs, just like Remy. At this moment, Yi Xiao turned around and looked at Remy. Suddenly, I noticed that Remy looked listless and his eyes were lifeless. Bright black blood kept gushing from his mouth. Yi Xiao's expression changed slightly. Remy finally saw Yi Xiao clearly, his face pale, but he smiled bitterly. "My lord, I've been poisoned." Yi Xiao frowned. "Is there an antidote?" Remy shook his head and said bitterly, "I personally concocted this poison. Even a master of the Holy Realm cannot purify this soul-devouring insect poison." Unlike professionals, NPCs exist in the world of immortality. They are more like the local natives, and their detoxification process is not as simple as that of professionals who can easily be cured with purification or a general antidote. Yi Xiao was at a loss for what to do, but he still had many unanswered questions, and Remy was the key to crafting the exquisite jewel. Now that Remy's life hangs by a thread, Yi Xiao can't help but feel anxious. If he dies, how will the exquisite pearl be refined? Remy seemed to have sensed Yi Xiao's thoughts. After coughing up another mouthful of black blood, he spoke weakly, "My lord, it seems you should have noticed something." "Indeed, I have been hiding something from you before. That was all for self-preservation, but now that I'm about to die, I'm willing to tell you all my secrets. I don't ask you to help me immediately, but I hope that you can take revenge for me when the opportunity arises in the future. I will be extremely grateful." Just 10 minutes after Yi Xiao arrived at the secret realm, Remy died from the poison he had concocted. Looking at Remy lying on the ground, his body beginning to fester, Yi Xiao sighed softly. This sudden change caught him somewhat off guard. Then, he looked down at the 3 exquisite pearls in his hand, as well as a Stargate stone that he had never heard of before. These things were all plundered from that dead person. It can be considered that we gained something, at least we didn't leave empty-handed. First, he took out the exquisite pearl, and Yi Xiao used it without saying a word. Ding! You have used a superior gem. Your fireball spell level has increased. Ding! You have used a superior gem. Your fireball spell level has increased. Fireball consumes 10 mana, deals 480 plus 1.0 asterisk, intelligence, fire damage to the target, cooldown, 1 second. Fireball is Yi Xiao's strongest offensive skill. This exquisite orb is also incomplete, so it can only be used on ordinary skills. Yi Xiao didn't think much of it. Moreover, the results were quite remarkable for him. The upgraded fireball spell. The damage per bullet jumped from over 1700 points to 2512 points. It increased in power by nearly half. Just looking at this upgraded fireball spell, its damage already far exceeds that of other similar high-level skills. Moreover, the total damage from the 30 fireballs reached an astonishing 75,372 points. Based on this damage calculation, a fireball spell can be cast once every 0.5 seconds. When Yi Xiao faced the Messenger of Calamity again, it has already achieved true instant kill. The upgraded power of the fireball spell somewhat lessened his regret over Remy's death. Then, Yi Xiao picked up another item he had taken from the man, the Star Luogite stone. Yi Xiao had never heard of this thing before. Fortunately, Remy solved the mystery for him before he died. This thing is actually a key. Its function is to create a black hole under one's feet, just like the escaped figure before. That black hole is actually a special passage. According to Remy, there exists a special space beneath the surface of the immortal world that human professionals have never discovered. This space is referred to by the NPCs as the cave. 80 years after the world-ending war, the NPCs stumbled upon this place. It is precisely because of the underground caves that's how the NPCs of that time were able to avoid extinction and survive to this day. Years of research have revealed the wonders of the cave. The underground cave is somewhat similar to an independent dimensional space outside the main world. Moreover, the cavern contains a large number of monsters. Their strength far surpasses that of the monsters on the surface of the immortal world. Some NPCs even speculated that the monsters that are everywhere in the immortal world may have slipped out of the underground caves. However, it is limited by the rules of the immortal world. The monsters that escaped from the underground cave were all suppressed in strength. However, these are all just speculations. The true reason for the existence
existence of the cave remains a mystery.
This is similar to the NPCs not understanding why humans appeared in the immortal world 100 years ago.
The Starry Sky Guide Stone is the key to unlocking the underground cave.
It is also used as a buoy for positioning in underground caves.
The underground cave connects to all the secret realms of the immortal world.
NPCs can freely enter and exit all secret realms using the underground caves. This is a secret that human job seekers have never known.
Yi Xiao had not seen any relevant records in any ancient books or materials. The reason Remy had previously held back against Yi Xiao was precisely because of all this. His reason for trying to contact other Asian Americans was to ask for help.
Maya is the name the NPCs used to refer to their own ethnic group.
However, to Remy's surprise, the person did indeed arrive. The people who came didn't come to save him. Instead, after learning that he hadn't told Yi Xiao any important information, they chose to silence him. He intended to fake his death from poisoning in order to prevent Yi Xiao from learning more about the secrets of the Maya people. But no one expected Yi Xiao to return so quickly. As a result, they were caught in the act, which led to the current situation. At the same time, Remy also explained everything. The reason why the Zhao family keeps cultivating hybrids is that Remy needs hybrids to refine exquisite pearls.
However, the hybrids cultivated by Xiefeng were not born this way.
Therefore,
the success rate of refining exquisite pearls is extremely limited, and the results are mediocre. Just like the exquisite pearl Yi Xiao used before,
it can only affect basic skills, and they must be active skills. At the same time, the increase in skill proficiency is also limited. You can only upgrade a normal skill a maximum of 10 times. After more than 10 attempts, if you want to continue to improve your skill level, you must use a higher quality exquisite gem. This surprised Yi Xiao quite a bit. As for the divine forging stone on Remy's body, he did not deceive Yi Xiao.
However, he belonged to an organization called Shadow Prison among the Asians.
According to him, this organization has the lowest status among Asian Americans, and he himself is on the margins. Because he is a Mashishi, insect master, and skilled in crafting poisons, that's why he was sent to lie in wait in the miasma-ridden forest. Therefore, his knowledge and resources were extremely limited. Previously, he only had one divine forging stone left, but as long as he can continue to refine exquisite pearls, he can exchange them for divine stones with other Maya people through the underground cave.
However, this exchange was not initiated by Remy.
He did not possess the Star Luogite stone. They can only passively wait for other members of the organization to come and exchange each month.
After explaining all this, Remy died. After a brief analysis, Yi Xiao chose to believe Remy's words.
After all, there's no need for a dying person to fabricate a bunch of lies just to deceive him. Playing with the Starry Sky Guide stone in his hand, Yi Xiao fell into deep thought.
Remy's death came suddenly and caught everyone off guard.
As a result, he lost a channel for refining exquisite pearls. However, Remy also told him that the method for crafting exquisite jewels was taught by the organization. Therefore, in order to obtain more exquisite pearls, Yi Xiao must travel through the underground caves to the domain organization to which Remy belongs.
Moreover, Remy revealed some information that Yi Xiao found quite interesting.
All the divine stones that have appeared in the world of immortality since ancient times were actually made by the people of Maya. Yi Xiao vaguely felt that he had grasped the fuse of the world-destroying war 80 years ago.
Level 30.
It is very likely that this is due to the existence of the God-forged stone.
Health points, 100,000.
For humankind, the God-forged stone is an extremely precious treasure.
So precious that it could ignite any war.
However, Yi Xiao still had doubts in his heart. Since the God-forged stones were useless to the Maya, humans could have simply bought them from them back then. There was absolutely no need to wage such a large-scale and brutal war. With that in mind, Yi Xiao immediately made a decision. With this Star Guide stone, even if you are in danger, you can use its positioning function to transfer back to the world of immortality immediately.
So he pressed a button on the Star Guide stone.
A black hole, exactly the same as before, appeared beneath his feet.
Immediately, Yi Xiao seemed to be sucked into a black hole and disappeared instantly. My vision instantly became chaotic.
At the same time, a strong feeling of dizziness struck. This made his heart tighten suddenly. Fortunately, the dizziness dissipated in less than half a second. Immediately afterwards, he felt his feet step on the hard ground. Vision was restored. What came into view was a dazzling, mesmerizing light, as if distorted by time and space, appearing exceptionally eerie. The ground beneath their feet was composed of a deep purple, unknown crystal.
It emitted a soft yet eerie glow.
However, regardless of the dazzling lights around him or the eerie glow emanating from beneath his feet, Yi Xiao felt a sense of inexplicable tension. When it reached a height of about 10 meters, it felt as if it had been cleaved in two by an invisible, enormous longsword. Above that blade was a deep, dark space. Yi Xiao felt that the world above and below were completely different worlds.
This feeling creates a strange sense of disconnect.
At the same time, this bizarre scene brought an extremely strong sense of shock and oppression. Even though Yi Xiao was mentally prepared, the scene before him still shocked him.
Such a magical space really exists. Is this what they call an underground cave?
Suddenly, a pair of eerie, crimson eyes eyes appeared in the indescribable, oppressive darkness above. Immediately afterwards, a roar, like a thunderclap, suddenly exploded in Yi Xiao's ears. He felt as if he had been struck by lightning, and the hair on his body stood on end instantly. Despicable otherworldly creatures, annihilate them. Yi Xiao looked up and stared into those deep red eyes. A sudden tremor ran through the depths of my soul. A red light suddenly burst forth from between Yi Xiao's brows, heading straight for those eyes. In an instant, those ferocious eyes seemed to be stung, and they let out a frenzied roar. The surrounding space began to shake violently, and the glare became even more distorted. Suddenly, red light scattered across the dark sky, coalescing into an eerie red moon.
Damn otherworldly creature, it's that trick again.
As the red moon rose, those eyes seemed to encounter a terrifying threat, and they quickly closed and then vanished.
Calmness returned to the surroundings. The entire process took less than 3 seconds. If one hadn't personally experienced that terrifying pressure,
Yi Xiao almost doubted that he was hallucinating.
Remy clearly said this before he died.
As long as you have the Star Guide Stone, the creatures in the dungeon will not attack you unless provoked.
However, just a moment ago,
Yi Xiao could clearly feel the intense killing intent emanating from those eyes. His brows were furrowed. He didn't think Remy would lie to him after he died. The 2 NPCs who had previously infiltrated the plague forest were clearly weaker than him. The oppressive aura he just felt was enough to make him feel pressured.
Not to mention those 2 NPCs. Where exactly did things go wrong?
Yi Xiao was filled with doubt.
The space shrouded by the crimson moon returned to tranquility once more.
Coming to his senses, Yi Xiao looked at the red moon overhead with a puzzled expression. At that moment, a thought suddenly struck him. The scene before me was so familiar.
It was almost identical to when he entered the red moon space before. Could there be some connection between the crimson moon proof and the underground cave?
Just as Yi Xiao was wondering, the previously calm, dazzling light in front of me distorted once again. Immediately afterwards, a creature engulfed in flames leaped out from the distorted light and shadow.
Spark Ghost. Health points, 10,000. Attack power, 500. Defense, 300.
Description: formed from tiny flames, it resembles a ghost, drifting about and able to pass through obstacles, attacking enemies with high-speed fire shadows. Yi Xiao was slightly taken aback when he saw the spark-like monster that suddenly appeared in front of him. This creature appears to have never appeared in the world of immortality. It must be a monster unique to the underground caves. However, this guy is only level 20, but he has a whopping 10,000 health points.
Its attack and defense capabilities are also quite exaggerated. You should know about the monsters you encounter in the plague forest. Its maximum health is less than 1,000. Even the level 20 boss, the plague worm, only has 50,000 health points.
The monster in front of me has only 1/5 of the boss's health. There was more than one of these monsters. With the appearance of the first spark ghost, many more appeared as well. Just then, amidst the distorted light around them, 4 spark ghosts appeared, right in front of Yi Xiao. 5 spark ghosts, just like the mysterious eyes from before, rushed towards Yi Xiao as soon as they appeared. Although these spark ghosts have attributes completely unlike those of a level 20 monster, but for Yi Xiao now, there is no threat at all. He raised his hand and easily unleashed a fireball spell. Fireballs rained down and collided with the fiery phantom. The surrounding temperature rose sharply and noticeably. However, the next moment, Yi Xiao suddenly realized that his fireball spell only did a little damage to these spark ghosts. Clearly, these ghosts, whose entire bodies are enveloped in flames, are immune to fire attacks and possess extremely high fire resistance. However, Yi Xiao had anticipated this. Sure enough, the next second, a spark ghost in front of them let out a strange scream and collapsed completely.
Although fireballs are almost ineffective against them, the poison damage from 30 fireballs instantly maxes out their stacks. With 12,000 damage per second, it can easily kill Spark Ghost. This is precisely why Yi Xiao wasn't in a hurry to learn other elemental skills before. After all, with his financial resources, he could mostly only buy ordinary level skills. Its power was inherently limited. Since that's the case, why not focus on increasing the power of Fireball first, which will be faster? Against monsters with high fire resistance, he also has the Poisonous Assault skill. There's absolutely no need to worry about being restrained. Just then, a bizarre scene appeared. The fallen Spark Ghost split into 4 smaller Spark Ghosts. Yi Xiao was startled. After a moment's thought, he unleashed another fireball. As a result, the 4 smaller Spark Ghosts split again, becoming 16 in total. He tried to attack other Spark Ghosts. The result remained the same. These bizarre monsters did not die immediately after being killed. Instead, it split into smaller Spark Ghosts. Aside from having their health reduced to a quarter of its original value, their attack and defense remain unchanged. As Yi Xiao continued to unleash fireballs, originally there were only 5 Spark Ghosts, but now they are densely packed all around. At a glance, there were no fewer than 300. Yi Xiao felt a chill run down his spine. He hadn't expected these guys to multiply so much. Luckily, he had stacked 25 evil devouring spells beforehand. Only then can the blood volume be restored in time. Otherwise, facing the siege of these 300 Spark Ghosts, his 100
120,000 health points were simply not enough for the opponent to cut him down.
These underground monsters are incredibly terrifying. No wonder those NPCs don't dare to move around here in large numbers.
However, Yi Xiao really couldn't understand how those two NPCs had managed to dodge the attacks of these monsters.
Or are these monsters only attacking human professionals and not NPCs?
Yi Xiao felt that this was very likely. Seeing the number of spark ghosts increase exponentially, Yi Xiao planned to activate the Star Luogite Stone to return to the safe zone of the secret realm. After all, he was helpless against this unkillable monster. However, just as he was preparing to leave, the countless sparkling ghosts in front of them simultaneously emitted a fiery red light. In the next instant, the light converged. Yi Xiao saw that nearly 1,000 spark ghosts had merged together. What appeared before him was a giant spark ghost several times his size.
Moreover, this giant spark ghost is no longer naked.
He was wearing armor covered in mysterious runes and wielding a massive flaming longsword.
He looks just like a boss. Invaders, behead them. The hollow voice echoed throughout the space.
The enormous flaming sword burst forth with scorching red light and swung towards Yi Xiao. Upon seeing this, Yi Xiao immediately activated his divine speed. He retreated instantly, narrowly dodging the sword strike. At the same time, he didn't hesitate to strike again.
A fireball was thrown at the opponent.
The result was that the giant spark ghost swelled to an even larger size. However, Yi Xiao didn't care at all.
I silently kept track of time in my mind. 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds later. The giant fire phantom's body had been completely corroded by blackness. The scorching flames also completely dissipated. Ding!
You have defeated the spark ghost and gained 968 experience points.
Ding! You have collected 1 fire elemental essence fragment.
The damage of all your fire skills has been increased by 20%. Yi Xiao couldn't hide his surprise when he saw the notification that suddenly popped up.
After defeating that giant spark ghost, I actually obtained 1 fire element essence fragment?
At the same time, he noticed that the Fusion Mage's quest in the quest log had changed.
Collection of elemental essences. To fuse various powers, please collect the essences of at least 3 elements. Current collection progress, 1 out of 10 fire elemental essence.
At first, he thought that the second stage of the Fusion Mage mission was to go to other secret realms in the immortal world to defeat elemental monsters, but now it seems I misunderstood.
The quest issued by the Crimson Moon's Proof is actually about collecting elemental essences within the dungeon.
Even better, his abilities were enhanced along with the essence fragments he obtained. Just 1 fire element essence fragment increased Yi Xiao's fire skill damage by 20%. His fireball damage jumped from over 2,500 points to 2,969 points. It increased by nearly 500 points.
If we could gather 10 fire element essences, wouldn't the power of fireball be off the charts?
At this point, he became even more convinced of his guess.
There must be some connection between this cave and the red moon proof on his body.
Yi Xiao felt a surge of relief. If those two NPCs hadn't intruded into his secret realm, he might never have discovered the existence of the cave. Now that he has found the underground cave, he may be able to complete the Fusion Mage's task more quickly. Thinking of this, he immediately abandoned the idea of leaving the cave. He just didn't know if the spark ghost would reappear. Then, he discovered the landing spot of the giant spark ghost, where a skill stone had dropped. Upon seeing this, Yi Xiao was immediately stunned. A look of joy immediately appeared on his face. Fireball skill stone. Previously, he rarely saw fireball skill stones on the market, mainly because these skill stones could only be dropped by pure fire elemental monsters. In the world of immortality, only the boss of the Blazing Furnace secret realm, the Flame Demon God, meets the criteria. However, the Blazing Furnace secret realm is level 100, and Yi Xiao is currently unable to enter it. In addition, since fireball is an essential skill for mages to level up, very few people would specifically farm the Flame Forge. The fireball skill stones that occasionally appear on the market are mostly picked up by other players after defeating the Fire Demon.
This is why fireball skill stones are extremely scarce.
However, he never expected that he would find a fireball skill stone here.
This further strengthened Yi Xiao's determination to stay.
Even if it's not for the mage class change quest, simply killing a few more monsters can significantly increase the power of fireball.
There's no reason to leave like this.
However, Yi Xiao still had many questions about the underground cave. He clearly heard the giant spark ghost call him an invader before it attacked, its tone full of hatred. Before this, those eerie eyes had even referred to him as an otherworldly creature. What's even stranger is that when the red moon appeared, the pair of strange eyes clearly knew of its existence, and even said something like, "It's that trick again."
What exactly is the red moon?
He originally thought it was just an item to trigger a hidden quest, but now it seems that it is far more complicated than he imagined. Yi Xiao first learned the fireball skill stone that he had unexpectedly acquired. The number of fireballs accumulated to 31, and with various buffs, the total damage reached 92,125 points. Yi Xiao nodded in satisfaction and was about to consider his next move. Suddenly, the purple crystal beneath their feet trembled violently.
Hot magma gushed out, but Yi Xiao could see clearly that it was not magma at all. It was made up of tiny, red worms, each about the size of a thumb. Almost instantly, these red insects spread all around and rushed frantically toward Yi Xiao's location. Volcanic Rock Demon. Attack power, 200. Defense, 50.
Description: though small in size, they are entirely covered in volcanic rock formed from pure fire element, making them appear as if they are
engulfed in flames. When attacking, they absorb the energy of the volcanic rock and transform it into molten lava to unleash their attack.
The monsters that appeared this time are not much stronger in terms of attributes than monsters of the same level outside. But in Yi Xiao's eyes, the threat posed by this volcanic rock demon far exceeded that of the previous spark ghost. Despite being only the size of a thumb, they can converge into a torrent as powerful as lava.
There are at least several thousand of them.
Such a massive number would likely be difficult for even a 5th-tier professional to withstand, and would only result in a crushing defeat.
There's no time to think about it.
These volcanic rock demons were already rushing towards them. Yi Xiao quickly unleashed a fireball spell, firing wildly like a Gatling gun.
Fortunately, these volcanic rock monsters are extremely fragile. Under Yi Xiao's relentless attacks, it can wipe out a small piece in just a few seconds.
At this moment, Yi Xiao deeply realized the importance of group attack skills. Once I've earned enough money, I definitely want to learn a group attack skill. At the same time, a dense stream of experience information kept popping up. Yi Xiao glanced at it briefly.
Upon seeing this, I was overjoyed. Ding!
You have defeated the volcanic rock demon, gaining 968 experience points and +1 fire resistance.
Ding!
You have defeated the volcanic rock demon, gaining 968 experience points and +1 fire resistance.
Ding!
Congratulations on reaching level 36. Since Yi Xiao's level is more than 10 levels higher than that of the volcanic rock demon, he only has a mandatory 1 point of basic experience. However, thanks to the extra bonus from experience skills, you can still gain 968 experience points. Although the number is not large, there are just too many volcanic rock monsters. After this round of intense cleaning, Yi Xiao's upgrade was a natural progression.
However, what truly surprised Yi Xiao was that this volcanic rock demon could actually increase his fire resistance, although each one only increased by a mere 1 point. But in the blink of an eye,
his fire resistance has accumulated to over 500 points.
There were thousands of volcanic rock demons in front of them. If all are killed, fire resistance will increase by several thousand points.
This is truly a pleasant experience. Located in the intermediate zone of the Eternal World, ranging from level 91 to 150, there is a level 150 unclaimed dungeon here, the Temple of the Sun.
This secret realm is extremely well known among professionals.
For decades, professionals have attempted to conquer the Temple of the Sun almost every year.
To date, no one has been able to successfully complete the game, let alone obtain an S-rank rating.
Based on current intelligence analysis, the Temple of the Sun contains 3 main halls. Each hall is inhabited by a ferocious, explosive monster of level 150. Its combat power is comparable to that of a typical elite monster. Based on their characteristics, professionals categorize monsters into 4 types: ordinary monsters, special monsters, elite monsters, and bosses. Although elite monsters are not as powerful as bosses, however, its attributes are dozens of times that of ordinary monsters. Inside the Temple of the Sun, hordes of elite monsters inspire fear in all who behold them.
No wonder most of the professionals who enter the Temple of the Sun,
they often met their demise at the very first main hall. Not to mention, they even managed to annihilate the monsters in the 3 great halls and still received an S-rank rating. Despite the extreme danger of the Temple of the Sun, it continues to attract countless professionals. Many legions even formed special strategy teams to study how to conquer this unclaimed secret realm that buried countless professional corpses. The fundamental reason why so many people risk their lives to rush into this secret realm is that someone once successfully conquered the first temple and obtained a divine forging stone as a reward.
And it wasn't just one person. This god-tier item is a treasure that countless professionals dream of. And this is the reward for conquering the first temple.
No one knows what the rewards for the next 2 temples will be,
but everyone understood that it would be no less valuable than the god-forged stone.
This is why, despite knowing that it is extremely dangerous and could even cost lives, countless people are still crazy about it. At this moment, inside the magnificent hall at the highest point of the Temple of the Sun,
Mori is dead?
A figure shrouded in black robes slowly spoke. The voice was neither male nor female, and there was no emotional fluctuation whatsoever. However, it was precisely this calm tone that made the figure kneeling below the palace feel uneasy. If Yi Xiao were present at this moment, he would definitely recognize that the kneeling person was the shadowy NPC who had escaped from the miasma forest earlier.
Liner, you know my rules, I need a reason.
The shadowy figure called Reiner shuddered and hurriedly said,
Commander, everything was going smoothly until the master of the secret realm reacted extremely quickly and was incredibly powerful.
He killed Mori with a single move as soon as he appeared. If I hadn't reacted quickly, I probably wouldn't have escaped
escape this calamity either. The figure in black robes slowly asked, the immortal world's restriction on humans is clearly a level 20 secret realm, but you and Mori are level 90 shadow prison assassins. Reiner lowered his head in fear, his voice trembling as he said, My lord, I am willing to undergo your soul search. The black-robed figure remained silent, his only visible eye coldly fixed on Reiner. Immediately, a strange black light rose up and instantly enveloped Reiner. Immediately afterwards, Reiner trembled all over and let out a suppressed wail. But he still gritted his teeth and tried his best to control his voice. This continued for half a minute. Then, his body relaxed and Reiner collapsed to the ground like a deflated balloon. The black-robed figure, however, remained expressionless and slowly spoke. There's something strange about this shadowy figure in the night. Upon hearing this, Reiner felt somewhat relieved. At this moment, the black-robed figure spoke again. You mean, shortly after you left, Yi Xiao also entered the underground cave? Yes, Commander. Reiner paused for a moment, then continued, however, while I was observing from the shadows, the night shadow somehow triggered the underground cave's restrictions, attracting the judge. For the first time, the black-robed figure's eyes revealed a flicker of emotion. He must have entered using Mori's star guide stone, so he shouldn't have attracted the attention of the judges. Reiner continued, this puzzled me greatly. I originally intended to use the underground terrain to find an opportunity to assassinate him, but the appearance of the judge caused violent spatial fluctuations. My strength is limited and I cannot stay for long, so I have to retreat first. This time, the shadowy figure in black did not blame Reiner. Well, although the reason is unknown, since that guy provoked the judge, he should have been burned to ashes by now, so the matter is settled. Changing the subject, the black-robed figure slowly said, however, in Shadow Prison, any flaw in a mission will be punished. You are punished by being sent to refine the divine forging stone. Reiner's heart, which had just relaxed, suddenly tightened. Upon hearing the words God-forged stone, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. He suddenly looked at the figure in black robes, about to speak. However, a dark aura enveloped him again, binding his entire body firmly. A look of terror flashed across Reiner's eyes. Unfortunately, the fear didn't last 3 seconds. In the blink of an eye, he completely lost consciousness. Take him to Auburn. Two dark figures appeared out of nowhere and dragged the unconscious Reiner away from the hall. At this moment, only a figure in black robes remained in the empty hall. With the loss of the miasma forest as a connecting route, it seems we have no choice but to find another way to attract more humans to the Temple of the Sun. At this moment, Yi Xiao knew nothing about the situation at the Temple of the Sun. Right now, he is completely immersed in the thrill of stacking fire resistance. However, as one volcanic rock demon after another fell, he gradually noticed something was wrong. These volcanic rock demons only have 50 points of defense, and unlike the previous spark ghosts, they don't have the fire resistance that gave him a headache. Basically, one fireball is enough to take down a volcanic rock monster. He can now cast 31 fireballs at once. That is to say, it can kill 62 per second. However, when the fire resistance is stacked to 1000 points, he discovered that the volcanic rock monster, which could previously be killed with just one fireball, now required 2 to defeat. If that's all there is to it, Yi Xiao isn't worried. However, when the fire resistance reaches 1500 points, it takes 3 fireballs to kill a volcanic rock monster. Even more strangely, as the number of kills increased, he discovered that the volcanic rock demon's health, defense, and attack power seemed to be constantly increasing. This unusual change made Yi Xiao frown. You should know that he has already wiped out most of the volcanic rock demons. Fire resistance has also been stacked to 3500 points. With the extra experience bonus, his level has officially increased to 40. The power of a single fireball has exceeded 3000 points. However, now, it takes 10 fireballs to kill a volcanic rock demon. Moreover, as the kill rate slows down, the remaining volcanic rock demons were able to attack him. I glanced at the attribute panel. A single volcanic rock monster can deal more than 200 points of damage to him. This was only because Yi Xiao's fire resistance was stacked to 3500 points, which suppressed the volcanic rock demon's attack to this extent. It is roughly estimated that there are still more than 3000 volcanic rock monsters remaining. If it were him in the past, he would never have been able to imagine such a situation. From that moment on, Yi Xiao witnessed his life points fluctuating like an electrocardiogram. 1 second they plummeted to rock bottom, the next second they were pulled back to their peak thanks to the healing power of the evil devouring ability. The thrilling battle kept him on edge, leaving him no room for distraction. After he killed another 500 volcanic rock demons, the situation has become even more dangerous. But Yi Xiao knew very well that he could not back down at this moment. Even if the fireball spell pauses for a second, their only fate is death. Left with no other choice, he could only grit his teeth and bear it. Continuously launch fireballs. After an unknown amount of time, there were less than 500 volcanic rock monsters left in front of them. During this period, Yi Xiao's level increased by 2 levels, reaching level 42. Fire resistance has also reached 6500 points. However, during this process, he nearly died on the spot
fought several times. He could have activated the Stargate Stone and returned to the secret realm. Yi Xiao wasn't sure if he would have such an opportunity the next time he entered the underground cave. In order to improve their strength and to change their class to Fusion Mage as soon as possible, he gritted his teeth and persevered in the end. Although there are only 500 volcanic rock demons left, Yi Xiao is not optimistic. He realized that 500 was just a dividing line. Once more than 500 are killed, the remaining volcanic rock demons will all become stronger. The battle just now was extremely difficult. Yi Xiao knew that there was probably no hope in the upcoming battle. He weighed the options rapidly in his mind. Finally, Yi Xiao began to plan his retreat. Although he felt some regret, he absolutely did not want to die here. Only by living can you have everything. Although he was bold, he was by no means brainless. However, just as Yi Xiao was about to activate his divine speed to create distance between himself and the volcanic rock demon, and simultaneously activate the Star Luogite Stone to return to the secret realm, he suddenly realized that the attacks of the volcanic rock demon in front of him seemed to have weakened. Of course, this weakness is relative, but that was enough for Yi Xiao to continue fighting by relying on the evil to devour. He gradually came to understand during the battle. It's not that the volcanic rock demon has become weaker, but rather that its fire resistance has exceeded 6,500 points, reaching a peak. Although the volcanic rock demon's attack power has increased, it cannot keep up with Yi Xiao's increased fire resistance. In addition, the number of volcanic rock monsters has decreased significantly. With over 120,000 health points, Yi Xiao was naturally able to withstand their attacks smoothly. The ensuing battle was thrilling but ultimately safe. A few minutes passed like this. When the last volcanic rock demon was killed by Yi Xiao's fireball spell, the long-awaited notification finally appeared. Ding! You have defeated the volcanic rock demon. Ding! You have collected one fire elemental essence fragment, increasing your fire resistance by 20%. I saw that I had gained some more fire element essence fragments, and my fire resistance had increased by 20%. Yi Xiao then let out a long breath. That was close, we almost fell here. He never expected the volcanic rock demon to possess such terrifying abilities. Death can allow companions to inherit a portion of their power. At this moment, Yi Xiao already possessed 2 fire element fragments, according to the mission description. He could easily guess that he would have to go through 8 more equally dangerous battles to collect the complete essence of fire element. Thinking of this, Yi Xiao couldn't help but grin bitterly. This fusion mage class change is not something that just anyone can easily succeed at. Just as he was complaining, the surrounding space began to move again. Yi Xiao immediately perked up. As expected, the volcanic rock demons were completely wiped out. Another large wave of monsters swarmed in. This time, it's the blazing flame demon spirit. However, once the level reaches 30, the attributes become even more powerful than before. However, through the previous fierce battle with the volcanic rock demon, Yi Xiao's fire resistance has been stacked to 6,500 points, and he has also gained an additional 20% fire resistance bonus, in addition to his original magic resistance. At this moment, Yi Xiao's fire resistance has exceeded 10,000. Faced with such terrifying resistance, the group of flame demons could hardly cause him any significant damage. However, it still took Yi Xiao a full hour to completely annihilate these flame demon spirits. His level also increased to 43. I glanced at the experience required to upgrade to the next level, 1,087,258 points. Yi Xiao shook his head and smiled bitterly. This upgrade is quite difficult. If it weren't for so many experience boosting skills, it would probably take more than a month to reach that level. It seems I'll need to collect more experience boosting skill stones once I get out of here. Yi Xiao had a very clear plan for himself. The world of immortality does exist. Ultimately, however, its rules still follow the game mode. Many regions have entry requirements based on academic level. Therefore, character level is of paramount importance. The benefits of leveling up don't stop there. In addition to the increase in attribute points, there are also career advancement opportunities and advanced skills training, and the wearing of more advanced equipment. This is why Yi Xiao isn't in a hurry to farm equipment despite his high drop rate. After all, the attribute effects of low-level equipment are far inferior to those of high-level equipment. Instead of wasting time getting low-level equipment, it's better to level up a few more times. In any case, his fireball spell damage was enough to deal with all the dangers at hand. At this moment, with the death of the flame demon spirit, Yi Xiao not only obtained another fragment of fire element essence, at the same time, the damage of his fire skills has been increased by 20%. The total increase reached 40%. To his even greater surprise, the flame demon spirit unexpectedly dropped 5 fireball skill stones during the battle. This delighted Yi Xiao. Currently, he has cast 36 fireballs. Immediately afterwards, the 4th wave of fire-type monsters appeared again. These are a group of monsters with extremely strong defenses. However, Yi Xiao's damage also increased significantly, so facing them was naturally no problem. And just like that, 3 hours passed quietly. Yi Xiao has collected 4 fragments fragments of fire element essence, and his fire resistance has also increased by 20%.
He gradually noticed a pattern.
These fire-type monsters, composed of fire elements, drop fire element essence fragments when defeated. The attribute boosts obtained from these fragments are of two types, and they alternate between each other. Time flies, and 8 hours have passed in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Yi Xiao's total fire skill damage increased by 100%, and his fire resistance increased by 80%. At the same time, his level also rose to 49, with only 1/3 of the experience bar remaining to reach level 50. During this time, the number of fireballs that occasionally fell also accumulated, eventually reaching 50. With the addition of fire-based skills, the damage of a single fireball spell exceeded 5,000 points, reaching 5,233 points. The total damage soared to an astonishing 261,660 points. Fire resistance is as high as 15,958 points. It can be said that with such high fire resistance, most fire-type skills are almost unable to deal effective damage to Yi Xiao without penetration or resistance reduction. However, before he could savor this sense of accomplishment, the glare in front of him suddenly stopped distorting and straightened out.
In a flash, a ball of black flame appeared out of nowhere amidst the dazzling light. As soon as the flames appeared, the surrounding light was burned, distorted, and deformed by the intense heat.
A massive, volcano-like figure slowly emerged from the flames.
Lava Behemoth. Elite. Attack power 4,000. Defense 20,000. Skills: Lava Shield, Spark Barrage, Earthquake Shock, Cataclysm.
Description: skin is red as lava, radiating scorching heat. The scales covering its body, having been burned day and night by magma, are virtually immune to all elemental damage. Faced with the giant beast that suddenly appeared before him, Yi Xiao was shocked. This figure was several times larger than any monster he had ever seen before. Despite being mentally prepared, he was still stunned by the exaggerated attributes. With a health of up to 1 million and a defense of up to 20,000, how is this possible? A level 30 Calamity Bringer only has 100,000 HP, while this level 60 elite monster has 10 times that.
Its defensive capabilities are a full 20 times greater. You should know that although the lava behemoth in front of us is an elite monster, its attributes are ridiculously exaggerated.
Although Yi Xiao knew that this last fragment of fire element essence would be difficult to obtain, he never expected things to turn out this way. At this moment, he even began to doubt whether there was anyone in the world who could complete the job change quest to become a fusion mage. At this moment, on the face of the lava behemoth covered with ferocious patterns, a pair of eyes larger than Yi Xiao's fist flashed with blazing fire. Each step was accompanied by a tremor in the ground, as if a god of fire was rising.
The aura of the invaders should be purified by fire. A hollow and deep voice rang out.
Sparks flew from the massive axe in the lava behemoth's hand, its blade edge blazing and forming a sea of flames. Immediately afterwards, the enormous creature stomped down towards Yi Xiao. Seeing that the lava behemoth was about to unleash its skill, Yi Xiao naturally wouldn't stand still. The next second, countless fireballs rained down from the sky, slamming into the lava behemoth's hard scales.
Through the panel's description, Yi Xiao had already vaguely sensed something.
But when he actually saw that his injuries were only in the single digits, he couldn't help but fall silent.
This is the legendary immunity to elemental damage? For legal professionals, this is a nightmare.
Although the continuous fireballs did not cause any real damage to the lava behemoth, but thanks to the Eye of Laws he learned in the Red Leaf space, this completely interrupted the lava behemoth's skill release. In the current situation, Yi Xiao can easily withstand the attacks of the lava behemoth, and under the control of the Eye of Law, the magic power required for the opponent's skills to activate is ridiculously high. This also indirectly weakens the opponent's attack power.
Judging from Yi Xiao's current health and defense, there is no danger.
However, the lava behemoth has a health of up to 1 million, and Yi Xiao's damage of only a few digits is not enough to pose a threat to it. He tried several times. After confirming that the opponent was immune to even potent poison, the situation reached a stalemate. At this moment, Yi Xiao even considered whether he should pick up the goblin's staff and go straight for it. Perhaps the damage will be higher than his skills. At the same time, he became increasingly confused about everything before him. He clearly came to the underground cave to try and catch up with the NPCs who had invaded the secret realm before, or to see if he could find the shadow prison organization that Remy had mentioned. But as soon as they entered, they were stopped in their tracks by these ridiculously powerful monsters.
Not to mention the enormous thing right in front of us.
Yi Xiao was certain that the demons he had previously annihilated were not something that professionals below the 3rd rank could easily handle. However, when he fought, those NPCs were instantly killed by him, indicating that he was not very strong.
How then did they manage to move freely in this terrifying underground cave?
After much thought, Yi Xiao still attributed everything to the Red Moon Proof. According to his judgment, the Red Moon Proof must have triggered some kind of mechanism in the underground cave. Pulling himself back to reality, he gazed at the colossal beast before him, as massive as a mountain. Finally, Yi Xiao gritted his teeth and began to stand still and unleash his attacks. Although the damage was negligible, his fireball spell was was different from others. With only a 0.5 second cooldown, he can instantly fire 100 bullets in 1 second. All told, Yi Xiao dealt 5 to 600 damage per second to the lava behemoth. At this rate, 1,000,000 health points can actually be depleted in just over half an hour.
Of course, this does not take into account the lava behemoth's regeneration ability.
However, Yi Xiao believed that as long as he persisted, he would eventually exhaust his 1,000,000 life points. After all, he had already spent nearly a day on this, and he was determined to get his hands on this last fragment of fire elemental essence. Just as Yi Xiao was fully engaged in the battle, deep within the Blackwater Canyon of Black Sand City, far above the ground, the tranquil pool, which had been calm for almost a day, became lively again.
Useless trash, you want to steal the boss from me? Black Sand City, deep in the Blackwater Canyon.
A young man wielding a long sword, after severing the Calamity Messenger's tentacles with a single strike, used the momentum to retreat.
He then roared at a furtive figure ahead.
However, his angry shout was met with a cold and disdainful laugh.
Wang Chang, this Calamity Messenger is ownerless anyway, what's the point of robbing it?
The young man, called Wang Chang, stared coldly at the figure that was no longer hiding. He pointed his long sword at the other man and said in a cold voice, "Humph, we were here first. If you want to steal the boss, wait until next time."
Nonsense. You, an S-rank talent awakener, dare to be arrogant in front of me? Believe me or not, I'll kill you first. Wang Cheng's expression changed slightly upon hearing this.
He comes from the Wang family in Yunnan province and is the most talented among this year's awakened newcomers. Although the Wang family's influence in Yunnan province is not as great as the Bai family's, however, the two sides are evenly matched.
His father was the head of the Wang family.
Therefore, he also received a lot of resources from the Wang family in the early stages. In addition, his awakened talent is the S-rank Berserker Shadow Blade, which continuously increases his physical attack and attack speed every time he is injured in battle. Therefore, although his talent was not as good as Bai Xiaoxiao's from the Bai family, but with the full support of the Wang family, he swept through the land with the support team provided by his family. He reached level 30 just a few hours later than Bai Xiaoxiao. Such speed is already outstanding among this year's newcomers. At this moment, he is at the peak of his career, full of vigor and ambition. How could he bear being mocked by that furtive person in front of him?
Do you want to become mortal enemies with the Wang family?
The figure said disdainfully, "We gave you an S-level talent, but you still have to call for help when you can't win." As expected, trash is trash after all. However, considering the other party's profession and personality, Wang Cheng dared not truly make an enemy of him.
For a moment, Wang Cheng felt he was in a dilemma.
The figure, completely ignoring Wang Cheng's murderous glare, casually said,
"Ha ha, look at your cowardly appearance. You think you're worthy of competing with me for this messenger of calamity?" Wang Cheng's face turned pale and then red.
The anger in my heart had reached its peak. However, just as he was about to be blinded by rage, a beam of light, imbued with a sacred aura, enveloped Wang Cheng.
In an instant, Wang Cheng regained his senses completely.
At the same time, a detached voice came from behind.
"Lin Yong, what misconception makes you think that an SS-level talent can run rampant here?"
Upon hearing this, Lin Yong's previously nonchalant expression became more wary. The one speaking was Bai Xiaoxiao. That holy light just now came from Bai Xiaoxiao. Bai Xiaoxiao, although you have awakened an SSS-level talent and changed your class to Holy Priest, don't forget that you are not a combat class. If a fight really breaks out, you know better than I who will win and who will lose.
Lin Yong brandished the black iron dagger in his hand and retaliated without hesitation.
Bai Xiaoxiao completely ignored Lin Yong's threats.
"Then I'll give you a chance. Why don't you try making a move?"
Lin Yong's face turned cold, and he said in an unfriendly tone, "Woman, are you testing my patience? Do you really think that just because your Bai family has climbed up to the Zhao family, I won't dare to make a move?" Bai Xiaoxiao sneered and ignored him. Upon seeing this, a cold glint flashed in Lin Yong's eyes.
However, he did not take any further action.
His family also holds a prominent position in Yunnan province, no less than the Bai family. However, in recent years, the Bai family has become a subordinate family of the Zhao family. As a result, their influence rose, and their power subtly surpassed that of other families in Yunnan province. Although Lin Yong was arrogant, he wasn't brainless. Even at his most arrogant, he knew his limits. Perhaps Bai Xiaoxiao is no match for him. But he did not forget Zhao Hao from the Zhao family. He also heard that only 2 years had passed. Zhao Hao's level has reached 210. This speed of upgrade is unparalleled in the history of the immortal world.
This is unprecedented.
Faced with such a terrifying existence, even if Lin Yong was arrogant, he had to consider his own strength. Although he awakened an SS-level talent and unexpectedly obtained the hidden class, Shadow Assassin, however, it cannot play a significant role in the face of absolute power. Although he was confident that his special talents and profession would allow him to evade all pursuers, but he still needs to upgrade, which requires a lot of resources. All of this depends on the support of the family. If he goes too far, his entire family could be wiped out. That would be a fatal blow to his combat power. However, even so, he will not give up easily. Bai Xiaoxiao, for the sake of the Zhao family, family, I won't hold it against you. After a pause, Lin Yong continued, but I am determined to get the calamity messenger before me and will never let you have it. As they were talking, Lin Yong caught a glimpse of several other people rushing over. He knew those people, but wasn't familiar with them. They all come from several other families of similar strength. Clearly, they were also there for the advancement mission. Lin Yong frowned slightly. Although he is arrogant, he is only level 30 at present and cannot unleash the full power of the Shadow Assassin. If he is too domineering, he is likely to provoke these people to join forces against him. He quickly racked his brains for a solution. At this moment, Bai Xiaoxiao on the other side suddenly spoke up. The longer we wait, the more people will come. Since we have the same goal and are both from Yunnan province, why don't we join forces? If we form a team, we'll both have a chance to get advancement tokens. Lin Yong looked at Bai Xiaoxiao's indifferent expression. After hesitating for a moment, he made a decision. Very well, let me see just how capable a holy priest with an SSS level talent is. Well, just you wait and see. Soon, Bai Xiaoxiao invited Lin Yong to team up with her. Immediately afterwards, several divine auras descended one after another. In an instant, Lin Yong felt his whole body filled with inexhaustible power. I couldn't help but feel a little surprised. The look in his eyes as he gazed at Bai Xiaoxiao now held a hint of apprehension. Don't be surprised, let's get started. I've already wasted most of the day here, and I don't want to wait any longer. Lin Yong nodded. Alright, let's take down the boss first, and then we'll compete for the top spot among the newcomers. Wang Cheng sneered. You, an assassin, think you can become the rookie king? You're dreaming. It's still better than a piece of trash like you. The two started arguing. Bai Xiaoxiao gave a cold shout. Stop talking nonsense and get to work. Although Lin Yong and Wang Cheng disliked each other, but after hearing Bai Xiaoxiao's words, no further argument broke out. The two rushed toward the messenger of calamity, one after the other. Following closely behind were several professionals who had originally come with Bai Xiaoxiao and Wang Cheng. Subsequently, with Bai Xiaoxiao's assistance, the group launched a fierce attack on the calamity messenger. Just as the group made their move, at that moment, more than a dozen figures arrived at the dark pool behind them. Ha ha, the Rookie of the Year title isn't so easy to win. This calamity messenger title must be mine. Great. It seems that all the top talents in Yunnan province have gathered this year. Let's start by competing against this boss and see who is most qualified to compete for the title of Rookie King. Well said. Let's get started. These newcomers were also geniuses from various regions. Some of their families were sworn enemies, so they naturally weren't afraid of Bai Xiaoxiao and her group. They won't easily team up with each other. In an instant, the entire dark pool was divided into several factions. Everyone is vying for the right to kill the messenger of calamity. At this moment, Bai Xiaoxiao watched the backs of those people. A hint of disdain flashed in his eyes. A bunch of arrogant and conceited people who look down on everyone. Could the title of Rookie of the Year really fall into your hands? At this moment, outside the secluded pool, the men from the three legions stood there, quietly observing the situation inside. Since Xiefeng was killed by Yi Xiao, neither the Black Tiger nor the Silver Wolf legions dared to easily set foot here. They were worried that the expert had not yet left. Therefore, when Bai Xiaoxiao and the others found them, after some hesitation, I declined the request to help hunt down the boss. That's why Bai Xiaoxiao was delayed for so long. Later, Wang Cheng and several professionals he knew came to Black Sand City. Bai Xiaoxiao then suggested that they go together to hunt the boss. That's why the scene just now happened. Of course, those who can come here are the best of the best from all the top forces. After all, it's only been 2 days since the newcomers entered the world of immortality this year. Most new players are not at a high level. The fastest is only around level 20. Some are even stuck at level 10 or 12. At this moment, Lei Laohu of the Black Tiger Legion saw the commotion ahead and couldn't help but feel deeply moved. These newcomers are ridiculously strong. They're actually able to overpower the calamity messenger. The mad dragon beside him nodded and said, they are indeed amazing. They were fighting each other just now, and in the blink of an eye they have formed a highly efficient team. These people are truly prodigies. How long do you think it will take them to kill the boss? Lei Laohu asked. Quanglong surveyed the area. If that expert really leaves, I think there won't be any problem within half an hour. Lei Laohu nodded in agreement, then glanced at Xueling beside him. He felt a sense of curiosity about this newly appointed commander of the Dark Knight Legion. I couldn't help but ask, Commander Xueling, you don't seem very surprised by the strength of those newcomers? After hearing this, Xueling only glanced at Lei Laohu indifferently and did not reply. However, at this moment, the image of Yi Xiao killing the calamity messenger flashed through her mind. These people before us, just as Lei Laohu and Quanglong said, are indeed among the best. They are in no way inferior to previous newcomers. However, after witnessing Yi Xiao's strength, Xueling had absolutely no interest in anything in front of her. Behind each of these so-called chosen ones is a large service team dedicated to providing them with buffs. Even killing a single boss takes more than half an hour. Yi Xiao had already killed the calamity messenger with a single hand a day earlier. With such a benchmark, everything before Xueling seemed like child's play.
How could I possibly arouse even the slightest interest in her? Have you heard? Something's happened in Black Sand City. There are about 20 newbies attacking the boss all by themselves. The Calamity Messenger has 100,000 HP. 20-odd level 30s are going to gang up on it? Really? What's so surprising about that? Anyone who can get there at this time is one of the best among our new recruits this year. Each of them has a dedicated team to support them. Although there are about 20 people surrounding the boss, there are actually no fewer than 200 people in total. Wow, it's so good to be rich and powerful. If I had a team like that, I might be a member of it now. Dream on, go wash up and go to bed. Even if you have money and power, you still need to be competent yourself. If a piece of trash like you goes there, don't even mention one team. Even if you have 100 teams, they still can't help you. That's right. Everyone who's there at this time must be a genius who has awakened a talent of S level or higher. I heard that Bai Xiao, who awakened an SSS level talent, is also there. Bai Xiao. My goddess, she got an SS rating in the beginner's secret realm before. She's so strong. Who do you think will be the first among these people to complete the first transformation and advance? It goes without saying, it's definitely Bai Xiao. After all, her SSS level talent is undeniable. Not only is she the first to advance to the first rank, she's also the undisputed newcomer of the year. TCH. Although I admit that Bai Xiao is very strong, she is not a pure combat profession after all. I am more optimistic about Lin Yong of the Lin family. He has awakened an SS level talent and is also a rare shadow assassin with extremely high burst damage. Wang Chang is not bad either. Although he is only S rank, I have had the privilege of witnessing his fighting style. It is simple, brutal, and extremely efficient, which is truly amazing. Hey, have you forgotten that you achieved the highest SSS level rating in the beginner's dungeon, conquering Nightshade in the Plague Forest dungeon? That Nightshade performed exceptionally well in the early stages, but I heard that without the support of a major power and with limited resources, even with his strong talent, it would be difficult for him to keep up with the vanguard. That being said, perhaps a miracle will happen? Miracle? It simply doesn't exist in the world of immortality. It's just a pity. As Bai Xiao and her group, the first to reach level 30, arrived in Black Sand City, discussions about them are becoming increasingly heated in the regional chat channels. In the eyes of the public, this year's Rookie of the Year is very likely to be born from this group of people in Black Sand City. Many people are watching and thinking, whoever is the first to complete the first promotion will most likely be crowned the Rookie King. Even if things don't go well, they'll still be the first newbie to reach level 50. The system provides a lot of support to newcomers during their first year in the world of immortality. Besides the initial beginner dungeons, there's another area that all newcomers look forward to the most, the Path of Exile. Like the newbie dungeons, the Path of Exile is a perk exclusively for new players each year. The Path of Exile will automatically open once a new player reaches level 50. The most appealing aspect of Path of Exile is the sheer number of monsters it contains. The experience points gained from killing monsters are 3 times that of other places. As everyone knows, the experience required to upgrade in an immortal world is extremely outrageous. This triple experience boost will undoubtedly save new players a lot of leveling time. This is only the first phase of the benefits of the Path of Exile. The duration is 24 hours in total. When the time comes, the second stage of the leaderboard competition will begin. All professionals who make it onto the list will receive generous rewards. The first place winner will receive an exclusive points chest. The treasure chests contain extremely rare, growth-type equipment. Moreover, the lowest grade is epic. Over the past few decades, only about a dozen people have managed to obtain legendary equipment. Some people have even had incredible luck, having obtained mythical level equipment. This is precisely what makes the Path of Exile so appealing. Of course, most people understand that they have no chance of ever reaching the top of the standings, but this did not dampen their enthusiasm in the slightest. After all, there are 1,000 spots on the leaderboard. Aside from those exceptionally talented individuals with astonishing combat abilities, the remaining spots are their opportunity. As the crowd began to discuss, the battle within Blackwater Canyon is gradually coming to an end. Someone shouted, "The boss's health is below 10,000. It's time to get serious." Immediately, everyone involved in the siege became alert. Lin Yong remained hidden in the shadows, his gaze as sharp as a cheetah's, his body taut like a fully drawn bowstring, his aura constantly rising. Wang Chang, when the boss's health drops to 3,000, stop those people. I'll deliver the final blow to the boss, Lin Yong whispered. Wang Chang, who was fighting against the messenger of calamity, frowned upon hearing this and was extremely dissatisfied. Naturally, he was unwilling to listen to Lin Yong. He retorted without hesitation, "Why should I listen to you?" Before he could finish speaking, Bai Xiao's voice rang out. "Wang Chang, don't act rashly. You and the others are responsible for holding off the surrounding enemies. I'll buff Lin Yong. We must ensure that the kill of the Calamity Messenger is foolproof." Lin Yong sneered upon hearing this. "Bai Xiao is much more sensible than you." At this point, the boss's health had dropped to 5,000. Sensing Bai Xiao's sharp
sharp gaze, he understood that this was no time to act impulsively, so he snorted and began to adjust his own state.
Soon, the boss's health dropped to 4,500.
Everyone, regardless of whether they were friend or foe, swarmed around. The boss's health continued to drop, leaving it with 4,000.
Suddenly someone lunged at Wang Chang.
Bai Xiaoxiao and her friends tried to stop others from taking the boss, but the others had different thoughts. When Wang Chang saw someone approaching him, he immediately understood their intentions.
Suyu, you're courting death.
He sneered and raised his sword to meet the attack. The two quickly became entangled in combat.
Almost simultaneously, the group, which had been relatively united, instantly descended into chaos. At this moment, the boss has 3,500 HP remaining.
Bai Xiaoxiao, who was not far away, was not surprised by this sudden situation. He remained calm and collected, closely observing the battle while keeping an eye on the boss's health.
Finally, time flew by.
The boss's health has dropped to 3,000. Lin Yon, who had been lying in wait, suddenly gained momentum. The next moment, he charged straight at the boss like a sharp sword.
A contemptuous sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. The boss is mine.
However, when Lin Yon was less than 10 meters away from the boss, a sudden change occurred.
Two figures appeared out of thin air and instantly blocked his way.
Seeing this, Lin Yon's eyes turned cold, and he brandished his daggers, slashing mercilessly. Those who stand in my way shall die. Unfortunately, the two men were well aware of Lin Yon's skills and were prepared. The moment the dagger was about to stab them, it was blocked by the two of them working together. After all, everyone who can come here is a level 30 expert, and their combat strength is naturally extraordinary. Although Lin Yon fought 2 against 1 and repelled them with a single move, his combat power was terrifying. But for an assassin, having a well-prepared attack block means the mission has failed.
This infuriated Lin Yon.
The others, seeing this, were also terrified.
Wang Chang then launched into a tirade of profanities.
After saying that, he disregarded his fight with the enemy and charged desperately toward the boss.
However, someone was faster than him. Wang Chang, you've fallen for our trap. The boss is ours now.
The voice came from Suyu, who had previously fought with Wang Chang.
Suyu is also an S-level talent awakener. Like the Bai family, the Su family behind him has the support of the 8 major families in the alliance.
At this moment, he must seize the boss in front of everyone and make everyone remember his name.
Although his talent is only S-level, talent doesn't mean everything.
Looking at the boss so close at hand, a burning light flashed in Suyu's eyes. Killing the boss will surely make him famous, while everyone else will just be stepping stones on his path to fame. However, just as Suyu's attack was about to hit the boss, something unexpected happened. A beam of holy light appeared above the boss's head without anyone noticing.
Then, to everyone's astonishment, that holy light instantly merged into the body of the Calamity Messenger. The next second, the Calamity Messenger let out a deafening wail and instantly turned into dust.
Suyu's all-out attack completely missed its mark. This sudden change caught everyone off guard.
Suyu was even more furious and suddenly turned around. Who is it? How dare they launch a sneak attack? However, just as everyone turned around,
they saw Bai Xiaoxiao not far away, gently lowering the staff in her hand. She seemed to radiate a holy glow. Suyu, it's all about skill, so where does this talk of sneak attack come from? Bai Xiaoxiao said calmly. Listening to her calm words, everyone was startled and finally realized what was happening. The one who delivered the final blow to the boss was none other than Bai Xiaoxiao, whom they had been ignoring all along. It's not that they looked down on Bai Xiaoxiao. She is a powerful individual with an SSS level talent awakening, and no one dares to underestimate her.
From the very beginning, Bai Xiaoxiao's abilities were all support type.
No one expected that the one who finally killed the boss would be a support class.
No wonder everyone was so surprised.
Aren't you a support class?
Suyu asked in surprise. Bai Xiaoxiao responded expressionlessly and with extraordinary authority. I never said I was a support. Everyone fell silent.
At the same time, many people were in turmoil.
Bai Xiaoxiao's final attack was truly unexpected.
It was also extremely stunning.
At this moment, no one dared to ignore this woman who had awakened an SSS level talent.
Even Wang Chang, who initially collaborated with Bai Xiaoxiao. At this time, she was also regarded as the most threatening competitor. Meanwhile, members of the 3 legions and many onlookers who had rushed over after hearing the news were watching from the outer perimeter of the dark pool.
They were also completely shocked by Bai Xiaoxiao's amazing attack. My god, he really is an SSS level awakened one. That's amazing.
Not only is she formidable in combat, but she is also extremely intelligent.
Bai Xiaoxiao's future achievements are absolutely immeasurable.
With such a genius in the Bai family, they will definitely be able to rise to a first-class power in 5 years.
This time, Bai Xiaoxiao single-handedly overwhelmed all the geniuses. She's so cool. I'm starting to admire her.
It seems that Bai Xiaoxiao will definitely be the Rookie of the Year this year, and I will not accept any rebuttal.
I support your point of view.
The heated discussions on the outside gradually reached Bai Xiaoxiao's ears.
Hearing the praise from everyone, she remained outwardly calm, but secretly, he was delighted.
This time, she can finally make a name for herself.
The first step of the plan plan has finally been a success. Ding! World announcement, player Nightshade has reached level 50 and the path of exile is about to open. Ding! World announcement, player Nightshade has reached level 50 and the path of exile is about to open. Ding! World announcement, player Nightshade has reached level 50 and the path of exile is about to open. At this moment, countless people are waiting for the latest news from Blackwater Canyon. Everyone is extremely curious about who is the strongest contender for this year's Rookie of the Year. However, with Bai Xiaoxiao's sudden rise to prominence, with exceptional talent that far exceeded everyone's expectations, among the many chosen ones, they seized the final blow from the messenger of calamity. That shocking scene instantly ignited the entire chat channel. Everyone gasped in surprise. Many people are already convinced deep down that Bai Xiaoxiao is this year's Rookie of the Year. At the same time, Bai Shanha, the head of the Bai family who had been closely monitoring Bai Xiaoxiao's movements, also received the news immediately. He was overjoyed. This time, Bai Xiaoxiao overpowered many geniuses and successfully captured the Calamity Messenger, undoubtedly bringing glory to the Bai family. Bai Xiaoxiao is indeed worthy of the resources he poured into nurturing her. At this moment, inside the Blackwater Canyon, Bai Xiaoxiao accepted the shocked and admiring gazes of those around her with a calm and composed expression, and the astonishment and resentment from other scions of prominent families. She felt incredibly happy. She suddenly noticed that someone's gaze towards her had started to become strange. At first there were only a handful of people, but gradually, more and more people began to whisper among themselves. Occasionally, a few gasps of surprise were heard. This strange scene made Bai Xiaoxiao frown. I've only defeated the Calamity Messenger. Why make such a fuss? How will those people feel when she wins the Rookie of the Year title? Bai Xiaoxiao shook her head, clearly showing her disdain for their behavior. At this moment, Wang Chan walked over. Bai Xiaoxiao took it as a compliment, although inwardly she despised his sycophancy. But considering that he had also put in some effort, I couldn't bear to disappoint him. So he said calmly, Wang Chang, you did well this time. I will remember you. His tone was indifferent, yet carried a hint of arrogance. However, Wang Chang hesitated for a moment and said, Bai Xiaoxiao, didn't you see the announcement in the chat channel? What announcement? The first one-stage advancement won't trigger an announcement about the world of immortality, will it? Bai Xiaoxiao frowned slightly, not understanding what Wang Chang meant. Wang Chang's expression was strange. He pondered for a long time but said nothing, then turned and left. Seeing this strange behavior, Bai Xiaoxiao was puzzled, but I still subconsciously opened the chat channel. Upon inspection, this is impossible. Bai Xiaoxiao blurted it out. The next moment, she was struck dumb, as if by lightning. Nightshade has become the first newcomer to reach level 50? Why is it him again? That's absolutely impossible. In an instant, every cell in Bai Xiaoxiao's body was rejecting this information. At this moment, he was clearly the most dazzling and eye-catching newcomer in the world of immortality. All the applause and attention should have been focused on me. Why? Why is this happening? It's that damned Nightshade again. Back when they were in the beginner's dungeon, Nightshade stole her thunder once. Now, she's working day and night, leveling up relentlessly, not daring to slack off for even a moment. He even schemed against the other aristocratic scions in order to advance to the next level. Bai Xiaoxiao scanned her surroundings. They discovered that the gazes that should have been directed at them had completely disappeared. The crowd lowered their heads and whispered among themselves, exclaiming in surprise. From their intermittent conversation, Bai Xiaoxiao understood that they were discussing Night Shadow. She recalled Wang Chang's strange look from earlier. Instantly, his previously radiant face fell completely. She felt like a clown. An unnamed rage spread through his heart. You made me a clown. You damn bastard. However, at this moment, unfortunately, no one paid any attention to Bai Xiaoxiao at this point. Suddenly, 3 world announcements popped up in succession, bringing the previously bustling regional chat channel to a sudden halt. Everyone was shocked by this sudden announcement. At this moment, no one knows exactly what happened. After an unknown amount of time, someone suddenly blurted out, "Do you think it might get bugged, like in a game?" These words instantly ignited the entire chat channel like a fuse. Of course, no one really believes that statement. After all, the world of immortality is the real world, not a game. This is something everyone knows perfectly well. They only came to their senses after hearing that sentence. My God, reach level 50 in just 2 days? I'm starting to wonder if I'm dreaming. No doubt about it, if everyone wasn't sleepwalking, I wouldn't believe anyone could reach level 50 in 2 days. Isn't this too exaggerated? If I remember correctly, when the Path of Exile opened the year before last, it was Zhao Hao of the Zhao family who achieved this result on the 7th day after the newcomers entered. At that time, it shocked many people. I heard that even the 8 major families were startled by this amazing speed, and last year's newcomers' result took a full 15 days. That's not all. Since then, apart from the Zhao family, the other 7 of the 8 great families have all wanted to form marriage alliances with the Zhao family in order to win over Zhao Hao, but the Zhao family has refused them all. This is enough to show how terrifying it is to reach level 50 in 7 days. I just checked, and in the past few decades in in the immortal world, Zhao Hao's speed is not the fastest. 30 years ago, there was a newcomer who was even faster, reaching level 50 in just 6 days, which is the fastest in all records. I heard that the Alliance was in an uproar because of this, but later that newcomer suddenly disappeared for some reason. Wait a minute, if you're going to say that Nightshade can reach level 50 in just 2 days, wouldn't that also cause a huge stir in the Alliance? That's for sure. The 8 great families of the Alliance will definitely try every means to find this Nightshade. How could they possibly let such a genius develop outside? Indeed, if I were a member of one of the 8 great families, I would also do everything in my power to win this Night Shadow title. Alright, I remember now. Isn't this Nightshade the one who got an SSS rating in the newcomer dungeon 2 days ago? I admire your reaction. You forgot to mention that he is also the controller of the level 20 Secret Realm Plague Forest. Are you scared? Hiss. Night Shadow, that's absolutely terrifying. Oh no.
Nightshade reached level 50 in just 2 days.
I admire him, but what am I going to do on the path of exile? I'm only level 15.
Now that you mention it, I realize I've only just reached level 18.
Does this mean the path of exile is doomed?
As the conversation turned to the path of exile, the entire chat channel was filled with groans of despair.
There's nothing we can do about it.
The first phase of Path of Exile provides a leveling trial with triple experience, which is intended to narrow the gap between
newcomers, pursue fairness, and prevent lower-level players from losing competitiveness in the ranking competition in the second phase.
But Nightshade's leveling speed was so fast that he successfully started the Path of Exile in just 2 days. This resulted in most new players not even reaching level 20. Even with the upcoming triple experience trial, it will likely be difficult to close the gap. This is not just a concern for ordinary people. Those prodigies in Blackwater Canyon were clearly aware of this problem. Although they leveled up faster than the average person, they were only level 30 at most. They're still fighting tooth and nail for the first job advancement quest. As a result, when I turned around, someone had already reached level 50. This disparity was a slap in the face to them. Just moments ago they were full of vigor and looked down on everyone else. At this moment, however, he was blushing and looked extremely embarrassed.
The world's announcement dealt them a devastating blow.
At this moment, inside the underground cave, Yi Xiao naturally saw the world announcement as well.
The path of exile?
He murmured to himself, only then realizing that there was such a thing.
It's not that he didn't know the path of exile existed. Instead, ever since level 35, he has been constantly trapped in the dungeon, repeatedly embroiled in battles.
In addition, the upgrades were too fast, which caused him to overlook this point. Yi Xiao didn't feel much about being able to embark on the path of exile. After all, with his experience points boosted and his powerful fireball spell, all of this was only to be expected.
Anyway, there are still 24 hours before you can actually enter the path of exile after it opens, so he wasn't in a hurry to think about it.
At this moment, his gaze was fixed on the mountain of corpses piled up in front of him. With Yi Xiao's persistent efforts, he himself lost track of how much time had passed. Finally, he personally killed the lava behemoth alive. Only when he saw the lava behemoth crash to the ground did Yi Xiao's tense nerves finally relax. At the same time, he finally received the long-awaited notification.
Ding! Congratulations on reaching level 50. Ding!
You have collected 1 fire element essence fragment, gaining the ability Lava Blade. Lava Blade. Each time you cast a pyro skill, you will apply a lava blade stack to the target, reducing their pyro resistance by 50 points for 10 seconds. It can stack up to 100 times, and each stack refreshes the duration.
Ding!
10 fire elemental essence fragments have been combined to create a perfect fire elemental essence.
Ding!
You have fused with the perfect essence of fire element, obtaining the Forge. Forge. You can infuse equipment with the purest fire element. Equipment forged by fire will gain attribute boosts. After defeating the lava behemoth, Yi Xiao finally collected the last fragment of fire element essence. To his surprise, the death of the lava behemoth did not increase the power of his fire skills, nor did it allow his fire resistance to stack up again. Instead, it gave him a completely new ability. This ability is different from ordinary skills. It's more like a talent. Similar abilities were not uncommon in the past of the immortal world. However, the vast majority of these rewards are given by NPCs as quest rewards. NPCs have been extinct for a long time now, and very few people have been able to acquire their abilities over the past few decades. Yi Xiao never expected that he would unexpectedly gain one.
The Lava Blade's abilities are primarily used to reduce the enemy's resistance. Although it only reduces fire resistance, it has many limitations.
But for Yi Xiao now, it is extremely suitable. In particular, he can now release 50 fireballs in half a second, which means he can stack the lava blade to its maximum level in 1 second.
This means that in just 1 second, Yi Xiao's enemy's fire element resistance decreased by 50 points.
It should be noted that Yi Xiao had experienced the previous fierce battle. Only then did he finally stack his fire resistance to over 15,000 points. Before this, he had only managed to stack all his elemental resistances to around 2,000 points using a bunch of skill stones. The lava blade can reduce resistance resistance by 5,000 points in an instant, which is almost equivalent to removing armor, and is truly amazing. If he had possessed the lava blade from the beginning, he wouldn't have had such a difficult time in these 10 consecutive waves of fierce battles. Thinking of this, Yi Xiao stared at the lava blade, his eyes gleaming. However, besides the surprise brought by the lava blade, what excited Yi Xiao the most was that he had finally obtained the essence of fire element. What surprised him even more was that after fusing with the essence of fire, it also came with a function, a smelting furnace. Yi Xiao had never seen a similar function before. After reading the description, Yi Xiao pondered for a moment, then took out his goblin staff. Ding! Infuse fire element into the goblin's elite staff. Epic? Yi Xiao answered without hesitation, yes. Immediately afterwards, he felt countless scorching energies rapidly surging into his staff. The next moment, flames rose around the staff, completely enveloping it. What's amazing is that these intensely burning flames are extremely hot, but Yi Xiao only felt a warmth and felt no discomfort whatsoever. The flames suddenly surged and were instantly absorbed by the staff. Ding! You have forged the goblin's elite staff. Epic. Using the forge, and the equipment has been enhanced. How long has it been? Goblin's elite staff. Epic intelligence plus 20, spell penetration plus 30, refining effect, fire skill level plus 1, requirement, level 10. Yi Xiao gripped the now more refined goblin staff, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. After being refined in the furnace, the basic attributes of the goblin elite staff have not changed. However, it gained an extra attribute, fire skill level plus 1. Yi Xiao couldn't help but start reviewing his fireball technique. The base damage of fireball has been increased from 480 to 540, and the intelligence bonus has also increased from 1.0 to 1.1. The damage of a single fireball has now jumped from 5258 to 5640. It resulted in an additional 400 points of damage. At this moment, Yi Xiao looked at the smelting furnace with great joy. Afterwards, Yi Xiao attempted to refine the goblin's elite staff a second time. Unfortunately, the smelting furnace can only smelt the same piece of equipment once. However, this attempt with the goblin staff was successful. Yi Xiao has completely understood the rules of the smelting furnace. The equipment will not be destroyed as a result, but will only gain an additional smelting attribute. He was finally relieved. The goblin armor set he was wearing was level 10 equipment. Given his current level and the monsters he's facing, the attributes of this equipment are no longer that important. However, with the added advantage of his godlike talent, his combat power has reached a terrifying level. Therefore, he was not in a hurry to upgrade his equipment. However, now that he has the smelting furnace, he can upgrade his equipment. Anyway, there was no consumption. Of course, what he valued most was the refining effect of those two mythical level equipment pieces. After all, these two mythical grade equipment greatly enhanced Yi Xiao's combat power. First, the necklace. The second effect alone brought him over 120,000 health points. Yi Xiao believed that no equipment could replace this necklace. Therefore, he attached great importance to the results of this incineration. Ding! You have forged the endless chain of life, mythical, using the forge, enhancing this equipment. Upon seeing the notification, I felt the warmth emanating from the necklace. A hint of tension flashed across Yi Xiao's face. He then examined it carefully. The endless chain of life, myth, all attributes plus 20. Smelting effect, increases the projectile speed of all fire type skills. Effect 1, increases the damage of all your class skills by 100 points. Effect 2, for each skill you possess, your maximum health increases by 200. Equipment level 10. Yi Xiao was slightly surprised when he caught a glimpse of the smelting effect. This smelting process did not directly increase skill damage, but upon closer examination, this enhancement is also extremely powerful. He still remembered the battle with Xiefeng not long ago. Because of the distance, Xiefeng dodged his fireball spell several times. The increased projectile speed of fire-type skills effectively improves their hit rate. In other words, when facing highly mobile targets, Yi Xiao will be able to kill his opponents more easily, and he won't have to reveal his whereabouts like before. This is of great significance for improving overall combat effectiveness. After figuring this out, Yi Xiao felt quite gratified. Next, he took out another mythical level piece of equipment, the Ring of Plague. I couldn't help but wonder what surprises this ring would bring. Ding! You have forged the Ring of Plague, mythical, using the forge, and the equipment has been enhanced. As soon as the incineration process ended, Yi Xiao immediately checked the changes to the equipment. The lesson of the source of the epidemic, mythology, agility plus 70, intelligence plus 50. Reforging effect, your skills have a 30% chance to trigger double casting. Effect 1, all poison effects you inflict on the target are doubled. Effect 2, when your health drops below 20%, absorb the poison status from enemies, restoring 3% of your maximum health for each stack. Required level 20. Yi Xiao was slightly taken aback, then suddenly understood the meaning of the smelting effect. This effect isn't weak. For an ordinary person, having a 30% double spellcasting probability would undoubtedly greatly enhance their combat power. However, he can cast 50 fireballs instantly at once, so this 30% double casting chance only allows him to cast one more fireball at most, and it's only a chance-based trigger. This made Yi Xiao feel that the effect was somewhat bland and uninteresting. Although he was slightly disappointed, it was an extra bonus after all, so he didn't take it to heart. He then put the remaining 5 goblin equipment pieces into the smelting process. Perhaps due to differences in equipment quality or parts, the smelting effect of the remaining 5 pieces of equipment did not shock Yi Xiao again. Aside from the goblin elite ring granting him a 10% fire damage bonus, the other 4 pieces of equipment, clothing, gauntlets, waistguard, and shoes, all had the same smelting effect, increasing fire resistance by 500 points. A total of 2,000 points of fire resistance were increased. Yi Xiao's total fire resistance has reached an astonishing 19,584 points. After completing these steps, Yi Xiao put on all his equipment again and began to consider whether it was time to change his gear.
However, his current ranking is somewhat awkward.
Although he surpassed many of his peers, he was at a loss when it came to choosing level 50 equipment. If he chooses ordinary equipment, the improvement effect is minimal. If he chooses expensive equipment, he not only worries that he can't afford it, but even if he can afford it, he is unwilling to waste money. After all, his leveling speed was too fast, and he would soon be able to complete the second job advancement. Each time a professional changes jobs, the difference isn't just in attribute points, but also in the significant boost brought by higher equipment levels. This is why Bai Xiaoxiao was so shocked when she received the equipment from Bai Shanha. Just as Yi Xiao was weighing his options, he suddenly remembered the previous world announcement. The Path of Exile features a leaderboard where the top player has a chance to obtain high-quality, growth-oriented gear. Historically, many people have obtained legendary equipment, and there are even precedents of legendary mythical equipment.
If I can top the leaderboard, then I can easily get the equipment, right?
As for whether he could take first place, Yi Xiao was not worried. With his current strength, let alone newcomers of the same level, even professionals in the beginner area would be unable to contend with him.
He was absolutely confident that he could easily defeat any professional player below level 150. After taking the top spot on the leaderboard, he had no worries about what level of equipment he would get. After all, his drop rate is 5 times that of the average person. Even if you're unlucky, you can at least get a legendary item. However, to be absolutely sure, he decided to further increase the drop rate before heading out. Yi Xiao once again marveled at the convenience brought by the unlimited skill bar. You can fill in whatever you're missing. It's practically a bug. Just as he was lost in thought, the situation took a new turn as the lava behemoth crashed to the ground. The scene before my eyes suddenly changed. Ha ha ha.
The next moment, Yi Xiao found himself in a dark cave.
At the same time, no new monsters appeared in the vicinity.
This made Yi Xiao feel somewhat disappointed. After all, to become a fusion mage, one needs to collect at least 3 elemental essences. Although he unexpectedly obtained the essence of fire, he still had no idea how to obtain the other elemental essences. This made Yi Xiao feel somewhat dejected.
In the real world, in the capital city, what are your thoughts on the start of the Path of Exile this year? Please share your opinions. In a modern conference room, more than 20 people sat around a round table. The speaker just now was Qin Wuji, the representative of the Qin family, one of the 8 great families of the Alliance.
No new members of the Qin family entered the world of immortality this year, so he seemed particularly relaxed at the moment. While the others were still deep in thought, Zhao Changlin, the 3rd elder of the Zhao family sitting opposite Qin Wuji, glanced at him sideways and spoke coldly.
Is there any need to ask?
Night Shadow appeared in the area under the jurisdiction of my Zhao family, so it is only natural that my Zhao family is responsible for it.
Before the words were even finished, someone on the other side immediately jumped up and retorted, wasn't Fang Xian also in my Qi family's territory last year? If I remember correctly, you didn't say that back then. The speaker was the representative of the Qi family.
No sooner had he finished speaking than the representative of the Wei family, seated in their place, immediately chimed in.
Zhao Changlin, didn't you steal the title of Rookie of the Year from my Wei family a few years ago? How dare you say such things in front of us now?
Zhao Changlin glanced around and, seeing that everyone was silent, revealed a gloating expression.
He couldn't help but feel furious. The situation is different now.
Nightshade killed 16 members of my Dragon Abyss Legion. My Zhao family cannot let this go unpunished.
Humph,
you have the nerve to bring up things without any evidence, the Qi family representative responded with a sneer. Then tell me, who in the newbie zone is capable of killing 16 of my Dragon Abyss elites in a row? Zhao Wu is the head of Zone 702, and his strength is not something an ordinary person can easily challenge, Zhao Changlin retorted. However, his explanation was not accepted by others. The Qi family representative scoffed. You can't convince us with this.
Maybe you're too arrogant and have offended a high-level professional who just entered the beginner zone using the Dimensional Liberation Stone. He. Use your pig brain to think properly. What high-level professional would be so bored as to go to such great lengths to kill a low-level boss? Zhao Changlin was furious. Enraged by the humiliation, Shi issued a sinister threat.
Zhao Changlin, don't think that just because your Zhao family has Zhao Hao, you can bully us. Believe me or
or not, I'll send someone to kill Zhao Hao tomorrow. Zhao Changlin glared at him. You dare? You want to start a war with my Zhao family? Fine, I'll fight then. Let's see if I dare. Alright, we're all getting on in years, let's talk things out calmly. Don't make a scene over a newcomer and become a laughingstock for everyone. Seeing the tension between the two sides, Qin Wuji, who had been silent all along, quickly stepped in to dissuade them.
In any case, Nightshade must be under the jurisdiction of my Zhao family.
Hey, you think you can just say you'll return? Ask everyone else if they agree first.
He suppressed his anger and said sarcastically.
Zhao Changlin wanted to explain further.
Qin Wuji interrupted, saying, since there is a dispute, let the 8 of us vote to decide.
Although Zhao Changlin was unwilling, he also knew that the Zhao family alone could not contend with the other 7 families.
Not to mention there were more than a dozen other forces on the field whose strength was slightly inferior to theirs.
The final voting result was as expected.
Apart from Zhao Changlin, everyone else supported relying on their own abilities to win the battle for Night Shadow.
Zhao Changlin felt frustrated but helpless.
However, he suddenly thought of something and said, since you all think so, then I have nothing to refute. However, there is one thing I must remind you of. Quite a few people have publicly recruited Nightshade so far, but the other party has not responded at all.
What if he doesn't want to be recruited by us at all?
He chimed in. Perhaps someone offered too low a price, or some people thought they were being clever and used underhanded tactics to annoy the other party.
After all, Night Shadow is still young and has some backbone.
Zhao Changlin knew perfectly well that he was referring to his previous attempt to monopolize low-priced skill stones. However, he later discovered that those methods did not seem to have any effect on Nightshade. Of course, everyone knew about this, whether openly or secretly, but Zhao Changlin would never admit it. He coldly replied, you'd better explain yourself.
He smiled slightly. If I were Ying, I probably wouldn't choose your Zhao family. After all, the Zhao family only produced Zhao Hao 2 years ago. Even if Ying joins the Zhao family, can your Zhao family guarantee that he will receive more resources than Zhao Hao?
Zhao Changlin was speechless for a moment. Indeed, as He said, the Zhao family's resources are now all being poured into Zhao Hao.
If Ying were to join the Zhao family, although she wouldn't be completely ignored, she would clearly not be able to compare to Zhao Hao.
The incident last year where Jia Fangsen was taken away is a prime example.
However, Fang Xian himself came from a second-rate power, and the Zhao family nearly incorporated Fang Xian's power into their vassalage, which was completely different from Yi Ying's situation.
Seeing Zhao Changlin speechless, he secretly felt smug. Unexpectedly, this year the tables have turned, and a Night Shadow, several times more powerful than Fang Xinxiang, has appeared. I reached level 50 in just 2 days.
However, the next moment. Moreover, it has absolutely no background whatsoever. With such an impressive track record, which company wouldn't be tempted?
Even representatives from a dozen or so other, slightly weaker families were very interested. However, due to the power of the 8 major families, they dared not easily express their opinions. At this moment, everyone present had their own thoughts and remained silent. Seeing this, Qin Wuji said directly, in short, Ying can only be a member of the 8 great families no matter what. If he refuses, then the rewards of the path of exile are destined to be out of his reach.
Everyone agreed and nodded in agreement. As for the refusal that Qin Wuji mentioned, nobody took it seriously. Who in this world can refuse the recruitment of the 8 great families?
If he was truly determined not to accept the offer, Qin Wuji had already made it very clear. There's no need to resort to any major measures. If all the younger generation of the family who have entered the road of exile are united, Nightshade will find it impossible to make any progress inside.
Boom boom boom. The alliance does not need the 9th family.
This is the secret to the survival of the 8 major families, which has stood on Earth for nearly a century. The discussion soon came to an end. Only the 2 of them remained in the meeting room. One was Qin Wuji, and the other was an elderly man who appeared somewhat hunched over.
This old man is Ji Jisun, the current head of the Ji family, the weakest of the 8 great families.
Seeing that everyone had dispersed, he finally spoke and asked, Elder Wuji, what is the Qin family's attitude towards that Night Shadow?
Qin Wuji glanced at him and replied indifferently, what, does your Ji family also have plans?
Ji Jisun cupped his hands and bowed slightly, saying humbly, I will follow Elder Wuji's arrangements. Qin Wuji was fairly satisfied with his attitude, and then said, those 6 families have always looked down on my Qin family and your
Ji family.
Back then, they caused my Qin family to lose Qin Wuming. This time, that Night Shadow must belong to my Qin family.
Upon hearing the name Qin Wuming, Ji Jisun fell silent.
But a turbulent feeling stirred within me. Qin Wuming, that peerless genius who appeared like a fleeting flower 30 years ago. It's a pity he died too young.
Otherwise, the Qin family's strength would certainly be even greater today.
Just as these top powers in the alliance were discussing the ownership of Nightshade, at this moment, Yi Xiao, having just killed the lava behemoth, had entered a dark cave. At first, Yi Xiao thought this would be the next point for collecting elemental essence, but after observing for a while, he realized that he had been overthinking it. After walking for a while, Yi Xiao came to a 3-way intersection.
Each fork in the road is an opening, with no special markings around found it.
Yi Xiao was momentarily confused. After a moment's thought, he relied on his intuition and chose the left fork in the road. However, as soon as they stepped into the fork in the road, a group of black, bird-like creatures rushed towards them.
Shadow Crawler. Attack power, 500. Defense, 300.
Description: it lurks in dark caves year-round, its body is jet black and hairless, and it is a nimble shadow creature that moves about with lightning speed.
It's a level 50 monster?
Its attributes appear to be significantly stronger than those of monsters of the same level in the outside world.
However, it's not even in the same league as the fire-type monsters we encountered before.
Yi Xiao clapped his hands and cast a fireball spell.
This is impossible.
At this moment, the single target damage of the fireball spell has reached 5,897 points. The shadow crawler only has 300 defense points, so its magic resistance is naturally not high either.
Yi Xiao easily defeated him.
With just 2 fireballs, nearly 200 shadow crawlers were reduced to ashes. You have killed a shadow crawler and gained 7,480 experience points. You have killed a shadow crawler and gained 7,480 experience points.
Ding! You have reached level 51. All attributes +2, HP +40, MP +20, free attribute points +10.
A single wave of shadow crawlers was enough to level up Yi Xiao instantly. It's important to know that it takes 1,460,722 experience points to level up from level 50 to level 51. Yi Xiao did a quick calculation and found that a shadow crawler had 815 basic experience points. This level of experience is significantly higher than that of monsters of the same level found in the outside world. However, Yi Xiao is more concerned about the Ring of Plague source in his hand than about upgrading. Previously, I used the forge to refine the Ring of Plague and obtained an effect. Skills have a 30% chance to trigger double casting. Initially, Yi Xiao did not value this effect. After all, he can now cast 50 fireballs instantly, and there's a 30% chance of getting one extra, which isn't very appealing. However, after trying it himself, he realized that he had misunderstood double casting. Now, he fully understands the rules governing the effects of the Borrow of Epidemic smelting technique.
Double casting is triggered based on the number of times he casts the skill. However, it can only be triggered once at a time.
He can cast 50 fireballs at once, which means he has 50 chances to trigger them. A 30% probability is almost equivalent to a 100% trigger rate for him. After all, it's impossible to have a 30% chance of hitting the target 50 times and not succeed even once. Yi Xiao absolutely refused to believe such a thing. Of course, if it had only gone this far, Yi Xiao wouldn't have been so shocked. The truly terrifying aspect of dual casting is that once it's triggered, it can simultaneously trigger all of his fireball skills. After Yi Xiao releases 50 fireballs, he can instantly cast all the skills called fireball again with the help of the double casting effect. In other words, Yi Xiao now effectively releases 100 fireballs by casting the fireball spell once. This also explains why he killed nearly 200 shadow crawlers in 2 consecutive fireballs. After clarifying the smelting effect of the Ring of Epidemic source, Yi Xiao was overjoyed. This effectively doubles the damage he inflicts. With the enhancement of Fire Elemental Essence, his single fireball spell's damage is comparable to some high-level epic or even legendary skills. Now, this doubling effect has been achieved. Yi Xiao's fireball spell dealt an astonishing 589,720 damage.
Who could withstand such damage? He silently considered the matter in his mind. Given his current output level, there's no need to keep increasing his intelligence.
The reason I added intelligence before was because the initial damage was too low, so it had to be increased. Adding intelligence not only increases damage but also boosts mana and magic resistance.
But now that damage is no longer an issue, he can allocate his free attribute points in other directions.
After all, intelligence can be increased later by learning more skill stones. As for where to allocate the attribute points, Yi Xiao quickly calculated in his mind. In fact, the so-called thinking didn't trouble him for too long. After all, with unlimited skill slots, you can make up for any missing skills with a large number of skills. Currently, besides intelligence, agility is naturally the most cost-effective. Yi Xiao decisively invested all 10 free attribute points he gained from the upgrade into agility.
ID, Night Shadow, Level 51, Class, Mage,
Attributes, Strength 114, Constitution 126, Agility 195, Intelligence 1926, HP 128530/128530, MP 21770/21770.
Skills, Fireball, Mana Fountain, Experience Surge. Expand. In fact, based on past experience in the world of immortality,
the typical stat allocation for a mage is 3 points in intelligence and 2 in agility, or 3 points in intelligence, 1 in constitution, and 1 in agility.
This ensures both output and maximizes survivability.
Those mages who are backed by powerful forces and have top-tier equipment tend to follow a high-damage output route with 4 intelligence and 1 agility.
Mages like Yi Xiao, whose intelligence is almost entirely focused, are not rare, but they do exist.
Most of them are already lying on their graves, overgrown with weeds. If it weren't for the talent of unlimited skill slots, Yi Xiao wouldn't dare to play like this at all.
He might not even choose the mage profession.
However, in reality, Yi Xiao's agility is not low. After all, the two mythical equipment pieces combined gave him a full 90 points of agility. In addition, there's the movement speed provided by the swiftness skill. His agility appears low only relative to his astonishing intelligence. His intelligence has now reached 1926 points. Although the more times he advances, the greater the difference in attribute points gained per level, the more he progresses. However, this base number is already equivalent to the base stats of a level 130 professional.
He's only level 51 right now.
With the added bonuses from various skills and equipment, he is more than capable of reaching the late game. Don't forget, his talent also allows him to gain an extra 2 points of intelligence for every skill he learns. Therefore, his damage output is already at its maximum, and adding more intelligence would be a waste.
The remaining strength attributes are basically irrelevant to Yi Xiao.
Constitution can be temporarily disregarded. Although it can increase defense and magic resistance, the improvement is not significant. However, thanks to the mythical equipment Endless Chain of Life, his health points, like his intelligence, will not decrease as he learns more skills. Yi Xiao continued forward.
Unfortunately, he didn't encounter any more monsters until the next fork in the road.
He chose the leftmost path based on his intuition, and encountered the underground monsters again after entering.
However, this time the monsters are level 52, and the number is still 200.
In just a few seconds, Yi Xiao cleaned them all up.
Immediately afterwards, he leveled up again.
It has reached level 52. The speed of this upgrade was unbelievable even to Yi Xiao himself. In this way, Yi Xiao chose several intersections in succession.
Approximately 200 monsters will appear at each fork in the road. Each time you choose a fork in the road, the monster's level will increase by 2.
Until recently, the monster he faced had reached level 70. At this time, his level also successfully increased to level 60, just reaching the threshold for the second job advancement. He had previously anticipated that his upgrade speed would be very fast, but he didn't expect it to be so fast. From start to finish, it only took a little over an hour. The actual time spent on combat is no more than 5 minutes. Most of the time is spent exploring. Although his level had increased, Yi Xiao also noticed that the monsters in these caves seemed to be different from the fire-type monsters he had encountered before.
Aside from experience points, the monsters here do not drop any items.
Then, Yi Xiao chose a fork in the road and went in. This time, however, no monsters appeared at the fork in the road. The cave was unusually bright and spacious. At this moment, on the wall at the deepest part of the cave, a rune covered with strange patterns caught Yi Xiao's attention. He walked closer to examine it and found that the patterns emitted a faint red glow, which was very eye-catching. After a moment's thought, Yi Xiao reached out and gently touched the patterns. Suddenly, the red light on the patterns brightened abruptly, releasing a strange energy. At the same time, a similar red light bloomed from between Yi Xiao's eyebrows.
The next second, the red light on the wall merged into his brow. A surge of powerful energy instantly flowed into his body. In their eyes, at the same time, a message popped up on the panel. You have absorbed the power of the Crimson Moon, increasing all your attributes by 50 points. Before Yi Xiao could figure out what was happening, the once peaceful underground cave suddenly began to shake violently. The next instant, a powerful energy propelled him directly out. Yi Xiao found himself in the miasma hidden forest. He was completely baffled. He opened the panel and found that all 4 of his attributes had increased by 50 points. That confirmed that what I had just witnessed was not a hallucination. At the same time, he was completely convinced that the Red Moon token he had obtained earlier was indeed closely related to the underground cave. The remaining elemental essence is likely hidden deep within the cave.
However, Yi Xiao does not yet know how to obtain it. Then, he picked up the Star Guide Stone and planned to try entering the cave again.
A message popped up on the result panel. This item is in a cooling off period and can be reopened after 24 hours.
Helpless, Yi Xiao had no choice but to temporarily abandon the idea of continuing to enter. There are still more than 20 hours left before the Path of Exile is officially opened. After a moment's thought, Yi Xiao returned directly to Huangsha City.
Then I found the Hall of Professionals. His plan was to complete his second job advancement before the Path of Exile opened. Although he was confident that no one among this year's newcomers could rival him.
However, without advancing, he was still unable to continue leveling up. The experience gained in Path of Exile is extremely generous. If you can advance to the next level, you can take this opportunity to gain a huge amount of experience.
Perhaps you can reach level 90 without spending money to enter someone else's secret realm.
Arriving at the stone tablet, Yi Xiao waved his hand and pressed it down.
Ding! You meet the requirements for the second job advancement quest. Generating the advancement quest. Second job advancement quest generated.
Please proceed to the Phantom Maze and collect 3 Phantom Hearts.
This is the mission?
Yi Xiao frowned slightly. His luck really wasn't good. It's not that the task is particularly difficult, but based on statistics over the years,
the average time to to complete the Phantom Maze quest is 2 days. This conflicted with the opening time of the Path of Exile. Moreover, the quests for the second job advancement are different from those for the first job advancement. The first level advancement quest can be refreshed by spending money. This is a special benefit that the World of Immortality provides to newcomers. However, this convenience is lost once you reach the second job advancement. Left with no other choice, Yi Xiao had to obediently accept the mission. He had already decided to go and check out the situation before making any plans. If you really can't go on, it doesn't matter if you turn back halfway, it won't take up much time anyway. After leaving the Hall of Professionals, Yi Xiao originally planned to head to the Phantom Maze immediately. However, a message in the chat channel caught his attention. Given that the Path of Exile is about to open, all new players are requested to return to the real world and collect their new player bonuses from their respective schools. This new player bonus is jointly initiated and sponsored by the 8 major families of the Alliance, aiming to encourage newcomers. The bonus will be distributed according to the new player's level. The higher the level, the more generous the bonus. The deadline for claiming rewards is before entering the Path of Exile. All new players are urged to claim their rewards. Upon seeing this message, Yi Xiao did not show any excitement. Instead, he fell into deep thought. The Academy only offers one newbie bonus per year, which is the bonus awarded before entering the World of Immortality. At that time, he received 10,000 immortal coins. Now, the 8 major families have actually launched a second round of newbie rewards, which are distributed based on the player's level. This has never happened before. In Yi Xiao's view, the 8 major families, with their reputation and strength, would have a large number of ordinary people working for them even if they did nothing. Giving money to newcomers for no reason might earn them some gratitude, but it won't bring any real benefit. Therefore, the actions of the 8 major families seem extremely unusual. Suddenly, Yi Xiao realized the meaning behind it. This newbie reward system is a trap designed by the 8 major families to lock in their real-world identities. It wasn't that Yi Xiao was arrogant, rather, he had achieved an astonishing SSS rating in the beginner's dungeon right from the start. Then, he quickly became the controller of the Miasma Hidden Forest Secret Realm. The most outrageous thing is that he reached level 50 in just 2 days. Such a record goes far beyond simply breaking a record. It can be said that there is no such case in the 100-year history of the World of Immortality. The feat of reaching level 50 in just 2 days has completely attracted the attention of the 8 major clans. They established this newbie reward system precisely to lock in real-world identities through levels. After figuring this out, Yi Xiao's first reaction was not to collect it. As long as he doesn't go, the 8 major families will naturally be unable to find out his true identity. But then he thought about it again and couldn't help but smile bitterly. It must be said that none of the 8 great families who have stood firm in the World of Immortality for 100 years are simple characters. After the announcement was released, many people in the chat channel revealed that the prize money was very generous. Even if you're a complete waste with only level 10, you can still get a 100,000 yuan bonus. Level 20 can earn you 200,000. The higher the level, the more bonus you receive. Faced with such a risk-free opportunity to earn a large sum of immortal coins for free, no one but a fool would refuse. Therefore, very few people would not go to claim their reward. At that time, the 8 major families will be able to more easily identify the newcomers who have not yet claimed their rewards. This is undoubtedly a blatant and overt conspiracy. As for why the 8 major families wanted to find out their identities, apart from the Zhao family whose identities were unclear, most of the other families probably did not have malicious intentions. They simply want to bring themselves under their control. To outsiders, this might seem like a golden opportunity. After all, the winners of the Path of Exile leaderboard and the Rookie of the Year title over the years will eventually become members of the 8 major families, and they will be overjoyed by it. Of course, some people were originally members of the 8 major families, such as Zhao Hao from the year before last. In the past, Yi Xiao would have had no problem joining, but now, he clearly possesses godlike talent and extremely exaggerated combat power. Joining a faction as a henchman and losing his voice and freedom is clearly not what he wants. However, how to refuse the 8 major families became a problem. None of the people in the top echelons are easy to talk to. Over the past decade, as the Abyss monsters have been gradually suppressed by the Alliance has never lacked combat power. These people will not care about anything else once someone threatens their position. Perhaps they cannot find Yi Xiao in the World of Immortality, but the real world is much smaller than the World of Immortality, and there are no regional restrictions. As a result, Yi Xiao will be in a rather passive position in the real world. However, he quickly laughed. He then silently recited a sentence in his mind. In the blink of an eye, he returned to the real world. He has made up his mind to go and collect the reward. In any case, whether he goes or not, the 8 major families will find him soon. Since that's the case, wouldn't it be a loss not to take advantage of such a good deal? Let's get the bonus first. Moreover, Yi Xiao already had a plan in mind. Even if his identity is confirmed, he will not be afraid. Yi Xiao's first time entering the World of Immortality was limited to 24 hours. After returning to reality, he needed to rest for more
more than 2 hours before he could enter again.
But now his attributes are approaching those of a level 155th tier professional. He could easily stay in the world of immortality for 2 or 3 days without any problem. In reality, one only needs to rest for an hour to re-enter the world of immortality.
1 hour is enough time for those powerful professionals to find him and take action. But he could have waited an hour before collecting the prize money and then directly entered the world of immortality.
As for the next time you return to reality,
Yi Xiao believed that, given his growth rate, his stay would not exceed half an hour, and might even only take a dozen minutes. Given the short time frame, it's easy to imagine how difficult it would be for the experts from the 8 major families to find him.
This may explain why the 8 major families are willing to spend billions to urgently find him, because they knew very well that once he grew up, it won't be so easy to lock him down in the real world in the future.
Unfortunately, they didn't know that Yi Xiao wasn't level 50, but had already reached level 60. As long as he can complete his second job advancement before the Path of Exile opens, Yi Xiao is confident that he can quickly reach level 90 in the Path of Exile. Yi Xiao was initially worried about whether he could complete his second job advancement before the Path of Exile opened. The Phantom Maze quest is well known, and Yi Xiao often heard his teachers explain it at school. He was well aware of the difficulties involved. Penniless at the time, he had no choice but to fight back.
But now the 8 major families have suddenly made their move. This gave Yi Xiao a new idea. Boom boom boom.
With his level 60 status, he can receive 600,000 eternal coins. With this money, he could find a way to quickly clear the Phantom Maze. This time, the 8 major families are likely to suffer a double loss. Thinking of this, a faint smile appeared on Yi Xiao's lips.
And so, almost an hour passed.
Yi Xiao went directly to Yunqing No. 1 High School. By this time, a considerable number of people had gathered on campus. Yi Xiao also saw several familiar faces. He was his former classmate.
However, their relationship was just so.
He wasn't interested in striking up a conversation.
Looking around, I didn't see Fatty Chu, nor did I receive any new messages from him. It seems the guy is still lingering in the world of immortality and hasn't come out yet.
Yi Xiao shook his head, deciding not to wait any longer. As the crowd moved toward the testing room, 10 energy detection instruments had already been set up here. Yi Xiao glanced at the instrument description next to him and immediately understood the process. 10 people enter at a time, with each person assigned to one instrument. Simply place your hand on the instrument, and it will automatically determine the level. At the same time, the corresponding rewards will be automatically issued. There will be no other person present during the entire process. This is clearly to protect the privacy of the newlyweds. Yi Xiao was naturally familiar with this energy detection instrument.
It certainly doesn't reveal any information about the professional. However, the amount of the bonus will reveal some information.
No, after all, his level is unique. By reviewing the records afterward, the scope of the investigation can be quickly narrowed down. Fortunately, the testing process was not short, which gave Yi Xiao ample time. After waiting in line for a while, it was finally his turn. Without hesitation, Yi Xiao placed his hand on the instrument. The next second, the instrument emitted a burst of energy, and a line of text appeared on the screen.
Your level has been detected as 60.
A reward of 600,000 eternal coins has been awarded. Soon, Yi Xiao received the 600,000 yuan bonus.
He turned and left the academy at a leisurely pace.
He then walked straight out of the city. Since his identity was destined to be exposed, Yi Xiao was naturally not foolish enough to stay in his original residence and give others the opportunity to wait for him. To curb the destructive behavior of professionals, the Alliance has banned the use of skills within the city and deployed a large number of law enforcement officers to patrol 24 hours a day. Once discovered, they will be forcibly detained and then tried according to the severity of the offense, with a minimum sentence starting from 3 years.
To avoid trouble, Yi Xiao naturally wouldn't use any skills in the city.
Only after leaving the city did he activate his divine speed. The next moment, his speed was instantly increased to the extreme, and he rushed towards the distance. He did not choose a mode of transportation because that would have made it easier to reveal his location.
His destination was Lin Yuan Town, the frontline town closest to the Abyss Cave.
The area was constantly harassed by abyssal demons, resulting in extreme chaos, making it the ideal hiding place for Yi Xiao at this moment. However, less than an hour after Yi Xiao left, a figure hurriedly walked out of Yunqing Middle School, his expression both solemn and somewhat excited.
600,000? Are you sure you're not mistaken?
In a certain part of the Alliance, Xin Wuji heard his subordinate's report and a look of surprise flashed across his eyes. It wasn't that he didn't trust his subordinate's intelligence, but the fact that they could take away 600,000 meant that the other party's level had reached level 60.
Wasn't Night Shadow level 50 before?
Xin Wuji immediately suspected that the machine had malfunctioned. After all, no one has ever been able to level up from 50 to 60 in just a few hours. But he immediately shook his head and dismissed the idea. Since he chose to go to receive the award, he obviously knows his identity will be exposed. We must send more people to Yunqing and try to find him before anyone else.
else. The Qin family must not miss out on such a genius. Meanwhile, other factions in the alliance also received intelligence about Nightshade. Everyone was shocked by Nightshade's level. Soon, the not-so-prosperous Yunqing was flooded with a large number of unfamiliar faces. Clearly, these people were all there in search of Nightshade. However, some bonuses have not yet been claimed and are awaiting final confirmation. After experiencing the previous humiliation, Bai Xiaoxiao became even more taciturn. Ho Tong, who was responsible for guarding the area, dared not say a word for fear of bringing bad luck upon himself. However, due to the patriarch's orders, Ho Tong ultimately had to bite the bullet and approach Bai Xiaoxiao. "Miss, we have news about Yi Ying's identity." Upon hearing the words Night Shadow, Bai Xiaoxiao's body trembled slightly, and her expression became even colder. "What are you trying to say?" Ho Tong hesitated for a moment, then said cautiously, "The patriarch just sent word that Yi Ying is also a freshman at Yunqing No. 1 Middle School and a classmate of Mississippi." Night Shadow is from Yunqing No. 1 High School? Bai Xiaoxiao was completely shocked. She never imagined that the guy who had humiliated her so many times would be in the same school as her. My mind raced, trying to find the corresponding person. However, after much deliberation, a suitable candidate could not be found. This year, she is the only student at Yunqing No. 1 High School to have awakened a talent of S-level or higher. The highest grade among the rest is only A. How could an A-level talent possibly overwhelm a group of S-level talents? This is a joke, and it's not funny at all. What exactly happened? What does family mean now? Bai Xiaoxiao asked. Ho Tong replied, "The head of the family hopes that Miss can use this classmate relationship to establish contact with Yi Ying." Bai Xiaoxiao sneered, "I know, but you have to tell the family head that he needs to give me more resources." Ho Tong looked troubled. "Miss, the resources the family is giving you now are already the most they've ever provided. There's not much point in increasing the investment." "Humph, what do you know? Yi Ying is now a piece of fat meat in the eyes of various powerful forces, and the Bai family is just a second-rate family. If I don't perform better, do you think they would choose the Bai family based on a simple classmate relationship?" Ho Tong was speechless for a moment, and after a long while, he stammered, "Yes, miss, I will report to the head of the family." After hearing this, Bai Xiaoxiao ignored Ho Tong and continued to level up frantically. With the time to enter the path of exile drawing ever closer, she must level up as much as possible before then. Her idea was simple. Since the Bai family wanted to use her to win over Yi Ying, she would take the opportunity to ask for more manpower and resources. In this way, she can level up to 40 and equip the class change gear before entering the path of exile. With this advantage, her strength will be greatly enhanced. Although the cost of the investment was somewhat outweighed the gains, Bai Xiaoxiao didn't care at all. On this journey of exile, she will inevitably encounter Nightshade, and she must meet him. She wanted everyone to see that she possessed the strength of an SSS level awakened talent. This is a gap that cannot be bridged simply by leveling up quickly. Bai Xiaoxiao thought to herself. Those who share her thoughts include outstanding individuals from various regions. They also gave it their all, relentlessly improving themselves. At this moment, both the world of immortality and the real world were abuzz with excitement over Nightshade's astonishing achievement. Meanwhile, inside Huangsha City, a streak of light flashed, and Yi Zhao's figure appeared in the city. Nearly an hour has passed since he left Yuncheng. Because Lin Yuan City is quite far away, he is not in a hurry to go there immediately. We can continue our journey when we return to the real world. This way, when walking in the wild, one can avoid being discovered by the 8 major families to the greatest extent possible. He first glanced at the regional chat channel. At this moment, most people are discussing how to claim their prize money. However, Yi Xiao also noticed that there were reports that a large number of powerful individuals had entered Yun City. He wasn't surprised at all when he saw this. The 8 major families acted swiftly, clearly having already located his position. His identity has not yet been fully confirmed. He shook his head, unwilling to pay any more attention. Looking at the heavy 600,000 eternal coins in his backpack, he silently thanked the 8 great families. A slight smile involuntarily appeared on his lips. These past few days, whenever he was short of money, kind-hearted people would always bring him money. First it was by Xiaoxiao and Xia Baofan, and now it's the 8 great families. There are so many good people here. After reflecting on his feelings, Yi Xiao opened the online exchange. He quickly found the skill stone he needed by using the filter function. Myriad flower pupil technique, advanced, able to penetrate any fog shrouding a maze, increasing vision by 15 meters. Price, 30,000 eternal coins. The monsters in the Phantom Labyrinth are level 60, but they are not considered strong compared to other monsters of the same level. What truly hinders professionals from completing their tasks is the thick fog that shrouds the entire labyrinth. These fogs severely limit the vision of professionals. Furthermore, all the monsters within the Phantom Labyrinth possess various unexpected illusions. This is why professionals have historically spent a long time on this. The myriad flower pupil technique that Yi Xiao was planning to buy was a passive skill that could improve vision in the fog. It belongs to a rather special type of functional skill. Although it only increases visibility by 15 meters, this extra 15 meters can
can greatly improve a professional's reaction time and predict the direction in advance to gain valuable time. In the world of immortality, there are many regions shrouded in mist, like the Phantom Labyrinth. Most people wouldn't waste a skill slot on this kind of skill for no reason. In order to completely solve the problem, many forces have specifically trained tools who possess these skills. However, Yi Xiao did not value these tools. First, hiring these tools costs money. Second, the results they provide fall far short of Yi Xiao's expectations. Yi Xiao has an unlimited skill slot, so he can act as a tool. Moreover, he doesn't want just any ordinary tool. He wants the strongest one. Throughout the entire trading industry, there is only one skill that can increase vision in the fog, the myriad flower eye technique, but there are dozens of them. Yi Xiao did not buy a large quantity, but only 10, spending 300,000. After learning everything, his field of vision in the fog instantly increased by 150 meters. With this 150 meters, that's more than enough. Yi Xiao spent the remaining 300,000 on skill stones that enhanced his resistance to spirit. Besides the fog, the biggest challenge in the Phantom Maze is the illusionary attacks of the monsters. While these illusions are not fatal, they can leave professionals completely unprepared. This also greatly extends the time required for strategy planning. Yi Xiao's idea was simple. With the means to break through the fog, coupled with sufficient resistance to illusions, the illusionary maze posed almost no challenge for him. He quickly searched around and found that the prices of skill stones for resisting mental damage varied, ranging from a few thousand to 5,000 or 6,000. After some selection, Yi Xiao bought 120 skill stones. He had less than 30,000 yuan left. After learning 50 of the anti-spirit skill stones, Yi Xiao gained 2 skill effects. Increases mental resistance by 2751 points. Increases antipsychotic effects by 25%. Including his own attributes, Yi Xiao's total resistance to mental attacks reached 6913. This is also thanks to the fact that he is a mage. His intelligence attribute provides him with considerable magic resistance. With these 6,913 points of resistance to spirit, you can easily deal with illusion attacks in the illusion maze. In addition, these 130 skill stones also gave him 260 intelligence and 26,000 health. His current health points exceed 150,000, making him a true tank. 3 hours later, Yi Xiao arrived at Phantom City, the level 60 area of the beginner village. The entrance to the Phantom Maze is located 30 miles north of Phantom City, hence the name Phantom City. However, this is not a popular area for second job advancement. The City of Illusion was sparsely populated. Yi Xiao wasn't in the mood for shopping and soon arrived at the entrance to the Phantom Maze. To his surprise, when he arrived, he found that there were already people there, a total of 10 people, obviously a small team. The leader was a young and beautiful woman dressed in magic-based equipment. The other party also noticed Yi Xiao's arrival, and everyone's faces showed doubt and wariness. Seeing this, Yi Xiao didn't intend to communicate with them and went straight into the Phantom Maze from the side. After Yi Xiao left, the team members all showed signs of worry. Sister Ye, has the news leaked? Xin Yu, who was in the lead, hesitated for a moment, then shook her head and said, "Impossible, I'm the only one who knows about this." Someone nearby asked again, "Xin Yu, by now it's time to explain exactly what you are, isn't it?" Upon hearing this, everyone in the team except Xin Yu perked up their ears. Xin Yu understood that they probably wouldn't follow up easily if she didn't explain things clearly. He had no choice but to say, "That thing is called the Phantom Amulet. Wearing it allows you to create a clone, which will inherit some of the original's attributes." Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up with fervor. However, some people have raised questions. "Didn't you say before that thing was on the hidden boss, and that the boss was too strong for you to beat? How do you know the name and effects of that thing?" As soon as she finished speaking, the others realized what she meant and stared at Xin Yu with questioning eyes. Everyone present, including Xin Yu, was a newcomer who had just entered the world of immortality last year. However, their talents and resources were all quite ordinary. "After a year of hard work, I finally reached level 90, but I got stuck on the third job advancement quest." In fact, this is the norm for most professionals in the world of immortality. After all, the number of professionals entering the area each year is enormous, while the resources in the beginner zone are fixed. To stand out, besides talent, the only other option is money. With money, you can enter the secret realm to level up. With money, you can buy high-level equipment and powerful monster-slaying skills. In short, money can buy anything. Otherwise, they can only struggle to survive, just like Xin Yu and her group in front of them. Faced with this reality, Xin Yu clearly found it difficult to accept. Before entering the world of immortality, she was quite famous in the academy and was a well-known school beauty. Unfortunately, she came from an ordinary family and only awakened a C-level talent. Over the course of a year, she gradually became just another ordinary person among the masses. This huge disparity made her feel extremely unbalanced. She mentally prepared herself several times, intending to use her beauty to gain favor with powerful scions, just like other beautiful women, in order to secure a promotion. However, just as she and her teammates entered the Phantom Maze to complete the second job advancement quest, they unexpectedly discovered a hidden location. The hidden boss there gave her a glimmer of hope to escape her predicament. Therefore, during this period of time, she steadily raised her level to 90 while searching for suitable candidates to form a team to defeat the boss.
That's why we have the scene we see today.
Shinyu understood her teammates' questions and explained, as you know, the monsters in the Phantom Maze are skilled in illusion magic. Most of their illusions will make players imagine what would happen after they kill them, and the dropped items will also appear in the illusion.
Shinyu nodded and said, "That's right.
Our team was once caught in that boss's illusion. I killed it in the illusion and obtained the illusion amulet from it, so I learned about the function of this amulet. Unfortunately, the team hadn't completed their second job advancement yet, so their strength was limited. In the end, I escaped by sheer luck." Shinyu's calm narration made the other 9 people suddenly realize the truth, but it also made them feel a little more solemn. Seeing this, Shinyu comforted her, "Don't be too nervous.
We are all level 90 and we are prepared this time. As long as we can withstand the boss's illusion, we can definitely kill it."
"That's right.
Since Shinyu is being so frank, I have nothing more to say. Let's all work together to defeat the boss."
Others responded in unison. Suddenly, the male team member who had spoken earlier slapped his forehead and exclaimed, "Oh no,
didn't someone go in alone just now? What if he also encountered that hidden boss?
Won't he snatch our treasure first?" Shinyu calmly said, "The location of that hidden boss is extremely special. We only discovered it by chance. Otherwise, no one would have found it all these years.
Don't worry, he's alone. He probably won't get very far."
After hearing this, the others felt relieved and stopped worrying. As for why Yi Xiao entered the Phantom Maze alone, none of them, including Shinyu, paid any attention to it. At this moment, they were only thinking about killing the boss and seizing the treasures, and had no time to pay attention to the actions of strangers.
After giving a brief explanation, Shinyu led the other 9 people into the Phantom Maze. "Tell me about it."
This illusionary labyrinth, though called a labyrinth, is actually just a vast forest shrouded in thick fog. The entire mountain forest was shrouded in thick fog, so thick that you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. Fortunately, they had purchased 10 Nanjikyu Sharingan beforehand. With the help of the myriad flower pupil technique, Yi Xiao could see everything in the mist. With his current combat strength and 150,000 health points, without the influence of mist and illusion, the illusionary labyrinth could not stop him at all. By this moment, he had already left Shinyu and her group far behind. During this time, he also encountered some monsters here, but they were still inferior to those in the underground caves. Yi Xiao has now reached the level cap, and in order to complete the second job advancement as soon as possible, he naturally does not intend to waste time on pointless monster killing. They cleared the way with fireballs. With nearly 7,000 points of mental resistance and an exceptional 150-meter field of vision, he quickly advanced over 1,000 meters. But compared to the entire Phantom Maze, this stretch of over 1,000 meters is just the tip of the iceberg.
Moreover, the trees in the Phantom Maze move randomly every so often.
Therefore, it is impossible to draw maps in advance. However, the monsters Yi Xiao killed during this period earned him a lot of money. Relying on the extremely high drop rate, he gained more than 1,000 eternal coins.
Don't underestimate these 1,000 plus immortal coins.
If a professional with a normal drop rate came in, they would be lucky to get 1 or 200. There are several types of monsters in the world of immortality. Ordinary monsters in the secret realm will not drop immortal coins or equipment, they will only drop some skill stones and various strange and useless items. Only monsters of elite level or higher have a chance to drop equipment. Wild monsters also follow the same pattern. Immortal coins are essentially crystals formed from the magic cores inside the bodies of monsters after they die. These crystals take a certain amount of time to form inside monsters. Monsters only drop eternal coins in places like the Phantom Labyrinth, which are difficult for professionals to visit frequently.
In addition, many functions in the immortal world require immortality coins.
Therefore, the total amount of eternal coins always remains at a balance point.
This is also why the Alliance designated eternal coin as the sole circulating currency. It's a pretty good place to make money.
After killing another phantom man-eating flower and picking up the eternal coin that had fallen from its corpse, Yi Xiao couldn't help but sigh. It's a pity he was in a hurry, otherwise he really wanted to spend more money here. After all, he had always been a poor man. Under the combined attack of Shinyu and her group, a giant phantom spider fell unwillingly. A teammate next to Shinyu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said with lingering fear, "Luckily, Shinyu, you reacted quickly, otherwise I would have been done for here long ago."
At this moment, someone couldn't help but ask, "Shinyu, we've been here for over an hour. Why does it feel like we're going in circles?"
As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's eyes turned to Shinyu. Shinyu looked around and slowly said, "The route of the Phantom Maze changes every now and then, give me some time." "We are willing to give you time, but this fog is too annoying, and we haven't hired a fog pathfinder, so it's too dangerous."
"Yes,
that phantom spider wasn't discovered until it got right behind us.
If it had been any later, we would all be dead.
I don't want to die before I even get the treasure."
"Should we give up? If even ordinary monsters are this dangerous, can we really beat the boss?"
As As soon as he finished speaking, several people began to consider backing out.
Seeing this, Xinyu was extremely anxious. She had waited so long for this opportunity, and she was absolutely unwilling to give it up. After quickly calculating in his mind, he gritted his teeth and said, "Give me some more time. As long as everyone is careful, there will be no problem. I won't risk my life."
Hearing her say that, the others exchanged glances and ultimately said nothing more, silently following behind Xinyu.
At the same time, in the same phantom labyrinth,
they were still a kilometer away from Xinyu and her group. With a fireball from Yi Xiao, the phantom slime in front of him was completely turned into black powder and disappeared into the world. A heart-shaped gemstone made of deep purple crystals, emitting a faint glow, lay quietly before Yi Xiao. He picked up the gem and gently exhaled. "After more than an hour, I finally obtained a phantom heart. According to the information, the phantom heart will only appear randomly on phantom slimes. However, not every phantom slime drops items upon death. It all depends on luck. Even with a 10,000x drop rate, it's useless, because it's either there or it isn't." In the past hour, Yi Xiao had defeated 3 phantom slimes, but only obtained this one phantom heart. They were quite lucky. At the same time, he couldn't help but marvel at the sheer size of the phantom labyrinth, which was truly unbelievable. Despite having a 150-meter field of vision through the fog, Yi Xiao still almost lost his way. Because of his high mental resistance, the phantom maze was no challenge for him. He couldn't comprehend the suffering others experienced upon entering this place. He only felt endless boredom. The only thing that made him feel fortunate was that he had made thorough preparations in advance. In the past, he might not have been able to complete the second stage advancement task in a single day. Another hour later, Yi Xiao successfully obtained the second phantom heart. This greatly boosted his confidence. However, what happened next was somewhat unexpected. Over the next 2 hours, he killed many monsters and collected 30 to 40,000 immortal coins. However, the crucial phantom slime has yet to appear. To make matters worse, he found himself seemingly disoriented. This caused him great distress. Left with no other choice, Yi Xiao could only proceed by instinct. After a while, a dense forest not far away suddenly caught his attention. With the enhanced vision from the myriad flower eye technique, he saw a group of humans passing through the dense forest. Could it be the same group of people we encountered outside before? If he hadn't met them here, Yi Xiao would have almost forgotten about their existence. At that moment, he also became interested. These people all seem to be level 80 or 90 professionals. What are they doing here? I haven't heard of anything valuable in the phantom maze. Are they here to farm gold? Filled with doubt, Yi Xiao quietly followed the group of people. Just then, Xinyu's voice came through. "That's right, it's nearby. This time it's definitely not wrong. You said the same thing before, and several hours have passed, and we're still wandering around outside aimlessly." "Yeah, is it going to work or not? If not, let's leave sooner rather than later. Everyone's condition has declined. Even if we find that hidden boss in the end, we won't be able to fight it in our current state. Trust me, this time it's definitely right. If it's wrong, we'll retreat immediately." Yi Xiao was initially just curious, but his eyes lit up instantly when he heard the words hidden boss. The phantom maze does indeed have a boss, but aside from the level 60 phantom set, it doesn't drop anything else of value. Yi Xiao wasn't particularly interested in level 60 equipment. He'd just casually pick it up when he came across it, without needing to deliberately search for it. But the woman he just talked about was clearly not the boss he knew. Now he understood why those people had been wary of him when they met him outside. It turns out there's a hidden boss here. Without hesitation, taking advantage of the other party's limited vision, Yi Xiao followed behind the group without any scruples. Xinyu and her group of 10 were completely unaware. To help Xinyu and her group find the hidden boss faster, Yi Xiao would throw stones to make noise whenever he spotted a monster approaching, thus alerting them. Xinyu and her companions were completely unaware of the situation, simply believing they were incredibly lucky and that their trip was much easier. After a while, Xinyu finally stopped in front of a giant tree that was as wide as 7 or 8 people. Before anyone could ask, she reached out and touched the tree trunk a few times. After clearly identifying her, Xinyu excitedly turned around and said, "Found it, this is the place." Everyone was stunned at first, then they all showed great joy. "Ha ha, great, we finally found it. I wanted to give up several times, it was really tough. Now the baby is ours. What are you waiting for? Let's go in." After a few words of discussion, the group, led by Xinyu, disappeared into the tree trunk. Seeing this, Yi Xiao couldn't help but show surprise. There are such amazing hidden locations? No wonder I'd never heard of this before. Despite his curiosity, Yi Xiao remained cautious and waited a while, afraid of running into Xinyu and the others if he went inside. After all, he knew absolutely nothing about what was going on inside. "I don't want to alarm anyone for the time being." Feeling that the time was right, Yi Xiao followed and walked into the tree trunk. As soon as I stepped inside, I heard eerie whispers in my ears. The whisper made Yi Xiao momentarily dazed. Fortunately, he possessed strong mental resilience and regained consciousness in an instant. He proceeded cautiously, following the footprints ahead. However, they hadn't gone far when they heard a shout of alarm and anger coming from ahead. "Shen Yu,
What are you doing?
Yi Xiao quickened his pace and soon saw the group of people again. At the same time, a monster that was as tall as two people, wearing a dark crown and wielding a scythe appeared before them. Shadow Reaper, boss.
Health points, 150,000.
Attack power, 3,000.
Defense, 1,000. Skills, Phantom Curse, Phantom Clone, Death Scythe.
Description: an aggregate formed from the collective life force of countless victims of illusion, possessing illusionary attacks that are difficult for ordinary people to resist.
To be honest, this hidden boss's attributes are quite average, and could even be described as weak.
But the Shadow Reaper seems to have used some kind of trick.
Yi Xiao looked at the team that had been so lively and energetic.
At this moment, everyone except Shin Yu stood there dumbfounded.
Most people even seemed to have lost consciousness.
Only the woman who was leading the group remained standing behind, able to move freely.
At that moment, Shin Yu's voice rang out. Lei Peng, don't make a fuss. This boss's illusion attacks are too strong. Someone has to sacrifice themselves.
Lei Peng was both shocked and furious upon hearing this.
You knew all along that you brought us here to be cannon fodder?
Shin Yu did not refute, but simply said, I just can't be content to be an ordinary person.
You must feel the same way, right?
Lei Peng's expression changed drastically, and his tone softened as he pleaded, Shin Yu, please save me for the sake of how much I've cared for you these past few months.
I can help you deal with the boss. This is something only the two of us know.
Once we kill the boss, the Phantom Amulet will be yours, and I'll treat you the same way I always have. Shin Yu remained expressionless, her gaze fixed on the boss who was absorbing the soul power of his teammates, and coldly said, I'm sorry, although you're very kind to me, you're too ordinary. So ordinary that every time I see you, I can't help but feel disgusted.
Shen Yu. Lei Peng was so angry that he almost lost his mind.
Unfortunately, he was immobilized by the boss and could only vent his anger by roaring.
Shin Yu remained unmoved and launched a series of attacks on the boss while it was unable to move.
She was already familiar with the boss's mechanical attack methods.
She was in Lei Peng's position last time.
She was just lucky. The only teammate who wasn't infected had always liked her and saved her life. Later, the two joined forces to fight the boss. But at that time they were only level 60, and their damage was insufficient. Seeing the boss charging towards them, Shin Yu struggled for a moment before resolutely pushing her teammate who was trying to save her away, and then turned and ran away. During this time, she calculated repeatedly. Given her current injuries, plus the help of these 9 people to buy her time, she was fully confident that she could kill the boss when it arrived. The thought of soon obtaining the Phantom Amulet ignited a fervent passion in Shin Yu's eyes. However, just as she began to fantasize about a glorious future, countless fireballs suddenly rained down from the sky.
It slammed into the boss instantly.
Hidden behind Shin Yu, Yi Xiao finally figured out the abilities of the Shadow Reaper in front of him.
Compared to other level 60 bosses, its attributes are quite weak.
However, it possesses an extremely bizarre illusion technique that can instantly render enemies immobile, and this effect becomes stronger over time. The frozen enemy will gradually lose consciousness, becoming immersed in the illusionary space created by the Shadow Reaper, unable to extricate themselves. However, Yi Xiao also discovered that this illusion seemed to have a limited range. The closer one got to the Shadow Reaper, the stronger the illusion became. Clearly, Shin Yu had already noticed this, so she maintained a safe distance from the boss. As for Lei Peng, he was probably on the verge of being affected by the illusion, so although his body was immobilized, he was still able to barely remain conscious. Having understood the boss's characteristics, Yi Xiao no longer wasted a second. He immediately launched an attack, throwing 50 fireballs. In the world of immortality, ownership of wild monsters is determined by whoever has the ability to seize them. Whoever does so owns them. There is no such thing as first come, first served. If you can't win, it's because you're not strong enough, and no one will sympathize with you.
This is an ironclad rule established by the Alliance.
Just like before, when Bai Xiaoxiao and a group of geniuses competed for the Calamity Messenger. Losing is losing, and it won't create a life or death feud. The Shadow Reaper has only 1000 defense and even less magic resistance. Weakened by Yi Xiao's lava blade, the Shadow Reaper was nothing but paper in front of Yi Xiao.
If you're dead, you're dead. It didn't even last a second.
Before the Shadow Reaper could even react, its massive body exploded. This sudden scene left Shin Yu, who was full of anticipation, dumbfounded.
How did the boss die?
Her mind was filled with questions. A flash of light passed by, but at that moment, a dazzling light suddenly burst forth where the boss had fallen. Shin Yu's eyes widened. No, what she saw in the illusion last time was legendary equipment.
How did it become a mythical level this time?
For a moment, she even wondered if she was under a spell. Driven by an intense longing, despite her confusion, her body involuntarily rushed towards the dazzling light. But before she could get close, a figure unexpectedly appeared and picked up the dark purple talisman from the ground. This scene pierced Shin Yu deeply, instantly bringing her to her senses. At the same time, she recognized the man in front of her as the one she had met at the entrance of the maze.
But how could he pick up equipment that didn't belong to him?
In a daze, Shin Yu recalled the fireball spell from just now, and her eyelids twitched involuntarily. But she quickly dismissed
dismissed this far-fetched guess. The highest level in the beginner area is only 90.
Although there are many geniuses, it is impossible for them to kill Shadow Reaper in one move. Something must have happened just now, but she hasn't figured it out yet. Level 35. Her deep-seated conviction made her unwilling to accept such speculation.
She had long regarded this phantom amulet as a treasure. How could she just stand by and watch it be taken away? So Shinyu immediately shouted, "Free attribute points, 0. Put down that equipment."
This is the only treasure she currently possesses that can change her fate, and she will never allow anyone to touch it, even if it means risking her life. Meanwhile, with the fall of the Shadow Reaper, except for the professional at the very front whose consciousness was drained by the Shadow Reaper, the other 8 people, including Lei Peng at the very back, instantly woke up from the illusion. Before they could even react to what was happening, they heard Shinyu's roar. Following the sound, everyone immediately saw Yi Xiao and the dazzling equipment in his hand.
They were all invigorated. Mythical attire. The dazzling light was so blinding that even those professionals who had never seen mythical equipment before couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Shinyu, what exactly is going on?"
Faced with everyone's doubts, Shinyu felt a pang of anxiety. She glanced at Lei Peng, who was standing behind the crowd.
Seeing his blank expression, I immediately had some guesses. Everyone was under an illusion just now.
Shao Qi was unfortunately killed by the Shadow Reaper.
Later, I was holding off the boss by
myself, but this guy in front of me messed things up. He wants to steal the treasure that belongs to everyone.
We can't let him get away,
Shinyu said hurriedly. Upon hearing this, no one could contain themselves any longer.
That's mythical equipment. If you can get it, you might be able to defy fate.
Even if it doesn't work out, it can still fetch a high price. So, without giving Shinyu's flawed explanation any thought, the group launched their attacks on Yi Xiao.
Just then, while everyone's attention was on Yi Xiao, Lei Peng quietly appeared behind Shinyu without anyone noticing. He gathered all his strength and unleashed a series of fierce attacks on the unsuspecting Shinyu. Shinyu was a magic-based class and couldn't withstand Lei Peng's attacks at all. Health points rapidly plummeted to the brink of danger.
As the pain struck, Shinyu's expression changed drastically.
Lei Peng, you bitch, you deserve to die. Wait, you were under an illusion spell before I.
However, Lei Peng ignored him completely, approached her, pressed down on Shinyu, and stabbed her with all his might, blood flowing down the blade groove. At this moment, Shinyu, whose life points had reached 0, slumped down heavily, showing no signs of life. Only those lifeless eyes still stubbornly revealed a trace of unwillingness. The others were also stunned by this sudden turn of events.
Lei Peng, what are you doing? Are you insane? How could you kill your own people?
Lei Peng drew his weapon and spat a wad of phlegm at Shinyu's corpse, his face full of sinister intent.
Then she looked up and said coldly, "Idiots, why don't you think about why everyone else was under the illusion but she was unharmed?
She's just using us as cannon fodder so she can keep the treasure for herself." Everyone was stunned, staring in disbelief at Shinyu's corpse. At this moment, Lei Peng said coldly again,
"What are you all standing there for? Let's work together and take the treasure back."
Upon hearing this, everyone snapped out of their daze and, disregarding Shinyu's life or death, rushed towards Yi Xiao. At this moment, Yi Xiao, who had just picked up his equipment, was not too surprised to see the infighting within the team, but he shook his head to himself. In the world of immortality, it is common for people to fight each other over valuable items. However, witnessing it with my own eyes still evoked a sense of emotion. Originally, he considered it a profit to have obtained the equipment and had no intention of becoming their enemy. But since they're going to attack him, he can't be blamed. A few seconds later, several more corpses lay on the ground. Only then did Yi Xiao turn his attention back to the equipment in his hands.
Phantom amulet, mythical, constitution plus 80, agility plus 220.
Void illusion. After using the amulet, a void portal is created around the wearer, who becomes an illusion and travels through the void for 60 seconds.
Cooldown, 3 minutes. Phantom clone. After using the amulet, a phantom clone is summoned. The clone inherits 30% of the original's attributes and lasts until it is killed or its energy is depleted. Cooldown, 60 minutes. Required level, 60. Level 60 mythic equipment has a base attribute bonus of up to 300 points. It far exceeds that of ordinary equipment by several times.
Yi Xiao was not surprised by this. What truly surprised him was that this phantom amulet actually came with 2 equipment skills. In the world of immortality, equipment and skills are also extremely sought after. After all, each person has a limited number of skill slots, and equipping an item with an extra skill provides an additional means of combat.
Improving one's practical skills is no small matter.
If someone possesses 2 skills, they are considered the best of the best. Of course, if the skill effect is too poor, then it is useless. However, the top quality item Yi Xiao has obtained is actually the highest level of mythical quality. How could he not be pleasantly surprised? He originally just wanted to complete his second job advancement before entering the path of exile, so that it would be easier to level up. Unexpectedly, they ran into Shinyu and her group. Shinyu probably never expected that after months of painstaking planning, she would not only be betrayed by her teammates but also die die a miserable death. The treasure he had been longing for was easily snatched away by Yi Xiao without him even touching it. Thinking of this, Yi Xiao couldn't help but glance at Xin Yu's resentful face. He immediately put on the amulet. Instantly, my body felt much lighter. This is because it increases the agility attribute by 220 points, which is quite effective. With the Phantom Amulet equipped, 2 new skills became available on his skill panel. At this moment, Yi Xiao unexpectedly discovered that the skills on the equipment can trigger an effect that grants the user unlimited skill slots. His intelligence increased by 4 points, and his health points also increased by 400 points. Although this boost is negligible compared to the current attributes, but even the smallest mosquito bite is still meat, so he was naturally overjoyed. After regaining his composure, Yi Xiao immediately used the Void Illusion technique. In an instant, the Phantom Amulet emitted a faint glow, and a crack appeared in the space in front of it. At the same time, his body became ethereal and elusive. He tried to step into the crevice. The next instant, Yi Xiao appeared in a virtual space. There was no light here, it was pitch black. However, his gaze could penetrate that invisible spatial barrier, allowing him to see the outside world clearly. The only difference was that the outside world appeared gray and white to him. This strange scene surprised Yi Xiao slightly. Then, he took a few steps in the phantom void. After taking these few steps, he found that his speed was twice as fast as usual. In a flash, he understood. This is a unique law specific to this void. He then tried to activate the speed boost. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xiao rushed out of the Shadow Reaper's hiding area and returned to the outside world. Yi Xiao's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected that the void illusion could not only conceal him but also provide a speed boost. Isn't this the feeling of a mage and an assassin combined? Moreover, now that I have this skill, even if I return to the real world, he also doesn't need to worry about the 8 major families of the Alliance finding him easily. Even if top-tier experts attack, unless they possess special methods. Otherwise, no one can hold him back during the 60-second duration of the void illusion. Thinking of this, Yi Xiao was overjoyed. Even though the Phantom Amulet's other attributes and skills are mediocre, this one skill alone is enough to qualify it as a mythical quality. This makes him even more eager for the amulet's second skill, Phantom Clone. After returning to reality from the void, Yi Xiao immediately used his Phantom Clone technique. In an instant, a blurry figure appeared beside him. At that moment, he discovered that a new perspective had suddenly appeared in his mind. It's actually from the perspective of a clone. This novel scene amazed Yi Xiao. The world of immortality also has many skills and special items that can create clones. However, those clones were either completely powerless or had only average abilities. And this clone before him could move freely under his control, and they are extremely synchronized. This is equivalent to having an additional, weaker version of yourself. Of course, this weakness is relative to Yi Xiao himself. In fact, even if the clone only has 30% of Yi Xiao's attributes, but he inherited his innate abilities, it's enough to make it dominate the beginner's area. In this way, Yi Xiao's combat power instantly increased by a level thanks to the appearance of his clone. It's incredibly powerful. After testing the 2 skills, Yi Xiao immediately controlled his clone to search for the Phantom Slime's whereabouts. He hadn't forgotten his true purpose in coming to the Phantom Labyrinth. Time is running out before the Path of Exile officially begins. After the clone left, Yi Xiao did not rush to find the Phantom Slime, but instead used the smelting furnace directly on the Phantom Amulet. Ding! You have refined the Phantom Amulet, mythical, using the forge, enhancing this equipment. Yi Xiao couldn't wait to check the attributes of the Phantom Amulet after it had been refined. He was very much looking forward to seeing what kind of improvement this incineration would bring. Phantom Amulet, mythical. Constitution plus 80. Agility plus 220. Refining effect. This equipment's skill effect is evolved. Void Phantom, evolution. After using the amulet, a void portal is released around the wearer, who becomes a phantom traversing the void. The first skill used after leaving the void has its power increased by 50% for 60 seconds. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Phantom Clone. After using the amulet, 2 phantom clones can be summoned. Each clone inherits 30% of the original's attributes. The clone's duration is until it is killed or its energy is depleted. Cooldown, 60 minutes. Required level, 60. After reading about the new refining effects of the equipment, Yi Xiao couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. This improvement is truly amazing. The 2 skills of the Phantom Charm have actually evolved. Not only has the Void Phantom skill received a damage boost, but the number of phantom clones summoned has also increased from 1 to 2. This trip to the Phantom Labyrinth was definitely worth the price of admission. Yi Xiao suppressed his excitement and then summoned a second clone, sending it to find the Phantom Slime. Although the 2 clones only have 30% of the attributes of his main body, they are enough to easily deal with all the monsters in the Phantom Maze. With the assistance of the 2 clones, the rest of the process went exceptionally smoothly. In less than an hour, Yi Xiao successfully obtained the 3rd Phantom Heart. Just as he obtained the Phantom Heart, a system notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations on completing the advancement mission and successfully advancing to the 2nd job advancement. You have gained plus 10 to Constitution and plus 30 to Intelligence.
Ding!
Now, for every level you gain, all your attributes increase by 3 points, and your free attribute points increase by 15 points. Yi Xiao looked at the system message that popped up and finally breathed a sigh of relief. If he hadn't unexpectedly obtained the Shadow Reaper and the Phantom Amulet through Xinyu, he estimated it would have taken him several more hours to complete this second job advancement. After successfully completing the second job advancement, Yi Xiao received 2 more skill stones as a reward for advancing to the next level. Frozen Barrier consumes 300 mana to create a frozen barrier around the target, slowing enemy movement speed and dealing 300 plus 0.6 * intelligence freeze damage for 5 seconds.
Cooldown 30 seconds. Star Shield absorbs 20% of physical damage, consumes 500 mana, lasts for 3 minutes.
The first Frozen Barrier is a water-based crowd control skill.
It deals several times more damage than the original Fireball spell, and it's an area of effect attack. Unfortunately, the cooldown time is as long as 30 seconds. Even with Yi Xiao's 50% cooldown reduction effect, it still requires 15 seconds to cool down.
It is usually used more as a means for mages to assist in controlling the field. Only those who specialize in water-based magic or are dual elemental mages will use this combination. Of course, Yi Xiao had no concerns about this. He learned it without hesitation. The second Star Shield is a defensive skill, just like the Mana Shield obtained during the first job advancement. The difference is that Mana Shield can block 10% of all types of damage, while Star Shield only absorbs physical damage. It looks pretty good, but while you can learn skills like shields, only one can be active at a time. To save skill slots, mages typically only learn one type of shield. After learning it, Yi Xiao tried it out. Instantly, a white magic shield and a purple star shield appeared around him. Yi Xiao was not surprised to see this. This is the power of an unlimited skill bar. In this way, he can directly block 30% of physical damage when facing enemy physical attacks.
Unfortunately, the Mage's Shield skill stone can only be obtained when advancing in rank.
Otherwise, he would have already learned all the shield skills for each job advancement stage. After learning both skills, Yi Xiao glanced at the time. There was only a short time left before the Path of Exile opened, so he locked onto the direction, and with lightning speed, the illusory figure vanished from the spot in an instant. Meanwhile, in the 702 newbie zone, inside Dingfeng City, which is only open once a year.
This is the only entrance to the Path of Exile. With the Path of Exile opening soon, a large number of new players are joining. Almost every newlywed can't help but exclaim in amazement when they see Dingfeng City before them. This is Dingfeng City, which is found in every newbie zone. It's truly magnificent. How many people are in the 702 newbie zone this year? Does anyone know?
I heard there are 200,000, which is less than in other districts, so the competition isn't as fierce.
Not intense? I'd rather go to a more competitive area than stay in 702. Yeah, not to mention that we have an SSS level Holy Priest, Snowfall Without Sound, in our area.
Just now, we also heard that Night Shadow is in our newbie area.
I'm under a lot of pressure.
Upon hearing this, some of the uninformed newcomers around exclaimed in surprise.
Nightshade is in our district too? Really? I heard that someone discovered Nightshade's real identity in Cloud City, which must be in our newbie zone.
Hiss, this is terrible. With Nightshade around, it's almost a sure thing that he'll be number 1 on the Path of Exile leaderboard.
Oh, God is so unfair. There are over 100 beginner zones in the world of immortality, although tens of millions of new players enter the beginner zone every year.
However, after being dispersed to different districts, each district only has an average population of 2 to 300,000.
Although Path of Exile is an event that all newcomers can participate in, however, it is still divided by region. Newcomers from each region will only enter the exile path of their corresponding space. They compete with each other for points. The final ranking is determined by points. Therefore, if there are too many strong individuals in a region, this is undoubtedly extremely disadvantageous for newcomers with weaker skills.
There have been instances in the past where several incredibly talented individuals were in the same newbie zone.
The final leader of the standings did indeed come from among them. However, the newcomer who is second on the leaderboard is far less skilled than the players ranked behind him. That's why everyone was lamenting just now. Humph, a bunch of ignorant fools.
Upon hearing this, the group of people who were discussing the matter immediately flew into a rage.
Who the hell are you talking about?
Before they could finish speaking, their expressions changed drastically when they turned around and saw who it was, and they swallowed the words of abuse they were about to say. Although they didn't recognize the young man, who was their age, in front of them, but he was followed by several support professionals wearing high-level equipment, whom they recognized. Only the big clans can equip such a support lineup in the newbie zone.
Ordinary people naturally wouldn't dare to offend such a person easily.
Seeing the group of passers-by's reaction, the young man sneered and said disdainfully, "With your low level, it's questionable whether you can even get onto the leaderboard.
What does being number 1 on the leaderboard have to do with you?" Although he was right, but the passers-by were still embarrassed and annoyed by what they were told. Tsk. Suyu, the Calamity Messenger couldn't defeat you before, but now you dare to show off in front of a group of ordinary people. You have quite the nerve. As soon as he finished speaking, several more people walked out from behind Suyu. It was Wang Cheng and Lin Yong, who had previously teamed up with Bai Xiaoxiao. It was Lin Yong who spoke with sarcasm. Hearing Lin Yong's mockery, Suyu was instantly enraged. Lin Yong, last time you only won because Bai Xiaoxiao held back a trick. Do you think you'll have another chance this time? Lin Yong responded dismissively. A loss is a loss. There are no excuses. I think you're just unwilling to admit defeat. Are you willing to accept this? Suyu sneered. If it weren't for Bai Xiaoxiao, could you, a piece of trash like you who's always sneaking around, have beaten me? Lin Yong said calmly, since you put it that way, then once the second phase of the path of exile begins, this piece of trash will find you and keep an eye on you at all times. Suyu, you'd better watch out. Being targeted by a shadow assassin skilled at concealing one's tracks is definitely not a good thing. Suyu was surprised that Lin Yong was so crazy. Instead of trying to earn points, he planned to fight him to the death. He cursed under his breath, but he still appeared defiant and was about to retort. However, the standoff between the two sides was interrupted by a sudden commotion around them. The two looked in the same direction at the same time. It turned out to be Bai Xiaoxiao. Upon seeing Bai Xiaoxiao appear, a hint of eagerness flashed in the eyes of the usually aloof Lin Yong. After their previous collaboration, Bai Xiaoxiao's strength and methods surprised Lin Yong. Since then, he has developed a certain interest in Bai Xiaoxiao. Although his talent is far inferior to Bai Xiaoxiao's, he is confident that with his potential, he will not lose to others in the future. In his eyes, Bai Xiaoxiao, as an SSS level talent awakener, was worthy of his existence. At this moment, Bai Xiaoxiao also saw Lin Yong and Suyu. However, she was never interested in either of them. He glanced at them indifferently and then walked straight into the city. This scene made Suyu feel humiliated by being ignored. On the contrary, Lin Yong, who was standing next to him, smiled slightly and thought to himself, a woman with personality and temper is more interesting and easier to control. Bai Xiaoxiao naturally had no idea what Lin Yong was thinking. Although her face was indifferent, she was in a daze. She received a message from Bai Shanha on her way here. Nightshade's true identity has been discovered. However, upon hearing that familiar name, Bai Xiaoxiao felt as if she had been struck by lightning. To my utter surprise, the Night Shadow who had repeatedly stood in her way and thwarted her plans to make a name for herself was actually Yi Xiao, whom she had ruthlessly kicked away just a few days ago. Upon receiving the news, Bai Xiaoxiao's first reaction was to deny it. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could Yi Xiao, with his F-level talent, possibly be Night Shadow? If that's true, then what does that mean for her, an SSS level talent awakener? This is ridiculous. But Bai Xiaoxiao also knew that Bai Shanha would never joke about such a thing. He even hoped she would find Yi Xiao immediately. After all, the two had a 3-year relationship. With the right timing, location, and people, everything was on Bai Xiaoxiao's side. As long as she can successfully bring Yi Xiao into the Bai family, before long, the Bai family will become the 9th largest family in the alliance. This is the goal that countless powerful families have dreamed of. But despite Bai Shanha's earnest expectations, Bai Xiaoxiao had other plans in mind. The author wishes all readers a happy new year, good health, and great fortune in the coming year. Within Dingfeng City, the Path of Exile's teleportation point, many temporary outposts have been erected on both sides. Each outpost represents a force. Among them, the most eye-catching is the Zhao family's Dragon Abyss Legion. As the actual controller of the 702 newbie zone, every year when the Path of Exile opens, the Dragon Abyss Legion stations itself here. The goal was to recruit talented individuals and bring them under Long Yuan's command. In previous years, the Dragon Abyss Legion had sent mostly the person in charge of this newbie zone, just like Zhao Wu, who was killed by Yi Xiao before. At this moment, however, in the Long Yuan Legion's encampment, Zhao Changlin, the third elder of the Zhao family, sat at the head of the table, staring solemnly at the ever-growing crowd. Below him, Zhao Mo, the commander of the Long Yuan Legion, was also prominently listed. Although the two are merely mirror images created through special props and possess no offensive capabilities, however, their appearance together still caused quite a stir. If I remember correctly, these two only met once, 2 years ago, when Zhao Hao ventured into exile. Has Nightshade not responded yet? Our people have already applied to add you as a friend, but they haven't accepted yet, Zhao Mo said with a frown. Elder, it seems that Night Shadow is deliberately stalling, hoping to sell you at a higher price. You mean he wants to wait until after the third job advancement? It seems he's very confident in his combat strength, Zhao Changlin analyzed calmly. Zhao Mo nodded. It seems that's indeed his plan. A sharp glint flashed in Zhao Changlin's eyes, then he shook his head and said, he's dreaming, but unfortunately time doesn't allow him to do that. Even if other families agree, our Zhao family will never agree. Zhao Mo naturally understood the stakes involved. The player ranked first on the leaderboard will receive upgradable equipment. Given Nightshade's strength, this equipment is very likely to end up in his hands. If Nightshade doesn't choose the Zhao family and instead sides with another family, this is definitely not a good thing for the Zhao family.
This is the Zhao family's territory, and Zhao Mo, as the commander of the Longyuan Legion, naturally wouldn't sit idly by. He'll definitely pass by here soon. Keep a close eye on him. As soon as he appears, force him to join the Zhao family.
We absolutely cannot let anyone from other families come into contact with him. Zhao Mo nodded to indicate that he understood. At this moment, not far away was the Bai family's encampment. Bai Shanha also used props to create a mirror image of himself that appeared here.
The Bai family produced a new member, Bai Xiao, and as the head of the family, he naturally had to attend in person. However, he felt somewhat uneasy at this moment. His purpose in coming to Dingfeng City this time was not only to show how much he valued Bai Xiao.
There is another, even more important target, Night Shadow. The Zhao family even sent Zhao Changlin, clearly indicating their determination to acquire Night Shadow. The Bai family is currently only a second-rate power, and naturally cannot compare to the Zhao family.
In the past, the Bai family would have had no chance of getting their hands on someone of Night Shadow's caliber, and Bai Shanha wouldn't have harbored any illusions.
But the situation is different now. Although the 8 major families have not revealed Night Shadow's true identity to the public. However, the Zhao family had previously secretly investigated Bai Xiao's relationship with a classmate.
They happened to find out news about a member of the Bai family. Although only the 8 major families know Night Shadow's identity, others can only deduce from the actions of the 8 major families that Night Shadow is very likely in Cloud City. However, Bai Shanha immediately realized what was going on after seeing the Zhao family's actions. What he didn't expect was that the Night Shadow who had shocked everyone time and time again these past few days was actually that person, Yi Xiao, the one who was dumped by Xiao herself. However, the Bai family had previously investigated and found that Yi Xiao's parents were injured by abyssal demons in his early years, and he himself had only awakened an F-level talent.
How could such an ordinary person with no outstanding qualities be Night Shadow? If the investigation hadn't targeted the 8 major families, Bai Shanha would never have believed it. However, Bai Shanha is not inflexible.
Although it's unclear how Yi Xiao did it, since Yi Xiao is Night Shadow,
that would actually be a good thing for the Bai family.
After all, Bai Xiao had a 3-year relationship with Yi Xiao before she rose to prominence. The Bai family could use this relationship to win over Yi Xiao. As for being dumped by Bai Xiao a few days ago, it was nothing to Bai Shanha.
Isn't it normal for young people to have some conflicts?
Moreover, Bai Xiao herself possesses both exceptional talent and beauty, and has the support of the Bai family behind her. Yi Xiao probably won't be able to withstand Bai Xiao's offensive. His only worry was the Zhao family. If the Zhao family is truly willing to spend a fortune to win over Yi Xiao, once Yi Xiao finally decides to join the Bai family, although the Zhao family won't immediately turn against him, a rift between the two sides will be unavoidable.
This has indeed become a troublesome matter for the Bai family.
After all, the Bai family had finally established contact with the Zhao family, and Bai Shanha was not willing to give up easily at the moment.
But the strength displayed by Night Shadow was too attractive to Bai Shanha. No matter what, he was unwilling to let go.
That's why he notified Bai Xiao in advance that it would be best to contact Yi Xiao before entering Dingfeng City. By bringing Yi Xiao to their side first, even if the Zhao family felt uncomfortable afterward, they wouldn't be able to say anything openly. At this moment, within Dingfeng City, several forces are secretly plotting how to win over Yi Xiao. Meanwhile, Yi Xiao was on his way to Dingfeng City. As soon as he left the Phantom Maze, he spent all 80,000 eternal coins he had accumulated on 73 skill stones. Previously, the Zhao family, along with several other forces, had raided the exchange for skill stones. This has led to a recent surge in the price of these junk skill stones. Although everyone has now realized that this restriction doesn't seem to have much of an impact on Nightshade, they have gradually given up on this action. However, the price of junk skill stones is unlikely to drop in the short term. Therefore, Yi Xiao could only afford 73. All of these skill stones are related to experience bonuses. After all, what he lacks most right now is a higher level.
The Path of Exile is a free and efficient leveling spot. Yi Xiao naturally wouldn't miss it.
After learning these 73 skill stones, Yi Xiao's intelligence attribute increased by 146 points, and his health points increased by 14,600 points. At the same time, the extra experience points he gained for each monster he killed increased from 120 to 373. The bonus experience points have increased dramatically from 700% to 1,230%, which is 13.3 times the original value. In addition, there's an extra 373 kill experience. Even if you kill a monster that is 10 levels lower than yourself, you will still get at least 4,974 experience points. The experience required to level up from level 60 to level 61 is 3,018,475 points. In total, Yi Xiao only needs to kill a maximum of 606 low-level monsters to level up.
If it's a monster of the same level, the efficiency will be even more terrifying.
With these experience boosts, Yi Xiao was confident that he could reach level 90 in the upcoming Path of Exile.
However, while traveling, Yi Xiao also learned some information through the regional chat channel.
Just as he expected, the 8 major families quickly identified him after he received the 600,000 yuan prize.
They immediately sent people to Yuncheng.
However, Yi Xiao had anticipated this and left the place beforehand.
Those people came up empty-handed.
However, there are still many people from the 8 major families and other forces stationed in Yun City, obviously waiting for him to log in. Meanwhile, in the world of immortality, many members of the 8 great families also privately extended invitations to him.
Looking at the densely packed friend requests in the friend request section,
90% of them are just bystanders who want to join in the fun, or people who want to curry favor with others. Yi Xiao naturally ignored these. However, in the latest list of applicants, he saw several people who claimed to be representatives from one of the 8 major families and wanted to communicate with him.
Yi Xiao never intended to join any faction. From the moment he acquired godlike talent, he decided to walk the path of a lone wolf.
Perhaps he will be able to build his own power in the future. But now the entire human world has been almost completely divided up by countless family forces. It's already difficult enough for him to attract capable people.
Hiring ordinary people wouldn't be of much help to him. Moreover, having power means having weaknesses.
You also have to take care of it yourself, so it's not worth it. He now only hopes that the 8 major families or other forces will not interfere with each other after he rejects them. This is the ideal situation. But if the other party intends to eliminate him in advance, he certainly wouldn't sit idly by and wait to die.
Everything depends on the other party's choice.
Thinking this, Yi Xiao was about to close the panel. Suddenly, a familiar ID caught his eye, causing him to pause for a moment.
Snow falls silently.
Yi Xiao was slightly surprised to see this ID. He glanced at the other person's message with a puzzled look. I have information on a series of plans by the 8 major families targeting you.
Can we discuss them? What are the plans of the 8 major families?
Considering the woman's selfish nature, Yi Xiao hesitated for a moment before finally accepting Bai Xiaoxiao's friend request. He also wanted to find out what information Bai Xiaoxiao actually possessed. However, he knew the truth in his heart. The other party would never reveal it easily, so he did not speak up. Bai Xiaoxiao, on the other hand, sent a message just seconds after being accepted as a friend. Seeing this, Yi Xiao realized that his identity had likely already been guessed.
This was neither unexpected nor surprising to him.
At this moment, Bai Xiaoxiao didn't seem to mind and continued sending messages.
Do you want to know the attitude of the 8 major families towards you and their subsequent plans?
Yi Xiao pondered for a moment before replying.
What plan? I can tell you, but I have one condition.
Upon seeing Bai Xiaoxiao's message, a slight smile appeared on Yi Xiao's lips,
just as he expected.
So he asked, what are the conditions? The other party seemed to be considering it, and it took almost 3 minutes before they sent another message.
Brother Xiao, I need your help.
A strange expression appeared on Yi Xiao's face. When they need something, they call for Brother Xiao. When they don't, they say we're not a good match. At that moment, he had to admire the woman's shamelessness. But Yi Xiao wouldn't indulge her. Although he was still unclear about Bai Xiaoxiao's intentions, he could tell from these few sentences that she wanted something from him, so he simply closed the panel. Yi Xiao already had a good grasp of the attitudes of the 8 major families without needing to be told by others.
It boils down to 2 paths, appeasement and suppression.
In fact, he has the initiative in both of these paths. What truly interested him was the plan that Bai Xiaoxiao had mentioned. Now that she had brought it up, Yi Xiao was naturally prepared. But there's no need to know. Next, Bai Xiaoxiao sent several more messages, which Yi Xiao ignored. Regardless of what plans the other side is hiding, the path of exile is the most important thing right now. Thinking this, Yi Xiao rushed towards Dingfeng City. After a while, Yi Xiao finally saw the outline of Dingfeng City.
There is only half an hour left before the path of exile opens.
However, since his identity information had already been obtained by the 8 major families, his entry into the city in a blatant manner inevitably led to some trouble. Having decided to reject all forces, he was too lazy to bother with anything else.
He first went to a hillside not far from the city. It's not far from the city center. Once the path of exile opens, newcomers have half an hour to enter, which is plenty of time.
Then, he summoned a phantom clone. After the clone appears, activate the void illusion skill and add the speed boost.
In the blink of an eye, they rushed into the city. At this moment, a large number of newlyweds were still heading inside Dingfeng City. The illusionary effect kept them completely unaware of anything amiss.
Yi Xiao's clone quickly passed through the crowd and headed straight for the central square of Dingfeng City.
He soon stopped in a corner.
They immediately discovered the various forces stationed there.
The most conspicuous of them all is the Zhao family's Dragon Abyss Legion.
Next up was the Bai family, which was not far from him. Through the clone's perspective, Yi Xiao also saw Bai Xiaoxiao walking into the outpost.
Her complexion didn't look too good at that moment.
Yi Xiao knew in his heart that this was probably because he had ignored her. Then, he scanned his surroundings but found nothing unusual. However, Yi Xiao was always cautious. This is, after all, Zhao family territory, and look at how the Dragon Abyss Legion is all on high alert. He wasn't in a hurry to show his face. Soon, a large number of newlyweds had gathered in the square, and the scene was exceptionally lively. Hiding in the corner, Yi Zhao's clone vaguely heard people discussing the various situations on the road to exile. Among them were topics that involved his own life. Just then, Yi Zhao spotted a familiar fat man in the crowd. At this moment, Chu Xiaofeng was having an enthusiastic conversation with a pretty girl next to him. Seeing this, Yi Zhao felt a surge of curiosity.
However, he had no intention of meeting with Chu Xiaofeng. Given his current situation, this is the most appropriate course of action.
So Yi Zhao observed for a while longer. At this moment, strange phenomena began to appear in the sky above Dingfeng City. Everyone looked up simultaneously and immediately understood.
The path of exile is about to begin.
Seeing the strange phenomena appearing in the sky, all the newlyweds rushed forward, crowding towards the teleportation point.
Everyone's eyes shone with longing and anticipation. Everyone, stand back.
A dignified voice suddenly rang out, and the crowd instinctively stepped back.
What is going on?
Inside the Zhao family's residence, Zhao Mo stepped out from the crowd, his face cold and stern.
Now, divide into 10 columns in order and enter one by one. Anyone who dares to disrupt the order will be killed without mercy.
Some people in the crowd looked at each other, puzzled by Zhao Mo's intentions. But the Zhao family's power had already penetrated deep into everyone's hearts, and in this situation, no one dared to resist.
After all, that's the Zhao family.
Soon, a group of Longyuan Legion soldiers appeared at the crossroads, their sharp eyes scanning each newcomer who passed by.
The others lowered their heads, not daring to look them in the eye. The Zhao family's move was clearly not just intended to intimidate the newcomers.
We must take this opportunity to uncover the shadows lurking within. Other families in the surrounding area also saw through the Zhao family's intentions, although they were equally interested in night shadows. But their strength can only be considered second-rate at best, and some are even third-rate.
They all depend on the Zhao family, who would dare to make a rash move.
From a distance, Yi Zhao watched this scene through the perspective of his clone.
However, he didn't pay much attention to it.
At that moment, Yi Zhao also saw Bai Xiaoxiao at the front of the crowd. The Bai family is currently at the height of its power in Jiangcheng. If it weren't for the appearance of Yi Ying, based on Bai Xiaoxiao's demonstrated abilities, she is definitely a top contender for this year's Rookie of the Year. Therefore, many people present had already recognized this exceptionally talented woman, whether out of fear or intentional approach. At this moment, most people are unwilling to have a conflict with Bai Xiaoxiao.
Moreover, standing beside her were Wang Chang, an S-level talent from the Wang family, and Lin Yong, an SS-level talent from the Lin family,
and several other scions of prominent families who were closely associated with them. With such a lineup, naturally no one dared to approach easily. Yi Zhao's gaze swept over by Xiaoxiao, and he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. As expected, being backed by a powerful clan gives one a different aura. The noble presence they exude commands respect.
However, he also noticed that among this group,
apart from Bai Xiaoxiao and a boy who exuded a dark aura and resembled an assassin, led by Wang Chang, the others gathered in front of a grey-clad boy who had just approached. Their attitude, though not obsequious, was extremely respectful. This clearly shows that the grey-clad youth held an extraordinary status. Yi Zhao carefully examined the grey-clad youth but found nothing special about him, which only fueled his growing curiosity. Just then, the grey-clad youth arrived, and Wang Chang leaned over and whispered, "Brother Pang, let's work together on this path of exile and make sure our names are on the leaderboard." The grey-clad youth was named Zhao Peng, and like Yi Zhao, he was a mage. He is also one of the awakened members of the Zhao family this year.
Zhao Peng's awakened talent is A-level fire enhancement.
Although it is only an A-level talent, it is extremely rare.
Its effect is even comparable to some S-level and SS-level talents.
However, his talent limited him to the violent fire mage route. In addition, mages have an extremely high demand for skill slots. This also resulted in his talent being classified as A-level. Flame enhancement not only increases the damage of fire-type skills, but also has a certain chance to trigger an explosion effect, expanding the attack range of fire-type skills. This skill may not seem very powerful in the early stages, but its damage increase becomes particularly significant when the level reaches 200 or 300. If Zhao Peng were just an ordinary scion of a second or third-rate family, this talent might be useless. However, as one of the 8 major families in the alliance, the Zhao family naturally had enough resources to nurture him. Therefore, the Zhao family devised a plan for him early on, striving to quickly level up to level 200 or above with minimal skill slot consumption. To this day, Zhao Peng has almost no other skills besides mastering the basic Fireball spell, Fire Elemental Mastery, and the Flame Dragon spell that the Zhao family purchased at a high price. That's why his rank had always lagged behind the vanguard. Ordinary people don't know much about him, and almost no one even knows he exists. But Wang Chang and other chosen ones were different. They were well aware of Zhao Peng's position in the Zhao family. Therefore, although Zhao Peng's strength may not be as great as theirs at the moment, he should not be underestimated in the future. With this in mind, Wang Chang and the other insiders naturally racked their brains to try and get on good terms with Zhao Peng. Upon hearing Wang Chang's words, Zhao Peng immediately understood. However, why would a junior member of a newly promoted second-rate family be on friendly terms with him? He glanced at Wang
Cheng sideways and said in a nonchalant tone, "You're just an S rank, how dare you call me brother?" Wang Cheng's face stiffened. He had hoped to make friends, but instead he suffered such humiliation. A surge of anger immediately ignited in his heart. Zhao Peng seemed to sense his displeasure and said contemptuously, "Don't forget that Night Shadow will also appear later. With the Zhao family's current status, he can only submit to our Zhao family. Even someone like that has to obediently help me reach the top of the leaderboard, so what right do you have?" Changing the subject, Zhao Peng chuckled and said, "However, I think you have some ability. I can give you a chance to show it off. If you satisfy me, I don't mind taking you into Long Yuan." Wang Cheng suppressed his inner rage, but he understood that Zhao Peng was right. No matter how powerful Night Shadow was, he was still just one person. Given the Zhao family's strength, it is highly likely that they can subdue them. Not to mention that Night Shadow had already taken a significant lead over everyone else, becoming the first to reach level 50. This is enough to prove that his leveling ability is extraordinary. With his help, Zhao Peng didn't need to take action himself at all. The Wang family, being dependent on the Zhao family, could only swallow their anger no matter how frustrated they were. They even had to pretend to be extremely grateful. "I will follow Brother Peng's arrangements." The men around Wang Cheng could only bow their heads and obey. Seeing Wang Cheng and the others' expressions, Zhao Peng nodded non-committally. This scene surprised many newcomers behind them, as even Wang Cheng, who possessed S-level talent, was so humble. Soon, someone recognized Zhao Peng's identity. So it was Zhao Peng. No wonder Wang Cheng reacted so strongly. "I heard that Zhao Peng is the grandson of an elder of the Zhao family. Although he only has A-level talent, he is highly valued by the Zhao family. However, it's said that he follows a violent fire magic route, which results in low combat power in the early stages. How can we compete with that? Are you stupid? What about Wang Cheng and the others? These families all depend on the Zhao family. Look at Wang Cheng and the others' attitude. They're clearly trying to help Zhao Peng compete on the points leaderboard. Ah, those born with a silver spoon in their mouth are indeed different. TCH, what's so great about that? Don't forget we have a big shot like Nightshade in our area." "That's right, I almost forgot about Night Shadow, the first person to reach level 50. With him around, Zhao Peng will have a hard time competing." Indeed, perhaps only Zhao Hao, who lived 1,000 years ago, would have the chance. A-level talent, still not quite there. An hour later. Upon hearing these scattered comments, Zhao Peng's eyes turned cold as he scanned the area. The discussion in the crowd stopped instantly. Although they were resentful, they dared not offend Zhao Peng. After all, he's not someone to be trifled with. Seeing that everyone had fallen silent, Zhao Peng looked at them coldly. Zhao Peng sneered. He didn't care about these people because they were too ordinary as ants. Ants are not worthy of angering him. Although he has only awakened an A-level talent so far, he believes that as long as he grows up, he will not be much worse than his cheap cousin. Thinking of this, Zhao Peng's gaze fell once again on Bai Xiaoxiao, who was standing in front of him with her head down. "Bai Xiaoxiao, you are qualified to be a member of my team. Come here." Bai Xiaoxiao was naturally displeased by Zhao Peng's condescending tone. She knew Zhao Peng. Bai Shanha had warned her before she came that it was best not to offend him. But in Bai Xiaoxiao's view, these words simply meant don't mess with him if you don't want to, and even if she offended him, it wouldn't be a big problem. Her arrogance made her completely disregard Zhao Peng's imperious orders, choosing to ignore them altogether. Seeing that Bai Xiaoxiao had no reaction to him, Zhao Peng immediately showed displeasure. He was actually somewhat interested in this woman from a small family. She is not only exceptionally beautiful, but also a rare SSS level talent awakener. If he can win her over, his status in the Zhao family will definitely rise significantly. Although he may not be as good as his cousin Zhao Hao in the future, competing for the position of elder should not be a problem. Therefore, besides the path to exile, Zhao Peng's other important goal upon arriving in Dingfeng City was Bai Xiaoxiao, who was right in front of him. Seeing that she ignored him, Zhao Peng said coldly, "Bai Xiaoxiao, are you unwilling to help me?" He didn't mince words and questioned me directly. As a member of the Zhao family, he felt that he was entitled to do so. Bai Xiaoxiao naturally had little interest in a guy with only A-level talent and in mediocre status in the Zhao family. Since awakening her SSS level talent, her ambition has swelled to the extreme. She wants to gradually become the strongest and reach the pinnacle. Such a goal is something that a good-for-nothing like Zhao Peng can't possibly help with. She couldn't be bothered with insincere pleasantries. "You're just an A-level awakener, how dare you command me? If you can defeat that Night Shadow, I might consider joining your team." After saying that, Bai Xiaoxiao turned around and walked away. Zhao Peng's face gradually darkened, and he said coldly, "Bai Xiaoxiao, I'm only saying this to you because you're not bad-looking. It seems you really don't know what's good for you." He paused, then added confidently, "And there's that Nightshade you mentioned. Once the third elder subdues him, he'll become my subordinate. I'm giving you one last chance to choose. If you miss it, your journey to exile will be exceptionally difficult." But Bai Xiaoxiao didn't even bother to reply this time. This made Zhao Peng feel severely humiliated. His gaze toward her was filled with resentment and malice. Once the third elder subdues Night Shadow, he'll see what attitude this arrogant woman will have. At this moment, Bai
Xiao Xiao walked to the side and opened her panel.
Brother Xiao, what's your decision? I know you're very strong.
If you're willing to team up with me secretly, you'll be number 1 on the leaderboard, and I'll just take second place. If you agree, I can tell you everything about the plans of the 8 great families.
Brother Xiao, I know you still hold a grudge against me, but doesn't that just show you still care about our relationship? The Bai family only wanted to train me to be their high-level henchman, to assist that good-for-nothing son, Bai Shanha. I've wanted to get rid of him for a long time.
If you're willing to help me, we'll take the top 2 spots on the leaderboard this time. Once we're strong enough, I'll accompany you to take revenge on the Bai family. If you agree, Xiao Xiao will be willing to serve you and be at your beck and call. Unfortunately, these messages have remained unanswered, like stones sinking into the sea. Meanwhile, as the Dragon Abyss Legion maintained order, all the teams of the new recruits were lined up.
Seeing this, Zhao Mo nodded to his subordinates. The Long Yuan members who were originally guarding the entrance also moved to the side at this moment.
This action immediately boosted the spirits of all the newlyweds present. Even Zhao Pang and Wang Chang, among others, put aside their own thoughts at this moment. Clearly, they valued the path of exile no less than ordinary people, and perhaps even more.
However, just as Zhao Mo was about to order the newcomers to enter,
a figure suddenly rushed towards the entrance, drawing shocked glances from everyone.
How dare you? You're disrupting the order of the scene.
Before he finished speaking, several members of the Dragon Abyss quickly went to greet him, but the figure didn't confront it head-on. Instead, it suddenly stopped, turned around, and fled to the side. At the same time, Zhao Changlin, who had been resting with his eyes closed, heard the noise and immediately came out of the tent. Despite the figure moving swiftly, Zhao Changlin still managed to catch a glimpse of his face immediately.
He recognized the man at a glance.
It was the same person he had seen in the photo in the archives of Yunqing No. 1 Middle School. A hint of joy flashed in Zhao Changlin's eyes.
It has finally appeared. He shouted, Yi Xiao, I know it's you.
Join my Zhao family, and the resources my Zhao family will give you will be second only to Zhao Hao's.
Yi Xiao.
Join my Qi family, and the future commander of the Qi family's White Horse Legion will be yours.
Yi Xiao.
My Qin family can give you the status of a guest elder, whose status is second only to the family head and the 3 elders.
Yi Xiao. My Wei family. Yi Xiao. My Chu family. Sounds came from all directions.
Immediately afterwards, several illusory figures appeared before everyone.
Zhao Changlin's expression immediately changed upon seeing this.
However, he was not surprised. He would only find it strange if these people didn't show up. After all, this is Zhao's territory.
There aren't many people from other families.
He believed that Nightshade was a smart man who knew how to weigh the pros and cons. The arrival of these people left the newcomers, who were originally preparing to embark on their journey of exile, completely dumbfounded. Many of them recognized the identities of these newcomers. The Qi family, the Chu family, the Qin family, the Wei family. These are all prominent figures among the 8 major families of the Alliance. I never expected that we would all be gathered together for Night Shadows.
Even if it's just a phantom, it's still breathtaking.
At the same time, they realized what was happening. The figure that had just appeared was none other than Nightshade himself. That legendary figure who broke the record for newbies in the dungeon, became the master of the unclaimed dungeon, and was the first to reach level 50 ahead of everyone else. In an instant, everyone's eyes were focused on that slightly thin figure. Everyone stared wide-eyed, eager to catch a glimpse of Night Shadow's true form.
However, at this very moment,
the figure in midair suddenly shattered into pieces before everyone's eyes. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared from everyone's sight.
This bizarre scene left everyone present stunned. What exactly happened? I don't know. How could she just disappear? Could it be that you've mistaken me for someone else? It shouldn't be that bad.
All the members of the 8 major families are here.
If we mistake them, wouldn't we make a huge fool of ourselves? Time passes slowly. Could it be that someone secretly intervened and killed Night Shadow?
On the contrary, Zhao Changlin reacted immediately, and his expression changed drastically.
That's just a mirror image. He never intended to join my Zhao family. Quick, seal off the entrance.
At the same time, the phantom figures from the other 8 major families also reacted. His face looked equally pale. Their simultaneous appearance indicates that Nightshade had not previously joined any faction. Many people tried to contact Nightshade but received no response. This scene has made them understand.
Nightshade has no intention of aligning itself with any party.
Realizing this, the group did not stop Zhao Changlin. Instead, they exchanged a glance and then left. The next step was naturally handled by the Zhao family. There's absolutely no need for them to get involved. Unfortunately, this happened as soon as Yi Zhao's clone appeared. His true form had already used the illusion of the void to enter the entrance to the path of exile ahead of him.
After being disrupted by Nightshade's move, Zhao Changlin's expression immediately turned extremely gloomy. The rules of the path of exile have been fully mastered by humankind after nearly a century of exploration. The trials of the path of exile are divided into 2 phases.
The first stage is mainly used to help the trial participants level up, but the results shown in this process will be converted into points when entering the second stage. The most direct indicator of points is the ranking based on the number of monsters killed, followed by the ranking based on the amount of experience points gained. These two items are the key ways to obtain points in the first stage. Didn't you see? With the Dragon Abyss Legion providing cover, Zhao Peng and his group are standing steadily at the very front. This is precisely why the Path of Exile attracted countless people as soon as it opened. They were afraid that this situation would put them at a disadvantage and worried about unfairness. However, the final result remained unchanged. However, after Zhao Changlin's stern rebuke, everyone gradually came to their senses. That night, under everyone's watchful eyes, the Shadow silently attempted to enter the Path of Exile. Although this matter had nothing to do with them, many people felt a sense of exhilaration at seeing the oppressive power that had been defeated. At this moment, in the crowd, Xu Xiaofeng's expression was somewhat complicated, mixed with surprise and doubt. The figure that suddenly appeared just now, though only for a moment. But he still managed to catch a glimpse of the figure's profile in his haste. That was a very familiar profile. It was so familiar that Xu Xiaofeng could hardly believe it, and he couldn't help but rub his eyes. Seeing this, the girl beside him asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Xu Xiaofeng opened his mouth wide and stammered, "That person seems to be a good friend of mine." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly felt a little scared. Perhaps I misread it. After all, the Yi Zi he knew was only an F-level talent. How could she possibly be related to the Night Shadow in front of him? Upon hearing this, the girl next to him flashed a hint of disdain in her eyes. This fat guy makes no attempt to hide his boasting. However, given that the other party was quite generous to her and was also an A-level talent professional, the girl cooperated and said, "Brother Chu is amazing, he even knows Ying." Seeing the girl's adoring expression, Xu Xiaofeng swallowed back the words he was about to say. A bright smile immediately bloomed on his face. "That's right, sure, you can't go wrong by following me." Xu Xiaofeng's relaxed conversation with the girl naturally went unnoticed by the Zhao family. Zhao Changlin, or rather the members of the 8 major families, understood Yi Ying's intentions after seeing his actions. No matter how much potential Nightshade has, the 8 great families will never give him a second chance. This pride belongs to the 8 major families. Zhao Changlin had also considered that Night Shadow would reject all offers of recruitment. Over the years, they have seen too many unruly and rebellious talents. In every case, the graves were long since trampled upon. But what he didn't expect was that Nightshade was so cunning that he used a mirror image to deceive everyone. This is undoubtedly a provocation against the Zhao family and other families. How could he be so arrogant? The members of Long Yuan reacted immediately and blocked the entrance to the Path of Exile. However, after a while, there was still no movement. Just as everyone was puzzled, above the entrance to the Path of Exile, the stone tablet, weathered and mottled by wind and frost, suddenly emitted a dazzling light. This time, Zhao Changlin didn't need to say anything. Everyone understood. Some have already entered the Path of Exile and officially begun their trials. That stone tablet is the record board, recording the achievements of all those who entered the Path of Exile. At this moment, who else could be on the road to exile but Nightshade? Zhao Changlin's face was gloomy. "Zhao Peng, take your men inside. No one can treat the Zhao family so disrespectfully. Please rest assured, Third Elder, I will make that Night Shadow understand the price of arrogance." Zhao Peng's face was equally gloomy as he spoke. The early game damage output of a violent fire mage is quite limited. He was so confident because he firmly believed that no one could resist the Zhao family's allure, not to mention refusing the Zhao family's coercion. However, it didn't take long. That damned Nightshade slapped him hard across the face. Moreover, his plan completely failed due to Nightshade's resistance. The thought that Nightshade had become the controller of the miasma forest, causing the Zhao family to lose an important source of divine forging stones, filled him with resentment. If it weren't for this, he wouldn't be in his current predicament. The reason he tolerated it back then was entirely because of Nightshade's strength, but now, he can no longer tolerate it. Then, he turned to look at Wang Chang and the others, and said in a cold tone, "It seems Nightshade isn't planning to cooperate. In that case, you all know what to do, right?" Wang Chang and the others, who were standing nearby, had already received instructions from their families, and Zhao Peng's words did not cause any disturbance to them. Only Bai Xiaoxiao's eyes flickered with anxiety after seeing Ying cleverly infiltrate the exile path. She felt a surge of anger at Yi Zhao's arrogance and stupidity. Although I don't understand why Yi Xiao possesses such amazing combat power, but does he really think he can do whatever he wants with just this little skill? They had no idea of the true strength of the 8 major families. This is practically suicide. Bai Xiaoxiao originally planned to use Yi Xiao once before he died, to make the most of him, but now it seems the plan needs to be revised. Lost in thought, her gaze involuntarily fell on Zhao Peng, and a thought suddenly came to mind. "Zhao Peng, I can team up with you. The first phase of the Path of Exile is to create a separate, instance-like space. However, if you enter as a team, the team members will be teleported to the same space." Yi Xiao did not choose to team up, but entered alone. The advantage of doing this is that it maximizes the experience gained. It also makes it easier to get more basic points. Most importantly, given his current combat strength, anyone who teams up up with him would become a burden.
It's of no help at all.
At this moment, he had entered a narrow, dark passage.
The next second, all around, in front and behind, countless monstrous figures crawled out from the ground.
Yi Xiao knew perfectly well that the trial had officially begun.
The initial monster level in the first stage of Path of Exile is the trialer's current level minus 9 levels.
The number of monsters in each wave is uncertain, but only after all of them are eliminated will the next wave appear. Yi Xiao felt no pressure about this, let alone monsters 9 levels lower than him. He could easily deal with even monsters 9 levels higher than him.
As fireballs appeared out of thin air,
the entire passage was instantly enveloped in a scorching heat. However, before he could finish casting the fireball spell, Yi Xiao was caught off guard and discovered. Watching his experience bar rapidly increase, Yi Xiao couldn't help but feel incredibly satisfied. The first wave of monsters to appear was a level 51 bloody tarantula. With the triple experience bonus from Path of Exile, a bloody tarantula can give Yi Xiao 1224 experience points.
In addition, defeating monsters will grant an extra 373 experience points.
In addition, his experience gain rate is as high as 13.3 times.
In other words, a bloody tarantula can give him 21,240 experience points.
It takes 3,018,475 experience points to level up from level 60 to level 61. In total, Yi Xiao only needs to kill 142 bloody wolf spiders to level up. Therefore, Yi Xiao had already leveled up before he had completely eliminated the first wave of monsters. He felt the exhilarating speed of the upgrade and couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions.
Then, they killed the remaining monsters one by one.
Less than half a minute later, new monsters emerged from both sides of the passage. This time it's a level 52 night bat, a monster that excels at stealth and moves extremely fast. In the past, Yi Xiao might have found it troublesome to face such a fast-moving enemy. However, since acquiring the forging effect of the smelting furnace, his necklace has additionally increased the speed of fire skill projectiles.
Now, Yi Xiao can deal with these high-speed monsters with ease. He killed all the night bats.
Yi Xiao's level has increased to 62. After the third wave of level 53 monsters was defeated, Yi Xiao reached level 63. After the fourth wave ended, he reached level 64. Soon, Yi Xiao's level jumped from 60 to 65. At this point, he had only been on the road to exile for 3 minutes. It was at this moment that all the newcomers have just embarked on the Path of Exile. Those newcomers who were slightly behind even saw the points ranking displayed on the stone tablet. Each time you clear a wave of monsters, your score will increase by 1 point. Ultimately, the newcomers who kill the most monsters and gain the most experience will receive 60 points and 100 points respectively. Yi Xiao currently holds the top spot with 5 points. Below him, there was only blank space. This means that, apart from Yi Xiao, no other newcomer has ever completed a full round of monster eradication.
The group of newcomers who remained outside stared in shock at Yi Xiao's impressive points leaderboard. Am I seeing things? I haven't even gone in yet, and Nightshade has already cleared out 5 waves of monsters? You're not seeing things. I think there's something wrong with that stone tablet. Nightshade wiped out 5 rounds of monsters all by himself in less than 3 minutes? That's too exaggerated. How exactly did Nightshade do that? Does anyone know what his profession is? What does this have to do with profession? Professions before the first job advancement don't have any area of effect skills. Even if you have money to buy high-level skill stones, you still can't learn them. While Bai Xiaoxiao and the others were still fighting each other in the first stage, Night Shadow was already level 50, a full 20 levels ahead. Shouldn't you get used to that? That being said, the upgrade speed is a bit too fast. Many newcomers who had not yet entered the Path of Exile were completely stunned by Yi Xiao's astonishing speed in clearing monsters. Not only them, but Zhao Changlin's face darkened as he looked at the glaring name on the stone tablet. 2 years ago, Zhao Hao took a full 3 minutes to clear the first wave of monsters on the Path of Exile. How could he be so fast? Zhao Mo, who was standing to the side, didn't know how to explain. At first, they thought Nightshade had become a hidden class. However, the investigation revealed that many members of both the Black Tiger and Silver Dragon Legion saw Nightshade use a fireball spell in Blackwater Canyon. Therefore, Nightshade's profession is undoubtedly a mage. Even if a violent mage can instantly kill monsters, there are at least 200 monsters in the first round. Even if it's 1 per second, it will still take 3 minutes. However, Nightshade killed 5 waves of monsters in succession. This left Zhao Mo completely baffled. More importantly, Zhao Hao could also kill monsters instantly in the early stages of the game, but his leveling speed was far less astonishing than Nightshade's. To achieve this speed, Nightshade would need to master advanced experience-based skills. A terrifying thought suddenly flashed through Zhao Mo's mind. The reason why Zhao Hao grew so rapidly 2 years ago was not only because of his innate SSS level talent, but also because he relied entirely on the strong support of the Zhao family in the early stages. The most crucial element is the Divine Forging Stone. Apart from him and a few core members, no one in the entire Zhao family knew that Zhao Hao already had 10 skill slots when he was in the newbie zone. This is why Zhao Hao was able to learn the most practical
skills at that stage in the early stages, which allowed him to reach level 50 in 7 days. He came from an ordinary family and couldn't afford the divine forging stone at all. But he didn't forget that it was he who had conquered the miasma forest. The Zhao family knows the situation their best. In other words, Nightshade most likely obtained a large number of skill stones from it. This is precisely why his level increased so rapidly.
Thinking of this, Zhao Mo quickly told Zhao Changlin about his analysis. Upon hearing this, Zhao Changlin was shocked. That's right, that must be it.
Nightshade must have swallowed the Zhao family's divine forging stone, which is why he is so reluctant to join the Zhao family, fearing retribution later. Zhao Mo added, not only that, I think he even wants to use this to threaten the Zhao family, but his ability to protect himself is not strong enough at the moment, so he hasn't taken any action yet. A fierce glint flashed in Zhao Changlin's eyes, his voice icy.
This night shadow must not be allowed to remain.
Zhao Mo nodded in agreement, offering words of comfort. Elder, rest assured. The young masters from the noble families who are traveling with us this time are all exceptionally talented and powerful geniuses.
If they join
forces, even the young master Zhao Hao back then would probably find it difficult to withstand them. Yi Ying was just being clever and is now reaping what he sowed. After hearing Zhao Mo's words, Zhao Changlin's expression gradually returned to calm. I forgot that with the ban imposed by the 8 major families, Night Shadow probably won't be able to escape exile.
At this moment, at the Bai family's encampment next door,
Bai Shan has stared at the 2 words on the stone tablet, Night Shadow, and a surge of anger welled up in his heart.
What exactly is Bai Xiaoxiao busy with? She can't even handle such a small matter.
All the effort I've put into her is wasted.
She's so pathetic.
The stronger Night Shadow became, the more Bai Shanha longed to recruit him into the Bai family. He firmly believed that as long as Night Shadow could join the Bai family and hold off the Zhao family for 2 years, he was confident that he could lead the Bai family to further progress. In Bai Shanha's eyes, given Bai Xiaoxiao's beauty and status, coupled with their relationship, the chances of success should be as high as 99%. However, at this moment, Nightshade had already demonstrated astonishing strength on the road to exile, but Bai Xiaoxiao had yet to respond.
How could he not be furious? Meanwhile, on the road to exile,
Bai Xiaoxiao ultimately chose to team up with Zhao Peng.
One reason is that her profession is still biased towards support.
Although her talent allows her to unleash powerful combat strength in a short period of time, this is only suitable for fighting enemies and is not suitable for leveling up. That's why she had been so humble in her attempts to cooperate with Yi Xiao.
It was precisely because of Nightshade's rapid upgrade speed that they were attracted to it.
She originally thought, like Bai Shanha, that with her looks and status, plus the feelings between them, winning over Yi Xiao should be a piece of cake. But to her utter surprise, even after she had lowered herself to the extreme and endured humiliation, Yi Xiao still rejected her. This ignited a secret anger within Bai Xiaoxiao. Left with no other choice, she had to team up with Zhao Peng.
Time flies.
At this time, apart from Zhao Peng, the rest of the team, such as Wang Cheng and Lin Yong, were also familiar faces.
Although Lin Yong didn't like Zhao Peng, he ultimately joined them due to family orders and by Xiaoxiao's choice.
It can be said that this 10-person team is the strongest in this path of exile, and even in the entire world of immortality, they are among the top.
The team ranked second was another team led by Su Yu. Alright, the matter concerning Nightshade is in the second phase.
For now, our focus should be on upgrading. Zhao Peng glanced at everyone and began issuing orders as if it were the most natural thing in the world.
With your abilities, taking first place in the first stage shouldn't be a problem, right?
Wang Cheng forced a smile and said, in terms of team quality, there shouldn't be anyone stronger than us in the 702 newbie zone. A newcomer from a small family chimed in. That's right, Nightshade was too impulsive and rushed in alone.
He definitely won't get a turn in the first stage.
Lin Yong glanced at Wang Cheng coldly, his eyes full of disdain. Stop talking nonsense, the monster has appeared, let's get moving. Bai Xiaoxiao, standing to the side, remained silent and applied various buffs to everyone.
Although Nightshade's appearance had affected everyone's mood, the battle that followed would not be too difficult for these geniuses, so the overall atmosphere remained much more relaxed. 3 minutes later, the last monster fell.
Zhao Peng laughed heartily. Not bad, this speed is close to the limit. Back in the day, my cousin Zhao Hao's speed was no more than this.
Seeing the results, Wang Cheng felt a little less gloomy and a smile appeared on his face.
Lin Yong remained standing silently to the side, but a hint of contentment flickered in his eyes. As for Bai Xiaoxiao, she seemed to have expected this and was not surprised.
As an SSS level talent awakener, having the ultimate monster clearing speed is only natural for her.
As the level 60 bloodthirsty long-haired tiger in front of them fell to the ground, Yi Xiao glanced at his own level.
The first phase of the Path of Exile lasts 24 hours. It will automatically enter the second stage after 24 hours.
However, at this moment, Yi Xiao felt somewhat annoyed. He had already leveled up 10 times in less than 10 minutes on the Path of Exile.
Moreover, each wave of monsters will be one level higher than the previous wave.
At this rate, he'll reach level 90 very soon.
Such speed is truly unprecedented.
According to the data, when Zhao Hao first emerged from the Path of Exile 2 years ago, his level had just reached level 60, which is required for the second job advancement. This is already the fastest record ever. Yi Xiao not only broke the record in a few minutes, but the experience points required for him to level up from level 60 to 70 far exceeded those required by Zhao Hao. All of this is thanks to Yi Xiao's extremely fast monster clearing speed. His solo efficiency is more than 5 times faster than when he's in a team. In addition, there is a 13x experience bonus on top of the 3x experience bonus. With all the extra experience bonuses, Yi Xiao's leveling speed is now more than 300 times faster than normal monster hunting in the wild. Considering this, the speed seems to make sense, Yi Xiao thought to himself. Meanwhile, after the 10th wave of monsters was cleared, Yi Xiao encountered his first elite monster, Skeleton Commander Wind, Elite, level 60, health points 100,000, attack power 3,300, defense 2,400, skills, summon skeletons, storm's fury, gale shield. Description: the withered bones buried in the eye of the storm, constantly corroded by wind elements, wield powerful storm forces, and can use the storms to quickly defeat enemies in battle. As soon as the skeleton commander appeared, Yi Xiao immediately felt the airflow on both sides of the passage become sharper. However, the skeleton commander's attributes are not too much of a threat to a novice like Bai Xiao, let alone Yi Xiao. In particular, the wind attribute is like adding wings to Yi Xiao's fireball technique. Fireball shot out and, carried by the gentle breeze, swiftly struck the skeleton commander. The powerful wind element made the flames even more ferocious and intense. In an instant, the skeleton commander turned into a pile of ashes. Ding! You have defeated Skeleton Commander Wind, Elite, gaining 287,451 experience points. The skeleton commander fell, and a golden light flashed. It was a legendary piece of equipment. In addition, there was a skill stone lying next to it. Yi Xiao's eyes lit up, and he picked it up casually. I first took a look at the description of the skill stones. Whirlwind Slash, advanced, consumes 60 mana to unleash a spinning wind blade, dealing 180 plus 0.8 intelligence points of wind damage to the target and knocking them back. It turned out to be a rare wind-type skill. Yi Xiao was somewhat surprised. The reason he hasn't learned any other elemental damage skills besides Fireball is, besides initially focusing on stacking fireballs to more efficiently increase combat power. More importantly, other elemental skills are too scarce. For example, wind-type skills are extremely rare to drop in known secret realms. In addition, the wind-type skill stones dropped in those secret realms can only be learned by mages who are at least second-class graduates. Therefore, low-level wind-type skills are extremely rare. In the early stages, Yi Xiao couldn't even find any wind-type skills to learn. This is why most mages in the world of immortality are primarily fire-based. Unexpectedly, I also encountered a wind-type skill stone in the Path of Exile. It was a pleasant surprise. It must be said that the Whirlwind Slash does indeed deal significantly more damage than Fireball. With Yi Xiao's current intelligence, a single Whirlwind Slash can deal 2,136 points of wind-type damage. Unfortunately, this Whirlwind Slash is a high-level skill stone. It is only available for sale on exchanges in the beginner zone. At this stage, he cannot use it in combination like the Fireball spell. However, Yi Xiao had plenty of space in his skill bar. Without hesitation, I learned it right away. Then, he began to examine the legendary equipment in his hand. Those were a pair of pants. Skull Pants, Legend. Agility plus 180. Intelligence plus 120. Effect 1, movement speed increased by 30%. Effect 2, your skills are enhanced by the wind, increasing their hit rate by 50%. Required level 70. As a legendary quality piece of equipment, although its overall attributes are not as good as those of mythical quality, it is still considered a top-tier item at this stage. Yi Xiao melted it down without hesitation. Subsequently, the Skull Pants gained an additional smelting attribute. Melting effect. Each time a skill is used, movement speed is increased by 10% for 10 seconds. When the skill is used again, this effect stacks and the duration is reset. Judging from the smelting effect alone, it was not bad, but Yi Xiao was already used to his godlike talent. He knew very well just how much of an improvement this smelting effect could bring him. With the blessing of double casting, he can now cast level 1 Fireball 100 times at a time. Based on the calculation that each skill release increases movement speed by 10%, 100 releases would mean a 1000% increase in movement speed, which is a full tenfold. If converted to seconds, Yi Xiao can release 200 fireballs per second, which means his movement speed has increased by 20 times. Combined with his incredible speed, there are probably very few people in the world who could catch a glimpse of him. Unless it's an indiscriminate, wide-area attack, it's virtually impossible for any single target damage to hit him. Yi Xiao originally thought that these Skull Pants could only be used for a while. Although legendary equipment is incredibly valuable, he was already used to the power of mythical equipment, so he didn't care too much. But now that it has this smelting effect, unless the next piece of equipment has a smelting attribute as good as this one, these Skull Pants will become irreplaceable. I put on my gear with great joy. Just
Just then, a new wave of monsters appeared.
Yi Xiao threw out a fireball spell without hesitation. He didn't care whether the monster was killed or not, but rather felt his feet moving as lightly as the wind. The next moment, he seemed to vanish from the spot as if he had teleported. When they reappeared, they were already at the other end of the passage. Seeing this terrifying speed of movement, Yi Xiao's joy was beyond words. Windrise, the entrance to the Path of Exile.
It has been almost an hour since we entered the Path of Exile.
The number of rankings on the stone tablet gradually increased. Everyone, including Zhao Changlin, stared at the first place on the stone tablet, lost in thought. At this point, Nightshade still held the top spot. The score displayed next to his name is 30 points.
For Zhao Changlin and others who were already familiar with the Path of Exile, they knew exactly what 30 points meant.
In less than an hour, Nightshade had already passed 30 rounds of monsters.
At least 2 elite monsters were killed. This bizarre score left everyone baffled.
After all, Zhao Peng, who ranked second, only got 10 points. It is speculated that he may have just encountered his first elite monster.
This speed is already quite amazing,
only a little slower than Zhao Hao's back then.
However, even such an amazing achievement seems insignificant in the face of Nightshade. The gap between the two is far more than just 20 points.
As we all know, with each additional round, the strength and number of monsters will increase. This also means it will take longer to achieve a breakthrough. It took less than an hour to complete 30 rounds, with each round taking less than 2 minutes on average, including the time to kill 2 elite monsters. At this moment, everyone stared at the numbers on the stone tablet, silently pondering.
Could it be that Nightshade's strength has reached the point where he can instantly kill everything? Such strength has far exceeded the comprehension of countless people.
Zhao Changlin stared at the glaring numbers, and despite his years of composure and self-control, he could not hide the turmoil in his heart. His killing intent toward Nightshade grew stronger. Such people, regardless of whether they side with another faction, must never be allowed to remain.
Staying would pose a significant threat to Zhao Hao. There can only be one genius in a given era.
Zhao Hao is the Zhao family's greatest hope for the future, and he will never allow anyone who might threaten him to live.
Otherwise, the Zhao family's subsequent plans will encounter enormous resistance.
Thinking of this, Zhao Changlin stared at the two characters' Night Shadow on the stone tablet, and began to make plans in his mind. Meanwhile, on the other side, Bai Shanha, looking at Yi Ying's outstanding performance, was also unable to calm down for a long time. This Night Shadow is absolutely a genius among geniuses. Such a talent should belong to the Bai family. In fact, he was originally a member of the Bai family. However, in the end, Bai Xiaoxiao personally pushed her towards the Zhao family. At this moment, Bai Shanha was burning with rage and was about to explode. However, he clearly forgot that the culprit behind Bai Xiaoxiao and Yi Zhao's separation was the Bai family itself, on the road to exile.
After an hour of intense fighting,
at that moment, Zhao Peng and his group worked together to kill the elite skeletons. Seeing the red light emanating from the elite skeletons, a hint of greed crept into everyone's eyes.
Even Bai Xiaoxiao's expression flickered slightly. An epic item actually dropped.
This good fortune surprised even the disciples of these aristocratic families.
Don't be fooled by their top-notch equipment.
Those were all collected by their respective families at great expense. If they invest too many resources in equipment in the early stages, the resources they can obtain later will be correspondingly reduced.
Therefore, this epic equipment was extremely tempting to Zhao Peng and his team. However, there is only one piece of equipment, but there were 10 of them.
At this moment, everyone exchanged glances, and an eerie calm filled the air. In the end, Bai Xiaoxiao spoke first.
Since everyone wants it, let's decide who gets it based on its attributes. That way, no one will object.
After hearing Bai Xiaoxiao's words, the group remained silent for a moment before nodding in agreement. Zhao Peng suddenly spoke. Wait, it doesn't matter to others, but you and I are both magic-based classes.
What if we happen to have magic-based equipment?
Upon hearing this, everyone agreed that it made sense, and their gazes all turned to Bai Xiaoxiao.
Bai Xiaoxiao ignored everyone's gaze and walked straight towards the equipment.
The result turned out to be a shoulder pad specifically designed for French players. Upon seeing the attribute effects, Bai Xiaoxiao didn't hesitate and immediately put it on. The people behind her were stunned by her actions. Zhao Peng was furious on the spot.
Bai Xiaoxiao, what do you mean by this?
Bai Xiaoxiao turned around and said calmly, this is a magic-based equipment, so it naturally belongs to me.
I'm a magic-based class too, why should I give it to you? Don't forget, the Bai family still depends on the Zhao family. How dare you steal my equipment?
Bai Xiaoxiao remained unmoved and coldly replied, you have already fully demonstrated the weakness of mages in the early stages of the game in the previous battles. If you want to get higher scores in Path of Exile, exile. This equipment is the most suitable for me. Zhao Peng was speechless for a moment. He stared at Bai Xiaoxiao coldly for a long time, but ultimately said nothing more. As for the others, they don't need this equipment. Although it was somewhat regrettable, they could only accept Bai Xiaoxiao's decision. However, with the appearance of this equipment, the atmosphere in the team seemed to have subtly changed. Everyone understood this, but Bai Xiaoxiao didn't care at all. If Zhao Hao were here, she naturally wouldn't dare to do that. But dealing with someone as insignificant as Zhao Peng wouldn't warrant any action from the Zhao family against her. She is very confident about this. Just when Bai Xiaoxiao and her group almost had a falling out over an epic piece of equipment. In another space, with the Skeleton King completely killed by Yi Xiao successfully broke through to level 90, which fully met the requirements for advancing to the third job advancement. The speed of the upgrade was so fast that even Yi Xiao himself could hardly describe it in words. At the same time, he went through 2 rounds of training against elite monsters. With an extra 5 whirlwind/skill stones in hand, Yi Xiao now possesses a total of 6 whirlwind slashes, in addition to the skills he had learned before. This makes his wind-type damage barely usable. In addition, the Skeleton King gifted Yi Xiao another legendary piece of equipment. In addition to the equipment he obtained in the previous round, Yi Xiao now has 2 more legendary pieces of equipment besides the skull pants he is wearing. What surprised him even more was that these 3 pieces of equipment actually formed a complete set, and the set attributes were extremely rare, which surprised Yi Xiao greatly. Yi Xiao first smelted the 2 newly acquired skull sets, and then reopened the equipment panel to check the detail attributes. Skull shoulder pads, legendary, stamina plus 150, intelligence plus 290. Smelting effect, increases fire resistance by 1000 points. Effect, when attacked, there is a 15% chance to activate a wind shield, absorbing 10% of elemental damage. Required level, 70. The skull crown, legendary, agility plus 225, intelligence plus 225. Smelting effect, increases the projectile speed of all fire-type skills. Effect, when receiving fatal damage, unleashes a powerful storm that knocks back surrounding enemies and deals area of effect damage equal to 30% of the fatal damage. Required level, 70. Although each of these 2 pieces of equipment has only one effect attribute, the increase in the 4 main attributes is about 150 points more than the previous skull pants. The results of the smelting were not a pleasant surprise for Yi Xiao, although the improvement was natural and performed well. Given his accustomed standards for mythical level equipment, these 3 skull-themed pieces of equipment were not irreplaceable. However, Yi Xiao has not equipped these 3 parts yet, as the attribute boost would be quite significant once he puts them on. After all, this was only a level 70 piece of equipment, yet it brought Yi Xiao a 1190 point attribute bonus. It's worth noting that a level 70 professional's base stats are only around 1184 points, and these 3 pieces of equipment almost doubled those stats. For that reason alone, the legendary quality is well worth it. More importantly, these 3 skull-themed items form a complete set. After Yi Xiao put it on, the set bonus was activated, an increase of 700 points in all elemental resistances. After equipping himself, Yi Xiao opened the panel to check the details. ID, Night Shadow. Class, Mage. Attributes, Strength 272, Constitution 524, Agility 1518, Intelligence 3179, HP 176290/176290, MP 34690/34690. Skills, Fireball, Mana Fountain, Experience Surge. Expand. After allocating his free attribute points to agility, and with the added bonuses from equipment, Yi Xiao's agility surpassed 1000 points, reaching 1158 points. This value has already exceeded the level of a typical level 70 agility type professional. He was a mage, and a tanky mage at that. Yi Xiao couldn't help but feel a sense of awe at his own extreme attributes. Not only the data on the panel, Yi Xiao's resistance is also amazing. Its fire resistance is as high as 25,407, which means it can be immune to almost 90% of fire damage. Unless the opponent unleashes a forbidden spell with power comparable to a nuclear bomb, it will be difficult to shake him in the slightest. Of the remaining points, poison resistance ranks second, reaching 12,168 points. Poison damage is usually characterized by continuous, frequent damage, with low output per hit. Therefore, although his poison resistance is only half that of his fire resistance, his actual immune effect far exceeds that of fire resistance. In Yi Xiao's view, with his current level of poison resistance, he was already immune to all poisons. The second most noticeable resistance is mental resistance, which reached 9,207 points. Although it was already quite strong, Yi Xiao still planned to take the opportunity to further improve this resistance. As for other elemental resistances, they all come from intelligence bonuses and a few additional equipment items. The unified value is 4,615 points. It is about to break the 5,000 mark. This resistance is entirely due to Yi Xiao's terrifying intelligence boost. After all, a level level 70 ordinary professional only has 1,184 points of base intelligence. Even if all points are put into intelligence, it would only be about one-third of Yi Xiao's intelligence. After checking his own attributes, Yi Xiao casually closed the panel. Just then, a new wave of monsters appeared. Yi Xiao glanced at it. The level was 81. However, he has already reached the second job advancement cap, and he cannot continue to level up unless he completes the third job advancement quest. The first phase of the Path of Exile lasts 24 hours, and it has only just begun. Therefore, Yi Xiao was not in a hurry to kill monsters. Just then, the Phantom Clone's cooldown ended. He simply summoned 2 clones. Although the clone only inherited 30% of its own attributes, it was more than enough to deal with the monster in front of it. 5 minutes later, this wave of monsters was completely wiped out. Seeing that his clone was unharmed, Yi Xiao lowered his guard and allowed the clone to continue clearing out the demons for him. He then sat down to the side. Previously, all 8 major families sent representatives to the Road of Exile to intercept him. On the surface, they wanted to recruit him, but in reality, they were more interested in probing his background. His public disregard for the 8 major families undoubtedly caused them to lose face. Yi Xiao was not unwilling to resolve the matter peacefully. After all, he was facing the strongest forces in the alliance. Even though he was extremely confident in himself, he still felt a bit of pressure. He needs time. Unfortunately, the power of the 8 major families is well known. Even if he appeared and said good things, the outcome would not change if he did not ultimately join any faction. The 8 major families will never tolerate the existence of any professional who may threaten them in the future. Earth doesn't need the 9th family. This is a necessary measure for any force to survive and develop. Yi Xiao had most likely already guessed the plans of the 8 major families. We have to thank Bai Xiaoxiao for her earlier reminder. Although Bai Xiaoxiao did not say it explicitly, the current Path of Exile is clearly their best opportunity. After all, this is the only place they can find him in the newbie zone. Of course, they didn't know that this was probably their last chance. After leaving the Path of Exile, Yi Xiao will immediately advance in rank. Once completed, he can leave the beginner area and enter the initial area of the immortal world. The territory there is vast, dozens of times larger than the beginner area. As long as he doesn't show himself, it will be almost impossible for the 8 major families to find him. Therefore, the Path to Exile is their only chance. These people are likely to take action against him at the start of the second phase. However, even though there are quite a few newcomers who haven't even completed their second job advancement yet, they are no threat to him at all. Thinking of this, Yi Xiao felt completely relaxed. For the next half hour, he kept developing a plan in his mind. If the plan succeeds, it might be able to improve one's wind-type skills. At the same time, his 2 clones successfully wiped out the 10th round of monsters. The expected elite monster did not appear. Instead, the fluctuations in the surrounding space suddenly changed drastically. This fluctuation instantly alerted Yi Xiao. Darkness was constantly seeping into the ground from all sides. Immediately afterwards, a huge hole suddenly appeared in the center of the originally dark and narrow passage. Yi Xiao paused for a moment, then quickly glanced at the hole. A huge, pale, skeletal hand slowly rose from the hole. Is this the boss? This sudden change left Yi Xiao feeling confused. On the road to exile, he had only seen elite monsters and had never heard of a boss. He looked down through that huge, pale hand. It turned out to be a dilapidated underground palace. Inside the underground palace, a sinister and terrifying atmosphere permeated the air. Thick skulls are scattered on the dusty ground, and weathered stone coffins are strewn everywhere, telling the story of the vicissitudes of time. Suddenly, a deep, clanging sound of bones colliding rang out, accompanied by a surge of powerful energy. A dim light slowly emerged from the depths of the underground palace. The light gradually coalesced into a tall figure, a skeleton king covered in sharp bone spikes. His towering figure was shrouded in darkness, his eyes gleaming with a blood-red light. The appearance of the skeleton king made the atmosphere in the dungeon even more heavy, as if even the air itself was weighed down by his presence. He stood majestically, like the embodiment of death, his gaze fixed on Yi Xiao above him. Yi Xiao felt a strong sense of oppression at just one glance. Given his combat strength, there are very few monsters that can put pressure on him, and even bosses are rare. At this moment, the Skeleton King's attribute information also appeared on Yi Xiao's panel. The Sleeping Skeleton King, Boss. Attack power, 9,000. Defense, 8,000. Skills, Bone Spike Storm, Skeleton Legion, Death Domain, Undead Touch, Dark Storm. Description: a monster formed from countless corpses that slumbered for millennia in the underground palace, condensed by powerful dark elements. Nourished by wind elements, it has also mastered powerful wind-based abilities in addition to dark power. Do not be fooled by its size, its movements are exceptionally swift. This combat power is truly astonishing. Not only does it have a health value of 500,000, but its attack and defense are also close to 10,000 each. Judging from its skills and description, Yi Xiao discovered that this Skeleton King was not only an undead monster, but also proficient in powerful wind-type skills. This strange combination of darkness and wind elements made Yi Xiao frown. This also explains why most of the
elite monsters he encountered before were primarily wind type. Suppressing his surprise, Yi Xiao didn't even wait for the Skeleton King to fully appear before casting a fireball into the hole. However, to Yi Xiao's surprise, the Skeleton King's magic resistance was much higher than expected. With the double spellcasting buff, Yi Xiao unleashed as many as 100 fireballs, yet they only dealt 20,000 damage to the Skeleton King. It should be noted that Yi Xiao's single fireball can now deal as much as 8,783 damage. As a result, each fireball only dealt 200 points of damage to the Skeleton King. Yi Xiao frowned, completely baffled. The Skeleton King has 8,000 defense points. Even if it's all magic resistance, his fireball damage shouldn't be reduced so much. Not to mention that the venomous invasion has absolutely no effect on the Skeleton King. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xiao tried to unleash the newly learned Whirlwind Slash. However, the damage only amounts to a pitiful amount of health. Yi Xiao shook his head helplessly and decided to stop worrying about it. Although the fireball spell only deals 20,000 damage, the boss only has 500,000 HP. It only takes a few more seconds. With that in mind, Yi Xiao continued to unleash fireballs at the Skeleton King. At the same time, the Skeleton King's body leaped up from the ground. Faced with Yi Xiao's attack, the Skeleton King displayed a speed disproportionate to its massive size, quickly retreating. The next moment, a barrage of fireballs rained down on the Skeleton King. Yi Xiao did a rough calculation and found that more than half of his fireballs missed. Don't forget, his fireball trajectory is enhanced by several pieces of equipment, plus its speed is astonishing. However, the enormous Skeleton King in front of them was able to dodge it with ease. This contrast made Yi Xiao feel extremely awkward. Surprisingly, a hint of mockery appeared on the Skeleton King's pale, stiff face. Immediately afterwards, under Yi Xiao's gaze, the Skeleton King waved his hands. Instantly, countless bone spurs surged from its body. It shot towards Yi Xiao at an extremely fast speed. Yi Xiao, with his sharp eyes, noticed that these bone spikes were surrounded by countless sharp wind blades. This is the Skeleton King's skill, Bone Spike Storm? Before this, Yi Xiao would probably have had to tough it out against the Bone Spike Storm. With over 170,000 health points, he can survive even if he gets hit. But this is not a virtual game after all. When bone spurs pierce the body, pain is inevitable. Therefore, at the very moment that bone spurs first appear, Yi Xiao immediately activated the void illusion. The next moment, his figure had disappeared. The Skeleton King was clearly surprised by this. Suddenly, a large number of fireballs appeared from less than 2 meters in front of it. The Skeleton King's eerie and swift speed also became ineffective. Fireballs engulfed the Skeleton King like a tidal wave. However, as an undead being, its health points plummeted, yet it felt no pain, but its reactions were unusually rapid. Covered in fireballs, it immediately activated its skill. The space around Yi Xiao was instantly filled with dark energy that exuded a corrupting aura. That terrifying power seemed to devour even space itself. Unfortunately, the void illusion is currently on cooldown. Yi Xiao was unable to escape into the void immediately. Fortunately, he gained a significant speed boost when he smelted the skull pants earlier. Since the first time he was hit by the Skeleton King, his movement speed has increased by 2,530% or 25 times. With this incredible speed, his figure disappeared again. The Skeleton King's attack missed. However, Yi Xiao did not go far away. Instead, it kept casting fireballs around the Skeleton King. If that's all, having learned his lesson, the Skeleton King is not incapable of evading. However, at this extremely high speed, the fireball's trajectory changed from a straight line to a strange arc. This unexpected change resulted in the Skeleton King, despite his extremely high speed, being unable to move at all. It was still being hit by a large number of fireballs. Meanwhile, not far away, Yi Xiao's 2 clones were also under his control, constantly harassing the Skeleton King. The Skeleton King's health was dropping rapidly at a visible rate. Seeing this, Yi Xiao secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The strength that the Skeleton King had just displayed far exceeded his expectations. This level of power is far beyond what a typical level 90 boss can match. He also firmly believed that, even if all the elites on the path of exile worked together, they could not shake the Skeleton King. With a mournful howl of despair from the Skeleton King, the battle ended. The whole process only took 15 seconds. But even Yi Xiao himself was secretly amazed by the level of danger. Right after the Skeleton King fell, a familiar and delightful light reappeared in Yi Xiao's mind. Seeing the dazzling light, Yi Xiao was overjoyed. Hurry up and pick it up. Besides mythical equipment, the boss also dropped 5 skill stones. It was a great harvest. Of these 5 skill stones, 3 are for Whirlwind Slash. The other 2 belong to the dark-themed skills. Dark Knight Soul Erosion. Advanced infuses shadow energy into the target, dealing 100 plus 0.5 times intelligence points of dark damage to a single enemy and applying a persistent Shadow Brand effect. Shadow Brand increases all damage taken by the target by 10% for a certain period of time, while reducing their movement speed and attack speed by 10%. Dark-type skills generally deal significantly less damage than fire-type skills of the same level. Yi Yi Xiao didn't pay much attention to this. The true power of dark-type skills lies precisely in their diverse functional effects. For example, the Dark Knight Soul Eater not only deals damage but also leaves a time mark on the target, causing them to suffer more damage, while also reducing their movement speed and attack speed. If combined with advanced wind-based control skills, a stronger one can even immobilize the enemy, preventing them from attacking. This strength should not be underestimated. Moreover, Yi Xiao possesses 2 Dark Knight Soul Eating pills. He is now extremely familiar with his god-level talent. He understood the combined effect of the 2 Dark Knight Soul Eater. If you could stack up to 10 Dark Soul Devourers, or even without relying on other skills, he can then completely turn the target into a helpless wooden stake. Of course, this is on the premise that the opponent does not have the skills or resistance to remove negative status effects. But overall, with these 2 Dark Soul Eaters plus the restrictive effects from his equipment, any enemy who clashes with him will find it extremely troublesome. After learning all 5 skills, Yi Xiao's gaze shifted to the mythical equipment. That was a level 90 staff. Shadow Skeleton King's Wind Staff, Mythical, Intelligence plus 500, Skill cooldown reduced by 30%. Effect 1, each time a target is hit, there is a 10% chance to apply Wind Bind, binding the target and reducing their movement speed by 50% and attack speed by 30% for 5 seconds. Effect 2, inflicts a dark effect on your attacks and skills, corrupting the target and reducing their dual resistances by 20%. Effect 3, after each successful kill of a target, the power of darkness will summon a dark skeleton warrior from its corpse. The warrior will have 50% of the caster's current health and spell damage, and its attack power will be 0.7 times the caster's intelligence. The warrior will last for 30 seconds. Required level 90. Seeing the attributes of the Shadow Skeleton King's Wind Bone Staff, Yi Xiao's breathing became rapid. This staff actually has 3 effects. The first effect, Wind Entanglement, is mainly used for crowd control, reducing the target's movement speed by 50%, making it easier for Yi Xiao to hit enemies. If he had possessed that ability back then, dealing with the Skeleton King would have been much easier. In addition, the 30% reduction in attack speed also indirectly increases Yi Xiao's defense. This undoubtedly provides a balance between offense and defense. As for the second effect, it is an extremely rare defense reduction ability, which can further enhance Yi Xiao's spell damage. The third effect, however, surprised Yi Xiao. This ability belongs to a rare branch of the summoning skill tree, specifically the Necromancer branch. Skeleton warriors can only be summoned from the corpses of enemies killed by the user. The abilities of the summoned skeleton warriors are closely related to the summoner himself. Yi Xiao glanced at his health points, 176290. Skeleton warriors have half of their own health points, approximately 88,000. This amount of health is comparable to that of some bosses. As for the Dark Skeleton warriors' attack power, while it's not top tier, however, they are by no means something that ordinary level 90 professionals can underestimate. Overall, these Dark Skeleton warriors were more like frontline meat shields for Yi Xiao. In an instant, a strange feeling welled up in Yi Xiao's heart. I'm clearly a violent mage, so why am I developing more and more into a tank? However, he was confident that with his current defensive capabilities, if he were to actually step into the starting lineup, he would likely be unmatched at this level. He shook his head, banishing the strange thought from his mind. Yi Xiao activated the smelting furnace and began the smelting process. A moment later, red flames poured into the Dark Skull Staff. This makes the intricate rune patterns on its surface even more eerie and bright. It constantly exudes a sinister yet intensely hot aura. Upon closer inspection, Yi Xiao discovered that within the crystal-clear obsidian at the tip of the staff, besides the originally intertwined black and pale yellow energies, another fiery red power emerged. The 3 energies intertwined and entwined, making the obsidian even more dazzling and radiant. Yi Xiao carefully examined the smelted staff. Smelting effect, fire skill level +3. He blinked, a surge of unexpected joy welling up inside him. The original effect of refining the Goblin Elite Staff was to increase fire skill level by 1. Yi Xiao was somewhat regretful at the time, as he lost the smelting bonus after equipping this mythical weapon. Unexpectedly, the Wind Bone Staff of the Shadow Skeleton King is so powerful, the effects produced by its forging are not only similar to those of the previous ones, it even improved by 2 levels. Looking at the attributes of the Shadow Skeleton King's Wind Bone Staff, Yi Xiao immediately understood that the quality of the smelting effect was probably determined by the quality of the equipment. The effects of forging mythical grade equipment are far more powerful than those of epic grade equipment. Since that's the case, Yi Xiao stopped worrying about it. After replacing the weapon with the Wind Bone Staff, all the original attributes of the Goblin Elite Staff were retained. On the contrary, the effect was significantly improved, especially the 30% reduction in cooldown time, which is almost equivalent to the second effect of the Goblin set. In this way, Yi Xiao's Fireball spell cooldown time remains at 0.5 seconds. Furthermore, you won't have to worry about losing set bonuses when changing equipment in the future. After replacing his equipment, Yi Xiao glanced
glanced at his skill bar. Because the staff's forging effect increased his fire skills by 3 levels, his fireball skill level was now equivalent to a 10-level increase. He originally thought that a single fireball would deal more than 10,000 damage, but upon closer inspection, Yi Xiao was somewhat surprised. The damage of the fireball spell had decreased instead of increased, with the damage per ball now only reaching 9,566 points, although it's not much different from when I wore the staff before. However, the Shadow Skeleton King's wind staff granted Yi Xiao a full 500 points of intelligence. Furthermore, with the fire skill level increasing by +3, Yi Xiao's fire elemental mastery also increased from the original 20% to 40%. Yi Xiao was dumbfounded. However, the shock lasted for less than half a second. He quickly noticed a small note below the fireball skill description. Your fireball spell has evolved. Each cast now fires 3 fireballs simultaneously, each dealing 80% of the damage of a single fireball. After reading this line of annotation, Yi Xiao's originally calm mood was once again stirred up. His fireball spell has actually evolved. It changed from single target damage to area of effect damage, although the number of targets has only increased to 3. But for Yi Xiao, this was undoubtedly a huge leap forward. Don't be fooled by his amazing monster-killing efficiency before. That's based on the premise that each fireball can instantly kill its target, because his previous fireball release pattern was a rapid fire type. Although it looks like rapid fire under the blessing of godlike talent, but Yi Xiao knew that each fireball would only lock onto the next target after it had killed the previous one. As the fireball spell evolved, he was able to launch 3 fireballs simultaneously. This means his monster clearing speed will increase to 3 times the original speed. Moreover, with the added power of dual spellcasting, Yi Xiao can fire 200 fireballs per second. After evolution, it directly increased to 600. Even without considering the advantages of area of effect attacks, the sheer number of these damages caused is staggering. More importantly, these 600 fireballs only consumed 20 points of his magic power. If it's a siege battle in a high-level area, Yi Xiao alone is enough to defend a city. Imagine 600 fireballs, each dealing nearly 9,500 points of single-target damage, raining down from the sky. That scene was enough to suffocate and drive the enemy to despair. After calming down, Yi Xiao took a deep breath. His gaze fell on the fallen Skeleton King, filled with affection. He really hoped that such surprises could happen more often. Just then, Yi Xiao suddenly noticed something. A task progress update popped up on the system's information panel. He hadn't paid any attention to these notifications because of the upgrades to his mythic equipment and fireball spell. Upon closer inspection, they were immediately stunned. Ding! You have collected 5 Dark Element Essence Fragments. All Dark-type skill damage is increased by 60%, and Dark Element resistance is increased by 40%. Ding! You have collected 4 Anemo Essence Shards. All Anemo skill damage is increased by 40%, and Anemo resistance is increased by 40%. Yi Xiao immediately opened the task panel to check. Sure enough, his Fusion Mage job change quest changed accordingly. Collection of Elemental Essences. To fuse multiple powers, please collect the essences of at least 3 elements. Current collection progress: Fire Elemental Essence, completed. Dark Elemental Essence, May 10th. Wind Elemental Essence, 4 out of 10. Yi Xiao blinked, his heart churning with emotion. I never expected that the Skeleton King could drop Elemental Essence Fragments. Moreover, it's not just one element, it actually contains 2 elements, darkness and wind. This was completely beyond his expectations. To his even greater surprise, a Skeleton King boss gave him a total of 9 elemental shards. It's simply unbelievable. You should know that he spent a whole day in the cave trying to collect 10 pieces of fire element essence. Those battles were extremely grueling. Yi Xiao had assumed that collecting other elements would be just as difficult. Surprisingly, the result was much easier. Based on this calculation, he is only a little over 1/3 away from achieving his goal of becoming a fusion mage. How could this not fill Yi Xiao's heart with joy? However, after calming down, he had some questions. Why would elemental fragments appear in this path of exile? As described in the previous task, elemental essences should only exist within monsters born from pure elements. But this Skeleton King is clearly a dual elemental monster, and has nothing to do with pure elements at all. This was something Yi Xiao couldn't understand for a moment. Just then, from the cave where the Skeleton King had just crawled out, a surge of wind element mixed with a strong dark aura was gushing out from the depths of the dungeon. Yi Xiao's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately had a guess. He hurriedly walked to the edge of the cave entrance and looked into the depths of the underground palace. Although I had only caught a glimpse of it before, upon closer inspection, I discovered that the underground palace was permeated with both dark and wind elemental forces. In an instant, Yi Xiao seemed to understand. This Skeleton King's dungeon should be similar to the situation he encountered in the cave before. It contains the essence of both darkness and wind elements. His eyes gleamed with thoughtful light. Such an opportunity is extremely rare. How could Yi Xiao possibly let this opportunity pass in order to become a fusion mage? Moreover, he is already level 90, and there is still almost
almost a day left before the end of the first phase of Path of Exile. There's no point in staying any longer. We might as well take this opportunity to go deeper underground. If all goes well, you may be able to complete the task and successfully change jobs soon. Having made up his mind, Yi Xiao leaped into the ground without hesitation. Instantly, a strong tearing force struck, making him feel like he was losing control of his body. I was surrounded by a thick layer of darkness, and I couldn't see anything clearly. Breathing became increasingly difficult as they continued to fall. Fortunately, this state only lasted for about 10 seconds. When both feet touched the ground again, Yi Xiao finally breathed a sigh of relief. This feeling of weightlessness and being out of control always made him somewhat uncomfortable. However, at that moment, Yi Xiao suddenly realized what they were stepping on was not solid ground, but a pile of long-rotted, white bones. After Yi Xiao stepped on these bones, they immediately turned into dust and slowly drifted around him. Before my eyes, coffins of all sizes were scattered about in all directions. As Yi Xiao stepped inside, the coffins began to emit a faint, eerie glow. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind swept in. A mournful wail, like weeping and lamenting, emanated from the coffin, instantly echoing and permeating the entire underground palace. Yi Xiao was deeply shocked by this bizarre scene, and his heart involuntarily tightened. Before he could thoroughly explore the entire underground palace, the hundreds of coffins before him began to tremble violently. Wisps of decaying, ashen death energy slowly rose from the coffin. Soon, the death energy condensed into a ball, and the rows of withered bones beneath Yi Xiao's feet floated up as if drawn by a powerful attraction. They swarmed frantically toward a dark figure. Seeing this, Yi Xiao felt a sense of alarm. However, in just a moment, a large number of skeletons gathered together and took shape. In the blink of an eye, countless undead monsters appeared before him. These monsters come in various forms, but all of them are permeated with a decaying, dark aura. Yi Xiao was slightly surprised, but quickly realized what was going on. This underground palace is located underground and may be part of some kind of crypt. Only in this way can we explain why he was able to obtain that precious fragment of elemental essence from the Skeleton King. The only thing that puzzled him was that, logically speaking, a place that nurtures the purest element should not simultaneously possess a second element. However, he had previously obtained 5 dark element essence shards from the Skeleton King, and also received 4 wind element essence shards as an additional reward. How can this be explained? Yi Xiao didn't think much of it. With a large number of demons rushing towards him, he could only deal with the current crisis first. Although these monsters were all level 90 and their overall attributes far surpassed those of ordinary level 90 monsters, they posed no threat to Yi Xiao at present. Together with the 2 clones he had just summoned, he unleashed the evolved fireball spell. Countless fireballs rained down like a storm, and no monster could withstand them. As the monsters fell one after another, the third effect of the Shadow Skeleton King's wind staff became surprisingly effective. Numerous dark skeleton warriors emerged from the corpses of these dark monsters. In just a few seconds, the number of dark skeleton warriors surged to over 100. With their obstruction, the dark monsters were unable to break through the defenses. Soon, under Yi Xiao's barrage of fireballs, all the newly appeared monsters were annihilated. A pile of skill stones, gleaming faintly, lay scattered on the ground. This time, Yi Xiao did not pick them up himself, but instead sent 2 clones to clean up the battlefield. A moment later, he had 5 Dark Knight Soul Erosion skill stones in his hand. This surprised Yi Xiao quite a bit. He hadn't expected that these monsters could drop skill stones. If that's the case, before I could think it through, a large amount of death energy surged up again. Another wave of densely packed dark monsters appeared. This time, the monsters were stronger than before, but they still couldn't break through the dark skeleton warriors' front line of defense. Under Yi Xiao's powerful firepower, they were powerless to fight back. Before long, Yi Xiao obtained 5 more Dark Knight Soul Erosion skill stones. Then, the third wave of monsters appeared. They are stronger and their numbers have increased. Although Yi Xiao was still able to wipe them all out, the time it took was far longer than the previous 2 times combined. Fortunately, this battle earned him 7 Dark Knight Soul Eater skill stones, which was a decent reward. At this point, Yi Xiao had accumulated 17 Dark Knight Soul Erosion skill stones. Before the next wave of monsters appeared, he decisively crushed all the skill stones in one go. In an instant, his intelligence increased by 34 points, and his health points increased by 3,400 points. Just as Yi Xiao finished learning the skill, the dark monsters reappeared. This time, their overall strength is even greater than before. Moreover, Yi Xiao finally realized that before these dark monsters appeared, the corpses of the monsters he had previously destroyed had all disappeared. However, the large amount of death energy remaining in the corpse did not dissipate. Instead, with the appearance of a new wave of dark monsters, death energy rapidly surged into their bodies. Nourished by this death energy, the monsters' attributes became even stronger. Upon seeing this, Yi Xiao couldn't help but frown. He was quite familiar with these mysterious elemental monsters in the cave. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel a little worried. If these dark monsters appear wave after wave, in an endless stream, in the end, won't their attributes gradually approach the level of the boss? Considering the formidable
incredible combat power previously displayed by the Skeleton King. Yi Xiao couldn't help but gasp. Unfortunately, even so, he had no effective way to solve the problem.
However, he wasn't too worried. With his current combat strength, the best course of action for him is simply to recklessly fight his way through. If he really can't hold on any longer, he still has the illusionary ability to escape instantly, ensuring his safety. After analyzing the situation, Yi Xiao felt at ease and began grinding monsters. Although the monster's attributes are constantly increasing, at most it will only make him waste more time. Moreover, each wave of monsters will drop Dark Knight Soul Eater. An hour later, he unexpectedly gained another 33 Dark Soul Eaters.
Yi Xiao's total number of Dark Knight Soul Erosion skills has surpassed Fireball, reaching 51. This made him more composed. After all, Dark Knight Soul Erosion is a high-level skill.
Moreover, it was rare to see anyone selling on the trading market before.
If you can farm Dark Knight Soul Eater endlessly in this dungeon, that would be a pretty good option. Anyway, there's still plenty of time before the first phase of Path of Exile ends.
That's enough for him to amass a terrifying number of Dark Knight Soul Eaters.
Meanwhile, just as Yi Xiao was engrossed in frantically grinding through dungeons,
in Path of Exile, most newcomers also focus on hunting monsters. With the bonus of triple experience, no one wants to miss this opportunity. Besides Yi Xiao,
the team that made the fastest progress was the one consisting of Bai Xiaoxiao and Zhao Peng.
7 or 8 hours passed.
Bai Xiaoxiao's level has soared to level 50. The same applies to Wang Chang and others.
That's Zhao Peng. His level has reached 53.
He was 3 levels higher than everyone else, even though he was already level 42 when he entered. Even so, his upgrade speed still surpassed that of other team members, including Bai Xiaoxiao. Since they were in the same team, the others naturally noticed the change in Zhao Peng's level. Wang Chang looked at Zhao Peng with disbelief on his face, and hesitated for a long time without saying a word. Lin Yong, who was hiding nearby, couldn't help but ask when he saw Zhao Peng's astonishing leveling speed.
You learned a skill that increases experience points?
Zhao Peng didn't seem to intend to hide it, and casually admitted, that's right, the family spent 30 million to buy a source of knowledge.
The origin of knowledge? Isn't that the skill that someone bought for 30 million a few days ago?
I didn't expect it was you who bought it. Spending 30 million to buy a skill that only provides a 48% experience bonus, and it even takes up a skill slot, this.
Zhao Peng's answer shocked everyone.
After all, everyone understands how valuable the skill slots are. No one expected that Zhao Peng would use such a valuable skill slot for experience bonus.
Seeing everyone's surprise, Zhao Peng pursed his lips and didn't offer any further explanation.
As a promising member of the Zhao family, he had already reserved at least 3 divine forging stones for the Zhao family. This knowledge was something that Zhao's think tank decided to purchase for him after extensive analysis. With this 48% experience bonus, Zhao Peng's leveling speed increased by at least 1/3. The 1/3 of time saved can also save a lot of resources.
Between the two, the former is naturally more cost-effective.
Of course, this is on the premise that the Zhao family obtains the divine forging stone at a very low cost. Zhao Peng was naturally not foolish enough to tell anyone about this. At this moment, Bai Xiaoxiao looked at Zhao Peng with suspicion, pondering to herself.
Although Zhao Peng has good talent, he is ultimately only an A level.
Why would the Zhao family be willing to invest such a huge sum in his training?
This seems somewhat illogical. Although the Zhao family is one of the top powerhouses in the league.
However, over the years, we have gathered a large number of talents, and even with abundant resources, it is difficult to take care of so many people at the same time. It is said that Zhao Hao alone consumed nearly half of the Zhao family's resources. Zhao Peng first spent 30 million to buy experience skill stones, which meant that the Zhao family also needed to prepare an additional divine forging stone.
The price of the divine forged stone is approximately 500 million. The Zhao family's actions were clearly counterproductive. There must be a secret hidden here that outsiders don't know.
Thinking of this, Bai Xiaoxiao's eyes flickered slightly. At this moment, her desire to enter the Zhao family grew even stronger. Whatever secrets the Zhao family is hiding, as long as she can successfully join them, in the future, she will also be able to enjoy the same preferential treatment as Zhao Peng.
In fact, given her SSS level talent, she might even receive better treatment than Zhao Peng.
Of course, before that, Bai Xiaoxiao has not forgotten Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao's F level talent allowed him to reach level 50 ahead of everyone else, which was a big secret in itself. Before everyone can join forces to deal with Yi Xiao, she must first uncover this secret from him. Although Yi Xiao had previously ignored her private messages, but Bai Xiaoxiao didn't care. In her eyes, Yi Xiao did this simply because what happened before had hurt his pride. She would appear before him personally once the second phase of the Path of Exile began. Using her charm, she feigned to say a few nice words. Bai Xiaoxiao believed that Yi Xiao was no match for him. With this in mind, she began to look forward to the second phase of the Path of Exile. Zhao Changlin has returned to his post.
Seeing Zhao Mo walk in, he couldn't help but ask, Nightshade's points haven't changed? Zhao Mo nodded and replied,
after the score stopped at 40 points half a day ago, there has been no further movement. Zhao Changlin frowned slightly and muttered, muttered to himself. 40 points means that Nightshade has cleared 40 rounds of monsters.
Based on his level 60, he should have finally faced a level 90 monster? It seems that Nightshade's combat strength is even greater than expected. Zhao Amo was deeply moved after hearing this.
Zhao Pang and his team have only gotten 20 points since they entered, while the third place team has 19 points. Both of these teams are elites from the 702 newbie zone.
I really don't understand how Ying managed to do that all by himself. He paused, then said, however, after 30 points, Nightshade has remained silent. Elder, do you think he might?
Zhao Changlin glanced at him and continued.
You mean Nightshade had an accident? Zhao Amo nodded. This kind of thing has happened before.
Nightshade thinks too highly of himself and went into the path of exile alone, where he faced level 90 monsters.
He hasn't even done his second job advancement yet, so his highest level is only 60.
He has no chance of winning against high-level elite monsters.
Zhao Changlin pondered for a moment. This situation couldn't be better.
After all, it's too incredible that a newbie who hasn't even completed his second job
advancement can solo a level 90 elite monster.
If he continues to grow stronger, it will be a huge threat to Zhao Hao and our Zhao family's future plans. At this time, representatives of other forces stationed nearby shared the same idea as the Zhao family. Despite Nightshade's astonishing achievements, no one could figure out how he managed to do it.
But everyone knows that,
if Nightshade is allowed to continue growing, in the near future, an extremely powerful and terrifying super-strong individual will inevitably emerge in the world of immortality.
Boom boom boom. This is by no means the scene they wanted to see.
At this moment, Yi Xiao, deep within the underground palace, was completely unaware that his every move was affecting the nerves of countless people outside. He continued tirelessly clearing away the dark monsters before him. Yi Xiao roughly estimated that there were less than 2 hours left before the end of the first phase of the Path of Exile, but the dark monster in front of them showed no sign of stopping. However, this was exactly what Yi Xiao wanted. After a long battle, his Dark Knight Soul devouring skill had successfully stacked to 285 layers as a large number of dark monsters perished. During this time, Yi Xiao also tried to test the damage of the 285th layer of Dark Knight Soul erosion. Although the damage is far less astonishing than a fireball, and given that these dark monsters have extremely amplified attributes and very high resistance,
the damage dealt by the 285th layer of Dark Knight Soul erosion is naturally limited and cannot kill in one hit.
But the result still satisfied Yi Xiao very much, because once a target is struck by Dark Knight Soul erosion, even if they are not dead, with movement speed reduced by 2850%, they could only stay in place, allowing the Dark Skeleton warriors to reap the rewards.
As hundreds of fireballs roared once more, the dark monster before them finally vanished completely.
Yi Xiao let out a long breath. He had lost count of how many waves of dark monsters this was.
All that is known is that these monsters possess attributes sufficient to instantly kill ordinary level 90 professionals.
His clone quickly picked up the 5 newly dropped Dark Knight Soul Eaters. The stacking limit of Dark Knight Soul Eater has been increased to 290 layers. Yi Xiao planned to strike while the iron was hot and stack his skills to 300 levels. In this way, in addition to Fireball, he has gained another powerful damage and control skill. However, just as Yi Xiao was eagerly anticipating the next wave of dark monsters, the ground ahead suddenly began to tremble violently.
Immediately afterwards, 3 huge holes appeared in the ground. 3 giant coffins emitting an unusual light shot out from the cave.
In that instant, the vast amount of death energy filling the underground palace suddenly became excited. They quickly rushed into the coffin. Before Yi Xiao could examine the coffin closely, it exploded instantly. The next moment, 3 bosses, each as tall as the previous Skeleton King, appeared before Yi Xiao, transforming into 3 enormous and sinister black shadows.
As soon as the dark figure appeared, the underground palace became unusually cold and gloomy.
The white bones on the ground floated up at the same time, surging towards the dark figure. Yi Xiao watched as the white bones gradually condensed and the black shadow gradually materialized. This shocking scene left him quite surprised. Immediately afterwards, information about 3 dark figures appeared on Yi Xiao's screen.
Shadow Undead Lord, Boss, Dark Soul Bringer, Boss, Evil Bone Lord, Boss. It's the boss? Moreover, all 3 are level 90.
Yi Xiao glanced at the attributes of these bosses. Their health points are the same as the previous Skeleton King, 500,000. However, its attack and defense attributes are slightly inferior to the previous Skeleton King.
However, there are actually 3 such bosses.
If we include the previous Skeleton King,
hidden within this dungeon are 4 bosses that are extremely terrifying to ordinary level 90 professionals.
Yi Xiao glanced at the skills of the 3 bosses. It was discovered that, apart from the Death Domain, which the Skeleton King also possessed, the other skills were all different. Unexpectedly, these dark monsters continued to grow stronger, eventually giving birth to these 3 bosses.
I doubt anyone who came here would be able to defeat the boss in front of them.
The Shadow Undead Lord was clad in a long black robe, his face grim, and he held a scythe. His cold gaze was fixed on Yi Xiao. The Dark Soul Messenger and the Evil Skeleton Lord standing on either side also stared at him, their bodies shrouded in a dark aura, radiating a chillingly evil pressure. As soon as the three-headed boss appeared, the entire dungeon was instantly shrouded in endless dark elements. Even with Yi Zhao's current strong resistance, he began to feel a bit suffocated. He was secretly surprised. These three bosses are clearly not as strong as the sleeping skeleton king from before. However, when these three appeared at the same time, the pressure they released was several times greater than that of the skeleton king. Without much thought, Yi Zhao launched the first attack, along with his two clones, plus double the spellcasting effect. Hundreds of fireballs instantly coalesced into a swarm, shooting like meteors and overwhelming the bosses. A total of 900 fireballs instantly illuminated the underground palace as if it were daytime. The originally chilly atmosphere suddenly became warm and sunny, like the spring sunshine. The three-headed boss seemed to have no time to react, or perhaps there was another reason. They didn't choose to hide. All 900 fireballs slammed into the Shadow Undead Lord. What shocked Yi Zhao was what happened. When these fireballs touched his body, they only stirred up ripples of darkness. According to the damage indicators displayed on the panel, 900 fireballs only dealt a few thousand points of damage to the boss. Yi Zhao was fully aware of the damage his fireball spells could cause. He had previously acquired nearly 300 skill stones. Intelligence has also broken through the 4,000 mark, reaching 4,183 points. A single fireball can easily deal over 10,000 damage, reaching 10,676 points. Even without considering his clones, the theoretical damage of a fireball cast by him alone could reach 3.2 million. But now, even with the damage from the clones, the total damage is only a few thousand? Yi Zhao's face immediately darkened. The boss has high defense, but he also has the lava blade skill. Each time a fire-type skill is cast, a layer of lava blade will be applied to the target, reducing fire elemental resistance by 50 points. It can be stacked up to 100 times, which is equivalent to reducing fire elemental resistance by 50-100. In addition to his existing penetration attribute, no matter how you calculate it, the damage shouldn't have been so low. Yi Zhao recalled that when he fought the Skeleton King before, his damage was also ridiculously low. However, with overwhelming damage output, he was eventually killed quickly. Hundreds of flames gradually dissipated. The Shadow Undead Lord, who had been struck, revealed a strange yet surprisingly human smile. Immediately afterwards, the Shadow Undead Lord and the other two bosses launched an attack simultaneously. Endless black light surged from the three of them. The next moment, countless black energy spheres shot out from the boss's body and crashed into Yi Zhao. Faced with this overwhelming blockade of black spheres, Yi Zhao frowned slightly. As soon as the three bosses made their move, he immediately understood. This is something that no professional below the third job advancement can withstand. Even fourth-tier professionals are not immune to defeat on the spot. However, Yi Zhao was not worried about the boss's attack. After unleashing 300 fireballs, his movement speed had increased to an extremely terrifying level. With just a gentle flash, he easily leaped out of the boss's attack range. At that moment, he had only one thought in his mind: how to kill these three bosses. Meanwhile, the Shadow Undead Lords were quite surprised to see that Yi Zhao had actually dodged their attacks. But the next moment, as if by telepathy, the three bosses suddenly charged at Yi Zhao from three different directions. They blocked his escape route in advance. Yi Zhao hadn't expected these undead bosses to be so intelligent. He reacted quickly. His figure instantly transformed into a blur, breaking through the encirclement of the three bosses. Even while dodging, he hurled countless fireballs. However, the result remained the same. The damage is still only a few thousand. Subsequently, Yi Zhao and the three bosses continuously changed positions. They went back and forth, taking turns casting skills. Unfortunately, Yi Zhao's movement speed was simply too fast. There's not even a need to cast Avoid Phantom. The attacks from the three bosses couldn't even touch the hem of his clothes. On the contrary, Yi Zhao frequently hit his opponent with a large number of fireballs. After a brief battle, Yi Zhao finally understood why these three bosses were able to negate the high damage of his fireball spell. All of this stemmed from their skill, the Death Domain. This skill seems to significantly reduce enemy damage. Yi Zhao could only sigh. It was truly outrageous. However, the Skeleton King had this skill before, but it wasn't as exaggerated as the skills of these three bosses. With these doubts in mind, Yi Zhao began to observe carefully during the subsequent exchanges. Finally, after a while, he discovered the secret of these three bosses. Every time he casts a fireball, the Dark Soul Reaper and the Shadow Undead Lord will silently hide behind the Evil Bone Lord. It was as if they were deliberately avoiding his fireball spell. Having made this discovery, Yi Zhao made a point of repeatedly testing it. The result was exactly the same. At the same time, he keenly sensed that, during their evasive maneuvers, both bosses transferred their black energy to the evil skeleton lord at the forefront. Yi Zhao immediately thought of a possibility. There is some kind of connection between these three bosses. It can temporarily combine its own attributes onto one of the other. Clearly, whenever the fireball spell hits the evil bone lord, actually, the other two bosses transferred all their defensive attributes
to it. This makes its defensive capabilities incredibly high, combined with the bonus from the death domain. This is why Yi Xiao's fireball spell deals ridiculously low damage. After figuring all this out, Yi Xiao couldn't help but marvel at the unpredictability of dark-type skills. However, in an instant, he had an idea. Since the boss has dark-type skills, does he not have any? Although it's only one move, it's enough. Thinking of this, Yi Xiao quickly moved to create distance. Seeing that he was hesitant to make a move, the three bosses mistakenly assumed he had made a mistake. They immediately scattered and charged at him from three directions. Upon seeing this, a black glint flashed in Yi Xiao's eyes. The Dark Knight's soul erosion from the 290th floor then appeared. The dark elements in the dungeon seemed to have become more active. The Shadow Undead Lord and the other two bosses were shocked to see Yi Xiao dare to use dark magic in front of them. A cold smile appeared on the hideous, skeletal face. Yi Xiao took in the expressions of the three bosses, but remained unmoved. Although he didn't understand why the three bosses had such amazing defenses. However, he did not use Dark Knight's soul erosion to cause damage. As expected, just as Yi Xiao had predicted, when the 290 layers of Dark Knight's soul devourer enveloped the three bosses in three waves, their faces, as white as bones, instantly froze. The eyes, now replaced by green flames, flickered wildly. The next moment, the three bosses began to struggle violently, letting out terrifying roars. However, all of this was in vain. A hint of a smile flashed in Yi Xiao's eyes. The damage dealt by Dark Knight's soul devourer is almost negligible, but his role for Dark Knight's soul eater was never to deal damage. Although the three bosses are undead and can be considered dark monsters, this significantly reduces the effectiveness of each stack of dark soul erosion. However, with 290 layers stacked up, the movement and attack speed of the three bosses has been slowed down to an appalling degree. Moreover, his equipment also comes with a series of wind-related effects. This time, he wanted to see, can the defenses of these three bosses be stacked remotely? Fireball is cast again. The first target is the Shadow Undead Lord. The blazing flames instantly engulf the opponent. A piercing scream rang out. Yi Xiao watched the Shadow Undead Lord's health plummet, a smile appearing on his lips. Once a certain distance is exceeded, the connection between the three bosses will be completely severed. Then, the battle that followed became much simpler. A few seconds later, when the Shadow Undead Lord was shattered by him, he then used Dark Soul Erosion on the other two bosses. Soon, the evil Skeleton Lord also fell. At this moment, only the Dark Soul Messenger remained. Following the same method as before, Yi Xiao once again used Dark Knight's Soul Erosion on it. Immediately afterwards, he prepared to end this thrilling battle in one fell swoop with a fireball spell. However, just as he was preparing to deliver the final blow to the Dark Soul Bringer, the Dark Soul Messenger suddenly spoke in a strange voice. "Don't kill me, I can help you." The sudden sound startled Yi Xiao. The boss can actually talk? In the world of immortality, there are indeed monsters with mouths, but the vast majority of them are humanoid, or only extremely powerful bosses will speak. Although the Dark Soul Messenger in front of me doesn't seem weak, but that's just on the surface. Moreover, it is inherently a necromancy-based entity, a collection of various undead souls. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be able to speak at all. What can you do to help me? Yi Xiao asked. The green flames in the Dark Soul Reaper's eyes flickered slightly. As long as you don't kill me, I can help you get first place in the second phase of Path of Exile, so you can get that rare, growth-type equipment. Yi Xiao remained silent. Seeing this, the Dark Soul Messenger seemed to find it unappealing and immediately said, "I can become your summoned beast. As long as you drip your blood onto my forehead, you can summon me to fight for you at any time." Well, my abilities are far more complex than you realize. However, before he could finish speaking, hundreds of fireballs had already completely engulfed it. Ugh, damn it. You'll regret this. Yi Xiao sneered. With my strength, the top spot on the Exile Road leaderboard is definitely mine. The chips you've offered are far from enough. He shook his head as he spoke. In fact, the real reason he decided to kill the Dark Soul Messenger was because the latter had actually asked to become his summoned creature. However, I am not a summoner and have no ability to subdue monsters, not to mention the boss. In Yi Xiao's view, this Dark Soul Messenger was simply trying to trick him into dripping his blood on its forehead so that it could use some dark means to deal with him. Of course, this is just his guess. Even if he guessed wrong, he had no regrets. Dark-type abilities are unpredictable and difficult to predict. There's no need to take the risk for a useless level 90 boss. As for why the Dark Soul Messenger spoke, although Yi Xiao was curious, he did not intend to investigate further. At this moment, what he cares about most is still the reward after defeating the boss. He first glanced at the information on the panel. Ding! You have collected 2 Dark Element Essence Fragments. All your Dark-type skill damage is increased by 20%, and your Dark Element resistance is increased by 20%. Ding! You have collected 1 fragment of Dark Element Essence, and you have obtained the Realm of Death. Death Domain. Each time you cast a Dark-type skill, a Death Domain will be applied to you, reducing elemental damage by 200 points for 10 seconds. It can stack up to 100 times, and the duration resets each time it stacks. Ding!
10 dark element essence fragments have been combined to create a perfect dark element essence. Ding! You have fused with the perfect essence of dark elements, gaining dark rebirth. Upon seeing this information, Yi Xiao was overjoyed. Unexpectedly, these 3 bosses actually possessed 5 other fragments of dark elemental essence. This allowed him to complete the collection of dark elemental essence. With the collection of dark element essence, Yi Xiao's dark type skill damage increased by a full 100%, and his dark element resistance also reached 80%. At the same time, he unexpectedly gained the magical defensive skill of the death domain, which had previously given him quite a headache. However, his death domain seems to be slightly different from the boss's. Once the boss's death domain is activated, it can instantly and significantly reduce damage taken. In contrast, Yi Xiao's death domain requires the use of skills to trigger. However, Yi Xiao didn't care about this difference. After all, the maximum stack is only 100 layers, and with the talent of unlimited skill slots, he instantly reached the limit. After seeing the effect of this ability, Yi Xiao finally understood why his fireball spells had been so weak when he fought the Skeleton King and the 3 dark-type bosses. Once his death domain is fully stacked, it can instantly negate 20,000 points of damage. Although the damage negated by the boss's death domain may not be as much as his full stacks, his fireball only deals about 10,000 damage per hit. The potent poison was completely neutralized. If it were before entering the dungeon, it's unlikely that these bosses would pose any real threat. At this moment, he glanced at the task progress. Collection of elemental essences. To fuse different powers, please collect at least 3 elemental essences. Current collection progress: Fire Elemental Essence, completed. Dark Elemental Essence, completed. 4 out of 10, Wind Elemental Essence. From this perspective, he is only missing 1 elemental essence to become a fusion mage. If it's the wind element, then you'll need 6 more pieces. A question suddenly popped into Yi Xiao's mind. Why did the Skeleton King drop 4 wind essence shards, while the 3 bosses we just killed didn't drop any? Moreover, he clearly sensed a fluctuation of wind element within this underground palace. Just then, a sudden gust of wind surged out from the underground palace. Immediately afterwards, a hoarse voice filled with anger rang out. Damn it! Damn it! You actually killed my pet! I told you you'd regret it. Die! After you die, I'll make you my new pet. The sound rang out abruptly. Before Yi Xiao could react, a fiery red crescent moon suddenly appeared between his brows. At this moment, Yi Xiao was focused on reviewing the introduction to the dark rebirth ability he had just acquired. Before he could finish reading, the sudden outburst of rage shattered the tranquility of the underground palace once again. Immediately afterwards, gusts of cold wind surged from all directions, carrying countless sharp wind blades. Although he couldn't see the owner of the voice, Yi Xiao immediately condensed a magic shield around himself and activated the star shield he had learned after advancing to the 2nd rank. The former can block 10% of the damage, while the latter can absorb 20% of the physical attack. Although he wasn't sure how effective it would be, he put it on anyway. At the same time, Yi Xiao raised his hand and cast a fireball spell. Including the clones, 900 fireballs were scattered aimlessly in all directions. The fireball struck the dark wall, sparking a few sparks, but it didn't hit any enemies. Yi Xiao didn't care at all. The moment he made his move, the death domain instantly stacked to 100 layers. The dense wind blades slammed towards Yi Xiao, but were instantly blocked by a thick, transparent barrier. These wind blades were completely neutralized before they even made contact with the mana shield. Seeing the defensive effect before him, Yi Xiao couldn't help but be shocked by the powerful defensive capabilities of the death domain. In stark contrast to Yi Xiao, that irritable voice rang out again after countless sharp wind blades were blocked. But this time, there was a hint of exasperation in his voice. Impossible! How could you be completely unharmed? As the sound rang out, the red crescent moon between Yi Xiao's eyebrows grew even hotter. This strange change filled him with doubt. Just as he was wondering, the red crescent moon on his forehead suddenly emitted a beam of light, shooting straight into the depths of the underground palace. Soon after, that violent sound came from deep within the underground palace. This time, his voice was filled with deep shock. You're also a red moon summoner? This voice mentioned the crimson moon proof? Yi Xiao raised an eyebrow slightly. The voice before me seems to know the secret of the red moon. Just now, the voice seemed to be surprised and blurted out the word also. Yi Xiao's emotions surged. Could it be that the owner of this voice, like him, also possesses the crimson moon proof? Thinking of this, Yi Xiao's gaze quickly turned to the depths of the underground palace shrouded in the red moonlight. There, a sphere of light radiating pale yellow energy appeared and disappeared. Seeing this, Yi Xiao immediately adjusted his pace and, using the speed he had accumulated before, arrived at the deepest part of the underground palace in the blink of an eye. What came into view was a dilapidated door, with a pale yellow orb of light floating in the center of the door. How did such a sphere of light appear here? Yi Xiao was filled with doubt. At the same time, as he arrived, a strong aura of wind element permeated the surroundings. It also contained a trace of dark energy. Yi Xiao dared not let his guard down and kept the death domain open at all times. He looked around but found nothing else unusual. Their gaze eyes finally settled on the pale yellow energy sphere. He sensed a strong aura of wind element from the sphere of light. At the same time, he also noticed that the sphere of light seemed incomplete, only a little more than half of its complete form. Yi Xiao frowned slightly, and a possibility quickly surfaced in his mind. Could this be a fragment of wind element essence? Thinking of this, he reached out without hesitation, ready to take the pale yellow energy ball into his possession. However, just as his palm was about to touch the sphere of light, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the sphere of light at an extremely fast speed. Immediately afterwards, the dilapidated door made a clack 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 sound. The ball of light was instantly pulled into the door by a powerful suction force, and then the door slowly closed. As the ball of light slipped silently from his hand, Yi Xiao's heart tightened. However, he did not act rashly, because the shadow was now gradually revealing its form. Yi Xiao looked closely and realized that it was actually a human figure. He was dressed in tattered black clothes, his black hair was disheveled, and his hair was covered with all sorts of filth and foul-smelling substances. Through the part of her hair, one could see a face with sunken eyes and a pale complexion. Is he a professional or an NPC? Or perhaps, a humanoid boss? Yi Xiao quickly deduced the identity of the person in front of him. The shadow seemed to be in an abnormal mental state. Upon seeing Yi Xiao arrive, he began muttering to himself in a cryptic manner. The Crimson Moon Conqueror. It's actually the Crimson Moon Conqueror. Ha ha ha. That's right. Only a Red Moon Conqueror like me can defeat that Skeleton King. Only the Red Moon Conquerors will be drawn into this dungeon by the dark elemental essence fragments dropped by the Skeleton King. He. Heaven is indeed on my side. I can finally leave this place. Ha ha ha. This time, I will definitely become the strongest. Yi Xiao frowned as he looked at the disoriented figure. However, Yi Xiao still managed to glean some valuable information from his fragmented words. The person in front of me clearly knows the secrets of this place. At this moment, the figure's laughter stopped abruptly, his eyes turned bloodshot, and he stared intently at Yi Xiao. Young man, would you like to know the secret of the Red Moon? Yi Xiao's heart skipped a beat, just as I thought. The person in front of me seems to be quite familiar with the Crimson Moon proof. However, he remained vigilant and tentatively asked, "Are you going to tell me?" The figure nodded non-committally. "We are one, so there's nothing to hide." Yi Xiao carefully examined the other party, but did not immediately agree. The person in front of me is in poor mental condition and seems to be connected to the three bosses from before. Logically speaking, under these circumstances, there should be no reason why the figure should be unable to leave the underground palace. But Yi Xiao was equally curious about the secrets of the Crimson Moon proof, so he asked, "What exactly is this Red Moon summoner you speak of?" The figure responded readily, "Those chosen by the Red Moon can obtain the power of the Red Moon. You should know this very well." Yi Xiao nodded slightly. At that moment, the figure suddenly revealed a strange smile. "However, what you don't know is that the power of the Crimson Moon can not only enhance the combat power of professionals, but also put its owner in great danger." As soon as he finished speaking, the figure swayed and drifted gently, stopping steadily 2 meters away from Yi Xiao. "And I am the best living example." As the figure approached, Yi Xiao became wary, but his face remained calm and expressionless. The figure noticed Yi Xiao's wariness, and a strange light flashed in its scarlet eyes. "Don't be afraid. We are all Red Moon Conquerors, as close as brothers and sisters. I would never hurt you." Yi Xiao sneered inwardly. Judging from the man's excited expression and the barely concealed ecstasy that made him seem like prey, how could anyone believe that he wouldn't harm them? Sure enough, this figure had limited patience. Seeing that Yi Xiao remained highly vigilant and unwilling to continue putting on airs, the black aura around him instantly erupted. Yi Xiao immediately felt a sharp cold wind surging in from all directions. He was prepared for this. The surrounding flames suddenly rose up, and the scorching flames collided instantly with the dark wind. One red and one black, two powerful energies collided, instantly creating a deafening explosion. Countless plumes of smoke and dust billowed out. "Damn it! Only newbies below level 90 are allowed to enter this place. How could you possibly possess such power?" Yi Xiao responded with a cold laugh and then released 290 Dark Knight's Soul Eating Strike. The next moment, the figure's pale face changed drastically. In an instant, he found himself unable to move. He was very familiar with this Dark Knight's Soul Eating technique. Feeling his body stiffen and become unable to move, a sense of fear quickly crept onto his pale face. However, this figure clearly also had extremely strong resistance to darkness, and the damage caused by Dark Knight's soul erosion was not significant. This was exactly what Yi Xiao wanted. He didn't want to accidentally kill the other person. After all, there were still many questions waiting to be answered. The figure's face suddenly showed an expression of extreme terror, and its features became extremely ferocious. "No, I don't want to die. Let me go. Let me go. Ah!" Before Yi Xiao could react, the figure let out a shrill and unwilling roar. "How dare you kill me? I am the greatest Shadow Blade, the invincible powerhouse of humanity's future. How can I die here?" Before he could finish speaking, Yi Xiao saw the figure suddenly stiffen, fall straight down, and become lifeless. He's dead? Just as Yi Xiao was stunned, suddenly, a burst of intense red light erupted erupted from the figure's right eye. The next moment, a red eyeball flew rapidly toward Yi Xiao. Seeing that familiar light, Yi Xiao's heart skipped a beat.
Is this proof of the crimson moon?
As if sensing some kind of force, the red eyeballs flew straight towards Yi Xiao's brow. At this moment, the red crescent moon between Yi Xiao's eyebrows began to burn intensely. He discovered that he was powerless to stop it all. He could only watch helplessly as the red eyeball merged into his body.
Unlimited skill slots, godlike.
Effect 1, you have unlimited skill slots and are not restricted by skill learning requirements.
Effect 2, each of your skills will grant you 3 points of intelligence.
The crimson moon proof has reappeared. After absorbing that red eyeball, his talent level was upgraded once again.
This was something Yi Xiao hadn't anticipated at all. As his talent changed, his intelligence attribute skyrocketed.
It jumped from 4183 points to 5291 points. With this level of intelligence alone, he is almost comparable to a level 210 professional with no base stats.
If we also take equipment bonuses into account,
even a level 150 magic-based professional would find it difficult to have a higher intelligence than him. Although I don't understand what happened, but this unexpected gain made Yi Xiao ecstatic. Yi Xiao was completely immersed in boundless joy at this moment. However, when he came to his senses and saw the motionless figure lying on the ground, he suddenly covered his head, feeling a pang of annoyance. The crazed human before him was not killed by his Dark Knight Soul Devourer, but was instead poisoned to death by the potent toxins. This scene made Yi Xiao smile wryly. However, he was helpless. The attack of the potent poison was passive. As long as he makes a move, the poison will inevitably follow, which is something he has no control over.
A wave of frustration washed over me.
He had hoped to extract some information about the red leaves from them. After all, the sudden change had left him bewildered, and he hadn't figured out what had happened. But now, the only person who knew the truth is dead.
I'm afraid we won't even be able to get an answer.
With these irritating feelings, Yi Xiao's gaze fell once again on the dilapidated door in front of him. After a moment of contemplation, he raised his hand and struck. Without the support of a human figure, hundreds of fireballs bombarded the dilapidated gate without any obstruction, shattering it instantly.
Immediately afterwards, a dimly lit secret passage came into Yi Xiao's view.
With 2 shields and the added protection of the death domain, he stepped into the secret passage without hesitation. Based on the figure's various actions and his own experience just now, Yi Xiao was quite certain that the pale yellow orb was indeed the fragment of the wind element essence he had been dreaming of. Yi Xiao was only 6 fragments of wind element essence away from becoming a fusion mage, which gave him no reason to give up.
The secret passage was surprisingly bright.
After walking for a while, Yi Xiao arrived at a spacious cave. There is another door deep inside the cave. Although the scene inside is not visible, a strong aura of wind elemental energy is already seeping out from the cracks and permeating the cave. Yi Xiao's eyes flashed with a fierce light as he waved his hand again to cast a fireball spell. However, this time, something strange happened. The equally dilapidated door remained completely still. Even a fireball spell couldn't leave a trace on it.
Elemental cancellation?
The moment the fireball touched the door, it was instantly dissolved by an invisible force. Yi Xiao immediately understood the reason. The world of immortality hides many mysterious places. Many of them were once the residences of high-ranking NPCs. These high-level NPCs will set up various defensive barriers in their residences, the most common of which are elemental neutralization barriers. However, with the destruction of NPCs 80 years ago, this type of barrier also completely disappeared. Yi Xiao had seen related records in his textbooks. Although the reason is known, even a level 300 professional cannot break the barrier unless the energy inside is exhausted. The only way to open this barrier is with a key. But the surroundings were empty, and there was no trace of a key in sight. Thinking of this, Yi Xiao couldn't help but frown. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed what appeared to be writing on the dusty wall. On a whim, he went over and brushed the dust away.
Instantly, rows of familiar characters came into view.
Yi Xiao examined them carefully and was surprised to find that the writing was left by the figure who had fallen to the ground earlier. Today marks the 30th day I've been trapped in this eerie underground palace.
This underground palace seems to be sealed by some kind of force, and no matter how I try, I cannot leave.
Even the ability to return to the real world has been blocked, which has brought me to the brink of a mental breakdown.
If this continues, I'm afraid I'll go completely insane. Even the offline option is blocked?
Yi Xiao felt a tightness in his heart after reading it. After a moment of contemplation, he tried to silently recite it in his mind. As the text states, he was unable to leave the world of immortality. This made Yi Xiao's heart sink. At the same time, he realized that the figure, like himself, was indeed human. I also understood why that person was speaking incoherently and behaving increasingly erratically.
Ultimately, it was the prolonged confinement in this underground palace that led to his mental breakdown.
Yi Xiao was able to kill his opponent easily, which meant that the person's level was not high. After all, even a level 200 professional can only stay in the immortal world for a maximum of 6 months at a time. Once this time limit is exceeded, the user must be forcibly logged out, otherwise, they will inevitably suffer a mental breakdown.
Of course, level 200 here refers to ordinary professionals.
For those powerful individuals whose attributes far exceed level 200, this time can be extended considerably. Once you reach level 300, there won't be any problems even if you don't log off for 1 or 2 years. Currently, Yi Xiao is facing a similar predicament. Although his attribute points far exceed those of other professionals of the same level, if he cannot unravel the secrets of this dungeon, ultimately, he too will suffer a complete mental breakdown, just like that figure. Thinking of this, Yi Xiao couldn't help but shudder. Suddenly, the words on the wall disappeared. He quickly checked the other walls and indeed found a lot of writing. Today is the 35th day I've been trapped in this eerie underground palace, and I feel like my mental state is about to reach its limit, but I still haven't found a way to leave. I can only write down some important things, hoping that one day I can find myself again.
My name is Jiang Wei.
I am an ordinary disciple from a third-rate power.
I thought I only had D-level talent and was destined to be ordinary. However, fate seemed to be particularly kind to me.
In a secret realm, I unexpectedly encountered a dying hybrid. The elders of the tribe once said that killing hybrids would yield a lot of experience, so I ignored her pleas and killed her. Unexpectedly, I not only gained a lot of experience, but also obtained a magical red moon eye from the hybrid. Looking at these, Yi Xiao was both shocked and certain that what he had just absorbed was indeed the eye of the crimson moon. After absorbing the eye of the crimson moon, I was pleasantly surprised to find that my talent had improved, and I even entered a mysterious crimson moon space. At first I thought it was just some kind of secret realm, but I never expected it to be a place for changing hidden professions.
Yi Xiao understood.
Jiang Wei, like him, had entered the red moon space and obtained the opportunity to change to a hidden profession.
But why was Jiang Wei ultimately trapped in this underground palace?
With these questions in mind, Yi Xiao continued reading. After a brief moment of thought, I accepted the Shadow Blade job change quest, an assassin class that perfectly blends darkness and speed, and it seems to be the easiest of the 3 hidden classes to complete. The mission requires collecting the essence of wind and dark elements.
At first, I thought it would be simple. However, the truth is, it took me almost half a year to barely gather the essence of wind.
Although it took quite a long time, after collecting the essence of wind element, my power increased significantly, and I became even more convinced that I was the chosen one. But all of this changed after we entered the underground palace. Upon seeing this, the text on the wall abruptly stopped. Yi Xiao's mood sank as the content unfolded, and his doubts grew. He also obtained the red moon eye after killing Xuefeng. The owner of the text, Jiang Wei, also obtained the eye of the red moon by killing a hybrid. It seems there is some connection between the red moon and hybrid races. Yi Xiao had already read through various documents and had never seen any record related to the red moon. He wasn't sure if humans were simply unaware of this, or if records about the red moon had been deliberately erased. Thinking of this, Yi Xiao sighed softly.
It seems that there are still many unknown secrets in the world of immortality.
Afterwards, Yi Xiao carefully examined the cave walls.
After reading it, he finally understood what had happened to Jiang Wei.
This guy was lucky. After collecting the essence of wind element, he consulted numerous ancient books and collected a great deal of relevant information. Finally, 6 months later, he unexpectedly found the underground palace. At this point, Jiang Wei's ranking had fallen far behind.
His family therefore completely abandoned him, but Jiang Wei didn't care at all.
He knew that as long as he could collect all the complete essence of the dark elements, he would surprise everyone sooner or later.
However, after entering the underground palace, Jiang Wei successfully found 5 fragments of dark elemental essence. Just as he was full of confidence and ready to press on,
the Skeleton King, buried deep within the underground palace, has awakened.
Faced with the Skeleton King's death domain, Jiang Wei was quickly defeated.
Fortunately, he found a cave that the Skeleton King couldn't enter, which is where Yi Xiao is now, and thus he narrowly escaped death. Things then became simple.
Trapped in the cave, unable to leave or log off, Jiang Wei finally succumbed to his mental strain and completely broke down. Then he went crazy. But after going mad, Jiang Wei did not completely lose consciousness. Instead, he became extremely deranged. For some reason, he mastered a dark technique. Begin using the acquired fragments of dark elemental essence to cultivate your own dark creatures in the dungeon. The 3 bosses that Yi Xiao encountered earlier were cultivated by Jiang Wei over the past few decades. Even after going mad, Jiang Wei was still able to communicate with the Skeleton King.
He used the essence of wind element in exchange.
The dark creatures under the Skeleton King's command increased the strength of monsters throughout the path of exile each year. This is to cause more newcomers to die on the path of trials.
The Skeleton King gave the resentment of the dead newcomers to Jiang Wei in exchange for fragments of wind element essence from Jiang Wei to strengthen himself and his dark army.
These resentments, nurtured over 2 decades, eventually transformed into the 3 major bosses Yi Xiao encountered.
At this moment, Yi Xiao suddenly understood.
The exile route has seen very few casualties in the past.
But starting more than 20 years ago, for some unknown reason, the strength of the monsters suddenly jumped to a higher level. This resulted in a large large number of casualties among the newcomers who entered the company in the first few years.
The reason has finally been found.
Meanwhile, through Jiang Wei's records,
Yi Xiao also understood Jiang Wei's true purpose in doing so.
He trained 3 bosses specifically to defeat the Skeleton King. Because the Skeleton King is the ruler of this dungeon, Jiang Wei guessed that only by defeating the Skeleton King could they find the exit from the underground palace.
Unfortunately, Jiang Wei was too impatient and couldn't resist making a move several years ago.
As it turned out, the 3 bosses were no match for the Skeleton King, who was enhanced by the Wind Element Essence Fragment. This failure completely shattered Jiang Wei's deal with the Skeleton King. In the following 10 years or so, the Skeleton King was constantly attacking Jiang Wei and the 3 main bosses. Jiang Wei could only hide in the cave with the 3 bosses, but he had no intention of giving up. Over the past 10 years, he has been using the 3 bosses to absorb the dark energy in the dungeon and continuously increase his strength. By the time Jiang Wei met Yi Xiao, the abilities of his 3 bosses were almost on par with those of the Skeleton King. But learning from his previous experience, Jiang Wei forced himself to endure it this time. Once the 3 bosses have increased their strength by 1 level, they will strike and kill the Skeleton King.
There is no record of what happened after that in the diary, but Yi Xiao naturally understood.
That was his appearance, which killed the Skeleton King and Jiang Wei's 3 bosses. In the end, Jiang Wei also died completely at Yi Xiao's hands. After reading all of Jiang Wei's diaries, Yi Xiao quickly went through the process in his mind. I quickly felt relieved. Jiang Wei's guess was actually correct. Killing the Skeleton King could indeed allow him to leave the dungeon, because Yi Xiao entered the underground palace through the ground that the Skeleton King had broken open.
Simply return via the same route. However, there is one thing. Jiang Wei's level has long exceeded 90. The Path of Exile only allows new players to enter each year, and their level cannot exceed 90.
Any professional player above level 90 who attempts to force their way into the Path of Exile will be completely eliminated by the rules. Professionals have already tried to break the law, only to fail miserably. However, Yi Xiao was not worried about this at all. After all, he is currently at level 90 and has not yet started the advancement quest. Through the diary on the wall, Yi Xiao also understood why there was an unbreakable barrier door deep in the cave. That restriction was created by Jiang Wei using the Eye of the Crimson Moon. This surprised Yi Xiao somewhat. He never imagined that the Eye of the Crimson Moon could be used to create a restricted space.
What about his Crimson Moon token? Does it also have a similar function? Shaking his head, Yi Xiao temporarily suppressed his doubts. Then he walked to the dilapidated door. Following Jiang Wei's instructions, use the Eye of the Crimson Moon.
The next moment, Yi Xiao's left pupil instantly turned into a crescent shape, red and bright. A beam of red light shone from his eyes, illuminating the dilapidated gate. As the red light shone down, the gate slowly opened. Looking at the familiar alternate dimension before him, Yi Xiao hesitated for a moment before stepping inside. The next instant, he reappeared in a strange space with a red moon hanging overhead.
However, this space seemed different from the ones he had entered before.
Yi Xiao hadn't had time to observe carefully yet. The pale yellow orb that had disappeared earlier reappeared in front of him. Without hesitation, he grasped the ball of light in his hand.
At the same time, a long-awaited message popped up. Ding!
You have collected 6 Anemo Essence Fragments. All Anemo skill damage is increased by 60%, Anemo resistance is increased by 20%, and you have gained a new ability, Storm Rush. Storm Rush. Each time a wind-type skill is cast, the trajectory of all skills is increased by 10% for 10 seconds, stacking up to 100 times. The duration resets each time a stack is formed.
Ding!
10 Wind Essence Fragments have been combined to create a perfect Wind Essence.
Ding!
You have perfectly fused with the essence of Wind element and received the Blessing of Wind. Blessing of the Wind. You can infuse equipment with pure wind power. Equipment blessed with the wind will possess special effects. At the same time, the job advancement quest for fusion mages has also changed.
Yi Xiao has collected all 3 elemental essences.
At this moment, a submit option appeared in his taskbar. Yi Xiao submitted the task without hesitation.
Ding! Congratulations on completing the elemental essence collection quest.
You have met the requirements to change your class to fusion mage and will soon begin the class change process. As the message popped up, an invisible energy surged out from Yi Xiao's body, making him feel an unprecedentedly powerful force. Suddenly, Yi Xiao's consciousness seemed to enter another dimension.
An endless darkness appeared before my eyes, seemingly the end of the universe. In the darkness, countless stars twinkle, each symbolizing a mysterious power.
He felt as if he were merging into the darkness, becoming one with it. Immediately afterwards, a raging fire ignited in the darkness, its flames intense, releasing heat and boundless energy. Within the flames, Yi Xiao felt a scorching power that seemed capable of burning away all obstacles and allowing him to be reborn in the fire. Then, a gentle breeze swept by, the wind howling and rustling, the sand and wind containing endless mysteries and power. In the wind, he felt a light and airy power, as if he could travel across mountains and rivers and soar freely through the sky. The essence of the 3 elements, darkness, fire, and wind, intertwines and merges emerges within the body, forming a powerful and mysterious force. His body seemed to be filled with endless energy, and every inch of his skin was surging with power. Finally, Yi Zhao's consciousness returned. 3 pure elements within the body intertwine and converge, condensing into a ball of 3-colored energy.
Ding! Congratulations! You have successfully changed your class to Fusion Mage. Ding!
You have learned a new professional skill, Skill Fusion.
Skill Fusion. Combine any 2 or more active skills to create a completely new skill.
The mana cost doubles for each additional skill fused. Currently achievable fusion range: fire, wind, dark.
The fusion range can be expanded after obtaining other elemental essences. Ding!
You have gained 3 additional fusion skill slots.
Ding!
The number of fusion skill slots has been increased to unlimited due to the unlimited skill slots talent.
Ding!
For every level of fusion mage gains, agility increases by 1 point, intelligence increases by 2 points, and free attribute points increase by 3 points.
Ding!
Data correction: you have gained 90 points of agility, 180 points of intelligence, and 270 points of free attribute points.
A series of messages quickly popped up.
Yi Zhao's smile grew even brighter. I never expected that switching to a fusion mage would bring so many unexpected benefits, leaving aside its unique skill fusion capabilities. The extra 6 attribute points that a fusion mage gains per level were enough to delight him. Not to mention that after changing jobs, I also received data corrections, which made up for all the extra attribute points I should have gotten at level 90.
Yi Zhao couldn't wait to open the information panel.
He added all 270 free attribute points he unexpectedly gained to agility.
ID: Night Shadow. Class: Fusion Mage. Attributes: Strength 272, Constitution 524, Agility 1878, Intelligence 5471, HP 228690/228690, MP 57610/57610. Skills: Fireball, Mana Fountain, Experience Surge. Expand.
Abilities: Lava Blade, Forge, Death Domain, Dark Rebirth, Storm Rush, Blessing of the Wind. After changing to a fusion mage, the attributes increased by 540 points through adjustments. The total attribute points reached 8145, which is equivalent to the base attributes of a level 216 professional.
With the addition of equipment, his strength is comparable to that of a 5th job advancement class,
not to mention talents and various bonuses. Even a level 200 professional would have to think twice before dealing with Yi Zhao in his current state. Looking at the magnificent level 90 stats before him, Yi Zhao felt extremely pleased.
With his current attributes, he could easily stay online for months without any problem.
With the addition of the Void Illusion and Swiftness skills, even if he logs off and returns to the real world, he can easily deal with the cunning pursuers of the 8 major families.
Realizing that his safety was almost fully guaranteed, Yi Zhao's tense nerves finally relaxed a bit.
After reviewing the attribute data, he began to carefully examine the new abilities he had acquired. Previously, due to Jiang Wei's appearance and the dense information about job changes, he hadn't had time to look at it carefully.
First, there is the Dark Rebirth bestowed by the essence of dark elements.
Dark Rebirth: absorb the corpses of dark monsters, create them into your encyclopedia, and then resummon them for your command. Summoned monsters can level up through battle, and summoning requires collecting the resentment of the dead. He hadn't looked into this ability closely before. They were so shocked by its effects that they were speechless.
It's actually a summoner-like ability.
That's when Yi Zhao understood.
It turns out that the essence of dark elements gave Jiang Wei the means to cultivate dark monsters.
This also explains why he made a deal with the Skeleton King to plunder the lives of many new professional players. It must be said that this ability of Dark Rebirth is truly domineering and ruthless.
As soon as the words fell, however, Yi Zhao liked it very much. As the saying goes, if you're not ruthless, you can't stand firm. Have you not seen those cunning old foxes from the 8 major families? For decades, in order to ensure that their power is not threatened, they have been frantically trying to win over and suppress all kinds of promising professionals. Now, they are openly targeting me. Since that's the case, Yi Zhao has to find a way to retaliate no matter what.
This Dark Rebirth became an excellent tool for him to make use of waste. The thought that Jiang Wei was able to control 3 Dark-type bosses made Yi Zhao's heart burn with excitement. Finally, suppressing his excitement, he began to examine the other 2 wind-based abilities. Needless to say, Yi Zhao had already discovered that the abilities granted by the elemental essence of each system, apart from their different effects, were basically similar in pattern. With Storm Rush, Yi Zhao only needs to cast Fireball or Dark Knight Soul Erosion once to increase the projectile speed of his skills tenfold. In addition, there's the ballistic acceleration effect from the previous forging in the furnace. Yi Zhao tried to estimate using the Fireball spell. Now his Fireball spell is so fast that he can hit any target within 300 meters with the flick of his wrist. Just then, at such speeds, within a 300-meter range, the shot is almost always accurate and impossible to defend against. The ability Storm Rush directly raises Yi Zhao's damage floor to an unprecedented level. The most direct feeling is that if Yi Zhao were to fight the sleeping Skeleton King again, he believes he wouldn't need to move at all, as the Skeleton King King simply wouldn't be able to dodge. After observing the effects of Storm Rush, Yi Xiao finally turned his attention to Blessing of the Wind. This ability is somewhat similar to the previous Smelting Furnace. They are all used to enhance the effects of equipment,
accompanied by a roar.
Having gained experience from the Smelting Furnace, Yi Xiao prepared to bless his equipment. Yi Xiao sensed the fluctuations in the red moon space. They had no choice but to temporarily stop what they were doing. At the same time, the red moon in the sky suddenly emitted a dazzling light.
Immediately afterwards, a red moon-shaped eyeball appeared in front of Yi Xiao.
The eyeballs were about the same size as Yi Xiao's head. As soon as he appeared, he stared straight at Yi Xiao, a strange look in his eyes. Faced with this sudden change, Yi Xiao became wary. Although the red moon brought him many benefits, he would never let his guard down because of it.
The red moon I actually spoke.
Red Moon Summoner, I sense that you have become a fusion mage and are qualified to obtain relevant information from me.
Now, what do you want to know? There are less than 20 minutes left until the end of the first phase.
At this moment, in a certain projection channel,
quick, you two hold off the Skeleton Commander, by Xiao Xiao, buff me.
At one end of the passage, Zhao Peng stared at the Skeleton Commander in front of him and shouted in a hoarse voice. Bai Xiao Xiao behind her also understood that this moment was the most crucial. Ignoring his dislike for Zhao Peng's command, he waved his staff, and a large amount of holy energy quickly flowed into Zhao Peng and the surrounding team members. Instantly, everyone's condition improved significantly. Immediately afterward, Wang Cheng gritted his teeth, drew his sword, and charged forward. Zhao Peng behind him also unleashed his few spells without hesitation, determined to completely defeat the level 60 elite in front of him. At the same time, Lin Yong, who was hiding in the shadows, also unleashed his strongest killing move. After nearly 24 hours of frantic monster killing, Zhao Peng was the first to reach level 60 thanks to the experience bonus, and Bai Xiao Xiao and the others finally managed to reach level 60 when facing the Skeleton Commander.
Level up 20 levels in one day.
Even for these privileged individuals with illustrious backgrounds, this is a tremendous challenge. In the past few decades, no more than 10,000 people have achieved this feat. That alone is enough to make them proud. However, this applies to Zhao Peng, Bai Xiao Xiao, and the other members of the team.
Even after achieving this result, they still seemed unsatisfied.
They want to prove themselves with even better results. The level 60 Skeleton Commander in front of them is the perfect springboard for them. In the past, very few newbies were able to kill this level 60 Skeleton Commander. Zhao Hao and his teammates at the time were the only ones to have succeeded in the last decade. It's easy to imagine just how formidable this level 60 elite Skeleton Commander is. Therefore, as long as this level 60 Skeleton Commander is defeated
in the first stage, they will undoubtedly become the number one in this newbie zone.
That's why, after a protracted battle lasting an hour, everyone now sees hope for victory.
At this time, how could Zhao Peng and his companions resist such a huge temptation?
Naturally, everyone was highly focused, as if injected with stimulants. This is precisely why Zhao Peng shouted himself hoarse earlier, and Bai Xiao Xiao cooperated unconditionally. The Skeleton Commander is now almost out of health, and they themselves are nearly out of ammunition and supplies.
This is their last chance.
It was also a combined attack from their extreme confidence.
The expected outcome did not occur. Instead of falling, the Skeleton Commander was enraged by the fierce attack and unleashed an extremely oppressive aura.
This scene caused Bai Xiao Xiao and the others' expressions to change drastically.
This is bad. We've dragged this out for too long.
The Skeleton Commander has activated its Berserk mode, and all its attributes have increased dramatically.
Upon hearing this, Zhao Peng's face darkened.
They spent a full hour, but to their surprise, they still couldn't completely defeat the Skeleton Commander. At this moment, Wang Cheng shook his head. Forget it, this Skeleton Commander can probably only be defeated after the second job advancement. The others felt regret, but they were indeed no longer able to fight. Bai Xiao Xiao's eyes showed a hint of resentment, but she still comforted him. Although we didn't manage to defeat them, there probably won't be another newcomer who has achieved this level this year.
Everyone nodded, accepting this comforting reassurance.
Immediately, the group retreated to the safe zone at the end of the passage.
Judging by the time, it's almost over. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, we should be the winners of this first stage.
Ha ha, indeed, we almost defeated a level 60 elite.
No one can do what we have done.
Thanks to Xiao Xiao, the SSS level holy priest. Without her, we probably wouldn't have lasted this long.
Others chimed in.
Level 20. Bai Xiao Xiao accepted everyone's praise with a calm expression, and then said lightly,
winning first place in the first stage is nothing special. I guess there are also experts in other newbie areas who can do this. My goal has always been to be in the top 50 on the leaderboard.
Ha ha, Xiao Xiao, you're too modest. With your abilities and our cooperation, making it into the top 30 in the second stage shouldn't be a problem. Not only that, I think if everyone works hard, it's possible to help Xiao Xiao get into the top 10.
It is said that there are not many SSS level talents among this year's newcomers.
If Xiao Xiao works harder, she may be able to reach the top of the list. Seeing that everyone's comments were getting more and more more exaggerated. Bai Xiaoxiao smiled faintly and shook her head, without responding further. However, at this moment she felt incredibly proud. After all, it's not entirely hopeless. Meanwhile, inside the underground palace where they were located, Yi Zhao's figure returned to the depths of the underground palace once again. At this moment, the restricted space behind the gate had disappeared. Yi Zhao, however, was still processing the information in his mind and looked slightly dazed. Between the Red Moon and the underground cave, just as he had previously guessed, there is an extremely close connection between them. Both the Crimson Moon's proof and the Crimson Moon's eye originate from the underground cave. The world of immortality is nothing but a desolate land, inhabited only by some primitive natives with backward civilizations, who are now NPCs. Beneath this land lies a cavern, completely isolated from the land by a powerful protective seal. Therefore, for thousands of years, no one knew of the existence of the cave. But 1,000 years ago, the seal on the underground cave unexpectedly loosened. A large number of cave creatures have flooded into the immortal world. Over hundreds of years, these cave creatures gradually evolved into the monsters we know today. This also explains why Yi Xiao had a sense of déjà vu when he encountered the creatures in the underground cave. As for the original inhabitants, they have also mastered the method of increasing their strength by killing monsters over the past few centuries. Gradually, the primitive NPC civilization underwent several rapid iterations and finally evolved into the form familiar to humankind today. The incident where the seal on the underground cave loosened was referred to by the NPCs as the arrival of a natural disaster. According to the records of the Red Moon Eye, the underground cave is actually the tomb of an existence more powerful than the gods. The body of this powerful being was buried in a hidden corner of the underground cave. The Crimson Moon is a forbidden magical artifact that this being forged from all the divine artifacts during his lifetime. What's even more outrageous is, his purpose was to ensure the safety of the underground cave and prevent the large number of cave creatures generated from his energy after his death from running rampant. However, when that natural disaster struck, the seal on the underground cave was severely damaged. The Red Moon exhausted all its energy and could only barely temporarily isolate the underground cave from the world of immortality. However, this isolation is not permanent. As a supreme artifact, the Red Moon, after complex calculations, split its own vessel into multiple parts and sent them to the world of immortality. The Crimson Moon Token and the Crimson Moon Eye are two fragments of the Crimson Moon, also known as carriers. Anyone who obtains any one of these carriers will be recognized by the Red Moon as a summoner. Recruits can use the space within the Red Moon vessel to gain the opportunity to change to a hidden profession. According to information from the Eye of the Red Moon, the so-called hidden professions are actually ancient and rare professions from the era in which that powerful being lived. However, for some reason unknown to the Red Moon, all the professionals of that era have become extinct. The being buried in the underground cave at that time also suffered a severe blow in that era and ultimately perished. The original intention behind Red Moon's design of this system was to enable someone to obtain sufficient power through the trials of the Red Moon vessel and to enter the underground cave to repair the broken seal. I'm experiencing writer's block, plus some family issues. These past few days, I've been squeezing in updates whenever I can. This isn't to play the victim, I just want to reassure you that I'm not abandoning the story. Don't worry. Finally, I'd like to earnestly request that you all, considering how hard it is for me to write, give me a free 5-star review. Thank you so much. Should we repair the seal on the underground cave? Thinking of the Eye of the Crimson Moon, Yi Xiao let out a long breath. This is precisely the mission undertaken by the Red Moon summoners. However, according to the Eye of the Crimson Moon, this is not a mandatory task and there is no time limit. It wasn't that Red Moon forgot about this, but rather that when designing this plan, Red Moon's energy was insufficient to establish a punishment mechanism. This is a fatal flaw. After all, if Yi Xiao was unwilling, these Red Moon carriers had no way to force him to obey. However, Yi Xiao was quite satisfied with this loophole. You don't have to take responsibility, and it won't burn your hands when you pick it up. According to the description of the Eye of the Crimson Moon split into 7 carriers at that time. Each piece carries a unique ability. For example, the Eye of the Crimson Moon not only records various information about the Crimson Moon, but also possesses a powerful ability, a barrier that restricts access. Barrier, designate a location, consume 5,000 mana, and set up a barrier that grants immunity to all damage for 60 minutes. Cooldown, 60 minutes. Upon seeing the description of the barrier, Yi Xiao couldn't help but feel a little happy. This thing was indeed useful for saving his life in critical moments. The cooldown time is just a little long. However, this did not diminish Yi Xiao's strong interest in these carriers. The fact that the Red Moon could enhance his talents was enough to motivate him to collect them. To collect more Crimson Moon carriers, one must utilize the abilities of the Crimson Moon Token. According to the description of the Crimson Moon Eye, the Crimson Moon Token has only one ability, to sense other Crimson Moon carriers. However, the range of sensing will change with the level. Yi Xiao is currently only level 90, and his sensing range is only about 1,000 meters in radius. Another point is that, after thousands of years, the carriers of the Red Moon have most likely found their respective Red Moon summoners. As for why both the Crimson Moon token and the Crimson Moon Eye are obtained by killing hybrids, the reason given by the Eye of the Red Moon is very simple. The Maya people, also known as NPCs, are incompatible with the energy of the Red Moon. Therefore, for nearly 1,000 years, no NPC has been able to successfully fuse with the power of the Red Moon. Although humans gradually appeared later, the hybrid races that emerged with them possessed characteristics of both humans and Amyotrophs lateralis. This makes the Red Moon carriers more inclined to regard them as the best candidates for the recruit. Therefore, hybrids have a slightly higher probability of obtaining the Red Moon carrier. However, neither Xuefeng nor the hybrid killed by Jian Wei were able to truly master the abilities granted by Hongyu. Yi Xiao had his own insights on this. In the world of immortality, the status of hybrids is almost equivalent to that of slaves, although their mixed race heritage endows them with considerable potential. However, the growth cycle is so long that it is impossible to be competent for the job change task. Therefore, many hybrids with the Red Moon carrier are still very weak. However, the world of immortality is as vast as the sea, and Yi Xiao couldn't find a clue for the time being. He shook his head, pulling himself out of his thoughts. After all, collecting the Red Moon carriers is a long process, so there's no need to rush it. I glanced at the time. There were still about 10 minutes left until the end of the first phase of Path of Exile. Seeing this, Yi Xiao opened his skill bar. Fireball and Whirlwind were chosen from among them. Immediately afterwards, a glint flashed in his eyes. Skill fusion. As Yi Xiao unleashed his skills, the marks representing Fireball and Whirlwind Slash seemed to come alive, transforming into two beams of light that surged into the Fusion Mage's unique fusion skill bar. In the blink of an eye, the moment the two beams of light touched, a strange energy surged from the depths of Yi Xiao's soul. The two energies quickly merged into a single mass. In an instant, a brand new exclusive mark appeared in the fusion skill bar. Ding! Congratulations on successfully fusing Fireball and Whirlwind Slash. A magical transformation has occurred between the two. Ding! Congratulations on acquiring a new fusion skill, Flame Whirlwind. Flame Whirlwind fusion consumes 1000 mana to unleash a firestorm that deals 1000 plus 1.4 * intelligence, fire and wind damage to all targets within a 5-meter radius, and also has a knockback effect. Cooldown, 2 seconds. Upon reading the description of the new skill, Yi Xiao couldn't help but gasp. Although the new skill consumes 100 times more mana than Fireball, he now has over 50,000 mana points, which is more than enough to support such a consumption. Flame Whirlwind has twice the cooldown of Fireball, and even with cooldown reduction gear, it can only be used once per second at most. On the surface, it seems much weaker than the Fireball spell. However, in reality, Yi Xiao's Fireball only deals 13,465 damage per hit. However, Flame Whirlwind combines the damage bonuses of fire and wind elements, resulting in a single skill attack dealing up to 20,792 damage. More importantly, the Flame Whirlwind deals area of effect damage. Ignoring Yi Xiao's talent mechanics, this Fire Whirlwind deals dozens of times more damage than a Fireball. How could Yi Xiao not be shocked by such terrifying power? The appearance of the Flame Whirlwind actually increased his intelligence by an additional 3 points. In other words, fusion skills can also benefit from his talent bonuses. The only regret is that although the original skills were retained after the fusion, however, it can no longer be used as a base skill. This made Yi Xiao feel quite regretful. However, according to the rules of skill fusion, when more than 2 skills are fused, the mana consumption of the new skill will increase exponentially. The newly created Fiery Whirlwind requires 1000 mana. If you add another skill, the cost will double to 2000 points. Adding yet another skill will require 4000 points. Yi Xiao calculated that if he fused 10 skills at the same time, the magic power consumption for releasing the new skill would reach an astonishing 250,000 or more. With his current magic power of over 50,000, he can probably only fuse about 7 skills at a time. However, this would make Yi Xiao's battery life a major concern. This is by no means a wise move. Moreover, Yi Xiao's current damage output is already far beyond what is acceptable, so there is no need for him to take such an extreme path. Therefore, in order to maximize the improvement of intelligence, the best option is undoubtedly to combine the two. After a brief moment of thought, Yi Xiao made a decision. He simply combined the remaining 14 Whirlwind Slashes and 14 Fireballs into one spell. In an instant, his fusion skill bar went from being empty to having 15 additional fusion skills. His intelligence increased by a full 45 points as a result. But this is not the end. Next, Yi Xiao fused the remaining 35 Fireballs and 35 Dark Soul Erosions. As a result, his fusion skill bar gained 35 new skills. Embrace of the Netherfire. Embrace of Netherfire consumes 2000 mana to unleash a malevolent flame of Netherfire on a single target. Targets affected by the Netherfire will receive 15% increased damage, have their movement and attack speed reduced by 10% for a period of time, and will continuously suffer 50 plus 0.3 * intelligence points of damage per second for 10 seconds, stacking up to 100 times.
Cooldown, 10 seconds.
The effect of Deathfire Embrace has changed from direct damage to damage over time, similar to Venomous Assault, but it also inherits the special effects of Night Erosion.
It's a minor improvement. Surprisingly, however, it consumes twice as much mana as Flame Cyclone.
It seems that mana consumption is not fixed, but varies depending on the combination of different skills. Due to the limited number of fireballs, the maximum stack of Netherfire Embrace is 35. Although not few in number, they are not as effective as the pure Dark Knight Soul Eater in terms of control. After all, Yi Xiao's godlike talent meant that the strength of his skills depended entirely on the number of skills with the same name. However, Yi Xiao was not disappointed. These 35 skills gave him a total of 105 points of intelligence and 7,000 points of maximum health.
Just consider it as grinding for attribute points.
Finally, Yi Xiao didn't forget to fuse the two defensive skills, Mana Shield and Star Shield. These two attribute-less skills can naturally be fused together. Star Guardian blocks 10% of all damage, absorbs an additional 20% of physical damage, consumes 1000 mana, lasts for 3 minutes. In terms of effect, Yi Xiao can only describe it as simple and brutal, directly stacking the effects of the two original skills. In this way, he can cast 3 shields at the same time. When stacked, it can block 20% of all damage and absorb 40% of physical damage.
Its defensive capabilities have doubled.
Looking at his 51 extra skills, and the surge in intelligence and health, Yi Xiao was naturally overjoyed.
Unfortunately, there are no longer enough original skills available for fusion.
He couldn't help but feel that there was still more to say.
Suddenly, a bell rang. Yi Xiao looked up. He immediately realized that the first phase of the Path of Exile had ended.
As the bells rang, the monsters that had filled the narrow passages receded like a tide. It vanished without a trace in the blink of an eye. The next moment, a portal appeared at the end of the corridor.
This is the entrance to the second phase of the Path of Exile.
It has to be said that 24 hours of continuous high-intensity monster grinding, even by Xiao Xiao and Zhao Peng, felt a little strain, not to mention ordinary people at lower levels. At this moment, all the newlyweds who saw the teleportation portal, everyone breathed a sigh of relief at the same time.
They then all walked towards the teleportation portal, at the entrance to the enormous maze.
A constant stream of new faces is arriving here.
Ha ha, it's finally over. I'm so tired I feel like I'm falling apart.
Yes, we worked around the clock.
Although we didn't encounter any danger, our legs were weak. But to be honest, this triple experience is really awesome. I've already reached level 40.
Sha,
what's so special about your level 40? I'm already level 45.
Wow, level 45? You leveled up way too fast.
It's no big deal.
I was already level 35 when I went in, and I'll be level 48 soon. After fighting continuously for a whole day, seeing the lively crowd, everyone couldn't help but start chatting, and the atmosphere gradually became more lively. Just then, a flash of light appeared.
Another person stepped into the maze entrance.
The crowd, who were engaged in a heated discussion, suddenly fell silent when they saw that figure appear. Zhao Peng glanced around, and his ears inadvertently caught their conversation. He sneered, "A bunch of good-for-nothings. How much alcohol have you been drinking to be bragging like this?" Upon hearing this, everyone's faces flushed red. Many people couldn't help but shout, "You talk like you're so great. How many levels have you leveled up?" No sooner had he finished speaking than his companion quickly pulled him back, whispering, "Shoo, you're crazy, he's Zhao Peng."
Zhao Peng? Which Zhao? The man hadn't reacted yet.
Zhao Peng strode up to him, his face cold, and said softly, "Since you're so curious, I'll tell you. I reached level 60 a few hours ago."
Is that enough?
Although Wang Chang and Lin Yong behind Zhao Peng did not speak, their eyes were full of mockery. Bai Xiao Xiao, standing to the side, remained nonchalant and didn't say a word. Upon hearing Zhao Peng casually announce his level, the person who had previously confronted him immediately backed down, apologized hastily, and pulled his companion into the crowd. They also knew Zhao Peng's identity. He was a member of the Zhao family. Not to mention that Zhao Peng's exaggerated level of 60 was enough to instill fear in everyone.
Sure enough, after a brief silence,
a chorus of exclamations erupted at the entrance to the maze.
"My God, Zhao Peng is already level 60? That's unbelievable. The difference is too big for two novice professionals. I don't understand."
In the past, everyone who could reach level 60 was a genius with S-level or higher talent.
Isn't Zhao Peng an A-level? Are you stupid? He's an A rank, but he's surrounded by a group of S rank or higher experts.
Hiss, as expected of the Zhao family, one of the 8 great families. One of them, an A-level, can lead a team of S-level prodigies as sparring partners.
They are not even in the same league.
As Zhao Peng listened to the crowd's discussion, a smug smile crept onto his lips.
Wang Chang and Lin Yong, on the other hand, frowned deeply.
Although what they said was correct, it sounded unpleasant.
Bai Xiao Xiao wasn't listening to them at all.
For her, the most important thing now is to find Yi Xiao. During the first phase of the Path of Exile, communication was impossible due to spatial isolation. Once we enter the second phase, everyone will be in the same area, so private messages messages can be sent. Bai Xiaoxiao had just quietly sent Yi Xiao a few messages.
However, none of them were successfully sent.
This surprised her. Logically, although the first stage is tough, it is protected by a safe zone and the risk is not great. Why hasn't Yi Xiao arrived yet? Just as Bai Xiaoxiao was beginning to have doubts, another flash of light appeared. Immediately afterwards, a tall, thin person stepped into the maze entrance. The commotion instantly startled Zhao Peng, who was still feeling smug, and the other amazed novices. At this moment, almost everyone had entered the maze entrance. There was no sign of Yi Ying among the crowd. So, could this person be? Almost simultaneously, everyone's eyes turned to that figure. Bai Xiaoxiao silently took a few steps closer to the figure. At that moment, Yi Xiao, who had just arrived at the scene, immediately spotted Bai Xiaoxiao, who was closest to him. It had only been a few days since they last met. Yi Xiao vaguely remembered that Bai Xiaoxiao had acted arrogantly during their meeting and even gifted him 30,000 eternal coins. However, he now found that Bai Xiaoxiao's gaze was full of surprise, and there was also a trace of deep affection that could be seen with the naked eye. In an instant, Yi Xiao understood and couldn't help but chuckle. This woman is really... Before he could even speak, Zhao Peng strode up to him and looked him up and down. Is this person Nightshade? He wondered to himself. It looked no different from the photos he had seen before. Although he didn't like Yi Xiao's appearance, Zhao Peng still spoke in a rare calm tone. Yi Xiao looked at Zhao Peng in front of him. Although the other party spoke in a calm tone, anyone could feel the arrogance hidden in his words. He blinked and replied calmly, "I'm not." Zhao Peng was stunned. He had prepared countless excuses, but he never expected the other party to deny it outright. Suddenly, all the words he wanted to say stuck in his throat. With a hint of caution, Zhao Peng turned back to look at Bai Xiaoxiao with a puzzled expression. Is he Yi Xiao, the one you know? Night Shadow is Yi Xiao, a secret known only to the 8 major families. They were naturally aware of what had happened between Bai Xiaoxiao and Yi Xiao before. This is also one of the reasons why Zhao Peng looked down on Bai Xiaoxiao. However, now that we're on the road to exile, there's no need to hide it any longer. So Zhao Peng asked the question directly. Bai Xiaoxiao frowned upon hearing this. Among the 8 major families, the Bai family was unaware of Yi Ying's true identity. That's why she never gave up on winning Yi Xiao over. In her opinion, there are no particularly outstanding newcomers among the 8 major families this year. If we can successfully recruit Yi Xiao, our chances of winning the points competition will greatly increase. If she can win first place, her value will naturally increase. But now that Zhao Peng has asked this question so directly, if she responds, the subsequent actions will become extremely passive. However, it would be inappropriate to help Yi Xiao conceal his identity. Bai Xiaoxiao quickly weighed the pros and cons in her mind. She quickly made a decision. She didn't intend to hide it. If Yi Xiao and Zhao Peng and others have a conflict, she can reap the benefits regardless of the outcome. Thinking of this, Bai Xiaoxiao's lips curled up slightly, and she was about to speak, but it was interrupted by a loud notification. Ding! The points earned in the first stage have been converted into a points bracelet. The Exile Labyrinth is about to open. Please enter immediately. The labyrinth entrance will close in 5 minutes. Everyone noticed that an antique bracelet had appeared out of thin air on their wrists. The appearance of this bracelet marks the official start of the second phase of the Path of Exile. Ignoring the conflict between Yi Ying and Zhao Peng, everyone rushed towards the entrance of the maze. Everyone knew that the real challenge had only just begun. Yi Xiao also looked at the bracelet on his wrist, which clearly showed 200 points. With a nearly 13x experience bonus, no one could gain more experience than him in the first phase. He killed so many monsters that they could no longer reappear, making him number 1. Adding the points earned from each round of kills, the total reaches exactly 200. This is precisely the basic integral for the second stage. In the ensuing maze battles, to gain points, you must eliminate other participants and steal the points they accumulated in the first phase. This is the competition rule for the second phase of Path of Exile. The points of a player who was killed will be stolen by the killer. However, due to the special rules of the maze, those who are killed will not actually die, but will instead be punished by dropping 1 level instead of death. They can then respawn at the respawn point and continue competing for points. Under such rules, newcomers with lower levels are obviously at a great disadvantage. Therefore, if the second phase is not handled carefully, once killed multiple times in a row, all the levels you painstakingly gained in the first stage will be lost. Level 20. Even worse, health points, 1000. Once your level drops to 0 and you are killed, those professionals who have no rank to replace punishment will face true death. This was precisely the conspiracy that the 8 great families had previously devised for Nightshade. If Nightshade is unwilling to join either side, then all the new talents from the 8 major families will unite, defeat Nightshade to level 0 and completely eliminate him. Moreover, this approach can also silence gossip from the outside world. Although the 8 major families don't care much about the opinions of ordinary people these days, however, they will try their best to avoid unnecessary trouble. In fact, Yi Xiao was not entirely clear about the plans of the 8 major families, but from the information Bai Xiaoxiao inadvertently revealed, he vaguely guessed something. After
After all, this situation is easy to predict. Yi Xiao was not overly worried about this. Instead, he was brewing his own countermeasures in his mind. The roles of prey and hunter are never static. So, upon hearing the sound, he immediately sprang into action. He immediately activated the void illusion and quietly disappeared from everyone's sight. To gain more points more easily, he must get ahead of the curve and venture deeper into the maze. This was exactly the plan he had devised when he came in. However, Yi Xiao's sudden disappearance immediately shocked everyone. Lin Yon, a shadow assassin, widened his eyes in astonishment. He can also turn invisible? Someone immediately retorted. That's not right. He's holding a staff, so he's obviously a magic-based class. Magic-based classes don't have invisibility skills. Lin Yong said in a deep voice, this ability isn't even listed among the general skills. At this moment, Zhao Peng suddenly realized what was happening. The person who just disappeared must have been Nightshade. Otherwise, why would he have run away? This is undoubtedly a sign of a guilty conscience. So Zhao Peng shouted loudly, Night Shadow, I am Zhao Peng, representing the Zhao family. I am giving you one last chance. Choose to join the Zhao family and help me reach the top of the Exile Road Points leaderboard. The Zhao family guarantees that no other family will make things difficult for you in the future. Zhao Peng's sudden words silenced everyone in the maze. However, a moment later, Yi Xiao still did not respond. This made Zhao Peng frown and let out a cold snort. Nightshade, is it fun to keep deceiving yourself like this? Hiding is useless. If you still refuse to show yourself, don't blame me for being impolite. Just then, Yi Xiao's voice came from the entrance of the maze. Ha ha, I'll be waiting for you in the Exile Labyrinth. Come on in if you dare. The next moment, a slight ripple appeared in the barrier at the entrance to the maze. Everyone suddenly realized, he's entered the maze. Zhao Peng's face immediately turned ashen. The threat in Nightshade's words couldn't be clearer. He quickly glanced at the people around him. Night Shadow rejected the Zhao family's invitation, and you should all know what the next steps are. Wang Chang and the others nodded in agreement. What else can we do? Since such promising individuals cannot be employed by the 8 major families, then we can only let him die on his way to adulthood. Although Wang Chang and others felt that the 8 major families were domineering, however, no objection was raised, because they used the same methods when facing forces weaker than themselves. This is precisely how families monopolize the resources for the alliance's survival. This has been the case for a century. Despite Nightshade's extremely fast upgrade speed, however, they did not fall behind. With the triple experience bonus in the first phase of Path of Exile, they all reached level 60. That Night Shadow's former lead has vanished. What else can he use to compete with our side? Bai Xiao, standing behind these people, glanced around. Yi Xiao did see her just now. However, instead of greeting her, she gave him a slight smile. That smile brought a sense of relief to Bai Xiao. Yi Xiao probably knew his situation and was worried about getting her involved, so he pretended not to recognize her. Sure enough, he still had feelings for her. Bai Xiao thought to herself. As for not receiving a reply to the private message I sent, she took it all as a little man throwing a tantrum. No matter how powerful you are, you'll eventually have to bow down to me. Thinking of this, Bai Xiao was immediately filled with confidence. Her views were completely different from those of others. Perhaps in other people's eyes, Yi Xiao is just someone who levels up quickly. But Bai Xiao had already seen through it when Yi Xiao got the SSS rating in the newbie secret realm. Yi Xiao's combat strength is far more complex than it appears on the surface. Rather than joining forces with others to deal with Yi Xiao, it would obviously be more worthwhile for her to team up with Yi Xiao to defeat those people. If she wins first place, she will have more leverage. At that time, she will have more choices. Zhao Peng naturally didn't notice the unusual thoughts in Bai Xiao's mind. There are too many people now, so don't get separated once you go in. Even though Night Shadow is only one person, he can easily be ambushed if you're too careless. Upon hearing this, Lin Yong sneered, don't worry, with me here, no one below level 60 can escape my senses. Zhao Peng had complete trust in Lin Yong's exceptional perception as a shadow assassin. However, they all forgot. Lin Yong did not notice Yi Xiao's whereabouts when Yi Xiao disappeared. Perhaps in Lin Yong's subconscious, he only felt that Yi Xiao's disappearance was too sudden. He didn't have time to catch it. Let's go in. That Nightshade is dead. After saying that, Zhao Peng led the group toward the barrier at the entrance to the maze. Bai Xiao followed closely behind, her pace neither too fast nor too slow. Inside Dingfeng City, at the entrance to the Road of Exile. Look, the first stage is over, and the first place player has 200 points? Wow, that's outrageous. How could anyone get 200 points? Wasn't that Night Shadow alone? Yet he scored a full 90 points more than the second place finisher. This is absolutely outrageous. Although I had heard rumors about Nightshade before, seeing such impressive results with my own eyes, I finally understand why the 8 great families have gathered here. That's right. If it were me, I wouldn't let such a genius go either. However, Nightshade's previous actions have clearly rejected the recruitment offers from the 8 great families. Do you think the 8 great families might? Shoo, are you crazy? Can't you see the look on old Master Zhao's face face right now? Be careful, or your head might get chopped off. The surrounding area was filled with murmurs and discussions. Everyone was stunned by Nightshade's first-place score.
At this moment, Zhao Changlin's eyes were fixed on the first line of names on the stone tablet.
His face was so gloomy it was hard to describe. How did he manage to get 200 points all by himself?
Zhao Mo, standing to the side, remained silent, just as his name suggested. Faced with Zhao Changlin's questioning, he was unable to answer.
He knew how to get 200 points.
The maximum points that can be accumulated from killing monsters and gaining experience are 160. 1 point is awarded for each round of monsters cleared. To reach 200 points, Nightshade must go through 40 rounds. He knew that Nightshade was level 60 when he entered the Path of Exile. This means that the monster he eventually faces is level 90.
Let alone a level 60 newbie who hasn't even done their second job advancement. Even advancing to the second job advancement is not an easy feat.
Even if Nightshade has exceptional monster clearing abilities,
how does he deal with the elite monsters that appear every 10 rounds? He was all alone.
In contrast, Zhao Peng, who came in second, had a holy priest with SSS level talent by Xiao Xiao under his command.
There's also Lin Yong, an SS level shadow assassin.
And geniuses like Wang Cheng who have reached S level, plus outstanding science from other families. With such a star-studded lineup, they've only played 30 rounds and have a total score of just 110.
Could it be that Night Shadow's combat power alone could crush 10 geniuses? Isn't this a bit too outrageous?
2 years ago, Zhao Hao, whom the Zhao family was so proud of, couldn't even achieve this level of success at this stage.
No, it's not just Zhao Hao.
No one has ever earned 200 points in the Path of Exile.
This is why the audience gasped in surprise when the first phase ended. That's incredibly powerful. Faced with Zhao Mo's silence, Zhao Changlin ultimately didn't say anything more.
After all, Nightshade's performance was truly beyond reason, and even he himself couldn't figure it out. After a long silence, Zhao Mo suddenly received a report from his subordinate and then said, "Elder, we have just received the results from other regions."
Zhao Changlin uttered a single word without any expression.
In the beginner zone controlled by the Qin family, the team led by Qin Bing is in first place with 190 points. In the beginner zone controlled by the Qi family, the team led by Qi Bai is in first place with 191 points.
And the Wei family. As each result was read out, Zhao Changlin's face grew increasingly gloomy.
Looking at the other family's members, each of them had a score of over 190.
However, the Zhao family only has 110 points this year.
This will obviously have an impact on the final stage of the points ranking competition. After all, Path of Exile attracts millions of participants. Even just 1 point can put you hundreds of places ahead. Now, Zhao Peng and his team are at least 80 points behind other regions. At this moment, Zhao Mo hesitated for a moment, then said, "Elder, the young man from the Ji family this year scored 199 points.
Zhao Changlin suddenly stood up. Are you talking about Ji Zhao? Zhao Mo nodded. It was him. Isn't he an SS level talent? Could there be other SSS level awakened individuals in his team? Zhao Changlin asked, frowning.
No, as far as I know, he is the only one in his team who is SS rank. After hearing this, Zhao Changlin's eyes flickered a few times, and he said in a deep voice, "Is the Ji family trying to turn things around?"
It is not known at the moment. Zhao Changlin snorted coldly. Does the Ji family really think that by constantly currying favor with the Qin family all these years, they have a chance to rise up?
Neither our Zhao family nor the other families will give the Ji family a chance.
Elder, I have some doubts. What's your doubt? Zhao Changlin glanced at Zhao Mo.
Zhao Mo asked cautiously, although the Ji family is also one of the 8 great families, its strength and influence are far inferior to the other 7 families.
Why is that?
Before he could finish speaking, Zhao Changlin interrupted him.
Zhao Mo was immediately shocked upon hearing Zhao Changlin's almost cold reply.
Seeing this, Zhao Changlin pondered for a moment before continuing. You just need to know that this is an agreement made back
then.
Unless those 3 people above speak up, none of our 7 families are willing to be the first to stick their necks out.
Those 3? You mean?
Zhao Mo was surprised and wanted to ask more questions, but was stopped by Zhao Changlin's gaze. Then, Zhao Changlin seemed unwilling to talk about it further, so he changed the subject and said, "Let's put the Ji family aside for now.
The most important thing right now is to deal with the Night Shadow problem as soon as possible."
Zhao Mo nodded in agreement. Zhao Peng and the disciples from the other families have already received the orders, and we should have results soon. Zhao Changlin's expression softened slightly. I hope they won't let me down. On the road to exile, Yi Xiao, who was the first to enter the maze, quickly looked around.
Yi Xiao originally planned to enter the maze first, then block the entrance and wait for the enemy to finish, thus maximizing his efficiency. However, once a professional enters the maze, they will randomly appear at one of the maze's locations.
This is to avoid a large influx of people causing chaos. Therefore, Yi Xiao's plan completely failed. However, he already knew this, since it had been mentioned in the textbook.
He just tried it out casually. Even though the plan didn't come to fruition, he wasn't too disappointed,
because he had other alternatives. Thinking of this, Yi Xiao immediately acted activated his phantom clone. The two clones appeared and immediately rushed toward two different forks in the road under Yi Xiao's command. Just as Yi Xiao was preparing to set off, several figures suddenly appeared out of thin air. One of the women was visibly taken aback when she saw Yi Xiao. It's Night Shadow. However, she was met with an attack of hundreds of fireballs from Yi Xiao. Wait, Nightshade, Hundreds of fireballs rained down. The figures hadn't even regained their footing yet. It instantly transformed into a beam of white light and vanished from the spot. Yi Xiao didn't take their words to heart at all. We are currently in a war of plunder. Anyone can become an enemy, and that woman was incredibly foolish to actually speak. He shook his head and walked towards another fork in the road without hesitation. Since they can't stop the entrance from grabbing points, finding a respawn point is also a viable solution. Despite its enormous size, this maze can accommodate 200,000 to 300,000 people. However, there are only 3 respawn points inside. Coincidentally, he and his two clones together make a total of 3. Although the clone's combat power was only 30% of Yi Xiao's main body, in his opinion, this 30% increase in strength is enough to deter newcomers in the path of exile. More importantly, Zhao Peng clearly intended to target him in this maze as well. Dealing with those who are hostile to you, Yi Xiao has always been vengeful. Moreover, the Zhao family is now determined to get rid of him. He naturally had no reason to let their families go. After all, he was invincible in the newbie zone. There is no doubt about that. After activating his speed mode, Yi Xiao's speed became astonishing. Along the way, whenever I encountered professionals, he didn't waste any words and directly took the opponent's life with fireballs. The current focus is on the points competition. Yi Xiao naturally wouldn't let the other party go just because he didn't know them. In a short time, he and his 3 clones killed over 100 people. His points also skyrocketed during this period. So far, he has accumulated 5,780 points. The number of people killed has already exceeded 3 digits. It has to be admitted that killing professionals is much easier than killing monsters. At least the monsters come in groups. These newcomers are scattered, and the highest level they reach is only around 40. It's not worth mentioning at all. However, Yi Xiao was not fixated on killing indiscriminately. In Path of Exile, if you are killed once, all your points will be taken by the opponent. Even if Yi Xiao has tens of thousands of points now, the result will be the same. Of course, a killed professional can regain their points by killing another professional with points. The only difference is the level drop rate. This year, the number of participants in the 702 beginner zone reached over 200,000. The maze raid only lasts 5 hours. It's obviously unrealistic to kill everyone within 5 hours. Yi Xiao's strategy was simple. First, find the respawn point, then wait until the time is almost up and everyone has accumulated enough points. Then strike and kill them. This way you can get a large number of points at once. At this time, Zhao Peng and others also began hunting down other professionals. Although their combat strength wasn't as exaggerated as Yi Xiao's, but they are all professionals at or above the S level. Their equipment was all funded and crafted by their respective families. Dealing with ordinary people is naturally a piece of cake. For ordinary people, it is extremely difficult to get ahead. At this moment, Zhao Peng's score has reached 2,744 points. Elsewhere, Lin Yong, Wang Chang, and others also surpassed 2,000 points. However, there was one exception. That's Bai Xiaoxiao. At this moment, Bai Xiaoxiao was standing alone in a relatively secluded corner. Nobody passes by here. She wasn't in a hurry to resolve the points issue. Instead, they tried to contact Yi Xiao. Brother Yi Xiao, I know your concerns. Now that I've separated from Zhao Peng and the others, I will come to find you no matter where you are. Since meeting Yi Xiao last time, Bai Xiaoxiao has learned more than 90% about him and is very confident that she can persuade him to help. Therefore, at this moment, she was not worried at all that Yi Xiao would ignore her again, just as she expected. Yi Xiao quickly replied to the message sent by Bai Xiaoxiao. What do you want? Just say it. Bai Xiaoxiao saw the cold tone in Yi Xiao's voice and realized that this man was still stubbornly clinging to his ridiculous pride. In the past, she would never have liked this attitude, but now she still needs to rely on Yi Xiao. She didn't take it to heart. Instead, she explained in a very gentle tone. Brother Yi Xiao, do you know that my attitude towards you over the past 3 years was forced upon us by the Bai family? At first, I thought you only had F-level talent, so when I met you again in the Hall of Professionals, I was afraid that being too close would make the Bai family hostage to you, so I said those hurtful things to you. But in the end, I still secretly gave you some immortality coins, just to let you know that I still love you. Can't you feel it? On the other side, when Yi Xiao saw Bai Xiaoxiao's message, his hand trembled and he accidentally threw out a fireball. Unexpectedly, luck was on their side, and the skewed fireball hit a newly appeared unlucky guy. This unexpected event earned Yi Xiao another 23 points. Bai Xiaoxiao really dares to say that. She's incredibly shameless. Whether on the school playground or in the professional hall, Bai Xiaoxiao's arrogant and aloof demeanor was never an act. Could it be that she really thought of him as a little boy who had never seen a woman before? However, when Yi Xiaojiang decided to reply to Bai Xiaoxiao, he already had a plan plan in mind. He forced back his disgust and replied, I know what you mean.
You want me to help you deal with Zhao Peng and his gang, right? Brother Yi Xiao, you are as smart as ever. That's right, Zhao Peng and Wang Chang had already secretly planned this.
As long as you don't join the 8 major families, they will join forces with others to besiege you, beat you down to level 0, and completely eliminate you. So, your only way out now is to temporarily join the Bai family, just like me. As Yi Xiao read Bai Xiaoxiao's words, he muttered to himself, just as I thought, but if you're going to put on an act, you have to go all the way.
But I don't even bother joining the 8 great families, so what benefit would I get from joining the Bai family?
Bai Xiaoxiao replied to the message quickly. Brother Yi Xiao, you're so annoying, thinking about these things at a time like this. Yi Xiao blinked, somewhat puzzled. He didn't understand what Bai Xiaoxiao meant by this kind of time. However, Bai Xiaoxiao soon sent another message.
My heart has always been with you. Whether you join the Bai family or not, I am yours.
Upon seeing this sentence, Yi Xiao immediately understood.
I immediately felt both amused and exasperated.
He just wanted to play his part completely, but he didn't expect the woman to misunderstand him.
That's really interesting, but that's fine, it saves him from having to say too much.
Here's what we'll do. You find an opportunity to gather Zhao Peng and the others together, then guide them to a respawn point and send me the coordinates.
I'll naturally have a way to help you deal with them.
When Bai Xiaoxiao saw Yi Xiao's reply, a smile slowly crept onto her lips.
Time passes by little. Ah, the fish has finally taken the bait.
Bai Xiaoxiao was overjoyed to receive Yi Xiao's affirmative response. After confirming a few details with Yi Xiao, she took the initiative to contact Zhao Peng and others. Thus, her meticulously planned scheme finally took its first step. First, use Yi Xiao to kill Zhao Peng and his group, and then help her win first place in the final stage.
He then left the road of exile, shifting all the blame onto Yi Xiao.
In this way, she can not only ensure that she wins first place in the path of exile and obtains the generous reward,
they can also completely absolve themselves of any responsibility. This plan is absolutely flawless. In Path of Exile, each player can only see their own current score, not the scores of others.
However, the points on the stone tablet are updated in real time outside. Therefore, when Yi Xiao's score was far ahead at the beginning, Zhao Shanglin and the others' expressions turned gloomy again.
However, as time went on, soon everyone discovered that Night Shadow's points had inexplicably stagnated.
On the contrary, Zhao Peng's points are increasing at an increasingly faster rate. Before long, he completely overtook Nightshade and jumped to the top of the leaderboard. Immediately afterwards, Lin Yong, Wang Chang, and others followed closely behind, pressing forward step by step. Nightshade, who had held the top spot for over a day, suddenly plummeted to outside the top 10.
Seeing these results, Zhao Changlin finally smiled. It seems that Nightshade's methods are only effective against demons.
Once it comes to real combat, he is clearly outmatched. Zhao Mo, who was standing next to him, also laughed and chimed in that case, as long as Zhao Peng and the others find the right opportunity, Night Shadow will definitely not be able to escape the path of exile.
Hearing this, Zhao Changlin finally felt relieved, and couldn't help but laugh heartily. However, the Bai family's garrison not far away. At this moment, Bai Shanhe was extremely anxious. He no longer cared about Nightshade's situation, because a considerable amount of time has passed since the start of the second phase of Path of Exile. However, Bai Xiaoxiao's name was never found on the stone tablet.
The stone tablet only displays the first 1,000 people. This shows that Bai Xiaoxiao is far behind others.
But given Bai Xiaoxiao's abilities, this is simply impossible. This filled Bai Shanhe with worry. Bai Xiaoxiao is the only genius in the Bai family in recent decades to awaken an SSS level talent. During this period, her talent and intelligence surprised Bai Shanhe even more.
He paid a huge price to raise her. It had already been decided that after this exile journey ended, Bai Xiaoxiao would join the Bai family's elder council and become an elder. In that case, Bai Xiaoxiao would become a true core member of the Bai family. Of course, this is on the premise that Bai Xiaoxiao must sign the contract. Bai Shanhe wasn't afraid that she would betray the Bai family. Rather, they were worried that if she, being from a collateral branch, were not restrained, she might eventually turn the tables and take control of the Bai family.
This is something Bai Shan will absolutely not allow to happen. Bai Xiaoxiao, what exactly are you doing in there?
Bai Shanhe stared at the stone tablet and muttered to himself.
Exiled to the labyrinth.
As time went on, more and more new players were killed, and their scores dropped to 0. Nowadays, most of the points are concentrated in the hands of a few people. Meanwhile, after a lot of travel and wandering, Yi Xiao finally found a resurrection point. It has to be said that this respawn point is incredibly large. The crowd was so large and dense that it seemed to stretch on forever.
Most ordinary newcomers enter the path of exile simply for the triple experience.
They were well aware that their abilities were mediocre.
It is simply impossible to achieve anything in the second phase. Blindly chasing points will only cause your level to drop even lower.
Therefore, most of these people, after being killed, will just wait passively at the respawn point and have no intention of leaving. However, the respawn point is not a safe zone.
They can still be killed. Some crazy people have even tried to challenge it.
In the end, he was killed by these lazy newcomers gamers working together. After all, you can have points, but you only have one life. Of course, most people wouldn't kill them for no reason after seeing that they had lost their points bracelets.
After decades of development, this rule has become the accepted norm.
Yi Xiao had just arrived at the respawn point. He was then recognized by the newlyweds lying inside.
Look, it's Night Shadow. Ah, it really is him.
I didn't expect him to be so handsome.
What is Nightshade doing at the respawn point? Ah, I know. They must have been driven to the brink by Zhao Pang and his gang, and now they're trying to hide here? That's no use. There are so many people here, there's no way to hide.
I reckon Nightshade was also driven to desperation and decided to try anything as a last resort.
TSK.
He was so arrogant at the entrance before, we really thought he had some skills, but it turned out he was just bluffing. Sigh, the Zhao family is too domineering. It's almost impossible for us ordinary people to get ahead.
TCH, he was just being stubborn.
All the 8 great families extended olive branches to him, but he ignored them. He deserved to end up like this.
You've been kneeling for too long, you can't stand up anymore, can you? Who the hell are you talking about? Hey, what are you doing?
I'm a level 46 warrior. Come at me if you dare.
Pa, so what if you're level 46? I'm not going to stoop to your level.
The noise reached Yi Xiao's ears, but he didn't care at all. At this moment, he had already told Bai Xiao that he was at the respawn point. Since they made contact, Yi Xiao and Bai Xiao had been exchanging information closely. Naturally, he was also aware of Zhao Pang and the others' entire plan. Clearly, everyone understands. Once Yi Xiao leaves the road of exile, the chances of the 8 great families capturing him again are almost nil, unless he shows up on his own initiative. Therefore, the goal of the 8 major families is to kill him back to level 0 and completely eliminate him,
just as he had predicted.
Of course, even if that wasn't the reason, these prodigies would have tried to kill him multiple times given the chance. This would slow down Yi Xiao's leveling speed and completely disqualify him from competing for the title of Rookie King. Don't expect these prodigies to abide by the default rules of the respawn point.
That rule only applies to ordinary players who pose no threat to them. At this moment, Bai Xiao had successfully reunited with Zhao Pang and the others. Zhao Pang and his group must have arrived long ago after receiving the news.
In fact, Yi Xiao didn't need to personally notify Bai Xiao at all. There were plenty of people at the respawn point, many of whom wanted to curry favor with the Zhao family. The moment he appeared, Yi Xiao keenly noticed that many people were bowing their heads, as if they were passing on information.
He did not stop it. However, there are always some people who fail to see reality.
As soon as Yi Xiao appeared, a small group of people in the crowd started to stir. They heard Zhao Pang's earlier boast about dealing with Night Shadow very clearly. Now he finally runs into Nightshade, and he's all alone. The group whispered among themselves for a while, then moved tacitly to the edge of the crowd. At this moment, Yi Xiao was still standing outside blankly, seemingly unaware of their actions.
Soon, dozens of figures suddenly darted out. With lightning speed, and to everyone's astonishment, they launched a sneak attack on Nightshade.
These people cooperated fairly well. In the blink of an eye, countless skills were fiercely unleashed upon Yi Xiao. Meanwhile, they saw that Yi Xiao had no reaction and was still standing there dumbfounded. The skills struck Yi Xiao one after another, creating a continuous booming sound. Their faces were filled with ecstasy.
Ha ha, first place for a newcomer? That's nothing special.
Kill him, and maybe I can get into the Dragon Abyss Legion's reserve camp.
However, just as they were overjoyed, hundreds of fireballs suddenly appeared from the void.
It was so fast that it was almost impossible to see. The next moment, sparks lit up the entire space.
The intense heat instantly melted the attackers completely.
At the same time, Yi Xiao's figure reappeared. He was enveloped in a faint shield that emitted a dim glow.
This scene immediately left the newlyweds speechless.
They saw it clearly. At least 50 people have just made their move. However, Yi Xiao not only emerged unscathed but also eliminated all the attackers with a single gesture. Some of the unlucky ones were so close that they were affected and then reborn.
Yi Xiao's earth-shattering and thunderous methods instantly plunged the entire resurrection point into an eerie silence.
Yi Xiao ignored this completely. His eyes searched the crowd for the group that had just launched the sneak attack.
There are too many people here.
Although the group was still in shock, their minds were clearly starting to stir. But it hasn't reached the point where they've lost their minds and rushed out. Yi Xiao's eyebrows involuntarily twitched slightly.
Are we really going to slaughter all these tens of thousands of people just for the sake of those clowns? Doing that would only cause them to drop a rank.
Unless, of course, he actually kills everyone down to level 0. After a moment's thought, Yi Xiao finally shook his head and chose not to take action for the time being. Firstly,
doing this is too time-consuming and energy-intensive.
Secondly, he has further plans and needs these people.
If I kill them all, where will I go to complete my plan?
Just as Yi Xiao was deep in thought,
suddenly, a team of 10 professionals, seemingly mustering their courage, stepped out from the respawn point.
The people behind them stared at the group in astonishment.
I don't understand what they're trying to do. The combat power Yi Xiao just displayed has completely exceeded their understanding. Are we really going to make a move now? Isn't that just courting death?
These people naturally don't understand what the others behind them are thinking. They quickly bypassed Yi Xiao from the other side. Clearly, they didn't want to clash with Yi Xiao, they just wanted to leave through the intersection behind him.
That's the only passage to the respawn point. However, an unexpected event suddenly occurred.
Yi Xiao, who had been motionless, suddenly stood in front of them.
Oh, going to deliver a message?
The expressions of the 10 people in the team changed instantly. The burly man in the lead hurriedly explained, "No, you've misunderstood.
We just want to compete for points."
Before the words were even finished, hundreds of fireballs instantly engulfed them.
This sudden attack left the group of newbies near the respawn point completely bewildered. How did they suddenly start fighting? They just revived. They don't have any points at all. Everyone was baffled. Yi Xiao didn't intend to offer any further explanation.
He had just seen someone in the squad bowing their head, clearly trying to warn Zhao Peng. Of course, he couldn't be 100% sure. That's why I asked that question tentatively. Although the other party reacted quickly and denied it directly, but the others behind him still looked a little guilty. Yi Xiao could see all of these reactions clearly. Furthermore, he mentioned reporting a message, but didn't specify what it meant. The other party's immediate denial further confirmed Yi Xiao's suspicions. Yi Xiao naturally hoped that Zhao Peng could arrive as soon as possible, but that didn't stop him from taking action and eliminating a few guys who wanted to use him to gain credit.
"Nightshade, I don't know you at all, and the people who attacked you just now weren't us. Why did you kill us?"
The sound came from the respawn point. Soon after, the burly man who had just answered Yi Xiao walked angrily to the front of the crowd and glared at Yi Xiao. However, he was met with hundreds of fireballs engulfing him. Having dropped 2 levels in a row, the burly man was immediately enraged, his eyes turning red. "Nightshade, you've blatantly violated the respawn point rules.
Do you want to make enemies of everyone?" This time, the man became smarter.
Hiding in the crowd, he dared not show his face again. He didn't believe that Yi Xiao would risk public outrage to attack him. At the same time, the newlyweds who had been watching nearby were taken aback upon hearing this. They all stared warily at the shadowy figure. However, they have no intention of taking action.
It's not that they lack courage.
Instead, they were completely stunned by Yi Xiao's mysterious and unpredictable fireball technique.
Whose fireball spell can fire hundreds of projectiles at once?
Some quick-thinking newcomers even unconsciously showed expressions of shock on their faces.
Yi Xiao's fireball technique can actually kill someone instantly? Everyone's level is about the same. Even if he levels up very quickly, he will only reach level 60 at most, just like Zhao Peng and the others. Let alone level 60. Even if you are level 90, a fireball spell at this level couldn't possibly kill an opponent instantly. Suddenly, many people had a thought.
When Nightshade entered the world of immortality, he went on a buying spree for fireball spells.
Could his talent be a variation of the fireball spell?
Unfortunately, no one dared to ask Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao ignored the shocked looks on everyone's faces. He looked at the burly man in the crowd and slowly raised his left hand.
"You have 10 seconds.
If you don't want to get caught in the crossfire, stay away from him." Although Yi Xiao's voice was soft, it was like a thunderclap, exploding in everyone's ears.
He actually disregarded everyone's safety and planned to make a move right at the respawn point. 10, 9, 8.
Yi Xiao counted down in a low voice. The newlyweds, who had just realized what was happening, saw that he seemed serious and immediately screamed in unison, scattering to both sides. The burly man's expression changed drastically. Unfortunately, before he could finish speaking, hundreds of fireballs engulfed him. The burly man, after being resurrected, tried to speak again, but quickly closed his mouth after opening it. He had realized that the shadowy figure in front of him had no intention of reasoning with him. If you anger them again, you may very well lose your life once more. He had just reached level 38 and was thinking of helping Zhao Peng, but he ended up causing trouble and losing 3 levels for nothing. Including those who died at the beginning, there are now only level 34 players left. I don't know how much time it will take to make up for those 4 levels of experience. At this moment, the burly man felt as if his heart was being torn apart.
Level 60.
Just as he decided to back down and not dare to show his face again, Yi Xiao spoke up again.
"Health points, 1 million. Those who want to report are welcome to do so.
You should have picked up some whirlwind/skill stones during the first phase, right?" No one understood why Yi Xiao asked that question, and for a moment they dared not respond. Yi Xiao glanced at everyone and smiled. "I'm reasonable. You can leave if you want, but you have to pay a whirlwind/skill stone as a toll."
"Don't worry, I'm not kidding you. You saw the damage I just demonstrated clearly. If I really wanted to torture you, even if you all worked together, you wouldn't be able to hold out."
His domineering words made many people feel ashamed and angry, but when they thought about the scene of Yi Xiao instantly killing the burly man, they had to admit that what he said was true. So everyone fell silent. Seeing this, Yi Xiao was not in a hurry. There was still plenty of time.
Sure enough, soon someone couldn't help but speak up, hiding in the crowd and not daring to show their face. "Nightshade, we mean you no harm. On the contrary, we admire you.
For an ordinary person to achieve this, you truly make us ordinary people proud. So, could you please do me a favor?
My friends and I just want to go out and earn points."
Yi Xiao
smiled. The man was overjoyed. Thank you so much. Before he could finish speaking, Yi Xiao interrupted him unhurriedly. I've already stated my conditions, 1 whirlwind/skill stone, and you can leave. You're being too domineering. The man was clearly angry. I don't know you, why should I give you face? Yi Xiao said with a laugh. Besides, this is a points competition. If you go out and grab points, and you surpass me, wouldn't I be asking for trouble? The person hiding in the crowd was speechless for a moment. Yi Xiao's words were indeed correct, but they made him feel aggrieved. Just as the atmosphere was at a standstill, someone else emerged from the respawn point. Nightshade, I have a whirlwind/skill stone. I'll give it to you. You really won't use it? Yi Xiao smiled slightly. Of course. The man led a group of teammates toward Yi Xiao, took out a whirlwind/skill stone and handed it to him, then strode away. His teammates behind him followed cautiously, looking on alert. Countless eyes were fixed on them. Only after they passed Yi Xiao and walked out of the passage did everyone involuntarily breathe a sigh of relief. They've really left? That's amazing. Aren't Nightshade afraid they'll go to Zhaopeng to report this, and then lure Zhaopeng over? I don't understand. Nightshade is definitely a mage. I also have that whirlwind/skill stone, though its effect isn't particularly strong. Is it worth putting myself in danger for just 1 skill stone? Oh dear. If I had known it would be this easy, I should have gone first. Although the whirlwind/skill stones can be sold for some money, I would rather get more points to try and enter the final stage. TCH, you already have whirlwind night shadow slash, what's the point of saying all this now? Hearing the crowd's discussion, Yi Xiao couldn't help but speak up. Perhaps you've misunderstood. I didn't say I only wanted 1 whirlwind slash. Everyone was stunned and stared at Yi Xiao in disbelief. Yi Xiao continued, as long as you give me the whirlwind slash, I will let you leave. No matter how many you have, I will take them all. There is no limit. He paused, then added in a highly seductive tone. Think about it, how little value is a whirlwind slash? If you leave here, find Zhaopeng and the others, inform them, and bring them here, wouldn't you have successfully established contact with those prodigies? How can this reward compare to a few whirlwind/skill stones? The group looked at each other in bewilderment. No one could figure out what Nightshade was up to. However, Nightshade's words were indeed very tempting. If we could bring Zhaopeng and his group here, although we might not be able to truly establish a connection, but given the Zhao family's status, any reward they give you would definitely exceed the value of the whirlwind slash. For a time, many people were tempted. Even if Nightshade changes his mind, he'll only drop 1 level. At most, they will hide in the crowd and not show themselves after they die. Nightshade wouldn't attack everyone just because of this, would he? More and more people are starting to have designs on it. 1, 2. Soon, people emerged from the respawn point. Seeing this, Yi Xiao was overjoyed. Now, the number of whirlwind slashes he has collected will soon reach an astonishing level. Indeed, there is strength in numbers. The thrill of getting something for free is simply amazing. As for whether people will say he's domineering and unreasonable, Yi Xiao didn't take it to heart at all. Not killing them was already the greatest act of leniency he could show. Moreover, compared to the 8 powerful families in the alliance, his approach was already quite mild. With the first demonstration, the subsequent transactions naturally went incredibly smoothly. As the number of players at the respawn point continues to decrease, Yi Xiao quickly accumulated more than 200 whirlwind slashes in his hand. That's all there is. Don't be fooled by the fact that there are over 200,000 new players in the 702 newbie zone this year. However, there were also quite a few casualties in the first phase. This is something that inevitably happens every year on the path of exile. Therefore, some timid newcomers, or those who were prepared to give up, did not choose to enter the path of exile. In addition, during the first phase of monster spawning, although the danger is not great, there are still some casualties every year. Therefore, there are not many new professionals who actually enter the second phase of the path of exile. Finally, this is just one of the 3 respawn points. At a glance, there are only tens of thousands of people. Moreover, not all of these people will be able to obtain the whirlwind/skill stone. After all, they didn't have Yi Xiao's high drop rate. Even if some lucky professionals get the whirlwind slash. However, many people do not intend to leave the respawn point. A few more minutes passed. Yi Xiao collected a total of 285 whirlwind slashes. Adding those I learned before, I've made a total of 300. During the transaction, Yi Xiao also made some unexpected gains. He unexpectedly obtained 50 fireball spells. This was something he never expected. After all, newcomers at this stage shouldn't have the chance to use fireball. However, after asking, Yi Xiao finally understood. The fireball spell these newcomers possessed was a bargain they bought at a considerable expense. I was thinking of waiting for the price to go up before selling. I never expected to run into Yi Xiao here. As a result, they didn't make a single penny from their original plan to resell the goods. Instead, they lost several $1,000s. This made Yi Xiao chuckle to himself. He weighed the skill stone in his hand. At this moment, those who were supposed to leave had already left, and the remaining people were still at the respawn point, with no intention of coming out. Yi Xiao thought for a moment, since Zhaopeng and the others hadn't arrived yet, he might as well take this opportunity to learn all the whirlwind slash and fireball techniques. A total of 335 skill stones. In the blink of an eye, his intelligence soared to 6,629 points, and his health points directly broke through the 300,000 mark. If things continue like this, it won't be long before it reaches 1,000,000 health points. At this point, the total number of fireball spells officially reached 100. Now, with the double casting effect, Yi Zhao's fireball spell has become a total of 600. If we also consider the simultaneous casting of two clones, 1,800 fireballs will descend at the same time. This scene alone is enough to rival the power of a forbidden spell. As for damage, a single fireball can deal 15,960 damage. Even without double casting, Yi Zhao's total damage from a single fireball spell is a terrifying 4.78 million. In theory, Yi Zhao's damage per second has reached an astonishing 19.15 million, almost breaking the 20 million mark. Moreover, this fireball spell also comes with the resistance reduction effect of Lava Blade. At the same time, as the number of whirlwind slashes reached 300, the total damage of whirlwind slashes also skyrocketed to an astonishing 3.35 million. Now, in addition to fireball, he also has wind and dark attack methods. With these three skill sets, Yi Zhao can finally avoid the embarrassing situation of only having single fire damage in the dungeon. This strength gave Yi Zhao even more confidence in dealing with the 8 major families. After learning 335 skills, he still had enough skill embryos to fuse. Without hesitation, Yi Zhao immediately began to use his skill fusion. Ding! Congratulations on successfully fusing Fireball and Whirlwind Slash. The two have undergone a miraculous transformation. Ding! Congratulations on acquiring a new fusion skill, Flame Whirlwind. Ding! Congratulations on successfully combining Fireball and Whirlwind Slash. In a short time, Yi Zhao fused together 50 fire whirlwinds, bringing the total number of fire whirlwinds to 65. At this point, there were still 135 whirlwind slashes that had not yet been fused. However, Yi Zhao did not intend to fuse Whirlwind Slash and Dark Knight Soul Erosion. On one hand, his overall attributes, damage, skill control, and combinations are already powerful enough. Having another skill wouldn't significantly improve his performance. On the other hand, after Cyclone ended in Path of Exile, he believed that other newbies would put it on the auction house. But this was the first time Yi Zhao had ever seen the Dark Knight Soul Eater, and he didn't know if there was a drop point outside. Therefore, he didn't want to waste the Dark Knight Soul devouring skill easily. The plan is to combine it with the Fireball spell later. After all, the Embrace of the Netherfire has both damage increasing and slowing effects, and the effect will undoubtedly be better if it is fused multiple times. Therefore, Yi Zhao stopped the fusion process. Then, he opened his equipment inventory. After obtaining the Essence of Wind, he gained the new ability of the Blessing of Wind. I was just busy getting into the second phase of Path of Exile and hadn't had a chance to use it. The effect of Blessing of the Wind is similar to that of the Forge. It can infuse equipment with pure wind power, unleash the equipment's potential, and bring special effects. Yi Zhao took out his weapon first. Ding! Do you wish to apply the Blessing of Wind to the Shadow Skeleton King's Wind Staff, Mythical? Yi Zhao silently replied, yes. Instantly, countless pure wind elements surged into the Shadow Skeleton King's Wind Bone Staff. Around the bone staff, red and yellow, wind and fire elements intertwine and surround. Ding! Your Shadow Skeleton King's Wind Staff, Mythical, has been affected by the pure power of wind, unleashing its inner potential and gaining the Wind Blessing effect. Wine skill level +3. Another skill level increase of 3? Yi Zhao was somewhat surprised, but after seeing the damage from Whirlwind Slash and Flame Whirlwind, a hint of joy appeared on his face. Whirlwind Slash, advanced, consumes 60 mana to unleash a spinning wind blade, dealing 720 plus 1.1 intelligence, wind damage to the target and knocking them back. Flame Whirlwind, fusion, consumes 1000 mana to unleash a firestorm that deals 1450 plus 1.6 * intelligence, fire and wind damage to all targets within a 5-meter radius, while also knocking them back. Cooldown, 2 seconds. Both wind-related skills have received significant enhancements. Furthermore, the single-hit damage of Whirlwind Slash has surpassed that of Fireball, reaching 16,553 points, although the total damage is still significantly less than that of Fireball. Even so, Yi Zhao's wind-type damage is now enough to become another powerful tool for him. After all, in addition to damage, Whirlwind Slash also has a knockback effect. With 300 Whirlwind Slashes, no one could get close to him. Yi Zhao was pleasantly surprised by the weapon's Wind Blessing effect. With a hint of anticipation, Yi Zhao then blessed all the other mythical equipment. After being blessed, the Endless Chain of Life gained increased projectile speed for all wind-type skills. After being blessed, the Ring of Plague gained a 50% increase in movement speed. After being blessed, the Phantom Amulet gains an amplification of equipment skill effects. The first skill, Void Phantom, now grants the user a shield equal to 20% of their maximum health, absorbing all damage for 60 seconds after use. Yi Zhao's online health points reached 315,890, which means that after using Void Illusion, he will gain a shield that
can withstand more than 60,000 damage. Unconsciously, Yi Zhao's survival skills became even stronger. As for the amplified effect of the second phantom clone, it delighted Yi Zhao. The clone originally inherited only 30% of the original's attributes, but now it has increased to 40%. It increased by a full 10%. With the boost from the blessing of wind, Yi Zhao's ability to create clones has become even stronger. For a moment, Yi Zhao couldn't help but sigh. The first phase of this path of exile has only just ended. His combat strength has undergone a dramatic transformation. The changes were so drastic that Yi Zhao felt it was all unreal. At this moment, he is confident. If he were to face a level 180, 6th job professional, he can defeat them all easily. Even a 7th tier professional, if their talent or equipment is slightly weaker, may not necessarily pose a threat to him. This ensures that he will have absolute self-protection capabilities when he enters the primary area. If the 8 major families wanted to deal with him, they would have to send at least an 8th level professional. However, an 8th level professional is already equivalent to high-end combat power in the world of immortality. Even among top-tier forces like the 8 great families, 8th level professionals hold extremely important positions. Once a move is made, it will arouse the vigilance of countless forces, not to mention the 9-turn peerless powerhouses above them, who are already the pinnacle of the alliance. Suppressing his joy, Yi Zhao blessed all the remaining equipment as well. However, compared to the potential of mythic gear, the blessing effects of other equipment slots are merely icing on the cake. Yi Zhao glanced at it and then closed the panel. A burst of cursing suddenly erupted from the respawn point. Yi Zhao looked at him in confusion. "You're looking for death." Then they saw a group of people marching angrily toward them. Damn it, those guys actually launched a sneak attack. How despicable. These assassins are too cunning. They don't dare to fight us head-on. Judging from their behavior, quite a few people have obviously fallen into their trap. Brother Tian, they must still be around there. Let's go over there and kill them. That's right, I can't let my level drop go to waste. The group of people walked past Yi Zhao, cursing and swearing. At this moment, these people didn't take Yi Zhao seriously, but that didn't mean Yi Zhao didn't care about them. Yi Zhao slowly stretched out a hand and stopped them. "Sorry, the toll is 1 whirlwind slash or fireball." Yi Zhao's words caused the group of people who were cursing to pause in their tracks. One of the guys, still angry, blurted out without thinking, "What's going on? I already gave you 1. Yi Zhao wasn't angry. He smiled and said, "I did give you the money, so I let you out just now. But now that you're dead, you'll have to pay the toll again if you want to go back." The man couldn't help but start cursing. Fortunately, his companion was rational enough to stop him quickly. However, his companion's expression was also somewhat uncertain at this moment. "Nightshade, aren't you going too far? We didn't hold it against you before and cooperated with you, but now you're pushing your luck. Aren't you afraid of incurring public wrath?" Yi Zhao chuckled softly. "That's none of your concern. That's just how things are here. If they won't give it to you, then go back." Hearing this, the other party was secretly furious. "Nightshade, don't forget that you are Zhao Peng's target now. Doing this will only push everyone to Zhao Peng's side. Then you will be alone and vulnerable, and it will be difficult for you to escape." Upon hearing this, Yi Zhao couldn't help but smile, but he didn't explain. "Then let's wait for Zhao Peng to arrive before we talk about it. Anyway, I've already explained the rules, so you can discuss it yourselves." "What if we absolutely have to go?" someone in the group finally couldn't help but say indignantly. Yi Zhao glanced at the other person, but his expression did not change. However, the next moment, countless strange black energies rapidly enveloped the entire team. There was no suspense whatsoever. The team of 10 returned to the respawn point, and all of them lost a level again. At that moment, Yi Zhao's voice drifted over. "You're all very hot-tempered. I'll help you cool down for free." "You're welcome." The group of professionals turned pale upon hearing this. That's when I finally came to my senses. Despite their resentment, no one dared to speak again. After all, Nightshade is a guy who acts without any scruples, killing them whenever he wants, completely ignoring the rules here. Such people are madmen and devils. This wasn't just the opinion of this small group. After witnessing Yi Zhao so blatantly slaughtering the weak, everyone was once again shocked by Yi Zhao's ruthlessness. In an instant, the already quiet respawn point became even quieter. This eerie atmosphere made everyone feel incredibly tormented. Many people are already hoping that this road of exile will end soon. They really didn't want to be with this shadowy figure in the night. Many people hiding in the back began to whisper among themselves. "If you ask me, we should hurry up and find Zhao Peng and the others. This night shadow is too unruly." Yes, I've never seen anyone dare to do what he did, blocking tens of thousands of people at the respawn point and preventing them from leaving. Taking advantage of his strength to act recklessly and force everyone to pay tolls. How is that any different from being a robber? Those people already paid once before, but now they have to pay a second time. I wouldn't stand this nonsense either. TCH, so what if you can't stand it? Do you dare to fight that night shadow? You can't say that. Can't I even complain when I can't win? Hey, Zhao Peng and Bai Xiaoxiao are supposed to be dealing with night shadow. Why are they moving so slowly? Who knows? I originally wanted to go out and try my luck to see if I could get some points, but unfortunately I don't have what Nightshade wants, so I'm stuck here.
It's so unlucky. The crowd chimed in with their opinions, growing increasingly dissatisfied with Nightshade's domineering approach.
However, the strange skills that Nightshade had previously displayed truly instilled fear in them. No one was confident they could survive that terrifying fireball spell. Therefore, all they can do now is wait.
Nightshade's strength was ridiculously high,
but Zhao Peng and his group were all elites.
If they come and join forces, they will definitely be able to deal with Nightshade.
It's unclear whether it was the powerful expectations of these people that somehow made Zhao Peng receive them,
or is it just a coincidence? Just as the crowd began to murmur their complaints, an extremely arrogant voice suddenly rang out. Nightshade, I've finally found you.
I didn't expect you to be hiding at this respawn point, slaughtering a bunch of trash.
Looks like that's all you're good for, but that's fine too.
Now that you've chosen your own burial plot, it saves me a lot of time. About 30 figures walked in from outside the passage. The one leading the group was none other than Zhao Peng, whom everyone had just been talking about. At this moment, more than 30 professionals gathered behind him. When the tens of thousands of new players at the respawn point saw the newcomers, most of them showed a hint of joy on their faces.
It's Zhao Peng. He's finally here. That's Bai Xiaoxiao, and Wang Cheng and Lin Yon. Ha ha, and Su Yu too.
He and Bai Xiaoxiao were fighting over the boss in Blackwater Canyon before. I didn't expect them to come along as well. Wait, the Chen family, the Zhang family, and the Huang family are also in there. Stop counting, almost all the second-rate or higher forces in our Yunnan province have come.
Look, quite a few more people are coming. I recognize them. Several of them are from third-rate gangs in our Yunnan province.
Good, good. 50 or 60 people have come, and they are all elites, the pride of our Yunnan province.
Night Shadow can't be arrogant now. Serves them right. Who told them to be so domineering, blocking tens of thousands of us? They're going to get what's coming to them now.
Yi Xiao paid no attention to the low, excited chatter coming from behind him. After all, he got so many skill stones for free, so naturally he allowed them to vent their frustrations. He is not a petty person. At this moment, his gaze was entirely focused on Zhao Peng and the others.
After waiting for so long, the prey finally arrived in a flurry.
Moreover, there was more prey than he had expected. This was somewhat unexpected for Yi Xiao. Bai Xiaoxiao had told her that Zhao Peng had gathered about 20 prodigies from different forces in Yunnan province. This was by no means what he wanted. As a result, nearly 60 people have now appeared. Bai Xiaoxiao didn't tell him this. Seeing this, Yi Xiao's gaze couldn't help but sweep over Bai Xiaoxiao, who was standing behind him. The latter gave him a slightly aggrieved and apologetic look. Upon seeing this, Yi Xiao sneered inwardly.
This woman is still the same as always, playing mind games with yourself?
Yi Xiao understood Bai Xiaoxiao's thoughts. It was nothing more than a way of testing me. After all, his combat strength is basically determined by world announcements. Bai Xiaoxiao had never actually witnessed it. Therefore, she probably also believed that she was unable to fight against these 60 people.
I'm going to test myself.
If she is no match for him, she will pretend that nothing has happened.
If we win, that would be even better.
That's a really clever plan. Yi Xiao couldn't help but laugh inwardly.
If you want to reap the benefits without lifting a finger, you'll have to see if I agree.
Thinking of this, Yi Xiao spoke directly, in a deeply affectionate tone. Xiao, you said before that as long as I kill Zhao Peng and the others, the Bai family head will agree to let me join the Bai family.
You really didn't lie to me?
These unexpected words startled Bai Xiaoxiao. This caused an uproar among everyone present. A burst of enthusiastic discussion immediately arose behind him. What does Nightshade mean by that? I don't know, but judging from the tone, Yi Ying and Bai Xiaoxiao seem to have some connection.
Really?
Bai Xiaoxiao is the goddess of our district.
I've never heard of any connection between her and Yi Ying.
Unlike these ordinary professionals. After hearing Yi Xiao's words, Zhao Peng looked sharply at Bai Xiaoxiao.
Bai Xiaoxiao, what does Yi Ying mean by that?
Night Shadow is Yi Xiao, and Zhao Peng naturally knows all about Yi Xiao's information. They also learned about Yi Xiao and Bai Xiaoxiao's attitudes before their awakening. Therefore, Yi Xiao said these words at this moment. He couldn't help but be suspicious. After all, Zhao Peng was well aware that Bai Xiaoxiao had looked down on him from the very beginning. Upon hearing Zhao Peng's question, Wang Cheng, Lin Yon, and the others behind him all turned their gazes toward Bai Xiaoxiao. His eyes were filled with confusion and astonishment. Seeing everyone staring at him warily, and noticing Yi Xiao smiling not far away, a hint of anger flashed subtly in Bai Xiaoxiao's eyes. Damn it, what is this idiot talking about? Although caught off guard, Bai Xiaoxiao quickly calmed down. Yi Xiao's seemingly childish words actually did not cause her any real harm. Instead, it will only completely break the cooperation between the two of them, pushing her completely to Zhao Peng's side.
This is not a wise move.
She couldn't understand why Yi Xiao would be so foolish. Didn't he realize that without his secret help, how could he, alone and weak, cope with the encirclement of 50 or 60 people? Of course, this was not the real reason for Bai Xiaoxiao's anger. What truly angered her was that all her meticulous planning in the early stages had now come to naught. How could she not be angry? And just as she thought, after a brief moment of shock, Zhao Peng quickly came to his senses. He immediately looked at Yi Xiao and said contemptuously, "Night Shadow, you were so arrogant outside before, but now that you've been forced into a corner, you can even come up with such a clumsy lie. It seems that the 8 great families really overestimated you. Young Master Peng, what's the point of wasting words with an arrogant fool like him?" That's right. He thinks he's gotten a bit of luck and dares to look down on the 8 great families. It's time to teach him a lesson and make him realize his place. Zhao Peng, who had initially shown some interest in Yi Xiao, lost all interest in wasting his time after seeing Yi Xiao's clown-like words. He said in a detached voice, "Make your move." As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd behind him, who had been waiting impatiently, immediately took action. Although these people spoke of Yi Xiao with disdain, but given his previous record, no one would be foolish enough to challenge Yi Xiao to a one-on-one fight. Their goal is to kill Nightshade. Therefore, a group fight is naturally the best and fastest option. No one thought Yi Xiao would have a chance to survive under their combined attack. On the other side, watching the actions of this group of people, Yi Xiao wasn't surprised. Those words were just meant to annoy Bai Xiao. Faced with overwhelming power, he didn't need to use any tricks. Of course, facing a combined attack of nearly 60 people, Yi Xiao was confident that he could emerge unscathed. But standing there and getting beaten is a stupid thing to do. This is murder, not child's play. So, at the instant the opponent made their move, Yi Xiao immediately activated the fireball spell. In an instant, 600 fireballs filled with intense heat appeared in front of Yi Xiao without warning throughout the entire maze. Zhao Peng and the other young talents from Yunnan province watched this bizarre scene unfold. Their faces were filled with astonishment. Even Bai Xiao, although she could roughly guess that Yi Xiao's combat strength was extraordinary, but I was still quite startled by the terrifying rain of fireballs in front of me. However, compared to others, the most shocking one was Zhao Peng, who was also a mage and specialized in fire magic. The moment Yi Xiao unleashed the fireball spell, his expression was as if he had seen a ghost. Unfortunately, he had only just begun to speak. 600 fireballs came crashing down in an instant. That speed was so great that even Lin Yong, the fastest shadow assassin in the crowd, couldn't dodge it. 600 fireballs rained down from the sky. That fiery red energy was like a roaring torrent. Wherever it passed, everything vanished. A terrifying heatwave instantly swept across the entire space. Even the tens of thousands of new players at the respawn point behind them, despite being quite far away, were still startled by this violent energy. You should know that they had already witnessed the power of Yi Xiao's fireball spell. However, at this moment, Yi Xiao displayed a large number of fireballs. This once again refreshed their understanding. Everyone stared in stunned disbelief. Yi Xiao, the instigator, was not surprised by this outcome. With my current combat strength, let alone these newbies who haven't even reached the second job advancement yet, even if a 6th-tier professional comes, he can still kill them instantly. The fireball came quickly and went quickly. Looking ahead at the empty space, Yi Xiao then turned around and looked at the respawn point. A commotion broke out inside the respawn point. Immediately afterwards, a horrified cry rang out. How is this possible? This is impossible. Everyone turned around. Then they saw that Zhao Peng, who had just been resurrected, had an uncertain expression and looked at Yi Xiao with deep shock. No one understands the monk better than him, especially in the fire element. Because the Zhao family has a patriarch who is a 9th-level fire-type mage. That was his own grandfather. He believed that he was familiar with 99% of the fire-based skills in the world. But I've never seen such a terrifying fire skill before. For a moment, his expression became somewhat dazed. It feels like I'm dreaming. In fact, it wasn't just him. The others who had just been resurrected all looked as if they had seen a ghost. Clearly, they hadn't yet recovered from the shock they'd just experienced. Just then, Yi Xiao's voice came again, causing everyone to tremble slightly. Unrelated personnel, leave immediately, or don't blame me if you die. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xiao reached out to face the crowd. The other newcomers at the respawn point saw Yi Xiao's actions. How come we still don't know what he's going to do? Compared to Zhao Peng and others, these people were still shocked, but at least they had some experience. Their expressions immediately changed drastically. Without even having time to think, they hurriedly dodged to the sides. There were just too many people. This quickly caused quite a disturbance, but Yi Xiao will not stop there. Another fireball. 600 fireballs roared away. In an instant, Zhao Peng and his group, who were still in shock, were killed again. As for the unlucky ones who were affected, Yi Xiao didn't even glance at them. After all, many of those people were hoping Zhao Peng would kill him. He showed no mercy when he took action. In just a few breaths, Zhao Peng and his group were killed twice. This was an outcome they never dreamed of. After being resurrected, Zhao Peng regained his senses. Seeing Yi Xiao prepare to attack again, his expression changed once more, and he shouted in a weak voice, "Night Shadow, stop! If you make another move, my Zhao family will fight you to the death." Before he could finish speaking, Yi Xiao's fireball struck him on the head again. The burning pain lasted only a moment. The next moment, Zhao Peng was resurrected. At this moment, his face became extremely ferocious. "Night Shadow, don't forget, your identity has been exposed. Aren't
Aren't you afraid of being found by the 8 great families in the real world?
Despite Zhao Peng's threat, Yi Zhao's hands did not stop moving in the slightest.
Zhao Peng, and others, died for the 3rd time. Ah, damn it. Stop. Stop right now. Each resurrection and subsequent death takes less than a second.
As a result, Zhao Peng was never able to finish a sentence.
The 5th time, the 6th time.
Within a dozen seconds, Zhao Peng found that his level had dropped from 60 to 50.
Throughout the entire process, he didn't even have a chance to fight back.
Not only him, but the other prodigies standing nearby were also feeling extremely frustrated at this moment. But soon, this frustrating sense of powerlessness gradually transformed into fear as the number of deaths increased. The tens of thousands of newcomers who were originally at the resurrection point were already trembling with fear because of Yi Zhao's terrifying combat power and ruthless methods. They all wished they could squeeze into the walls on either side, afraid of becoming the unlucky ones caught in the crossfire.
As for joining forces to resist, didn't you see how Night Shadow killed Zhao Peng and other geniuses like it was nothing? What's the difference between them going up there and sending themselves to their deaths? Finally, after the 15th death, Zhao Peng's previously arrogant attitude finally dissipated. Nightshade, wait, I'm willing to negotiate with you. Aren't you going to ask me if I'm willing? Boom! As Yi Xiao spoke, Zhao Peng and the others were once again engulfed by the fireball. Zhao Peng's points far surpassed those of others. Many people have already started whispering and discussing it.
As expected of someone from the Zhao family, their points have quickly widened the gap with others.
Yes,
I originally thought Zhao Peng's talent was only A-level and not outstanding, but it seems I was too narrow-minded. Besides Zhao Peng, I didn't expect that the second place would be Suyu from the Su family. Suyu is actually quite good. If he hadn't wasted some time during the first transformation, he would probably be even stronger.
It's a pity that Nightshade hasn't made a move. Is there even a question? It's definitely already.
Hey! Arrogant and proud, yet lacking the status to match, it's no surprise that this is how it ends up.
At the Zhao family's outpost, Zhao Changlin looked at the stone tablet, which listed Zhao Peng as the first name. A long-lost smile finally appeared on his face.
Zhao Peng is a good kid. If we train him well, he can take over his grandfather's position in the future.
That's right. Moreover, he is about the same age as young Master Hao.
With him assisting young Master Hao, the glory of my Zhao family can
continue.
Zhao Mo said with a slightly excited tone. In fact, in the future, my Zhao family may even become the head of the 8 great families. Although Zhao Changlin felt that Zhao Mo's words were somewhat exaggerated, he did not refute them, but simply nodded with a smile. After all, the Zhao family has worked so hard for nearly 100 years and several generations for this very goal. However, just as the two were envisioning a glorious future for the Zhao family, suddenly, a subordinate beside him cried out in alarm, "Elder, Commander, look at the stone tablet." The exclamation interrupted Zhao Changlin and Zhao Mo's reverie, greatly displeasing them. Zhao Changlin's face darkened, and he said coldly, "Zhao Mo, is this how you act as a legion commander? Your subordinates are always making a racket. What kind of behavior is this?" Zhao Mo's face was also dark, and he was about to reprimand his subordinates. However, when he caught a glimpse of the stone tablet out of the corner of his eyes suddenly widened in anger and his mouth opened uncontrollably. Zhao Changlin, who was standing nearby, also noticed Zhao Mo's unusual behavior. He frowned and asked in a deep voice, "What are you doing?" Zhao Mo jumped in surprise and hurriedly called out, "Elder, Night Shadow, it's Night Shadow." Zhao Changlin's heart skipped a beat, and he looked sharply at the stone tablet. On the stone tablet, Zhao Peng, who was originally ranked first, is no longer visible. Instead, it was that name that pierced his eyes, Night Shadow. At the same time, the names of the 2nd to 50th places, which were originally occupied by various powerful families, have all been changed. There wasn't a single familiar face left. This outcome wasn't limited to Zhao Changlin. Almost everyone outside the area couldn't help but gasp in surprise upon seeing the sudden change in rankings. In just a fleeting moment, the shadow of the night, almost forgotten by everyone, was revealed. My points suddenly surged to 380,000. This score is quite impressive even when compared to past performance records. After all, according to estimates, these 380,000 points are equivalent to 4/5 of the total points earned by everyone in the first round. Before this, Zhao Hao, who had the highest score, only had a little over 20,000 points, while the second-place finisher only had around 10,000 points. This resulted in a direct increase of 19 times.
Barring any unforeseen circumstances, as long as Nightshade survives to the end,
he will directly become the top scorer in the 702 newbie zone and successfully enter the final stage. Meanwhile, the names of Zhao Peng and others fell off the stone tablet. It's obvious that Nightshade's points all came from people like Zhao Peng.
What this means is self-evident.
That is precisely why outsiders are so shocked.
Zhao Changlin looked at the eye-catching name and could no longer suppress his roar. Damn it! What's going on? Why did Night Shadow suddenly rise to first place? Zhao Peng, that good for nothing. The Zhao family gave him so many resources and manpower, and he can't even handle a mere Night Shadow? At this moment, they are exiled into the labyrinth.
Zhao Peng, who also came from the Zhao family, shared the same feelings as Zhao Changlin at this moment. He was killed once again by Yi Zhao's fireball technique. This was his 25th death. His level also dropped to 35, 8 levels lower than before he entered the path of exile. This situation filled Zhao Peng with anger. He wanted to roar, to vent. However, he couldn't do it. Yi Zhao's relentless fireballs came wave after wave. This prevented him from making any move at all. The humiliation of being tortured to death almost made him vomit blood. Over the past few decades, anyone who has encountered members of the Zhao family has treated them with utmost respect and caution. Even if the other 7 families encountered them, they would not provoke the Zhao family unless absolutely necessary. But today, he was brutally murdered by an unknown nobody. Humiliation mixed with anger filled his chest. When have the Zhao family ever been treated like this? The shadowy figure before me is a madman who doesn't know his own mortality. At this moment, Zhao Peng's eyes were filled with resentment and venom. Night Shadow, so what if you kill me to level 0 for a moment of pleasure? With my status, I can return to my peak in just a few days. Do you really want to go that far? Upon hearing this, Yi Zhao's hand involuntarily paused. Seeing this, Zhao Peng assumed that Yi Zhao had finally realized the consequences and was afraid, and a mocking smile rose in his heart. So you finally learned to be afraid? A nobody is still a nobody. When facing a family like the Zhao family, even a dragon has to coil up. Just wait, after he leaves, he will repay the humiliation he suffered today 100-fold or 1,000-fold. He wanted Nightshade alive, worse than dead. However, Zhao Peng was secretly planning how to take revenge on Yi Ying after escaping danger. Yi Zhao, however, spoke in a very surprised tone. Are you mistaken? From the very beginning, I never intended to kill you down to level 0. Upon hearing this, Zhao Peng felt an overwhelming sense of joy. However, he remained outwardly calm, saying, since you have no such intention, why not stop here? As long as you let me kill you again and return the points to me, I can let bygones be bygones for what you just did to me. After thinking for a moment, Zhao Peng decided to add a few more words to reassure Yi Ying. Before he could even speak, Yi Zhao's next sentence made him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. It seems you've really misunderstood. When I said I didn't intend to kill you down to level 0, I meant I intended to kill you and everyone behind you until they couldn't be resurrected. Accompanying Yi Zhao's words was another dense barrage of fireballs. Zhao Peng and his group of over 50 men, including Bai Xiao, were all killed in action once again. The blazing fireball caused the temperature at the entire respawn point to rise continuously. However, at this moment, not only Zhao Peng and his group, but also tens of thousands of professionals who had already hidden far away felt a chill run down their spines. What was Nightshade just saying? He actually wanted to kill Zhao Peng and the others? Has he gone mad? Zhao Peng is a member of the Zhao family. Night Shadow actually wanted to kill the Zhao family? Didn't he know what kind of family the Zhao family was? Furthermore, even disregarding Zhao Peng's identity, of these 50-odd people, all are top rising stars in Yunnan province. The forces behind it are almost ubiquitous throughout Yunnan province. If Yi Zhao kills them all, wouldn't he become the common enemy of all forces in Yun province? One person challenging the power of an entire province? Among them is the behemoth that is the Zhao family, one of the 8 great families in the alliance. Does he think he's lived too long? For a moment, everyone was completely stunned by Yi Zhao's nonchalant tone. At this moment, in their eyes, Yi Zhao's figure was almost synonymous with madman and devil. Zhao Peng also heard Yi Zhao's words. However, he didn't believe it. Because it would offend the Zhao family and all the powerful groups in Yunnan province, no one dared to do something so crazy. This confidence comes from the Zhao family. The 26th time, the 27th time, Yi Zhao had absolutely no intention of stopping. A few more seconds passed, and Zhao Peng's level had dropped to level 10. There are only 10 more chances to truly die. This is a cycle of death and resurrection. This also shattered Zhao Peng's original confidence time and time again. Especially after he saw Yi Zhao's calm and composed gaze, his heart skipped a beat. This person really wanted to kill him. Instantly, Zhao Peng panicked completely. Not only him, but also Wang Chang, Lin Yon, and others behind him. At this moment, Yi Zhao's madness had already terrified him, turning his face pale. Bai Xiao, who hadn't had a chance to speak until now, was suddenly enveloped in holy light. Incredibly, it blocked Yi Zhao's fireball. This scene greatly impressed everyone. This also surprised Yi Zhao quite a bit. After all, he knew best the power of his own fireball spell. Even though not many fireballs landed on these people, logically speaking, it's impossible for anyone to stop them. However, Yi Zhao didn't care. Even if Bai Xiao manages to block it, she'll probably have to use her trump card. How long can this situation last? So Yi Zhao raised his hand, about to unleash the fireball spell again. However, at this moment, an unexpected change occurred. Bai Xiao, who had blocked Yi Zhao's fireball, suddenly turned around and attacked a companion who had just been resurrected. The one who was just resurrected was originally an S-level talent awakener, but he clearly hadn't expected Bai Xiao to suddenly attack him. In addition, his level has now dropped to single digits. Caught off guard, he was sent away by Bai Xiao. Having done all this, Bai Xiao ignored the shocked gazes around her and instead turned to speak in an incredibly surprisingly gentle tone.
Brother Yi Xiao, Xiao Xiao is willing to fight these beasts with you. Brother Yi Xiao, Xiao Xiao is willing to fight these beasts with you.
Bai Xiaoxiao's words, spoken without warning, stunned everyone. For a time, many people even doubted that there was something wrong with their ears.
Who is Bai Xiaoxiao? The Bai family's pride and joy. SSS level talent awakener.
This year, a newcomer broke records in the beginner's dungeon. If it weren't for Nightshade, she would undoubtedly be this year's Rookie of the Year. Just by getting an SS level rating in the newbie dungeon, he has already surpassed Zhao Hao from 2 years ago,
even after Nightshade rose to prominence.
But in the eyes of others, Bai Xiaoxiao is undoubtedly someone who has the potential to surpass Zhao Hao in the future.
Here, everyone knows Bai Xiaoxiao.
It was precisely because of this acquaintance that I was completely stunned by Bai Xiaoxiao's words.
How could such words possibly come out of Bai Xiaoxiao's mouth?
Once he realized what was happening, Zhao Peng became even more enraged and started cursing loudly.
You bastard! How dare you betray the Zhao family? Aren't you afraid the Bai family will be wiped out?
Bai Xiaoxiao remained unmoved, instead gazing at Yi Xiao with tender affection, anticipating his response. She already understood that Yi Xiao's earlier offer to cooperate with her was merely a ploy, or rather, a mockery of her. Based on the powerful methods Yi Xiao is currently displaying, even if there were 10 times more professionals with his combat strength, the opponent could easily handle him, and there would be no need for him to be used at all. Even if the Zhao family has countless methods, they cannot harm Yi Xiao in the slightest, at least not in this beginner's area. After clarifying the situation, Bai Xiaoxiao finally made up her mind as she approached death. Just as Yi Xiao had expected, she revealed her trump card.
Holy Shield is a characteristic inherent to her class.
It can grant immunity to all damage for 30 seconds, but after 30 seconds, she will be in a state of extreme weakness, with all her attributes decreasing by 80%. However, Bai Xiaoxiao didn't care. She knew that if she didn't seize the opportunity, death would be her only fate.
Bai Xiaoxiao didn't want to die.
She still has a long life ahead of her, and an enviable talent.
How could he die so easily?
Therefore, she wanted to fight for her own opportunity. Killing her companion was her decision. There were tens of thousands of people present. Her actions were tantamount to a complete betrayal of the Zhao family behind Zhao Peng. Once word gets out, the Zhao family will certainly not let him off the hook. The Bai family also wanted her dead in order to protect themselves, but she didn't care. She wanted to use this to show Yi Xiao her attitude. As long as we can win Yi Xiao's support, it will all be worth it. Yi Xiao's combat prowess has exceeded everyone's expectations, but Bai Xiaoxiao thought further ahead than anyone else, because she understands Yi Xiao.
I know he's not an impulsive person.
Since he dared to take action openly and brazenly in front of everyone,
that proves he was absolutely certain.
That alone makes it worthwhile for Bai Xiaoxiao to place her bet on him. Not to mention, given Yi Xiao's growth rate, Bai Xiaoxiao felt that it wouldn't be long before he grew into someone that even the 8 major families wouldn't dare to underestimate.
For Bai Xiaoxiao, becoming the partner of such a powerful man is undoubtedly the best choice.
She believed that Yi Xiao would definitely not refuse her. After all, her appearance is 1 in a million, and she also has an SSS level talent. As a support class, the Holy Priest is no less capable than other support classes.
With their own support, they can definitely become a powerful ally for Yi Xiao.
More importantly, the two had a 3-year relationship to build on. There's no reason why Yi Xiao wouldn't choose her.
As for the consequences of doing so, will it lead to the Zhao family turning against the Bai family? What does that have to do with her? Nothing is more important than one's own life.
Therefore, at this moment, she looked at Yi Xiao with affection in her eyes. As soon as he spoke, she rushed to his side. In fact, Bai Xiaoxiao had already mentally prepared herself to dedicate herself to him afterwards. It has to be said that Bai Xiaoxiao had a very clever plan in mind.
Theoretically, her analysis doesn't seem to have any major problems.
However, upon hearing Bai Xiaoxiao's words, Yi Xiao's expression revealed a hint of strangeness.
A moment later, Yi Xiao couldn't help but laugh.
Bai Xiaoxiao, I admit, you are the most shameless person I have ever met, without exception. Faced with Yi Xiao's mockery, Bai Xiaoxiao remained largely unmoved, instead calmly stating, Brother Yi Xiao, I just want to live,
and there's nothing wrong with that. Moreover, women are naturally drawn to strength.
The strength you have demonstrated has already won me over, so naturally I want to become your woman. Yi Xiao looked puzzled.
Then why don't you ask me if I agree first?
Bai Xiaoxiao brushed a strand of hair behind her ear, showing off her beauty to Yi Xiao. Brother Yi Xiao, whether it's appearance, talent, or professional compatibility, I am undoubtedly your #1 choice.
Are you really willing to give me up? As she spoke, Bai Xiaoxiao smiled and said with absolute confidence, word by word, I don't believe you'd be willing to do that. He admitted that Bai Xiaoxiao's words made some sense.
But at the same time, Yi Xiao finally understood what kind of person Bai Xiaoxiao really was. A madman immersed in his own world. This was Yi Xiao's final assessment of Bai Xiaoxiao. Faced with such an extremely self-centered, selfish, and madman, Yi Xiao had already lost interest in speaking.
600 fireballs descended once more.
It instantly submerged dozens of people again. Bai Xiaoxiao's 30-second invincibility period had already expired during their conversation. situation, and she naturally followed in the footsteps of Zhao Peng and the others. Immediately, a flash of white light appeared. Bai Xiaoxiao's beautiful eyes were filled with astonishment, and her face showed an expression of disbelief. Brother Yi Xiao, you. Before he could finish speaking, Yi Xiao had already unleashed hundreds more fireballs at him. Once, twice, Yi Xiao unleashed a torrent of fireballs as if they were free. They didn't give Bai Xiaoxiao any chance to speak at all. The woman's words just now had truly disgusted Yi Xiao. He was afraid that if he paused even slightly, this woman would say something even more outrageous and disgusting. At this moment, in Yi Xiao's eyes, Bai Xiaoxiao was 100 or 1,000 times more disgusting than Zhao Peng. Similarly, Yi Xiao understood. This kind of woman will absolutely stop at nothing to achieve her goals. Once you let him go, this will definitely cause me a lot of trouble in the future. Although, given its own growth rate, the probability of this is extremely low. But Yi Xiao had no intention of creating trouble for himself. Yi Xiao's original main target for his fireball technique was successfully shifted from Zhao Peng to Bai Xiaoxiao. A few more seconds passed. Yi Xiao looked up and noticed that among the group of people, one of the professionals, after dying, no longer disappeared and turned into white light. Instead, it turned into a charred corpse. This also means that after being reduced to level 0 by Yi Xiao, this person died completely. The appearance of this charred corpse immediately shocked everyone. The professionals huddled on either side were terrified by the scene. Despite Yi Xiao's previous statement that he would kill Zhao Peng and the others, but seeing the corpse with their own eyes still had a significant impact on them. Among them, many people recognized the origin of the corpse. He comes from the Zheng family in Yunnan province and just awakened his S-level talent this year. The Zheng family is a second-rate aristocratic family, and a disciple with S-level talent is naturally very valuable to such a family. Unexpectedly, such a genius was tortured to death right under their noses. At this moment, many people looked at Yi Xiao with shock and fear. Even breathing became a cautious affair. However, compared to the newlyweds on both sides, at this moment, Zhao Peng and the others, who were in the center of the storm, all looked extremely terrified. A dull thud of someone kneeling rang out. Night Shadow, please let me go. As that plea for mercy rang out, it was as if some magical switch had been triggered. Thump, thump. A series of kneeling sounds rang out one after another. Just a moment ago, these proud and ambitious young talents were full of confidence and high spirits. They were already terrified. In order to save their lives, they abandoned their dignity and knelt down to beg for mercy. Night Shadow, as long as you let me go and leave this place, my Li family is willing to offer 1 million eternal coins as compensation. My Lin family is willing to offer 5 million. My Qin family has 10 million. Among them, he was Bai Xiaoxiao's teammate at the beginning. Wang Chang, no longer arrogant as before, threw down his greatsword and shouted loudly, Nightshade, if you spare me, I'm willing to sign a contract with you and become your subordinate. Seeing this, Lin Yong hurriedly said, I am a shadow assassin, specializing in sneak attacks and assassinations. If you release me, my life is yours. I will kill whoever you tell me to kill. It seems to be to prove their worth. Lin Yong suddenly sprang into action and instantly rushed towards Wang Chang in front of him. Before the other party could react, he swung his sharp dagger with a fierce look in his eyes and stabbed the other party in the back several times. At this point, Wang Chang's level was only 3. Its health points are pitifully low. Suddenly subjected to such a fierce and relentless assassination attempt, he couldn't even hold out to resist before turning into a streak of white light. Lin Yong, you're asking for it. Upon his resurrection, Wang Chang was terrified. After letting out a fierce shout, he charged towards Lin Yong. The two quickly started fighting. Zhao Peng, standing to the side, stared at the two men with a livid face, his eyes flashing with a mixture of emotions. Then, looking at Yi Xiao again, he said in an almost hoarse voice, Yi Xiao, are you really going to fight to the death? Yi Xiao found it quite amusing. The fish will die, but the net? You can't touch it at all. The next moment, Zhao Peng, along with Wang Chang and Lin Yong who were still fighting, dropped another level. Meanwhile, 5 or 6 new charred corpses appeared at the respawn point. After being resurrected, Zhao Peng looked at his level. The pupils contracted violently. 2 more times, and I will really die. It must be said that those who are trained by the Zhao family are more mentally capable than others. As more and more people died, Zhao Peng knew that Night Shadow would never give up. However, when faced with a life or death situation, suddenly, Zhao Peng had a flash of inspiration and his gaze swept to both sides. Before Yi Xiao could launch his next attack, he immediately shouted at lightning speed, Listen up, everyone, come and protect me immediately. If you all stick together, that Night Shadow will never dare to kill you all. If he did, the entire alliance would have nowhere to hide. If I can successfully leave alive, my Zhao family will surely reward me handsomely afterwards. Zhao Peng's words instantly reminded the others who were terrified by Yi Xiao. Even Wang Chang and Lin Yong couldn't care less about being hostile to each other at this moment. They shouted in turn, That's right, as long as I live, my Wang family will open all the secret realms under our jurisdiction to you. My Lin family is the same. In addition, whether it is the first or second job advancement task, as long as you cannot complete it, my Lin family is willing to provide manpower to help you complete it.
And my Chen family too. My Li family is also.
The news instantly reached the ears of the newlyweds on both sides. It must be said that the guarantees made by these prodigies were incredibly tempting to those outsiders who were extremely short of resources. Furthermore, what Zhao Peng said seems to make some sense. If they all leave, even if Nightshade is strong, he probably wouldn't dare to provoke the wrath of the masses. Just like Zhao Peng said, Nightshade will have no place in the league. Thinking about this, many people were clearly tempted.
However, they hadn't even put their plan into action yet. Yi Zhao's fireball spell killed Zhao Peng and the others once again.
However, at this moment, this time, he didn't even consciously control the range of the fireball spell. Some professionals who were already close by were also affected and disappeared along with Zhao Peng and others. At the same time, Yi Zhao's calm voice rang out. Anyone who tries to help them, I'll kill them back to level 0 and send them to join Zhao Peng. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately suppressed the restless thoughts of the passers-by on both sides. Many of the newcomers who had just narrowly escaped being hit by the fireball were now filled with lingering fear. They were filled with immense fear. Nightshade, he really dares to kill. Zhao Peng observed the reactions of passers-by on both sides.
He was so angry he almost vomited blood. A bunch of good-for-nothings.
You don't even dare to take the wealth that's been handed to you. What good are you? Unfortunately, no matter how much Zhao Peng cursed, after witnessing Yi Zhao's inhuman methods, the people on both sides lost all interest.
He was killed once again.
The original group of 50 or 60 people has now dwindled to only about 10 people standing. But all of these people were also killed and reduced to level 0. They all looked utterly devastated. Unable to withstand the pressure of death, Zhao Peng was so frightened that his legs went weak and he began to cry and beg for mercy. At this moment, he was no longer the high and mighty member of the Zhao family. Instead, he was a pathetic creature who just wanted to eke out a living. Among those present, only Bai Xiaoxiao, who had previously withstood Yi Zhao's attack, remained at level 1. At this moment, Bai Xiaoxiao's gaze towards Yi Xiao was uncertain, shifting between light and shadow.
Why? I was clearly your best choice. Why didn't you choose me? Yi Xiao, you've always been like this. No matter how hard I try, you've never even given me a second glance. Why on earth?
Perhaps because she was nearing death, Bai Xiaoxiao could no longer bear it and screamed hysterically. At this moment, she was no longer as calm and composed as before. Her once exquisite face had become incredibly ferocious.
However, Bai Xiaoxiao's questioning ultimately went unanswered.
As the fireball spell struck again, the entire team, led by Zhao Peng, was reduced to charred corpses, apart from Bai Xiaoxiao. During her final resurrection, Bai Xiaoxiao acted as if she had gone mad. Brother Yi Xiao, please let Xiaoxiao go. Xiaoxiao is willing to serve you for the rest of her life and be your most obedient dog. As she spoke, Bai Xiaoxiao collapsed to the ground, her voice almost pleading. Please, for the sake of our 3-year relationship, let me go. Then, just as she herself had said, Bai Xiaoxiao, like a female dog wagging her tail and begging for mercy, tried her best to crawl toward Yi Xiao.
It seems they wanted to use this to demonstrate their loyalty. With each step she took, a glimmer of light would appear in Bai Xiaoxiao's eyes.
However, she mustered all her strength again and crawled forward one step.
Her figure was then engulfed by flames once again.
The intense heat enveloped her, instantly bringing her back to her senses. She opened her mouth as if to say something, but her rapidly passing life left her with no strength left. In the end, only those captivating eyes remained, filled with hatred and a trace of regret.
However, at this moment, perhaps, at the very end of this life,
Bai Xiaoxiao then had the thought that she regretted her actions. If only she hadn't looked down on Yi Xiao after awakening, and hadn't humiliated him in front of everyone, perhaps, the outcome today would be different. However, it was all too late. When the flames died down,
Bai Xiaoxiao's snow-white figure turned black,
but her outstretched hand never touched the ground. Thus began the mission to annihilate Night Shadow, spearheaded by the Zhao family and joined by members of various powerful factions in Yunnan province. The story concludes with the deaths of Bai Xiaoxiao and the others. At this very moment, inside the vast respawn point, it was so quiet you could hear a silver needle fall to the ground.
Watching Bai Xiaoxiao's youthful and vibrant figure completely transformed into a charred, burned corpse,
Yi Xiao shook his head. If it were simply because Bai Xiaoxiao dumped him, Yi Xiao wouldn't have done anything to her. After all, I've never suffered a loss myself. But this woman's biggest mistake was trying to use him while simultaneously cooperating with Zhao Peng to deal with him.
Is this a plan to reap the benefits without lifting a finger?
Yi Xiao would never let her have her way.
Since you've committed yourself to this game, you must be prepared to lose your life. Trying to take advantage of yourself comes at a price.
At this moment, Bai Xiaoxiao died. Yi Xiao glanced at the passers-by on both sides who didn't dare to breathe loudly.
They didn't linger there any longer. He turned and walked outside. The time for plundering points is almost up.
Although the points he plundered from Zhao Peng and others were enough to ensure his smooth entry into the final stage, but every little bit helps. At the same time, I'll also see if I can borrow some whirlwind slash from other people. And then Yi Xiao left. In the huge respawn point, tens of thousands of people remained silent and motionless, staring at the pile of charred corpses before them, until, I don't know how much time had passed. Suddenly, someone swallowed hard.
This faint sound completely startled everyone awake. In an instant, the entire respawn point was filled with exclamations of surprise. My god, Night Shadow single-handedly killed 56 prodigies from Yunnan province. That's insane. Damn it, Nightshade is a madman.
He doesn't care about our lives at all. I've been killed 3 times. The League will definitely not let him get away with this kind of torture. Hey, you're getting all worked up now that Nightshade's here.
Why didn't you shout when Nightshade was around? Now that he's gone, you're all fired up.
That's right. And to be honest, it was Zhao Pang and his group who took the initiative to approach Night Shadow.
Night Shadow was just doing what those people were going to do anyway.
It's not a case of torture or murder.
How can it not count? Didn't you see that Zhao Pang and the others knelt down and begged for mercy later?
Bai Xiao even threatened to become his slave, but she was still killed.
Isn't Night Shadow too ruthless? I know.
Your masters are all dead.
Who are you trying to impress with your loyalty? What do you mean by pledging loyalty? I was just telling the truth. Do you have a problem with that? Ha! The truth? When these powerful families were being arrogant and domineering, why didn't you jump out and tell the truth? So you think Night Shadow is easy to bully because it has no background? Ha ha! Do you want me to go and call Nightshade over for you, and you can say a few words to him in front of him? You all. What's wrong with us?
Even though we were extorted by Nightshade, I'm happy to see him kill Zhao Pang and those arrogant young masters from powerful families.
What can you do to me?
At the respawn point, everyone was having a lively discussion. Aside from a small number of newcomers who had been blackmailed by Yi Xiao or indirectly killed by him several times, there was a great deal of hostility towards him. The majority of the remaining people, on the contrary, had a great deal of goodwill towards Yi Xiao's actions. Perhaps it's because Yi Xiao, like them, comes from an ordinary family. Therefore, when Yi Xiao did something they never dared to dream of, they felt a sense of shared hatred and indignation. Of course, there are also some people who are simply driven by resentment towards the rich. But regardless of what kind of person they are, no one is optimistic about Yi Xiao's future. The 50-odd prodigies killed by Yi Xiao represented almost 70 to 80% of the forces in Yunnan province. If all these forces were to join forces, they would be an extremely terrifying power. Not to mention that the Zhao family is also involved. That's one of the top 8 powers in the alliance, controlling nearly 1/10 of humanity's resources in the immortal world. Even with his exceptional talent, Nightshade was utterly powerless against such a colossal creature, unless he can hide away forever and never show his face again.
But is that possible?
The beginner area is relatively easy, but once you reach the 3rd job advancement, you enter the beginner area.
To level up, you need to go to the secret realm.
To purchase resources, you must enter the town. In this way, Nightshade would inevitably be able to keep his tracks away. Therefore, most people secretly applauded Nightshade's actions, but were pessimistic about Nightshade's future.
The feelings of passers-by at the respawn point are different. The moment Zhao Pang and the others died,
they were immediately discovered by representatives of their respective families.
At the Zhao family's military outpost,
Elder, Commander, young Master Zhao Peng's friend Lan Hui is dead.
Zhao Mo abruptly stood up, staring intently at the subordinate who rushed in, and said with murderous intent, "What did you say? Say it again?"
The subordinate who came to report was trembling with fear at Zhao Mo's imposing manner, but he still managed to suppress his panic and stammered, "Young Master Zhao Peng, something must have happened. His name has been grayed out."
Zhao Mo's eyes suddenly widened, and he gritted his teeth, asking, "Are you sure you didn't see wrong?" This subordinate confirms it is correct. After swallowing hard, the subordinate quickly said, "Not only young Master Zhao
Peng, but also Bai Xiaoxiao from the Bai family, Wang Chang from the Wang family, and others, a total of 56 people, all of them are dead. At the other family outposts, the representatives of each family have already fallen out, and many people have come to us demanding an explanation."
Zhao Mo roared angrily, panting heavily. After his subordinate left, he muttered in shock, "How is this possible? How could Zhao Peng be dead? So many people, how could they all be dead?"
At that moment, Zhao Changlin's calm voice came from behind.
"Who else could it be but Nightshade?"
Zhao Mo suddenly turned around and looked at Zhao Changlin.
"Elder, how is this possible?
Night Shadow is just one person, while Zhao Peng has 56 people on his side, and each of them is a rare and top-notch newcomer." Before Zhao Mo could finish speaking, Zhao Changlin waved his hand to interrupt him.
"What's the point of discussing this now? This plan is the responsibility of my Zhao family.
Those people who came looking for us, will give them an explanation. Go and notify all the Dragon Abyss legions in the 702 newbie zone, and make sure they surround Dingfeng City before the Path of Exile ends." Zhao Mo's eyes widened in surprise, then he replied in a deep voice, "I'll make the arrangements right away."
With that, Zhao Mo turned and left quickly.
Zhao Changlin said calmly, "Have the enforcement team send 3 black-clad deacons over." Upon hearing this, Zhao Mo frowned.
"Elder, a mere newcomer used dimensional dismantling to remove 3 black-clad deacons from the Leisure sect? Those are 5th-tier professionals. Isn't this a bit of an overreaction? Making a mountain out of a molehill?"
Zhao Changlin's tone turned cold. "Do you think a group of
of level 90 Dragon Abyss soldiers who haven't even completed their third job advancement could handle someone who could single-handedly kill 56 promising new talents? Zhao Mo opened his mouth but was speechless.
Seeing this, Zhao Changlin snorted coldly. What I need to do is make sure that Night Shadow comes out without any mishaps so that I can kill him with one blow.
We must not let such a person leave.
If it weren't for the uncertainty of when that Night Shadow would appear, and the fact that my personal presence could only last for half an hour, I would have chosen to take action myself.
Zhao Mo's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately understood Zhao Changlin's attitude.
They hurried out to arrange personnel relocation. Only after Zhao Mo left did Zhao Changlin's expressionless face show a slight change. He squinted and mumbled in a voice only he could hear. You killed 56 top newcomers, including Zhao Peng, all by yourself.
Is this the confidence you have to reject my Zhao family? Suddenly, Zhao Changlin laughed.
Ha!
It seems you don't truly understand what a top-tier power is.
Good, very good. Despite his outwardly calm demeanor, Zhao Changlin's inner rage had reached its peak. Such a major change occurred in the plan he was in charge of. This not only made him look incompetent, but also caused him to lose face. Therefore, he must use the head of the Nightshade to wash away this stain. At the same time, the reason he used so many resources was also to warn everyone.
The Zhao family is not one that can be challenged by just anyone. This is the attitude that the top powers in the alliance must maintain.
The information that Yi Xiao killed 56 newcomers, including those from the Zhao family, could not be kept secret. Almost the instant Zhao Mo ordered all the Dragon Abyss Legion troops from the 702 newbie zone to rush to Dingfeng City, almost all the forces that were paying attention to Nightshade learned of this news.
Surprisingly,
aside from the Zhao family taking action and some second and third-rate forces making a lot of noise, the other 7 families, which also belonged to the Alliance's 8 major families, were unusually quiet.
At this moment, in the real world, in a magnificent residence.
Upon learning this news, Qin Wuji's eyes revealed a subtle and intriguing glint. At that moment, Ji Jisun, the head of the Ji family who had come to find Qin Wuji, also received the news. Seeing Qin Wuji deep in thought, he couldn't help but speak up.
Elder Qin has designs on Yi Xiao? Qin Wuji glanced at Ji Jisun, and without hiding anything, smiled and said, how could anyone not be tempted by such a talent? Upon hearing this, Ji Jisun nodded in agreement.
Indeed, among those who died were quite a few awakened individuals with S-rank and SS-rank talents, and they had resources provided
by their respective families.
They were definitely not people that could be easily defeated, let alone one person against a group.
Qin Wuji laughed heartily.
Master Ji is being a bit too cautious with his words. Even my younger brother Qin Woming, who was once recognized as a peerless genius, couldn't do this. Yi Zhao's talent is truly unbelievable. Seeing this, Ji Jisun also laughed and said, it's a real pity that such a genius died like this.
Why don't Elder Qin find a way to bring him to the Qin family?
This Yi Xiao is indeed remarkable. He has reached this level on his own. If he were to receive further training from the Qin family, he would be able to stand on his own in just a few years.
Qin Wuji looked at Ji Jisun meaningfully and slowly said, your Ji family doesn't want it?
Your Ji family has quite a few divine forging
stones.
Take out some to nurture this Yi Xiao, and I believe that before long, your Ji family's strength will also make leaps and bounds. Ji Jisun shook his head with a wry smile. Of course I want to, but the current situation of my Ji family depends entirely on the support of the Qin family and Elder Qin. If we were to take in Yi Xiao at this time, I'm afraid we would completely fall out with the other families. Moreover, the transaction between my Ji family and that group of people has only just begun, and the supply of divine forging stones is still limited.
I imagine that the people below are unwilling to sacrifice their own interests for an outsider. Qin Wuji nodded, seemingly quite satisfied with Ji Jisun's attitude.
Then, he put on a regretful expression and said, since you have such concerns, then my Qin family will accept it without hesitation. Ji Jisun chimed in with a smile, Elder Qin, accepting Yi Xiao will be a great help when the Qin family unifies the alliance in the future.
Qin Wuji laughed loudly. Ha ha, well said.
When my Qin family wipes out the other families, your Ji family will no longer have to live in fear.
Ji Jisun remained silent, but instead bowed respectfully to Qin Wuji, displaying an attitude of blindly following the Qin family's lead. Meanwhile, on the road to exile,
after leaving the respawn point, Yi Xiao traveled to several different places. Finally, using the information from the clone, they killed many more professionals who had points on them. At this point, his total points had exceeded 400,000.
Based on these results, barring any unforeseen circumstances,
Yi Xiao is already the undisputed number 1 in this second stage.
In the final stage, as long as he doesn't make any mistakes, under normal circumstances, the top spot on the leaderboard would undoubtedly be his. The thought of getting a piece of equipment that can be upgraded just by being ranked first on the leaderboard is very exciting.
Yi Zhao's eyes were filled with fervor. As for the fact that he had killed Zhao Peng and his men without hesitation earlier, he had long since forgotten about it. He was well aware of the consequences of killing Zhao Peng and his associates, which would inevitably lead to a coalition between the Zhao family and other forces. But he wasn't worried about any of that. not. Let's not even talk about the fact that no one in the newbie zone could possibly cause him any trouble. Assuming the Zhao family is truly willing to pay the price to use the dimensional disintegration stone to bring high-level professionals to the beginner area, he could handle all 6 levels of transformation with ease. Even if he couldn't defeat them by force above the 6th level, they couldn't stop him from leaving if he wanted to. After all, he has quite a few ways to escape.
A mere 60-second illusion is enough to allow for a safe retreat.
If 60 seconds isn't enough, he still has the Crimson Moon space and the restrictive barrier of the Crimson Moon Eye.
This series of combinations,
let alone killing him, even catching him, is extremely difficult for Yi Xiao.
This is the real reason why Yi Xiao was able to kill Zhao Peng and his group without any scruples. To act rashly without confidence is the act of a reckless fool.
It takes real skill to be ruthless with confidence.
Ha! Leaves.
Yi Xiao, who was searching for points, suddenly heard a familiar voice and paused for a moment. Soon, he saw several figures emerge from the passage on the right. The leader was a chubby guy. Yi Xiao recognized him at a glance. It was Chu Xiaofeng. When Chu Xiaofeng saw Yi Xiao stop, he immediately exclaimed excitedly, "Huh, Yi Zi, it really is you." As he spoke, Chu Xiaofeng proudly showed off to his companions behind him. "See this? This is my brother, Yi Xiao." However, his boasting did not elicit any reaction from his companions. Instead, one of them exclaimed in alarm, Night Shadow."
"What Night Shadow?"
Chu Xiaofeng was a little confused, but then suddenly realized what was going on and looked at Yi Xiao in disbelief.
"Yi Zi, are you Ying?"
Yi Xiao glanced at the person who spoke and recognized him. It seems to be a professional who paid the toll and left from the respawn point earlier. Yi Xiao was not surprised to be recognized. In any case, with the capabilities of the 8 major families, his identity couldn't be hidden at all.
Upon hearing Chu Xiaofeng's question, Yi Xiao answered decisively, "That's right."
Chu Xiaofeng stared wide-eyed, his face filled with disbelief.
You're not an F-rank talent awakener? How could you be Nightshade? No wonder Chu Xiaofeng was so shocked. After all, Nightshade's reputation was simply too great.
He simply couldn't equate the brother before him with Night Shadow. Without a word, Yi Xiao raised his hand, and countless fireballs appeared in everyone's sight.
Chu Xiaofeng only heard Yi Xiao say something to him in an extremely cold voice. "You talk too much." Then, Chu Xiaofeng and his companions were all engulfed by flames. Looking at the empty passageway,
Yi Xiao shook his head and withdrew his hand.
"Fatty, getting involved with me won't do you any good. Hopefully, this will save your life."
After saying that, Yi Xiao turned and left.
That's why he did it. The goal was simple, to sever ties with Chu Xiaofeng. Although Chu Xiaofeng's family could be considered a third-rate power, but it's hard to guarantee that others won't use their own actions against Chu Xiaofeng.
Therefore, Yi Xiao wanted to kill him in front of everyone. In this way, it's highly likely that no one will cause trouble for Chu Xiaofeng.
Thump, thump, thump. Shortly after Yi Xiao killed Chu Xiaofeng, the bells of the Path of Exile rang again.
Yi Xiao's expression brightened. The second stage of the points competition had come to an end.
Next, we will enter the final stage.
This year, all the top 100 players from the newbie zones will be gathered in one area.
The final points test will be conducted. This will determine the top 1,000 players on the leaderboard. The final stage of Path of Exile is now open.
Players of eligible classes are encouraged to enter as soon as possible. Those who do not enter within 10 minutes will be considered to have forfeited the final stage. As the voice rang out, the bracelet on Yi Xiao's wrist suddenly emitted a glimmer of light. A halo of light formed in front of Yi Xiao. This is the portal to the final stage of the Path of Exile. Without any hesitation, Yi Xiao stepped inside. Shortly after he left, the remaining participants who were still in the exile labyrinth were also teleported away by an irresistible energy. The next instant, inside Windward City, at the entrance to the Path of Exile, one after another, groups of people appeared. Among the large crowd, Chu Xiaofeng and his companions looked dejected, clearly not expecting this outcome.
"Are you crazy? Why did you have to offend Nightshade?"
"Now look what's happened. We've lost all our points." Beside Chu Xiaofeng, a pretty woman complained to him with some annoyance. Chu Xiaofeng instinctively retorted, "He's my brother."
The woman scoffed, "Have you forgotten that you were just killed by your so-called brother? And you dragged us into this mess too." Chu Xiaofeng opened his mouth, unsure how to refute.
He didn't think Yi Xiao was the kind of person who would look down on his brothers after achieving success. He was 100% certain of this. Therefore, he didn't understand why Yi Xiao wanted to kill him. Dozens of figures arrived in front of the crowd at an extremely fast speed.
Chu Xiaofeng looked up and was startled.
They saw Zhao Mo, the commander of the Dragon Abyss Legion, leading a group of menacing Dragon Abyss members, surrounding these newcomers who were participating in the Path of Exile.
"Now, who can tell me what exactly happened inside?"
Zhao Mo's cold voice echoed throughout the surroundings.
Tens of thousands of people were shocked.
However, the next moment someone shouted that Night Shadow cornered Zhao Peng at the respawn point and slaughtered him, killing him all the way from level 60 to level 0, and then killed them. As soon as this person spoke, many of the newcomers present chimed in with their own comments.
"That Night Shadow is terrifying.
He can fire hundreds of fireballs at once, and the power is ridiculously strong.
It's something I'd never seen or heard of before. Even if Zhao Pang and dozens of others joined forces, they couldn't withstand a single move from Ying.
They were brutally tortured to death. During this time, Zhao Pang and the others tried to beg for mercy, but Ying was completely unmoved. Even Bai Xiao, who had an SSS level talent, was killed by Ying without any mercy. It was simply terrifying. Although it was clear that Zhao Pang was dead, but after hearing the group's description, Zhao Mo's anger still rose uncontrollably. Night Shadow's actions were tantamount to ignoring the Zhao family. This is a blatant provocation. Behind Zhao Mo, the representatives from various families in Yunnan province looked even more ashen-faced. The Zhao family only lost Zhao Pang, who had an A-level talent. It wasn't a serious blow, just a matter of face. But they are different. The prodigies who died at the hands of Nightshade were all S-rank or SS-rank talent awakeners. These individuals were all highly regarded by their respective families and were intended to be groomed as future successors.
At this moment, they died. This is undoubtedly a heavy blow to these second or third-rate forces. Among them, the one with the worst expression was naturally Bai Shanha from the Bai family.
When he learned of Bai Xiaoxiao's death, his vision went black and he almost fainted.
The Bai family finally produced an SSS-level genius, but he was killed before he even left the beginner zone. How can I get him to accept this?
Suddenly, someone in the crowd mentioned that Bai Xiaoxiao and Ying seemed to be secretly working together. Later on, in order to curry favor with Ying, Bai Xiaoxiao killed one of the prodigies. These words immediately changed the expressions of all the representatives present.
Among them, the family representative behind the murdered prodigy looked at Bai Shanha with a livid face.
Good, very good. Your Bai family has truly produced a fine seedling. Bai Shanha knew things were going badly the moment the newcomer opened her mouth. However, at this moment he was merely a reflection and had no power to stop it. Seeing the others staring at him with cold eyes, Bai Shanha was startled. Ignoring Zhao Mo's presence, he flashed in front of the
newcomer and said with an extremely ferocious expression, "What nonsense are you spouting? Do you think my Bai family is easy to bully?"
The newcomer was startled and realized he had said too much, so he quickly shut up. However, several voices rang out from the crowd.
"Your Bai family is so arrogant, you won't even let people tell the truth?"
"That's right, I was there at the time. That's exactly what Bai Xiaoxiao did.
She's a woman who would do anything to survive." Bai Shanha was furious. "Nonsense! If Bai Xiaoxiao colluded with Ying, how could she have died?"
"Humph,
that's because Ying looks down on Bai Xiaoxiao's fickle nature.
Let alone him, even if it were me, I wouldn't stoop to associating with a woman like Bai Xiaoxiao."
You're asking for it."
Bai Shanha's eyes flashed with an extremely cold and fierce look. Unfortunately, the person who spoke didn't care at all.
Zhao Mo, who had been silent until now, stepped forward and said coldly, "Bai Shanha, do you have a problem with my Zhao family?"
Bai Shanha's heart skipped a beat, and he finally understood why the person who spoke was not afraid of offending his Bai family. It turns out the other party was from the Zhao family. Seeing Zhao Mo's cold gaze, Bai Shanha opened his mouth but didn't know how to respond.
But he couldn't help feeling angry.
Bai Xiaoxiao, that ignorant woman, even in death she dragged the Bai family down with her.
That's absolutely stupid.
At this moment, Chu Xiaofeng, who was in the crowd, finally understood what had happened after hearing the people's stories in fits and starts. He opened his mouth wide, his face filled with astonishment. Clearly, he never expected that his closest brother would perform such an amazing feat on the road to exile. This world is crazy. However, because of this, Chu Xiaofeng immediately understood why Yi Xiao had tried to kill him earlier.
This is to protect oneself.
While Chu Xiaofeng felt a mix of emotions, he also felt a sense of frustration.
He wasn't jealous of Yi Xiao's rapid improvement in strength.
Instead, he felt that he couldn't help his brother at all when he was facing such a big crisis. This thought made Chu Xiaofeng's face turn extremely ugly, and his fists clenched involuntarily. However, to outsiders, his expression seemed more like anger at being betrayed by his own brother.
The path of exile, the final stage.
As Yi Xiao stepped through the teleportation array, he quickly appeared in a small, dark, enclosed room. The next moment, a row of information appeared in Yi Xiao's field of vision, with 3 options below it.
You have 5 minutes to vote on your accumulated points in one of the following 3 modes. The mode with the highest total score will advance to the final trial mode.
After you complete the trial, you will receive a return multiplier based on the points you invested and your performance. Please use your wisdom to manage your points wisely.
Details of the 3 modes are as follows.
Mode 1, the Undying Colossus.
Participants will face a colossal steel monster, possessing what is said to be the strongest defensive attribute in the immortal world. Their task is to inflict as much damage as possible within the time limit.
At the end of the trial, participants will be awarded points based on the total damage they have dealt.
Mode 2, the Dragon's Sigh. Participants will face a blazing dragon and must protect a vital target from harm within a time limit. The dragon's attack power will increase over time.
At the end of the trial, participants will be evaluated based on the total damage received by the target, earning them corresponding points.
Mode 3, Deadly Shadow.
Participants will be hunted by the Shadow Hunter, an extremely fast ghost warrior capable of passing dashing through walls and obstacles, within a maze filled with traps and obstacles. Escape the maze in the shortest possible time while evading the pursuer. At the end of the trial, participants will be awarded points based on their survival time.
You will see the options prompts appear in front of you.
Yi Xiao was not surprised. This has happened before on the road to exile.
There is also relevant information in school textbooks.
In fact, Yi Xiao didn't have any particular thoughts about the three options. The first Undying Colossus is purely a test of a player's damage output, which naturally gives pure damage dealing classes a natural advantage. The second Dragon's Sight tests the professional's defense and protection methods. Most of those who choose this mode are support professions. The third Deadly Shadow actually tests the professional's adaptability and speed, and is more suitable for highly agile professions such as assassins and archers. Assassins, in particular, are born with stealth skills like Shadow Step. They have an absolute advantage in evading pursuit. This can be seen as a way for Path of Exile to balance the various professions. As for how to choose the right one for yourself, that requires some wisdom. However, among the 10,000 people who are able to enter this final stage, some are relatively lucky ordinary people, but the remaining 70 to 80% are the best from various beginner zones.
Even if her talent is an SSS level like by Xiaoxiao's, it's still far beyond what ordinary people can compare to. Don't be fooled by this. It seems like there are many talents that have awakened to S rank or higher.
But it's important to know that the number of new people entering the world of immortality each year is in the tens of millions. With such a large pool of applicants, S-Class is already 1 in 1,000.
Not to mention the SS and SSS levels above them.
It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it's 1 in 10,000. The true combat strength of these outstanding individuals cannot be judged by ordinary standards. Therefore, at this stage, the choice of any model is full of unknowns. If you make the wrong choice, you might miss out on the points leaderboard. Therefore, in previous years, some clever little devils would choose to plunder as many points as possible in the exile maze. However, in this final mode, the use of points for betting is not selected. In this way, at least if the mode you choose at the end is not one you are good at, you won't lose a lot of points due to failure. On the contrary, they can rely on their existing points advantage to ensure they enter the top 1,000 on the leaderboard. After all, there are rewards for making the list. It's just the difference between good and better. If the chosen model happens to match one's abilities, then one will undoubtedly be able to cope with it more easily. Sometimes, even if your actual combat strength is only average, you may still be able to get first place.
Someone once won first place on the leaderboard in this way.
Therefore, choosing the right trading strategy and deciding how many points to bet requires a high level of analytical ability. Just as Yi Xiao was deep in thought,
the scene in front of me has changed. It turned into 3 vertical cylinders. These represent 3 different modes.
At the same time, a temporary chat box appeared next to this screen.
Soon, someone appeared in the chat box.
Number 614 Newbie Zone, silent as smoke. I am a Qin soldier of the Qin family. All professionals, throw the Undying Colossus at me.
His opening remarks were incredibly domineering.
Surprisingly, the comments below were all the same.
Boss Qin, received. Yes, Boss Qin, got it. We must support Boss Qin. Received.
The next moment, Yi Xiao saw that the pillar representing the indestructible Colossus displayed 104,832 points. Clearly, it was the Qin soldier's appeal that mattered. However, at that moment, a discordant voice appeared in the chat box.
Number 325 Newbie Zone, by Mingyoyu. The Qin family is quite arrogant. This is not entirely your Qin family's territory. I am Qi Bai, of the Qi family. I choose to join the shadow of despair. Anyone who dares to go against me will bear the consequences if I find out. As Qi Bai's increasingly arrogant remarks came out, Yi Xiao immediately noticed.
The pillar belonging to the deadly shadow also began to throb wildly. Following that, many other well-known individuals stepped forward and began various attempts to win them over or coerce them. Yi Xiao watched for a while. These talkative individuals all share one characteristic. Their surnames, unsurprisingly, all come from the 8 major families. In fact, everyone has become accustomed to their arrogant words, and almost every newbie zone they were in supported them unconditionally. These are just newcomers who have only just begun to emerge this year. Yi Xiao had gained a preliminary understanding of the ruling power of the 8 major families. However, one person in particular caught Yi Xiao's attention. He took a deep breath. That person was called Zhi Zijiu, and judging from the name, he must have come from the Zhi family. The reason I paid attention to this person was firstly because his name was somewhat unusual.
The second is his speech.
At this point, 6 of the 8 major families, led by Qin Bing and Qi Bai respectively, arrived.
The modes they chose were therefore quite similar. As for the second Dragon's Sai mode, the score was relatively low.
Therefore, in order to ensure that their choice would prevail, both sides tried to win over the Zhi9 team. However, Zhi Zijiu simply said lightly, I am just an ordinary member of the Zhi family, and I cannot control other people's thoughts. Let them choose for themselves. I can accept either. Although he wasn't as arrogant as Qin Bing and Qi Bai, he was even somewhat humble. But Yi Xiao always felt that there was a strange confidence hidden in this person's words. Furthermore, when Qin Bing and Shi Bai relentlessly pressed him to make a choice, he finally succeeded. Deviating from his usual practice, Ji Zijio decisively invested all his points into the second mode, the Sigh of the Dragon. This unexpected choice completely stunned everyone. However, this left both Qin Bing and Shi Bai speechless. After a while, this happened. Yi Xiao noticed that although the scores for the three modes kept fluctuating, it seemed that the number of people and scores for choosing the Undying Colossus were significantly higher at present. The Dragon Sigh had the fewest, but perhaps due to Ji Zijio's influence, many support characters who initially saw no hope quietly began to invest their points in the Dragon Sigh. Therefore, although they are still behind, the difference is less than tens of thousands of points. Continue at this pace. The final trial everyone will have to undergo will likely be the Undying Colossus. As for which mode to choose, Yi Xiao didn't really care. The first Immortal Colossus tests your damage output. On this point, Yi Xiao believed that no one could surpass him at this stage.
Even if the opponent has an SSS level talent, a hidden class, and a full set of divine equipment, they still wouldn't be his match.
However, considering that the world of immortality contains various mysterious and unknown places, Yi Xiao wasn't sure if anyone among them possessed the ability to unleash extraordinary damage in a short period of time. Although such skill characteristics generally have significant side effects, they are undoubtedly the most suitable for this final test. Although Yi Xiao felt that the threat was not great, why take the risk if you can avoid it? The third deadly shadow is a strength of assassin-type classes. Although his own movement speed is already extremely high, he also has the speed boost from the Wind Blessing equipment and the powerful stealth skill of Void Illusion. Generally speaking, it's unlikely that anyone could be faster than him. But as the saying goes, it's hard to guarantee that others don't possess some strange and amazing skills. Therefore, Yi Xiao actually prefers the second model, the Dragon Sigh. Regarding the protected target, within 60 minutes, if Yi Xiao dares to claim second place, no one dares to claim first. This is the absolute confidence that the Eye of the Crimson Moon brings him. Barrier. Designate a location, consume 5,000 mana, and set up a barrier that grants immunity to all damage. Duration, 60 minutes. Cooldown, 60 minutes. Based on past experience, the final test of the Path of Exile lasts only 30 minutes. The barrier lasted for a full 60 minutes. It's safe to say that if Yi Xiao had chosen this mode, he would definitely have been number one. Moreover, there is absolutely no risk of being surpassed by anyone. At this point, more than 4 minutes of the 5-minute voting period had already passed. Suddenly, Qin Bing shouted again in the chat box.
The Zhao family?
I remember the strongest member of the Zhao family this year was Zhao Pang, who awakened an A-level talent, right?
Why aren't you saying anything?
Seeing the Qin soldiers say this, Shi Bai was not to be outdone. Hey, Qin Bing, the Zhao family has always been at odds with your Qin family.
Aren't you just asking for trouble by going after Zhao Pang?
His Zhao family will definitely support my Qi family.
The Qin soldiers immediately retorted. I remember Zhao Pang follows the violent fire magic route, right?
This isn't a family competition right now, and if he had any brains, he wouldn't choose to support you. The two started arguing again about it.
However, they gradually noticed that Zhao Pang remained silent. This greatly displeased both of them. Qin Bing, known for his fiery temper, roared, "What, Zhao Pang, do you really think your Zhao family wants to unify the alliance and you don't even bother to speak to us?"
Although Qi Bai didn't say anything, he was equally displeased. However, at that moment, Yi Xiao saw a professional from his newbie zone stammering that the Zhao Pang is dead. Upon hearing this, everyone who wasn't in the 702 newbie zone was stunned. Just then, Yi Xiao saw that there were only 10 seconds left on the clock. So without hesitation, he poured all his points into the Dragon Sigh. In an instant, the cylindrical integral representing the Dragon Sigh suddenly increased by hundreds of thousands.
The next moment, before anyone could react, ding, voting completed. After tallying, the final trial mode is Dragon's Lament. The trial will begin in 2 minutes. Please be prepared.
As the information broadcast ended, everyone was transported to the same mirror space. Immediately afterwards, Yi Xiao saw various angry and furious curses coming from the chat box.
What's going on? How could it be the sigh of a dragon? Damn it!
In the past few decades, no one has ever chosen the Dragon Sigh, which is mainly defensive.
This mode had the lowest score just now. How did it suddenly overtake us?
At this moment, Qin Bing suddenly cursed in the chat box, "Ji Zijio, this is all your conspiracy. You pretended not to offend either side, but you had already made arrangements in secret.
Very good. My Qin family will remember this."
On the other side, Shi Bai was equally furious. He wasn't some kind of hidden profession, he was just a simple assassin.
However, thanks to his talent, he was far more agile than ordinary people.
In fact, even if he ultimately loses to Qin Bing and chooses Mode 1, he might still achieve some success thanks to the high burst damage of an assassin. But now, it has inexplicably turned into a defensive mode.
How could an assassin like him have any defensive capabilities?
So, as Qin Bing spoke, he immediately replied, "I didn't expect that the Ji family, which has kept a low profile profile for decades, now seems to have no intention of continuing to keep a low profile.
Ji Zijio, is your Ji family ready to confront the Qi family and the Qin family head-on?
Faced with Qin Bing and Shibai's furious questioning, Ji Zijio, after a moment of slight surprise, couldn't help but chuckle.
Interesting.
I didn't originally intend to do this, but it turned out to be the most favorable situation for me.
It's really interesting.
After muttering a sentence, Ji Zijio was in a great mood and casually said in the chat box, "Perhaps you should ask District 702.
In just a moment, he understood what was going on. Almost every leader in the newbie zone has just stepped forward to express their opinion.
Only the people in the 702 newbie zone remained silent. Although he didn't know why Zhao Peng died, he glanced at the final points vote. The Dragon Sai points went from trailing the second place by nearly 200,000 to surpassing the first place by 100,000.
That's a difference of 400,000 points. I've already accumulated most of the points in the beginner zone.
Only the 702 beginner zone can do that.
Sure enough, after Ji Zijio finished speaking,
Qin Bing and Shibai also realized what was happening and began asking about the situation in the 702 newbie zone. It was the same participant from the 702 newbie zone who spoke at the very beginning. Faced with the questioning from the scions of the 8 great families, he dared not hesitate. He then briefly recounted what had happened previously. It wasn't just Qin soldiers and Shibai. Even Ji Zijio, who had maintained a calm demeanor throughout, couldn't help but show a slight fluctuation in her eyes.
They knew that name.
After all, the path of exile will open earlier this time, leaving these chosen ones with little time to prepare. It's all thanks to this Night Shadow. Furthermore, their respective families had previously sent representatives to court Nightshade.
However, the result was not ideal for a newcomer of the same generation to such an outcome.
The Qin soldiers were naturally delighted to see this. Nightshade's refusal undoubtedly determined his fate.
It's always good to have one less strong competitor.
However, to everyone's utter surprise,
this Nightshade didn't die in the second phase of the path of exile.
Instead, one person racked up 400,000 points.
Finally, he silently chose the second mode, the Dragon Sai.
The Qin soldiers immediately began to question them.
Night Shadow, what do you mean? You've already offended the Zhao family. Do you dare to offend my Qin family as well?
On the other side, Shibai, along with other leaders from the newbie zone, almost all followed suit and began to question him. However, Yi Xiao had already closed the chat window by this time.
I didn't even see these people asking questions.
Of course, even if he saw it, he probably wouldn't pay any attention. These scions from the 8 great families were already accustomed to everyone having to obey them. No matter what Yi Xiao says, it won't change the outcome. Since that's the case, why waste words? Meanwhile, in the entire chat, only Ji Zijio from Jijia remained silent.
In fact, Ji Zijio initially wanted to choose Mode 2.
Previously, they had used a clever trick to guide some people to allocate their points to Mode 2 without offending either side. At the same time, he did indeed have a backup plan, intending to steal the tower at the last moment. However, this is on the premise that the scores of the 3 are not significantly different. However, in the last 10 seconds, Mode 2's score was still nearly 200,000 points behind the second place. This huge gap led him to abandon his plan. What I fear most is being targeted by a coalition of other families. Although, deep down he disdained the family's policy of keeping a low profile.
But he didn't want to go against his family's decision unless absolutely necessary.
However, he himself never expected that it would end up like this.
Although the result was somewhat unexpected, Mode 2 was undoubtedly the best choice for him. His profession is that of a mystical wizard.
The wizard's damage output is not high, but its various control methods and defensive capabilities are among the top 3 of all classes. Its greatest strength is defense, and it has a wide variety of defensive and control methods. I may not be able to kill you, but it will be difficult for you to break free from my control. If such a wizard were placed in a team battle, his abilities would be amplified several times over. However, a wizard needs to be at least level 210 to truly reach the full potential, and this is on the premise that you also need to acquire 3 to 5 additional skill slots.
The conditions are extremely demanding,
but once this goal is achieved, a level 210 wizard possesses terrifying control abilities, allowing him to easily deal with any powerful class that is no more than 60 levels higher than him. However, before a wizard is fully developed, their actual combat strength is far weaker than other classes of the same level. The earlier the stage, the more obvious this difference becomes. However, Ji Zijio had absolutely no worries about this, because at this moment he was only level 60, but he has a total of 25 skill slots. From the moment he became a wizard, the family had already prepared a continuous supply of divine forging stones for him.
This is something that outsiders cannot know. He just doesn't usually show this ability. But the current trial is a solo trial.
He wouldn't have to worry about his many skills being exposed. But nobody knows that as long as you have enough skill slots. In the early stages, wizards can also form a complete control chain by learning a large number of low-level control skills. These low-level control skills might be less effective against most powerful elite monsters, but compared to others, they have very little protective ability.
He was almost certain that he had already secured the top spot on the leaderboard.
If you can get the most points, you can get the growth-type equipment. The thought that he would get the equipment in half an hour made him very happy. However, he had just finished speaking. A slight smile crept onto Ji Zijio's lips as she murmured to herself, "Even the heavens are on my side." Since that's the case, let's start from first place in points and then take the title of Rookie of the Year.
Jijia has been low-key for too long. It's time to let the world get to know us again.
Thinking of this, Ji Zijio looked at Qin Bing and Shibai, who were still shouting wildly in the chat box. "A mountain barbarian, a traitor of the old era, let you be smug for a while." After saying that, Ji Zijio simply closed the chat window. As for Nightshade, who unexpectedly helped him,
he didn't pay much attention to it.
He was just an ordinary person who was on the kill list of the 8 major families. Even with extraordinary talent, the best outcome is simply to fade into obscurity among the masses. The reason why Night Shadow chose Mode 2 might be because he felt the pressure from the 8 major families. After some analysis, they decided to show goodwill to him, a member of the Ji family. However, Ji Zijio found Yi Ying's naive approach utterly laughable. It wasn't that he was afraid of other families and dared not get involved with Night Shadow. Ji Zijio of the Ji family, even the current head of the Ji family, cannot command him. Why would he care about the attitude of a few juniors? He simply thought Nightshade was nothing but a pathetic wretch. It's not worth him wasting too much time and effort on it. At the same time, the 2-minute countdown ended. Almost simultaneously, a rusty, tattered suit of armor appeared out of thin air in front of everyone. Immediately afterwards, a dragon's roar reverberated throughout all the mirrored spaces. The next moment, everyone was stared at by a pair of cold, scarlet eyes. "My flames will burn all living beings." With that deep roar that seemed to descend from the heavens, a colossal dragon, its entire body enveloped in blue flames and obscured from view, hovered above the crowd. Although they were far apart, everyone could still feel the air around them becoming increasingly hot and volatile. Before the dragon could make a move, everyone already felt an invisible pressure enveloping them. Ji Zijio looked at the giant dragon above her head. A sense of solemnity also appeared in his eyes.
However, the next moment, his expression returned to calm.
He then created a wizard's exclusive barrier around himself, a surge of magical power. Contrary to her usual humble and low-key demeanor, Ji Zijio declared with unparalleled arrogance, "I, Ji Zijio, have taken the top spot in points. Let me test your abilities." As Ji Zijio uttered his bold words, as if sensing the pressure and being provoked, the dragon immediately let out another roar. Immediately afterwards, a flame as devastating as the end of the world descended from above. It crashed down instantly. In the blink of an eye, the small space was engulfed by blue flames.
Feeling the ever-increasing heat around me, a glint of fanaticism flashed in Ji Zijio's eyes. It truly lives up to its name as a dragon. This damage is indeed extraordinary, but that alone is far from enough. Soon, a large amount of witch power surged from Ji Zijio's body. In an instant, it gradually blocked the raging flames. Only a small part remained, occasionally touching the worn armor behind it. That armor was the treasure they needed to protect. Throughout the process, the lower the total damage the armor receives, the higher the score will be. He watched as his armor was damaged. Ji Zijio was somewhat dissatisfied. As he had anticipated, he should be able to ensure the armor remained intact for at least the first 10 minutes. As expected, a first-class wizard is still a bit lacking. If the path of exile could open a little later this time, perhaps I should be able to advance to the second class earlier. Thinking about this, Ji Zijio's impression of Yi Ying worsened. In his eyes, Nightshade was an idiot who knew nothing and only knew how to blindly rush to level up. However, despite this, Ji Zijio remained completely calm, because he saw it in the chat window. Many people's names have already been grayed out. That means these people have already been defeated by the dragon's first wave of attack and have been eliminated. And those who are still persisting are the ones who remain. They were all shouting and yelling. Clearly, the dragon's fiery onslaught caused them immense damage and pressure. Compared to this, Ji Zijio's little oversight is nothing at all. Upon seeing this, Ji Zijio smiled, her confidence growing even stronger. However, he will not let his guard down. His expression gradually became serious, and he began to concentrate on dealing with the dragon's attack. Meanwhile, in another mirror space, Yi Xiao sat cross-legged on the spot, next to a pair of tattered armor. However, compared to others, at this moment, Yi Xiao seemed a little bored. Yes, it's boring. The moment the dragon appeared, Yi Xiao didn't waste any words and immediately cast a restriction barrier. The dragon's flames appeared extremely powerful. However, it could not cause Yi Xiao any harm. On the contrary, Yi Xiao, having nothing to do, couldn't help but examine the appearance of the giant dragon above his head. It must be said that the dragon race truly deserves to be the most noble race in the once immortal world. Just looking at it makes it seem imposing and domineering. Furthermore, it incorporates the essence of fire element. Yi Xiao could sense that the flames spewed by the giant dragon contained extremely high purity of fire element. This was
something that Yi Xiao envied.
No wonder the ancient books record that dragons are born magicians. It is indeed true. He made a rough estimate.
Without the restrictive barrier provided by the Eye of the Crimson Moon, he can only rely on his own defensive measures.
It was indeed able to withstand the dragon's attack. However, this process will likely take a lot of effort. There's nothing as relaxing and comfortable as this.
Thinking of this, Yi Xiao couldn't help but marvel at the power of the Crimson Moon Eye.
This saved him a lot of trouble.
A few moments passed. With nothing else to do, Yi Xiao's gaze gradually shifted from the giant dragon to the tattered armor in front of him. Throughout the entire trial, Yi Xiao is probably the only one who can be so relaxed right now. That's why Yi Xiao noticed the changes on the tattered armor. At this point, nearly 3 minutes had passed since the trial began. Yi Xiao suddenly noticed that the originally tattered and gray armor now had several rings of light on its surface.
Driven by curiosity, Yi Xiao couldn't help but examine the properties of the tattered armor.
The armor was extremely damaged.
Current energy recovery rate, 20%. Ha! Recycle energy? What does that mean?
This discovery surprised Yi Xiao, but he quickly realized what was happening.
It seems I've figured some things out.
So he opened the chat window. Immediately, shouts and cries of lamentation filled the air.
However, Yi Xiao didn't pay attention to these things.
Instead, they carefully examined the contestants' names.
After his rough calculations, Yi Xiao's thoughts were confirmed.
He narrowed his eyes slightly.
Perhaps this tattered armor is the equipment reward that the player with the highest score in the end will receive. Don't be fooled by its current dilapidated state. But as contestants failed and were eliminated one by one,
the armor will then absorb the energy that these eliminated individuals originally protected.
Yi Xiao just estimated that it would take 3 minutes.
Of the 10,000 participants, more than 2,000 have been eliminated. Meanwhile, the energy recovery progress of the tattered armor in front of them jumped to 25%.
That corresponds exactly to this number. Actually, this armor was originally complete.
However, at the start of the trial, it was divided into 10,000 portions.
That's why it became so dilapidated. Therefore, we just need to wait until all the other contestants are eliminated.
Then Yi Xiao would be able to obtain a complete set of armor.
After figuring out the reason,
Yi Xiao suddenly realized, but then he vaguely guessed a possibility.
The dragon's attack from above couldn't harm him, but it's also not something that others can handle.
Perhaps some people possess methods that are not known to others.
But Yi Xiao didn't think they could actually last 30 minutes.
Furthermore, in the past history, in fact, no one truly achieved a perfect completion in this final trial.
That would mean,
over the past few decades, the upgrade gear acquired by the winners has remained powerful, but it is not complete. Even the most dedicated professionals who persevere to the end may only be able to collect all 10,000 copies. However, it will still be destroyed by the boss. This leads to a decrease in the quality of the equipment. Now, Yi Xiao is absolutely confident that he can complete the final trial.
This means that, upon completion of the final trial, he will receive a piece of upgradable equipment that is more powerful than any previous victor.
Yi Xiao was almost 80 to 90% certain about this conjecture. Thinking of this, his heart burned even hotter. I wish time would pass quickly.
Or perhaps they're hoping the dragon overhead will be more powerful and eliminate all the contestants sooner.
This way, he can acquire the equipment as soon as possible.
Time passed bit by bit. For most participants, this trial was an extremely difficult ordeal.
Faced with the dragon race that once dominated the world of immortality, they are simply no match for them at their current level.
Soon, one contestant after another was completely engulfed by the blue flames.
The shattered armor behind them also completely transformed into a stream of light, flowing into other mirrored spaces where no one could see it. Of course, it's not just these people who are finding it difficult. Yi Xiao also found this trial extremely difficult to endure. However, the reason he found it difficult was different from others. He's bored. With the presence of a restrictive barrier, no matter how the dragon breathed, it was impervious. There was nothing they could do about him, but he had nothing to do but stay where he was. Naturally, it was quite difficult to endure. In the end, he couldn't find anything else to do, so he started counting the number of contestants who were still resisting in the chat box.
3 minutes passed.
Of the 10,000 newcomers who were originally scheduled for the trial, half were eliminated. Fewer than 1,000 participants are still persisting. The remaining 9,000 people have all been teleported away from the path of exile. Yi Xiao was somewhat taken aback upon seeing this.
Well, we still can't underestimate others. There are actually people who can withstand the dragon's breath for 10 minutes, and quite a lot. Level 50. This was something Yi Xiao hadn't expected. Health points 5,000.
He had thought these people probably wouldn't last even 3 minutes.
It seems I did underestimate these contestants.
However, upon closer reflection, Yi Xiao felt relieved. After all, they are all top performers selected from various beginner zones. It's not surprising that they have some tricks up their sleeves. The Qin soldiers stood inside Dingfeng City, their faces ashen.
A representative from the Qin family stepped forward with a frown and asked, "Binger, what's going on? You seem to have come out earlier than expected.
Damn Night Shadow and that Gizegyo, I'd been tricked by them. Shin Bing's face was gloomy and his eyes were about to spit fire. Then, gritting his teeth, he briefly recounted what had happened inside. Upon hearing this, the Qin family representative frowned even more deeply. But elsewhere, not long after the Qin soldiers came out, Chibai of the Qi family also appeared in Dingfeng City in a somewhat disheveled state.
He lasted a little longer than the Qin soldiers,
but he still couldn't last more than 16 minutes.
Soon, members of the 8 major families from various regions began to appear in Dingfeng City.
This result was clearly unexpected by everyone, but after learning what happened inside,
many people fell silent.
Among them, Night Shadow is the most frequently mentioned.
What is the origin of this Night Shadow?
It seems ridiculously powerful.
Yes, at first, he cleared the newbie dungeon, which was enough to shock everyone.
Then he mysteriously took control of a level 20 dungeon. Next, he reached level 50 with
an absolute advantage over everyone else.
Now he's going head-to-head with the disciples of the 8 great families.
This guy is probably going to defy the heavens.
I don't know if it's defying the heavens or not, but I do know that as long as Yi Ying doesn't die, the 8 great families will be in trouble.
Yi Ying's current reputation is almost built on the backs of the 8 great families.
Wow, he went head-to-head with the 8 great families. I respect him as a true man.
Do you think Nightshade will ultimately take first place in the Path of Exile rankings? Is that even a guess?
Based on what the people who came out of there said, it's pretty much true, isn't it?
That's hard to say.
There's also Gizegyo from the Ji family who chose the same approach.
He probably has his own insights into defense as well.
Anyway, the time is almost up. We'll know soon enough. Outsiders, as more and more participants reveal details of their trials.
Discussions in each newbie zone gradually focused on Nightshade and Gizegyo. Everyone was curious whether this Night Shadow could still create a miracle.
Meanwhile, in the trial space of the Path of Exile, another group of people were eliminated in a sorry state.
There are now fewer than 20 participants remaining on the Path of Exile.
These people are mostly engaged in professions that require special defensive measures. Take Gizegyo for example. At this point, taking advantage of his large skill slots, he managed to learn a bunch of skills such as confusion, forgetfulness, and magic silence.
This forcefully reduced the dragon's attack frequency by more than 5 times. In addition, this is combined with his limited defensive capabilities. They managed to hold on for 18 minutes.
At this moment, he finally managed to spare a few seconds to glance at the chat box. The list of those still persisting has dwindled to less than 15 people.
And almost every second, someone's name turns gray. The number quickly dropped to less than 10.
Seeing this, he felt somewhat relieved. However, Gizegyo was also somewhat surprised.
Surprisingly, there are still people who have managed to persevere until now. These people are probably not simple,
Gizegyo thought to herself. However, this did not affect his mindset. He believed his methods were far superior to those of these people. Even so, the tattered armor behind him has now become even more broken and dilapidated. He estimated that, based on his condition, he could probably hold on for another minute or two. As for others, he didn't think anyone could last as long as he did. And just as he had thought, a few seconds later, only 2 people remained in the entire Path of Exile, including him. However, Gizegyo had no time to pay attention to these things at this moment. Because of the battle with the dragon, he could clearly feel the dragon's power constantly increasing.
We've reached this final stage. He needs to be 200% focused if he wants to keep going. If there is even the slightest mistake, you could be swallowed up by the dragon's flames in the next second.
Another 30 seconds passed. At this moment, Gizegyo's forehead was already covered with bulging veins. His whole body was completely soaked in sweat.
However, he gritted his teeth and persevered. Having come this far, he couldn't give up no matter what.
Of course, in his view, his current opponent is no one else, because everyone else has probably already been eliminated. His real opponent is himself. Gizegyo's initial idea was to perfectly complete the trials of the Path of Exile. They completely overwhelmed all the newcomers, Qin soldiers and Chibai and their ilk. He's nothing but a good-for-nothing who carries the name of one of the 8 great families.
In his view, that Night Shadow was nothing more than an opportunist.
In this world, there are only 2 or 3 peers who can even slightly arouse his interest. One of them was Zhao Hao, who rose to prominence unexpectedly over the millennium. Besides, this year's batch of newcomers are simply not enough for him to handle. Sometimes, being too strong can also be a form of loneliness. Therefore, since entering the world of immortality, Gizegyo's only opponent has always been himself.
Others, they are not worthy to be his opponents.
Driven by this belief, Gizegyo's veins bulged with rage.
Finally, after persisting for nearly 20 seconds, it succeeded.
With a roar, Gizegyo unleashed all his strength and used his body to shield himself from the flames. In doing so, he managed to extend the survival time of the armor behind him by another second.
It was then completely engulfed by the scorching flames. Excruciating pain burned throughout his body.
However, at this moment, Gizegyo's eyes were full of smiles, because he pushed his limits. This time, he succeeded
succeeded again. This is his number 1 spot on the road to exile. This is also a powerful growth-type artifact. With that thought, Zizio closed her eyes contentedly. The next moment, when he opened his eyes again, he appeared in Dingfeng City. At this moment, he had a smile on his lips, and his expression showed a hint of arrogance rarely seen before. There isn't a single newcomer this year who can compete. He stood there proudly, ready to receive the admiring gasps of those around him. A few seconds later, the expected gasp of surprise did not occur. This made Zizio unconsciously raise her eyebrows. Just then, a low gasp of surprise rang out. Look, Zizio, who came in second place, has also come out. Night Shadow is the only one left on the path of exile. Upon hearing this, Zizio turned around abruptly, then looked at the stone tablet with disbelief in her eyes. The next moment, the two characters Night Shadow at the top of the stone tablet came into his view, but it seemed so glaring. At this moment, Zizio looked at the eye-catching first place. A tremendous wave of emotion surged within me. How could this be? Shouldn't I be number 1? I'm a wizard with over 20 skill slots. How could anyone last longer than me? A series of question marks kept appearing in Zizio's mind. All eyes were now focused on the stone tablet. Zizio couldn't help but roar inwardly. He simply didn't believe that any of the new recruits in his batch could be better than him, even though he knew all about Nightshade's past achievements. But he never took the other person to heart, because he has a secret that even the Ji family doesn't know. He once obtained a mysterious item. He obtained the method to change to a hidden class within the space created by that mysterious artifact, although he has not yet successfully changed jobs. Free attribute points, 10, but the abilities attached to that mysterious item had already transformed him, putting him far ahead of everyone else. It has so many inherent advantages. He simply doesn't believe anyone can surpass him. It should be said that these newcomers are not even qualified to pursue him. But what is going on with all this? Who exactly is this Night Shadow? How could he possibly have lasted that long inside? Countless chaotic thoughts filled Zizio's mind. This made it difficult for him to maintain his former composure. However, his mental strength far surpasses that of his peers. Despite the turmoil in his mind, he forced himself to take a deep breath. The next moment, when he looked up again at the first place on the stone tablet, his eyes quickly became deep. Night Shadow? You can do what even I can't. My interest in you is growing stronger. At this moment, on the road to exile, Yi Xiao looked at the empty chat box and couldn't help but sigh. This guy is really something. He actually managed to hold out for 20 minutes. For a moment, Yi Xiao even doubted whether this guy could really withstand the dragon's attack for 30 minutes. That's terrifying. Although Yi Xiao could probably do this even without the help of a restrictive barrier, but it still made him feel a little uneasy. After all, his combat power was already abnormal enough. He certainly didn't want another newcomer as twisted as him to appear. Fortunately, the Zizio finally fell. As the last beam of light from the armor clone surged into the armor in front of him, the armor was no longer as tattered as before. Instead, it became completely new, with a faint, ever-flowing light surrounding its surface. Yi Xiao checked the armor's condition. Sure enough, the recovery progress showed 100%. However, the trial is not over yet. Therefore, the armor remained unchanged. There are still almost 10 minutes left. With nothing else to do, Yi Xiao could only sit quietly and stare blankly. Compared to Yi Xiao's leisurely pace, on the contrary, most people outside the area already know about the current trial mode. Discussions about Nightshade have never stopped. Many people are already speculating about how long Nightshade can hold out this time. Time passed slowly in this discussion. Just then, on the road to exile, the last remaining dragon suddenly raised its head and let out a deafening roar. The roar also startled Yi Xiao, who was sitting down. Just as Yi Xiao thought that this big guy was about to unleash some powerful move to end this trial. However, the next moment, the dragon's figure gradually blurred and disappeared. A strange look appeared in Yi Xiao's eyes. That's it? That's all? Yi Xiao was somewhat surprised. He thought something unexpected might happen in the end. It seems there were no major setbacks. At the same time, a deep, resonant voice rang out. Ding! The final trial of the Path of Exile has ended. Ding! Congratulations! You have perfectly completed the trial, achieved first place on the leaderboard, and obtained the upgradable equipment, Dragon's Lament Robe, Mythical. After speaking, Yi Xiao's gaze shifted, and he found himself in an open space. Before him was a teleportation portal that was gleaming with light. Yi Xiao knew that was the exit from the road to exile. However, he was not in a hurry to leave, because, in front of him, a robe radiating brilliant light floated silently in the air. Yi Xiao could vaguely make out the shape of the armor that had been protecting him earlier from inside his robe. Clearly, the equipment rewards for Path of Exile are also determined by the participant's class, because he is a legal professional, so the armor eventually became a robe. Of course, these are all secondary. What excites Yi Xiao the most right now is that this Dragon's Sai robe is actually a mythical level piece of equipment. Since it's a reward from an event, it's not affected by the drop rate at all. Therefore, Yi Xiao did not have any high expectations for the quality of this growth type equipment at the beginning.
beginning. Unexpectedly, the result gave him a big surprise.
Mythical level growth type equipment is something you can practically wear for a lifetime.
Thinking of this, Yi Xiao suppressed his excitement and put the robe into his pocket.
He then eagerly checked the attributes of the robe.
The robe of the Dragon's Sigh, mythical. Characteristic, attributes increase as the player's level increases.
Current level, 90. Physical fitness, 180. Intelligence, 250. Effect 1, increases all elemental resistances by 1000. Effect 2, reduces physical damage by 20%. Wearing level, none. At first glance, the equipment's attributes don't seem particularly remarkable.
It's simply because it's of mythic quality, so it has more attribute points compared to other level 90 equipment.
Even its effect is quite simple, it only increases defense.
But almost instantly, Yi Xiao understood the value of this robe.
Although the attributes and effects seem ordinary, this robe is a growth type equipment.
In other words, as long as your level increases, the attributes and effects of the robe will also be enhanced accordingly.
We won't go into the basic attributes.
If those two effects can be improved, that would undoubtedly be the best for Yi Xiao, especially the second effect, which reduces physical damage by 20%. This is practically a built-in permanent damage reduction shield. If you get 20% physical damage reduction at level 90, what about at level 150, 200, or even 300?
Will it become 100%?
Yi Xiao began to feel anticipation.
After reviewing the clothing's attributes,
Yi Xiao couldn't wait to cast the Furnace of Smelting and the Blessing of Wind on it.
2 streams of energy, one red and one yellow, were injected into the robe.
Yi Xiao checked the attributes of the robe again. The robe of the Dragon's Sigh, mythical. Characteristic, attributes increase as the player's level increases.
Current level, 90. Physical fitness, 180. Intelligence, 250.
Refining effect, each time you are attacked or attacked by a skill, you will gain 1 stack of Flame Fury. Flame Fury allows your skills to deal 10 points of penetration damage to the target, stacking up to 100 times. Blessing effect, each time you are attacked or attacked by a skill, you will gain a stack of Divine Wind. Divine Wind increases your movement speed, attack speed, and skill projectile trajectory by 10 points, and can stack up to 100 times.
Effect 1, increases all elemental resistances by 1000. Effect 2, reduces physical damage by 20%. Wearing level, none.
Both the Flame Fury and the Divine Wind effects were completely new to Yi Xiao.
It truly lives up to its legendary status as equipment.
These two effects were somewhat unexpected for Yi Xiao. Flame Fury is a rare type of penetration. According to the description, it can stack up to 1000 points of penetration. If Yi Xiao uses Fireball, he can perfectly combine it with the effect of Lava Blade. Maximum 5000 points of fire resistance reduction plus 1000 points of penetration. There's also the Shadow Skeleton King's Wind Staff, which reduces both physical and magical resistance by 20%.
Any class with even slightly weak magic resistance is like a paper doll in front of Yi Xiao. Don't forget, Yi Xiao himself also has 18% energy penetration. As for Kamikaze, in Yi Xiao's view, this effect is far more powerful than Flame Fury.
Not only can it increase movement speed by up to 1000 points, but it also has the effects of swiftness and the 50% movement speed increase from the Ring of Plague, as well as the Skull Pants effect, which increases movement speed by 30%, and the Smelting effect, which increases movement speed by 10% for each skill cast. In this way, as long as you don't encounter a professional with extremely high agility, Yi Xiao doesn't even need to use the Void Illusion to easily deal with any enemy. He put on the robe of the Dragon's Sigh with satisfaction. Unexpectedly, a notification popped up from the system.
Ding!
The robe of the Dragon's Sigh has been bound.
What's going on? Upon seeing the notification, Yi Xiao was taken aback. But after realizing what had happened, he didn't pay much attention to it. Bound means that this equipment cannot be traded.
But how could Yi Xiao possibly sell such a powerful, evolving mythical equipment?
This is an outfit you could wear until the world explodes and still not take off.
Furthermore, even if he didn't use it himself, he would rather let it be destroyed in his own hands than give it to the enemy. After all, the 8 major families must be getting really worked up about him by now. After donning the robes, and with the various gains from the previous journey of exile, Yi Xiao couldn't help but check his own panel.
ID, Night Shadow. Level, 90. Class, Fusion Mage. Free attribute points, 0. Attributes, Strength 272, Constitution 694, Agility 1998, Intelligence 7024, HP 317590/317590, MP 73140/73140. Skills, Fireball, Mana Fountain, Experience Surge. Expand.
Abilities, Lava Blade, Forge, Death Domain, Dark Rebirth, Storm Rush, Blessing of the Wind. Agility is close to 2000 points, and intelligence reaches a terrifying 7024 points. With a total attribute of 9988 points, it's about to break 10,000 points. A normal level 90 professional player only has 1724 base stats. Even even if he were to wear the same top-tier mythical outfit. This attribute is probably even higher than Yi Xiao's single intelligence attribute.
Even if someone could possess the same attributes as Yi Xiao. But this is just attribute points.
With the added benefit of the endless chain of life, Yi Xiao's health points increased by a full 308,800.
I glanced at the time. Meanwhile, his lowest all-elemental resistance is 2,032 points.
Among them, the resistance level is approaching 20,000, reaching 19,357 points. Its mental resistance is slightly weaker, but it is still a good 15626. The resistance to these two elements is enough for him to deal with 70% to 80% of the corresponding elemental skills.
Of all resistances, fire resistance is naturally the most terrifying, thanks to their previous encounter in the underground cave.
Yi Xiao's fire resistance is now as high as 34,650 points. This resistance is only effective if the enemy has the ability to completely negate it. Otherwise, simple fire-based damage would be nothing more than child's play for Yi Xiao. However, apart from these three, the resistance to darkness and wind is slightly weaker, only around 5,000 points. It's enough to deal with ordinary enemies, but it would still put some pressure on Yi Xiao if he encountered a higher-level professional with the same attribute.
The pressure is only a little bit. Don't forget he also has various defensive measures. The Death Zone alone, when stacked to 100 layers, can reduce elemental damage by 20,000 points.
Furthermore, Yi Xiao can activate all shield skills simultaneously. Mana Shield and the Fused Star Guardian each provide 10% protection against all damage. All these methods combined would only amount to a negligible amount of actual elemental damage to him, unless the other party casts a forbidden spell. The conditions for casting forbidden spells are extremely strict. He could easily evade using the illusionary phantom, and if that didn't work, he still had the restrictive barrier of the Crimson Moon Eye.
The effect of this barrier has just been instrumental in Yi Xiao's success. As for physical damage, let's leave aside the other aspects. Star Shield and Star Guardian each absorb 20% of physical damage, while the newly acquired Dragon's Lament robe also reduces physical damage by 20%. Of course, damage calculation in the immortal world is not simply 1 plus 1. After all, this is a real world.
Therefore, even if the three physical damage reductions mentioned above are in effect simultaneously, it will not directly reduce the damage by 60%. Instead, it can block approximately 51% of the damage.
This involves extremely complex mechanisms.
For a century, countless scholars have attempted to study and analyze the world of immortality through extensive data research, but to this day, no one has been able to truly figure it out.
We can only make a rough estimate based on some experience. However, although it's not a 60% reduction, a reduction of more than half is still quite powerful.
However, compared to elemental damage, Yi Xiao is relatively weak against physical damage.
This is something Yi Xiao needs to pay attention to.
It seems that we need to consider supplementing our physical defenses in the future.
After reviewing your various attributes and skills,
Yi Xiao raised an eyebrow, looking quite satisfied.
With these attributes, it is currently able to easily cope with any crisis. Next, it's time to accept the third job advancement quest.
The sooner you complete the third job advancement, the sooner you can claim the title of Rookie King. That title can also significantly boost combat power. This will also greatly help his safety when he enters the primary area later. After thinking it over, Yi Xiao headed towards the exit. Outside Dingfeng City in the 702 beginner zone, however, there was a somber atmosphere. Strange, the path of exile has been over for almost 10 minutes. Why hasn't Nightshade come out yet? Zhao Mo had already returned to the entrance of the road to exile. At this moment, a large number of Longyuan Legion members had already surrounded the area, making it completely impassable.
Even as early as 20 minutes ago, Zhao Mo had already summoned the black-clad deacons of the Zhao family's enforcement team as instructed by Zhao Changlin. However, it wasn't the 3 people Zhao Changlin had initially requested, but a full 5.
As the commander of the Dragon Abyss Legion, Zhao Mo was a bold yet meticulous person. Having learned from his previous experience, Zhao Mo had already raised his assessment of Nightshade's combat strength by several levels. Therefore, just to be on the safe side, he directly sent 2 more black butlers over. Furthermore, these black butlers are all level 180, but they haven't undergone their 6th job advancement yet. Even so, 6-dimensional dissociation stones were used. That's only enough for these 5 black-clad butlers to roam the newbie zone for 4 hours.
But that's enough time.
Zhao Mo's only worry now is whether Night Shadow has become aware of the situation beforehand.
It cowers inside and refuses to come out.
A single-dimensional dissociation stone costs around 3 million. 5 of them would be worth 15 million.
This amount of money would be an enormous expense for an ordinary person.
But for the Zhao family, it wasn't a major problem.
The problem is, what if Yi Xiao stays inside for a whole day?
Zhao Mogwang's cost for the dimensional dissociation stone alone is as high as 90 million. If Yi Xiao were a little more astute, he could have stayed inside for a few days, or simply logged off. Spending nearly 100 million eternal
coins a day is quite disadvantageous for the Zhao family. That's why Zhao Mo couldn't help but ask.
Upon hearing this, Zhao Changlin, standing to the side, replied coldly without hesitation, unless he can hide inside for 10 or 8 years, keep a close eye on him. Upon hearing Zhao Changlin's words, Zhao Mo decisively chose to shut up. At this moment, he understood Zhao Changlin's attitude. Naturally, there would be no more hesitation. Meanwhile, the personnel from other second and third tier forces in Yunnan province who were in the beginner area were also summoned. Nightshade was the one who killed their most promising young talent. These second and third-rate forces harbored no less hatred for Night Shadow than Zhao Changlin, and perhaps even more so. Therefore, there was no need for Zhao Changlin to give any instructions.
They responded to the Zhao family's actions early on, transferring a large number of elites from the newbie zone.
At this moment, they were all arranged by Zhao Mo to be in the Dragon Abyss Legion.
However, right now in Dingfeng City,
besides the Dragon Abyss Legion and the elite troops sent by various forces, there were also many onlookers on the outside, making the entire Dingfeng City completely surrounded.
Zhao Mo ignored this. Instead, they let them block the way.
After all, this would greatly reduce the probability of Nightshade escaping. The Longyuan army has quite a large force. Judging by this, there must be at least 1,000 of them.
TSK.
It seems that all the Dragon Abyss army in our newbie zone has been recruited.
If we add those sent by other forces, there could be as many as 2,000 people.
It seems that Night Shadow has incurred the wrath of many this time, and the Zhao family is determined not to let Night Shadow off the hook. That goes without saying.
So many of Yunnan's most outstanding talents have died at his hands.
If the Zhao family and other forces don't seek revenge here, they will lose all face.
TCH, wasn't it those arrogant geniuses who ganged up on them first, then got beaten up and died? Didn't they deserve it? Shoo, are you out of your mind? If you keep saying that, aren't you afraid those people will kill you? What's there to be afraid of? I'm hiding so far back, they can't hear me.
I just can't stand the Zhao family's sore loser attitude. That's what they say, but what can we do? It seems like Nightshade is in grave danger this time.
Yes.
No matter how strong he is among the newcomers, he has no chance of surviving against more than 2,000 veteran level 90 professionals, let alone more than 2,000 people. Even if only the 1,000 members of the Dragon Abyss army were to attack, Night Shadow would not survive.
After all, the Dragon
Abyss army has the buff of Legion skills. Under this buff, the strength that an individual can exert has already surpassed that of a normal third-tier professional.
Have you forgotten that there are still 5 level 180 black-clad butlers there? I can't imagine how Nightshade is going to survive. Countless onlookers on the periphery whispered and discussed among themselves, although most of them felt very relieved that Nightshade killed Zhao Ping and his group.
But no one held any hope for what would happen to Nightshade next.
The 8 great families have ruled the alliance for far too long. Its deterrent power has long been ingrained in the very marrow of every professional.
In the past, there have been attempts to rebel against the 8 great families, but the results were self-evident. The fact that these 8 families have been able to stand strong to this day is a testament to their profound foundation, which is something that no single person can challenge. Even if this person is a genius, it won't work.
Amidst the discussions among the crowd, the once tranquil entrance to the path of exile was disrupted.
A subtle ripple of light appeared. However, it is precisely such a subtle fluctuation.
The entire city of over 100,000 people was immediately taken aback. He's out. Suddenly, someone cried out.
Suddenly, the crowd erupted in a deafening roar of surprise.
But the exclamation lasted for less than half a second.
The next moment, everyone held their breath in unison, their eyes fixed on the exit of the road of exile.
Zhao Mo also waved his arm immediately.
Immediately, 1,000 Longyuan soldiers, along with more than 1,000 elite troops from other forces, stood ready for battle.
Esteemed deacons, it's up to you now, Zhao Mo said coldly.
Behind him, a black-clad butler, completely covered in black clothes and a black hat, answered in an extremely hoarse and hollow voice.
Don't worry, Legion Commander.
We all understand the principle that even a lion uses its full strength to hunt a rabbit. With the 5 of us working together, we will definitely kill that level 60 kid.
Zhao Mo nodded.
At the same time, the ripples stopped flashing. A figure suddenly appeared in everyone's sight. The moment the figure appeared, the black-clad steward, who had just been talking to Zhao Mo, reacted extremely quickly.
Before he finished speaking, 5 black-clad stewards moved out simultaneously.
3 of them suddenly rushed towards the figure. One man wielded a sword, another a dagger, and the third relied solely on his fists. They attacked the figure from 3 directions. After they got up, the other 2 black-clad deacons were not idle either. One of them suddenly felt a surge of magical power, and then, an incredibly ferocious and enormous beast emerged from the void.
The group hadn't even gotten a clear look at the giant beast yet.
Then they saw a giant hand slam down on the figure. The last black-clad butler had already prepared his bow and arrows, although he was slower than others. But the arrow, though launched later, arrived first, carrying a series of explosive sonic booms as it swiftly struck the figure. The 5 of them worked together very well. In an instant, a series of booming explosions resounded throughout the entire city of Dingfeng.
smartphone. Those who witnessed this scene behind them were all horrified. The same thought arose in everyone's mind. Is this what a level 180 professional is like? 5 black-clad deacons from the Zhao family's enforcement team. His attack was as powerful as thunder. The way they were being dealt with didn't seem like they were facing a newbie at all. It was more like they were facing a boss of equal caliber. After their initial shock, the onlookers on the periphery were also somewhat speechless. The strength that Night Shadow displayed was indeed quite formidable. But your level 180 professionals, is it really necessary to be so ruthless? However, when the series of bombings ended, all the onlookers immediately shut their mouths and stopped complaining. The reason was that the figure was still able to stand still after being subjected to such a fierce combined attack. As the dust settled, the figure's face slowly emerged into everyone's view. Only then did everyone realize that the figure was surrounded by 4 faint halos of light. Clearly, the combined attack of the 5 black-clad deacons was intercepted by these light rings, without harming anyone in the slightest. This scene left not only the onlookers utterly shocked. Even the representatives of the various forces at the center of the dispute, as well as the Dragon Abyss Legion, were incredulous. Of course, the most shocking of all were the 5 black-clad deacons. After all, they were very clear about their own combat capabilities. Even if the combat power of 5 level 180 professionals is terrible, their high attribute points alone are enough to crush any level 90 professional who has not yet completed their 3rd job advancement, not to mention a mere newcomer. But right now, not only is Yi Ying not dead, but she seems to be completely unharmed. How could this not shock them? However, these 5 black-clad butlers are all seasoned professionals. There was no time to think before discovering the figure was unharmed. The leader of the black-clad deacons roared angrily. Military physical skills, combined. The more than 1,000 members of the Dragon Abyss Legion were still in shock. But upon hearing the command, he instinctively raised his weapon. Such perfectly synchronized movements instantly unleashed a surge of immense energy into the 5 black-clad deacons. At this moment, Yi Xiao, who had just been attacked by 5 black-clad stewards, finally saw the situation before him clearly. They also discovered the 5 black-clad deacons. Judging from the skills the opponent just displayed, and the equipment they were wearing, Yi Xiao could easily tell that these 5 people were at least 5th-tier professionals. Furthermore, as the Dragon Abyss Legion moved in unison, Yi Xiao clearly noticed that the combat power of these 5 black-clad stewards seemed to have increased significantly. For a moment, Yi Xiao couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. That's quite a grand affair. Even back on the road to exile, he could already foresee the scene before him. So the moment he appeared, he simultaneously activated 3 shields, Mana Shield, Star Shield, and Star Guardian. At the same time, the previously unused Death Zone was also opened. This is precisely to prevent such a situation. He just hadn't expected the Zhao family to be so willing to spend so much. In an effort to deal with him, they sent 5 high-level professionals into the newbie zone and also dispatched more than 1,000 members of the Dragon Abyss Legion. These people are probably all the personnel that can be drawn from the newbie zone. Judging from this, the Zhao family clearly doesn't intend to let him leave here alive. Fortunately, it has the support of 4 defensive skills. Those attacks didn't even take away a single drop of his blood. Thinking of this, Yi Zhao's lips curled up slightly. The Zhao family clearly didn't understand his intentions, but unfortunately, they underestimated his combat strength. If he were standing in front of 5 7th-tier professionals, it might cause him some trouble. But if it's only a 5th-level advancement, then it won't just cause him trouble, but rather he will cause trouble for the Zhao family. Seeing that everyone was still in a state of shock, Yi Xiao immediately raised his hand. A barrage of fireballs rained down from the sky. With the added benefits of numerous projectile trajectories, Yi Zhao's fireball technique was incredibly fast at this moment. Although the 5 black-clad deacons had already noticed Yi Zhao's actions, yet they still couldn't escape the attacks of these fireballs. Flames rained down from the sky. Hundreds of fireballs had just struck the 5 black-clad deacons. Immediately afterwards, Yi Xiao waved his hand, and hundreds more fireballs soared into the air. They had no intention of giving the enemy any breathing room. In an instant, countless fireballs rose up. The intense heat instantly transformed the entire Dingfengtian into a furnace. Even the onlookers on the periphery were startled by the intense heat and retreated repeatedly. Even so, Yi Xiao did not stop his actions, because I have never fought against a 5th-tier professional. Therefore, he was unaware of the opponent's true combat strength, nor did he know if the opponent had any backup plans. Therefore, Yi Xiao went all out when he made his move. The goal is simply to defeat the opponent in the shortest possible time. However, a few seconds later, Yi Xiao's brows furrowed slightly. This was because he had already unleashed fireballs more than 10 times in a row. The number of fireballs reached tens of thousands. However, the panel still did not display a notification that the target had been killed. Could it be that 5th-tier professionals are stronger than we thought? Yi Xiao had no doubt. Just then, several muffled groans suddenly came from not far away. Out of the corner of his eye, Yi Xiao noticed that several figures from the Dragon Abyss Legion standing there had inexplicably coughed up blood and collapsed to the ground. Judging from its appearance, it seems unlikely unlikely that it will survive.
And this commotion was like a domino effect, with similar scenes soon unfolding one after another in the surrounding area. Upon seeing this, Yi Xiao was first taken aback and then suddenly realized what was going on.
The 5 black-clad knights were clearly no match for Yi Xiao's fireball technique.
However, due to the previous Legion skill, the damage they received was transferred. Most Legion skills work by using a specific, unified posture to temporarily concentrate the combat power of all Legion members onto a few key leaders. This will enhance the combat capabilities of key leaders. At the same time, it can also distribute the damage suffered by the main leaders.
It can be described as an extremely domineering and powerful skill.
The only difference between the military skills possessed by different legions lies in the magnitude of their effects. The subordinate legions of the Zhao family, one of the top forces in the Longyuan Legion, naturally possessed excellent military skills. That is why the 5 black-clad deacons in front of them were able to withstand Yi Xiao's barrage of attacks without falling. Unfortunately, they held on. Unfortunately, the Dragon Abyss Legion, which was responsible for supplying them with combat power and absorbing damage, couldn't hold on any longer. Whether it's Zhao Changlin and Zhao Mo, or the 5 black-clad deacons in front of them,
none of them had ever seen Yi Xiao's fighting style.
Therefore, they made a mistake. They never imagined that Yi Xiao's fireballs were not only outrageously numerous, but also cast with such short intervals.
You must understand, according to the laws of the immortal world,
generally, the more powerful a skill is, the longer its cooldown time or the higher its mana cost. At the very least, it will have various troublesome side effects. But apart from the number and power, Yi Xiao's fireball spell seemed no different from an ordinary fireball spell.
What's going on here? Could the opponent have an SSS level talent?
At this moment, Zhao Changlin, who was not far away, had a strange glint in his eyes. His gaze remained fixed on Yi Xiao, as if trying to see him clearly. It seems that the previous information was wrong.
Yi Xiao must have used some method to hide his SSS level talent test in advance.
Zhao Mo, who was standing to the side, was startled upon hearing this. Elder, are you saying that Yi Xiao really has SSS level talent?
After a slight pause, Zhao Mo spoke again before Zhao Changlin could answer. But even with an SSS level talent, it's impossible to possess such a terrifying fireball spell.
Zhao Mo's words silenced Zhao Changlin. Clearly, having lived for decades, he had seen all sorts of exceptional individuals, but he just couldn't understand Yi Xiao's abilities. This made him feel very uncertain. However, this question did not last long. At this moment, one by one, members of the Dragon Abyss Legion fell. Zhao Changlin and Zhao Mo's expressions turned extremely ugly. Even before Yi Xiao appeared, they had already overestimated Nightshade's combat strength as much as possible. As one of the top powers, the Zhao family never underestimates its opponents because of arrogance. Unexpectedly, Yi Xiao slapped them in the face in just a few seconds. If this trend continues, before long, the 5 black-clad deacons were not dead, but all of their more than 1,000 Dragon Abyss Legion soldiers were about to be wiped out. Although these Dragon Abyss soldiers are only level 90, but they were all elites carefully cultivated by the Zhao family over several years. They have a strong tacit understanding with each other, and when they work together, they can unleash combat power that surpasses that of ordinary third-tier professionals. These Longyuan soldiers are usually stationed in the newbie area. In reality, however, they were the main force used by the Zhao family to clear out the lower-level abysses. If they all die here, it would be a significant loss for the Zhao family. Thinking of this, Zhao Changlin disregarded everything else. He immediately shouted, "Night Shadow, stop!"
Zhao Changlin's sudden shout immediately attracted everyone's attention. Everyone was wondering what this elder representing the Zhao family wanted to do at this moment.
Yi Xiao's gaze also swept towards Zhao Changlin, but he didn't know Zhao Changlin's identity.
But even if you know, what then?
You were the ones who struck first, and now you're shouting to stop when things aren't going well? There's no such thing as a free lunch. And so, Zhao Changlin's shout fell silent. Yi Xiao couldn't help but continue. Instead, they waved both hands in unison. Numerous fireballs rained down, but this time, their target was not the 5 black-clad deacons. Instead, it swept its gaze across the Dragon Abyss Legion on both sides. Yi Xiao's sudden change of target.
This was something no one expected.
Of course, even if someone could think of it. But Yi Xiao's fireball was just too fast. The members of the Dragon Abyss Legion were almost there, and they hadn't even had time to see them clearly yet.
It was then directly engulfed by the fireball. These people are not like the 5 black-clad deacons.
Although these people also have the added advantage of military physical skills, unfortunately, they are not the primary targets of the bonus. With their current resistance, Yi Xiao's lava blade alone would be enough to reduce their defense to 0. The result was obvious. Wherever Yi Xiao's fireball passed, it was devastating. No member of the Dragon Abyss Legion could withstand them. Moments later, entire groups of Longyuan Legion members were reduced to charred corpses. Those who were also affected were subordinates sent by various forces in Yunnan province. At first glance, the area that was originally surrounded by crowds on both sides has become incredibly empty. However, it was at this moment that the 5 black-clad deacons finally escaped Yi Xiao's firepower. although the 5 of them looked somewhat disheveled at the moment. But they still seized this hard-won respite and launched another attack on Yi Xiao. And this time, the 5 of them practically used their most secret skills. They planned to eliminate Yi Xiao once and for all. However, just as the 5 people made a move, hundreds of fireballs attacked again. The Legion's skill bonus was lost after losing more than 1,000 members of the Dragon Abyss Legion. At this moment, the defenses of the 5 black-clad knights were no match for Yi Xiao's attack. The next moment, before the 5 black-clad deacons could even react, they followed in the footsteps of the Dragon Abyss Legion members, becoming lifeless corpses. At the same time, as Yi Xiao's last fireball dissipated, the entire Dingfeng city suddenly became eerily quiet. Everyone was deeply shocked by what they saw. Just a minute ago, everyone was feeling incredibly sorry for Yi Xiao. But only a minute had passed. How long has it been? The result, however, was far beyond their expectations. From the moment Yi Xiao appeared until this moment, the whole process took less than a minute. All members of the Dragon Abyss Legion in the Zhao family's newbie zone, including 5 level 180 black-clad stewards, they were all killed in action? Furthermore, Yi Xiao hadn't really controlled the fireball spell very well. As a result, all of the more than 1,300 elite subordinates sent by various forces died together. One person versus more than 2,000 people, including 5 level 180 professionals who had undergone 5 job advancements. Moreover, they won so effortlessly and so cleanly. It's really unbelievable. At this moment, Zhao Changlin was still in the same position as when he shouted the words. He hadn't expected Nightshade to act so quickly and so ruthlessly, leaving him no room to maneuver. Looking at the charred corpses scattered on the ground, Zhao Changlin's eyelids twitched uncontrollably and veins bulged on his forehead. His face turned extremely gloomy. Zhao Mo, standing to the side, felt as if his heart was bleeding when he saw all his elite men fall in battle. A pair of tiger-like eyes looked at Yi Xiao, filled with chilling killing intent. In the end, he gritted his teeth. "Elder, I want to kill him with my own hands." He finished speaking without waiting for Zhao Changlin's response. Zhao Mo's figure suddenly became illusory and then disappeared completely after a moment. Seeing Zhao Mo's actions, Zhao Changlin remained silent. He knew that Zhao Mo intended to descend in his true form. Zhao Changlin did not intend to stop it. Today's events must be brought to a close with Yi Xiao's blood. Otherwise, the Zhao family would lose face. Thinking of this, Zhao Changlin suppressed his anger and coldly said to Yi Xiao, "Yi Xiao, you are very good. First you killed Zhao Peng, a member of my Zhao family, and now you have slaughtered 1,000 members of my Dragon Abyss Legion. My Zhao family will take responsibility for this debt." Yi Xiao, who was over there, ignored Zhao Changlin's words. After killing these people, he suddenly had an idea. Then a red light suddenly appeared between his eyebrows. Immediately afterwards, an invisible spatial gate opened. The next moment, everyone witnessed a bizarre scene. The charred corpse on the ground vanished into thin air right before their eyes. This bizarre scene shocked the already astonished crowd even more. What happened? Where are the bodies? What the hell? How could it disappear in the blink of an eye? The crowd gasped in shock. At this moment, Zhao Changlin's face also turned ashen as he watched the corpses of his men disappear right before his eyes. Although he didn't know what had happened, it couldn't have been done by anyone other than Yi Xiao in front of him. He felt that Yi Xiao was simply taking revenge on him. These people were all members of the Dragon Abyss Legion, and they died fighting for the Zhao family. Although Zhao Changlin didn't have many thoughts about the dead, but in full view of everyone, Yi Xiao destroyed these corpses. How will the Zhao family win people's hearts in the future? This is a blatant slap in the face to him and the Zhao family. At this moment, Zhao Changlin was so angry he felt like he was about to vomit blood. He immediately roared, "Night Shadow, you even go after corpses. You are so vicious." At this moment, Yi Xiao's gaze finally fell on Zhao Changlin. Hearing his explanation, I couldn't help but find it amusing. The reason he collected all 2,000 plus corpses, including the 5 level 180 black-clad deacons, was that he collected them together. It was just a spur-of-the-moment idea to conduct an experiment after thinking about the red moon space. I never thought it would actually work. The reason for collecting these corpses is quite simple. That is, he wanted to use these corpses to create exquisite orbs, which are skill upgrade stones. After all, opportunities to obtain so many corpses at once are rare, unless he goes on a killing spree and slaughters everyone in the starting village. However, he is not a murderous demon. He can't just kill anyone he catches if they haven't offended him. And then, if he actually does that, wouldn't that give the 8 major families an even more legitimate reason to deal with us? Although they are still targeting him, they don't dare to be too blatant anymore. But once he becomes a demon, he might attract the arrival of the real powerhouses from the 8 great families. At that time, we will have the support of all mankind. In the newbie zone, I was treated like a rat in the street, hated and attacked by everyone. That's not what Yi Xiao wanted. Therefore, these 2,000 corpses in front of us are a good opportunity to make use of them. As for whether this would disgust or anger the Zhao family, others might have reservations, but Yi Xiao certainly didn't. Even after Zhao Changlin finished speaking, Yi Xiao bluntly retorted, "Vicious? Compared to your Zhao family, what am
What am I? I just didn't want to join your Zhao family, so you had Zhao Peng join forces with other forces in Yunnan province to attack me on the road to exile. After learning that I was safe and sound, they mobilized 5 5th-tier professionals and more than 1,000 level 90 members of the Dragon Abyss to try to kill me. Tell me, how can I compare to your Zhao family, or any other forces, in terms of wickedness? Yi Zhao's series of rhetorical questions immediately resonated with many onlookers on the periphery. The real reason why the Zhao family wants to deal with Night's Shadow is clear to anyone who isn't a fool. This is not the first time such a thing has happened in the past few decades. However, the power of the 8 major families was simply too great. Since they all came from humble backgrounds, they could only silently endure it. Of course, their own abilities were not enough to attract the attention of the 8 major families. But this did not prevent them from being moved by Yi Zhao's words. The reactions of those around him, when seen by Zhao Chanlin, made his expression extremely unpleasant. However, even though everyone knows this is the truth, but bringing it up in public would ultimately have a negative impact, and Zhao Changlin would never admit to that. Nonsense. My Zhao family is trying to recruit you with the utmost sincerity, and we want to provide you with resources. But not only did you refuse first, you also camped out at the resurrection point in the path of exile, slaughtering my Zhao family and more than 50 other young geniuses. You have already violated the rules of the He Alliance. As the administrator of the 702 newbie zone, I naturally have to set an example for others. What wrong has my Zhao family done? Zhao Changlin's words were righteous and stern. The purpose, of course, is to avoid leaving a bad impression on outsiders. Next, it was to buy time for Zhao Mo to arrive in person. At this moment, he had already received a message from Zhao Mo that his true form had arrived in the newbie zone. However, it's quite a distance from Dingfeng City, and it will take about 5 minutes to get there. Zhao Changlin is now merely a mirror image, so naturally he has no means to capture Yi Zhao's information, so he could only rely on his words to buy time. Upon hearing Zhao Changlin's righteous sophistry, Yi Zhao sneered and shook his head, saying, I didn't expect your skin to be as thick as your rank. There were hundreds of thousands of people present at the path of exile, and you didn't even blink. I admire you. Unfazed by Yi Zhao's sarcasm, Zhao Changlin coldly surveyed his surroundings and asked in a deep voice, then let them come out and tell us what exactly happened inside. No need. Anyway, I never expected your Zhao family to reason with me. Just consider it a fit of rage. I didn't like Zhao Peng and the others, so I just tortured and killed them. Zhao Changlin nodded and sneered, so you're finally admitting it? At this moment, representatives from other factions began to hurl insults at Yi Zhao. Watching this group of people perform like clowns was hilarious. Yi Zhao slowly shook his head, then suddenly smiled at Zhao Changlin. Are you stalling for time? Zhao Changlin was startled upon hearing this. However, Yi Zhao didn't wait for him to speak and said to himself, the person next to you just now is gone. He seems a bit angry. I guess he's coming over in person? Yi Zhao's tone was flippant, but when it reached Zhao Changlin's ears, it made the latter's heart sink slightly. He understood that Yi Zhao had seen through his intentions. Then it will probably be a bit difficult to hold them back now. And just as Zhao Changlin had thought, after Yi Zhao finished speaking, he grinned at Zhao Changlin. Then she softly said, goodbye. Immediately afterwards, under the watchful eyes of tens of thousands of people, Yi Zhao activated the void illusion and his figure vanished instantly. Upon seeing this, Zhao Changlin's eyes widened in anger, the whites of his eyes filled with bloodshot veins. He was going to grind my teeth to pieces, but faced with Yi Zhao's shameless behavior, but he had no way to solve it. However, not long after Yi Zhao left, an unparalleled aura swept in from outside the city. The next moment, Zhao Mo appeared in front of everyone, exuding a strong killing intent. Nightshade, come out and face your death. This was a furious roar from an 8th-tier professional expert. The sound carried a terrifying aura and instantly swept across the entire Dingfeng City. However, Yi Zhao was no longer there. Zhao Changlin was so angry that he cursed, useless trash. The people have all run away. What are you barking about here, you incompetent fool? The crowd of onlookers behind him were terrified by the arrival of a powerful figure like Zhao Mo, but I still couldn't help feeling amused. At the same time, it also made me feel a little relieved. Amidst a great commotion, the trials of the path of exile finally came to an end. Most of the newcomers were leaving Dingfeng City in an orderly manner at this time. For ordinary newcomers, regardless of who takes first place in path of exile, it has no effect on them. However, Yi Zhao's appearance this year gave them more to talk about over tea. Nightshade killed 5 level 180 black-clad stewards from the Zhao family, as well as 1,000 members of the Dragon Abyss Legion and a large army of more than 1,000 miscellaneous soldiers. This news came shortly after Yi Zhao left Dingfeng City. The news spread throughout the entire alliance. Right now, everyone has heard this information. Countless people found Nightshade's insane feat unbelievable. Meanwhile, countless people secretly gloated over the Zhao family's misfortune. No one would have imagined that the Zhao family, which had stood for nearly a century, would be so thoroughly humiliated by an ordinary person. Although Ying ultimately fled before Zhao Mo, an 8th level expert, arrived in person, no one thought Yi Zhao was a coward.
Instead, they were surprised and even somewhat impressed that he was able to escape from an 8th level expert.
It can be said that after the turmoil in Dingfeng City, the Zhao family's reputation was greatly affected.
At this moment, the Zhao family was no longer seen as the lofty, unshakable, and invincible family. On the contrary, it gives people a certain feeling. It turns out that the Zhao family can only manipulate these easy targets. When they encounter a tough opponent, they will still be humiliated.
Of course, this is just a feeling.
Most people haven't really lost their minds to think that the Zhao family can be provoked at will. After all, in the eyes of the Zhao family, they were easy targets. But that doesn't stop them from talking about it in private.
The Zhao family, unusually, remained silent and did not come forward to say anything. It's not that they don't want to.
Rather, the Zhao family had forgotten how long it had been since they had encountered such a strange newcomer as Yi Xiao. Or rather, they had never encountered such a situation before. As a result, when they were ridiculed and talked about by the outside world, the Zhao family couldn't come up with a way to deal with it. The simplest and most effective solution is naturally to arrest Yi Xiao.
However, given the current situation, they cannot do it.
As for other solutions, I can't think of any for the time being.
Aside from remaining silent, the Zhao family couldn't think of a solution for the time being.
Of course, the Zhao family would not let this go so easily.
At this moment, Zhao Changlin, representing the Zhao family, has requested the alliance to convene a meeting.
The Zhao family wants to drag the other families down with them. Why should we have agreed to deal with Yi Xiao in the first place? Now, only the Zhao family is bearing all of this? The outside world is naturally unaware of the Zhao family's behind-the-scenes actions. At this moment, in another beginner zone, extremely far away from the 702 beginner zone, Ji Zijio stood outside Dingfeng City, and naturally, he already knew about Night Shadow. To this, Ji Zijio didn't seem as surprised as the others. On the contrary, deep down he felt it was only natural. After all, that Night Shadow was a newcomer who was overshadowing him.
If he can't even do this much, then isn't Ji Zijio a useless piece of trash?
Ji Zijio took a deep look at the name at the top of the stone tablet, her eyes filled with confusion. After a few moments, he turned and left.
Nightshade?
I believe we'll meet again soon, and then I'll show you that an initial lead means nothing,
Ji Zijio said with absolute confidence.
He has the support of the entire Ji family, countless divine forging stones at his disposal, and a hidden job advancement that is about to be completed. Compared to him, that Night Shadow was just an ordinary person who was a little luckier. He has no reason to lose. Thinking of this, Ji Zijio swept away her previous disappointment and her expression suddenly became radiant. Because of the opening of the Path of Exile. Therefore, there weren't many new players who came to complete the first job advancement task in the past 2 days. At this moment, Black Sand City was rather quiet.
Even those familiar with Black Sand City can sense an unusual atmosphere permeating the city. However, this is quite easy to understand, since the Golden Phoenix Legion's elite, along with its commander Xuefeng, all perished in battle.
The original Golden Phoenix Legion was changed to the Shadow Legion.
However, its strength is not what it used to be.
The Golden Phoenix Legion once dominated the Black Tiger and Silver Dragon Legions. However, with the combined attacks from Black Tiger and Silver Dragon, the Shadow Legion's sphere of influence is shrinking.
Most importantly, these past few days,
the calamities in Blackwater Canyon have been almost completely wiped out by the Black Tiger and Silver Dragon Legions. Even if the Shadow Legion wanted to, they couldn't. As a result, the overall situation in Black Sand City has become somewhat delicate. At this moment, Xueling was sitting in the headquarters of the Shadow Legion. Looking at the empty hall in front of me, I felt extremely frustrated, faced with constant exclusion and targeting from the Black Tiger and Silver Dragon Legions. At this moment, within the Shadow Legion, apart from a few mixed-race individuals of the same status as her, there were no other members.
Most of the other normal human professionals had already left long ago. Xueling knew very well, if things continue to develop like this, it won't be long. The Black Tiger and Silver Dragon Legions will definitely take action against them. The reason we haven't made a move yet is simply because the peak season for promotions has arrived each year. They just didn't want to cause any more trouble at this time. Once they have some free time, it will likely be the day the Shadow Legion is destroyed. Snow Spirit had no attachment to the Shadow Legion. The only person she truly cared about was Yi Xiao. Once the Shadow Legion ceases to exist, she will have completely lost her value. If Yi Xiao decides she's no longer useful, her life or death will be entirely in his hands. Xueling could not tolerate such an outcome. She wanted to live, so she had to find a way to demonstrate her worth to Yi Xiao as soon as possible. Only in this way can one save their life. But how can one demonstrate their value? She received the news not long ago. Yi Xiao single-handedly slaughtered more than 2,000 people on the road to exile, including 5 fifth-tier professionals. This impressive record truly shocked her once again. Therefore, Xueling fell into deep thought once again. Just then, a figure appeared silently in front of her. It was none other than Yi Xiao, who had just left Dingfeng City. The moment Yi Xiao appeared, Xueling was stunned at first, but the next second she knelt down and said in a trembling voice, Master, when did you arrive? Yi Xiao glanced at Xue Ling but didn't say anything. Instead, he walked straight to the head seat and slowly sat down. Then his gaze fell upon Xue Ling. After a while, this happened. He then slowly opened his mouth. I just heard some news outside, and your performance has disappointed me. Xue Ling trembled, her lowered face instantly turning deathly pale. Master, Xue Ling has failed your expectations. Please give Xue Ling some time. Xue Ling will definitely be able to regain the market in Black Sand City. Yi Xiao looked at Xue Ling, who was kneeling in front of him, trembling, without any emotion in his eyes. The reason for keeping Xue Ling here is twofold. Firstly, because they value the Golden Phoenix Legion's ability to generate revenue here. Furthermore, Xue Ling took the initiative to sign the slave contract with him, and the other party's life and death were entirely in his hands. That's why he spared the other person's life. However, it now appears that Xue Ling's effects have not met Yi Xiao's expectations. This made Yi Xiao rethink how to deal with Xue Ling. He also knew that a large part of the reason why Xue Ling could not gain a foothold in Black Sand City was because he had killed all the elites of the Golden Phoenix Legion, including Xue Feng, that day. But this is not a valid reason. If he has to rebuild everything himself, then Xue Ling's existence is meaningless. Just then, Xue Ling, who had been keeping her head down, noticed that Yi Xiao hadn't said anything. She couldn't help but raise her head slightly and secretly glance at Yi Xiao. Seeing Yi Xiao's expressionless face, Xue Ling felt even more terrified. Perhaps they were intimidated by Yi Xiao's attitude. Xue Ling seemed to have made a tremendous decision, then gritted her teeth and slowly said, "You said the day that you had killed the Plague Sourceworm, the boss of the Plague Hidden Forest. Your purpose in keeping me alive was to use the original Golden Phoenix Legion to earn enough money to revive the Plague Sourceworm. But the current situation is that Black Sand City is already under the control of the Black Tiger and Silver Dragon Legions. The Shadow Legion will need some time to develop. However, I have found a way that may not require so many immortal coins to revive the Plague Worm." At this point, Xue Ling hesitated for a moment, but then continued, But the methods used might be a bit cruel to the master, and might also affect the master's reputation. Yi Xiao, who was pondering how to deal with Xue Ling, was somewhat surprised when he suddenly heard this. He was very curious about the method Xue Ling had mentioned. As for whether it was cruel or not, or whether it was reputational or not, he didn't care too much, given his current situation. Although they weren't universally hated, they weren't much better off facing the oppression of the 8 major families. Since the emergence of the world of immortality, the principle of might makes right has long permeated the entire world. Only when you are strong enough to make everyone feel fear. So, whatever you do, no one will dare to have any objections. Yi Xiao saw this point clearly in the matter of the 8 major families targeting him this time. Being able to revive the Plague Sourceworm and then use it to refine exquisite pearls would greatly help him improve his strength. So he asked directly, "Tell me what you think, but this is your last chance. I don't like useless people." Upon hearing this, Xue Ling's delicate body trembled slightly, and then she spoke. "Master, this method requires killing people, killing many professionals, and using their lives to resurrect the plague-inducing worm." Murder? Yi Xiao was slightly taken aback and looked at Xue Ling with some suspicion. Xue Ling knew there was no turning back once the arrow was released, so she took a deep breath and nodded, saying, "Yes, as long as I kill enough people, I can not only help my master revive the Plague Sourceworm, but also cultivate a large number of hybrids to refine divine forging stones for my master." Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao's heart stirred, and his gaze suddenly sharpened as he stared intently at Xue Ling's fair and delicate face, as if trying to see right through her. He's been having a headache ever since Remy's unexpected death. After all, Remy is currently the only NPC who knows how to craft exquisite orbs. Although before he died, he told himself that his organization also had other NPCs who knew how to craft exquisite orbs. However, Yi Xiao was unable to find those people quickly in a short period of time. However, he did not give up his desire for the exquisite pearl. The reason for collecting those 2,000+ corpses earlier was to keep them for unforeseen circumstances. Anyway, the flow of time is different in the Red Moon space. For a short period of time, the corpses will remain very fresh and will not decompose. Later, when he finds a way to refine exquisite pearls, they might come in handy. However, to Yi Xiao's surprise, Xue Ling in front of him also understood. As for what she said later about refining the divine forging stone, Yi Xiao, on the contrary, wasn't very interested. With his unlimited skill slots, that thing was completely useless against him. Suppressing his surprise, Yi Xiao quickly asked, "Why didn't you mention this before?" Faced with Yi Xiao's sudden, deep question, Xue Ling was terrified, but she knew that what he said next could very well determine her life or death, so he could only grit his teeth and continue. "I only found out about this a few days ago when I discovered a notebook among my sister's few belongings. It contains some secrets about the miasma forest." Xue Ling glanced at Yi Xiao discreetly and then continued, "It turns out that Xiefeng has been in contact with a certain being in the miasma hidden forest all along. The reason why Xiefeng's strength has improved so quickly is that she is secretly making a deal with that person. However, she is not refining divine forging stones, but refining exquisite pearls. This is a kind
kind of magical stone that only we hybrids and the Maya people can use. However, the Zhao family is unaware of these matters. Having read the notes, Xueling now understood that the Zhao family was the force behind Xuefeng and the Golden Phoenix Legion. Yi Xiao was not surprised by this. Xueling just said that the exquisite orb only works on hybrids and NPCs. This surprised Yi Xiao somewhat. If what Xueling said is true, then why can I use it too? He is a perfectly legitimate human being. That's beyond doubt. I racked my brains for a while, but still couldn't come up with any ideas. In the end, Yi Xiao could only attribute this to his extraordinary talent. Only in this way can it be explained. Next, Xueling began to recount her story, word by word, without reservation. Yi Xiao now understood what Xueling meant by the method. According to normal rules, reviving a dungeon boss of the Plague Source Worm level would require approximately 10 million eternal coins, plus 2 abyss magic crystals, 1 soul fire, and 1 drop of monster blood essence. This is also the method most professionals use to revive the boss after conquering the secret realm. Before each secret realm is conquered, a multifaceted mirror space is not generated for professionals to enter in challenge. Therefore, all challengers will appear in the most primitive secret realm space after entering the secret realm. Everyone suddenly understood. This is why Yi Xiao encountered Zhao Xue and the others in the secret realm earlier. You mean, only when the secret realm is conquered and the controller reactivates it by reviving the boss. Then you can put in the corresponding energy materials to successfully activate the secret realm and generate multiple layers of mirror space. The mirror space will restore the original state of the secret realm to a 1:1 scale, allowing professionals who enter to take on the challenge. You will receive the corresponding rewards if you successfully complete the mission. These rewards are naturally extracted and transformed from energy materials, and further evolved by the secret realm's continuous absorption of energy from the eternal world. Therefore, countless forces want to possess the secret realm. After all, the effort put in is proportional to the reward, so there is absolutely no situation where you lose money. However, the materials for reviving bosses are already quite scarce, and this scarcity is compounded by the depletion of resources over the past few decades. Prices are getting higher and higher these days. Yi Xiao originally planned to wait until he went to the primary area, sell the divine forging stone, and then consider resurrecting the plague source worm demon. But now that we have Xueling, we can save a lot of money and trouble. The method Xueling described was extremely simple and brutal, and of course, it was also extremely cruel and contrary to the laws of nature. That is, to continuously feed the corpses of professionals to the dead plague-inducing worms using special methods recorded in the Snow Phoenix manual. In this way, the original method can be replaced and the plague source worm can be directly resurrected. However, this method of resurrection does not require just a few or dozens of professionals. Instead, there are hundreds or thousands. No wonder Xueling was worried that revealing her method would displease Yi Xiao. After all, such cruel methods would make any normal person's scalp tingle. However, she was unaware that there were more than 2,000 ready-made corpses lying in Yi Xiao's red moon space at this moment. This way, even the process of killing someone is saved. Thinking of this, a smile flashed across Yi Xiao's eyes. Unexpectedly, the idea that suddenly came to mind unexpectedly found a place to be put to use. Yi Xiao was in a great mood for a moment. After regaining his composure, Yi Xiao said to Xueling, "Get ready, I'll take you to the miasma hidden forest when I get back." After a pause, Yi Xiao continued, "This is your last chance. If you disappoint me again, you should know the consequences." Xueling's delicate body trembled, and she hurriedly said, "Please rest assured, Master, Xueling will definitely not disappoint you this time." Yi Xiao did not answer, and turned to leave the Shadow Legion's hall. Before long, Yi Xiao arrived at Blackwater Canyon again, because the path of exile was opened. There aren't many newcomers coming to Black Sand City to complete their first job advancement mission right now. However, when he arrived at the outer edge of Blackwater Canyon, he saw a familiar scene again. A professional with a black tiger emblem embroidered on his chest immediately stepped forward and blocked Yi Xiao's path upon seeing him. Entering Blackwater Canyon costs 1,000 eternal coins. Of course, if you choose our Black Tiger Legion to help you fight the boss, the 1,000 eternal coins can be waived. Upon hearing these familiar words, Yi Xiao's expression turned strange. He once dreamed that Snow Spirit's Shadow Legion could regain its former glory and wreak havoc on other newcomers. Unfortunately, it was really not up to par. In the end, it was still themselves who got hurt. However, last time he was too lazy to cause any more trouble, so he just gave it to him. But this time is different. He came here to cause trouble. Naturally, he wouldn't spend any more money. "Is your commander inside?" The Black Tiger Legion member was taken aback upon hearing this, and said somewhat uncertainly, "You know our commander?" "Of course, I have something to discuss with him," Yi Xiao nodded and said. However, the members of the Black Tiger Legion didn't quite believe it, and their tone carried a hint of questioning. "The commander is here, of course, but you're not trying to pretend you know him just to avoid paying the fare, are you?" After a pause, the man's tone suddenly turned fierce. "You need to think this through. The consequences of doing this are something a newcomer like you can't afford." Having gotten the answer he wanted, Yi Xiao Xiao was too lazy to waste words with the person in front of him.
It starts up instantly.
His figure instantly transformed into a blur, rushing towards the location of the Calamity Messenger. The Black Tiger Legion members on guard were taken aback at first, but then his expression changed, and he immediately shouted, "Someone's fair evading," as the sound was heard. Soon, many figures rushed out along the road. However, in Yi Xiao's eyes, their speed was far too slow.
After a few breaths, Yi Xiao successfully arrived at the secluded pool, and none of those people noticed.
Upon arriving at the secluded pool, Yi Xiao quickly spotted Lei Laohu. To Yi Xiao's surprise, Quanglong, the commander of the Silver Dragon Legion, was also among them. For some unknown reason, the Black Tiger and Silver Dragon Legions joined forces at this moment. Lei Laohu and Quanglong stood to the side, directing the members in the arena to surround and kill the Calamity Messenger.
Meanwhile, on the outskirts, there were hundreds of newcomers quietly waiting to change jobs.
However, the Calamity Messenger, besieged and enraged, kept roaring. In addition, the noise from the battle was too loud to be suitable for discussing matters, so Yi Xiao shook his head and unleashed a fireball.
The towering figure of the Calamity Messenger has vanished.
This sudden change also made the entire pool instantly become extremely quiet.
However, the next moment,
Lei Laohu and Quanglong, who were in charge of directing from the side, seemed to remember something, and their expressions suddenly changed.
But before they could react,
Yi Xiao had already appeared in front of the two of them, and then smiled at them.
"Hello, it's nice to see you again."
His identity is now known to the 8 major families.
There's no need to hide it. However, compared to Yi Xiao's smile, Lei Laohu and Quanglong were deeply shaken. The sight of countless fireballs filling the sky left an indelible impression on them.
After all, it hasn't been long since I last saw this scene. Therefore, the moment Yi Xiao appeared, the two already knew Yi Xiao's identity. Lei Laohu was utterly horrified and stammered, unable to utter a word.
Quanglong, on the other hand, quickly recovered from his initial shock.
"Senior, we were unaware that you needed this messenger of calamity.
Please forgive us if we have offended you. We will leave immediately."
As he spoke, he tried to pull Lei Laohu away with him. However, Yi Xiao's next words made him and Lei Laohu freeze in place.
"Don't rush off.
Your legion charged me quite a bit in tolls before.
Your business seems to be doing well these days. How about we settle the accounts first?"
Yi Xiao's words caused the two of them to change their expressions.
"Senior, is there some misunderstanding?" Quanglong asked, suppressing his shock. "Misunderstanding? No, not at all."
Yi Xiao chuckled. "Just now outside, one of the Black Tiger's men tried to collect a toll from me." Upon hearing this, Lei Laohu's face turned as red as a pig's liver, and he cursed his subordinates hundreds of times in his heart. But he still tried to explain, "Senior, this toll has existed since ancient times, and it's something the Alliance has tacitly agreed to." Before Lei Laohu could finish speaking, Yi Xiao's smiling expression suddenly changed, and his voice became somewhat indifferent as he slowly said, "This has been
used well since ancient times. The last time I heard something similar was here.
There was a woman named Xuefeng who also tried to persuade me with this fallacy."
Lei Laohu's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. Xiefeng's remains are still buried in this dark pool. How could he not know?
So he quickly said, "Senior, I am willing to return all the toll fees I have received in the past few days.
Please do so on my behalf."
Mad Dragon immediately chimed in, "Senior, my Silver Dragon Legion is also willing to return it, and can offer double the amount as compensation." After a pause, Mad Dragon continued, "In addition, my Silver Dragon Legion is willing to pay an extra 500,000 eternal coins to you, Senior, as compensation for the offense." Upon hearing Quanglong's words, Lei Laohu cursed inwardly that this sixth brother was inhuman. By saying that, he would appear petty, and it wouldn't be a good thing if he angered this ruthless person in front of him. So he quickly told Yi Xiao that he was willing to pay an additional 500,000 yuan. Seeing that the two were on the right track, Yi Xiao's expression finally returned to a cheerful one.
"All right, it seems you're reasonable enough." Upon hearing this, both Lei Laohu and Quanglong breathed a sigh of relief. 500,000 is neither a lot nor a little for them,
but being able to use 500,000 to drive away the nemesis in front of them is a good thing for them. However, just as the two were about to take the money, Yi Xiao raised his hand to stop them and said, "No rush, I haven't finished speaking yet.
I agree that you are willing
to compensate me, but as for the amount, my request is not high. If each party returns the money, I will give you 5 million, and this matter will be over today."
Lei Laohu and Quanglong exclaimed in surprise, instinctively wanting to curse, but they immediately realized that the person standing
in front of them was someone who could instantly kill the Calamity Messenger, so they swallowed the words that had just come out. Yi Xiao glanced at the two of them and said indifferently, "It seems you don't want to give it to me."
"Fine."
Seeing Yi Xiao's face turn cold, Lei Laohu immediately put on a mournful face and said, "Senior, 5 million is really too much.
Do you think we can discuss it?"
Quanglong, standing to the side, also explained with a bitter face, "Senior, it's not that we're unwilling to give, but to be honest, we've handed over most of our profits, leaving our legion with very little usable funds."
Yi Xiao nodded.
He was naturally aware of this matter. The Golden Phoenix Legion had operated in the same manner previously. It's impossible to gain a foothold foothold in Black Sand City without powerful backers. To put it bluntly, the Black Tiger and Silver Dragon legions may seem to be incredibly powerful in Black Sand City, but in reality, they are just puppets of other forces. Knowing this, Yi Xiao had no intention of bargaining with the other party.
There's something you've misunderstood. What? Lei Laohu and Quanglong looked at Yi Xiao with puzzlement.
Yi Xiao smiled slightly at the two of them.
I'm not some senior, my name is Nightshade.
Lei Laohu and Quanglong stared at Yi Xiao in disbelief. They were well aware of Nightshade's reputation, especially after Yi Xiao single-handedly slaughtered more than 2,000 level 90 Longyuan army soldiers and other allied forces. Today, almost everyone in the world of immortals has heard of Nightshade.
However, neither of them expected this. The menacing figure before me is none other than Night Shadow. That's it.
They were initially puzzled, unable to understand what kind of important figure would be so bored as to use a dimensional liberation stone to bully newbies in this beginner's area.
If it's Night Shadow, then everything makes sense. However, in this way, Lei Laohu and Quanglong's hearts sank.
Originally, they just wanted to give the other party some money to get rid of them, since the other party was a high level and couldn't stay in the newbie zone forever.
But if it's Night Shadow,
thinking of this, both of them showed bitterness on their faces.
However, Mad Dragon reacted quickly.
After struggling for a while, he gritted his teeth and said decisively, "Former
Nightshade, I can give you 5 million, but you have to promise not to cause trouble for Silver Dragon again?"
Yi Xiao chuckled softly.
"I'm sorry, I can't guarantee that." Quanlong's breath hitched, but he didn't know what to say.
Lei Laohu moved his lips, about to speak, but was impatiently interrupted by Yi Xiao.
"Do you think I'm easy to talk to?"
Hearing Yi Xiao's indifferent tone, the two of them trembled slightly. Only then did he realize that the guy in front of him was a ruthless character who dared to go head-to-head with even the 8 great families.
For a moment, no one dared to breathe.
Yi Xiao didn't intend to waste any more words and said directly, "I'll give you 10 seconds. If I haven't seen 5 million by then, I'll slaughter your Black Tiger and Silver Dragon." Yi Xiao's words immediately made both of them feel bitter inside. The first promotion this year has only just begun, and the Legion's income is far from enough, not to mention that the bulk of it has already been handed over. However, it was clear that Yi Xiao had no intention of reasoning with them. Left with no other choice, Lei Laohu and Quanglong exchanged glances, gritted their teeth, and each took out 5 million eternal coins. Of that 5 million, it was basically the profit they had secretly pocketed over the years as Legion commanders. This payment means all those years of hard work have been for nothing. Watching Yi Xiao happily accept the 10 million, both of their hearts were bleeding. Yi Xiao was fully aware of this. However, he didn't care at all. These guys, who occupy this place and exploit a large number of new people every year, don't deserve any sympathy.
It seems you guys are sensible enough. That's good.
Yi Xiao put the 10 million into his backpack, then changed the subject and said, "By the way, you haven't allowed the Shadow Legion to participate in your activities these past few days. I hope this won't happen again when I come next time." Silver Dragon was smarter than Thunder Tiger, and upon hearing this, he immediately understood the cause and effect. It turns out that the Shadow Legion belongs to the Nightshade before us. Originally, he and Lei Laohu watched Xue Feng and her group of elites perish, and they even thought of taking the opportunity to jointly control the entire Black Sand City.
Unexpectedly, this angered Nightshade.
If only we had known earlier that the Shadow Legion was backed by the Nightshade. Quanlong paused, then shook his head and smiled bitterly. They probably won't take Nightshade seriously until the road to exile ends. This is truly a case of trying to steal a chicken but losing the rice instead.
702 Newbie Zone, deep in the miasma-ridden forest.
2 beams of light flashed by. In the once silent dense forest, Yi Xiao and Xue Ling suddenly appeared. Before Xue Ling could understand the situation, Yi Xiao pointed to the still unrotted plague worm not far away and said, "The body is right there. What do we do now?" After extorting another 10 million eternal coins from the Black Tiger and Silver Dragon legions, Yi Xiao didn't delay any longer. They returned directly to the Shadow Legion and brought Snow Spirit to the plague forest. He was eager to know if Xue Ling's method was feasible.
Hungry as the controller of the hidden realm of the miasma forest,
it was naturally an easy task for Yi Xiao to lead his people into the primeval miasma-ridden forest. Upon hearing Yi Xiao's question, Xue Ling composed herself, first going to the side of the plague sourceworm, observing it carefully for a while, before turning back to Yi Xiao and saying, "Master, based on the extent of the damage to this plague worm, it will take the sacrifice of at least 1,000 professionals to fully revive it.
Moreover, if the professionals are too weak, this number may need to be increased."
Yi Xiao nodded, then came to the side of the plague sourceworm demon. With a wave of his hand, a strange gate glowing red appeared behind him. Immediately afterwards, more than 2,300 corpses appeared out of nowhere. The next moment, they piled up around the plague worm. This scene completely stunned Xue Ling. She had assumed that Yi Xiao had only brought her to check on the condition of the plague-infested worms. Unexpectedly, Yi Xiao had even prepared a corpse. The air was thick with the stench of blood. Xue Ling's face turned pale, and her fear of Yi Xiao intensified.
"There are 2,334 corpses here in total. Should that be enough?"
Xue Ling said somewhat stiffly, "That's enough, but besides the corpse, there are also immortal coins. Yi Xiao nodded, then took out the 10 million eternal coins he had previously extorted and handed them to Xueling. To resurrect the plague worm, in addition to the corpses of professionals, a large amount of immortal coins are also needed. This is the real reason why Yi Xiao went to rob the Black Tiger in Silver Dragon Legions. Furthermore, these immortality coins are not only used to resurrect the plague-inducing worms, it will also be needed when refining the exquisite pearl. According to Remy's dying words, to put it simply, refining is nothing more than a transformation of energy form. The eternal coin itself is also composed of an energy crystal, but this energy crystal can generally only be directly absorbed by NPCs, not by human professionals. Therefore, for human professionals, immortality coins are simply a form of currency. However, according to the forecast, reviving the plague sourceworm and then refining the exquisite orbs will most likely not require that much money. But just in case, Yi Xiao didn't dare to spend the money right away. Otherwise, if it's not enough, all our previous efforts will be in vain. Seeing Xueling accept the eternal coin, Yi Xiao asked, "How long will it take you to revive the plague sourceworm?" Xueling quickly calculated in her mind for a moment, and then said, "According to the records in my sister's notes, it will take about 5 to 6 hours. Yi Xiao showed no dissatisfaction upon hearing this. "Alright, you stay here and revive the plague sourceworm. I'm going out for a bit." Xueling naturally dared not say more and nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Yi Xiao left the secret realm immediately. While he was at it, he decided to take on the third stage advancement quest. He's been stuck at level 90 for most of the day. A dozen minutes later, in Huangsha City, the closest city to the miasma forest, Yi Xiao arrived at the job change stone tablet in the Hall of Professionals with ease. The third job advancement is an extremely important hurdle for every professional. It is different from the first and second job advancements. Some newcomers can even spend 1 or 2 years on the third job advancement quest card. This is also a major reason why people like Quanglong and Lei Laowu stay in the newbie zone. Professionals like them are a dime a dozen in every newbie zone. The reason for this is naturally the fall of the NPC. This led to the complete disappearance of some items and abilities needed for advancement tasks. Looking at the stone tablet in front of me, Yi Xiao took a deep breath. Although his current combat strength is far beyond what any newcomer can match, but I'm still a little nervous. After all, the difficulty of these 3 advancement tasks sometimes depends a lot on luck. If you're unlucky, the time and effort spent are secondary. The real danger is encountering tasks that are simply impossible to complete. That wouldn't be fun. While silently praying, Yi Xiao placed his large hand on the stone tablet. The next moment, the entire stone tablet lit up. Yi Xiao's heart also rose and fell with the light. Ding! You meet the requirements for the third job advancement quest. Generating the advancement quest. Third job advancement quest generated. Rescue the fallen coastal village. Upon completion, you will automatically advance to the third job advancement. Upon seeing the mission name, Yi Xiao's heart skipped a beat. I quickly opened the taskbar to check. Mission name, Save the Fallen Coastal Village. Mission description, Linhai Village is a small fishing village on the edge of the Star Empire, long plagued by sea monsters. To maintain peace in Linhai Village, the Star Empire has issued a bounty, hoping for brave warriors to repel these demons. Your goal is to completely wipe out the sea monsters occupying Linhai Village. After completion, find the village chief to hand in the mission. Upon completion, you will receive a reward in advance to the third job advancement. After reading the task details, Yi Xiao's face immediately froze. Just what I feared most came to pass. In fact, Yi Xiao had a bad feeling when he saw the words Linhai Village, and it really was true. Eradicating the ocean monsters is not difficult for him now. The difficulty lies in the fact that NPCs have long since disappeared from the stage of the Eternal Continent. Where is he going to find the village chief to deliver the task? For a moment, Yi Xiao felt like crying but had no tears. The western boundary of the 702 beginner zone is a gray plain. This place is sparsely populated and almost devoid of monsters, so few people pass by. In the center of the gray plain, there is a dense forest that blocks out the sky. Everyone knows that by passing through the dense forest, they can reach other beginner areas. But the world of immortality has only been around for about a century. No one can get through here yet. The dense forest itself is nothing special, and monsters are even rarer inside. Only a level 200 boss guards this place, and it is precisely because of its existence that several newbie areas are completely separated. Once, a bored top-tier expert came here using a dimensional disintegration stone, hoping to defeat this boss. However, the top expert who was bored out of his mind never came out again. But it was also because of this heroic top expert that the world learned the secrets inside. It turns out that the boss was not only level 200, but there was also a barrier set up in the dense forest. Once a professional player who exceeds the beginner zone level enters, the barrier will enhance the boss's combat power. The higher the level of the professional who enters, the stronger the boss's combat power will be. There are as many as 7 bosses like this in the entire beginner area. Since then, the area within 1,000 miles of where these 7 bosses are located located has been marked as a forbidden zone by humans, and it was recorded in the first lesson for new students. At this moment, on the gray plains of another beginner area, Jizijou gazed into the distant dense forest, a thoughtful look in her eyes. Behind him, a middle-aged professional stepped forward cautiously and said, "Young master, you have completed your second advancement. Let's leave now." Jizijou ignored the words spoken behind her. He didn't know how much time had passed before he finally looked away. "That's enough. I'll come back to subdue that beast in a few days." Then, he asked the middle-aged professional, "What's the current situation with that nightshade?" "Level 60. The middle-aged professional was not surprised by Jizijou's question and immediately replied, "The latest information I received is that Nightshade recently appeared in Black Sand City in the 702 newbie zone and robbed 2 local legions of a total of 10 million eternal coins." "Robbery?" Jizijou was slightly taken aback, then laughed contemptuously. Given his status as an ordinary person, he probably could only come up with such a low-level method, right? The middle-aged professional continued, "According to the information, the 2 major legions are backed by the Lin family and the Wang family of Yunnan province, respectively. Currently, these 2 families have issued a notice to carry out an indefinite siege of Night Shadow. However, many people speculate that it is the Zhao family's plan behind it." Jizijou shook her head and remained silent. There's no need to guess at all. As members of the same 8 great families, Jizijou's understanding of the Zhao family was naturally beyond that of ordinary people. If it were a smart home, it would naturally do the same. However, Jizijou felt that the Zhao family didn't have any good way to deal with Night Shadow at this stage, unless the location of the shadow can be found in the real world. Unfortunately, it has been 3 days since Nightshade last appeared in reality, and no one knows where Nightshade has gone since. Clearly, Nightshade had planned this all along. At this moment, the middle-aged professional continued, "Shortly after leaving Black Sand City, someone saw a newcomer resembling Nightshade appear in the professional hall of Yellow Sand City. Considering that Nightshade controls the miasma hidden forest near Yellow Sand City, this information is highly credible." After listening to the report from the middle-aged professional, Jizijou said calmly, "Send more people to keep an eye on this area. If any trace of Night Shadow is discovered, you must report to me immediately, no matter what." After a pause, Jizijou said casually, "There's one more thing. If we find that Night Shadow is in danger, we must do everything in our power to keep him alive. The price includes your lives, understand?" The middle-aged man's expression changed slightly, but he still nodded obediently to indicate that he understood. Jizijou noticed the doubts in the middle-aged professional's heart. However, he didn't need to explain anything. He did this not to protect Nightshade, but because he had a reason to kill Nightshade himself. Meanwhile, on the other side of that dense forest, Yi Xiao also stopped and glanced in the direction of the dense forest. After accepting the 3rd-tier advancement quest from Huangsha City, Yi Xiao first returned to the miasma hidden forest. He originally planned to wait until Xueling revived the plague sourceworm before quickly refining some exquisite pearls, but unexpectedly, Xueling brought him some bad news. That is, the process of reviving the plague sourceworm is more troublesome than expected. According to Xueling, the originally estimated time is probably far from enough. Although Yi Xiao was anxious, there was nothing he could do. After some deliberation, he left the miasma forest and embarked on his journey to Linhai village. Before setting off, he specifically looked up some information about Linhai village. However, the available information is extremely limited. The only certainty is that over the years, quite a few new professionals, like myself, have received the same promotion mission of protecting Linhai village. However, no one has been able to complete it to this day. Yi Xiao felt extremely bitter about this. He never dreamed that he would get stuck at this stage. Although every year, about 200,000 to 300,000 new players receive similar tasks when they advance to the 3rd job advancement level. However, the number of new people arriving in the world of immortality each year is generally around 10 million. The probability of this is extremely low. Unfortunately, he was unlucky enough to receive the call. If Yi Xiao hadn't obtained his godlike talent, he might have compromised like other unlucky guys. You can either specialize in a profession or join a faction to become a lowly soldier stationed in the beginner's area and live out your life there. But right now, he is not resigned to it. After thinking for a moment, he decided that he had to give it a try no matter what. Moreover, others may not know, but he knows very well, not all the NPCs died. Perhaps there is another way? With a sliver of hope, Yi Xiao continued his journey towards Linhai village without stopping. Although Linhai village is located in the most remote part of the beginner area, Yi Xiao is moving at his current speed. It doesn't take too much time. In just half a day, he arrived at the gray soil plain. He only needed to walk a few hundred miles along the outer edge of the plain to reach Linhai village. The reason why Yi Xiao stopped on the gray plain at this moment was because just a moment ago, the Crimson Moon token suddenly emitted a red light without warning. Even before obtaining the Eye of the Crimson Moon, Yi Xiao understood that the red light meant that there were other Crimson Moon conquerors around. Based on his deductions, Yi Xiao realized that the Crimson Moon summoner should be located on the opposite side of this dense forest. However, it is guarded by
by a level 200 boss. Yi Xiao did not rush in. However, at this moment, the Crimson Moon proof returned to calm once again. Yi Xiao understood that the Red Moon Summoner had already escaped the perception range of the Red Moon token. Yi Xiao thought to himself, what a pity. But it's just a pity, after all, compared to this point. His top priority right now is to break through to the third stage. If he can't advance to the third stage, even if he finds the other 5 Red Moon fragments, it won't mean much to him. Shaking his head, Yi Xiao suppressed his disappointment and rallied his spirits to walk towards Linhai village. A few more moments passed. Yi Xiao finally arrived at the coordinates of Linhai village. However, when he stepped onto the outskirts of Linhai village, he had not yet had time to check on the situation of the village. Suddenly a voice rang out. Ha! Someone else is here? The sudden sound made Yi Xiao stop in his tracks. Looking to the side, he soon saw a man and a woman walking towards him. Yi Xiao glanced at the two of them. The two men were dressed in somewhat old-fashioned clothes, and they looked to be several years older than him. The man was holding a longbow, so he must be an archer. The woman was carrying a sword in one hand and a shield in the other, so she was probably a shield warrior. Yi Xiao was somewhat curious. This coastal village is located in a remote area, and normally no one should be here. Could he be just as unlucky as him? Yi Xiao's doubts did not last long, because what the man said next explained everything. Are you also here for the mission to Linhai village? Upon hearing the man's question, Yi Xiao thought to himself, just as I thought. He didn't hide anything and nodded in reply. That's right, you are too? Upon hearing Yi Xiao's reply, the man's eyes immediately softened, and he smiled as he spoke. That's right, my name is Qi Fei, and the person next to me is Wei Wei. We are just as unlucky as you, except that we started having bad luck earlier than you. We've been here for 6 years. Wei Wei, who seemed to be numb to this, rolled her eyes at Qi Fei after hearing his introduction, and then spoke kindly to Yi Xiao. It seems you've just received this mission. It's fate that we've run into each other. Why don't you come in with us? Yi Xiao looked at the two of them with suspicion, but after thinking about it, he didn't refuse. After all, he knew very little about Linhai village, but judging from their tone, they must know a lot about it. With his current combat strength, no one in the newbie zone can hurt him, so he naturally has nothing to worry about. When Qi Fei and Wei Wei saw that Yi Xiao had agreed, they became even more enthusiastic. However, this action made Yi Xiao feel even more strange, but he couldn't quite put his finger on why. At this moment, Qi Fei spoke up. Judging from your appearance, you probably don't know anything. Why don't I explain the situation here to you? Yi Xiao was naturally delighted and immediately nodded. Qi Fei waved his hand with a smile and said with a chuckle, don't be so polite. Maybe we'll become comrades in arms in the future. Comrade in arms? Yi Xiao frowned slightly, puzzled. Qi Fei was unsurprised by this and explained with a smile. 6 years ago, Wei Wei and I received a job change mission. We were unwilling to give up, so we came here with a bit of luck. I suppose you are too? Yi Xiao nodded non-committally. Qi Fei smiled and continued, sure enough, everyone who comes here has the same mindset. Yi Xiao understood the unspoken message and immediately asked, are there other people here besides you? He explained with a slight smile, you're not the only one who feels the same way as us. Quite a few people have come over the years. Qi Fei sighed and continued, at first, Wei Wei and I thought that if we cleared out all the monsters here, maybe a miracle would happen. However, after we got here, I realized that we were being too naive. Decades ago, after the NPCs were wiped out, Linhai village lost its ability to defend itself and was completely invaded by the ocean monsters. And over the past few decades, these monsters have made this place their lair, and have gradually bred a large number of high-level monsters. Faced with nearly 100,000 marine monsters in Linhai village, Wei Wei and I are simply powerless. But we are not willing to give up. Later, more and more professionals like us came here, and our team gradually grew. Because everyone had the same goal, we were exceptionally united. Gradually, we formed a legion here. After a pause, Qi Fei said somewhat embarrassedly, it's a bit embarrassing to say, but we don't know why we suddenly had a brain fart and named the legion the Self-Strengthening Association. Because we felt that the name was too shameful, we were too embarrassed to promote it. We relied entirely on professionals like you to come every year to slowly expand our membership. Wei Wei, standing to the side, covered her mouth and laughed. Actually, there's nothing wrong with the name. It just represents our belief in not giving up and not accepting fate. Only those stinky men find it awkward. Qi Fei coughed lightly and continued, through 5 years of hard work, our Self-Reliance Association has now reached 2,000 members. Although it is still very difficult for this number of people to deal with those level 90 ocean monsters, we will persevere. Everyone believes that as long as we persevere, we will eventually be able to wipe out all the monsters here. As Yi Xiao listened to Qi Fei and Wei Wei's introduction, he shook his head slightly inwardly. Even if you manage to wipe them out completely, what's the point if there are no NPCs related to the quest? Qi Fei didn't seem too bothered by this. Instead, he said with a bright smile, as long as you do something, it has meaning. Giving up without even trying is the truly meaningless thing to do. Yi Xiao sized up Qi Fei in front of him. I felt a mix of emotions. However, without truly understanding the other party, Yi Xiao naturally wouldn't make a hasty judgment based on just a few words. At this moment,
moment, Chi Fei and Wei Wei had brought Yi Xiao to a mountain forest west of Linhai village. Chi Fei smiled and said, "Let's go to our campsite to rest first. If you want to know about Linhai village later, just ask anyone there and they'll give you the answer." What happened? Yi Xiao nodded and followed the two to their self-strengthening association's outpost. When Yi Xiao stood in this seemingly extremely simple camp, he was quite surprised. Who would have thought that there would be such a rarely visited campsite in this remote area? At this moment, Yi Xiao arrived. Many professionals who were resting in the camp also looked up. Seeing this, Chi Fei couldn't help but smile and say, "Brothers, today we welcome a new friend, his name is..." Suddenly, Chi Fei paused for a moment, then turned to ask, "Oh right, I was so happy earlier that I forgot to ask your name." "Oh right, I was so happy earlier that I forgot to ask your name." Upon hearing Chi Fei's question, Yi Xiao casually replied, "Xiao Tianba." Yi Xiao was still unaware of Chi Fei's and Zi Chang's backgrounds. However, given the current irreconcilable conflict between him and the Zhao family, Yi Xiao naturally wouldn't reveal his real name. He still wants to see if he can find a way to advance to the third rank. Revealing your identity too early is not a good thing. Tianba? That name, sounds very imposing. Chi Fei was taken aback for a moment, then introduced Yi Xiao to the others. At the same time, Yi Xiao suddenly began to survey the camp. Perhaps it's because these people have been here for many years. More than 20 simple stone houses have been built in what was once a desolate mountain forest. When Yi Xiao arrived, there were about 20 or 30 people gathered around the campfire, chatting happily. After hearing Chi Fei's introduction, the group quickly glanced at Yi Xiao, and then greeted him very enthusiastically. "Ha ha, great! Our Self-Reliance Association has gained another brother. This is wonderful news. Brother Tianba, once you're here, we're all family. Tell us what's wrong, and we'll definitely help you out." "That's right. From now on, your business is our business." "President, I've always wanted the biggest stone house on the east side, but I'm not going to fight for it anymore. Let's leave it to Brother Tianba." "Ha ha, old Lu, it seems you really like this Tianba brother." "Absolutely. The purpose of our Self-Reliance Association is to support and love each other." "Well said." With everyone chiming in, the atmosphere became even more enthusiastic. Chi Fei, standing to the side, patted Yi Xiao on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Brother Tianba, I know you must still have a lot of questions, but it's dark now. The marine monsters in Linhai village have 50% more attributes at night than during the day. Don't worry, it will be a long battle. Get some rest tonight, and I'll take you to familiarize yourself with the terrain tomorrow." Yi Xiao's gaze swept across the crowd, and looking at their overly eager faces, he felt even more strange. However, he didn't say much in the end, just smiled slightly, and followed Chi Fei into a stone house. Chi Fei and Wei Wei chatted with Yi Xiao for a while longer before leaving. Once he was alone, Yi Xiao's smile faded, and he fell into deep thought. Based on what Chi Fei and the woman named Wei Wei just said, the reactions outside are understandable. However, Yi Xiao felt that these people, including Chi Fei, were a bit too enthusiastic. They looked as if they were afraid he would run away. But then he thought about it again, and realized that a group of professionals who couldn't advance to the third job advancement and were forever stuck in the beginner area didn't seem to have any reason to harm him. The Self-Reliance Association currently has more than 2,000 members. For the size of a legion, this number is not large. However, at this point in time, most people have already returned to the real world. Time is synchronized in the real world and the immortal world with the same day-night cycle. This reason is somewhat plausible. After all, these people are only level 90, so their attributes are probably not high. Naturally, they can't stay offline for months like Yi Xiao and still be fine. As for the dozens of people Yi Xiao just saw, they did not leave because they needed to guard the camp. The whole process seemed perfectly reasonable. And to these people, I am of little value. Or rather, the value is far from enough for so many people to cooperate and put on a show for themselves. But Yi Xiao still felt a sense of disharmony. Shaking his head, Yi Xiao pondered for a long time but couldn't come to any conclusion. The enthusiastic noise outside gradually subsided, and after a while, it became completely quiet. Clearly, the people outside have either logged off or gone back to rest. Just then, Yi Xiao, who had been deep in thought with his eyes closed, slowly opened them. They immediately went outside, but unfortunately, he had just stepped out when he encountered a burly man with a dark face. Yi Xiao vaguely recognized the burly man. His name was Lu Hong. As for his ID, Yi Xiao didn't know. It seems that everyone in this self-improvement association communicates using only their real names. Lu Hong was taken aback when he saw Yi Xiao, but he immediately put on a smile and said with a grin, "Brother Tianba, what are you doing in the middle of the night?" Yi Xiao glanced at Lu Hong and explained, "It's nothing, just wandering around when I have nothing to do." After saying that, Yi Xiao was about to leave, but Lu Hong stopped him first. Under Yi Xiao's suspicious gaze, Lu Hong slowly shook his head and said, "Brother Tianba, it's very dangerous here at night. Don't wander around alone." Some new brothers didn't listen to advice and went their own way before, and they ended up suffering the consequences. Yi Xiao blinked. "How about Brother Lu come shopping with me?" To everyone's surprise, Lu Hong shook his head vigorously, even showing a look of fear on his face. No, that's too dangerous." Yi Xiao shrugged. "In that case, I'll go alone." To everyone everyone's surprise, Lu Hong still refused, saying, "The chairman told me to take good care of you.
If something happens to you, how can I explain it to the chairman?"
Finally, Yi Xiao returned to the house. However, his doubts were growing stronger. It was strange that I ran into Lu Hong so coincidentally as soon as I stepped out of the house. All I did was suggest that we go for a walk, but the other person kept finding all sorts of excuses to refuse. This action made Yi Xiao feel that the Self-Reliance Association was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. After thinking for a moment, Yi Xiao summoned a clone and had it pretend to lie there and rest. Then, he immediately activated the void illusion. In the next instant, he appeared near Linhai village, 10 miles away from the camp.
And just after Yi Xiao left, in a stone house in the center of the camp, Chi Fei and Wei Wei sat facing each other. A moment later, Lu Hong appeared in front of the two. Chi Fei seemed unsurprised by Lu Hong's arrival and instead asked casually, "How is the situation?"
Lu Hong shrugged and said with amusement, "Just a naive kid who's never seen the world. I managed to persuade him to go back with just a few words."
"You didn't suspect anything, did you?" Chi Fei asked. Lu Hong smiled and said, "Boss, this isn't the first time I've done something like this. Don't you trust me?" Chi Fei frowned slightly. "No matter how many times, we must not be careless. Any small mistake will bring annihilation to our self-strengthening association." Lu Hong seemed quite disgusted by Chi Fei's cautious attitude and said with dissatisfaction, "Boss, so many years have passed. With our current strength, we can already dominate the newbie area. I don't understand why you still want us to hide here." Chi Fei's gaze suddenly turned cold and he growled in a low voice, "Shut up." Lu Hong was startled and immediately dared not speak. Seeing the somewhat tense atmosphere, Wei Wei tried to smooth things over, smiling as she said to Lu Hong, "Old Lu, we're all a group of people who can't advance. What do you think would happen if those people outside knew about our existence?" Upon hearing this, Lu Hong sighed softly. "How could I not know? I'm just unwilling to accept it." Upon hearing Lu Hong's sigh, Chi Fei's expression softened considerably. Lu Hong's thoughts were also his thoughts. Who would spend their days hiding in this deserted place, smelling that nauseating fishy smell every day? But Chi Fei knew that Lu Hong could complain, and Wei Wei could complain. Chi Fei alone must remain rational. He must be responsible for the safety of all members of the Self-Reliance Society. If he is corrupted by desire, the consequences will be unimaginable. Taking a deep breath, Chi Fei shook his head. "All right, less complaining. Have someone keep an eye on Xiao Tianba. Tomorrow during the day, have Xiao Bai, who works in the Alliance, quickly find out who he is." After Lu Hong finished complaining, he felt much better and immediately nodded and said, "Don't worry, several brothers are guarding there. That little guy won't be able to cause any trouble." While Chi Fei and the others were discussing things, they were completely unaware that Yi Xiao had already arrived at Linhai village. Standing at the entrance of Linhai village, although it was night, Yi Xiao could vaguely see the appearance of the village with the help of the darkness. There were dilapidated houses scattered throughout the area. Whether it was because of its proximity to the sea or because of damage caused by monsters, these houses appeared extremely dilapidated. The air was filled with a musty smell, mixed with a faint fishy odor. However, what puzzled Yi Xiao was, according to Chi Fei and his group, the coastal village had long been occupied by ocean monsters, and even after so many years, those sea monsters have made this seaside village their lair, constantly breeding their offspring there. The scale has reached nearly 100,000. But when Yi Xiao glanced around, he didn't see any demonic creatures, or even any traces they had left behind. Strange, could Chi Fei be lying to me? But such a clumsy lie is easy to spot, so what's the point of him lying? Yi Xiao muttered a few words, then walked inside with a hint of doubt in his eyes. However, just as Yi Xiao stepped into the entrance of Linhai village, the scene before me suddenly changed. The next moment, Yi Xiao saw a group of demonic figures appear in his line of sight. The monster was about 2 meters tall, wielding a steel fork. Its body was covered with pits and ravines, and its eyes were on the top of its head, their blood red gleaming with cruel and bloodthirsty light. Overall, it looks like a human-shaped frog. Ocean magic frog. Level 90. Health points 50,000. Attack power 3,000. Defense 1,000. Description: the demonic frogs that crawled out of the ocean depths seem to have been mutated by the strange energy here. They are inherently cold-blooded, and their consciousness is only focused on destruction and annihilation. This sudden turn of events surprised Yi Xiao slightly. However, Yi Xiao reacted extremely quickly. Before the group of ocean frogs could move, swarms of fireballs had already appeared above their heads. Yi Xiao's fireball spell is now so powerful that even level 90 monsters can't withstand it. Even if these ocean frogs have attributes comparable to elite monsters for some reason. But he still couldn't last a second against Yi Xiao. Wherever the fireball passed, the ocean frogs vanished instantly. A moment later, the open space in front of them was no longer occupied by any of the ocean frogs that could stand. To be honest, Yi Xiao was also somewhat surprised by the sudden appearance of these ocean frogs. There was nothing there just now. However, before Yi Xiao could sort out his thoughts, the information that popped up on the panel caught his attention. Ding! You have defeated the ocean demon frog and gained 1 point of water resistance. Ding! You have defeated the ocean demon frog and gained 1
point of water resistance. Upon seeing the dense array of notification messages, Yi Xiao's eyes widened involuntarily.
Killing these ocean frogs can actually grant you water resistance?
This reminded him of the volcanic rock demon he had encountered in the underground cave.
The volcanic rock demon is a pure fire elemental monster, but this ocean frog is obviously just a regular ocean monster, so how could it acquire water resistance? Remembering the information I just saw about the ocean demon frog, could it be due to some kind of mutation? On that thought, it's quite possible.
After all, apart from its health, the ocean demon frog's attack and defense are comparable to those of a level 60 boss. Among level 90 monsters, only elite monsters can achieve such attributes. Suddenly, Yi Xiao thought of Qi Fei and Wei Wei's group. They've been stationed here for years, so it's impossible that they haven't fought against these sea monster frogs. In that case, they should know about this. But after all these years, apart from those professionals who have received relevant missions, no one else knows anything about this place.
That's quite strange.
If only a handful of people knew about this, Yi Xiao believed that they would indeed keep it a secret. But the Self-Reliance Association has 2,000 members, and Yi Xiao simply doesn't believe that so many people can really keep this secret. Looking back now, I realized that I had coincidentally run into Qi Fei and Wei Wei when I first arrived here. Thinking back now, it seems like the two of them deliberately appeared to block me.
Is that the reason?
However, just as Yi Xiao was rapidly thinking in his mind, another piercing croaking of frogs came from ahead. Immediately afterwards, countless sea frogs surged out from all directions. Clearly, the commotion caused by Yi Xiao releasing the fireball spell had already attracted the attention of the monsters here. Seeing the ocean frogs surging towards him, Yi Xiao was not surprised but delighted. Although he has no experience killing these monsters now, he can gain water resistance. Yi Xiao naturally hoped that there would be as many ocean frogs as possible. Fireballs were thrown continuously. The ocean frogs fell in droves. In just 1 minute, Yi Xiao accumulated 459 points of water resistance. At this moment, Yi Xiao also noticed, not every sea frog he kills will grant him water resistance. After some calculations, Yi Xiao estimated that on average, it would take killing 5 ocean demon frogs to gain 1 point of water resistance. As for the reason, Yi Xiao didn't know either. Perhaps it's related to the strength of these ocean frogs. He discovered that the attributes of these ocean demon frogs were not uniform. Some appeared quite weak, only slightly stronger than ordinary level 90 monsters. Of course, regardless of strength or weakness. For Yi Xiao at this stage, everyone is treated equally. No demonic frog could escape his fireball spell. And so, another 5 minutes passed. Yi Xiao has accumulated 2,847 points of water resistance. At the same time, Yi Xiao unexpectedly obtained a water-type magic skill stone from the ocean demon frog.
Ice Lance consumes 100 mana to condense water elemental into a giant ice lance.
Upon impact, the ice lance explodes instantly, creating a spectacular splash of water and dealing 150 plus 0.5 asterisk intelligence water damage to the target. The ice lance also has a splash effect, dealing an additional 15% water damage to other targets within a 5-meter radius and has a chance to briefly stun them. This is an advanced skill. It not only has a small area splash damage but also a stun effect. It can barely be considered a group control system. Yi Xiao doesn't lack damage, but his control skills, apart from slowing down enemies, don't have any other very effective means.
It's passable against melee opponents, but it's not very useful against other ranged classes.
The stun effect of the ice spear technique came at a fairly opportune time. Because of the unlimited skill slots, Yi Xiao didn't need to think things through as much as others when learning skills. He could learn them directly.
After finishing the training, Yi Xiao continued grinding monsters.
But soon, Yi Xiao discovered that the growth rate of these marine demon frogs did not decrease. However, Yi Xiao wasn't in a hurry. He figured he was just using this opportunity to increase his resistance and see if he could get more Ice Lance skill stones. During this time, Yi Xiao finally figured out why he couldn't see these ocean frogs before. It turned out that the entire Linhai village was shrouded in an unnamed barrier. This barrier completely isolates the entire village from the outside world. Only by actually stepping into the village can you see its true face. This was something Yi Xiao discovered unexpectedly through the perspective of his clone left inside the stone house. From the perspective of the clone, the entire Linhai village remained as quiet as still water. Meanwhile, Qi Fei and the others in the camp were completely unaware of what was happening. Yi Xiao didn't pay too much attention to this. He turned around and continued fighting. Such an excellent opportunity to boost resistance is not something everyone can have. Time passed bit by bit. Soon a white light appeared on the horizon. However, from the outside, the entire Linhai village still appeared lifeless and undisturbed. After an unknown amount of time, at the Self-Reliance Association's camp, it's still the same stone house as last night. Qi Fei called Lu Hong over. Hasn't Xiao Tianba come out yet? Lu Hong shook his head. The brothers took turns keeping watch all night, but we didn't see him appear. After a pause, Lu Hong asked, "Any news from Xiao Bai?" Upon hearing this, a hint of doubt flashed in Qi Fei's eyes. "Xiao Bai just messaged me, saying
there are several people named Xiao Tianba.
Excluding those whose ages don't match, there are 2 more, but we're not sure which ones they are yet.
Lu Hong shrugged. That's easy. As long as we confirm that these Xiao Tianba's identities are nothing special, it doesn't matter who they are. Chi Fei glared at Lu Hong and said irritably, how could I not know that?
According to the information Xiao Bai gave me, one of them came from the Xiao family in Yunnan province, while the other is an ordinary person.
The Xiao family? Lu Hong thought for a moment, then suddenly realized, oh, that third-rate power that has already declined? There's nothing to be afraid of then. Chi Fei shook his head. Although we're not afraid, I don't want to attract anyone's attention, you know that. Knowing Chi Fei's cautious nature, Lu Hong didn't say anything.
So the 2 of them simply sat and waited for a while longer.
It wasn't until Wei Wei walked in that Chi Fei finally received Xiao Bai's message. A look of joy immediately appeared on his face.
Xiao Bai said that Xiao Tianba of the Xiao family has already entered the beginner level.
Upon hearing this, Lu Hong smiled and said, that means this little guy's background is quite ordinary, so we won't have any trouble.
Chi Fei nodded, then stood up and said with a light-hearted expression, let's go, it's time to take this poor little guy, who's just as pitiful as us, to see the monsters of Linhai village. Lu Hong, who was standing to the side, laughed and said, I hope he won't be so scared that he wets his pants.
I don't have any pants for him to change. Wei Wei rolled her eyes at Lu Hong coquettishly, old Lu, can't you consider that there are women here?
Lu Hong chuckled and said, I told you, you've seen this kind of situation plenty of times.
We're all family, so don't pretend in front of us. Wei Wei blushed slightly and spat at Lu Hong.
Immediately afterwards, the 3 of them arrived at the entrance of the stone house where Yi Xiao had stayed the previous night.
At this moment, Chi Fei looked around at the hidden corners and, after receiving an affirmative answer, a smile instantly spread across his face, and he called out loudly, Brother Tianba, it's getting late.
I'll take you to Linhai village today so you can get familiar with the place.
However, after waiting for a while, they didn't receive a response.
This made Chi Fei frown. After thinking for a moment, he called out again. However, there was still no response. Immediately, Chi Fei turned around and looked at Lu Hong. The latter shook his head and muttered, impossible.
We've been watching him the whole time, and we haven't seen any sign of him leaving.
Chi Fei trusted Lu Hong quite a bit, and after hesitating for a moment, he finally pushed open the door. However, the next moment, the empty stone house caused his expression to change slightly. Immediately, Chi Fei turned his head and stared at Lu Hong with an extremely grim expression.
His demeanor was completely different from his gentle appearance yesterday.
At this moment, Chi Fei looked like a monster that might devour people at any moment.
He growled at Lu Hong, where is he? Lu Hong was also terrified by Chi Fei's appearance.
When he saw that the stone house was empty, he was also dumbfounded. Faced with Chi Fei's questioning, he couldn't answer a single word.
After a moment of surprise, Wei Wei said, could it be that it went offline? Upon hearing this, Lu Hong hurriedly chimed in, Wei Wei is right. He has most likely gone offline. If he had left, we couldn't have missed it.
Chi Fei thought about it and agreed that it made sense. After all, Xiao Tianba was only level 90 and hadn't even completed his 3rd job advancement. Nature cannot stay in the world of immortality for long.
His expression returned to calm. Alright, then let's wait patiently.
Once he comes online, you must notify me immediately.
After a pause, Chi Fei patiently added, our transaction must be flawless.
Lu Hong nodded hurriedly, and only after Chi Fei had completely left did he catch his breath, still shaken. At this moment, in Linhai village, Yi Xiao did not see Chi Fei get angry. As early as when Chi Fei called out from outside the door and learned that the other party was going to bring him to Linhai village, he withdrew his clone. He didn't want Chi Fei and his group to come in and cause trouble, fearing it would lead to an accident. Having spent most of the day grinding since last night, Yi Xiao had lost count of how many ocean demon frogs he had killed. If we calculate based on an average of 1 point of water resistance for every 5 ocean frogs, he has accumulated 10,384 points of water resistance at this moment, which is roughly equivalent to 50,000 frogs. At the same time, what pleased Yi Xiao even more was, after a night of hard work, Yi Xiao once again obtained 103 Ice Lance skill stones from the ocean demon frog. To be honest, Yi Xiao wasn't particularly surprised by the drop rate. After all, his drop rate is 5 times that of an average person. However, out of 50,000 ocean demon frogs, only about 100 skill stones were dropped. On average, only 1 out of every 500 ocean frogs will drop. This drop rate would be a nightmare for ordinary people. According to what Chi Fei had said before, there are about 100,000 marine frogs here. If he's right, then Yi Xiao can only raise his water resistance to a maximum of 20,000 points here. The Ice Lance skill can only be used up to 200 times. However, regardless of the circumstances, even without any reward, Yi Xiao must eliminate all of these ocean demon frogs. After all, this is his 3rd job advancement mission, and whether he can complete it smoothly remains to be seen. To be honest, he doesn't know, and for now he can only take it one step at a time. Just then, as dawn broke, Yi Xiao finally saw the entire Linhai village clearly. Linhai village is not actually very big. At this scale, let alone 100,000 ocean frogs, even 10,000 would not not be able to be accommodated. Suddenly, Yi Zhao's heart skipped a beat. If that's the case, then where did these ocean frogs come from? With this question in mind, Yi Xiao began to carefully observe his surroundings, just as Yi Xiao was sweeping away the ocean demon frogs with great enthusiasm.
In contrast, the area outside Linhai village remains as quiet as still water.
Not far away, a campfire was lit at the seemingly dilapidated camp. However, compared to the laughter and joy of yesterday, there was an indescribable eerie atmosphere in the camp. Inside the camp, in front of the stone house where Yi Xiao had previously lived. At this moment, Qi Fei, along with Wei Wei, Lu Hong, and a group of people, had completely surrounded the area. Just moments before, a man Yi Xiao had never seen before appeared in the camp, bringing with him news about Xiao Tianba. The man was the little white that Qi Fei and Lu Hong had mentioned earlier, an ordinary assassin. However, in reality, he is an alliance staff member responsible for registering professional information within the alliance. After a day of careful searching, he was astonished to find that none of the information he found yesterday about the person named Xiao Tianba matched Yi Zhao's identity. This situation worried Xiaobai a lot, so she went online and found Qi Fei to tell him about it. Qi Fei was shocked upon hearing the news. Always cautious and perceptive, he immediately sensed something was wrong. Without a doubt, the result was that a pseudonym was used. In other words, Xiao Tianba never trusted them from the beginning, which is why he used a false name. Then it mysteriously disappeared, which makes it even more suspicious. Qi Fei even suspected that Xiao Tianba wasn't a true subordinate, but rather someone who had used some unknown means to avoid Lu Hong and the other spies and quietly leave. The reason the other party did this is very likely because they may have known something, which is why they did it. As for whether someone else was behind this, Qi Fei didn't know, but that was what worried him the most. The affairs of Linhai village must never be known to outsiders. Although he claimed to the public that they had only been there for 6 years. However, in reality, Qi Fei has been stationed in this coastal village for 30 years. For the past 30 years, he has carefully maintained everything here so that no one else would notice. If anything goes wrong, his 30 years of patience and planning will all be in vain. Even he and all the members would be in danger. It was precisely because of this worry that Qi Fei became extremely angry. That's why we see this scene before us. Everyone's faces were extremely grim. Qi Fei stared at the crowd with a ferocious expression, roaring incessantly. Damn it! Can anyone tell me how he figured it out? Faced with Qi Fei's somewhat manic state, the rest of the self-strengthening society were somewhat afraid, but they dared not make any move. Countless past experiences have taught them that when Qi Fei is in a rage, any careless move could cost them their lives. As for Qi Fei's question, Lu Hong and the others did not know how to answer it. At this moment, Qi Fei suddenly roared at Lu Hong with a ferocious expression. Was it you? Were you the only one who spoke to him last night? Did you tell him about our deal with the devil in Linhai village? Upon hearing this, Lu Hong's rugged and fierce face instantly turned completely bloodless. Boss, I didn't. How could I do such a thing? If it wasn't you, then it must be you? You betrayed the brothers? Qi Fei turned to another member who was trembling with fear, his eyes gradually revealing murderous intent. Enveloped by this murderous intent, the man instantly collapsed to the ground. Boss, it wasn't me. It wasn't me. Who is that? Who is it? Qi Fei suddenly raised his head and roared wildly. Then, he suddenly lowered his head and laughed eerily. Ha ha, I remember now. It was me. It was me who personally handed all my brothers over to that devil. Ha ha. Yes, the devil said that as long as I keep providing him with sacrifices, he can concoct potions to increase my attribute points. So I killed. I killed all the disobedient people. Ha, I'm the one who betrayed my brothers. Ha ha. Seeing Qi Fei descend into madness, everyone trembled with fear. This wasn't the first time they'd witnessed such a scene. Everyone knew how terrifying Qi Fei was at this moment. Therefore, no one dared to speak at this time. However, there was one exception. At this moment, seeing Qi Fei's condition and the fear in everyone's eyes, Wei Wei, who was behind her, let out a sigh without her noticing, and then stepped forward. However, it was this very action of hers that caused Qi Fei to let out a roar like a wild beast. Everyone felt a blur before their eyes. The next instant, Qi Fei appeared in front of Wei Wei, grabbing her delicate neck with one hand and lifting her up forcefully. Then, with a bloodthirsty and ferocious look, he stared fiercely at Wei Wei. How dare you sigh? Are you mocking me? Wei Wei was being choked until she could hardly breathe, and her fair, slightly alluring face flushed crimson. Calm down, Qi Fei. Ha ha ha. Calm down? You're telling me to calm down? Are you questioning me? Qi Fei laughed maniacally, then uncontrollably let out a strange, inhuman growl from deep within his throat. The appearance of this roar immediately changed the expression of everyone, including Lu Hong. But before they could react, immediately afterwards, Wei Wei let out a low moan of pain. His clothes were torn into strips by Qi Fei, who then opened his mouth wide and pounced on him, instantly splattering blood. Lu Hong and the others seemed to know what was about to happen. They all turned around at the same time. Then came Qi Fei's ferocious laughter, like that of a wild beast, and Wei Wei's suppressed groans of pain. Lu Hong and the others closed their eyes, their fists clenched tightly, and their faces showed pain. And so, an unknown unknown amount of time passed. After Chi Fei let out another low roar, a while passed.
Just now, Wei Wei's slightly tired and weak voice came through. Turn around, everyone.
Lu Hong and the others turned around as instructed, and what they saw was blood all over the ground, and Wei Wei standing there swaying, her face pale. Everyone's eyes were filled with heartache. However, Vivi was used to this and simply tugged at her new clothes to cover up the gruesome wounds underneath.
The problem is that professionals in the immortal world are all data-driven.
If it were a normal person, after experiencing what just happened, they would be either dead or crippled. But it can make a professional so weak and powerless in a short period of time.
It's clear how terrifying what Wei Wei just experienced must have been. However, everyone remained silent, and no one wanted to mention it.
At this moment, Chi Fei's voice came through, tinged with regret and guilt.
Wei Wei, I'm sorry, I hurt you again.
Wei Wei looked at Chi Fei, whose mouth was filled with blood, and shook her head.
It's alright, you're doing this for everyone.
Chi Fei sighed softly, suppressing all his emotions. He then glanced at the stone house and said coldly, leave some people here to keep watch. I'm going to check on Lin Hai village.
At this moment, Lu Hong, who was standing to the side, asked in confusion, Boss, do you think that guy went into Lin Hai village? But we didn't see him come out at all yesterday. Chi Fei shook his head. No matter what, I need to check it out before I can feel at ease. Lu Hong thought for a moment and then said, Boss, I'll go. I can handle a level 90 kid on my own.
You've just recovered, so rest here for a bit. Chi Fei thought about it and didn't object. Alright, but be careful not to offend that guy. I don't want to lose another brother. When Lu Hong heard Chi Fei mention that person, fear flashed in his eyes. He couldn't help but swallow hard before finally nodding and saying, I'll be careful, boss, don't worry.
Dozens of ocean frogs were blasted to pieces by the fireball.
Nearly 20 hours have passed since the battle began last night. The sky changed from night to day, and then was about to turn back into night. Although these ocean frogs were easy targets for Yi Xiao to deal with, he found them as easy as targets.
But even that couldn't withstand 20 consecutive hours of tedious fighting.
Fortunately, the only saving grace was that the improvement these marine monsters brought to Yi Xiao was also a visible increase. Yi Xiao's water resistance has now been stacked to 15,832 points, and his ice spear skill has unexpectedly accumulated to 185. According to calculations, Yi Xiao roasted at least 70,000 to 80,000 of the marine demon frogs in Lin Hai village to death. If Chi Fei wasn't lying, he would be able to wipe out these ocean demon frogs in about 2 or 3 hours. Meanwhile, Yi Xiao also tried to find out where these ocean frogs came from.
However, after circling around Lin Hai village, nothing was found.
These marine frogs seemed to appear out of nowhere, which was very strange. Yi Xiao couldn't help but feel a little disappointed, but that didn't stop him from continuing to exterminate the ocean demon frogs. And so, nearly 2 more hours passed. Yi Xiao also gradually felt that the rate at which these ocean demon frogs appeared had slowed down significantly. This discovery greatly encouraged Yi Xiao. It seems to be almost over. Thinking of this, Yi Xiao shook off his previous drowsiness and immediately perked up. Fireballs were thrown out in droves, as if they were free. The newly appeared ocean frog didn't even have time to croak before it met its demise.
Another half a day passed. Finally, the last ocean frog in front of us collapsed completely. Yi Xiao discovered that the ocean demon frog was no longer respawning.
At this point, his water resistance bonus had increased by 20,323 points.
Its total resistance reached 31,114 points, second only to fire resistance among all elemental resistances.
Such resistance is present at this stage.
It is almost completely immune to all damage from water elements.
Yi Xiao never expected that his accidental acceptance of an impossible advancement mission would lead to such an unexpected gain. In addition to the surge in water resistance, these nearly 100,000 ocean frogs also provided him with a total of 347 ice spears. Thanks to his talent, after learning 347 ice spear techniques, his intelligence broke through the 8,000 mark, reaching 8,065 points, and his maximum health also reached 386,990 points, nearly 400,000. Such a terrifying amount of health gave Yi Xiao an extremely satisfying sense of security.
The only downside is that the ocean frog no longer respawns.
Meanwhile, as the sea monster frogs disappeared, he glanced at the mission progress. Sure enough, the progress changed, showing that the monsters had been cleared and prompting him to go to the village chief of Lin Hai village to submit the task and collect the reward. Unfortunately, after walking around the village, Yi Xiao didn't find a single living creature, let alone any NPCs.
Yi Xiao was extremely unwilling.
After all, with his potential, he could easily advance normally. He believed that it wouldn't be long before he would have the strength to confront the 8 great families head-on. For a moment, Yi Xiao couldn't help but let out a long sigh.
Is there really no other way?
Just as Yi Xiao's mood was sinking to rock bottom, suddenly a voice came from not far away.
Ha, you're really here?
Yi Xiao composed himself and quickly looked over. Just then, a figure walked in from outside. Yi Xiao naturally recognized the visitor. It was Lu Hong from the Self-Strengthening Association. At this moment, a sense of vigilance flashed through Yi Xiao's mind. With his current combat strength, it's impossible for him to keep the actions of a level 90 professional who hasn't even completed their third job advancement from his sight. Unless he is an assassin-type character skilled in stealth.
But Lu Hong is not.
According to what I learned yesterday, Lu Hong is a soldier. However, it was precisely because of this that Yi Xiao became alert.
He hadn't even noticed Lu Hong's presence. This is rather intriguing.
Lu Hong was slowly walking towards Yi Xiao, a simple and honest smile on his face. Brother Tianba, I was just saying that I called you for a long time but you didn't respond. Luckily, the guild leader was worried about your safety and sent me to check on you, otherwise you would have been in danger.
I know you're eager to see if you can complete the mission.
We felt the same way back then, so I understand.
But it's too dangerous here. You should come back to the camp with me first, and we can discuss the mission later.
As he spoke, he reached out to pull Yi Xiao away.
Just then, Yi Xiao suddenly attacked Lu Hong without warning. With a single move, hundreds of blazing fireballs were unleashed. The manner of the attack was almost as if they intended to kill Lu Hong outright.
Yi Xiao launched a sudden attack. This was clearly somewhat unexpected for Lu Hong. However, he had always been wary of Yi Xiao, so he wasn't too surprised. What truly surprised him was the number of fireballs Yi Xiao used. He had never seen a fireball spell of this scale before. However, the next moment, an extremely dense barrier suddenly appeared in front of Lu Hong. The fireball and the barrier collided instantly, emitting a constant hissing sound. Then Yi Xiao saw that his fireball was extinguished immediately after it came into contact with the barrier. A moment later, the 600 fireballs disappeared. The entire coastal village was immediately covered by a thick layer of water vapor. At the same time, Lu Hong's voice came through. Young man, you seem to be hiding your true strength. If I hadn't reacted quickly, I would probably be dead on the spot with such a powerful fireball. After a pause, Lu Hong said in a sinister tone, I came to find you because I was worried about your safety. Why did you attack me? You're putting me in a difficult position. However, before he could finish speaking, a large mass of black energy attacked without warning.
Faced with Yi Xiao's unsportsmanlike attack, Lu Hong's expression immediately turned cold. Fine. Looks like you're really courting death.
At this moment, Yi Xiao's voice finally came along with the reappearing fireball.
Lu Hong was furious.
Humph. Your fireball spell can't break my barrier. My barrier is. However, before he could finish speaking, the barrier in front of him shattered without warning.
This unexpected turn of events terrified Lu Hong.
Seeing the fireball suddenly appear in front of him, he had no time to think before he had to dodge. The next moment, his expression changed drastically.
My speed.
A slight smile appeared on Yi Xiao's lips. Lu Hong had just managed to block his fireball spell, which really startled Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao's fireball technique is now so powerful that even ordinary 5th-tier professionals would find it difficult to withstand, let alone Lu Hong, an ordinary professional stuck at the 3rd tier. Despite his shock, Yi Xiao's actions were swift and decisive. Although he didn't know the origin of Lu Hong's barrier, it was able to block his attacks. But Yi Xiao understood one thing: there is no barrier in this world that cannot be broken.
If so, then your damage wasn't enough.
Although the previous 300 fireballs did not all hit Lu Hong, they were enough to fully stack the lava blade, directly reducing Lu Hong's fire resistance by 50 points. Afterwards, he unleashed 35 netherfire embraces, which increased the damage Lu Hong received by 525%, equivalent to 5.25 times the previous amount.
Finally, the Shadow Skeleton King's Windstaff's inherent effect reduced Lu Hong's dual resistances by another 20%.
At this moment, the power of Yi Xiao's fireball technique was several times stronger than before. Faced with such an unreasonable increase in damage and decrease in resistance, Lu Hong's barrier naturally could not hold. After the barrier shattered, the combined effects of Netherfire Embrace and the staff's own wind entanglement reduced Lu Hong's speed to negative numbers, making it impossible for him to move an inch. Unless the opponent has a crowd control immunity skill, there is no way to escape. Clearly, Lu Hong lacked the ability in this area, so he could only watch helplessly as countless fireballs grew larger and larger in his field of vision. However, just as the fireball was about to hit him, a strange black light suddenly burst forth from Lu Hong's eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. The black light instantly shattered Yi Xiao's fireball spell. Immediately afterwards, Yi Xiao heard a painful scream of crack crack crack. You forced me to this. I'm going to tear your head apart. As Lu Hong groaned in extreme pain, Yi Xiao, through the steam, was shocked to discover that the other man's body was constantly swelling. In the blink of an eye, it grew to a height of 3 meters. Suddenly, a roar that seemed to have been suppressed for a long time rang out. It instantly dispersed the surrounding moisture. At the same time, Lu Hong reappeared in front of Yi Xiao. However, Lu Hong was nowhere to be seen. In his place stood a disgusting monster, enormous in size and covered in rotting flesh. Looking at the monster, Yi Xiao's eyes widened in surprise. Yi Xiao was truly shocked when he saw the hideous monster in front of him, which was no longer human. If it weren't for the inability to see the other party's attributes, he even began to suspect that Lu Hong in front of him was originally a demon in disguise. At this moment, Lu Hong, after transforming, opened his blood-red mouth, which was larger than a wash basin, revealing a pair of striking triangular irregular teeth. He stuck out his scarlet tongue, which was longer than his forearm, and grinned maliciously, saying, "Kid, I was originally going to politely ask you to leave, but you didn't appreciate the opportunity, so don't blame me." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Hong roared and his huge body kicked out, hurtling towards Yi Xiao like a cannonball. After transforming, Lu Hong actually broke free from Yi Xiao's skill control. Although Yi Xiao was shocked, he had already unleashed the Netherfire embrace once again the moment Lu Hong activated it.
Surprisingly, the embrace of the Netherfire did indeed strike Lu Hong.
However, no status was applied to him. In other words, Lu Hong, after transforming, is now immune to all negative buffs. However, the effects of the potent poison attack unexpectedly materialized.
Unfortunately, Lu Hong's body was clearly extremely immune to the poison.
Even after stacking up Venomous Invasion, it only dealt a pitiful 2-digit amount of damage. However, this is understandable. After all, Lu Hong's current appearance doesn't seem like that of a normal living being.
Ordinary toxins naturally do not have much effect on it.
However, Yi Xiao was not discouraged. Instead, he breathed a sigh of relief. If it can cause damage, then it proves that the opponent's body is not invincible. As long as he can reduce the opponent's health, he is confident that he can kill them. Then, Yi Xiao unleashed a fireball spell. Upon seeing Yi Xiao's actions, Lu Hong once again opened the mysterious barrier from before. The fireball spell was cancelled out again. After the fireball disappeared, he rushed towards Yi Xiao again at lightning speed. Upon seeing this, Yi Xiao activated his attack with lightning speed. Although Lu Hong's speed at this moment was extremely terrifying. However, after Yi Xiao activated his divine speed, he was further enhanced by the skull pants smelting effect. The speed immediately increased to its maximum. With just a slight movement, the distance between the two was easily widened. Lu Hong was clearly surprised to see this. Even before he turned into this horrible state, let alone a top-tier level 90 professional, even a top-tier level 150 professional would be no match for him. He didn't stay in Lin Hai village for nothing for those decades. Unexpectedly, this unknown kid not only acted decisively, but also used a strange fireball technique that forced him to transform in order to block it. Now even its speed is faster than when it transforms. This illogical situation gave Lu Hong a bad feeling. At that moment, he immediately understood Chi Fei's caution. He was secretly annoyed at himself for being too careless and letting the kid slip away right under his nose. Fortunately, all these mistakes can still be corrected in time.
No matter what, we absolutely cannot let this kid leave alive. Although they possess strength unmatched by ordinary people, they cannot reveal it. Once exposed, they will likely face encirclement and suppression from all sides.
Thinking of this, Lu Hong looked at Yi Xiao not far away, increased his speed again, and at the same time, clenched his fists tightly while moving at high speed. The next moment, countless visible blue elements rose up within a 500-meter radius.
Water stream arrow rain. In an instant, these blue water elements condensed into countless sharp arrows, shooting towards Yi Xiao from all directions. In the blink of an eye, all of Yi Xiao's escape routes were blocked. Looking at Yi Xiao, whose eyes showed surprise, Lu Hong revealed a mocking smile through his hideous mouth. What's the use of speed? He doesn't believe the opponent can dodge this kind of area of effect attack that leaves no blind spots. And just as Lu Hong thought, under normal circumstances, such skills are indeed difficult to avoid.
Yi Xiao was clearly somewhat surprised by the rain of water arrows. However, it was merely a feeling of surprise. Seeing countless water arrows coming towards him, Yi Xiao didn't even use his illusion technique. 3 types of shields appeared instantly. Then, the Death Realm unfolded directly. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, and then, the moment the water arrow touched the Death Domain, it was just like Yi Xiao's fireball hitting Lu Hong's barrier earlier. These water arrows didn't even have a chance to touch the 3 shields on Yi Xiao's body. Of course, even if Lu Hong's water arrows were powerful enough to penetrate the Death Domain and the 3 shields, with his current water resistance of up to 30,000, these water arrows couldn't harm him in the slightest. However, Yi Xiao was not surprised by this, but Lu Hong was greatly startled. Lu Hong was fully aware of his own combat capabilities. The power of this water-flowing arrow rain is simply impossible for a level 90 character to withstand. First, it possessed eerie fireballs, and then its speed became astonishing. Now, even his confidently unleashed barrage of water arrows was easily blocked by the opponent. For the first time, Lu Hong's gaze towards Yi Xiao became serious. In an instant, Lu Hong leaped into the air, his limbs outstretched. Sudden water attack. Countless water elements condensed in front of Lu Hong. Immediately afterwards, his ugly, enormous body fused into the water element as if it were decaying. The original deep blue water element turned dark green. Even more bizarrely, after Yi Xiao saw Lu Hong's body disappear, the dark green element shot straight towards him. What is this thing? As the nauseating liquid rushed towards him, Yi Xiao's face turned green. Let's not even talk about how powerful this thing is. Just thinking about Lu Hong's body turning into juice made Yi Xiao feel uneasy. Without a word, he sped up and leaped into the distance. Immediately afterwards, 2 clones appeared beside him, and in the blink of an eye, fireballs rained down from the sky. However, a barrier that Yi Xiao had seen before reappeared in front of Lu Hong. They
blocked all the fireballs. However, Lu Hong's speed was slightly slowed down by the appearance of the fireball. Seeing Yi Xiao, one can't help but feel a headache coming on. Theoretically speaking, no one should be able to block their own fireball at this stage. My single fireball spell has already dealt 19,062 damage, thanks to the resistance reduction effect of Lava Blade. It's impossible for it not to deal damage. But Lu Hong's barrier was incredibly strange. It not only blocked its own fireballs, but also blocked its own passive poison attack. All of Yi Xiao's current skills are high damage skills. Of these, Fireball deals the most damage. Now even fireballs are useless against them. Although the other party is unlikely to be able to do anything to me, dragging this out is not a solution. He hadn't forgotten that Lu Hong wasn't alone. There are at least 20 members of the Self-Reliance Association outside. Furthermore, he had reason to believe that Lu Hong's strength was so strange. As the president, Shi Fei's strength is likely only greater than his. The longer it drags on, the worse it will be for him. Of course, even if things go wrong, Yi Xiao is confident that he can leave calmly. After all, Lu Hong's skills and physique are very strange, but it is clear that they cannot break through his defense, even if Shi Fei is stronger than him and can harm him. But he still has nearly 400,000 health points. There's absolutely no need to consider matters of life and safety. His mind raced, but Yi Xiao's hands never stopped moving. Mainly, he didn't want to be touched by this disgusting liquid. Together with its two clones, it continuously unleashed fireballs. In just 1 second, it can unleash 1,800 fireballs. Under Yi Xiao's relentless bombardment, Lu Hong's figure was finally pinned down by the continuous barrage of fireballs. Lu Hong was surprised again. The next moment, he reverted to his ugly monster form. But instead of launching another attack, he sneered and said, "It's no use. I admit your fireballs are powerful, but they can't do any damage to my body." Yi Xiao did not answer. Seeing that Lu Hong had regained his form, he unleashed a fireball at the same time. Two dark-type skills were unleashed. Unfortunately, Lu Hong's mutated body is immune to even damage-increasing buffs. However, Yi Xiao did not give up. It was because it discovered that Lu Hong seemed to have difficulty making other movements while he was creating the barrier. In other words, this barrier is different from the shield skill on Yi Xiao's body. It's not a one-time skill, but a continuous skill. Although Yi Xiao had never seen such a strange skill as Lu Hong's before, any continuous skill requires the casting state to be maintained throughout the casting process. Yi Xiao was aware of this, so the fireballs kept coming without stopping. Since his fireball spells don't consume much mana, Yi Xiao naturally wouldn't be stingy with them. Lu Hong then opened his barrier, blocking them all. After transforming, Lu Hong's barrier seems to have been strengthened in terms of the damage it can withstand. In just a few seconds, the barrier had already blocked tens of thousands of fireballs from Yi Xiao. "Give up and come back with me obediently. Maybe the boss will let you become one of us because of your strength. To become like you, neither human nor ghost?" Yi Xiao asked while casting fireballs. These words seemed to provoke Lu Hong. "Damn it, what do you know? Have you ever experienced true despair? What right do you have to laugh at us? You're just another guy who can't advance. How can you possibly understand the immense determination we've shown in our pursuit of becoming stronger? How can you know how heavy a burden we are carrying?" Faced with Lu Hong's somewhat hysterical roar, his response was still met with a barrage of fireballs from Yi Xiao. Upon hearing Lu Hong's words, Yi Xiao shook his head, vaguely guessing what was going on. However, he is different from these people. Lu Hong's current appearance can no longer be described as human, becoming a monster in order to become stronger. What's the point then? As time passed, the battle between the two seemed to have reached a stalemate. Lu Hong's barrier was clearly somewhat unexpected by Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao's original idea was that his fireball technique would not be able to break through the opponent's barrier. However, maintaining such an overpowered skill obviously requires a significant amount of continuous energy expenditure. In contrast, his own fireball spell only consumes 10 mana points per cast, and with the mana regeneration buff, it can be used almost without any mana cost. Thus, with one side gaining and the other losing, the other gains and loses. Lu Hong definitely won't be able to hold on. However, the reality was different from what Yi Xiao had expected. Despite facing its own relentless bombardment for so long, it still shows no signs of weakening. This surprised Yi Xiao somewhat. Could it be that the opponent's barrier also consumes no resources? That's a bit too extreme, isn't it? Yi Xiao didn't believe that such a heaven-defying skill existed in the world. Just as Yi Xiao had thought, there is indeed no such abnormal skill that consumes no resources in this world. 2 more minutes passed. Lu Hong's condition finally changed. At this moment, his ferocious face began to show signs of agitation. They even exhibited uncontrollable anger and frustration. Despite the barrier protecting him, he has not been harmed so far, but this frustrating battle made him increasingly agitated. Gradually, an uncontrollable anger surged up and instantly filled his mind. At that very moment, Lu Hong's originally pale eyes turned completely blood red. Yi Xiao looked at the changes in Lu Hong and was somewhat puzzled, but soon, a crisp cracking sound rang out. Seeing this, Yi
Xiao couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He was genuinely afraid that the other party would do something illogical.
In that case, Yi Xiao's only option would be to use the illusion of emptiness to temporarily avoid the enemy's attack.
And then the indestructible barrier disappeared.
Lu Hong then tried to escape.
However, Yi Xiao didn't hesitate and unleashed a variety of skills without holding back. With the added benefit of a large number of ballistic enhancement effects, Lu Hong's speed, which he was so proud of, was completely ineffective. In an instant, a large number of fireballs engulfed Lu Hong. The intense heat was accompanied by a lot of ear-piercing sizzling sounds. At the same time, from behind the flames came Lu Hong's extremely shrill scream.
However, the screams were unlike anything a human could make.
Yi Xiao still didn't stop,
although he was very curious about Lu Hong's secrets.
But Chi Fei and his group are outside and could come in at any time.
He naturally couldn't hold back. However, it must be said that Lu Hong's defensive capabilities are indeed astonishingly strong after transforming into this monstrous form.
Even with the damage from his fireball spell, he couldn't kill it instantly. Fortunately, the damage numbers were flashing wildly above Lu Hong's head, despite having only a paltry 3-digit number.
But the frequency is too high. Soon, Lu Hong's screams became extremely weak.
Yi Xiao then planned to press on and kill him in one fell swoop.
But then, an accident happened. A soft whooshing sound rang out. Immediately afterwards, Yi Xiao heard Chi Fei's angry shout. The next moment, Chi Fei and Wei Wei appeared in Yi Xiao's line of sight at the same time.
Behind them were 3 members of the Self-Reliance Association whom Yi Xiao had met yesterday.
As soon as Chi Fei and the others arrived, they discovered Lu Hong's miserable state. Without hesitation, everyone except Vivi did so. Chi Fei and the other 3 all looked up and roared in unison.
Immediately afterwards, Yi Xiao witnessed the most astonishing scene he had ever seen. 4 grotesque monsters, even larger than Lu Hong and covered in rotting flesh, appeared before him. Yi Xiao thought to himself, just as I thought.
This Self-Reliance Association is indeed not as simple as it seems.
As soon as Chi Fei and his 3 companions entered, they saw Lu Hong lying on the ground, barely alive. So, without saying a single word to Yi Xiao, they immediately activated their transformations. Clearly, they had realized that the situation was quite tricky and had no intention of engaging in any pointless verbal or probing tactics. This decisiveness was somewhat unexpected for Yi Xiao. Judging from this, Chi Fei is indeed an extremely cautious person. The moment he discovers that something is wrong, he will use all his strength.
They didn't want to give Yi Xiao any chance.
Seeing the 4 people transformed into monsters, Yi Xiao was also somewhat dumbfounded. There was once a joke that the rich rely on technology, while the poor rely on mutation.
But that doesn't mean you have to turn yourself into a monster, does it?
Yi Xiao looked at the 4 hideous creatures with ferocious faces, and while he was on high alert, he was also somewhat speechless.
Of course, more importantly,
at this moment, Yi Xiao had a big question in his mind.
Why did Chi Fei and the others turn out like this? This has never happened in the world of immortality.
Suddenly, he remembered how much Chi Fei and the others valued this coastal village, and how they had stayed here for so many years, almost living a life of isolation from the world.
Could it be because of this?
The more they thought about it, the more likely it seemed. However, after transforming, Chi Fei and the other 3 did not intend to give Yi Xiao any time to think. Chi Fei opened his mouth wide and let out a roar like a wild beast. His 3 companions then launched a simultaneous attack on Yi Xiao.
It's different from Lu Hong's transformation.
Although these 3 people looked extremely ugly, they were all a size smaller than Lu Hong. His speed was naturally a bit faster than Lu Hong's. In the blink of an eye, 2 of them arrived in front of Yi Xiao, and their hands instantly transformed into black longswords, slashing fiercely at Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao was preoccupied with the fighting strength of these monsters, so he didn't intend to avoid them. With the help of the Death Domain and 3 shields, they managed to withstand the attack of the 2. To Yi Xiao's surprise, the 2 attacked extremely quickly. The moment the attack was launched, a series of rapid strikes ensued. Yi Xiao was very familiar with this skill. It was none other than the warrior's rapid strike. After use, it deals 70% continuous damage to the same target for 1 second. At the same time, Yi Xiao noticed out of the corner of his eye that the other person among the 3 was not joining the other 2 in making a move. Instead, after receiving Chi Fei's order, he got down on all 4s, revealing a tube made of rotting flesh on his back. At that time, a strange black energy was gathering in the pipe. Yi Xiao didn't even have time to figure out what the pipe was.
The next instant, a jet black arrow was suddenly launched from the tube.
The arrow sliced through the air at incredible speed and appeared in front of Yi Xiao in an instant. The speed was so fast that even Yi Xiao couldn't avoid it. The arrow pierced through the death zone and struck his 3 shields squarely. The powerful penetrating force allowed the arrow to break through Yi Xiao's shield and slam into him. A string of bright red numbers floated out in front of Yi Xiao. The 3 of them worked together to reduce his health by nearly 10,000. After testing him, Yi Xiao was also extremely surprised. Although compared to his nearly 400,000 health points, this nearly 10,000 damage is nothing. But that didn't stop Yi Xiao from being surprised. It should be noted that Chi Wei and his group were only level 90 and were were second-tier professionals who had not yet advanced to the third tier. Yi Zhao's own combat strength is already beyond what other professionals of the same level can handle.
Unexpectedly, Shi Fei and his group were able to inflict so much damage on him after transforming.
More importantly, Shi Fei did not make a move like them at this time. As the leader of these people, Yi Xiao had reason to believe that Shi Fei's abilities were stronger than those of the others. At this moment, Yi Xiao felt even more curious about these people. Where did they get such bizarre abilities from? How could a level 90 professional possess the combat power of a 5th-tier professional? However, compared to Yi Zhao's surprise, at this moment, the group, including Shi Fei, could only describe their feelings as shock. They already knew something was strange about the Xiao Tianba in front of them when they saw Lu Hong's weakness. Despite their extreme caution, they have continued to overestimate Yi Zhao's abilities. To everyone's surprise, their coordinated attack only caused minimal damage to the opponent. More importantly, they have already realized that Yi Xiao is a mage.
What is a monk/master? It's synonymous with crispy skin. They wouldn't even know how much health a level 90 mage has, would they?
Even with the best equipment, you can't possibly have more than 10,000. But Yi Xiao was still standing there perfectly fine, which shocked them. Shi Fei, who hadn't made a move yet, suddenly started twitching his eerie, deathly pale eyes, looking extremely strange. Just as Yi Xiao was wondering what Shi Fei was doing, the latter's expression suddenly changed, and he spoke rapidly.
Xiao Bei, Meng Hao, run.
This Xiao Tianba has over 380,000 life points and an intelligence of over 8,000 points. Shi Fei's voice was fast and urgent, with a hint of disbelief in it. His words surprised the others. At this moment, when Yi Xiao heard Shi Fei recount his attributes in great detail, his heart was filled with a tremendous shock.
Shi Fei can actually see his own attribute panel? In the world of immortality, only human professionals can see the attributes of monsters. As for other information, even NPC information, it's simply impossible to see it.
Although puzzled, Yi Xiao quickly suppressed his shock. At the same time, his hands moved rapidly. A string of fireballs shot out in response.
Fortunately, thanks to Shi Fei's reminder, Xiao Bei and Meng Hao reacted incredibly quickly.
As soon as Yi Xiao made a move, they each used their movement skills to escape quickly.
Trying to escape? Too late. With the added benefit of the equipment's ballistic velocity,
Yi Zhao's fireball travel speed was far beyond what these two could match. Before the two could escape 20 meters, fireballs rained down on them. The flames burned, making a piercing sound. Immediately afterwards, two people screamed in agony from within the flames. At this moment, Yi Xiao also noticed that although these two could also transform into monsters, they seemed to be much weaker than Lu Hong in terms of defense.
And it also lacked Lu Hong's strange barrier support.
Therefore, under the bombardment of thousands of fireballs,
the two quickly fell silent.
This scene caused Shi Fei, who was not far away, and Wei Wei, who for some reason had not transformed, to change their expressions drastically.
Xiao Bei, Meng Hao. Shi Fei's pale eyes suddenly turned crimson, and he rushed towards the two of them.
Yi Xiao did not make a move, but instead stared intently at his information panel.
Ding! You have collected 1 water elemental essence fragment.
All your water-based skill damage is increased by 20%.
Ding! You have collected 1 water elemental essence fragment.
Your water resistance has increased by 20%. This sudden information left Yi Xiao completely stunned.
What's going on here?
Yi Xiao was genuinely surprised to have unexpectedly collected 2 fragments of water element essence. He actually managed to get 2 fragments of water element essence from the 2 monsters. For a moment, Yi Xiao felt increasingly confused. This coastal village really does exude an air of strangeness. First, the countless ocean frogs provided him with a large amount of water resistance. Then Shi Fei and the others transformed into monsters, unleashing power dozens of times greater than that of normal people. He then collected fragments of water elemental essence from these monsters. This series of unbelievable events left Yi Xiao somewhat bewildered. However, after his initial surprise, Yi Xiao decisively focused his gaze on Shi Fei. If those two people could drop fragments of water element essence, does that mean that Shi Fei in front of us also has that? Thinking of this, Yi Xiao's gaze toward Shi Fei suddenly became fiery. It must be admitted that the power these people displayed after turning into monsters was indeed terrifying. Even Lu Hong caused him considerable trouble at one point. However, as long as Shi Fei doesn't have Lu Hong's troublesome barrier on him, even if he inflicts great damage, Yi Xiao is not afraid. However, Shi Fei arrived in front of Xiao Bei and Meng Hao's corpses at this moment, and upon seeing their bodies, he trembled uncontrollably. Immediately, Shi Fei looked up sharply, glaring fiercely at Yi Xiao, and roared, "Damn it! Damn it! You actually killed them!" Yi Xiao ignored the other party's clamor. After making a guess in his mind, he couldn't wait to kill Shi Fei. Then, thousands of fireballs appeared again, rapidly bombarding Shi Fei. The next second, Yi Xiao frowned. Shi Fei's speed was somewhat beyond his expectations. The instant he unleashed the fireball spell, Shi Fei swiftly retreated, disappearing from the attack range in the blink of an eye. What's even more outrageous is that while this guy was hiding, he was still holding onto the corpses of Xiao Bei and Meng Hao. Although the bodies of the two people people were restored to their original appearance after death. But Qi Fei's agile skills still left Yi Xiao somewhat in awe. By this time, Yi Xiao had roughly figured out some clues. When Qi Fei and his group are in monster form, their characteristics are obviously amplified significantly. Take Lu Hong for example, he's a tank warrior. Therefore, after they transformed into monsters, their defenses were greatly enhanced, and they even possessed extremely bizarre defensive barriers. This caused Yi Xiao considerable trouble. The two who just died, although they were also warriors, were clearly swordsmen who focused on dealing damage. Because after transforming into monsters, their damage and related skills are also enhanced. When it came to Qi Fei, he was an archer, a profession inherently characterized by exceptional agility. So after transforming into a monster, his speed became extremely exaggerated. That's why Qi Fei was able to easily dodge his own fireball. However, even though he was a mage, Yi Xiao was naturally not afraid of competing with him in speed. Qi Fei, who was standing in front of him, was very likely to be a vessel for providing him with fragments of water element essence, so there was no way he could let him go. Furthermore, even without that, the fact that this guy possesses the strange ability to see through other people's attributes is enough for Yi Xiao to not let him leave. A surge of energy flowed into his feet, propelling him forward with the increased movement speed from the fireball spell he had just cast. Yi Xiao charged towards Qi Fei. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind Qi Fei. In an instant, ice flowers fell from within 100 meters of Yi Xiao. This is a skill he comes with upon his second job advancement. I have never used it. However, facing Qi Fei, who also possessed extremely high movement speed, Yi Xiao took it out. As ice flowers covered the surrounding area, the airflow within the barrier seemed to slow down. Seeing this, Yi Xiao did not stop. He then unleashed a burst of netherfire embrace at the astonished Qi Fei. Black energy instantly enveloped Qi Fei. Qi Fei realized that his speed had slowed down, and his expression changed drastically. However, what shocked him even more was, at this moment, several damage numbers suddenly appeared above his head. This is the damage per second inherent to Deathfire Embrace, plus the poison damage from Venomous Invasion. Qi Fei did not have the same strange barrier as Lu Hong. Once hit, there's no way to defend against it. However, Yi Xiao was also quite impressed by Qi Fei's defensive capabilities. Surprisingly, a fragile archer's defense became so astonishing after transforming into a monster. But these are not problems. As long as I can deal damage, that's enough. With a wave of his hand, Yi Xiao unleashed 600 fireballs at Qi Fei. However, the next moment, after his movement speed was reduced, Qi Fei was now unable to move an inch and had no way to dodge Yi Xiao's fireballs. Feel the intense heat of the flames rushing towards you. It took off, unwilling to accept defeat, and wanted to roar in anger. A massive figure suddenly appeared in front of Qi Fei. Hundreds of fireballs slammed into it. Lu Hong. The next instant, Qi Fei let out a heart-wrenching roar. Yi Xiao looked closely. They discovered that it was Lu Hong, who had previously collapsed and was on the verge of death, who had somehow appeared in front of Qi Fei and blocked the fireball for him. However, Lu Hong was already at his limit at this point, even though he tried his best to hold up that strange barrier. But under Yi Xiao's domineering attack, it struggled in vain. The fireballs completely engulfed Lu Hong's body, turning him into charred remains. The next moment, Yi Xiao saw a notification pop up on his control panel. Ding! You have collected 1 water elemental essence fragment. Your water resistance has increased by 20%. Yi Xiao glanced at the information and was about to launch another attack on Qi Fei. However, Qi Fei, enraged, suddenly did something that shocked Yi Xiao. He actually opened his blood-red mouth and bit down hard on Lu Hong's body. A crisp cracking sound of bones breaking rang out. Even Yi Xiao felt a chill run down his spine at this moment. Just moments before, Lu Hong had shielded Qi Fei from his fireball, and the latter's frenzied state clearly showed his grief and indignation at Lu Hong's death. But this grief and indignation lasted for less than a second before Qi Fei actually started eating his beloved relatives and friends. This bizarre scene was truly incomprehensible to Yi Xiao. Even more strangely, at the very moment Qi Fei bit off Lu Hong's neck, Yi Xiao could clearly feel that the power in Qi Fei's body seemed to be increasing. However, just as he raised his hand, a jet black arrow shot towards him again. It was the same person who had been standing next to Qi Fei who launched another attack on Yi Xiao. This damage was nothing to Yi Xiao. He didn't intend to pay attention to it. Qi Fei's current situation was a bit off, and he had to deal with Qi Fei first. But at that moment, Qi Fei suddenly removed the debuffs from him, and with Lu Hong's corpse in his mouth, he swiftly widened the distance between himself and Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao frowned. Could it be that he was able to get rid of his debuffs because he ate Lu Hong's corpse? Qi Fei ate extremely quickly. Almost as soon as he landed, he had already eaten a third of Lu Hong's corpse. Yi Xiao knew he couldn't delay any longer. He activated his super speed and instantly rushed in front of Qi Fei. But the next moment, a familiar barrier appeared on Qi Fei's body without warning, blocking all of Yi Xiao's fireballs. Yi Xiao was slightly surprised. Wasn't this the same barrier that Lu Hong had used before? At this moment, Qi Fei, who had blocked Yi Xiao's fireball spell, looked up at Yi Xiao and revealed a chilling and eerie smile. Several pieces of flesh still clung to its mouth, mouth, which was filled with sharp fangs, and bright red blood slowly dripped from between its teeth, finally being caught by Chi-Fei's beast-like tongue and swallowed. Afterwards, Chi-Fei revealed a satisfied expression and slowly said in a voice that was neither human nor inhuman, "Don't rush, I'll play with you properly in a while." After saying that, Chi-Fei buried his head again and started eating noisily. Soon, under Yi Zhao's watchful gaze, Chi-Fei devoured Lu Hong's body without missing a single detail. The whole process took less than 5 seconds. This speed is simply incredible. However, Chi-Fei did not seem to give up. He used Lu Hong's barrier to block Yi Zhao's continuous fireballs. He leaped again, landing beside Xiao Bei and Mang Hao's corpses, and in an instant he devoured them completely. At this moment, Yi Zhao clearly noticed that Chi-Fei's ugly body had swelled up by a full size compared to before. Furthermore, he exuded an extremely powerful aura. Yi Zhao fired tens of thousands of fireballs in succession, but none of them could stop Chi-Fei. On a sudden impulse, before Chi-Fei could react, he stepped forward and stood behind the guy who had been firing arrows at him. Hundreds of fireballs pierced the man's back. The guy, who was still searching for Yi Zhao's location, didn't even have time to react before Yi Zhao killed him. Ding! You have collected 1 water elemental essence fragment. All your water-based skill damage is increased by 20%. As expected, without Lu Hong's peculiar barrier, even if he transformed into a monster, he still wouldn't be able to block Yi Zhao's attack. At the same time, he also accumulated 4 water element essence fragments. Based on previous experience, there are 6 pieces left. However, only Chi-Fei and Wei, who had not yet transformed into a monster, remained in front of them. If they also have them, then there are only 6 pieces in total. Where are the remaining 4 pieces? On other members of the Self-Reliance Association? Yi Zhao's mind raced. At this moment, as the life force disappeared, the monster with cannons on its back returned to its original form. Yi Zhao waved his hand, and the corpse of the monster that had just died completely disappeared. Having already witnessed Chi-Fei's bizarre abilities, Yi Zhao naturally couldn't let Chi-Fei eat the corpse again. Upon seeing this, Chi-Fei immediately raised his head and let out a deafening roar. With a powerful push of his feet, he charged towards Yi Zhao at twice the speed he had been before. "Today, I will tear your bones out one by one and smash them to pieces, to be buried with my brothers." Yi Zhao remained unmoved by Chi-Fei's roar. The death domain and its own 3 shields remained active from beginning to end. Even with Chi-Fei's combat power soaring after activating divine speed, he still couldn't catch up with Yi Zhao. Chi-Fei clearly noticed this as well, and in midair, he suddenly plunged his left hand into his body. The next moment, a jet-black longsword was pulled from his body, with a trace of dark green blood still on its blade. After the longsword appeared, Chi-Fei's smile became extremely ferocious. "Do you think you can escape?" Before he finished speaking, Chi-Fei's body suddenly began to tremble strangely, and then he abruptly changed the direction he was running in. Then, Chi-Fei raised his longsword and thrust it suddenly into the air. Just as Chi-Fei swung his sword, Yi Zhao's figure miraculously appeared within his attack range. The black greatsword slashed down fiercely, piercing through the death domain and landing on Yi Zhao's barrier. Instantly, a series of damage numbers appeared above Yi Zhao's head. Accurate prediction plus swift sword draw. Accurate prediction is an advanced skill for archers, allowing them to track the trajectory of a target's movements. By analyzing the data, we can anticipate the target's next move. However, the success rate of this skill is not high. I never expected that Chi-Fei would be able to use it. Suddenly, Yi Zhao remembered that Chi-Fei had been able to see his panel attributes before. Perhaps it is this ability that allows his accurate predictions to succeed. Quickly drawing the sword is a skill of warriors. Needless to say, Chi-Fei gained this ability after consuming those 2 warriors. Yi Zhao never expected that Chi-Fei, who had transformed into a monster, would be able to acquire the corresponding skills by eating the corpses of his companions. This ability to devour is truly extraordinary. I don't know how they did it. However, this was not something Yi Zhao needed to worry about. After being attacked, Yi Zhao quickly retreated while simultaneously throwing out a fireball. Although it was still blocked by Chi-Fei's barrier, it finally interrupted Chi-Fei's second attack. Furthermore, thanks to the effect of the evil devouring, his health points were restored to normal in the blink of an eye. Although evil devour only restores 50 health points per attack, it can't withstand Yi Zhao's fireball spell, which can produce a total of 600 fireballs. In just half a second, he can recover 30,000 health points. Therefore, although Chi-Fei's unpredictable and varied attack methods made it difficult for Yi Zhao to defend against them, they could not cause him any substantial damage. However, Chi-Fei was unaware of this. He seemed very confident in himself and did not immediately pursue Yi Zhao after seeing him retreat. Instead, he revealed a mocking, sinister smile. "Don't worry, I won't let you die so easily. How can I quell my hatred if I don't slice off pieces of your flesh?" Yi Zhao wouldn't tolerate him. Having learned his lesson once, Yi Zhao naturally wouldn't make the same mistake twice. Instantly, 2 clones appeared behind him. Then, the 3 Yi Zhaos moved in 3 different directions in a crisscross pattern. When the 3 Yi Zhaos were unleashed simultaneously, their range tripled. The scene was extremely magnificent. Snowflakes fell from the sky, followed by thousands upon thousands thousands of fireballs covering the area.
Occasionally, other elemental skills would also appear. And Fire Whirlwind.
Yi Xiao used almost every skill he could get his hands on. In an instant, the entire Linhai village was covered by various elemental energies. Shi Fei clearly hadn't expected Yi Xiao to choose such an offensive method. Faced with such an overwhelming attack, he could only erect a barrier to defend himself for a short time and dared not make any other moves.
However, Shi Fei remained calm.
In his view, Yi Xiao's actions were undoubtedly courting death.
The mage's damage output is indeed very high. But how many seconds can a mage who doesn't manage mana sustain such high damage output? Once the energy is depleted, Yi Xiao's death will be imminent, Shi Fei thought to himself.
Unfortunately, he had no idea about Yi Xiao's abilities. The barrage of fireballs, seemingly on the scale of a forbidden spell, only required a mere 10 mana points per cast. As for the other skills, they consume significantly more mana than fireball. But Yi Xiao, relying on his more than 80,000 mana points, did whatever he wanted and didn't care at all. Yi Xiao's idea was very simple.
Shi Fei's barrier did indeed cause him considerable trouble. However, Lu Hong eventually died.
He wanted to see how long Shi Fei could hold out.
What followed was a war of attrition between the two. Time passed bit by bit.
Shi Fei's expression gradually changed from a cold smile to astonishment. In the end, he even became a little irritable.
This was completely different from what he had imagined. How could anyone maintain such a high output of damage skills and such a frequency for so long?
This is something that even experienced players in the beginner zone cannot do. He and his brothers sacrificed so much to gain power.
They even went so far as to transform themselves into monsters that were neither human nor ghost. In the end, he was not as good as this stranger who appeared out of nowhere. The difference between them made Shi Fei extremely jealous. This guy must have a secret. Thinking of this, Shi Fei's gaze towards Yi Xiao became even more ardent. He's going to devour Yi Xiao.
He can gain the other person's magical ability by swallowing them. In this way, his strength will be greatly enhanced.
Perhaps, it won't be long.
He has the ability to resist that guy and thus completely break free from his control. Thinking of this, Shi Fei's eyes lit up, and he said to Yi Xiao, who was still continuously unleashing skills, "I know your plan, but I can tell you clearly that it's useless. With my current strength, this barrier can last for 5 hours. As long as your skill damage cannot exceed the barrier's absorption limit, you will be the one who loses in the end." Upon hearing Shi Fei's words, Yi Xiao frowned. In fact, he also noticed that even after so much time had passed, Shi Fei still showed no signs of fatigue. If what Shi Fei said is true, then this battle will likely last for a very long time. Moreover, even though Shi Fei's speed is not as fast as his own, if the other party is determined to escape, Yi Xiao is not confident that he can stop him with the help of the barrier. Shi Fei wasn't stupid. He must have something to rely on if he didn't run away. That would be a bit troublesome. Yi Xiao pondered to himself.
We absolutely cannot let Shi Fei get away. He was still eyeing the water element essence fragments on the other person's body.
However, Yi Xiao was not entirely confident that a war of attrition would ensue. After all, it wasn't just him and Shi Fei here. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed that the woman named Wei Wei hadn't made any moves since she arrived with Shi Fei. Moreover, she was the only one present who did not transform into a monster. Yi Xiao didn't know why the other party wasn't making a move, but Yi Xiao had a strange feeling. Compared to Shi Fei at this moment, the woman who had not yet transformed gave him an unusual sense of incongruity. This made Yi Xiao extremely wary. As the saying goes, a dog that bites doesn't bark. Vivi is in this situation right now. However, regardless, the battle must continue. Yi Xiao had no other options until he could break through the opponent's barrier with enough damage, unless he is willing to give it up. But that's impossible. The entire coastal village was still filled with incredibly violent energy. The ground within 100 meters of Shi Fei had long since turned into ruins. Unfortunately, Shi Fei remained firmly standing in the center of the field. During this process, Wei Wei also did not make any movement. "Ha ha, you're truly remarkable. To maintain such a high output frequency for so long is truly an eye-opener. If you hadn't killed my brother, I really would have liked to be your close comrade in arms." Yi Xiao sneered. "I have no interest in being friends with monsters." Shi Fei was not annoyed by this. Instead, he said calmly, "This is not something you can decide. In a moment, I will choose to eat you and make you a part of my body. That way, you can live in another way. Am I being very merciful to you?" Yi Xiao shook his head upon hearing Shi Fei's outrageous words. "So I simply stopped talking to them." Instead, he kept thinking of countermeasures. Although his life is not currently in danger, continuing like this is not a solution. We must find a breakthrough. Suddenly, Yi Xiao looked at Wei Wei, a strange light flashing in his eyes. "Perhaps we should start with her?" Yi Xiao quickly calculated in his mind. This is one approach, but it also carries risks. If Vivi's abilities are also able to withstand his attacks, and he can drag her off the field, the situation will be quite unfavorable for Yi Xiao. Moreover, even if Wei Wei were killed, it wouldn't seem to cause any trouble for Shi Fei. Should we make a move or not? Yi Xiao hesitated for a moment. Yi Xiao suddenly noticed that 2 new friend messages had appeared on his screen. screen, but there was a full hour between them. The information came from Xue Ling. As a hybrid, Snow Spirit naturally also has a friends panel function. However, Yi Xiao had been so focused on the battle that he didn't notice it immediately. Yi Xiao opened the message. The first thing Xue Ling told him was that the plague sourceworm had successfully resurrected. Looking at the time, Yi Xiao realized that he was fighting Lu Hong at that moment. The second part is that Xue Ling told him that, following the method he described, she had successfully refined an exquisite pearl. Upon seeing this, Yi Xiao's face immediately broke into a smile. He might have a way to kill Qi Fei. The battle between Yi Xiao and Qi Fei had been going on for several hours. Qi Fei had actually anticipated a protracted war. After all, he could see Yi Xiao's attribute panel and knew that Yi Xiao's magic power was unbelievably high. But he also knew that the more powerful a spell or skill was, the more magic power it required to consume. Judging from its power, Yi Xiao's fireball spell, which is on par with a forbidden spell, would probably consume at least several thousand mana points each time it is cast, and possibly even more than 10,000. Even if it gives you a decent mana regeneration effect, it will only allow you to last a little longer. But the current situation is completely beyond Qi Fei's expectations, and he noticed that Yi Xiao's condition didn't seem to have deteriorated at all. Could he really hold on for 5 hours? Thinking about this, Qi Fei felt a little panicked. He has always been cautious by nature. Otherwise, he wouldn't have remained undiscovered in Linhai village for so many years. After realizing that Yi Xiao's condition was not right, he did not want to, nor dared to, gamble on whether Yi Xiao had the ability to hold out for 5 hours. Therefore, Qi Fei immediately decided to ask for help. The situation on the field suddenly changed. For some reason, the densely packed fireballs suddenly expanded to a full circle. The color of the flames also changed from the original fiery red to an extreme dark blue. What shocked Qi Fei even more was that the barrier that he had been able to use to block the fireballs seemed to have suddenly malfunctioned. The dark blue fireball passed straight through the barrier and slammed into Qi Fei. Qi Fei had no time to react to this sudden turn of events. Countless fireballs, like raging beasts, instantly engulfed Qi Fei's tall body. In an instant, an extremely miserable scream came from Qi Fei's mouth. Unfortunately, no matter how much he called out, it was to no avail. Yi Xiao remained calm as he unleashed fireballs again and again. In the blink of an eye, Qi Fei's entire body was completely melted. As Qi Fei disappeared, the information on the panel popped up. Ding! You have collected 1 water elemental essence fragment. All your water-based skill damage is increased by 20%. Ding! You have collected 1 water element essence fragment. Your water resistance has increased by 20%. Yi Xiao was somewhat surprised that Qi Fei had dropped 2 fragments of water element essence. Adding this to what was previously obtained, there were now 6 pieces. Only 4 pieces are left to collect the complete water element essence. Yi Xiao was quite pleased. Putting everything else aside, these 6 water element essence fragments alone grant him a 60% increase in water element skill damage and a 60% increase in water resistance. His water resistance has now surpassed the highest fire resistance, reaching 49,782 points. With nearly 50,000 points of water resistance, it can be said that it is perfectly immune to any water-type damage. Of course, this is on the premise that the opponent has no means to reduce his resistance. However, compared to collecting water element essence, what makes Yi Xiao even happier right now is that his fireball technique has evolved. Just a moment ago, upon learning that Xue Ling had resurrected the plague sourceworm and successfully crafted an exquisite pearl, that was the first thing she did. Yi Xiao then had Xue Ling conduct the transaction through the online trading platform, acquiring 10 exquisite pearls. In fact, many acquaintances make this choice when conducting remote transactions. Because newly listed items take 30 seconds to be successfully listed, traders can find the listed products in advance by searching for their IDs during this period, so they don't have to worry about being snatched up by others. Yi Xiao obtained 10 exquisite orbs, which were skill upgrade stones, directly from Xue Ling through this transaction method. According to Xue Ling, because it was the first attempt, and because Yi Xiao provided a corpse instead of a living person, most of the life force in the corpse had already been lost. Therefore, she used a total of 1,800 corpses of the Dragon Abyss army, plus the corpses of the 5 level 180 black-clad deacons, to successfully revive the plague sourceworm demon. Fortunately, there were those 5 level 180 black-clad deacons. Otherwise, Xue Ling estimated that even if she used all 2,300 corpses, she might not be able to revive the plague sourceworm. After all, according to Xiefeng's notes, reviving the plague-causing worm requires the life force of living people. For a deceased professional, their primordial power dissipates extremely quickly, so the effect is naturally much worse. For this reason, the number of immortal coins required to revive the plague sourceworm during this period was much higher than expected. Yi Xiao gave Xue Ling 10 million eternal coins, which she basically spent all of. Upon learning this news, Yi Xiao couldn't help but feel secretly fortunate that he had given all the eternal coins to Xue Ling. Otherwise, all our efforts might be in vain. However, no matter what, the result was naturally good. After resurrecting the plague sourceworm, Xue Ling was unable to contact Yi Xiao, but she had received his previous instructions.
In addition, the life essence in a corpse dissipates extremely quickly.
Therefore, Ling could only hurry up and refine the exquisite pearl according to the method taught by Yi Xiao. Finally, with the energy from 500 corpses and less than 2 million eternal coins remaining, Ling successfully refined 10 exquisite pearls. After obtaining the 10 exquisite orbs, Yi Xiao didn't hesitate for a moment and used them all on the fireball spell. Originally, Yi Xiao thought that the power of the fireball spell was not enough to break through Qi Fei's barrier and that he only needed to increase its power. But Yi Xiao never expected that the fireball spell would evolve again after being upgraded 10 times.
Fireball consumes 10 mana to release 3 fireballs simultaneously.
Each fireball deals 1040 plus 2 intelligence fire damage to the target. Your fireballs ignore all shield type skills.
Cooldown 1 second.
With Yi Xiao's current intelligence attribute of 8,065 points plus various damage bonuses, the theoretical damage of his fireball has now reached 46,629 points. In the beginner zone, no one could withstand even one of these fireballs, let alone Yi Xiao unleashing hundreds of fireballs in an instant. It was simply too violent. At the same time, what truly enabled Yi Xiao to instantly kill Qi Fei was the last ability of the fireball technique. Ignore any shield type skills. This ability is where the true power of the evolved fireball spell lies.
Judging from the results, Qi Fei's barrier is clearly also a type of shield.
Yi Xiao's evolved fireball could naturally ignore it, thus directly damaging Qi Fei's main body. Faced with a fireball spell that had more than doubled in power, Qi Fei, despite his increased strength after consuming the corpses of Lu Hong and the others, would only die faster than them. After Qi Fei died, Yi Xiao also stopped casting fireballs, but he did not let his guard down. Instead, he fixed his gaze on Wei Wei, who was not far away, with a look of doubt in his eyes. From beginning to end, this woman named Wei Wei had not, in the slightest, any intention to make a move. Even after Qi Fei's death, her expression remained perfectly calm, a calmness that made Yi Xiao feel somewhat uneasy. He didn't know the woman's background, but seeing that she could remain calm after instantly killing Qi Fei, he knew without a doubt that she was no ordinary woman. Just as Yi Xiao was observing Wei Wei not far away, Wei Wei finally spoke for the first time. "Are you curious? Are you curious?" Hearing Wei Wei suddenly speak, Yi Xiao asked calmly, "Watching your companions die one by one, aren't you angry?" Upon hearing this, Wei Wei suddenly burst into laughter for no apparent reason.
"Why are you angry?"
Yi Xiao was slightly taken aback, then his brows furrowed again, not understanding what this woman wanted to do. Wei Wei clearly knew Yi Xiao's doubts, but she didn't try to be mysterious. Instead, she took light steps and slowly walked towards Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao did not stop Wei Wei from doing this, but kept his eyes on her and was on guard. However, at that moment, Wei Wei suddenly did something that surprised Yi Xiao greatly.
She was actually taking off her equipment.
Not only did she remove her equipment, but after removing her equipment, she also took off all her clothes. Yi Xiao was initially surprised by the other party's actions, but the next moment, Wei Wei's shocking injuries appeared in Yi Xiao's sight, constantly stimulating Yi Xiao's thoughts. Yi Xiao found the irregular teeth marks on the knife somewhat familiar. Suddenly, a startled guess flashed through Yi Xiao's mind, and he asked instinctively. Wei Wei was not surprised by Yi Xiao's reaction and said with complete composure, "You guessed right, these are all Qi Fei's masterpieces." Yi Xiao's pupils contracted, then he frowned and asked, "So, because you hate him, that's why you didn't help him?" Unexpectedly, Wei Wei shook her head and said, "No, you're wrong. I don't hate him. He's the man I love most. How could I hate him?" Yi Xiao was dumbfounded upon hearing this, finding Wei Wei's idea unbelievable. At this moment, Wei Wei sighed softly and said slowly, "Actually, you should have noticed that not only Qi Fei, but also Lu Hong and the others, can no longer be considered human." Yi Xiao could tell what Wei Wei wanted to say, so he didn't interrupt and listened quietly. "We told you before that those who came here were people who received the advancement mission from Linhai village and chose to stay and look for opportunities because they were unwilling to accept their fate."
Yi Xiao nodded.
"We didn't lie to you about that, and the original intention of the Self-Reliance Association was also correct." After a pause, Wei Wei continued, "However, there is one thing we did lie to you about. We didn't come here 6 years ago, but have been here for 30 years.
Seeing Yi Xiao's somewhat surprised expression, Wei Wei laughed instead.
"I can tell you're surprised." Yi Xiao did not deny it. "Indeed, you do look quite old.
It's hard to believe that you're over 50.
Although humans, upon awakening their talents and entering the world of immortality, can significantly slow down the aging process as their level and attributes increase. However, if you only reach level 90 after your second job advancement, you still can't maintain the appearance of someone in their 20s even when you're over 50. However, Yi Xiao wasn't too surprised, since Qi Fei and the others could transform into monsters and their combat power far exceeded that of second-tier level 90 professionals. This explains how she has managed to maintain her appearance unchanged. At this moment, Wei Wei spoke again.
"Actually, it's nothing. To be honest, we died 30 years ago."
After thinking for a moment, Vivi shook her head and added, "Perhaps to be precise, it didn't die, but turned into a monster."
Yi Xiao became increasingly curious as he listened, and couldn't help but ask, asked. So, you can also transform? Vivi didn't intend to hide anything and nodded, saying, of course it's possible. If I had to say, actually, I was the only one who could transform at the very beginning. Yi Zhao's pupils dilated again as he looked at the calm, serene woman before him with disbelief. However, Vivi said casually, don't be surprised yet, because there's something even more surprising to you. Wei Wei smiled gently. The reason Shi Fei and the others were able to transform is actually because of the power I bestowed upon them. Upon hearing this, Yi Zhao's gaze towards Wei Wei immediately became extremely wary. Although Shi Fei was easily defeated by him, it was because he encountered him, but it is undeniable that Shi Fei's strength was formidable. If even Shi Fei is ridiculously strong, then how strong must Wei Wei, who bestowed this strange power upon them, truly be? Vivi glanced at Yi Zhao's wary expression but didn't take it to heart, and continued to say to herself, don't worry, although I can also transform, I have never used this ability before. Why? Yi Zhao asked in a deep voice, somewhat curious. Vivi explained, naturally, it's because my transformation is irreversible. Although I gain immense power after transforming, I will live as a monster afterward. You've seen what Shi Fei and the others look like after their transformations, which I find extremely unappealing. Of course, more importantly, Shi Fei doesn't want me to become a monster. At this point, Wei Wei sighed again. It's a pity that he said he would always protect me, but he died first. Yi Zhao looked at Wei Wei, his wariness growing stronger. She could speak of all this so casually in front of the enemy who killed her beloved. This woman is truly chilling. Don't be so nervous. Actually, I should thank you. After all, Shi Fei is now completely free. He no longer has to suffer from the pain of turning into a monster from time to time, nor does he have to be manipulated by that person anymore. Wei Wei suddenly muttered to herself. Yi Zhao was completely confused, but he did glean a key piece of information from it. Shi Fei was actually being manipulated? However, before Yi Zhao could figure it out, he sensed an incredibly terrifying aura emanating from Wei Wei. In an instant, Wei Wei, who had been calm and composed, suddenly had her long hair standing on end, and her face began to show extreme pain. And at that moment, her completely naked skin suddenly burst open. Ouch, ouch, it hurts. Is this what it feels like to transform, Fei? So you've been enduring this kind of pain all along? Ouch, I finally understand why you didn't want me to transform. As Wei Wei wailed in pain, the next moment, her distorted eyes looked indifferently at Yi Zhao. I am very grateful to you for helping Shi Fei get out of this predicament. This is something I have thought about countless times at night, but I have never been willing to do it. But you did kill him after all, and as his woman, I must avenge him. Now that he's gone, he probably won't see my ugly appearance anymore, which is for the best. Ha! As soon as she finished speaking, an incredibly pure energy burst forth from Wei Wei's body. In the blink of an eye, the beautiful woman was gone, replaced by a giant monster 3 meters tall, emitting a foul stench. At this moment, after transforming, Wei Wei opened her incredibly ferocious, blood-red maw and exhaled sharply at Yi Zhao. Suddenly, a burst of black energy shot out. Yi Zhao was prepared and easily dodged the attack with the help of his super speed. At this moment, his expression also showed some confusion. Just a moment ago, this woman said she wasn't angry, wouldn't transform, and even thanked herself. As a result, they all went back on their word after a disagreement. Want to know the answer? Defeat me. But I suppose you won't have the chance. Becoming like this was not my wish, but the power contained in this body is something you can't withstand. Yi Zhao shook his head in response to Wei Wei's taunts. He casually unleashed a fireball. There was only one fireball. The eerie blue flames pierced through Vivi's black shield and engulfed it. Clearly, this woman was unaware of the true power of Yi Zhao's fireball technique. The next moment, Wei Wei let out a painful wail. Surprisingly, it did not struggle. Instead, the huge arm suddenly swung and threw an item at Yi Zhao. Yi Zhao hesitated for a moment, then took it. Then, with her last bit of strength, Wei Wei said with difficulty, Shi Fei and I, everything is recorded here. Thank you for helping me find peace, and also, be careful of that person. With Vivi's death, the same information that was expected popped up again. However, the amount of information far exceeded Yi Zhao's expectations. Ding! You have collected 1 water elemental essence fragment. All your water-based skill damage is increased by 20%. Ding! You have collected 1 water element essence fragment. Your water resistance has increased by 20%. Ding! You have collected 1 water element essence fragment, and you have received water nourishment. Water nourishment. After being cleansed by the pure flow of water, the base attributes of worn equipment receive a 100% boost. Ding! 10 water element essence fragments have been combined to create a perfect water element essence. Ding! You have fused with the perfect essence of water element and obtained the spring of purification. A series of messages sent Yi Zhao's mood soaring. Based on his previous battles with Shi Fei and the others, he had anticipated that after defeating Wei Wei, he could obtain fragments of water element essence from her. As for the rest, they are most likely among the other Self-Reliance Society members who did not join. He had originally planned to hunt down the other members of the Self-Reliance Society after he went out. Unexpectedly, Vivi possessed 4 fragments of water element essence. This allowed him to collect 10 fragments
fragments of water element essence and successfully fused them into a perfect water element essence.
This was a wonderful surprise.
As Yi Xiao completes the collection of water element essence fragments, he gains a 100% increase in water-type damage and an 80% increase in water-type resistance. They gained another ability, the ability to be nourished by flowing water. Yi Xiao was also somewhat surprised when he saw the effect of this ability. Previously, whether it was fire, wind, or dark element, the ability he gained after collecting the last elemental essence fragment was generally used for combat. But this time, the nourishment from the water directly boosted the equipment's attributes, something Yi Xiao had never expected. Yi Xiao first glanced at his equipment. Their focus was on those few mythical-grade equipment pieces. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed discovered that the equipment had undergone some changes. The basic attribute of the endless chain of life was originally plus 20 to all attributes, but now, after being nourished by the water, it has become plus 40 to all attributes. The original base attributes of the Ring of Plague were plus 70 agility and plus 50 intelligence. Now, after being nourished by the water, they have become plus 140 agility and plus 100 intelligence. The Phantom Amulet's base attributes were originally plus 80 constitution and plus 220 agility, but now, after being nourished by water, they have become plus 160 constitution and plus 440 agility. The original base attributes of the Dragon's Sai robe were plus 180 constitution, plus 120 agility, and plus 250 intelligence. Now, after being nourished by the water, they have become plus 360 constitution, plus 240 agility, and plus 500 intelligence. However, none of these equipment upgrades are as dramatic as the Shadow Skeleton King's Windstaff. The Shadow Skeleton King's Windstaff originally had a base stat of plus 500 intelligence, but now, after being nourished by the water, it has become plus 1000 intelligence. Even more surprisingly, the original 30% reduction in cooldown time has also changed, now reducing cooldown time by 60%. However, due to the rules of the Immortal World, although Yi Xiao's cooldown reduction effect is currently at 100%, the earliest Goblin Elite Ring he obtained had a 20% cooldown reduction, which doubles to 40%. However, the effect that can be achieved is only a 70% reduction, which is an unbreakable rule. After all, this is the real world. No matter how powerful a human professional is, they can't escape the limitations of the physical body and achieve continuous spellcasting without cooldown. However, in this way, with a 70% reduction in cooldown, Yi Xiao's Fireball spell can now be cast 3 times per second. This indirectly increased his DPS, and the increase was considerable. In addition to these mythical gear pieces, other equipment such as the skull set also received a 100% amplification effect. I won't list them all to avoid being accused of bluffing. In fact, since entering the world of immortality, Yi Xiao has not paid much attention to the basic attributes of his equipment. Because of the talent of unlimited skill slots, Yi Xiao's main attribute, intelligence, is not lacking. Therefore, more emphasis is placed on the effectiveness of the equipment. Take the Endless Chain of Life, for example. Although this equipment is of mythical level, its own level is only 10. Therefore, the basic attributes he can provide to Yi Xiao are almost negligible at Yi Xiao's current stage. However, the effect of this Endless Chain of Life is something that other high-level equipment cannot replace. The only effect is that each skill increases the maximum health by 200. This caused his health points to skyrocket to a terrifying level. This is a mythical piece of equipment that he can wear until he dies, and Yi Xiao would never give it up just because its level is low. However, the boost from the water's nourishment has unexpectedly doubled the equipment's base stats. Although doubling the attribute points only increases by 80, it's still a significant improvement. The doubling of the overall equipment attributes also significantly boosted Yi Xiao's panel attributes once again. It increased by more than 2,400 points. The intelligence attribute alone has reached 9,327 points, which is not far from breaking 10,000. The improvement is absolutely phenomenal. However, when Yi Xiao saw that after fusing with the perfect essence of water elements, he gained the ability of the Purifying Spring, his already incredibly excited mood became even more thrilled. Purification Spring. For each monster you kill that is at least as high level as yourself, you will gain 1 purification point. Purification points can be used to purify equipment, increasing one of its attributes. Current purification point, 0. Yi Xiao never expected that a single stream of water was already incredibly powerful, but now an even more incredible spring of purification had appeared. You gain purification points by defeating monsters, and then use these purification points to improve your equipment attributes. Yi Xiao tried to cast Purifying Spring on the Endless Chain of Life. Ding! Purifying this equipment requires 100 purification points. You do not have enough purification points to purify it. Seeing the notification, Yi Xiao wasn't disappointed. On the contrary, the 100 purification points mentioned made him feel overjoyed. According to the description of this ability, wouldn't one be able to obtain a large number of purification points simply by killing monsters? In this way, he continuously purified his his equipment, stacking his attributes to a terrifying level. Thinking of this, Yi Xiao's mood immediately improved, and the depression he had felt earlier because he couldn't advance was greatly reduced in that instant. If in the end he really can't complete the third promotion, although he will lose many abilities that can only be obtained after advancing, thanks to his godlike talent and the effect of the purifying spring, his attributes will definitely not be inferior to anyone else's. This can be considered a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. Yi Xiao comforted himself. At the same time, with the water element essence now in hand, Yi Xiao can now fuse with water-type attributes. However, Yi Xiao didn't have any other skill stones available at the moment, so he wasn't in a hurry to fuse them. After examining the changes in himself, Yi Xiao took out a notebook that looked very old and wrinkled. This was what Wei Wei threw to him before she died, telling Yi Xiao that the answers he wanted to know were all inside. For a moment, Yi Xiao's gaze towards the notebook also held a hint of curiosity. Just then, the power that Vivi displayed after her transformation was more than twice as strong as Qi Fei's. Before the fireball spell was upgraded, Yi Xiao really couldn't say whether he could have harmed her. However, after the fireball technique was upgraded and evolved, it was not surprising that Yi Xiao could kill Wei Wei instantly. After all, the fireball spell, which has been upgraded 20 times, has evolved once again, and its damage can only be described as terrifying. Even if Wei Wei's strength were doubled, she still wouldn't be able to withstand Yi Xiao's fireball damage. However, Wei Wei's intermittent voice at the end surprised Yi Xiao. He could tell that Wei Wei didn't seem to really intend to harm him, especially when she threw the notebook at him. Her actions were more like a voluntary suicide. However, this only made Yi Xiao more puzzled. Death is simple enough. Why go through all this trouble? Yi Xiao looked puzzled. Perhaps, as Vivi said, all the secrets are contained in this notebook. Thinking of this, Yi Xiao couldn't help but curiously open the notebook. What catches the eye is a row of neat and beautiful handwriting. It can be seen that the owner of the writing was once a dignified and elegant girl. The image of Vivi's transformed appearance flashed through Yi Xiao's mind. He shook his head and continued flipping through the pages. Today is my first day in Linhai village. I was feeling quite down when I met an interesting guy named Qi Fei. What I didn't expect was that Qi Fei was just as unlucky as me, having received this impossible advancement mission. However, this guy always had a smile on his face. I seemed to see a stubbornness in his smile that refused to admit defeat. It seems that he is much stronger and more optimistic than me. Infected by his emotions, my dejected mood also improved a lot. Upon seeing this, Yi Xiao immediately understood that this must be Wei Wei's diary. And looking at the date marked on it, it was indeed 30 years ago. I never expected that this group of people would actually stay in Linhai village for 30 years without being discovered. What kind of secret does this place hold that would make a group of people willingly guard this place? Thinking it over, Yi Xiao turned to the next page. Today, Qi Fei took me to Linhai village to see if we could find another way to complete the mission. But when we arrived at Linhai village and saw the dilapidated village and more sea monsters than we had imagined, I fell into despair once again. I saw a look of disappointment on Qi Fei's face as well, but strangely, this guy seemed stronger than I had imagined, and he quickly adjusted his mood. Yi Xiao flipped through the pages quickly. Soon we saw 6 months later. Time flies. It's been half a year since Qi Fei and I came here. During this time, if it weren't for Qi Fei's constant encouragement, I might have given up long ago and chosen to return to reality and become an ordinary person. His spirit inspired me and made me feel that I was doing something extremely meaningful. However, a thought struck me and made me panic. I seemed to be thinking about Qi Fei. Seeing this, Yi Xiao understood that Wei Wei must have fallen in love with Qi Fei through the past 6 months of getting to know each other. It must be said that, judging from Wei Wei's writing alone, Qi Fei was indeed a sunny, cheerful, and resolute guy at the beginning. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Yi Xiao would never have been able to connect Qi Fei in this diary with the man-eating monster from before. Yi Xiao couldn't help but sigh. Perhaps a series of unpredictable events had occurred in the past 30 years, which led to Qi Fei's eventual transformation into this state. Perhaps, this is just the cruel twist of fate. Yi Xiao shook his head and turned a few more pages. Today, a newcomer arrived in this remote coastal village. This is the first time they have met anyone else in the past 6 months. His name is Lu Hong, and he is an honest and kind shield warrior. I found that Qi Fei and this Lu Hong seemed to get along very well. They had only met a short time before they quickly became close friends who could talk about anything. After learning about Qi Fei's idea, Lu Hong also chose to become our partner without hesitation. We were all very happy that day. When Yi Xiao saw Lu Hong appear, he couldn't help but think of the scene of Qi Fei eating people earlier, and for a moment he didn't know what he was thinking. Then, Yi Xiao quickly flipped through the pages. The diary was long, but Yi Xiao only read the key points, and still read it very quickly. Finally, after a short while, he scanned the entire diary, then gently closed the notebook, his expression of surprise and disbelief growing stronger. At that moment, his heart was filled with turmoil. I see. I didn't know these people had such experiences. Yi Xiao muttered to himself. He finally figured out why Wei Wei and Qi Fei's group were able to transform into monsters, and also understood why they possessed superhuman combat power, and the real reason why they they have stayed in this remote place for 30 years. All of this originated from this coastal village. Yi Xiao closed his eyes and recalled the contents of Wei Wei's notebook. He then opened his eyes, exhaled softly, and slowly said, "Although we met by chance, and you all died at my hands. However, your perseverance and willpower are admirable. Since I am just like you, a pitiful creature trapped in this third-tier advancement mission, then let me complete your lifelong perseverance for you." After saying that, Yi Xiao walked towards the depths of Linhai village. Before long, he arrived at the other side of Linhai village, near the sea. There are only a few ruined stone houses here, nothing particularly remarkable. Yi Xiao had passed by this place during his battle with the ocean demon frog, but he didn't find anything. But now, with the help of Vivi's diary, Yi Xiao knows that this place is not simple. We arrived at a very ordinary low slope. Yi Xiao looked down and searched quickly. After a few minutes of searching, his eyes lit up slightly. It's here after all. A gust of wind swept in, stirring up all the dust on the ground in front of Yi Xiao. The next moment, a thick, moss-covered door appeared in front of Yi Xiao. Looking at the completely incomprehensible characters engraved on it, Yi Xiao took a deep breath, a glimmer of hope appearing in his eyes. Is this where the mysterious person who controls you is? Perhaps he has a way to resolve my mission. According to Vivi's diary, beneath this moss-covered door lies an underground passage. As for what was inside the passage, neither she nor Qi Fei knew. Everyone was talking about it. All that is known is that the mysterious person who makes every deal with them comes out of this door. However, in the past, this place was usually occupied by a bunch of ocean frogs, and Vivi had only observed it from a distance a few times. As for this so-called mysterious person, the diary entries reveal the true reason why Wei Wei, Qi Fei, and others were able to transform into monsters. That happened a year after Wei Wei and Qi Fei arrived in Linhai village. At that time, Qi Fei relied on his personal charm and charisma to attract not only honest and simple men like Lu Hong, but also newcomers like Xiao Bei and Meng Hao. In total, there were 12 like-minded unlucky guys at the time. Just like what Qi Fei said to Yi Xiao when they first met, these unlucky guys encouraged and cheered each other on. Ultimately, the Self-Reliance Association was established. Their goal is to gather the strength of the masses to wipe out the sea monster frogs that have taken over Linhai village. As the team grew, Qi Fei and his companions were able to significantly increase their speed in eliminating the ocean frogs. However, the ocean demon frogs are much stronger than ordinary level 90 monsters, and after a period of operation, they did not eliminate many ocean demon frogs. However, this is not the most discouraging thing. What was most disheartening was that, after a period of effort, Qi Fei and his team unexpectedly discovered that these marine demon frogs were not only incredibly numerous, and their production speed was even faster than their annihilation speed. In this way, almost everything they had done these past few days had been in vain. Upon learning this, even the usually strong Qi Fei completely broke down. The collapse of his faith led Qi Fei to recklessly rush into the village, intending to perish together with the ocean demon frog. However, after spending so much time together, Wei Wei and her friends naturally couldn't just stand by and watch Qi Fei get into trouble. So, everyone rushed in to rescue Qi Fei without regard for their own safety. At that moment, everyone was clearly prepared to die. As everyone expected, they were indeed besieged by a dense swarm of ocean frogs. One by one, Qi Fei's companions fell down. Seeing this, Qi Fei was heartbroken and filled with remorse. But his abilities were limited, and he couldn't do much. Just as everyone was in despair and preparing to die, an unexpected event occurred. As a sea monster frog was killed, a black bead filled with eerie energy fell from its body. Vivi, being the shield warrior, was closest to the target and instinctively picked it up. This is the result. The black bead seemed to be activated, disappearing directly into Wei Wei's body. According to Vivi's diary, when the bead entered her body, she felt icy cold all over, and a continuous flow of energy filled her body, almost bursting her apart. At the same time, this strange energy filled her mind with all sorts of brutal murderous thoughts. She doesn't remember what happened after that. All that is known is that when she woke up again, all the ocean frogs around her were dead. Qi Fei and the others lay motionless on the ground. Upon seeing this, Wei Wei completely broke down. However, just when she was in despair, a mysterious person wrapped in a black robe appeared beside her. After the mysterious person appeared, he told her that as long as a part of the black bead inside her body was separated, Qi Fei could be saved. At that moment, Wei Wei didn't have time to think about the mysterious person's origins. She immediately followed the method taught by the mysterious person, peeled off a part of the black bead from her body, and implanted it into Qi Fei's body. As it turned out, Qi Fei really did come back to life. However, because she was eager to save people, Wei Wei gave Qi Fei twice as many black beads as the mysterious man had asked for. Therefore, immediately after being resurrected, Qi Fei transformed into a monster and began to devour the surrounding corpses. This situation completely terrified Wei Wei. Finally, it was the mysterious person who intervened and guided Wei Wei to use her own body to provide energy to Qi Fei, which helped Qi Fei regain his senses. At this point, Wei Wei also sensed something was wrong and began to suspect the mysterious person's purpose in appearing. However, seeing others killed by her own energy, the kind-hearted Vivi Vivi had no choice but to continue peeling the black beads from her body and inserting them one by one into the corpses of her companions. This time, however, she dared not follow the mysterious man's instructions as she had when she saved Chi Fei, and only provided a small piece of the black bead. Because Chi Fei had just gone berserk and eaten many corpses, Wei Wei was only able to save 4 people, including Lu Hong. That is, the group of people who were killed by Yi Xiao earlier. Similarly, these companions who were saved by Wei Wei also became monsters like Chi Fei, and their personalities changed drastically. Afterwards, the mysterious man proposed to make a deal with them. In return for sending more professionals into Linhai village, Chi Fei and his group would have the mysterious person provide them with an item called an attribute fruit. Once a professional takes it, their 4 main attributes will be randomly increased. Although Wei Wei felt it was inappropriate, she could only remain silent after Chi Fei and the others excitedly agreed. So, over the next 30 years, Chi Fei has been carefully managing his self-reliance association in this coastal village. He would warmly welcome any professional who came to Linhai village, while subtly inquiring about their identities. Once he confirms that the people who come don't have any special identities, he will immediately take action and send them to a special place in Linhai village. That's the only place where the ocean frogs won't invade. This work has been going on for 30 years. During this period, he also brought in many new people through his investigations. Xiao Bai, who had previously investigated Yi Xiao's true identity, and the dozen or so people who had been monitoring Yi Xiao with Lu Hong. They were all in the same group, but unlike Lu Hong and his ilk, they couldn't transform into monsters. This is why Chi Fei only brought Xiao Bei and Manhwa with him when he flew to Linhai village. The secret of their transformation must not be revealed to anyone. Through their transactions with the mysterious man over the past 30 years, their respective attributes have long surpassed those of a normal level 90 professional. This is the real reason why Lu Hong and the others still possessed combat power that shocked Yi Xiao, even without transforming into monsters. Yi Xiao learned all of this through Wei Wei's diary. He couldn't help but marvel at how such a hidden secret existed in this desolate and abandoned fishing village. Yi Xiao couldn't help but put himself in their shoes and think about it. If he were in Chi Fei's shoes, what would he do in this situation? There was no answer. However, he knew that he probably wouldn't stay true to himself like Vivi. After all, those so-called attribute fruits are a temptation that can drive countless professionals crazy. This is the fundamental reason why Yi Xiao admired Wei Wei so much after reading her diary. Because, among Chi Fei's group, only Wei Wei has never consumed an attribute fruit or transformed into a monster in the past 30 years. Until just now. In Yi Xiao's view, perhaps she had long known that Chi Fei and the others were no longer the same people they used to be. What she resurrected back then was nothing more than a group of monsters possessing the memories of Chi Fei and the others. She was just deceiving herself. Through her diary entries, Yi Xiao could sense that Wei Wei was quite aware that she, too, could no longer be considered a human being. Of course, Yi Xiao didn't think Wei Wei was anything to be pitied. After all, over the past 30 years, she and Chi Fei have killed quite a few professionals. Pulling his thoughts back, Yi Xiao was pondering how to open the door in front of him. Suddenly, the door opened by itself. As the gate slowly opened, a dimly lit passage covered in moss was revealed. Yi Xiao's eyes flashed with wariness. In Wei Wei's diary, besides recording the little things that happened between her and Chi Fei, there are also other entries. It also records some speculations about the mysterious person. Based on Wei Wei's observations over the past 30 years, the appearance of this mysterious person was unusual, and it is even very possible that the black bead on her body was provided to her by the mysterious person. After all, aside from that, Vivi couldn't think of any other reason why this mysterious person would know so much about the bead. She even suspected that the mysterious person's identity was closely related to this coastal village. She had witnessed it with her own eyes. The sea frogs that once gave Linhai village a major headache are now completely submissive to the mysterious man. This is something that a professional simply cannot do. When Yi Xiao saw Wei Wei mention this point of doubt, he already had a clear guess in his mind. This is why he previously said that he might be able to complete his advancement task. Because Wei Wei was unaware that many NPCs in the immortal world were still alive. Although she had some suspicions, she naturally wouldn't think in that direction due to her limited knowledge. But Yi Xiao was different. He not only knew that the NPCs in the world of immortality were still alive, but he had also seen them with his own eyes and even killed them. Therefore, after hearing Vivi's description, he had reason to suspect the origin of that mysterious person, who was very likely an NPC who survived in Linhai village. As for whether it was as Yi Xiao guessed, looking at the dimly lit passage in front of him, Yi Xiao believed he would soon find out. However, all of these NPCs who survived were incredibly cunning. Facing an unknown place, Yi Xiao naturally wouldn't let his guard down. He quickly considered a solution, then took a deep breath before leaping into into the passage. Upon entering, Yi Xiao discovered that the passage seemed to have no end in sight. Because it was unclear whether there was any danger inside the passage, and the surrounding light was extremely dim, Yi Xiao was not moving very fast. However, quite unexpectedly, Yi Xiao walked cautiously for nearly 10 minutes without encountering any obstacles along the way. It could even be said that along the way, Yi Xiao hadn't even found anything that could move. As he continued forward, they soon reached the end of the passage. Standing before him was another door covered in moss. Yi Xiao glanced around and found no other passages or mechanisms that could open the door. For a moment, I couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Logically speaking, after walking for so long, if that mysterious person really was here, they should have noticed him by now. In fact, according to Vivi, those ocean demon frogs were controlled by the mysterious person, so the mysterious person should have already noticed it when he was frantically farming ocean demon frogs. How could he just stand by and watch himself kill Chi Fei and the others? Those people were just tools in his transactions. Just as Yi Xiao was racking his brains trying to figure it out, the moss on the surface of the door suddenly emitted a faint green light. Yi Xiao was startled and quickly took a few steps back. However, the crisis was not what was imagined. After emitting light, the moss pieces fell off one by one, revealing what lay beneath. Yi Xiao was somewhat surprised when he saw it. It turns out that behind the moss was not a door, but a passageway. Yi Xiao raised an eyebrow, not worried about the danger, and walked straight in. The moment he stepped over the moss, a slightly deep voice rang out. "Ha ha ha, you're finally in?" The sudden sound made Yi Xiao stop and look around. At this moment, what came into view was a huge cave filled with greenery. Above the cave, countless sharp, inverted cones were also covered with moss, occasionally emitting an eerie green light. At the center of the cave was a very strange building, surrounded by piles of white bones. Yi Xiao's pupils contracted slightly. At first glance, it looked like an altar. Suddenly, a mysterious black shadow slowly appeared above the altar. "Are you surprised?" Upon hearing this voice, Yi Xiao couldn't help but scrutinize the other person. Unfortunately, this person was completely covered in a strange black robe, making it impossible to discern anything about him. However, judging from this attire, Yi Xiao was already certain that the dark figure was the mysterious person Wei Wei had mentioned. At this moment, listening to the other party's words, it seemed that they were not surprised by his presence. "You noticed it all along?" Faced with Yi Xiao's doubts, the mysterious man did not try to be mysterious and readily replied, "Of course, I knew of your existence the moment you entered Linhai village." Yi Xiao raised an eyebrow, puzzled, and asked, "If that's the case, why don't you make a move?" The mysterious man laughed and readily admitted it. "I did go out and observe for a while, but unfortunately, I am no match for you outside." Yi Xiao was somewhat surprised by the mysterious man's straightforward admission. However, he also understood the hidden meaning in the mysterious man's words. He was no match for her outside, but at this moment he appeared fearless. Does that mean he has absolute confidence in this situation? Thinking of this, Yi Xiao's lips curled up slightly, and he murmured, "Things seem to be getting interesting." Then, he asked directly, "Did you do this to Chi Fei and the others?" The mysterious man chuckled and said with considerable pride, "How about it? Aren't these little toys pretty good? I spent decades researching and developing them." After a pause, the mysterious man's tone changed, and he suddenly said with some disappointment, "It's a pity that I was too hasty back then, and there are still some flaws." Yi Xiao remained unmoved when he heard him refer to Chi Fei and his group as toys. Instead, he continued, "Then, can you tell me what your relationship is with Linhai village?" The mysterious man glanced at Yi Xiao, somewhat surprised. However, he wasn't too surprised. Instead, he laughed and said, "It seems you know quite a lot." Then, the mysterious man suddenly lifted his robe, revealing a body of explosive red skin beneath. "Since you're a professional, why don't you take a look for yourself?" Yi Xiao was also somewhat puzzled by the mysterious man's cooperative behavior. However, the next moment, he immediately banished those thoughts, replaced by shock and a touch of excitement. At this moment, Yi Xiao saw several unexpected characters above the mysterious man's head. Wang the blacksmith from Linhai village. After seeing the information displayed above the mysterious man's head, Yi Xiao was incredibly excited. Just as he had guessed from the outside, the mysterious person was indeed a surviving NPC from Linhai village. However, after the initial excitement, after calming down, Yi Xiao couldn't help but feel somewhat disappointed again. It was different from what Yi Xiao had hoped for. The mysterious man was not the village chief of Linhai village as Yi Xiao had imagined, rather, he was someone Yi Xiao had never expected. Blacksmith in Linhai village. Some ancient documents also record the introduction of some functional NPCs at the beginning of the immortal world. In small fishing villages like Linhai village, which are in the beginner zone, the lowest level of team composition is usually the village chief, blacksmith, apothecary, and general store merchant. Yi Xiao originally thought that if the mysterious person was indeed an NPC from Linhai village, then there was at least a 1 in 4 chance that he would be the village chief. Yi Xiao even believed that the probability was 1 in half. After all, Yi Xiao learned from some documents that the village chief of each village is usually the strongest among all NPCs. Therefore, in terms of survival rate, the village chief's is naturally slightly higher. Unfortunately, things didn't turn out as Yi Xiao had expected. Looking at the blacksmith Wang in front of him, Yi Xiao was somewhat disappointed, but he still forced himself to cheer up. He was still somewhat curious as to why the blacksmith Wang was there. According to Wei Wei's diary, this blacksmith Wang had been hiding in Linhai village for at least several decades, and throughout this period he continuously recruited a large number of professionals through Qi Fei. And coincidentally, right in front of Yi Xiao was a building that resembled an altar. The overwhelming sense of familiarity reminded Yi Xiao of Remy. Remy had also been making similar deals with the Zhao and Qin families in secret. Could it be that this blacksmith Wang is also crafting exquisite pearls? Or is all of this related to the attribute fruit that Vivi mentioned? Of course, more importantly, the fact that this blacksmith Wang so brazenly revealed his identity in front of him was clearly not a simple matter. At this moment, after lifting his black robe, Wang the blacksmith was surprised to see that Yi Xiao didn't seem too surprised. He couldn't help but ask, TSK, you seem much calmer than I expected. Yi Xiao ignored him and asked in return, you deliberately opened both doors to let me in. You didn't come here just to chat, did you? Wang the blacksmith laughed heartily. I like talking to smart people. That's right, you're much stronger than Qi Fei and the others. Although I don't understand why. Someone like you exists in the newbie zone. Since you're also stuck on the third job advancement quest, why not cooperate with me? Maybe I have a way to help you. Yi Xiao's expression shifted, and he asked, can you help me advance? What's so difficult about that? Yi Xiao wasn't surprised that the blacksmith Wang knew he was stuck on the third job advancement quest. After all, the other party had been entrenched in Linhai village for decades, so Yi Xiao didn't deliberately hide it. However, Yi Xiao would not easily trust the other party. After all, his advancement task was very clear. He had to find the village chief of Linhai village, not the blacksmith. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind, so he narrowed his eyes and asked tentatively, you should know that this task is impossible to complete unless the village chief is resurrected. Wang the blacksmith smiled and said, you don't need to test me. I have my reasons for saying this. As long as you cooperate with me, I will naturally help you advance. Yi Xiao sneered inwardly and said, do you think I would believe you? Wang the blacksmith wasn't surprised by Yi Xiao's reaction. He grinned and said, now I'm your only chance. Are you sure you don't want to seize it? After a pause, Wang the blacksmith continued, and cooperating with me isn't without its benefits. As long as you provide me with a large number of professionals, I can give you fruits that enhance your attributes. As he spoke, Wang the blacksmith took out a round fruit filled with black energy and threw it to Yi Xiao. This is my sincerity. Yi Xiao caught the fruit that Wang the blacksmith threw to him and looked down at it. Attribute fruit, after consumption, randomly increases one of the four main attributes by 10 points. Looking at the fruit in his hand, Yi Xiao's eyes also showed a hint of surprise. This must be the attribute fruit mentioned in Vivi's diary. The reason why Qi Fei and his companions were able to possess superhuman combat power at level 90 was precisely because they consumed a large number of attribute fruits. It would be a lie to say he wasn't tempted, but Yi Xiao didn't choose to take it. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Such a precious prop, and Wang the blacksmith just gave it away without batting an eye. There might be something fishy going on here, and Yi Xiao definitely won't eat it until he's thoroughly investigated. Even assuming Yi Xiao possesses the effects of a godlike talent, there are other ways to infinitely increase his intelligence and health. At the same time, the purifying spring he obtained after collecting the essence of water elements can also provide attribute point boosts to his equipment. Therefore, they didn't value attribute points as much as Qi Fei and the others. Seeing that Yi Xiao had not taken the medicine, Wang the blacksmith's face turned cold. What? You don't want to improve your strength? You don't want to complete the third stage advancement? Yi Xiao casually put the attribute fruit into his backpack and said with a smile, I'm willing to cooperate, but first help me advance. Wang the blacksmith scoffed, you think I'd believe you? Yi Xiao countered, then how can you make me believe you? When Wang the blacksmith saw that Yi Xiao was so unyielding, his face turned completely cold. Are you rejecting me? Wang the blacksmith originally thought that by presenting two conditions that job seekers would find impossible to refuse, it would be easy to win over Yi Xiao, but he never expected the result to be like this. Yi Xiao remained unmoved by the blacksmith Wang's cold questioning, which contained a hint of threat. Like I said before, if you want to cooperate, help me advance first. Wang the blacksmith sneered. Originally, I intended to negotiate amicably with you, but it seems I overestimated you. Did you think I wasn't confident in dealing with you and would let you in so easily? Yi Xiao frowned, and then he saw Wang the blacksmith raise his left hand, revealing a peculiar black ring on his left thumb. Do you know why I appeared in front of you and said so much to you? After a pause, Wang the blacksmith said, I can sense your aura. You obtained all the blackwater ore from Qi Fei and his group, didn't you? It's a pity you were too greedy and actually absorbed all of the blackwater Oregon. As Yi Xiao asked the question, he quickly checked his body but found nothing unusual. Meanwhile, Wang the blacksmith said smugly, no need to look. I gave this blackwater stone to that human woman, but unfortunately, she was too weak to bear all the energy of the blackwater stone. In the end, I had no choice but to step in and have her transfer some of the blackwater Blackwater Stone's energy to a few other people. Upon hearing what the blacksmith Wang said, Yi Zhao's heart skipped a beat, and he instantly realized what was going on.
The Blackwater Stone that the blacksmith mentioned should refer to the essence of water elements.
It turns out that the black bead Weiwei found all those years ago was the essence of water. He just didn't understand how this essence of water had become Blackwater Stone in Wang the blacksmith's words. Furthermore, the energy of the water element essence is extremely gentle, and in theory, it should be something that an individual can collect without being unable to withstand. Not to mention the claim that Qi Fei and the others would turn into monsters after absorbing fragments of water element essence. If that were the case, Yi Xiao would possess the essence of the four elements of fire, wind, water, and darkness simultaneously. Wouldn't he have become a terrifying monster long ago? Wang the blacksmith was unaware of Yi Xiao's thoughts. I did admit that I'm no match for you outside, but you shouldn't have come in.
You can only blame your excessive curiosity.
In that case, you will replace Qi Fei and the others and continue to serve me. As soon as he finished speaking, the ring in Wang the blacksmith's hand suddenly emitted a faint green light. The light shone directly towards Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao was startled. Although he didn't know what the light was for, he didn't dare to be careless. It started with lightning speed and dodged instantly. At the same time, he raised his hand and unleashed a fireball at Wang the blacksmith. However, as soon as the fireballs entered the airspace above the altar, it was as if an invisible force was pulling hundreds of fireballs down violently. The fireball struck Wang the blacksmith several meters away, creating a deafening explosion. Seeing this, Yi Zhao's surprise was understandable. However, the look of shock on Wang the blacksmith's face at this moment was no less than that of Yi Xiao, and perhaps even greater.
How is this possible? Why isn't the Blackwater Stone on your body reacting? Did you not absorb it? Wang the blacksmith asked in disbelief.
But the next moment, he immediately rejected his idea.
No,
you have an extremely strong aura of Blackwater Origin Stone on you.
The Blackwater Origin Stone must be on you.
Suddenly, as if he had just realized something, Wang the blacksmith exclaimed in surprise, you actually extracted the essence of water from the
Blackwater Stone? How is that possible?
This is my masterpiece that I've spent decades working on. There's no way anyone could have extracted it. Listening to Wang the blacksmith's loud and boisterous mutterings, Yi Xiao finally understood what was going on. It turned out that it wasn't that blacksmith Wang didn't recognize the essence of water, but rather that the other party had obtained the essence of water from somewhere and, through decades of research, had turned it into black water or that could turn people into monsters. Furthermore, judging from Wang the blacksmith's previous actions, those who have fused with the Blackwater Stone will not only become monsters, but will also be controlled by Wang the blacksmith.
After figuring out the key point, Yi Xiao couldn't help but feel a surge of relief. At this point, he roughly guessed that the reason he fused with the essence of water element was not because of the characteristics of a fusion mage, but because of the Crimson Moonproof. But regardless of the cause, he was thus spared the fate of becoming a monster. At the same time, after losing control of Yi Xiao, Wang the blacksmith immediately flew into a rage. Damn it! You actually ruined my masterpiece. That was a divine artifact I painstakingly crafted. You damned human! With a roar from the blacksmith Wang.
Suddenly, the ground shook violently behind Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao looked back and saw a heavy stone door fall straight down, blocking the entrance he had come from. At the same time, Wang the blacksmith also disappeared from the altar. But this is not the end. As the stone gate fell, Yi Xiao soon heard a strange noise coming from all directions. Immediately afterwards, shadows as tall as two people appeared all around him. Before Yi Xiao could figure out what was going on, Wang the blacksmith's voice came out again. He seemed to have regained his composure by this time.
You are truly astonishing.
I never expected you to have such a surprising move that caught me off guard.
Then you will have the honor of witnessing another masterpiece of mine.
As soon as Wang the blacksmith finished speaking, the shadows around him were fully revealed. Upon closer inspection, Yi Xiao realized that they were a group of blue-skinned demons wielding various weapons.
Modified Deep-Sea Lizard Warrior. Level 110. Health points 300,000. Attack power 10,000. Defense 7,000.
Description: originally living in the deep sea, these ocean monsters possess strong physiques and immense strength.
They are natural-born ocean warriors, skilled in various powerful fighting techniques. After undergoing unknown modifications, their attributes have been multiplied. After reading the monster's attribute description, Yi Xiao was completely stunned. This is a beginner area. How could there be a level 110 monster here? This not only overturned Yi Xiao's understanding, but also overturned the rules of the immortal world. The beginner zone cannot contain players of professions higher than level 90, and this rule also applies to monsters. Once a monster reaches level 90, it will automatically leave the beginner area and move to a higher level area. If you stay in a low level area for a long time, you won't die, but your level and strength will directly degrade to level 90. However, these monsters in front of us are already level 110, so it's impossible that they just broke through level 90. Yi Xiao was utterly shocked, but soon, he noticed something amiss from the monster's name. This was the first time he had ever heard of such affixes. Even
even though he had never heard of them in textbooks or ancient books before. However, considering the ocean demon frog that Yi Xiao had encountered before, whose combat power exceeded that of a normal level 90 monster, and the situation of Qi Fei and the others, Yi Xiao still doesn't understand.
This must be another masterpiece that the blacksmith Wang was talking about.
At this moment, Yi Xiao was also quite impressed by Wang the blacksmith's skills.
I never imagined that this NPC would have such incredible abilities. At this moment, hundreds of modified deep-sea lizard warriors had approached Yi Xiao.
Although the attributes of these modified deep-sea lizard warriors were somewhat exaggerated, almost reaching the level of ordinary bosses, Yi Xiao was not worried.
3 shields appeared on his body, and the death domain unfolded simultaneously.
Then, without any other fancy moves, he raised his hand and unleashed the most explosive fireball spell available today.
With the cooldown time reduced to 30% of its original value, Yi Xiao can now cast 3 fireballs per second.
There are 600 fireballs each time.
This means he can throw 1,800 fireballs per second.
The theoretical damage of a single fireball has now reached 53,443 points. The lava blade and weapon resistance reduction both weaken the weapon. The modified deep-sea lizard warrior in front of Yi Xiao had no defense whatsoever,
as fireballs exploded one after another. Minus 20,475, minus 20,254, minus 20,347.
A single fireball can still deal over 20,000 damage. Looking at the damage he had caused, Yi Xiao lowered his head and murmured something. Fortunately, there's still 20,000 damage left, which should be enough to hold out for a while. The modified deep-sea lizard warrior has 300,000 health points, which seems extremely terrifying, but it is simply no match for the attack of 15 fireballs. In an instant, one after another, the modified deep-sea lizard warriors fell down. In just a few breaths, all the modified deep-sea lizard warriors who had been so aggressive just moments before were dead. Unfortunately, Yi Xiao has not yet completed the 3rd stage of advancement and is unable to level up. However, Yi Xiao was not surprised but rather pleased. As these modified deep-sea lizard warriors died, the purification points belonging to the purification spring suddenly surged to 134 points. Yi Xiao had been thinking about finding some monsters to test the effects of the purifying spring, but he didn't expect to find the opportunity so quickly.
However, he did not purify it immediately. Instead, the blacksmith's voice rang out again. I underestimated you, but I have tens of thousands of powerful monsters like this. I'd like to see how you deal with them.
After he finished speaking, countless modified deep-sea lizard warriors appeared all around him once again.
This time the quantity is many times greater than before.
It seemed that blacksmith Wang had also discovered Yi Xiao's extraordinary abilities and dared not be careless, so he released all the modified monsters at once. They planned to wipe out Yi Xiao in one fell swoop. He was already aware of the harm Yi Xiao had done, so he wasn't too shocked. On the contrary, the strength Yi Xiao just displayed seemed to be much weaker than it was outside.
Although the reason was unclear, it made blacksmith Wang very happy.
In this way, he was naturally 100% confident in dealing with Yi Xiao. However, when Yi Xiao saw the group of demons appear, his eyes lit up.
I couldn't help but admire Wang the blacksmith in my heart.
After all, encountering so many monsters at once is not an easy thing. Next, Yi Xiao continuously unleashed fireballs, and swarms of modified deep-sea lizard warriors fell one after another. However, Yi Xiao's monster clearing speed could never keep up with the speed at which these modified deep-sea lizard warriors appeared. During this time, Yi Xiao also tried using Netherfire Embrace and Icebound Barrier, but unfortunately, they did not slow down the movement speed of these big guys. It seems that after being modified by Wang the blacksmith, these modified deep-sea lizard warriors are immune to negative status effects. Soon, as these modified deep-sea lizard warriors drew near, countless large swords slashed down. It must be said that these modified deep-sea lizard warriors are indeed quite ferocious in their damage output. Despite Yi Xiao deploying 3 shields and the death domain, his health points still dropped rapidly. Fortunately, the evil devouring technique worked effectively, allowing Yi Xiao to quickly recover his health and avoid being instantly killed. However, as more and more modified deep-sea lizard warriors approached, Yi Xiao's health points continued to drop, though the process was relatively slow. Just then, a black light suddenly appeared silently beneath Yi Xiao's feet. Yi Xiao looked down and found that a circle with strange runes had appeared under his feet.
What is this?
Yi Xiao's face showed a hint of surprise. You will eventually pay the price for your arrogance.
How could I bear to destroy such a fine body so easily? Since you swallowed my Blackwater stone, it means that we have a deep connection, so I still plan to transform you into my humanoid pet. Be grateful for my mercy.
Wang the blacksmith's voice came, and then the black light emanating from the circle on the ground gradually intensified. However, Yi Xiao, who was enveloped in it, remained calm and did not even glance at the black light. Instead, it relentlessly hunted down the modified deep-sea lizard warriors in front of it. This sight made the blacksmith Wang sneer and mock. Why bother? The formation will be completed soon, you should save your energy. Unexpectedly, Yi Xiao suddenly spoke up at this moment. moment, his tone revealing no nervousness whatsoever.
You're the one who should be saving your energy.
Even when you're about to die, you're still so stubborn. Wang the blacksmith snorted, then reappeared from nowhere, making strange gestures with his hands. The next moment, the black light that enveloped Yi Xiao instantly gathered together. Upon seeing this, Wang the blacksmith couldn't help but shake his head, then smiled with a relaxed expression. Although a lot of these modified deep-sea lizard warriors were wasted, the fact that this guy was successfully modified is enough to make up for the losses. With that, Wang the blacksmith leaped down and quickly arrived at Yi Xiao's location. However, when he arrived and saw the empty circle, his face instantly turned ashen.
Where is he? How could he have disappeared?
Suddenly, a mocking voice came from behind.
Are you looking for me?
Along with the voice, there were also incredibly hot fireballs. This sudden turn of events greatly shocked Wang the blacksmith.
How could you possibly escape the formation?
Yi Xiao ignored what he heard and focused on unleashing his skills. In fact, from beginning to end, he didn't even enter the underground passage. What appeared in front of Wang the blacksmith earlier was merely an avatar of him. In retrospect, this cautious decision was clearly the right one. This blacksmith Wang's methods are indeed difficult to guard against. Yi Xiao naturally did not answer Wang the blacksmith's question. They throw out all sorts of skills for free.
The target was none other than Wang the blacksmith.
Upon seeing Yi Xiao's reckless actions, after a brief moment of shock, Wang the blacksmith let out a cold snort and noticed that a large, dark iron hammer had appeared in his hand. Yi Xiao's fireball struck the iron hammer and was miraculously absorbed. The next second, the black iron hammer in Wang's hand turned red hot, and then he slammed it down hard on the ground. A series of dark blue rays shot out, instantly shattering all of Yi Xiao's subsequent skills. Yi Xiao was quite surprised by Wang the blacksmith's incredible skills. It was able to absorb its own fireball spell and then unleash a more powerful attack.
Although I don't know how you escaped from my formation, do you think you can secure victory just like that? How naive.
As Wang the blacksmith spoke, he spun his large black iron hammer rapidly. Immediately, Yi Xiao saw an incredible ring of electricity rise around the iron hammer. Yi Xiao was not idle either, constantly throwing out skills. However, after coming into contact with the ring of electric light, he was instead drawn into it. In an instant, an extremely terrifying energy halo appeared around Wang the blacksmith's hammer.
The mere aura emanating from it was enough to send chills down one's spine.
This guy's skills are a bit strange. Yi Xiao stared intently at the blacksmith Wang in the arena, somewhat shocked.
Looking at the field, it's not bad.
After killing many modified deep-sea lizard warriors, the Shadow Skeleton King's windstaff also came into play.
There are nearly 100 skeleton warriors in the arena at this moment.
Because the effect is created by the clones, each skeleton warrior only has about 32,000 health points. Fortunately, it was able to hold its own against the modified deep-sea lizard warriors with 300,000 lives. Unfortunately, these skeletons could not get close to the blacksmith and therefore could not harm him.
However, Yi Xiao didn't expect these skeleton warriors to play any significant role.
He kept his eyes scanning his surroundings. Just then, Wang the blacksmith shouted, and the energy aura around the hammer suddenly shrank into a dark ball of light. The ball of light hurtled towards them, its speed even faster and more swift than Yi Xiao's fireball technique. He appeared in front of Yi Xiao in the blink of an eye. Such a fierce attack was impossible to dodge. As Yi Xiao entered the void, the ball of light tore through the air, creating a series of sonic booms, and slammed directly into the moss-covered stone wall behind Yi Xiao. A bizarre scene unfolded. The sheer power of that sphere of light was enough to demonstrate its terrifying might. However, Yi Xiao, who was in the void, saw that the ball of light did not cause the slightest ripple after it entered the stone wall. At this moment, when Wang the blacksmith saw that Yi Xiao had dodged and disappeared, he immediately guessed that the other party had a hidden skill, and he was slightly surprised.
However, although it's unclear how a mage could possess assassin-like skills, it doesn't hinder his actions.
He spun his big iron hammer again, and soon a second energy aura rapidly gathered. Yi Xiao, who was in the void, looked at Wang the blacksmith's actions with a rather solemn expression. This blacksmith's combat strength was somewhat beyond Yi Xiao's imagination. Putting everything else aside, his storm hammer, a move that combines offense and defense and can absorb enemy damage, is truly cunning and domineering. Normally, only bosses possess this kind of thing, let alone ordinary professionals. Yi Xiao was also helpless against it at this moment. If it weren't for the divine skill of void illusion, Yi Xiao would have been seriously injured even if he hadn't died from that attack. I glanced at the duration of the void illusion. There were still 50 seconds left. After a moment's thought, Yi Xiao quietly appeared behind Wang the blacksmith. Just then, Wang the blacksmith finished gathering his second storm hammer, but he held it in his hand without firing it. Instead, they searched for Yi Xiao's whereabouts in the surrounding area. So what if you have invisibility skills? In my eyes, you're nothing but a helpless struggle. I advise you to behave yourself and stop playing tricks. Let me tell you, in this space, I am the master. Suddenly, a slight ripple came from behind Wang the blacksmith. Yi Xiao made his move. 600 fireballs appeared without warning and slammed into Wang the blacksmith's back. At the same time, Yi Xiao's figure was fully revealed.
Ha! I'd been waiting for you for ages.
Just as the fireball was about to hit Wang the blacksmith, the latter's burly body deftly dodged Yi Xiao's skill with an extremely strange speed. The next moment, the dark orb of light on the hammer suddenly left his hand. The ball of light instantly pierced Yi Xiao's chest. A terrifying power exploded instantly. The white shield on Yi Xiao's body shattered instantly. This was the effect of the enhanced void illusion. After leaving the void, he gained a shield with 20% of his maximum health. At this moment, Yi Xiao was still in clone form, inheriting 40% of the original body's attributes, with a health value of around 160,000. Therefore, the white shield's shield value was as high as over 30,000 points.
However, that's not the main point.
The main point is that after the shield shattered, his health dropped by more than half in an instant. It should be noted that although Yi Xiao is currently in a clone, he can still unleash the death domain in 3 shields, and it was under these multiple layers of defense. Its own health points can be reduced by as much as 80,000. In other words, Wang the blacksmith's ball of light directly took away more than 110,000 of his life points.
How could this not shock Yi Xiao? This level of power is something no newbie zone should possess, and it wouldn't work even if the opponent was an NPC. But the matter is far from over.
The moment Yi Xiao was hit, the first dark ball of light, which had disappeared, reappeared from the stone wall. Its speed was so fast that Yi Xiao had no time to react. The ball of light struck Yi Xiao again, and Yi Xiao had no time to recover his health. His body was then blown to pieces. Just as Wang the blacksmith was about to burst into laughter, he discovered that Yi Xiao's corpse had turned into specks of light and dissipated into the air.
He was so angry that he roared repeatedly.
Meanwhile, at the entrance to the underground passage, after his clone shattered, Yi Xiao frowned with a solemn expression. This blacksmith Wang is more difficult to deal with than I imagined. Fortunately, I was cautious and only sent my clone down, instead personally going into battle, even though my attributes were twice as strong as my clones. But faced with Wang the blacksmith's bizarre and unpredictable skills, he really couldn't say whether he could handle them. He wanted to probe further to find out what the other party had up their sleeve. However, both clones shattered, and his skills were on cooldown, so he had no better options. Fortunately, Wang the blacksmith had previously thought he had the victory in his grasp, so he told himself directly that he was no match for Yi Xiao outside. This way, Yi Xiao won't be put in too much of a passive position. This blacksmith Wang is an NPC in Linhai village, although it's unclear whether his earlier claim of being able to help me advance in rank was true or false. But now that the mission has finally made progress, Yi Xiao is absolutely not going to give up. Yi Xiao was pondering how to deal with this blacksmith Wang. Suddenly, countless figures surged out from the underground entrance. Yi Xiao quickly retreated, his eyes fixed on the entrance. The next moment, one after another, modified deep-sea lizard warriors surged out of the ground. Immediately afterwards, Wang the blacksmith's familiar voice came. "Kid, now you should be the real deal, right? No one can get away safely after toying with me." Hearing Wang the blacksmith's clamorous words, Yi Xiao tensed up. He never expected that the blacksmith Wang would actually run out on his own. Was what he said earlier also a lie? However, Yi Xiao wasn't too worried. Inside the sealed underground altar, he would naturally be wary of the blacksmith, but once outside, even though he couldn't harm the blacksmith couldn't stop him from leaving. Perfect, let's test how many cards the other side has up their sleeve. As for the modified deep-sea lizard warrior in front of him, he was naturally not afraid. He didn't take the monster, which could easily kill even its clones, seriously. Soon, they were enveloped by a barrage of fireballs. Not a single modified deep-sea lizard warrior could survive to leave within 5 meters of the entrance. In an instant, Yi Xiao gained another 130 purification points. To Yi Xiao's surprise, he did not see Wang the blacksmith even after the entire horde of modified deep-sea lizard warriors fell. Even more outrageous, Yi Xiao discovered that the gate to the underground entrance was slowly closing. Weren't they so vocal before? How come they've suddenly become so withdrawn? Yi Xiao was dumbfounded. However, based on Wang the blacksmith's actions, Yi Xiao was able to confirm that what Wang the blacksmith had said earlier, that he was no match for Yi Xiao outside, seemed to be true. However, if this guy keeps hiding in the altar, Yi Xiao doesn't seem to have a good way to deal with him. This has now created a stalemate. Wang the blacksmith's grand and imposing pursuit ended in a disappointing failure. Yi Xiao was stunned for a long time before he could react. It wasn't until much later that he was completely certain that old Wang the blacksmith was just bluffing, or that he was simply unwilling to let Yi Xiao escape. So he came out to test him, only to find that he really couldn't beat him. So he completely closed the door to the underground passage and retreated into hiding. Based on Wang the blacksmith's actions, Yi Xiao realized that the guy must have some special strength boost in that altar. After leaving the passage, he realized that his own strength was no match for his own, so he didn't dare to show himself at all. Yi Xiao tried several times and found that no matter what skill he used, he could not break through the moss-covered iron gate, which left him speechless. However, even if he could break through the iron gate, Yi Xiao wouldn't dare to enter the underground passage easily given the current situation. After thinking for a moment, Yi Xiao went to the side to rest for a while, and then took out the endless chain of life. The clone had just hunted down a number number of modified deep-sea lizard warriors in the underground tunnels, in addition to those that had escaped to the surface and were personally killed by Yi Xiao.
He gained a total of 584 purification points. First, invest 100 purification points into the endless chain of life. Ding!
You have used 100 purification points to purify the endless chain of life.
Ding! Purification successful. The attributes of the endless chain of life have been enhanced. The next purification of this equipment will require 200 purification points. However, the final hint left Yi Xiao somewhat disappointed.
He had originally thought that each purification would only require 100 points, but it turned out to be an incremental one. However, given the usual patterns in the world of immortality, this is not surprising. Yi Xiao didn't dwell on it, but instead excitedly checked the effects of the endless chain of life after purification.
This sight immediately caught his eye. The necklace's effect remains unchanged. The only difference is its base attributes. The plus 40 to all attributes has been changed to plus 60 to all attributes.
In other words, the effect of purification once increases all attributes of the necklace by 10 points, and due to the 100% amplification effect of water nourishment, the final result is an increase of 60 in all attributes.
One purification can increase all attributes by 10 points, which is equivalent to 40 attribute points.
Don't underestimate the magnitude of this increase. Keep in mind that this effect can be obtained simply by killing monsters that are at least as high as your own level.
Its rate of return is simply explosive. According to this algorithm, as long as you keep killing monsters, wouldn't you be able to stack up your attributes to an invincible state in no time?
Thinking of this, Yi Xiao became extremely excited. Instead of continuing to purify the endless chain of life, he purified the Ring of Plague, the Phantom Amulet, the Windstaff of the Shadow Skeleton King, and the Dragon's Lament robe once each. After the purification of the source of the plague, agility increased from 140 to 220 points. The Phantom Charm also boosted agility, increasing it from 440 to 520.
Weapons and clothing each increased intelligence by 80 points.
After 5 purifications, Yi Xiao's attribute points increased by a total of 400. The only cost to gain these attribute points is for him to kill 500 monsters of a level no lower than his own.
This is practically like giving it away for free. Of course, Yi Xiao only actually gained 200 attribute points.
All of this is thanks to the nourishing effect of the water, which doubled the attributes of Yi Xiao's equipment. After putting his equipment back on, Yi Xiao calmed down. Although his attributes have been significantly boosted, his current combat strength makes it unlikely that he will be able to defeat Wang the blacksmith. Unless the other party can stand still and let him kill him, he can kill him thousands or hundreds of times in a matter of minutes. It was through his previous battle with Wang the blacksmith that Yi Xiao realized his current shortcomings. Since entering the world of immortality, with the help of his godlike talent and unlimited skill bar, he has crushed everyone, everything, and even crises he has encountered. After all, in the beginner area, whether it's a professional player or a monster boss, they have absolutely no power to resist his absolute damage. This also allowed Yi Xiao to do things quite freely in the newbie zone.
Even after entering the beginner area, he didn't think anyone could cause him any trouble.
As long as he was careful and avoided the arrival of high-level experts, he could rest easy. However, this idea began to change after he fought with Wang the blacksmith. Wang the blacksmith was clearly wary of the damage from his skills. However, it cannot be denied that Wang the blacksmith's big iron hammer caused Yi Xiao considerable trouble. And, before Wang the blacksmith, the methods by which Qi Fei and Wei Wei were immune to control, and Lu Hong's strange barrier whose name he still doesn't know.
This series of experiences made Yi Xiao realize his shortcomings in combat.
The opponent's mere dispel or immunity control rendered all of Yi Xiao's control methods useless. Without any means of control, Yi Xiao was left with nothing but a barrage of attacks, much like an unlimited barrage of firepower. However, if the opponent has extremely fast reaction and speed, or possesses a barrier like Lu Hong, or a skill like Wang the blacksmith that can absorb and convert damage, then the opponent is at risk. In the end, Yi Xiaocong will have a bunch of powerful skills, but he will find it difficult to make them very useful. To put it bluntly, Yi Xiao simply has too few offensive options. Yi Xiao shook his head and sighed softly.
However, it's not really his fault. Normal professionals have very limited, even rigid, options available in the beginner zone. But things are quite different when you get to the beginner level.
Not to mention that after the third job advancement, professionals can learn a wider variety of skills, and the equipment effects are also different. Most importantly, after the third job advancement, professionals will be able to learn the core skills of their profession. This led to a shift in combat styles from simple offense and defense to a combat model that prioritizes core skills while using other skills as supplementary elements. This is also known as a fighting style. Taking Yi Xiao's mage as an example, common styles include Fire Serpent style, Earth Explosion Star style, and Melee Magic and Martial style. These styles are all based on one skill as the core, and are formed by combining other skills to create a complete output method. For example, the Fire Serpent build refers to a build centered around the unique skill of summoning fire serpents, which is exclusive to mages after their third job advancement. The characteristic of this style is that at the start of the battle, several immobile fire snakes are summoned directly in the field.
The fire serpent possesses extremely high fire-type damage and cannot be broken.
Using this characteristic, mages can further enhance their combat capabilities by increasing the number, damage, and even attack frequency of fire serpents through other skills. Meanwhile, the remaining skill slots will be filled with various highly defensive skills to ensure survival. The advantage of this style is that at the beginning of the battle, the mage only needs to focus on his own survival and avoid being attacked and damaged by the enemy. In the end, as long as he doesn't die, he will win. However, its disadvantages are also obvious. Its offensive methods are limited, and once the enemy stops fighting, the fire serpent mage lacks the ability to pursue. Another example is the Earth Explosion Starstream, which is a high-end mage style with extremely explosive power. It combines the complementary characteristics of fire and earth elements to instantly launch a comprehensive blockade and bombardment of the target.
Its power is no less than that of nuclear weapons in ancient times. However, its drawbacks are also extremely obvious.
The Earth Explosion Starstream build requires extremely high equipment damage and also has a wide variety of support skills that
increase damage and provide control.
Without enough skill slots, it is difficult to acquire all the skills needed for the core build.
Finally, and most fatally,
the instantaneous damage of the Earth Explosion Starstream is extremely high, but there is no follow-up damage. They belong to the go all-in, it's either you or me type of people.
These are just some common builds after the 3rd job advancement.
After a professional reaches the 6th job advancement, they can master higher-level core skills, at which point more and more powerful playstyles will emerge. Of course, regardless of the style of mage, the skills required to match other classes of the same level are much more numerous. With limited skill slots, naturally fewer people choose the mage class.
Fortunately, this problem does not exist for Yi Xiao.
His current problem is that he cannot advance to the 3rd job advancement. Without reaching the 3rd job advancement, he cannot master the core skills of a mage, and therefore his combat style is very rigid. Although this can be compensated for by the tons of skill damage, such as when he killed the 5-level 180 black-clad stewards of the Zhao family. However, this only applies to ordinary people. Once they encounter some true geniuses or experts above the 6th level, the outcome will likely be the same as encountering Wang the blacksmith. Of course, with the existence of the illusory phantom, he can still leave with ease. Pulling himself out of his thoughts, Yi Xiao shook his head, no longer wanting to think about the future. The most crucial thing right now is to win over Wang the blacksmith. Only then might he have a chance to complete the advancement mission. Otherwise, it's all just empty talk. For the next few days, Yi Xiao stayed at the underground entrance and kept trying various methods to open it. He even resorted to verbal sparring, knowing that the blacksmith Wang would definitely hear him. But this 6th brother stubbornly refused to show his face, like a turtle. Meanwhile, after Chi Fei and the others died, the remaining members of the Self-Strengthening Society outside noticed something was wrong and formed a team to try and find their way in to investigate. Yi Xiao had nothing to say to these people. He simply took them all away with a single fireball.
Unfortunately, these people did not drop any more water element essence fragments.
Yi Xiao wasn't particularly disappointed. His attention remained focused on how to break open the gate to the underground entrance. Later, Yi Xiao tried to leave Linhai village, then circled around and used the void illusion to return to the vicinity of the entrance. However, it took almost 5 days. They never got to see Wang the blacksmith show up. At this point, Yi Xiao knew that this guy probably wouldn't show his face easily. However, I can't stay here forever. Although his level is currently far ahead of all the newcomers, the early opening of the Path of Exile has also led to a faster overall leveling speed for newcomers this year compared to previous years. Even without making any deliberate inquiries, Yi Xiao learned some information simply through the chat channel. Nowadays, most new players have reached level 50, and some have even reached level 60. Those who were already level 60 when they left the Path of Exile have generally leveled up by 7 or 8 levels, which is quite fast. Of course, Yi Xiao believed that there must be higher level beings among them, but based on past experience, he figured they wouldn't be much higher. Although the experience required to level up increases as you progress, if I continue to waste time here, I might end up missing out on the title of Rookie of the Year. Even worse, if one is truly unable to advance, then everything is just a mirage. With this in mind, Yi Xiao made a decision. He then left Linhai village and soon arrived at the edge of the dense forest on the gray plain he had passed through earlier. Yi Xiao's purpose in coming here was simple: to accumulate purification points. Although this dense forest had been explored by that heroic peerless expert before, and it was known that there were not many monsters inside, and that there was a level 200 boss guarding it, but that was almost 100 years ago, and in the past 100 years, no human professional has dared to set foot inside. The number of monsters inside has definitely increased. More importantly, he had sensed the presence of the Red Moon Summoner in the vicinity before. He wasn't sure if the other person had just happened to pass by on the other side, or if they had been hiding in the dense forest all along. So Yi Xiao thought he'd go in and take a look, and maybe collect some purification points along the way. As for the barrier, his level was exactly exactly 90, so it naturally had no effect on him. The level 200 boss, however, is a problem. But as long as I'm careful and don't provoke that guy, there shouldn't be any major problems. Even if we take a step back and assume the worst, with my current health and various defensive measures, I would have enough time to use Void Illusion to escape once I leave the dense forest. As long as I leave, the boss will not chase after me. With this in mind, Yi Xiao quickly stepped into the outer edge of the dense forest. Sure enough, as soon as he arrived inside, he was surrounded by a bunch of monsters. Surrounding him was a level 90 monster called a tiger demon, whose attributes were fairly normal, much lower than the ocean demon frog Yi Xiao had encountered before. A quick scan revealed approximately 34 of them. Yi Xiao easily dealt with these tiger demons, and a moment later, he gained another 38 purification points. The dense forest covered a large area, and Yi Xiao knew that the level 200 boss was located in the center of the forest, so he was very cautious and only wandered around the perimeter. This made it easier for him to detect if something was wrong and to evacuate immediately. Next comes the very tedious process of scrolling through the pages. After half a day, Yi Xiao's purification points accumulated to 2,837 points as he killed one monster after another. We found a safe place. Yi Xiao began purifying his equipment. He didn't intend to waste these purification points on ordinary equipment, because these devices will eventually be phased out and replaced. Using purification points for this is really not worth the effort. Therefore, the only equipment he can purify are those 5 mythical pieces. Ding! You have used 200 purification points to purify the endless chain of life. Ding! Purification successful. The attributes of the endless chain of life have been enhanced. The next purification of this equipment will require 300 purification points. Ding! You have used 200 purification points to purify the Ring of Plague. Soon, the 5 pieces of mythical equipment were purified twice more, and with the amplification from the nourishment of the water, Yi Xiao gained another 800 attribute points. Of these 800 points, intelligence increases by 260 points, agility increases by 340 points, constitution increases by 180 points, and strength increases by 20 points. I only have 337 purification points left. Looking at his increased attribute points, Yi Xiao truly experienced the abnormal effects of the purification spring. In just half a day, he gained a full 800 attribute points. If he continued grinding here for a few more days, wouldn't his attribute points skyrocket to a terrifying level? At this moment, Yi Xiao suddenly realized that not advancing wasn't necessarily a bad thing. At least this way, I don't have to worry about not being able to find monsters of a level higher than my own to farm purification points after leveling up. Yi Xiao comforted him as he thought. Put your equipment back on. Yi Xiao continued to immerse himself in the great undertaking of swiping away. Once he leveled up his attributes to a terrifying degree, he still didn't believe he couldn't defeat Wang the blacksmith. Deep inside a closed underground passage in Linhai village, the blacksmith Wang sat high in the center, which resembled an altar. When Yi Xiao came before, he did not have the opportunity to leap onto the high platform, so he did not notice that there were mutilated corpses everywhere on the altar. If Yi Xiao were present, he might have seen the bodies closest to the center, which were none other than the corpses of the self-strengthening society members he had killed in Linhai village earlier. At this moment, Wang the blacksmith threw one of the corpses down from a dark hole in the center of the altar. Soon, a hissing sound came from the cave, followed by a dark aura slowly drifting out. Seeing this, blacksmith Wang finally smiled with satisfaction. However, at that moment, a hoarse, low voice suddenly came from within the black hole. The progress has been a bit slow lately. Upon hearing this voice, Wang the blacksmith showed no surprise. Instead, he smiled bitterly and said, "There's nothing I can do. That kid is very strange. Here, I can use the power of this furnace to amplify my strength and deal with him, but once I leave and lose the furnace's amplification, I'm afraid I won't be his match." The sound came again from inside the cave. "Your cautious nature remains unchanged. It's been said for over 100 years and you still haven't changed. If it weren't for that, how could you and I have survived?" Wang the blacksmith said smugly. "If you hadn't been sure that the kid had really left, I wouldn't have dared to show my face and bring back these human corpses." The voice in the cave sighed. "These corpses are far from enough. We are now in the final stages of forging the ring, and we need more corpses." Wang the blacksmith glared and said with dissatisfaction, "What can I do? Shi Fei and his group are all dead, and the new humans this year haven't reached level 90 yet. Where am I supposed to get corpses?" The voice in the cave hesitated for a while, then said helplessly, "Fine, you'd better think of something as soon as possible. With my remaining strength, I can only last for another month at most. If I can't send human corpses in time after a month, I'll have no choice but to feed you to the ring." Upon hearing this, Wang the blacksmith flew into a rage. "Old man, this is not 100 years ago anymore. Do you really think you are that village chief lousy? If you piss me off, I'll just leave. Let's see how you finish forging this magic ring by yourself." However, the voices in the cave remained remarkably calm in the face of the enraged blacksmith Wang. "Haven't you learned your lesson after all these years? If you're not afraid of death, then go ahead and try
try. You.
One the blacksmith opened his mouth, but then, as if he had imagined some terrifying scene, his burly body trembled involuntarily, and he fell silent. Soon, the altar returned to its tranquility. With Yi Zhao's departure and the destruction of the self-strengthening society, this small coastal fishing village, which had been abandoned for decades, has returned to tranquility once again.
Time passed by bit like that.
Gradually, several more sea frogs emerged in Linhai village.
However, no one knows any of this.
After the Path of Exile ended, Nightshade single-handedly killed more than 2,000 members of the Dragon Abyss Legion Alliance and 5 level 180 black-clad stewards in Dingfeng City. The Zhao family has lost all face because of this incident, and they are currently intensifying their search for Yi Xiao. In their view, as long as Yi Xiao hasn't advanced to the 3rd rank, he'll definitely remain in the 702 newbie zone.
The Zhao family has made up their minds to find the other party no matter what. However, aside from the initial attention, most newcomers stop caring much after the novelty wears off. Neither the Zhao family nor Night Shadow are matters that they can currently intervene in. Offending either side will bring no benefit.
Everyone understands one thing: only by becoming strong can one establish a foothold in the world of immortality. Therefore, most people are currently putting all their effort into improving their level. This goes without saying for ordinary professionals, and even more so for elites from various factions. Within the beginner area controlled by the Qin family, there is a level 70 secret realm. At this moment, with everyone's efforts to restrain him, Qin Bing finally eliminated the secret realm boss in front of him with a single move, and then teleported out of the secret realm.
Once outside, Qin Bing glanced at his experience bar and looked somewhat disappointed. Looks like I'll have to come back again to reach level 74. It's still a bit slow.
The Qin family guards responsible for the secret realm hurried over, and upon hearing Qin Bing's disappointed sigh, they couldn't help but ask in a low voice,
"Young master, shall we continue?"
Qin Bing nodded expressionlessly and said coldly, "If you ask such pointless questions again, you can get lost." The guard trembled in fright and dared not ask any more questions. He hurriedly stepped forward to reopen the secret realm. Qin Bing snorted coldly and then said to the group of people behind him, "Go in. If I can't get the title of Rookie King, you trash have no reason to come back to the real world." Upon hearing this, the crowd behind him was terrified, but dared not disobey the Qin soldiers' orders, and nodded in response. Upon seeing this, the Qin soldiers' expressions softened slightly, and they then entered the secret realm. After more than 10 days of frantic raiding, his level has increased rapidly, reaching level 73.
This speed is much faster than anyone else's before. However, this was not because Qin Bing was exceptionally talented, but because his family relentlessly poured resources into him regardless of cost. Putting everything else aside, the reason why Qin Bing was able to level up 13 times in just over 10 days was entirely due to the fact that the Qin family controlled a level 60 secret realm here. In order to level up quickly, Qin soldiers have entered the secret realm 20 or 30 times during this period. After the Path of Exile ended, there weren't many new players who could reach level 60. As a result, after the entire secret realm opened, only Qin Bing was available to serve, and there was no way to recoup costs by selling secret realm entrance tickets. Each time this level 60 secret realm is opened, it costs 10 million eternal coins. In this way, the cost of opening the secret realm alone has cost the Qin family nearly 300 million in just over 10 days. Not to mention the costs of the staff who helped him level up, and the upgrades to his equipment. As soon as Qin Bing reached level 70, he immediately switched to a level 70 dungeon. The activation cost is 5 million more than that of level 60.
This leveling method can only be described as insane. Under normal circumstances, even the 8 great families would not spend so many resources to support the extravagance of a single family disciple. Not to mention, although Qin Bing is quite talented and shines brightly among his peers, he would only be considered above average among the 8 great families. In fact, there was a long-standing tacit agreement among the 8 families that no matter how brilliant a genius appeared in each family each year, they would not agree to the terms. The maximum allocation of resources must be controlled within a certain range. Under this premise, the young talents supported by each family compete with each other, and whoever can win the title of Rookie King can do so based on their own abilities.
No one can have any objections.
This agreement was made to avoid similar vicious competition, which is the situation Qin Bing is currently in. Based on Qin Bing's current progress, he can indeed reach level 90 in a very short time, thus completing the 3rd job advancement task and becoming a strong candidate for the title of Newcomer King. However, the resources required for this process range from at least 1 billion to as much as 2 or 3 billion, with no upper limit. If the 8 major families fight amongst themselves like this every year, even the largest fortune won't last more than a few years. Therefore, the 8 major families stipulated that as long as the title of Rookie of the Year belongs to one of the 8 major families, everyone can accept it regardless of which family ultimately wins the title.
This ensures the absolute dominance of the 8 major families while preventing excessive internal strife from causing a decline in the overall strength of the families.
In previous years, there have been other people who have won the title of Rookie of the Year, but most of them had already been recruited by the 8 great families before the path of exile. However, this year, due to the appearance of Nightshade, the situation has become somewhat out of the control of the 8 major families, especially since the Zhao family failed to deal with Nightshade during their exile and instead lost many talented individuals. The 8 major families had to make corresponding adjustments to their plans for the future. Therefore, it's not just the Qin family and Qin soldiers, it's also happening in other newbie areas at this time. Qi Bai from the Qi family, Wei Jun from the Wei family, and several other families whose members are the most talented this year have all received instructions from their respective families to level up at a frantic pace, regardless of the results.
Meanwhile, in a remote beginner area controlled by Zijia,
after killing a level 90 monster, Ji Zijio finally had a glow rising from her body, signifying her level up.
I glanced at my level 80.
I'll reach level 90 in a month at most, and no one can take my Rookie of the Year title from me. Ji Zijio's lips curled up slightly, and then she strolled leisurely toward the next monster. The Grey Plains, within that dense forest considered a forbidden area. Yi Xiao couldn't remember how many days he had been here, nor how many monsters he had killed. During this period, he had almost completely wiped out all the monsters that roamed the outer perimeter of the dense forest. With his current strength, none of the monsters here that showed themselves could survive for more than 5 seconds, so Yi Xiao's sweeping speed was naturally incredibly fast. Finally, after searching for a long time, Yi Xiao found that there were no more demons around, and he stopped, somewhat reluctant to leave. First, they arrived at the edge of the dense forest and found a safe place. The relentless hunting these past few days has taken its toll, even for someone with his current combat strength. However, the gains were still quite substantial. Thanks to the large number of monsters lurking here, Yi Xiao accumulated 68,977 purification points during this time.
Yi Xiao took out his equipment and began purifying them one by one.
He had purified all 5 pieces of mythical equipment 3 times before, but the 4th purification required not 400 points, but 500 points. Yi Xiao didn't understand the pattern of purification consumption either, but it didn't hinder his actions.
Ding!
You have used 500 purification points to purify the endless chain of life.
Ding! Purification successful.
The attributes of the endless chain of life have been enhanced.
The next purification of this equipment will require 800 purification points. However, at that moment,
with another purification, the endless chain of life, nourished by the water, gained plus 100 to all attributes. However, Yi Xiao's attention was focused on the last message.
The next purification will cost 800 points?
Yi Xiao was slightly taken aback, but quickly understood the consumption pattern of this purification. It should be that the points for the next purification are the sum of the previous 2. The first purification requires 100 points, the second requires 200 points, and the third requires the sum of the first and second purification points, totaling 300 points. The 4th time, it's 200 plus 300, which is 500 points. Therefore, to purify the endless chain of life next time, we need 300 plus 500, which is 800 points.
After figuring out the principle, Yi Xiao also shook his head.
He originally thought it would increase in increments of 100 points and 200 points.
It seems I was overthinking things.
Of course, if it really were as I imagined, then the effects of this purifying spring would be far too abnormal. Yi Xiao smiled, not too disappointed. Although the number of points required for purification has increased significantly, Yi Xiao believes it's simply a matter of killing a few more monsters. Then, he used up all his purification points in one go.
The base stats of the 5 mythic items instantly reached a terrifying level.
Endless Chain of Life, Myth, all attributes plus 220.
Ring of Plague, Mythical Agility plus 620, Intelligence plus 340. Phantom Amulet, Mythical Constitution plus 780, Agility plus 840. Shadow Skeleton King's Windstaff, Mythical, Intelligence plus 1740. The Dragon's Lament Robe, Mythical Constitution plus 340, Agility plus 520, Intelligence plus 490.
Each piece of equipment was purified 6 more times, but unfortunately the number of points required for the next purification has increased to a terrifying 8,900 points. Yi Xiao had less than 1,000 purification points left, which was quite a difference. Yi Xiao also tried to test the purification effect on the legendary skull set, but the attribute increase was only 20 points, which was half the effect. This also made him abandon the idea of wasting purification points on equipment below the mythical level. Then, he opened his attribute panel.
ID, Night Shadow, Level, 90, Class, Fusion Mage, Free Attribute Points, 0.
Attributes, Strength 484, Constitution 1912, Agility 4186, Intelligence 10727, HP 399170/399170, MP 110170/110170.
Skills, Fireball, Mana Fountain, Experience Surge. Expand.
Abilities, Lava Blade, Forge, Death Domain, Dark Rebirth, Storm Rush, Blessing of the Wind, Purifying Spring. After a series of operations, Yi Xiao's 4 dimensions increased by 2400 points. points. Looking at his four-dimensional attributes now, they can only be described as magnificent. After doing all this, Yi Xiao quietly returned to Linhai village once again. However, apart from discovering a significant increase in the number of marine frogs, there were no other unusual occurrences. However, he soon discovered that the bodies of the Self-Reliance Society members he had killed earlier had all disappeared. I don't know if they were eaten by those sea frogs, or if old Wang the blacksmith secretly took them away. Yi Xiao was more inclined towards the latter. Yi Xiao was naturally happy to see such a discovery. After all, this proves that blacksmith Wang did not leave. After figuring it out, Yi Xiao quietly left Linhai village. He didn't harm the ocean demon frogs inside, naturally because he was afraid of alerting them. Soon, Yi Xiao stood outside the dense forest again, a hint of hesitation in his eyes. Aside from these, the only other places in the beginner area with level 90 monsters are some secret realms. However, all of these secret realms are under the control of the Zhao family, and Yi Xiao cannot enter them without the Zhao family opening them. However, after his recent misuse, there shouldn't be any monsters appearing on the outskirts of the dense forest for a while. Even if there are, they'll be just a few scattered creatures, not nearly enough to support his purification equipment. To continue hunting monsters of a level no lower than your own, you must venture deeper into the dungeon. As long as I don't go too deep, I shouldn't encounter the boss. Yi Xiao murmured something, and quickly made a decision in his heart. Anyway, he has the void illusion and the crimson moon space, so even if he encounters a boss, he can leave with ease. He refused to believe it. He thought that once his attributes improved further, he still wouldn't be able to defeat that blacksmith Wang. With this in mind, Yi Xiao entered the dense forest again. However, to his surprise, even though he had already entered the middle of the dense forest, he still hadn't found a single monster. That shouldn't be the case. Could it be that the noise I made on the outside scared away the monsters here? Yi Xiao frowned as he looked around. He walked like this for a few minutes, and then stopped. If we keep going forward, we'll probably be getting close to the boss's forbidden area. Yi Xiao sighed helplessly. He had come up empty-handed, which disappointed him greatly. It seems there are no more monsters here. We'll have to leave first. Thinking this, Yi Xiao turned to leave. Suddenly, a loud dragon roar echoed from the dense forest. Immediately afterwards, a massive shadow that blotted out the sky instantly covered the entire dense forest. Boss? Yi Xiao was shocked when he saw the enormous object radiating golden light above his head. Without any hesitation, he immediately activated the void illusion. He instantly pushed his speed to the limit, and in just a few breaths, Yi Xiao had already reached the outer edge of the dense forest. However, to Yi Xiao's surprise, the enormous creature seemed to be able to see the direction Yi Xiao was running in, and then appeared in the direction Yi Xiao was retreating at a speed completely disproportionate to its size. Yi Xiao, watching this scene from the void, couldn't help but widen his eyes. He didn't have time to think it through. He turned and retreated in another direction. But a strange thing happened. The enormous creature didn't seem to make any move, but it miraculously reappeared in the spot where Yi Xiao had left. And this time, the behemoth suddenly spoke. Humans, stop running. It can actually talk? Yi Xiao was startled and quickly changed direction. Unfortunately, no matter how Yi Xiao tried to dodge, the behemoth seemed to have a GPS tracker, always managing to block Yi Xiao's path one step ahead. Yi Xiao tried several times but found that he couldn't shake them off at all, and secretly groaned inwardly. He had considered countless possibilities, but he never expected that the boss could detect his presence in the void. This is clearly a space of a different dimension, so how did the other party discover it? At this moment, the enormous creature blocked Yi Xiao's path once again. However, before Yi Xiao could react, it spoke again. I told you to wait. It's so hard for me to keep chasing you like this. I'll wait for your sister. Yi Xiao cursed inwardly and quickly changed direction again. Perhaps the behemoth was getting impatient, for upon seeing Yi Xiao flee again, it roared angrily to the sky. Immediately afterwards, a transparent barrier appeared and completely enveloped Yi Xiao, who was trying to escape. Yi Xiao, who was in the void, suddenly found himself trapped, and was shocked. However, Yi Xiao remained quite calm. If the void illusion couldn't dodge this boss, then surely the crimson moon space could. However, just as Yi Xiao was about to enter the red moon space, a colossal creature radiating golden light inexplicably appeared before him. This time, the behemoth spoke extremely fast, as if afraid that Yi Xiao would run away again. Wait, I don't want to eat you, I just want to ask you for a favor. Seemingly worried that Yi Xiao wouldn't believe it, the enormous creature, enveloped in golden light, took a few steps back to prove the credibility of its words. The sudden action did indeed cause Yi Xiao to pause slightly, and a look of suspicion appeared on his face. It was unclear whether the enormous creature could actually see Yi Xiao's expression, but it hurriedly said, I'm not lying to you. I really need your help, otherwise I could have melted you with just one indiscriminate dragon breath. Hearing what the other person said, Yi Xiao was at a loss for words. At this moment, the guy in front of me had dissipated the golden light that enveloped him, revealing his original appearance. As a result, after Yi Xiao clearly saw the appearance of the enormous creature in front of him, he immediately exclaimed, a dragon? No wonder Yi Xiao was so shocked. There have always been legends of dragons in the world of immortality, and some people have even discovered the remains of dragons. But to this day, no one has ever actually seen a living dragon. This is also the direct reason why Yi Xiao directly excluded Dragon Mage when he was changing to a hidden class in the Red Moon space. I never expected to see him here today.
How could he not be surprised?
At this moment, information about the giant dragon also appeared in Yi Xiao's field of vision.
Golden Dragon, Special Type, Level 200, Attack Power, Defense Strength, Describe? As a result, a series of question marks completely baffled Yi Xiao. However, the prominent level 200 was enough for Yi Xiao to confirm that the giant dragon in front of him was the boss of this dense forest. However, he did find that the dragon did not seem to have any ill intentions towards him. Since it was the first time Yi Xiao had encountered such a person, he was quite curious about him. Therefore, he stopped hiding, but he did not let his guard down. Upon hearing Yi Xiao's words, the giant dragon seemed to breathe a sigh of relief and then said, "You've caused quite a commotion here these past few days. To be honest, it's been a bit noisy." Yi Xiao, it turns out I've been working right under the dragon's nose all along. I thought I was just on the outskirts of the dense forest and wouldn't alert it, but I was wrong.
But if it were because of this, the golden dragon should have made its move long ago, instead of waiting until now. Although he was puzzled, Yi Xiao did not speak, but waited quietly for the golden dragon to continue.
Seeing that Yi Xiao remained silent, the golden dragon seemed a little anxious and said, "Don't you think it's a bad thing to disturb me?"
"Oh, sorry." Yi Xiao didn't quite understand what the other person meant, but still said it straightforwardly.
That's it?"
The golden dragon was somewhat speechless. Yi Xiao was even more confused. "Then what else do you want?"
At this moment, the golden dragon seemed a little anxious. "What I mean is, shouldn't you give me some compensation?"
Yi Xiao was a little confused, as this was the first time he had ever seen a boss ask a human for compensation.
He asked, somewhat amused and exasperated, "What kind of compensation do you want?"
Upon hearing Yi Xiao's words, the golden dragon's face miraculously revealed a human-like expression, and it said somewhat shyly, "I want to be your pet." Yi Xiao wondered if there was something wrong with his ears.
A level 200 ancient dragon willingly becomes his pet? Please, you are a noble dragon. Level 90, higher species in the immortal world. Legend has it that not all dragons are extremely arrogant. Do you know what you're talking about? What exactly did this bloated golden dragon go through? Free attribute points, 0.
Yi Xiao's mind went blank for a moment, and he was clearly confused about the situation.
Seeing Yi Xiao's strange expression, the golden dragon seemed even more embarrassed, and its voice became weaker.
"I know that after becoming your pet, I will regress to level 1 and share your experience, which will hinder you.
But I am actually very powerful. You can't beat me now, can you?"
Yi Xiao's eyelids twitched slightly.
"You don't need to keep emphasizing that I can't beat you. I'm quite clear about that."
"Oh, I'm sorry," the golden dragon said, sounding somewhat aggrieved.
"Then will you consider my suggestion?"
Yi Xiao looked at the golden dragon, which resembled a wronged little wife, and for a moment he didn't know what to say.
Dragons. To have a dragon as a pet is something that many people wouldn't even dare to dream of.
Under normal circumstances, Yi Xiao would certainly not refuse to have a giant dragon as a pet. But the thought of rushing to do business made Yi Xiao feel uneasy. "Why can't you just stay in the forest? Why are you in such a hurry to become a pet?" Upon hearing this, the golden dragon obediently muttered, "Because I'm about to die. Legend has it that dragons live for tens of thousands of years. This big guy in front of us doesn't seem old at all, so why is he about to die?" The golden dragon seemed extremely simple-minded.
Seeing Yi Xiao's confusion, it hurriedly replied, yes.
30 years ago, a villain
attacked me while I was sleeping, causing my life force to drain away too quickly.
At this rate, I can only live for 100 years at most.
Is this what you call dying?"
Yi Xiao was speechless. However, considering the long lifespan of dragons, 100 years is indeed almost equivalent to death. At this moment, the golden dragon cautiously glanced at Yi Xiao, then muttered in a low voice, "And just now, in order to chase you, it used its source power, and now it may only have 10 years left to live. Why is it my fault?" Yi Xiao was somewhat amused and exasperated, so he asked,
"Then why does it have to be my pet? Has no one else come by during this time?" The golden dragon shook its massive head, looking dejected. "There are some, but they're too weak to be suitable. You look very strong.
I've been observing you lately, and you handle those little bugs with ease. You're barely qualified for me to accept you."
Yi Xiao frowned. "Thank you so much for your compliment."
"You're welcome," the golden dragon said shyly.
Yi Xiao.
"Of course, the most important thing is that the pet-creating contracts of you human professionals don't work on me. Only you can turn me into a pet if you have the conditions."
What are the conditions?"
Yi Xiao asked, puzzled.
The golden dragon honestly replied, "Your red moon eye."
Yi Xiao was startled.
This golden dragon could actually sense that he possessed the crimson moon eye? "Don't be nervous.
It was something you accidentally let slip when you passed by before, and I just happened to notice it."
"I've been watching you ever since." Yi Xiao frowned and asked, "You also know about the eye of the crimson moon?"
The golden dragon nodded and said honestly, "That is a divine artifact of the main god, and it was also the vessel in which we 7 sacred beasts were born. To me, Red Moon is like a mother, so with it, we can complete complete the pet contract. Yi Xiao stared wide-eyed, never expecting that Hongyu had such a relationship with the giant dragon in front of him.
Have you seen the Supreme God? Yi Xiao asked impatiently.
To everyone's surprise, the golden dragon shook its head and said with a hint of sadness, "The chief god died long before we were born."
Then what you just said.
We were created by a wisp of the Supreme God's remnant soul. After creating us, the Supreme God's only remaining will disappeared. Yi Xiao felt a sense of absurdity.
He then asked a few more questions and finally learned the origin of the huge thing in front of him.
According to it, it had been sleeping in the form of a dragon egg until it suddenly hatched 100 years ago. After that, it stayed in this dense forest, becoming a guardian-like presence, and never left. According to the age of dragons, it was still a young, immature dragon. To this, Yi Xiao could only say that the dragon was indeed monstrous. A young dragon has a combat power of level 200.
Imagine how powerful it would be when it grows up.
However, since almost no one has come in over the past 100 years, it has spent almost all of its time in slumber, and its level just rose to 200 while it was sleeping.
As for the rest, the golden dragon was completely clueless and at a loss.
Yi Xiao was speechless at this. Seeing that Yi Xiao had been asking questions for a long time but had not gotten to the key point, the golden dragon got a little anxious, blinked, and began to vigorously promote itself.
Actually, keeping me as a pet would have many benefits for you, and it would save you a lot of trouble.
For example, other pets generally only live for 30 or 40 years, while powerful epic-level pets can live for 70 or 80 years. Unless you encounter a legendary-level pet, whose lifespan might be the same as yours as a professional, but I'm different.
Yi Xiao asked curiously, how is it different?
The golden dragon raised its head with some pride. I am a golden dragon even more powerful than mythical dragons.
I have become your pet.
If you die, I will still live, which will save you the trouble of finding a new pet later. Although there was nothing wrong with what he said, Yi Xiao still felt something was off about it. Also, if you're looking for trouble with those Maya people, I have a way to help you.
Asiatic?
After thinking for a while, Yi Xiao realized that the Asian people the golden dragon was referring to must be Wang the blacksmith from Linhai village.
How did you know about this?
The golden dragon snorted and said smugly, I am the golden dragon, one of the 7 sacred beasts. Within thousands of miles around here, nothing I want to know can escape my eyes. Yi Xiao's heart skipped a beat.
You really have a way to deal with that blacksmith Wang?
The golden dragon nodded its large head vigorously and said confidently, of course, that old man's underground altar is just a furnace he built using fragments of
broken divine artifacts.
He then secretly killed professionals to use as sacrifices to refine the ring of vengeful souls.
Breaking his furnace is very easy for me.
After a pause, the golden dragon added, oh, right, but my combat power will become very weak after I become your pet. You'll have to rely on yourself to deal with that old man. Yi Xiao didn't care about this at all. The blacksmith Wang in the underground altar possessed unbelievably strong power. Without the power boost from the underground altar, Yi Xiao found it incredibly easy to deal with. He never expected to stumble upon such a good thing, and he immediately stopped hesitating.
Alright, since you're so sincere, I'll take you as my pet.
Upon hearing this, the golden dragon's large face immediately lit up with a happy expression.
Thank you, you're a good person. I will definitely work hard and won't let you down.
This was the first time Yi Xiao had seen such a big guy so eager to be a pet, and he was secretly delighted. Then, following the instructions of the golden dragon, a phantom image of a red eyeball appeared between Yi Xiao's eyebrows. The next instant, the familiar red light completely enveloped the golden dragon. Gradually, the enormous figure of the golden dragon slowly blurred. Oh, right, I forgot to tell you, because my life force has been constantly draining. After becoming a pet, I will continuously absorb your energy to repair myself, so don't worry. Yi Xiao's eyes widened.
Why didn't you say so sooner?
I'm afraid if I tell you, you'll dislike me and won't let me be your pet, the golden dragon explained timidly.
This guy is simple-minded, and he even knows Tibetan. But if we're to call this guy insidious, it also gives you a final warning. It turned out surprisingly well.
However, Yi Xiao finally took a deep breath to keep himself calm. At this moment, as the red light absorption ended, the golden dragon's figure had completely disappeared. Through the feedback from the eye of the red moon, Yi Xiao knew that the golden dragon had now turned into a dragon egg, lying quietly inside the space of the eye of the red moon. Immediately afterwards, a message popped up. Ding! You have contracted a special pet, the golden dragon.
You can now name it.
Yi Xiao thought for a moment and said, let's call him Xiao Jin.
The naming process is now complete.
Yi Xiao finally breathed a sigh of relief. What he just experienced was truly surreal. If he hadn't gone through it himself, he couldn't believe that just moments ago, an ancient dragon had come out on its own initiative to become his pet. This kind of easy, profitable business opportunity is something you might only encounter once in your lifetime. The thought that I actually have a dragon pet is incredible. Yi Xiao's mood immediately improved. Yi Xiao suddenly felt a powerful suction force coming from within the space of the red moon eye. Immediately afterwards, his experience points began to drop rapidly. Ding! Your pet, Little Gold, absorbed 10,000 experience points from you. You have lost 10,000 experience points, and your level
level has dropped to 89. Ding. You have lost 3 points of strength. Ding. You have lost 3 points of constitution. Ding. You have lost 3 points of intelligence. Ding. You have lost 18 points of agility. Ding. Your pet, Little Gold, absorbed 10,000 experience points from you. You have lost 10,000 experience points. The sudden turn of events shocked Yi Xiao. This guy's earlier talk about absorbing energy was actually based on his own experience? At this rate of absorption, it probably won't be long before I'm back to level 0. Is this what this guy meant by don't worry? After the initial shock, Yi Xiao tried to stop it, but no matter what he did, he couldn't. Shocked, Yi Xiao didn't have time to think about why this had happened. They hurriedly ventured deep into the dense forest to search for the monster. With Little Gold no longer there to protect him, Yi Xiao was no longer afraid of this dense forest. In the blink of an eye, we arrived deep in the dense forest. Soon, he finally found another densely packed group of level 90 monsters. Putting everything else aside, Xiao Jin is really not a competent boss here. Generally speaking, bosses have their own insurmountable territories. However, Yi Xiao's current location was actually within Xiao Jin's territory. As a result, monsters could be seen everywhere. All I can say is that Xiao Jin's personality is a little too mild. However, the situation soon changed. Because its owner, Yi Xiao, was not so gentle, Xiao Jin is still desperately absorbing his experience. In the blink of an eye, he has dropped another level and must catch up quickly. With that in mind, Yi Xiao no longer hesitated. 2 clones were summoned, their heads raining down fireballs. In an instant, the area within 100 meters of Yi Xiao became scorched earth. At the same time, Yi Xiao glanced at his experience bar. Seeing that the rapid decline had stopped, they breathed a sigh of relief. Next, Yi Xiao once again launched a frenzied sweeping campaign. In an instant, the sound of explosions echoed continuously throughout this dense forest that had been peaceful for nearly a century. Each explosion meant the death of dozens or even hundreds of monsters. Time passed by little by little. A day and a night passed quickly. Throughout this time, Yi Xiao hardly stopped what he was doing. Under his relentless bombardment, hordes of monsters were reduced to charred remains. Because of his hard work and struggle, unexpectedly, I accumulated another 20,000 purification points. This speed is more than twice as fast as before. Of course, this is also thanks to the fact that the density of monsters deep in the forest is several times that of the outer areas. However, although a large number of purification points were obtained. However, Yi Xiao's level continued to plummet. After a day and a night of hard work, Yi Xiao's level has dropped instead of increased, and he is now level 60. And it's still falling. Upon seeing this, Yi Xiao couldn't help but curse at Xiao Jin in his heart. When will this damn stupid dragon stop sucking me dry? Despite his cursing, Yi Xiao continued to wander deep into the forest in search of demonic creatures. 2 more days passed just like that. At this moment, the number of demons deep in the dense forest who died under Yi Xiao's frenzied sweep was in the tens of thousands. Some who managed to escape Yi Xiao's slaughter have long since disappeared to who knows where. Yi Xiao was too lazy to chase after him. However, the result of such a frantic extermination of demons was that after 3 days, Yi Xiao could no longer see a single demon. As a result, his level began to drop drastically. In particular, Xiao Jin absorbs experience points at a fixed rate of 10,000, so the lower Yi Xiao's level, the faster he loses experience. And so, without any other options. Ding! Your pet, Little Gold, absorbed 10,000 experience points from you. You have lost 10,000 experience points, and your level has dropped to 59. Your level has dropped to 58. Level 37. Level 21. Ding! Your level has dropped to 1 level. Yi Xiao stared blankly at his rapidly declining level, thinking it would drop even further. I didn't expect my level to stay the same. At this moment, Yi Xiao also noticed that Xiao Jin was no longer absorbing his experience points. Yi Xiao let out a breath. Not bad, at least they left him with a level 1. At this moment, Yi Xiao didn't know whether to cry or laugh. However, at that moment, an extremely terrifying energy suddenly surged out from the dragon egg in the red moon space. In an instant, it filled the entire space. Immediately afterwards, a crisp sound of a shell breaking rang out. Yi Xiao's consciousness sank into the red moon space. Then they discovered a tiny golden baby dragon, no bigger than the palm of their hand, jumping out of its egg. Yi Xiao saw it clearly. This little guy looks almost exactly like the previous golden dragon. Suddenly, the little guy opened his mouth and took a deep breath. Yi Xiao then saw that the rich energy in the space was being absorbed into its belly. A moment later, the little guy let out a burp and then showed a satisfied expression. At this moment, as if sensing Yi Xiao's gaze, the little guy opened his mouth again and said shyly in a childish voice, "Thank you, good man, I'm alive again." Fuck you. Yi Xiao was speechless. This wiped out his level instantly, but fortunately, as long as he didn't take off his equipment, it would still be effective. Otherwise, given his current situation, he would probably be completely finished. Level 90. Seemingly sensing Yi Xiao's anger, the little guy quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, I didn't know it needed so much energy. I thought it would only need a little bit." Health points, 500,000. Now that things have come to this, Yi Xiao really has no other options. However, at this moment,
talent, Xiaojin suddenly said somewhat dejectedly, I realize that becoming your pet is such a loss. Yi Xiao glared at him angrily, you drained all my experience points, and you still dare to say you lost out? Xiaojin was startled, and said with some grievance, but I didn't know that by signing a contract with the Red Moon, I would share my life with you. You humans are notoriously short-lived, so this means I'll lose half my lifespan. It's definitely a loss. Upon hearing Xiaojin's words, Yi Xiao was stunned. Yi Xiao asked, his breathing becoming rapid, how long can you live? Xiaojin blinked and honestly said, after recovering, I should be able to live for another 20 or 30,000 years. Upon hearing that it would take 20 or 30,000 years, Yi Xiao's frustration vanished instantly. His expression became even more excited. Based on a lifespan of 20,000 years, now that I and Xiaojin are sharing life, wouldn't I be able to live for another 10,000 years without doing anything? It's important to know that human professionals' lifespans also increase as their level and attributes improve. However, it is speculated that the longest lifespan of a 9-turn professional is no more than 200 years. However, now, thanks to his contract with Xiaojin, Yi Xiao's lifespan has inexplicably increased by at least 10,000 years. Compared to this, what is a mere level 90 experience? What's more, I have a 13x experience gain. Reaching level 90 is a piece of cake, isn't it? Thinking of this, Yi Xiao felt incredibly happy. His gaze towards Xiaojin softened considerably. After learning that his life was shared with the Golden Dragon, Yi Xiao stopped pursuing the matter of Xiaojin's loss of level. This little guy should be treated like a treasure and cherished. With it around, I can live for at least another 10,000 years. Then, Yi Xiao remembered that he hadn't checked Xiaojin's attributes yet. I quickly opened the panel. At this point, a new pet slot has been added to the panel. Xiaojin's panel data was clearly displayed there. Pet, Little Gold. Race, Golden Dragon. Level, 0. Talents, Elemental Resistance, Golden Dragon Power. Health points, 5,000/5,000. Attack power, 500. Defense, 500. Skills, Flash, Dragon's Breath. Special abilities, Breaking Formations, Suppressing Enemies. After seeing Xiaojin's stats, Yi Xiao couldn't help but gasp. At level 0, its health is as high as 5,000, and its attack and defense are both 500. Back then, the Plague Sourceworm in the Miasma Hidden Forest, as a level 20 secret realm boss, only had a defense of 500. It truly lives up to its reputation as a sacred beast created by the Supreme God. However, compared to these exaggerated attributes, Xiaojin's talents, skills, and special abilities are even more astonishing. The Elemental Resistance talent reduces all elemental damage by 70%, making it a nightmare for magic users. According to Xiaojin, when it was level 200, the Elemental Resistance reduction effect had already reached 90%. In other words, this talent is something that can be developed. Upon learning this information, Yi Xiao secretly rejoiced. Thankfully Xiaojin meant him no harm. Otherwise, just the fact that it is immune to 90% of elemental damage would be something Yi Xiao wouldn't be able to handle. In Yi Xiao's opinion, the other talent, the power of the Golden Dragon, was no less powerful than Elemental Resistance. In fact, in terms of growth potential and importance, it is even stronger than Elemental Resistance alone in the later stages. The power of the Golden Dragon allows Little Gold to double its growth attributes each time it levels up, while also increasing its physical defense by 1% and its magic defense by 1%. Among professionals, this thing can only be described as terrifying. Not only does it double the growth attributes, but the 1% increase in both defenses means that by level 300, it's equivalent to a 300% effect. Sure enough, anything associated with dragons is bound to be described as having thick skin and tough flesh. If the Elemental Resistance effect is added, Xiaojin is almost invincible against all magic-based professions. If this guy hadn't become his pet, Yi Xiao would have definitely tried to kill him. Otherwise, the risk would have been too great. Compared to its talent, the two initial skills that Little Gold comes with at level 0 are only average. Blink instantly teleports you to a designated location within a 500-meter radius. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Dragon's Breath. The Golden Dragon unleashes a terrifying breath powerful enough to melt boulders. The first flash should be the ability that Xiaojin used when he caught up with Yi Xiao, and it seems to have a very short cooldown interval. The second Dragon Breath is the signature skill of the dragon race. Of course, these two skills are considered average, but that's in comparison to Xiaojin's almost abnormal talent. Even among professionals, they are an explosive force. Finally, as for Xiaojin's special abilities, they once again greatly shocked Yi Xiao. Breaking the formation, all restrictions and barriers are ineffective against it. Yi Xiao suddenly remembered that Xiaojin had said he could help him break the altar of the Blacksmith King, which must have been referring to this ability. However, what truly shocked Yi Xiao was the ability to suppress. Suppression. Upon entering combat, all of the user's attributes are increased by 15%, while all of the enemy's attributes are reduced by 15%. This back-and-forth action resulted in a 30% attribute difference. Upon seeing this ability, Yi Xiao could only describe it as terrifying. What's even more terrifying is that so many abnormal abilities are all concentrated in Xiaojin. How are the others supposed
to survive.
Fortunately, this freakish creature has now become my pet. Upon realizing this, Yi Xiao's initial shock was instantly replaced by joy. When Xiao Jin grows up, he will be an invaluable asset to me. Then, Yi Xiao opened his own panel. Looking at that conspicuous level 1, he let out a soft breath. Fortunately, the equipment had been purified several times before, which provided him with a lot of attribute points.
In addition, there's the intelligence bonus granted by the godlike talent.
At this moment, Yi Xiao's intelligence attribute is still as high as 10,020 points, followed by agility at 3,098 points, and constitution at 1,733 points. Even though it's the least useful power for Yi Xiao, it still has 305 points. Even with such four-dimensional attributes, no other level 90 professional can compete with them. Similarly, Yi Xiao's life points are almost entirely provided by the endless chain of life. Therefore, the maximum health is still as high as 395,600 points, and it has not decreased much. From this perspective, although Yi Xiao's level has dropped to level 1, his overall combat strength has not decreased much. This relieved Yi Xiao. With these attributes, plus my experience multiplier, getting back to level 90 just means it takes longer to find monsters. After reviewing the attributes, Yi Xiao wanted to close the panel. However, at that moment, he suddenly noticed out of the corner of his eye that there seemed to be an unfamiliar skill in his skill bar. Yi Xiao was taken aback at first, then looked at it more carefully. That one glance left Yi Xiao completely stunned. Yi Xiao rubbed his eyes in disbelief, afraid that he had misread it. Golden Dragon Power. Upon upgrade, all attributes gained are doubled, physical defense increases by 1%, and magic defense increases by 1%. After confirming that he hadn't misread it, Yi Xiao's breathing became rapid. At this moment, he could hardly contain his emotions.
I felt like I was flying into the sky. What happened? How did I end up with the little gold talent? Could it be because Xiao Jin became his pet? With countless questions popping into his mind, Yi Xiao hurriedly asked Xiao Jin.
Xiao Jin was also confused when he heard this.
At such a close distance. But the next moment, it quickly provided an accurate answer.
Because my pet contract with you, good man, is not an ordinary contract relationship. Just as you can share my lifespan, you can also share my abilities.
Then why is there only one? Yi Xiao asked curiously.
According to Xiao Jin,
shouldn't he be able to share all of Xiao Jin's abilities? He was extremely envious of Xiao Jin's elemental resistance. However, Xiao Jin couldn't answer that question either.
Yi Xiao felt a little regretful about this, and then asked curiously, how did you suddenly know so much? Little Jin blinked and said in a childish voice, it was Mother Red Moon who told me.
Ha!
Yi Xiao was taken aback.
Then, after Xiao Jin explained, he understood. The Eye of the Crimson Moon is a vast database.
At this moment, Little Gold is in the space of the Eye of the Crimson Moon. With the help of the special relationship between Little Gold and the Crimson Moon, after Little Gold successfully hatched, it also absorbed a lot of the data stored in the Eye of the Crimson Moon. Although there was some regret, Yi Xiao was still in an extremely good mood. Even at this moment, he wished he could go back to level 0. He never expected that losing a lot of experience would bring him so many benefits.
It's like turning misfortune into a blessing in disguise.
Yi Xiao currently has 68,433 purification points. However, since the current level is only 1, the equipment cannot be worn again if it is removed. Therefore, Yi Xiao did not dare to continue purifying the equipment at this time and could only leave it for the time being. Although his own combat strength is still at a high level, according to Xiao Jin, there is another extremely powerful NPC hidden in the altar besides one the blacksmith. If it were Little Gold, who hadn't become a pet, it naturally wouldn't be afraid. However, for now, both the person and the pet are only at a pitiful level 1 and 0, so it's best not to take any risks for the time being. It's not that Yi Xiao is incapable of winning in his current state, but rather that Xiao Jin said it sensed an extremely powerful evil energy there, which should be the power of the Ring of Vengeful Spirits. If the NPC forcibly interrupts the crafting process and immediately puts on the Ring of Vengeful Spirit, their combat power will instantly reach an extremely terrifying level. With this in mind, Yi Xiao did not blindly go looking for them. In any case, according to Xiao Jin's prediction, Wang the blacksmith and that NPC will not leave the altar for a while.
Actually, he had a vague suspicion in his heart.
Perhaps the powerful NPC lurking in the shadows is the village chief of Linhai village whom I've been searching for. After all, Yi Xiao couldn't think of any other possibility besides him.
I'll think about everything else after I level up.
But where would be a good place to level up? At this moment, Xiao Jin suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xiao and said in a childish voice, good man, let's go kill someone.
Why would you go and kill someone for no reason?
Yi Xiao had just opened his mouth to ask a question when he suddenly stared wide-eyed at the golden little one in front of him and blurted out in surprise, how did you run out by yourself?
Xiao Jin blinked and said in a matter-of-fact tone, why can't I come out? I can come out whenever I want.
Just as Yi Xiao was about to say that pets shouldn't only appear when summoned by their owners, he suddenly remembered Xiao Jin's special ability to break formations, rendering all restrictions and barriers ineffective against it.
He immediately swallowed back what he was about to say. Don't interrupt, you still haven't haven't told me why you would go and kill someone for no reason?
Xiao Jin felt a little wronged, but quickly replied, of course, it's upgrading.
Level up by killing? What's the point of killing if you don't gain experience?
Yi Xiao asked, somewhat puzzled.
But Xiao Jin blinked and said, you have experience killing monsters, why don't you have experience killing humans?
Yi Xiao opened his mouth. Perhaps in Xiao Jin's eyes, it was a golden dragon, and in its eyes, all other monsters and professionals in the immortal world belong to the same category. It kills humans to absorb energy, just like professionals kill monsters to gain experience.
The problem is that, as human beings, killing each other doesn't give you any experience points. How can you be so stupid?
I am one of the 7 sacred beasts, the golden dragon.
How could I not know this?
Little Gold said with a disdainful tone.
You forgot
that you now share life with me, so you can naturally share my method of gaining experience.
Therefore, you can also gain experience points by killing people.
Yi Xiao stared blankly at Xiao Jin. He really hadn't expected this, which surprised him, but in the next instant, he suddenly had a brilliant idea. Xueling was just sitting there bored in the miasma forest. It was time to find him something to do. Thinking of this, Yi Xiao sent Xiao Jin back into the red moon space. Then he ran off into the distance.
702 Newbie Zone, Weihai City. This is a small town controlled by the Bai family in Yunnan province.
Less than 30 miles away from the town, there is a level 20 secret realm controlled by the Bai family. However, due to Yi Xiao's influence, the lowest level among this year's newcomers is now over level 40, nearly level 50. Therefore, in Weihai City right now, apart from some professionals who are not interested in leveling up or who want to switch to a life profession, there are not many passers-by. However, one could see from time to time groups of serious-looking people patrolling the vicinity outside the city. When pedestrians on the road saw these people appear, they naturally knew their identities. They all belonged to the Yunhai army under the Bai family, and all of them had reached level 90.
People around Yunhai Junju naturally dared not provoke them easily and would subconsciously avoid them.
At this time, a group of 20 members of the Yunhai Navy Regiment, after a routine patrol, came to a low slope outside the city to rest.
Captain, it's been more than half a month. We can't keep patrolling like this every day.
Yeah,
Captain, that Night Shadow can wipe out the entire Dragon Abyss Legion. If we really encounter them, wouldn't we just be easy prey? What is the commander thinking?
At this moment, the man at the head of the group glanced at his subordinates and snorted coldly.
Enough with the nonsense. This is the Patriarch's order. Do you dare disobey it?
Upon hearing this, his team members all shut their mouths and dared not say another word. In their eyes, the head of the family was a figure of immense importance, and they dared not disobey him. Seeing that everyone had quieted down, the captain thought for a moment and continued, "All right, stop complaining.
Don't you think about it? There are hardly any newcomers in Weihai City right now. With Night Shadow's level, how could he possibly come here?
The patrols are just for show, to put on a show for other forces."
Upon hearing the captain's explanation, the rest of his men suddenly understood. Ha ha, Captain, you've thought this through.
I was worried about running into Nightshade.
That guy is too fierce. If we really ran into him, I wouldn't have enough lives to survive.
Phew,
Captain, you should have said so earlier.
If I had known it would be like this, I wouldn't have been so worried these past few days. But speaking of which, that Night Shadow really went too far. He was entangled with our young lady back then, and once he gained power, he killed her without hesitation. He's really ruthless.
TCH, that's typical petty mentality.
Now that he's offended the Zhao family to death, I don't think he'll live much longer.
TSK.
I hate these arrogant prodigies the most. It would be a happy thing to see them fall with my own eyes.
That's right. What's the use of being a genius? You still won't live as long as us brothers. Ah, that's right. What kind of future can a greenhorn who doesn't know how to be patient have? It's a pity about his talent. I wonder what it is. The group chatted animatedly, each taking turns to speak. Later, Nightshade was described by them as an incompetent fool.
Changhe, as the team leader, did not stop them, but instead listened with a smile. In his opinion, everyone has worked hard these days, and all of this was thanks to that Night Shadow.
There's nothing wrong with venting appropriately.
Unbeknownst to everyone, two figures, one tall and one short, were quietly watching everything from above a large tree not far away.
Good man, are they talking about you? You're so amazing? Alright, you've rested enough.
Get up, all of you, and continue patrolling. Changhe cursed and swore, and the others reluctantly stood up. Captain, if you ask me, Nightshade is probably already scared and hiding.
Let's just rest a bit more. Stop rambling.
Even so, you've put on quite a show for me. Suddenly, someone cried out in a terrified voice, "Team, Captain, Night Shadow."
Changhe said impatiently, "Night what?"
If you slack off again, don't blame me for being impolite. However, before Changhe could finish speaking, he felt the surrounding temperature suddenly become extremely hot. Immediately afterwards, a burst of violent energy struck, and he and his remaining subordinates all lost consciousness. A moment later, Yi Xiao came out with Xiao Jin and casually sent the corpses into the red moon space with a wave of his hand.
Xiao Jin was somewhat dissatisfied.
"They're all burnt. They'll make a mess of where I live. Just bear with it. There used
used to be more than 2,000 charred corpses living there, and I've never seen you complain about it before. Little Jean blinked her big eyes, her face full of question marks. Yi Xiao ignored it and looked down to check the information. Killing these 20 members of the Cloud Navy Legion provided Yi Xiao with nearly 4 million experience points, averaging 200,000 experience points per member, because Xiao Jin took half of the experience. In reality, Yi Xiao only received a total of 2 million. At this point, he and Xiao Jin also successfully reached level 27. If it weren't for Xiao Jin, this level would have been 5 or 6 levels higher. For a moment, Yi Xiao also showed a look of surprise. I didn't expect that killing a professional would give me so much experience. Although it's not as much as killing that half-breed Xuefeng, it's hundreds of times more than killing a monster of the same level. At first, Yi Xiao was quite troubled about how to level up to level 90 again. Unexpectedly, the result was somewhat beyond his expectations. At this rate, as long as he kills enough people, he might be able to return to level 90 in just 2 or 3 days. I'll go to Linhai Village again then. I might be able to complete the 3rd job advancement quest while I'm there. If everything goes smoothly, the title of Rookie of the Year can still only belong to him. Thinking of this, Yi Xiao's heart was filled with excitement. Then, I glanced at my free attribute points, 432. Although his intelligence attribute has already exceeded 10,000, he was still quite shocked after seeing these 432 free attribute points, because for every level a fusion mage gains, they gain an additional 1 point of agility, an additional 2 points of intelligence, and an additional 3 free attribute points. Now, having shared Xiao Jin's golden dragon power, all of these attributes have doubled. In other words, for each level up, Yi Xiao gains an additional 2 points of strength, 2 points of constitution, 4 points of agility, 6 points of intelligence, and his free attribute points increased dramatically to 16 points per level. Based on this calculation, Yi Xiaoguang's attribute increases by 30 points with just 1 level, while a normal professional would only gain 9 points. That's more than double the amount. It's important to know that this is the upgrade change below level 30. After level 30, each job change will increase the number of free attribute points, and this gap will widen further. At the same time, the health and mana gained for each level up have increased from 20 and 10 points to 40 and 20 points respectively. However, compared to Yi Xiao's enormous attribute data, the slight increase in health and mana was really too small, to the point that Yi Xiao almost ignored them. After a moment's thought, Yi Xiao allocated all his attribute points to agility. Of the 4 attributes, strength only provides a slight boost to his physical defense, so Yi Xiao didn't even consider it. Health points are provided by an endless chain of life, so they are not needed. Not to mention intelligence, with an intelligence attribute of over 10,000 at level 1, no one can match it. Therefore, adding all points to agility is naturally the best approach. Agility not only increases his movement speed but also his attack speed. Later in the game, if he learns powerful magic skills, it can also increase his casting speed. Based on this calculation, Agile's cost effectiveness is naturally extremely high. After adding the points, Yi Xiao checked Xiao Jin's attribute panel, and what he saw once again made him marvel at how Xiao Jin truly was a masterpiece of the creator. Pet, Little Gold. Race, Golden Dragon. Level, 26. Talents, Elemental Resistance, Golden Dragon Power. Health points, 300,000/300,000. Attack power, 3,000. Defense, 4,560. Skills, Flash, Dragon's Breath. Special abilities, Breaking Formations, Suppressing Enemies. Level 26, 300,000 HP, 3,000 attack power, 4,560 defense power. These attributes are simply too overpowered. If Yi Xiao hadn't been supported by his purified equipment, Xiao Jin would have completely crushed him at the same level. Yi Xiao looked down at Xiao Jin, who was still looking gloomy, and shook his head. Fortunately, no matter how monstrous this thing is, it cannot wear equipment, otherwise, human professionals would have absolutely no ability to resist a sacred beast like Little Gold. Thinking of this, Yi Xiao finally felt a little better. At this moment, Yi Xiao's earlier use of the fireball technique had also caused quite a commotion. Weihai City is currently under martial law under the orders of Bai Shanhe. As a result, several small squads from the Yunhai Navy Corps quickly rushed towards this location. Yi Xiao naturally did not choose to avoid this. He admitted he couldn't bring himself to become a heartless, inhuman killer, indiscriminately slaughtering innocent people. But when it came to his enemies, he never hesitated or showed any mercy. Just like those 20 people, Yi Xiao might not have known them before, and they might not have any deep hatred towards Yi Xiao. But having chosen to become an opposing force, Yi Xiao felt no burden when he killed. Yi Xiao believed that if they had enough power to kill him, they would definitely not hold back at that moment. As the crowd drew closer, Yi Xiao's expression remained unchanged. And so, a moment later, a series of explosions echoed throughout the entire city of Weihai. Soon, countless Cloud Sea members who were originally patrolling other places rushed over. But after the towering flames raged, all was calm again. At this moment, a Bai family leader who was stationed in Weihai City arrived late, looking extremely panicked. Before he arrived, he tried to contact the squad leaders of the Yunhai Army Corps who were responsible for patrolling the
city, only to find that their names had all turned gray.
This means that all of these people are dead.
As the person in charge of Weihai City, he knew he had to step forward, so despite his inner panic, Bai cautiously went to the city wall to observe the situation ahead. All he saw was a scene of utter devastation, with only a few scattered flames. He also spotted a human figure, but the corpse was nowhere to be seen.
There is no doubt about this.
This scene completely shocked him. At that moment, a terrifying figure kept appearing in his mind.
It's him. It must be him.
No one but him would kill someone and then leave no body behind.
What? Nightshade attacked Weihai City?
In the real world, in Yunqing, Yun Province, in a courtyard where the Bai family resides. Bai Shanha listened to the report that his subordinate had rushed over to him with a livid face, his chest heaving violently.
Damn it! Why did Nightshade go to Weihai City? Doesn't he know the Zhao family is looking for him? How dare he show his face at a time like this?
First he killed Xiao Xiao, and now he has slaughtered nearly 200 people from my Yunhai army.
Does he want to fight to the death with my Bai family?
Faced with Bai Shanha's almost roaring question,
the Bai family elders in the courtyard all kept silent, fearing that they might offend Bai Shanha and incur punishment.
Despite being elders of the Bai family, they wield immense power within the family. However, the vast Bai family was founded by Bai Shanha, and within the Bai family, Bai Shanha is an unassailable figure. It's unclear how much time passed, but finally, after Bai Shanha had vented his anger, an elder stepped forward.
Patriarch, could it be a coincidence?
After all, there's really nothing in Weihai City that would attract Yi Ying's attention.
At this moment, someone else stepped forward and retorted, I think it might be because of the young lady that Night Shadow is deliberately targeting our Bai family.
Upon hearing this, Bai Shanha turned sharply to the speaker, his face turning ashen, and said, Xiao Xiao has already been killed by him, and I haven't even settled accounts with him yet.
How dare he target our Bai family?
The one being watched is Bai Zhe, the youngest elder of the Bai family.
Faced with Bai Shanha's angry expression, he was not as flustered as the other elders.
Instead, he calmly said, back then, after the young lady awakened her talent, she did not give Yi Ying any face and dumped him in public. I'm afraid this incident was a big blow to Yi Ying, so his hatred for our Bai family should be no less than that for the Zhao family.
Bai Shanha frowned and said coldly, are you saying that Yi Ying knew he couldn't deal with the Zhao family, so he chose to retaliate against our Bai family? Bai Zhe nodded. That should be correct. Upon hearing this, Bai Shanha fell silent.
That Night Shadow's strength was indeed somewhat strange, but that wasn't what Bai Shanha was truly afraid of. After all, let alone him, any one of the elders present, even the youngest Bai Zhe, possessed the combat power of a 7th-rank professional.
In a one-on-one situation, he could completely overwhelm Nightshade. The problem is that Nightshade has been hiding in the beginner area and hasn't come out.
Even if they are willing to spend a lot of money to come to the beginner area, it is still unknown whether they can find him. They clearly possess the strength to kill Nightshade, but if Nightshade is merely a rat in the shadows playing guerrilla warfare with them, it would be extremely disadvantageous for them. This sense of frustration at having no way to use one's strength made the Bai family members, including Bai Shanha, feel extremely stifled. At this moment, Bai Shanha regained his composure and began to think about how to deal with the trouble at hand. Nightshade must be dealt with. If they continue to act so arrogantly, not only will the Bai family lose face, the entire Bai family's forces in the 702 newbie zone are likely to suffer a devastating blow. However, at that moment, a figure appeared.
Master, Patriarch, something terrible has happened.
Night shadows have appeared in Jinhai City, and nearly 200 more members of our Yunhai army have been killed. Bai Shanha suddenly stood up, glaring angrily at the person in front of him. After a long while, he suddenly looked up at the sky and let out a roar.
Night Shadow, you've gone too far. Do you really think the Bai family is a pushover?
After saying that, Bai Shanha ordered in an extremely cold tone, go, no matter what the cost, I want you to find Night Shadow's whereabouts in the shortest possible time. Bai Zhe, immediately go and buy me a large number of dimensional disintegration stones. Once you find Night Shadow's trail, stall him as much as possible. I want to kill him myself. Bai Zhe was slightly taken aback, thinking that Bai Shanha was acting too impulsively, but facing the furious Bai Shanha, he opened his mouth and finally nodded in agreement. At this moment, Bai Shanha said again, I'm going to the Zhao family. I hope you can bring me good news when I return. After saying that, Bai Shanha's figure disappeared instantly, clearly having entered the world of immortality. At this moment, in the world of immortality, Yi Xiao, after taking a stroll around Jinhai City, chose to leave early. At this moment, having killed nearly 200 members of the Yunhai army patrolling Jinhai City, his level had skyrocketed to 60, and he was not far from leveling up again.
This kind of upgrade speed is simply unheard of.
However, Yi Xiao also knew that all of this was thanks to his own experience multiplier. Under normal circumstances, even if killing professionals would grant experience, it would be impossible to level up so quickly. Thanks to Yi Xiao's terrifying experience multiplier, Xiao Jin also reached level 60. At this point, his health had skyrocketed to 1 million, and his attack and defense had also both surpassed 10,000. Of all the bosses Yi Xiao has encountered so far, only the level 90 Sleeping Skeleton King comes close to possessing such terrifying attributes. But the sleeping skeleton king is a level 90 boss, while Little Gold is only level 60. At the same time, Yi Xiao also learned from Xiao Jin that because he had become a pet, his attributes in all aspects had actually been weakened a lot. In the past, his combat power would have been more than 5 times greater than it is now. This made Yi Xiao very curious about just how terrifying the 7 sacred beasts were in their prime. Although Xiao Jin has now become his pet, there are 6 other sacred beasts in this world. According to Xiao Jin, if they encounter the other sacred beasts, wouldn't they have no choice but to run away? This made Yi Xiao feel somewhat threatened, but soon, he burst out laughing. For a newbie who hasn't even reached the 3rd job advancement stage, thinking about these things seems a bit like worrying about nothing. Pulling back these rather ridiculous thoughts, Yi Xiao looked ahead and then quickly ran off. 2 hours later, he arrived at Giant Rock City. This is a town controlled by the Zhao family. There is a large level 90 dungeon nearby, but no one has been able to conquer it yet. The Zhao family has never given up on this secret realm. Therefore, a long time ago, the Zhao family moved the Dragon Abyss Legion's base from the 702 beginner area to this location. This is also Yi Xiao's biggest goal for this trip. Previously, whether in Weihai City or Jinhai City, Yi Xiao was merely passing through, and killing those members of the Yunhai Army Legion was just something he did incidentally. Since there was no possibility of reconciliation between him and the Bai family, he had no scruples when he killed. However, in Yi Xiao's eyes, the Bai family's manpower in the beginner area was far too small. Searching through each city one by one like this is a bit of a waste of time. Moreover, with these people dead, he believed that the Bai family must have known the news long ago, so even if he took the initiative to cause trouble for the Bai family again, unless a high-level expert from the Bai family arrives, members of the Bai family in the beginner area should all hide. Since that's the case, Yi Xiao didn't bother wasting any more time on the Bai family and instead focused all his attention on the Zhao family's Dragon Abyss Legion. Yi Xiao stood on a large tree in a dense forest, gazing at the high wall made of stones in front of him. This is the base camp of the Zhao family Dragon Abyss Legion in the 702 newbie area. At this time, there were sentries every 3 steps and guards every 5 steps outside the city, all of whom were members of the Longyuan Legion. A quick glance revealed that there were no fewer than 200 people. This is just the patrol force outside the city. We don't know what the situation is inside the city yet, but we can only imagine that there are more, not fewer, patrols. In the beginner area, level 90 is the top combat power, and it is said that there are as many as 3,000 people with such combat power in the Longyan group. Excluding the 1,000 people who were killed by Yi Xiao on the road to exile, the Dragon Abyss Legion still has at least 2,000 top-tier level 90 fighters. This force is enough to sweep through any town in the beginner area. If other people saw this situation, they would probably choose to stay away. But having benefited from the members of the Yunhai Army Corps, Yi Xiao was even more excited at this moment. They wished the other side had as many people as possible, so that he wouldn't have to travel around so much. The thought of the countless pieces of experience inside brought a smile to Yi Xiao's lips. I wonder if I have enough experience here to reach level 90. At this moment, Little Gold fluttered its little wings and floated beside Yi Xiao, saying impatiently, "Good man, let's hurry up and kill someone. It's awkward for you to look so weak right now." Clearly, Xiao Jin, who had leveled up rapidly through the previous battles, was now somewhat addicted. However, the thought of killing coming from the mouth of an adorable pet always felt somewhat incongruous to Yi Xiao. But he didn't think much of it and just smiled slightly. "Come on, I'll take you to level up." "Alright, but kind sir, can I make the first move this time?" You're here?" Yi Xiao looked at the chubby Xiao Jin with some suspicion, but when he thought of its abnormal attributes, he didn't think much of it. "Alright, you've taken so much of my experience, it's time for you to put in some effort." Upon hearing this, Little Gold cheered and, without waiting for Yi Xiao, its chubby golden body vanished abruptly. The next moment, they appeared outside the gates of Giant Rock City. They happened to run into a patrol of members of the Dragon Abyss Legion. Seeing this, Yi Xiao was both amused and exasperated. This guy was really impatient. He didn't even wait for him. After thinking it over, Yi Xiao decided not to rush forward and let him see how strong Xiao Jin was in combat. At this moment, the Longyuan patrol team outside the city were all startled when they saw Xiao Jin suddenly appear and immediately went on alert. However, when Xiao Jin's appearance was fully revealed to them, some people couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. "Ha, what's this? Where did this monster come from? Wait, look at this monster. Doesn't it look like a dragon?" To be honest, it does look a bit like the legendary dragon, but I've been here for 3 years and have never seen such a monster before. It looks like it's lost. Should we try to catch it? Maybe the captain will be in a good mood and give it a reward. At this moment, one of the Longyuan team members stepped forward with a smile and said, "That makes sense. This guy looks a bit stupid and is as fat as a ball. He shouldn't be very dangerous. Let me handle him." Seeing this, the others remained silent and watched the spectacle from the sidelines. However, just as the man was about to approach Xiao Jin suddenly opened his mouth and said angrily, "You despicable low-level creatures, how dare you say that I am fat and stupid? You deserve to die." "Ha, this monster can talk?" The member was taken aback. Just then,
Xiao Jin unleashed a torrent of dragon breath.
Caught off guard, the members of the Dragon Abyss Legion were instantly melted into dust.
This sudden and terrifying scene stunned everyone else. Damn it, Gainzi is dead. This monster is dangerous. Attack together.
As soon as he finished speaking, the members of the Dragon Abyss team took action.
Unfortunately, these people's strength was completely useless in front of Xiao Jin. Little Gold opened its mouth and spat out another breath of dragon's breath. The dragon's breath instantly enveloped the Dragon Abyss team.
Yi Xiao, who was watching from a distance, didn't even hear their cries for help before they were reduced to ashes.
Strangely, the whole process didn't cause much of a commotion, and Xiao Jin's position was conveniently out of sight of others. So much so that after Xiao Jin killed all these people, the other Longyuan members inside and outside the city did not notice anything unusual. Things are different now.
Little Jin, however, after seeing these people die, arrogantly raised his big head and said disdainfully, "Humans are too weak." After saying that, Little Gold flapped its little wings and flew towards the nearest Dragon Abyss squad. Soon, the Longyuan squads outside the city disappeared one by one under Xiao Jin's powerful dragon breath. However, this was, after all, Zhao's territory, and the members of the Dragon Abyss Legion were all battle-hardened and well-trained. Less than a moment later, a sudden cry of alarm rang out in the city, followed by the blaring of various alarm bells. All members of the 10 teams outside the city have perished. Danger level is red. Amidst the commotion, Yi Xiao saw the previously closed city gates suddenly open. Then a dense crowd of people rushed out from inside. It must be said that the Zhao family's Longyuan Legion is indeed an elite legion, maintaining a remarkably orderly formation even in the face of chaos. Soon, Yi Xiao saw about 500 members of the Dragon Abyss Legion leave the city. But when they saw Xiao Jin's appearance, they were clearly stunned.
Seeing that people were coming out, Yi Xiao didn't intend to delay any longer.
He was less than 300 yards away from the city gate, which was exactly within the attack range of his skill. Before those people could react, Yi Xiao instantly raised his hand.
Hundreds of fireballs suddenly coalesced.
Then, before the group could even notice, fireballs rained down like a torrential downpour. At the same time, he instructed Xiao Jin to step down through the contract. Although Xiao Jin is now quite tough, Yi Xiao knows the power of his fireball technique. "I'm really afraid of accidentally hurting this little guy.
If I accidentally kill him, he won't even have time to cry."
At the same time, upon seeing the emergence of numerous fireballs, the members of Longyuan all changed their expressions drastically.
One of them cried out in alarm, "Fireball! It's Nightshade! Retreat!"
Clearly, the Dragon Abyss Legion had studied Yi Xiao, but it's just research. Faced with Yi Xiao's terrifying fireball, they had absolutely no chance of resisting.
In the blink of an eye, the fireball fell, turning into a sea of fire. One by one, the members of Longyuan fell down without even uttering a painful cry.
At this moment, Yi Xiao's experience bar surged wildly. Yi Xiao was in a great mood upon seeing this scene. At this moment, Xiao Jin had already flashed back to Yi Xiao. It shook its large head and said with a bored expression, "Humans are indeed a weak species, not fun at all.
Can't we have something more powerful?"
Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao immediately said irritably, "Stop showing off. If a real expert comes, be careful they don't skin you alive." However, just as Yi Xiao finished speaking,
suddenly, several incredibly terrifying auras flew rapidly from Giant Rock City.
Feeling the immense pressure, Yi Xiao's hair stood on end, and his expression changed.
"You jinx! Get out of here!"
Yi Xiao called out to Xiao Jin and then prepared to activate the Phantom Void to leave.
A deep, resonant voice rang out, "Seal off the heavens and banish demons, form ranks."
The next instant, Yi Xiao noticed that the icon for Phantom Void had turned gray. In an instant, his expression changed. At that moment, a piercing, cold laugh rang out.
"Humph, I've been waiting for you for ages, Nightshade."
As the sound came, Yi Xiao saw more than a dozen figures suddenly appear above him and surround him. Before Yi Xiao could even see who it was, one of them shouted, "Everyone, attack together and kill this brat." Immediately afterwards, Yi Xiao sensed more than a dozen incredibly violent energies surging.
"What's going on?"
However, at that moment another voice suddenly rang out.
"Wait, don't rush."
After the sound was made, the violent energy in the air clearly paused. Yi Xiao looked in the direction of the sound and immediately saw a familiar figure. He had seen this person before on the road to exile and knew something about him.
"Third brother, what do you mean?"
"The price we paid for our arrival was not small. The sooner we resolve this, the sooner we can go back and save some dimensional disintegration stones." At this moment, Zhao Changlin arrived directly in front of Yi Xiao and chuckled, "Don't be in a hurry. Compared to the cost of that little bit of dimensional disintegration stone, this kid has quite a few secrets. He killed so many people from my Dragon Abyss, so I have to make him pay back some of his money." Upon hearing this, a middle-aged man in armor standing not far away showed impatience in his eyes, but after thinking for a moment, he nodded and said, "I'll only give you 10 minutes.
If this kid refuses to confess, then kill him."
Zhao Changlin nodded, then looked at Yi Xiao again.
"Is this our first real meeting?"
Hearing Zhao Changlin's words, Yi Xiao casually replied, "To be honest, I don't really want to meet with the Zhao family." Seeing Yi Xiao still looking around, Zhao Changlin's eyes revealed a hint of mockery.
"Don't waste boost your energy. This heaven-sealing demon-suppressing formation was obtained by my Zhao family from a forbidden area. Even a 9th level expert cannot leave once inside, let alone a newcomer like you.
The middle-aged man who had been speaking to Zhao Changlin earlier also let out a cold laugh.
Kid, you should feel honored that my Zhao family has brought out the Tsundere scroll. You have reason to be proud. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao finally understood.
He hadn't expected the Zhao family to go to such lengths to capture him, and couldn't help but say, it's really unnecessary and a bit wasteful.
Zhao Changlin glanced at Yi Xiao and then said, don't rush.
In addition to the Wind Heaven Demon Suppressing Array, my Zhao family has sent a total of 13 8th rank professionals to deal with you. You should know how much that cost. Before Yi Xiao could speak, Zhao Changlin suddenly sighed and said with a hint of regret, if you had agreed to join my Zhao family, all of this would have become your resources, but unfortunately you didn't cherish it. Yi Xiao, having calmed down from his earlier panic, couldn't help but tease him upon hearing this.
To join your Zhao family and become a high-level thug with no freedom? Zhao Changlin remained unperturbed, shaking his head and saying, being proud and arrogant are two different things. Countless people want to become a member of my Zhao family, but they can't. Do you think they are all fools? You have to give something in return for something you want to gain. This is an equal exchange and the law of survival. Do you think the Zhao family is a sucker, willing to throw resources at you without signing a contract?
My Zhao family saw you as a talented person and kindly wanted to recruit you. However, you not only killed members of my Zhao family, but also publicly slaughtered
more than 1,000 members of the Dragon Abyss.
You have committed such heinous crimes.
Do you know how to be punished according to the Alliance's rules?
Yi Xiao smiled. How to deal with it is still up to your Zhao family.
Zhao Changlin laughed heartily. Looks like you're not completely stupid. Since you know this, I'll give you a chance now. What opportunity? Yi Xiao asked curiously.
Sign a contract with my Zhao family, and tell me your secret, and I can guarantee your life, Zhao Changlin said quickly. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao suddenly realized that this guy was still not giving up on him after all this time. However, he had already rejected the Zhao family before, and now that he had killed so many members of the Zhao family, how could he possibly agree to their offer of recruitment? Thinking of this, Yi Xiao smiled. Upon hearing this, Zhao Changlin's face turned cold, and he said in a cold voice, whether you want it or not is not up to you now.
I'll only give you 5 minutes.
If you don't agree when the time is up, then you'll die. After saying this, Zhao Changlin stopped talking. He believes that no one is unafraid of death, especially newcomers with greater talent and potential. They haven't truly shown their ambitions yet, and they certainly wouldn't be willing to die like this. He had seen countless people like this over the decades.
In the end, didn't those originally proud geniuses eventually lower their proud heads when faced with death?
The thought of soon learning the secret behind Yi Xiao's rapid growth made Zhao Changlin's face reveal a hint of smugness. Yi Xiao noticed this subtle expression and couldn't help but smile slightly. I think it's unnecessary to waste time.
Upon hearing this, Zhao Changlin could no longer suppress his smugness and couldn't help but chuckle.
Oh, you figured it out so quickly?
Faster than I expected. Sure enough, no one is unafraid of death. Now that you figured it out, come over and sign the contract. Seeing Zhao Changlin pull out a contract scroll from his person, Yi Xiao couldn't help but chuckle. Then his expression turned indifferent, and he said, word by word, old man, you've misunderstood. You can only get me to agree if your entire Zhao family is wiped out. Angry shouts echoed from mid-air.
Zhao Changlin's face turned ashen, and he stared at Yi Xiao with a cold gaze.
Fine, fine.
It seems you won't learn your lesson until you're faced with death. In that case, go and die.
With a furious shout from Zhao Changlin,
the energy that had dissipated in the sky surged up again. More than a dozen 8th level powerhouses simultaneously unleashed their skills, a spectacle unseen in the novice area for a century. At this moment, all the members of the Dragon Abyss Legion in Giant Rock City also came to the outside of the city. Looking at this terrifying scene, they all held their breath and dared not make a sound. At the same time, excitement was evident in their eyes. The demon who harmed their comrades is finally going to be punished. This gave them an irresistible sense of pleasure. However, Yi Xiao, who was at the center of the storm, looked at the terrifying roars of energy overhead. His expression was indeed calm, and Zhao Changlin could even see a hint of mockery in Yi Xiao's eyes. 13 8th level professionals from the Zhao family, including Zhao Changlin, activated their skills simultaneously. Its sheer scale alone is enough to destroy the world. At least in the beginner area, no one can withstand a casual strike from an 8th rank expert, let alone 13 such experts. An 8th tier expert's attribute points alone are enough to crush any level 90 professional player wearing equipment. Any piece of equipment above level 200 can boost combat power in a way that would leave level 90 professionals far behind. Therefore, upon witnessing such a breathtaking scene, the members of Dragon Abyss behind them, as well as the professionals in Giant Rock City, all showed expressions of shock. As for Nightshade, he's undoubtedly a powerful figure among the newcomers. But no matter how strong you are, you're still just a level 90 newcomer. How could you possibly be a match for a top-tier expert? In their view, Nightshade was doomed. They even felt that the Zhao family was making a mountain out of a molehill, mobilizing utilizing so many powerful individuals for a newcomer, it was too wasteful of money.
This is the consensus in everyone's mind. At that moment, an overwhelming and terrifying energy poured down.
Yi Xiao, trapped in the heaven ceiling and demon-suppressing formation, seemed to have given up resisting. Zhao Changlin watched, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. Some may think they are making a mountain out of a molehill, but they want the world to know that there is no room for complacency when they are enemies of the Zhao family. The Zhao family will use the most ruthless methods to make their enemies despair. It's a pity that Yi Xiao is such a tough nut to crack. He would rather die than reveal the secret of his immense power. The secrets behind enabling an ordinary person with F-level talent to reach this point in such a short time must be astonishing. If the Zhao family can possess it, then the alliance will no longer have the 8 great families, only the Zhao family will remain. This is also why Zhao Changlin was about to give Yi Xiao one last chance. It wasn't that he didn't want to give Yi Xiao more time, but he knew that the other families would definitely send people to observe the situation in secret.
This is why Zhao Changlin didn't hesitate to kill Yi Xiao when Yi Xiao refused.
If the time drags on, and the other families arrive, there will be another unnecessary struggle.
What if Yi Xiao suddenly goes mad and sides with another family in order to deal with the Zhao family? Wouldn't that be losing both your wife and your army?
Zhao Changlin would rather no one get Yi Xiao than keep this menace around. Pulling himself back to reality, Zhao Changlin looked at Yi Xiao, who was completely engulfed by energy, and sighed softly. "Third brother, I told you long ago not to have any illusions. This kind of guy is arrogant and doesn't know his own limitations. He thinks he's invincible just because he has a little ability. How could he surrender so easily?"
Zhao Changlin nodded. "Alright, now that things are over, let's get ready to go back.
For this ambush, the 13 of us have already used about 100 dimensional disintegration stones, which adds up to more than 600 million eternal coins. In fact, the Zhao family spent far more than this amount of money to completely kill Yi Xiao. After all, the movement of so many personnel during this period is also a significant expense. Among them, the sealing heaven and forbidding demon array scroll that the Zhao family took out to prevent Yi Xiao from escaping is of immeasurable value.
In the Zhao family's view, with this grand formation, they could use it to fight to the death against a 9th-level professional at a critical moment. The value of a 9th-level professional can no longer be measured simply by money. Therefore, although Ying died, Zhao Changlin and the others did not feel happy. Wait, he's still alive. Zhao Changlin was planning to join forces with others to retrieve the heaven sealing and demon suppressing array.
Upon hearing this, his hands suddenly stopped, and his eyes snapped towards the field. Upon seeing this, Zhao Changlin's pupils dilated violently, and he even blurted out, "How is this possible?" At this moment, as a large amount of energy dissipated, the situation in the field gradually became clear.
Yi Xiao's figure then came into everyone's view.
Looking at Yi Xiao, whose clothes were intact and who seemed to have suffered no harm whatsoever,
the 13 8th-level experts present all war expressions of utter disbelief.
Meanwhile, compared to these 13 powerful individuals, the onlookers inside and outside Giant Rock City not far away had already erupted in a frenzy.
This is impossible. How can he still be standing there perfectly fine? What exactly happened? Isn't he a newcomer? Could he have some special defensive skill? That's impossible.
The most advanced skills you can learn in the beginner area are high-level skills. A defensive skill of this grade is simply not enough to stop the combined attack of 8-level experts.
This Night Shadow actually survived. He must have some earth-shattering secret. How wonderful it would be if we could get his information. No, even if there really is a secret, isn't it a bit too fantastical to be able to withstand the combined attack of these powerful individuals?
At this moment, the 13 powerful figures, who had previously appeared calm and collected, all showed expressions of shock to varying degrees. After all, they had never encountered such a strange situation before. Zhao Changlin, regaining his senses and suppressing his surprise and doubt, stared intently at Yi Xiao in the arena and asked in a deep voice, "How could you be alright?"
Looking at the group's expressions, Yi Xiao couldn't help but grin and say, "Surprised? Isn't that obvious?"
Zhao Changlin cursed inwardly, but his eyes remained fixed on Yi Xiao, as if trying to discern some clue from him. However, the result was destined to disappoint him. He couldn't see how Yi Xiao had managed to stop their combined attack. However, Zhao Changlin reacted quickly, sending a single glance at him. The other 12 people received the message simultaneously. Thus, another round of joint bombing ensued. They didn't believe it. If Nightshade blocked it once, could it really block it a second time? Unfortunately, when the second round of skills ended, Yi Xiao was still standing there unharmed.
His expression remained as relaxed and carefree as ever.
It was as if Zhao Changlin and the other skills were nothing more than fancy moves in Yi Xiao's eyes.
Is this the combat power of an 8th-level expert? It's rather weak and powerless.
These words immediately darkened the faces of the 13 people present, causing their blood and chi to surge. Without any command from anyone, the 13 people attacked again almost simultaneously. But as expected, the result still couldn't cause Yi Xiao any harm. However, unlike the previous times, this time, 3 8th-rank experts did not use ranged skills, but instead swooped down towards Yi Xiao immediately after the others activated their skills. The combat experience experience of an 8th level expert is naturally extremely rich, and he can instantly judge that Yi Xiao may have some special means to resist the skill.
Since that's the case, they'll choose to use close-range basic attacks.
With the attributes of an 8th tier professional, the damage from a basic attack is absolutely impossible for a newbie to withstand. But just when the three thought they had everything under control, they discovered that they couldn't get close to Yi Xiao. The three of them were separated from Yi Xiao by an invisible barrier when they were less than 10 meters away.
Even with their 8th level combat strength, they were unable to break through.
This discovery caused their expressions to change drastically. Yi Xiao smiled slightly. No matter how strong or experienced these people are, even if you rack your brains, you probably couldn't have imagined that this was a unique restriction barrier belonging to the Eye of the Crimson Moon. With the help of this barrier, he won first place in the final trial of the Path of Exile without taking any damage, and obtained that growth-type mythical equipment. From the moment Zhao Changlin and the others appeared and set up the Heaven Sealing and Demon Suppressing Array, Yi Xiao immediately activated the restrictive barrier when he discovered that the Void Illusion was disabled. Although he was very confident in his combat strength, he was not so arrogant as to think he could fight against an 8th level professional with his current strength, let alone the fact that there were 13 of them. Seeing the 13 people, led by Zhao Changlin, looking as ugly as if they had eaten shit, Yi Xiao felt somewhat pleased.
His relationship with the Zhao family was one of irreconcilable enmity,
but he didn't expect the Zhao family to be willing to spend so much money to deal with him. As Zhao Changlin himself just mentioned, the arrival of these people in the newbie area alone has already cost around 600 million eternal coins, and this Heaven Sealing Demon Suppressing Array must also be quite valuable. Your Zhao family is really generous, Yi Xiao remarked, which made the faces of these people even more gloomy.
There was nothing they could do. 13 level 8 experts joined forces to deal with a newcomer, but they couldn't do anything to him.
If word got out, the Zhao family's prestige would plummet.
This is something they cannot accept.
At this moment, Zhao Changlin also learned from the three people in front that there was something like a barrier in front of Yi Xiao. As if he had thought of something, he suddenly sneered.
"Humph, you must have used some special tool.
But tools like this that defy common sense can't last long at all. You're just bluffing." Unfortunately, our Heaven Sealing and Demon Suppressing Array can exist indefinitely as long as energy is continuously supplied. I'd like to see how long your artifact can last.
The moment your item's effect wears off, that will be your death.
Hearing Zhao Changlin's analysis, the others' eyes lit up, and the frustration they had just felt seemed to ease. One by one, cold smiles returned to their faces as they looked at Yi Xiao as if he were an ant. After hearing Zhao Changlin's words, Yi Xiao couldn't help but sigh. Old foxes are indeed shrewd. Just as Zhao Changlin guessed, Yi Xiao's stillness barrier lasted for only 30 minutes, and its cooldown time was also 30 minutes. So if he cannot leave within 30 minutes, then death is the only thing waiting for him. If it were before, Yi Xiao would not have been able to escape in such a situation.
He now roughly understands the effect of this Heaven Sealing and Demon Suppressing Array.
It will most likely completely seal off the space at the designated location, so even skills like Void Illusion that can open up the Void Dimension will be ineffective. It must be said that this scroll is truly powerful, but with little gold, this heaven-defying sacred beast as his pet, the Heaven Sealing and Demon Suppressing formation before him was nothing at all. After all, this little guy has the ability to break formations. This Heaven Sealing Demon Suppressing formation was as if it didn't exist in front of the Golden Dragon. The reason he couldn't escape the sealed area of the Heaven Sealing and Demon Suppressing Array was because little Jean was outside. After setting up the restriction barrier, Yi Xiao had him return to the Red Moon space, mainly to prevent any unexpected incidents. However, this also led Yi Xiao to unexpectedly discover that after Xiao Jin returned to the Red Moon space, Yi Xiao's Void Illusion was no longer unusable. Through Xiao Jin's explanation, Yi Xiao finally understood the reason. As long as Xiao Jin was in Yi Xiao's Red Moon space, he could also share Xiao Jin's abilities. However, this ability is not directly displayed on the panel. This discovery greatly surprised Yi Xiao. After confirming that he was absolutely certain of escaping, Yi Xiao was no longer in a hurry. Since the protective barrier still exists, there are still nearly 30 minutes of safe time ahead. The Zhao family has gone to such lengths to deal with him, it would seem unreasonable for him not to repay them.
He might feel resentful. In an instant, he had a plan in mind.
At this moment, Zhao Changlin and the others saw that Yi Xiao did not speak, so they assumed that he was afraid. Taking this opportunity, Zhao Changlin spoke again.
"Night Shadow, I'm giving you one last chance. If you're willing to reveal your secrets, I can welcome you to the Zhao family and ensure your safety. This is your last chance to live, so think it over carefully."
Seeing that Zhao Changlin was still determined to extract his secrets, Yi Xiao found it amusing. "I hope you'll still have that thought later."
"What do you mean?"
Zhao Changlin frowned, somewhat puzzled. However, before Yi Xiao could answer, suddenly, an energy explosion came from the direction of Giant Rock City, accompanied by extremely shrill screams. Zhao Changlin and the others turned around abruptly, their faces instantly turning extremely cold.
What happened? What's going on?
At this moment, a powerful member of the Zhao family who was closest to Giant Rock City changed his his expression drastically and exclaimed, "Someone is attacking the Dragon Abyss members in Giant Rock City."
Upon hearing this, Zhao Changlin was also startled, and then angrily said, "Who is it? Which blind fool dares to cause trouble on our Zhao family's territory?" Another powerful figure frowned and said, "What should we do? We're all inside the heaven ceiling in demon-suppressing formation right now. Unless we remove the formation, we can't provide any support." At this moment, Zhao Changlin also saw the Dragon Abyss members falling one after another outside Giant Rock City. Compared with the
others, Zhao Changlin was obviously more concerned about the Dragon Abyss Legion. After all, these people were under his direct command. However, once the heaven ceiling in demon-suppressing formation is removed, this cunning Night Shadow will surely escape immediately. Although they were 8th level experts, they were unable to detect Nightshade's bizarre escape skills. "Elder Zhao, aren't you going to save them? As far as I know, these are all your hard work." Hearing Yi Zhao's mockery, Elder Zhao suddenly realized what was happening. Yi Zhao didn't deny it and readily admitted, "Otherwise what? A clone skill?" Elder Zhao's pupils contracted slightly. "No, I didn't see you use it at all. Besides, even if it were a clone, it wouldn't be able to break through the heaven ceiling in demon-suppressing array." "You hid the clone outside long ago?" Yi Zhao found it somewhat amusing. This Elder Zhao really had a vivid imagination. In reality, he had just summoned his clones and had them use the illusion technique. In this way, it can be done silently. Just as Yi Zhao had thought, as long as Xiao Jin was in the red moon space, his clone could also use the void illusion. Naturally, the heaven ceiling and demon-suppressing array would be ineffective against his clone. Yi Zhao's purpose in doing this was naturally to slaughter the Dragon Abyss Legion in Giant Rock City. If the Zhao family wants to deal with him, how can it be justified if they don't pay a price? As time passed, the screams and explosions that echoed intermittently from Giant Rock City continued. At first, Yi Zhao didn't use the fireball spell when controlling his clone. Instead, he used other skills, hoping to buy some time and kill more members of the Zhao family. However, now that Zhao Changlin and his group already knew, they decided not to hide anything and openly used fireballs to reap the rewards. Although fireball is the lowest level of all his skills, and he doesn't have the most skills, Yi Zhao upgraded it 20 times. Now, the effect and power of fireball are unmatched by other skills. It's naturally very easy to use. Before you know it, a barrage of fireballs fell, leaving behind a pile of corpses on the ground. Within a few breaths, the members of the Dragon Abyss Legion who had been standing outside the city watching the commotion fell silent. Although Zhao Changlin did not witness this scene firsthand, he could get a general idea of what was going on just from the commotion Yi Zhao had caused. For a moment, his face turned terribly gloomy, and his teeth clenched so tightly they made a grinding sound. Seeing this, Yi Zhao was not afraid at all, and instead added fuel to the fire. "Elder Zhao, are you just going to stand by and watch your Dragon Abyss Legion die like this? Aren't you going to lend a hand? You're quite cold-blooded." Upon hearing this, Zhao Changlin almost choked on his breath. "You're slaughtering my people, and you still call me cold-blooded?" Zhao Changlin trembled with rage, but after a moment, he took a deep breath and forcefully suppressed the overwhelming anger within him. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. You're using your clone to cause trouble, hoping we'll remove this heaven-sealing demon-suppressing array so you can escape. Give up on that idea. Let me tell you, even if everyone in Giant Rock City dies today, you won't get away. I'll make you pay with your life for my men." As he spoke, Zhao Changlin unleashed a skill at Yi Zhao. However, the skill dissipated in front of Yi Zhao, which made Zhao Changlin grit his teeth in hatred. He kept wondering what special ability Yi Zhao was using. Meanwhile, Yi Zhao remained calm and composed despite Zhao Changlin's vehement threats and angry probing. Yi Zhao even said with a grin, as expected of someone from the Zhao family, "You may be a bit cold-blooded, but you're still quite clever. However, with the entire Giant Rock City going down with me, it's not a bad deal." Zhao Changlin was furious, but he remained silent. Yi Zhao shrugged, unconcerned. Soon, the screams from within Giant Rock City gradually subsided. Yi Zhao glanced at his level and a delighted smile appeared on his lips. "We're finally back. Furthermore, thanks to Xiao Jin's golden dragon power, his attributes have been greatly enhanced. Its agility attribute alone is nearly 6,000 points, which is much higher than other agility-based professions of the same level. Agility not only provides him with movement speed, attack speed, and casting speed, but also significantly enhances his reaction speed. The world of immortality is not a real game. A professional's dodging, hitting, and other operations all rely on their own reaction ability. Therefore, the improvement in reaction speed, although not shown on the panel, is not significant. However, their actual combat capabilities have undergone a qualitative change. Fortunately, his physical constitution and life force were ridiculously strong, which gave him a body capable of handling such reactions. Otherwise, it's easy to end up with a situation where your reaction is sufficient, but your physical movements can't keep up, which would actually make you weaker in combat. A while later, under the fiery gazes of Zhao Changlin and the others, the noise within Giant Rock City had subsided. Although Giant Rock City is a town, it is controlled by the Dragon Abyss Legion, so there are not many other passers-by coming and going. Naturally, besides the combat members of the Dragon Abyss Legion, there were were only less than 1,000 logistics personnel inside. Yi Xiao will definitely not show any mercy to these people. They can only blame themselves for working for the Zhao family. Since they have enjoyed the rights that the Zhao family has given them, they must also bear the risks that the Zhao family has given them. The only thing that Yi Xiao regretted was that he couldn't collect the corpses of these people into the red moon space, which wasted a lot of materials. However, with 13 8th level experts eyeing him covetously, he dared not let his true self actually make a move.
What if Zhao Changlin couldn't bear to part with his subordinates and turned around to attack?
A clone can be summoned again, but if the original is gone, it's truly gone. He finally obtained a lifespan of tens of thousands of years, but he hasn't even lived it yet. It would be such a pity for him to die like this.
Zhao Changlin, all your men are dead. Don't you feel any remorse at all? Zhao Changlin snorted coldly upon hearing this. Don't try to provoke me. Now that the person is dead, isn't that perfect? This makes me even more certain that you're about to give up. Are you ready to die?
Yi Xiao chuckled, but what if it's not a clone, but my true self? Upon hearing this, Zhao Changlin's pupils contracted, and his expression changed slightly. At this moment, another powerful figure suddenly spoke up.
Third brother, don't be fooled by him. He's just trying to fool you.
The more he does this, the more it proves that he's about to break down. Zhao Changlin's expression suddenly returned to normal, and he sneered repeatedly, as if to say, I'll make you regret ever being born. Seeing this, Yi Xiao said with an air of utter indifference, then I'll wait and see. After saying that, he simply sat down on the ground, closed his eyes to rest, and stopped saying anything to provoke Zhao Changlin. Seeing Yi Xiao's actions, Zhao Changlin and the others understood that he was probably about to give up. Each of them had a cold, icy look in their eyes. They had been playing them for so long, they couldn't vent their anger without killing Yi Xiao. However, Yi Xiao felt nothing at all when faced with these people glaring at him. It's not that he was extremely determined, but rather that he simply didn't feel anything at that moment. Because, as early as when his clone appeared in Giant Rock City and began slaughtering members of the Dragon Abyss Legion, Yi Xiao had already taken advantage of the moment when Zhao Changlin and the others were slightly distracted to replace his original body with another clone. Meanwhile, his true self had already used the illusion of the void and Xiao Jin's ability to break the formation to silently escape from another direction. In other words, from that moment on, the Yi Xiao that Zhao Changlin and the others were facing had already been replaced by a clone without them even realizing it. The reason Yi Xiao kept provoking the other party with his words was simply to buy more time. At this moment, on a plain far from Giant Rock City, Yi Xiao's figure gradually appeared.
However, there are exceptions. However, he did not stop running. He just glanced back at the direction of Giant Rock City and a smile appeared on his lips. Even if Zhao Changlin and the others discover this now, they don't need to worry about being caught up. Just then, Yi Xiao unexpectedly saw a strange message pop up on his information panel. Ding! The restrictive barrier has absorbed the rules of the heaven sealing and demon suppressing array, causing an anomaly. Yi Xiao was a little confused upon seeing this message and didn't understand what it meant. After thinking for a moment, he then opened the skills list to check them out. Restriction barrier, demon sealing. Function 1, designate a location, consume 5,000 mana, and set up a barrier that grants immunity to all damage. Duration, 60 minutes. Cooldown, 18 minutes. Function 2, designate a location, consume 30,000 mana, and create a sealed, magic-free space. All creatures within this space cannot leave, and all their spatial skills are silenced. Duration, 60 minutes. Cooldown, 18 minutes. I forgot to add the equipment cooldown earlier, let me correct that. After reading the skill description of the restriction barrier, Yi Xiao was stunned. The barrier has gained another function, and it's the heaven sealing and demon suppressing array that I just encountered. However, according to Zhao Changlin, this heaven sealing demon suppressing array was a scroll that his Zhao family had obtained by accident from a forbidden area, and it was a one-time use array. The words forbidden area signify unknown dangers and crises. Even a 9th level professional could perish if they were careless. This shows just how rare this heaven sealing demon suppressing array scroll is. If Yi Xiao hadn't killed so many members of the Zhao family and Yunnan province in front of everyone, and then slaughtered over 1,000 members of the Dragon Abyss Legion, causing the Zhao family to lose all its prestige, the Zhao family would certainly not take out such a precious prop. After all, even a fool could guess that the Zhao family was using this thing to prepare for dealing with other top experts. Throughout history, top-tier experts have not only possessed unparalleled combat prowess, but also a wealth of survival and escape techniques. Unless a top-tier 9th level professional chooses to stay, it's virtually impossible for such a powerful individual to escape. This makes scroll items like the heaven sealing and demon suppressing array even more valuable. Imagine this, if the opponent tries to escape, you trap them inside with a heaven sealing and demon suppressing formation, and then send out 2 or 3 equally powerful experts from your side. The opponent will have no chance of survival. Yi Xiao believed that top-tier forces must possess quite a few of these items. However, now, she has inexplicably gained such an ability as well. More importantly, what others use are disposable tools. But I myself have become a skill which can be used an unlimited number of times as long as I have enough
enough magic power. Thinking of this, Yi Xiao looked at the description of the restriction barrier and felt extremely excited. Unexpectedly, this misfortune turned into a blessing in disguise. We've made a fortune this time. Yi Xiao couldn't help but sigh. I didn't expect this barrier to have this function. It's quite unexpected. However, he was still a little puzzled. This barrier had such amazing abilities, so why wasn't it mentioned in the skill description? However, at that moment, Xiao Jin's voice rang out. What's so surprising about this? I have much more to offer than you can imagine. You'll be surprised in the future. Hearing Xiao Jin's words, Yi Xiao was taken aback, then said irritably, what does this have to do with you? Stop trying to make yourself look good. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jin immediately objected and started making a fuss in the red moon space. I'm all gold, why would I need to put on gold? Humph, good man, don't look down on me. If it weren't for my ability to break formations, how could Mother Red Moon's restricted space have evolved? Yi Xiao was somewhat surprised upon hearing this. What does this have to do with breaking the formation? Xiao Jin tilted his big head back smugly and chuckled. That must be related. My ability to break formations can break all restrictions, barriers, and arrays in this world. The Red Moon Mother and our sacred beasts are of the same origin. Just now, after I broke through that so-called heaven sealing and demon suppressing array, the rules inside were also shared with the eyes of the Red Moon Mother through me. Red Moon Mother's eyes are a huge data encyclopedia in themselves. After obtaining the rules of this heaven sealing demon suppressing array, she naturally integrated them into the restriction barrier. Tell me, if it weren't for me, how could you possibly possess this ability? Seeing Xiao Jin's pleading expression after speaking, Yi Xiao suddenly realized what was going on. That's when I understood the underlying principle. I couldn't help but feel deeply moved. I accidentally took Little Gold as my pet, and I thought the guy who had eaten my level 90 experience was a jerk. I never imagined that it would bring me so many benefits in the end. To be honest, if it weren't for Xiao Jin's presence today, he would have had a real problem facing Zhao Changlin's heaven sealing and demon suppressing array. After all, the restrictive barrier has a time limit, and it wouldn't have been effective without Xiao Jin breaking the barrier. After the barrier expires, he will likely have no choice but to hide in the red moon space and waste time with Zhao Changlin. Although that is one method, it's risky if the other party decides to wait and see and wear you down. Then he really had no other choice. Whether he can survive this or not is another matter, but he might just lose the title of Rookie of the Year. Shaking his head, Yi Xiao pulled himself out of his thoughts. After his trip to Giant Rock City, his level has now returned to 90. So naturally, the next step was to rush back to Lin Hai Village to find Wang the blacksmith. He had been thinking about what Xiao Jin had said about the powerful being inside the altar for a long time. Meanwhile, as time went by, back in Giant Rock City, the moment Yi Xiao's protective barrier disappeared, Zhao Changlin, who had been probing, suddenly revealed a sinister smile. The next moment, 13 8th level experts unleashed their skills simultaneously, and the overwhelming energy instantly engulfed Yi Xiao. Everyone's faces showed a relieved expression. However, the next moment, Zhao Changlin suddenly let out an angry roar. Nightshade, I'm going to kill you. It turned out that after asking around, he found that none of the 13 people present had received a notification that Yi Xiao had been killed. In an instant, everyone realized that they had only destroyed a clone. They were tricked by Yi Xiao. No wonder Zhao Changlin was so angry. In the distance, Yi Xiao knew what had happened the moment his clone was killed. He didn't need to think to know that Zhao Changlin must be so angry that his liver hurt. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a sense of pleasure. If the other party finds out that they have turned misfortune into blessing and gained the ability to form the heaven sealing and demon suppressing array, it would be a disaster. I wonder if Zhao Changlin will be so angry that he will die on the spot. He tried to steal a chicken but lost the rice instead. However, Yi Xiao was clearly not so bored as to go back and cause trouble for himself. They sped off toward Lin Hai Village. About 20 minutes passed like this. Ha ha ha, I never expected to run into you here. It seems even the heavens can't stand it. As the sound came, a violent aura swept over everything. Immediately afterwards, he saw a figure rushing towards him from a distance. As the other person approached, Yi Xiao immediately recognized their identity. Bai Shanhe, the head of the Bai family? His appearance was something Yi Xiao hadn't expected. Yi Xiao, today Bai Shanhe, will surely kill you. Yi Xiao remained calm and activated his skill as the opponent approached. Restriction barrier, demon sealing. Bai Shanhe was extremely excited at this moment. Not long ago, he heard that Yi Xiao had appeared in Giant Rock City. He was worried that the Zhao family didn't value Yi Xiao enough, so he recklessly used the dimensional disintegration stone to descend into the beginner area. In his opinion, even if the cunning Yi Xiao escaped, he could still kill him with the combat power of an 8th level professional. He just didn't expect that before he even reached Giant Rock City, he would encounter Yi Xiao, who was fleeing, on the way. This is simply divine intervention. At the same time, he cursed the Zhao family in his heart for being so useless that they couldn't even stop a newcomer. With such abilities, how dare they call themselves one of the 8 great families of Blue Star? Upon seeing Yi Xiao, Bai Shanhe's killing intent surged uncontrollably. The Bai family finally produced a promising SSS
SSS level talent, and now he's died at Yi Zhao's hands. How could Bai Shanhe be willing to accept that?
Therefore, Bai Shanhe immediately showed no mercy, increasing his speed to the maximum, determined to crush Yi Xiao to pieces in one move, giving his opponent no chance to breathe. He didn't care about the cost of that dimensional disintegration stone. He only knew that if he couldn't kill Yi Xiao, the anger in his heart would be hard to quell. Yi Xiao is doomed to die today. However, just as he was about to unleash all his anger on Yi Xiao, suddenly, a strange fluctuation appeared in the surrounding space. Then, Bai Shanhe crashed directly into a transparent barrier. The loud, muffled sound caught Bai Shanhe off guard, causing him to let out a painful groan. Bai Shanhe's expression changed drastically. With his combat power as an 8th level professional, he was unable to detect such a strange situation here. At this moment, Yi Zhao's figure appeared 10 meters away from Bai Shanhe. However, he did not answer Bai Shanhe's question. Instead, he looked at Bai Shanhe trapped in the heaven-sealing and demon-suppressing array that he had just cast and smiled with great satisfaction. He never expected that he would put this formation to use so soon after learning it. I don't know whether to say I'm lucky or that Bai Shan is unlucky. At this time, the outside world. Without the help of this heaven-sealing demon-suppressing array, Yi Xiao would probably be in real trouble. As an 8th level professional, Bai Shanhe is definitely not someone who can fight. Although his attributes are not bad, high-level professionals have professional mechanics that low-level professionals do not have. If a fight breaks out, I'll only suffer losses. More importantly, the Zhao family must be frantically searching for me right now. Yi Xiao didn't have time to waste with Bai Shanhe. Patriarch Bai, I won't play along with you today. I'll personally come to your door another day. Get ready, ha. After saying that, Yi Xiao ignored Bai Shanhe, whose face was full of anger, and sped away into the distance with his superhuman speed. Seeing this, Bai Shanhe flew into a rage, but no matter how he tried, he could not break the restriction in front of him. He could only watch helplessly as Yi Zhao's figure disappeared from his sight before letting out a furious roar of resentment. Yi Xiao! Yi Xiao naturally couldn't hear the roar. At this moment, he was maintaining his high-speed movement while checking his skills. The time he dealt with Bai Shanhe was the first time he had used the mutated restriction barrier. The results were surprisingly good. At the same time, he also discovered that after casting the second function of the restriction barrier, sealing the heavens and banning demons, he could still cast its first function again, which was the original barrier that made him immune to damage. This discovery greatly surprised Yi Xiao. In this way, the restriction barrier, demon sealing, is equivalent to two skills, which do not share a cooldown. As expected of Red Moon's power, it is indeed so domineering. Satisfied, Yi Xiao pulled himself out of his thoughts. The rest of the journey was relatively uneventful. When he rushed back to Linhai village, Zhao Changlin and the others, as well as Bai Shanhe who had escaped from the sealing heaven and forbidden demon formation, had already lost track of Yi Xiao. The news quickly spread. Really? That Night Shadow actually escaped from the hands of 13 8th rank experts from the Zhao family? When did these 8th rank experts become so unreliable? Shu, are you stupid? It's not that the level 8 professional is fake, it's just that Night Shadow is too abnormal. I heard that even the Zhao family used a very rare array scroll, but they still couldn't stop Night Shadow. That's not all. Not only did Jiying escape, but he also slaughtered all the Dragon Abyss Legion members and everyone else in Giant Rock City in front of the Zhao family's experts. I've been there were at least 2,000 or 3,000 people there. Hiss, is Nightshade really this ruthless? He actually killed so many people? TCH, what's the big deal? The Zhao family is going to kill him anyway, how could he possibly hold back? Indeed, the Zhao family has been thoroughly humiliated by being toyed with by a newcomer. It's not just about losing face, the arrival of those 13 rank 8 experts in the beginner area cost nearly 700 million eternal coins. I heard that the Zhao family patriarch is furious about this and has started offering a reward for any information related to Night Shadow. Unfortunately, although it is a beginner area, that Night Shadow comes and goes without a trace, and no one knows where he is. That goes without saying. At this point, how could Nightshade dare to show its face? Would it be courting death? It would definitely be hiding. Upon seeing the various discussions in the chat channel, the Zhao family members turned pale and lost all face. As a result, the Zhao family went mad and threw all their men away. Yi Xiao, the instigator of all this, was also aware of it. However, he didn't really care. After a long and arduous journey, he finally returned to Linhai village. Linhai village remained eerily quiet, just as it had been before. Along the way, we noticed that the number of ocean frogs had increased considerably. However, Yi Xiao did not make a move against it, fearing that he would alert Wang the blacksmith. Yi Xiao glanced around briefly and then easily made his way to the entrance of the underground passage. It's that familiar door again. No matter how Yi Xiao tried before, he couldn't break through this door. It wasn't until he met Xiao Jin that he suddenly realized the truth. This door may look ordinary, but it is protected by rules and cannot be opened by force. However, now that Xiao Jin has the ability to break through formations, everything has become quite simple. Even without Xiao Jin appearing, Yi Xiao simply placed his hand lightly on the door. Then, this once impregnable door was pushed open so easily. Seeing this scene, Yi Xiao couldn't help but sigh inwardly.
The golden dragon's ability to break through formations is truly monstrous. Fortunately, he now possesses this ability.
Thinking of this, Yi Xiao smiled and then leaped down. Just then, Wang the blacksmith, who had been sitting deep inside the altar, suddenly opened his eyes.
Someone actually broke through the formation and broke in? How is that possible? Who is it?
According to Xiao Jin, the underground altar built by Wang the blacksmith was actually a furnace made from fragments of a broken divine artifact, with the purpose of refining the ring of vengeful spirits.
Because of decades of repeated refinement and training, as well as the dedication of professionals, time passed by, second by second. This filled the entire underground altar with incredibly powerful resentment.
The modified deep-sea lizard warriors that Yi Xiao had previously dealt with, as well as the sea monsters in Linhai village. Those were originally monsters that invaded Linhai village. However, after being killed by Wang Tai, his body became a vessel for resentment and he was resurrected. Yi Xiao then understood why these marine monsters had such ridiculously strong attributes. As for Qi Fei, Wei Wei, and the others, they were humanoid monsters created by Wang the blacksmith after he accidentally collected fragments of water element essence from the bodies of these ocean monsters, combined with his resentment. In reality, these people had died long ago, but the pure energy of the water element, combined with their resentment, allowed them to retain their memories from their previous lives. These were all things that Xiao Jin told Yi Xiao. Because Linhai village is very close to Xiao Jin's territory, this guy usually does nothing but sleep, so he occasionally uses his divine sense to wander around. Over time, they became fully aware of what was happening in Linhai village. However, since its duty was to guard that dense forest, and since human affairs were none of its concern, it didn't bother to get involved. After learning the whole truth, Yi Xiao remembered Wei Wei's diary. I was also filled with emotion. These people were originally just ordinary professionals, but because they were just as unlucky as me, they received an impossible promotion mission, and as a result, they suffered this fate. Yi Xiao felt both admiration and sympathy for them. However, it serves as a wake-up call for many. They weren't the only ones to receive the same task, so were I. However, Yi Xiao believed that he would never end up like them.
Success or failure depends on this moment.
Having been here once before, Yi Xiao was quite familiar with the place. They soon arrived at the gate of the altar. With Xiao Jin's ability to break formations, this gate couldn't stop him at all. After pushing him away, Yi Xiao cast 3 shields on himself, and the death domain was activated at the same time. Then, it activated its lightning speed and rushed straight in. It's you! You dare to come back? You're asking for death. As soon as Yi Xiao stepped into the altar, Wang the blacksmith's voice came over. Along with it came the terrifying light sphere that Yi Xiao had already experienced before. Yi Xiao, who was already on guard, dodged immediately. Then came a barrage of fireballs, indiscriminately bombarding Wang the blacksmith. Kid, the same trick again. Didn't you learn your lesson last time? This kind of skill is useless against me. As he spoke, Wang the blacksmith raised his huge hammer and spun it wildly. Yi Xiao's fireball was absorbed into him once again. Yi Xiao was neither surprised nor concerned about this. At this moment, following Xiao Jin's instructions, he quickly arrived at a corner below the altar where there was an inconspicuous black stone. If you don't look closely, you can't see anything special about it. However, Xiao Jin's voice rang out at that moment. That's right, there's one here. Destroy it. Without saying a word, Yi Xiao unleashed a barrage of skills. The black stone cracked instantly. The entire altar suddenly began to shake violently. Immediately afterwards, a chilling wind surged out from beneath the black stone, and the temperature inside the altar plummeted. From the moment Yi Xiao entered and cast the fireball spell until he destroyed the stone, less than 3 seconds had passed. So much so that the blacksmith Wang didn't have time to react until he heard the stone break, at which point his expression suddenly changed. In a moment of great anxiety, Wang the blacksmith swung his hammer fiercely at Yi Xiao, unleashing a burst of violent power. This time, however, Yi Xiao entered in his true form. Its combat power is naturally incomparable to that of a clone. Therefore, although Wang the blacksmith's bizarre skill was extremely terrifying under the blessing of the altar, Yi Xiao still easily dodged it. If you're so capable, then don't hide. However, when Wang the blacksmith turned to look for Yi Xiao, his pupils contracted sharply, his heart skipped a beat, and he immediately scolded him. Unfortunately, Yi Xiao didn't listen to him at all. After dodging Wang the blacksmith's skill, he had already found another black stone on the other side. Following Xiao Jin's instructions, they destroyed it in the same way, and the surrounding eerie winds grew even stronger. Even with Yi Xiao's current attributes, he could still feel a chill. When Wang the blacksmith saw Yi Xiao destroy 2 black stones in succession, his eyes widened in fury, and his heart felt like it was about to burst. Are you crazy? Do you know what you're doing? If this continues, you and I will both die here. Seeing Wang the blacksmith's reaction, Yi Xiao's smile deepened. There's one last piece, under the altar, which is also where the ring of vengeful spirits is located. Moreover, I can sense that the ring of vengeful spirits is almost complete. We must stop it as soon as possible, otherwise I'm afraid you, a good person, will be in trouble. However, I sensed earlier that there should be another being inside who is even stronger than this Asian man in front of me. Good man, you need to be careful. Yi Xiao nodded in response to Xiao Jin's instructions. He did not immediately go to the depths of the altar. According to Xiao Jin, as long as the two key points of the formation are destroyed, namely the two black stones mentioned earlier, the formation will be completed. The amplifying power of this altar will then lose its effect. In other words, the blacksmith Wang's combat strength will also decrease. There was an unknown fellow hiding deep inside the altar, and to avoid trouble, Yi Xiao decided to deal with Wang the blacksmith first. To be honest, this blacksmith Wang's abilities are strange and unpredictable. If he doesn't deal with him first, he's really afraid that if that unknown guy joins forces with blacksmith Wang, he'll be in a very passive position. Although I don't know why that guy has been hiding, isn't this the perfect opportunity for me to deal with Wang the blacksmith? Thinking of this, Yi Xiao suddenly turned around and started throwing all sorts of skills at Wang the blacksmith. After all, he was only at the second job advancement, so his skills were limited, and his fighting style was nothing special, just simple and brutal smashing attacks. At this moment, when Wang the blacksmith saw Yi Xiao continuously unleashing his skills, his expression changed for the first time. Just as Xiao Jin said, after the two key points of the formation were destroyed, Wang the blacksmith's fighting strength dropped drastically. He, who was originally extremely arrogant, did not use the iron hammer to counter Yi Xiao's barrage of attacks as he had done before. Instead, they chose to flee immediately. To Yi Xiao's surprise, despite his burly physique, this blacksmith Wang was surprisingly fast. Unfortunately, Yi Xiao was faster than him, and in an instant, the entire altar was covered by various elemental energies. Wang the blacksmith's health points quickly began to drop rapidly. Yi Xiao breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. He had expected a fierce battle, but the outcome was much easier than he had imagined. If this continues, Wang the blacksmith will die in less than 30 seconds. However, just as Yi Xiao was calmly waiting for Wang the blacksmith to die, a surge of bloodthirsty and violent black energy suddenly erupted from the depths of the altar. In an instant, Yi Xiao realized that the skills he released were somewhat stagnant. Just as Yi Xiao was in shock, suddenly, the blacksmith Wang let out a shrill scream. "No, you can't do this to me. I've devoted myself to you for decades. You can't kill me." This sudden turn of events caught Yi Xiao off guard. The violent black energy instantly enveloped Wang the blacksmith, leaving him with almost no chance to resist. In an instant, Wang the blacksmith's robust body visibly shrank rapidly. He quickly became skin and bones. His essence and blood flowed into that black energy. A strange red color appeared within the originally pitch-black energy. Wang the blacksmith was both shocked and furious at the sight. He had spent years building this altar and knew everything about it perfectly well. No one knew the power of this black energy better than him. Once entangled by it, your flesh and blood will be rapidly drained, and even your soul will be trapped within it for eternity, constantly scorched by flames, unable to reincarnate. Thinking of this, in extreme pain, Wang the blacksmith mustered his last bit of strength and struggled and shouted angrily, "Damn it, how could you have forged this ring without me? And now you're turning your back on me after you've served your purpose? Damn it, stop it. Have you gone mad, you old bastard? Ah, no, please, for all the years I've helped you, please stop." At this moment, Wang the blacksmith's face was ferocious, and blood was constantly flowing from his body, making him look extremely eerie. However, the raging black energy ignored Wang the blacksmith's cries and, like a bloodthirsty and indifferent venomous snake, dragged Wang the blacksmith directly into the center of the altar. Yi Xiao, who was standing to the side, could feel that this black energy was filled with a lot of unsettling resentment. Without a doubt, this must be the energy of the Ring of Vengeful Spirits. The one who can control this power should be the mysterious being that Xiao Jin mentioned before. However, Yi Xiao didn't understand why this mysterious person wanted to kill Wang the blacksmith. Weren't they in cahoots? This question didn't linger in Yi Xiao's mind for long. As Wang the blacksmith screamed in terror and anger from within the entire altar burst forth with a blinding green light in an instant. Along with it came a piercing and eerie sound. "Ha ha ha, it's done. It's finally done. All my decades of hard work have finally paid off." The sudden, piercing sound made Yi Xiao extremely vigilant. "Oh no, good man, the Ring of Vengeful Spirits has been completed, and I can feel the power within it constantly increasing. If you don't destroy the final array as soon as possible, you'll be in big trouble once it refines all the resentment within it." Yi Xiao's expression hardened slightly. Even Xiao Jin said there would be trouble, which is enough to prove the power of this Ring of Vengeful Spirits. But it's just troublesome, not that there's no chance at all. In any case, Yi Xiao would not give up so easily. Thinking of this, Yi Xiao activated his lightning speed and then, braving the decaying energy, leaped into the center of the altar. That is the last key point of this altar's formation. Destroying it will completely destroy the entire altar. Soon, Yi Xiao, braving the raging energy around him, reached the high platform of the altar. The moment his feet touched the ground, he heard an extremely cold voice. "Human, don't be delusional. The energy at the center of this altar is not something a mere human like you can withstand. If I were you, the wisest thing to do would be to run away before I finish this last step, otherwise the surrounding energy will tear you to shreds." Hearing the warning from the voice, Yi Xiao raised an eyebrow. Just as the voice said, Yi Xiao also discovered that his life points were starting to drain away at a frequency of 5 seconds. Yi Xiao's heart skipped a beat. So that's how it is. The altar is filled with black energy that devours all life around it. Overestimating yourself. It seems I don't even need to lift a finger. Very well, then become the final nourishment for my divine artifact. Your power looks so delicious. I believe it will satisfy my divine artifact's hunger. However, the next moment, hearing the mysterious man's arrogant words, Yi Xiao smiled inwardly. This absorption of energy is indeed quite terrifying. If a normal professional were to come here, they would probably be drained dry in an instant. But the other party obviously couldn't know my situation. In the end, this black energy is nothing more than damage from dark elements. However, although Yi Xiao's dark element resistance is not the highest among all elemental resistances, it is still a whopping 47,532 points. In addition, there are 3 shields and the offsetting effect of the death field. This loss of health points naturally wouldn't have much of an impact on Yi Xiao, who has 400,000 health points. A moment later, the mysterious man clearly realized something was wrong and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. How is this possible? How can you still be standing? Yi Xiao chuckled lightly, said nothing, and walked towards the center. But Yi Xiao soon realized something was wrong as he got closer to the center of the altar. His health points were draining away faster and faster. As he approached the center, the frequency of his health loss changed from 277 points every 5 seconds to 277 points every 2 seconds. Upon seeing this, Yi Xiao was slightly startled. Don't come any closer, or you'll die a horrible death. Yi Xiao, upon hearing these words, understood perfectly. It sounded like the mysterious person was threatening him, but the more he did so, the more Yi Xiao understood that the mysterious person was worried. This made Yi Xiao even more certain that the other party was clearly afraid of him. Thinking of this, Yi Xiao dared not delay any longer. Despite the damage values constantly popping up above his head, he quickly walked to the center of the altar. There was a huge, deep pit here, but it was now completely enveloped by a dense black energy. Yi Xiao tried throwing a fireball. The fireball melted instantly upon contact with the black energy. Yi Xiao frowned slightly. According to Xiao Jin's instructions, the erase core was located directly below the deep pit. But now, blocked by this black energy, he couldn't see what was happening below at all. Just as Yi Xiao was pondering how to break the current situation, an extremely cold and hoarse voice suddenly came from the bottom of the pit. Human, since you are so stubborn, once I have refined all the resentment here, it will be your death day. Hearing these seemingly strong but actually weak words, Yi Xiao immediately made a decision. Then he leaped into the huge pit. In the blink of an eye, his entire body was completely enveloped by that black energy. The strong smell of decay made him feel dizzy and lightheaded for a moment. Fortunately, Yi Xiao's own resistance was extraordinary, and he was able to barely adapt after a brief period of dizziness. At this moment, with his feet touching the ground, Yi Xiao's vision finally returned. At the same time, he also got a clear view of the entire pit. The pit was still filled with a large amount of black energy, which continued to drain his life points. At this point, his frequency of loss changed from once every 2 seconds to once per second. The damage has doubled. Yi Xiao glanced at his health points, estimated that he could last for a while longer, and then ignored it. At the same time, a striking, eerie green light caught Yi Xiao's attention. At this moment, in the deep pit, a ring with a unique shape and a surface covered in green light was quietly floating in mid-air. The surrounding black energy is being continuously absorbed by it at a specific rate. Is this the ring of vengeful spirits? However, before Yi Xiao could take a closer look, a dimly lit figure behind the ring caught his eye. Although he couldn't see the figure clearly, it didn't stop Yi Xiao from feeling an overwhelming excitement. This was because a row of information was clearly displayed above the head of that dimly lit figure. Linhai Village Chief Gelaro. It really was him. At that moment, Yi Xiao's heart skipped a beat. An indescribable joy instantly filled Yi Xiao's entire body. Now, his chances of advancing are in sight. Meanwhile, the shadowy figure, seeing that Yi Xiao had actually come here, spoke with a tone full of anger. Damn humans, this is no place for you. At this point, Yi Xiao stopped being silent and instead chuckled. You seem very afraid of me coming here? Despite being blocked by the black energy, Yi Xiao still keenly sensed that after he said those words, the dim figure's movements became somewhat unnatural. But the next moment, Graro, the former village chief of Linhai Village, quickly calmed down and said in a cold voice, Human, don't overestimate yourself. I admit you've surprised me somewhat. No normal person could withstand the devouring power of this energy. However, even if you can come here, it doesn't mean anything. If this weren't the final, crucial moment that prevented me from taking action, how could you possibly be my match with your strength? But even so, you can't hurt me if you want to. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao raised his hand and unleashed a fireball spell. However, as Greta said, the fireball was swallowed up by the surrounding energy after it flew into the air. Ha ha ha, don't waste your time. I have set up another barrier here. Even if you destroy all the altars outside now, you won't be able to harm me in the slightest. Just wait to become nourishment for my divine artifact. Hearing Greta's words, Yi Xiao couldn't help but reveal a half smile. Previously,
this might have given Yi Xiao a major headache.
At the same time, Xiao Jin's voice rang in Yi Xiao's mind.
It's just a barrier that negates damage, nothing special. Just walk right through it.
Hearing Xiao Jin's words,
Yi Xiao understood and immediately walked inside.
Seeing this, Growler sneered, foolish.
My barrier can not only block any attack, but also keep all living beings at bay. How could you?
At this moment, Yi Xiao had already passed through the barrier that Grello was so proud of and slowly walked up to him under Grello's shocked gaze.
How could you break my barrier so easily? That's impossible.
Yi Xiao didn't speak. At this moment, he finally saw the true face of the village chief of Linhai village. However, to Yi Xiao's surprise, the person in front of him, Grello, was more like a skeleton wearing human skin than a human being. If it weren't for the fact that he still had an expression on his face, Yi Xiao would have thought that this guy was already dead. At that moment, after a brief moment of surprise, Neglero suddenly burst into unrestrained laughter.
I have to admit, you really surprised me. You are the most special person I have ever met. I'm not afraid to tell you that I am no match for you now.
All my energy has been poured into that ring. You can easily kill me with just a wave of your hand. After a pause, Grello's tone suddenly changed.
Too bad. Do you dare kill me? If you kill me, I'm afraid you'll never be able to complete the third stage of advancement in your lifetime.
Hearing Greta's words, Yi Xiao's heart sank slightly. This is also what he is most worried about. Although he did not state the purpose of his visit. But over the years, almost all the professionals who come here have come for this one purpose. This has already been proven by Grolero's interactions with Chi Fei and others. Therefore, even if Yi Xiao wanted to hide it, it would be impossible. At this moment, Yi Xiao was somewhat troubled. My third job advancement quest is to clear out the sea monsters invading Linhai village. He had already completed this prerequisite task and the task content had changed to submitting the task to the village chief of Linhai village.
But the current problem is, how should I submit it?
The man before him, Grello, was hostile towards him. If he were to speak first, Grello would likely refuse.
They might even use this to blackmail themselves and buy time.
But Yi Xiao couldn't wait until the other party successfully refined the ring of vengeful spirit. Previously, Wang the blacksmith's strange abilities had caused Yi Xiao quite a bit of trouble.
The village chief of Linhai village is even more powerful than Wang the blacksmith, especially after witnessing him so easily swallow Wang the blacksmith.
It is easy to imagine how terrifying the opponent's combat power will be once the ring is forged.
Whether we can survive against them is still unknown, not to mention completing the mission.
Seemingly sensing Yi Xiao's predicament, Grolero laughed even more wildly. Kid, just stay put.
Maybe after I finish forging the divine artifact, I'll be in a good mood and help you complete the task.
That would be good for both of us, how about it? Yi Xiao looked at Greta in front of him, his mind racing.
He naturally wouldn't believe Greta's clumsy lie.
If things are beyond his control, then he has no choice but to kill his opponent. After all, staying alive is more important than completing the advancement mission.
However, just as he was about to take action, Xiao Jin's voice suddenly rang out.
Good guy,
don't you know that the tasks of you professionals are controlled by rules, and you can submit them without the other party's consent?
Xiao Jin's sudden words startled Yi Xiao. Xiao Jin looked at Yi Xiao with a hopeless expression.
These are the rules set by the Supreme God.
Any interaction between you human professionals and the Maya people, once it occurs, must be executed unconditionally by both parties.
The Maya people cannot violate them.
Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao was overjoyed.
So that's how it's said.
Luckily, Xiao Jin is here. Otherwise, he would have almost ruined his future.
At this point, Groello, clearly unaware of the situation, continued his arrogant shouting, well, have you made up your mind?
Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao smiled slightly and said, I've thought it through. Then, he took 2 steps forward, stood in front of Grero, took a deep breath, and slowly began to speak. Respected village chief, I have helped Linhai village eliminate the invading sea monster frogs, and now I am here to submit my mission to you. Upon hearing this, Rolero's expression changed drastically. However, the next moment, his body began to tremble uncontrollably. He tried to struggle, but an irresistible will seemed to descend from the darkness, causing him to freeze and blurt out, respected adventurer, your courage and strength are
truly astonishing. As the village chief of Linhai village, I thank you for your contributions. To express my gratitude, I present you with this ring, which symbolizes courage. Ding!
Congratulations on completing the mission to save the fallen coastal village.
Ding! Congratulations on completing the advancement quest and successfully advancing to the third job advancement. You have gained +20 to Constitution and +60 to Intelligence. Ding!
Now, for every level you gain, all your attributes increase by 4 points, and your free attribute points increase by 20 points.
Hearing this pleasant notification sound,
Yi Xiao felt an indescribable sense of comfort, and the gloom that had been weighing on his heart for so long was instantly swept away. When Yi Xiao first received the mission to advance to the third job advancement level, he thought his professional career was over. Fortunately, his perseverance paid off, and he found a glimmer of hope.
Who would have thought that the NPCs, who were slaughtered by humans back then, would actually survive?
If Yi Xiao hadn't met Remy earlier, he probably would have given up on coming to Linhai village long ago. then none of these subsequent events would have happened.
Naturally, you won't encounter Xiaojin.
Speaking of Xiaojin, Yi Xiao couldn't help but sigh that the little guy was truly his lucky star. Although it absorbed 90 levels of my own experience points, the benefits it brought me were simply too numerous to count. Leaving aside his lifespan of tens of thousands of years, the power of the Golden Dragon and Little Gold's ability to break formations, these two factors alone greatly enhance Yi Xiao's abilities. The former doubled its own growth attributes.
For a normal 3rd job class player, each level up grants 4 points to all attributes and 20 free attribute points.
Because Yi Xiao changed his class to the hidden class Fusion Mage, he gained an extra 1 point of agility, an extra 2 points of intelligence, and an extra 3 points of free attribute points for each level he gained. Therefore, with the blessing of the Golden Dragon's power, Yi Xiao now gains +8 to strength and constitution, +10 to agility, and +12 to intelligence every time he levels up.
In addition, the number of free attribute points gained has increased dramatically to 40.
Equivalent to level 1, Yi Xiao can obtain a total of 78 points.
It's important to know that a normal professional only gains 72 total attribute points per level after reaching the 7th job advancement, while an 8th job advancement gains 81 total attribute points. This is one of the main reasons why high-level professionals can completely overwhelm low-level professionals. The attributes are completely suppressed.
Therefore, even without the aid of a god-level talent, Yi Xiao's attribute points alone are enough to crush other professionals of the same level. Not to mention, the power of the Golden Dragon also provides him with a 1% increase in physical and magical defense per level. At his current level of 90, his defense has almost doubled. However, after the 3rd job advancement, skill stones were no longer awarded for advancement. To learn more advanced skills, you can only purchase them in the beginner areas or hunt specific monsters in the beginner areas and obtain them from these monsters. Yi Xiao wasn't in a hurry about this. Besides the job change information, the information list also contains a large amount of other information.
Most of them are useless, but one of them is crucial.
Please proceed to the beginner area within 48 hours of completing your 3rd job advancement. Failure to do so will result in a demotion penalty. Yi Xiao didn't really care about this message. After all, with Xiaojin around, he could gain experience by killing people, and he could also pass the experience tests provided by the Zhao and by families. All of this proves that the experience points he can gain from killing are dozens of times greater than those from killing monsters. So even if he were to be demoted to level 1 again, Yi Xiao would not panic at all. It's nothing more than going to the Zhao or by families to kill some more people.
No, impossible. How could this be? How could this be?
At this moment, Greta's seemingly insane voice rang out, interrupting Yi Xiao's thoughts. Coming to his senses, Yi Xiao looked at the dejected Jellero and remembered that when he submitted the 3rd tier advancement quest, Jellero seemed to have mentioned giving him a ring as a reward. Thinking of this, Yi Xiao's heart pounded, and he couldn't help but turn around to look at the ring of vengeful spirits that was quietly floating in midair. Does the ring refer to this? Upon seeing Yi Xiao's actions, Guerrero's eyes turned bloodshot, and he shouted angrily,
"Damn it, that's not something you can have."
Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao smiled and said, "So it really is that." Upon hearing this, Guerrero was so angry he almost vomited blood. He had painstakingly planned for decades, never imagining that it would end like this. He was unwilling to accept that all his life's efforts had been for nothing, that they had benefited from his efforts. So, Guerrero made a last-ditch effort and slowly said, "I have infused that ring with tens of thousands of wronged souls.
That power is not something a newbie like you who
has just completed the 3rd job advancement can control.
The resentment inside will completely corrupt you and turn you into a bloodthirsty monster that cannot think."
Yi Xiao knew that Grello wanted to prevent him from obtaining the ring. However, Yi Xiao didn't care about any of that.
Resentment, in the end, is nothing more than the harm caused by 2 elements, darkness and the spirit.
Unfortunately, Yi Xiao is quite resilient in both of these aspects.
My mental resistance is now 36,495 points, not to mention my dark element resistance, which is already close to 50,000 points.
With such high resistance, he didn't think the resentment in the ring of vengeful spirits could have any effect on him. If so, you can simply find more passive skill stones to improve these 2 resistances. As for whether Yi Xiao would feel burdened by using this bloodstained, evil object, that's even more impossible. As long as it can improve his strength, Yi Xiao doesn't care how this thing was made.
Anyway, it was you, Grawler and the blacksmith Wang, who killed the people, so what does it have to do with him?
Even if we take a step back, Yi Xiao has already killed quite a few people, so why would he care about such a thing? With a slight smile, Yi Xiao stepped forward and took down the ring that was still floating in midair, under the angry and unwilling gaze of Grievous.
As soon as the ring was in hand, a dark and evil aura emanated from it.
Yi Xiao only felt a chill, but nothing else. This proves that one's own resistance can completely withstand the negative effects of the Ring of Vengeance. Upon seeing this, Yi Xiao smiled slightly and then began to examine the attributes of the Ring of Vengeful Spirits.
Ring of Vengeful Spirits, special item.
Special feature, increases all attributes by 50% when worn. Special effect 1, upon successfully slaying an intelligent life form, the the ring will actively absorb the target's soul and transform it into a vengeful spirit filled with resentment.
Absorbing vengeful spirits can enhance its properties.
Special effect 2. When you suffer fatal damage, you can use the vengeful spirits stored in the ring as a substitute.
Cooldown, 1 hour. Required level, 90.
Requirements for wearing: dark resistance 20,000 or higher, mental resistance 20,000 or higher. Yi Xiao was stunned for a moment when he saw the description of the ring of vengeful spirits. Then he felt ecstatic.
Unlike normal equipment, this ring has no basic attributes or effects.
Instead, it has only one characteristic and 2 special effects.
However, this feature is extremely good as it directly increases all attributes by 50%.
Yi Xiao put it on his body directly. As for the requirements for wearing this ring of vengeful spirits, it was not a problem for him at all. Instantly, a powerful force surged into his body.
Yi Xiao opened the panel and took a look. ID, Night Shadow. Level, 90. Class, Fusion Mage. Free attribute points, 0.
Attributes: Strength 996, Constitution 3168, Agility 8964, Intelligence 16045, Health 413530/413530, Mana 164255/164255.
Skills: Fireball, Mana Fountain, Experience Surge. Expand.
Abilities: Lava Blade, Forge, Death Domain, Dark Rebirth, Storm Rush, Blessing of the Wind.
Sure enough, his 4-dimensional attributes increased by half.
Agility is nearly 9,000 points, and intelligence has directly increased to 16,045 points. In other words, this ring of vengeful spirits instantly provided him with nearly 10,000 points of his 4-dimensional attributes.
This feature alone completely outclasses all the equipment he carries.
You should know that even after so many purifications, the combined attributes of his 5 mythical pieces of equipment are still less than those of this ring of vengeance. More importantly, the special effect of this ring of vengeance is that it can enhance the attributes by killing intelligent life forms.
It's just too buggy.
Of course, what surprised Yi Xiao the most was the second effect of the ring of vengeful spirits. When fatally injured, one can be replaced by a vengeful spirit stored in the ring.
The cooldown time is only 1 hour.
In other words, as long as the number of vengeful spirits stored in the ring is sufficient, and as long as one is not subjected to 2 fatal blows in a row within an hour, the ring can be activated. Yi Xiao was practically immortal. With Yi Xiao's current abilities, it doesn't seem too difficult for him to last for an hour. Thus, the second special effect of this ring undoubtedly greatly enhances Yi Xiao's life safety. Yi Xiao was in a great mood for a moment. He hadn't expected that he was originally struggling with completing the 3rd job advancement task. Now, not only has the mission been successfully completed, but they have also unexpectedly received this benefit. This was completely beyond his expectations. At that moment, as Yi Xiao put the ring on his body, Guerrero's aura became even more listless. However, his eyes were filled with disbelief, and he murmured to himself, "How is that possible?
You're only level 90.
Logically, you shouldn't be able to withstand the backlash from the ring of vengeance.
How could you be completely unharmed?"
According to Guerrero's original prediction, even if Yi Xiao really wore the ring of vengeful spirits, he would soon be overwhelmed by those powerful resentful thoughts, and die from a mental breakdown. Even if they don't die, at least one madman can't escape. In this way, he would still have a chance to win back the ring that belonged to him.
Grievous stared blankly at Yi Xiao, whose face remained calm, utterly perplexed.
As for Yi Xiao, he became interested after hearing what Grello said. He asked curiously, "I'm a little confused.
Why do you want to use this ring as a reward for the mission?"
Upon hearing Yi Xiao's words, Guerrero could no longer hold back and spat out a mouthful of foul-smelling blood, instantly staining his chest red.
"I was just asking, is there any need for such a big reaction?"
Yi Xiao said with a grin. Guerrero's forehead veins bulged, and he glared at Yi Xiao with a ferocious expression, saying in a hoarse voice, "Don't be so smug.
This ring of vengeful spirits is not yet fully refined. Even if I force you to wear it, do you think that will make things alright?"
"Oh,
then tell me, what's going to happen?"
Yi Xiao asked casually.
Unfortunately, Guerrero did not intend to answer Yi Xiao. As for Yi Xiao's initial question, Guerrero felt bitter.
If he had a choice, why would he make such a foolish one?
This ring was indeed originally intended as a reward for professionals who completed tasks, and before he used it to refine, its attributes were not particularly outstanding.
The earliest ring of vengeance should be called the Ring of Courage. Just like the words Guerrero uttered uncontrollably when Yi Xiao completed the mission, they were meant to praise the courage of professionals. Its original effect was merely a 5% increase in all attributes, plus an effect that could withstand 5,000 points of damage per hour. However, due to the catastrophe 80 years ago, all of them, the Maya people, were slaughtered. The order of the immortal world has also undergone earth-shattering changes. As the village chief of Linhai village, he was the strongest in the village, but how could he possibly be a match for those high-level human professionals? When the war broke out, he originally thought he was doomed. However, due to a series of unforeseen events, Linhai village was surrounded by a large number of marine monsters, and was located in a remote area.
As a result, human professionals did not initially pay attention attention to this little fishing village that had little presence. And when humans arrived here later, the entire coastal village had long been invaded by ocean monsters, and all the villagers had died. Only with the help of blacksmith Wang could he dig a tunnel here. The two originally wanted to escape the war and survive. Unexpectedly, the two accidentally discovered this abandoned underground altar. He then had the good fortune to discover a special method of weapon forging in the altar, which he then handed over to the blacksmith Wang. For Wang the blacksmith, weapon forging was his old profession. Upon seeing it, I was immediately awestruck. Furthermore, he predicted that if equipment were forged using this method, its power would be comparable to that of a divine artifact. The only problem is that this weapon refining method is too evil. If it gets out, they might be hunted down. So the blacksmith Wang hesitated, but Guerrero didn't think so. Now that the Amayans are suffering repeated defeats, it's only a matter of time before they are completely slaughtered. Since that's the case, why not take a gamble? If they can forge this divine artifact, perhaps they can escape the pursuit of the human professionals. It was with this idea in mind. Under Grawler's constant persuasion, the blacksmith finally agreed. However, neither of them dared to leave the underground altar easily at that time. After thinking for a long time, Guerrero had no choice but to take out a bunch of rings of courage that were originally used to reward human professionals and melt them together as a base. In his mind, the Asians and humans had already fallen out. He can no longer offer any help to humanity, so there's no need to worry about the reward. But he never expected this. Decades later, he encountered humans again. Compared to the chaos Yishao caused in the 702 newbie zone, the other newbie zones were relatively quiet. Perhaps it's because the disciples of the top forces are leading the way that the overall leveling speed of all newcomers this year is much faster than in previous years. Currently, some newcomers with average strength have reached around level 60, and even the lagging group has a minimum level of nearly 50. Such a situation rarely occurs in previous years. However, compared to this, the new recruits who were at the forefront had already reached level 80. Despite the fact that these leading newcomers have the resources invested recklessly by their respective backers, they are only 20 levels behind the middle troops. It's important to know that the higher the level, the more experience is required to level up, increasing exponentially. In other words, the later the level, the longer it takes to level up. This is something that cannot be changed no matter how many resources are available. But this speed is already enough to surpass any newcomer from previous years. Even Zhao Hao, the genius hailed by the Zhao family as a once-in-a-century talent 2 years ago, didn't level up at a speed of more than this. However, even though the speed had more than doubled, the Qin soldiers were still very dissatisfied. He even flew into a rage over this, cursing the group of people sent by the Qin family to help him level up. Useless. They're all useless. My talent is clearly no less than that Ji Zijio from the Ji family, so why is he already level 87 while I'm only level 85? Before him, all the members of the Qin family lowered their heads and dared not speak. Qin Bing had just received news that the Naji family's newest disciple had reached level 87, and Qin Bing had been cursing about it for half an hour. Actually, these people are also very aggrieved. They can only play a supporting role here. The speed of leveling up is ultimately determined by the professional themselves. Furthermore, some professions are inherently slow to level up and tend to become powerful later in the game, and Qin soldiers belong to this type. Reaching level 85 in such a short time is already the limit. Even if the family were willing to invest more resources, it wouldn't improve much further. However, faced with the enraged Qin soldiers, they dared not say these words and could only silently endure their insults. Qin Bing was fully aware of this, but he could not suppress his anger. Shortly after he received the news that Ji Zijio had advanced to level 87, his family also sent him a notification. The meaning is simple: stop investing resources. This is what infuriates the Qin soldiers the most. Although he knew that at his current pace, he had no chance of winning the Rookie of the Year title, he was still unwilling to accept it, so these people in front of him became his punching bags. After cursing for a long time, Qin Bing had completely vented his anger, so he waved his hand and told everyone to go back and report. A moment later, he looked in the distance and muttered through gritted teeth, "Damn Ji Zijio, I'll let you be smug for a while. Once we get to the beginner area, I'll show you that just leveling up fast isn't enough." As Ji Zijio's level was discovered and spread, Qi Bai from the Qi family, Wei Jun from the Wei family, and the new scions from various other top forces all had expressions as ugly as if they had eaten shit, and some of their reactions were even more extreme than those of the Qin soldiers. There's no way around it. It's the title of Rookie of the Year. Everyone put in their best effort and spent so many resources, only to find that all their efforts were in vain. How could they possibly be at peace with that? In an instant, these newcomers and the forces behind them all turned their attention to the Ji family. Despite being one of the 8 great families of the Alliance, the Ji family has kept a low profile for decades, so much so that they are almost overlooked if no one mentions them. At this moment, many people suddenly realized that the Ji family, which was being suppressed by several other forces, might be trying to announce that they would no longer keep a low profile. In an instant, undercurrents suddenly surged within the entire alliance. After all, resources resources are limited.
If Smart Home is to make a strong comeback, it will inevitably have to break the current resource allocation.
This is something many people don't want to see. Is things already starting to get unsettled?
In a level 90 secret realm, Jizijio stood in front of a mirror image, a mocking smile on his lips, speaking with an expression that was neither sad nor happy. If outsiders were present, they would likely be shocked by the identity of the mirror image, Ji Jisun, the head of the Ji family. Who would have thought that his mirror image would descend upon the newbie zone? Although the Ji family has declined somewhat, it is still one of the 8 major families in the alliance. As the head of such a powerful family, Ji Jisun rarely shows himself in front of outsiders. However, he appeared at this moment, and it was for a newcomer in the family.
This signal is of great significance.
At this moment, Ji Jisun looked at Jizijio, who was tall and composed, with a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. But the next moment, he shook his head helplessly and sighed. It's just a title of Rookie of the Year. It's not worth it. Upon hearing this, Jizijio looked at Ji Jisun and chuckled. Father, put away your old-fashioned ideas and continue to keep a low
profile and endure. Do you believe that the other 7 families will soon devour our Ji family until there are no bones left? Ji Jisun looked at Jizijio without refuting. How could he not know this?
As the head of the Ji family, he naturally knew perfectly well what kind of people the other 7 families were, especially the Han, Zhao, and Wei families. If they hadn't secretly sided with those 3 back then, how could the Ji family have ended up in this situation today? Today, these 3 small fry who were once like docile hunting dogs in front of them are now running wild on the Ji family's head. The Zhao family, in particular, has grown increasingly powerful in recent years and increasingly disregards the Ji family. Ji Jisun, as the head of the family, kept all of this in mind.
But what good is hatred alone?
With the suppression of the 3 Illusions alliance, it was difficult for his Ji family to develop. If he hadn't kept a low profile, he might not have survived to this day. This is why he sought refuge with the Qin family, putting on a show of deference before them and willingly becoming their obedient dog. At least this way, his Ji family won't be wiped out. As long as you live, there is hope. However, after enduring so much hardship and finally achieving the current situation, it was all completely destroyed by his own son, Jizijio, right before his eyes. Thinking of this, Ji Jisun looked at Jizijio with a complicated expression, sighed, and said, Xiaozhou, it's not too late to back down now.
The Ji family isn't ready yet. Your exposure will only bring trouble to the family. Jizijio ignored her completely and said coldly, so, for the sake of this damned family, you'd rather watch me die?
Ji Jisun was taken aback, then shook his head and said, I won't let you die.
Besides, that matter is actually good for you, so you shouldn't reject it.
Jizijio sneered, so in your eyes, as long as this body is still there, it doesn't matter to you who's inside? Ji Jisun's face darkened, and he wanted to reprimand her, but seeing Jizijio's despairing expression, he couldn't bring himself to say the words.
All right, father, don't say anything.
Even without those things, I believe I can lead the Ji family back to its peak. Please believe me. Upon hearing this, Ji Jisun shook his head. He didn't blame Jizijio for being naive. It was simply that his son didn't know what kind of beings they would be facing in the future.
By then, what role could he play on his own?
However, he already knew that Jizijio was impossible to dissuade, and now the entire family dared not harm or restrict Jizijio. Ji Jisun could only sigh helplessly. Given the current situation, it's practically a done deal for Jizijio to win the title of Rookie of the Year. He can only go back and quickly come up with a solution to deal with the chain reaction that would follow. However, just as Ji Jisun was preparing to leave, for all professionals in the beginner zone, the chat channel pops up automatically. Immediately afterwards, 3 bright red announcements popped up without warning. Ding! World announcement, Nightshade has successfully reached level 90 and completed the job advancement quest, successfully completing the 3rd job change. As the first newcomer to achieve this goal this year, she is awarded the title Newcomer King and a Newcomer King treasure chest.
Ding! World announcement, Nightshade has successfully reached level 90 and completed the job advancement quest, successfully completing the 3rd job change.
As the first newcomer to achieve this goal this year, she is awarded the title Newcomer King and a Newcomer King treasure chest.
Ding! World announcement, Nightshade has successfully reached level 90 and completed the job advancement quest, successfully completing the 3rd job change.
As the first newcomer to achieve this goal this year, she is awarded the title Newcomer King and a Newcomer King treasure chest. In an instant, all the professionals across the entire Eternal Continent put down what they were doing and stared intently at the eye-catching 3 lines of announcement on the chat channel.
After a brief pause,
the entire chat channel exploded like a powder keg.
What? I didn't see that wrong, did I? Nightshade won the Rookie of the Year title? Wait, wasn't we just saying not long ago that the title of Rookie of the Year was definitely going to Jizijio from the Ji family? How did it become Yorokage? How is that possible?
Night Shadow is being hunted down all over the world by the Zhao family.
Where would an ordinary person like him get the resources to level up? Relying solely on wild monsters wouldn't be enough.
Yes, not to mention the Ji family, even the newcomers from other forces have received more than double the resources compared to previous years. I didn't expect that Night Shadow could still win the title of Rookie King.
What do you know? Don't you know that not long ago, the Zhao family's Dragon Abyss Legion in the newbie area was completely wiped out by Night Shadow alone?
And that was in front of 13 of the Zhao family's top combatants. I had already guessed that this year's Rookie King would definitely be Night Shadow.
Wow, that's outrageous. I've never heard of that before.
Nonsense, the Zhao family would definitely want to control the news about such a shameful thing.
I only found out by accident.
This puzzled him greatly. At this moment, the entire chat channel erupted into chaos. Compared to the fact that someone won the title of Rookie of the Year so quickly this year, everyone was obviously more shocked by the ID that won the title, Night Shadow. An ordinary person, despite being surrounded by the Zhao family, one of the 8 great families in the alliance, and without any secret resources, overpowered the chosen ones of top forces to become the new king. This record is truly incredibly impressive, so impressive that it inspires despair. However, compared to ordinary people, this despair was even more intense for the scions of the various factions who were originally determined to become the new king. Xin Bing stared at the world announcement in the chat channel, his face flushed and paled, his eyes practically spitting fire. There were several other families like him. However, after a brief moment of shock and anger, these people suddenly burst into laughter for no apparent reason. The reason is simple. Their family had already given up on letting them compete for the title of Rookie of the Year. Now that Nightshade has suddenly emerged as a dark horse and snatched the title of Rookie of the Year, it is not a loss for them. On the contrary, because of Night Shadow, Tomoko Kujo of the Nachi family did not win the title, which made them feel a little more gratified. If I can't get it, no one else can either. That's what they were thinking. Meanwhile, the Ji family father and son, who had just finished their conversation, were also stunned by this sudden announcement. Ji Jisun reacted quickly, and after regaining his senses, he couldn't help but look at Ji Zijo beside him with concern. Sure enough, Ji Zijo's face was no longer as calm and composed as before. It became ferocious, but her eyes still revealed a look of disbelief. Upon seeing this, Ji Jisun sighed softly. That's good, at least my Ji family has avoided a lot of trouble. However, at this moment, Ji Zijo couldn't hear anything Ji Gxan said at all, his eyes fixed on the announcement.
It's that Night Shadow again. It's always him. Why? Why?
Meanwhile, in the 702 beginner area, there is an underground altar in Linhai village. Yi Xiao was also staring blankly at the world announcement at this moment. He was so caught up in his joy that he forgot about it.
Upon seeing the announcement, Yi Xiao was momentarily stunned before a smile finally appeared on his face.
However, he quickly turned his attention back to Groero in front of him. As he put the Ring of Vengeance into his possession, Groero, sitting on the ground, became increasingly weak. Yi Xiao wasn't surprised by this. Little Jean had already told him that the method Greller used to create the Ring of Vengeance was to use himself as the original vessel for the Ring of Vengeance. All his power came from the Ring of Vengeful Spirits, so when Yi Xiao took the Ring of Vengeful Spirits, it was equivalent to severing Grellero's last chance of life. Even without Yi Xiao's intervention, Grero will eventually die from exhaustion of his last bit of life. Yi Xiao naturally had no reason to sympathize with this. Even if Grero is alright, he will still do it himself. Save me, I'm already bound to the Ring of Vengeance. If you save me, you'll gain a lot of free combat power. I can do many things for you. Unfortunately, Greco hadn't finished speaking. Yi Xiao's fireball had completely engulfed him. Having stolen Greco's decades of hard work, the man's hatred for him would likely never be erased, even after hundreds of years. Furthermore, the Ring of Vengeful Spirits was crafted by the other party, and there might be some hidden tricks that Yi Xiao is unaware of. Given this situation, how could Yi Xiao possibly keep such a time bomb by his side? It's better to die, of course. Looking at the corpses burned to ashes by the fireball, Yi Xiao shook his head. Don't worry, although you can't work for me while you're alive, you can still do your part for me even after you die. As he spoke, Yi Xiao opened the Ring of Vengeful Spirits. Sure enough, a new display for the number of wronged souls appeared above. Meanwhile, the original feature was to increase all attributes by 50%. After absorbing the vengeful spirit of Growler, it also became 50.1%. An increase of 0.1% doesn't seem like much, but you should know that this is just the energy provided by a wronged soul. The more vengeful spirits he collects, the more terrifyingly powerful this ability will become. Having resolved all of this, Yi Xiao prepared to leave. What exactly is going on? However, as he passed the original location, a thought suddenly occurred to him. They quickly found a black stone. Yi Xiao casually destroyed it. The next moment, the entire altar began to shake violently. It looks like it's about to collapse. However, Yi Xiao instead revealed a smile. Ding! The restrictive barrier has broken the rules of the evil spirit furnace formation, causing an anomaly. Sure enough, after the array around the altar was broken, the barrier changed again. Yi Xiao casually opened the introduction to his barrier skill. Restriction Barrier, Demon Ceiling. Function 1, designate a location, consume 5000 mana, and set up a barrier that grants immunity to all damage. Duration, 60 minutes. Cooldown, 18 minutes. Function 2, designate a location, consume consume 30,000 mana and create a sealed, magic-free space. All creatures within this space cannot leave, and all their spatial skills are silenced.
Duration, 60 minutes. Cooldown, 18 minutes. Function 3, consumes 10,000 mana to cast a demonic furnace within a 5x5 area centered on yourself.
Within the demonic furnace's area, each creature that dies will increase your attack and both defenses by 1%.
Duration, 60 minutes. Cooldown, 18 minutes.
Seeing the third function appear after the barrier was broken and the evil spirit furnace was absorbed, Yi Xiao suddenly realized why the blacksmith Wang had desperately summoned those modified deep-sea lizard warriors to feed him, even though he knew they were no match for him. So that's where the buffs were stacked. At the same time, he also understood why the blacksmith Wang dared not leave the underground altar. Clearly, without the buffs he received after leaving the altar, Wang the blacksmith was no match for Yi Xiao. All doubts were resolved. At this moment, the altar, having lost its energy support, was collapsing rapidly at a visible speed. Yi Xiao, having closed the skill description, also activated it with lightning speed. A moment later, when he appeared in Linhai village, the earth roared violently, and then Yi Xiao saw the ground beneath his feet begin to sink. Yi Xiao had no choice but to quickly leave Linhai village and arrive at the camp where the Self-Strengthening Association had previously been located. As soon as he stood still, he saw a loud rumble emanate from Linhai village, and then the entire village sank completely underground, turning the already dilapidated houses into ruins. Thus, this small village, which had been abandoned for nearly a century, completely disappeared from the world of immortality.
Meanwhile, the Self-Reliance Association's camp was covered in dust due to neglect.
Yi Xiao suddenly wondered if the reason why he and Shi Fei and some other Chunibius received this impossible third-stage advancement mission was because Gelaro was still alive.
If that's the case, then it means that after Guero's death, no one else will ever receive the same mission as him again?
In other words, many of the tasks that cannot be completed in the current world of immortality mean that the NPCs associated with those tasks have not yet died. Thinking of this, Yi Xiao was somewhat surprised, but this was just his guess and he had no way of confirming it. Of course, now that I have successfully completed the third job advancement, all of this is no longer of much concern to me. Shaking his head, Yi Xiao let out a soft breath and then began to examine his newly acquired spoils. A Rookie King title and a Rookie King reward chest. First is the title of Rookie King. According to records, any rookie who obtains this title will have their combat power greatly increased. However, most people are unclear about the specifics of how to improve or how much improvement to achieve. The reason is simple. In the past, the Rookie of the Year title has almost always been monopolized by the 8 major families in the league. Even if newcomers who do not belong to the 8 major families are occasionally acquired, these people are recruited by the 8 major families early on.
As a result, the specific boost provided by the newcomer king under the strict requirements of the 8 major families remains unknown to outsiders. With a bit of curiosity, Yi Xiao opened his character panel and quickly found the title. However, after just one glance, Yi Xiao's eyes widened instantly. Rookie King, Special Title.
Among your 4 main attributes, the attribute with the lowest value will receive an increase equal to the value of your highest value. Although the description was a bit convoluted, Yi Xiao understood the meaning immediately. Taking his own situation as an example, his highest among the 4 attributes is Intelligence, which has soared to 16,045 points after wearing the Ring of Vengeance. As for the 4 attributes, the lowest is Strength, which only has 996 points even with the boost from the Ring of Vengeance. After obtaining the title of Rookie King, his Strength attribute will increase by a total of 16,045 points, which is equivalent to his Intelligence attribute. Yi Xiao glanced at his own Strength attribute, a useless attribute that he had always ignored, which instantly soared to 25,604 points with the boost from the title. With this terrifying power boost, Yi Xiao's physical defense has jumped from 24,312 points to 70,672 points. What's most outrageous is that, as a mage, his physical damage is now several times higher than his magical damage.
This left Yi Xiao somewhat amused and exasperated.
However, he was also a little confused. His intelligence was only 16,045 points. Logically speaking, even with the bonus from the Rookie King title, it should only be a little over 17,000 points at most.
How did it suddenly jump to 25,064 points?
Suddenly, Yi Xiao realized something. All of this is thanks to the Ring of Vengeful Spirits. Before the Ring of Vengeful Spirits was added, his original strength was only 664 points, but thanks to the title of Rookie King, it became 16,709 points. Finally, based on this 16,709 points, the increase is 50%, which means the final result is 25,064 points. According to this algorithm, the Ring of Vengeance provides a significantly higher boost to one's strength attribute than the other 3 attributes, equivalent to a 125% increase. Such a surge can only be described as terrifying. However, what frustrated Yi Xiao was that he was a mage, so what use was so much power to him? If he had known this would be the outcome, he would have definitely lowered his agility to the minimum, so that his agility ability would be the highest among the 4 attributes. Unfortunately, there is no such thing as resetting skill points in this world. Yi Zhao's thoughts naturally turned to Xiao Jin. To everyone's surprise, after telling Xiao Jin about the situation, the latter helplessly replied that it was impossible to encounter the same situation again. This answer disappointed Yi Xiao somewhat. He admitted that the title of Rookie King was indeed very powerful, not just ordinary powerful. It added tens of thousands of attribute points, which would be tempting even to a 9th level professional. It's no wonder that the 8 major families try their best to recruit every newcomer who wins the title of Rookie King.
You can imagine
that once a newcomer who wins the title of Rookie King grows up, their attributes alone will be enough to surpass countless others. Even if their combat strength is terrible, it's still far superior to that of an average person. Yi Xiao now understood why the 8 great families kept this a secret. Obviously, if this matter were to spread, many people would go crazy for it. How fierce will the competition be for the next batch of people? Furthermore, with such a powerful effect, let alone the 8 great families, even an ordinary person wouldn't easily spread the word, as that would undoubtedly bring trouble upon themselves. Although the strength attribute didn't significantly improve his abilities, Yi Xiao was powerless to change it, so he simply treated it as a boost to his physical defense. Shaking his head, Yi Xiao focused his gaze on the treasure chest in front of him. The treasure chests are given out along with the title, and there is no such thing as a grade. Yi Xiao was also very curious about what kind of treasure chest he could get. Thinking it over, Yi Xiao clicked on it directly. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained a special item, a magical weapon. Yi Xiao's expression suddenly changed as he looked at the special items that had been opened from the treasure chest. It turns out to be the only core skill item in the demon logistics? Suddenly, Yi Xiao realized that his increased power seemed to have a purpose. Looking at the crystal ball in front of me, which was emitting a dim light, Yi Xiao's previous gloom vanished, and a smile appeared on his face. He never expected that the reward chest for winning the Rookie of the Year award would contain the core item of the magic martial arts style, a magic weapon. Yi Xiao had long ago realized that after the 3rd job advancement and entering the beginner area, regardless of the profession, combat would no longer be a simple matter of you throwing skills and me dodging, nor would it be a situation where whoever had the higher damage would definitely win. As for Yi Zhao's ability to instantly kill the 5 black-clad stewards of the Zhao family on the road to exile. Firstly, those 5 men were merely henchmen of the Zhao family, possessing mediocre talent and strength. After all, who among the truly capable would become an unknown lackey in someone else's household? Furthermore, Yi Zhao's attributes and skills were indeed at a bug level at the time, so naturally those 5 people couldn't handle him. However, when Yi Xiao encountered Zhao Changlin and other 8th rank experts from the Zhao family, he dared not fight them head-on. Even when facing Bai Shanhe one-on-one, he would still use the ability of sealing the heavens and banishing demons to trap him, and he would not dare to confront him head-on. After all, after the 3rd job advancement, each profession can learn the core skills of various different profession styles. Those who can reach the 8th level of the profession, regardless of their strength, at least have a complete system of fighting styles. A complete fighting style can be several times more powerful than simply throwing out skills, and some rare styles can be dozens of times more powerful. In fact, before obtaining the crystal ball containing this magical weapon, Yi Xiao had not yet decided which playstyle he would pursue after his 3rd job advancement. The mage class is a profession that few people choose. Therefore, the skill sets developed by mages have been far fewer than those of other professions since ancient times. Originally, Yi Xiao thought that he had unlimited skill slots and could continuously stack skills, so he was more inclined to the violent style of the exploding star stream. However, now that we have this magical weapon plus the more than 20,000 points of power that we just gained, we can overcome this challenge. Yi Xiao then had a definite direction. This school of thought has only appeared once in the history of the immortal world, developed 30 years ago by a newcomer named Qin Wuming. However, it is said that Qin Wuming later had an accident, and then no one heard any news about him again. As a result, this magical martial arts style has become a thing of the past. Over the past 30 years, many people have collected and analyzed Qin Wuming's experiences back then, and ultimately concluded that the mage wanted to pursue a magical martial arts path. The most crucial item is the magical weapon, but how to obtain it remains a mystery. If Yi Xiao hadn't discovered the magical weapon item in the Rookie King's treasure chest, he probably wouldn't have thought of pursuing the magic martial arts path. Holding the crystal ball in his hand, Yi Xiao examined it carefully. Magic weapon, found each time a magic skill is cast, 10% of the skill's power is returned and stored in the magic weapon. Your next normal attack will be enhanced with the sum of all stored skill power. There is no limit to the number of times the stored skill power can be used, but it will disappear if left unused for more than 10 seconds. Note, this item is a special item. It cannot be traded or dropped. It will automatically disintegrate and disappear upon the death of the user. Looking at the description of this magical weapon, Yi Xiao finally understood the true meaning of the magic martial arts style. Clearly, the guy named Qin Wuming must have gotten this magical weapon from the new king's treasure chest back then, which is why he came up with the ingenious idea of the magic martial arts style.
Yi Xiao understood this.
Based on the effects of this magical weapon, a melee magic weapon build is indeed the most suitable.
This magic-based combat style is actually not complicated.
It involves releasing as many combat skills as possible within 10 seconds to maximize the power of the magic weapon.
Then, in the last second, unleash the stored skill energy all at once with a melee basic attack.
Although you can only store 10% of the skill's power each time, if you can unleash 20 or even 30 skills within 10 seconds, then the power of your next melee basic attack will be equivalent to 2 to 3 times the power of the skill. Of course, the power of different skills varies, so it's not a simple calculation, but the principle is the same. Therefore, to go for the magic-based build, you need a lot of high-frequency skills and a high amount of cooldown reduction to quickly stack damage. However, these are all general concerns. Yi Xiao hardly has any such worries. He can now cast 600 fireballs at once, with each fireball dealing a staggering 89,723 damage. Magic weapons can only store 10% of their power, so the skill power stored in 600 of them would amount to as much as 5.38 million.
However, Yi Xiao can only use this one skill within 10 seconds.
Furthermore, his raw strength is now as high as 25,000 points, which means he can still deal considerable damage even to units immune to spells. In this way, he also solved some of his self-control issues quite well. In short, if Yi Xiao goes for the magic martial arts style, the single target damage he can deal every 10 seconds can only be described as astronomical. Such terrifying single target damage is something that ordinary people cannot withstand. Even a boss would be one-shot by him. Thinking about this, Yi Xiao realized that this magic and martial arts style seemed to be tailor-made for him.
Now it's much safer to go to the beginner area.
Yi Xiao looked at the distant sky, full of confidence. It is one of the 9 main cities in the initial area of the immortal world. After some twists and turns, Yi Xiao finally left the beginner area and entered the elementary area. Unlike the beginner area, the primary area, although its territory is even more vast, has only had 9 main cities over the past century. These 9 main cities are the only habitat for human professionals in the beginner areas. Of course, the number of human professionals is in the hundreds of millions, and although these 9 main cities are vast, they cannot possibly accommodate so many people. Therefore, there are many temporary transit points between the main cities. However, compared to the functions available in the main city, these temporary transit points only provide short rest and short-distance teleportation. After a century of development, with the departure of NPCs from this land, humans have completely occupied the main city of the immortal world. However, apart from Winter City, which is located in a remote area with a relatively harsh environment, the control of the other 8 main cities is in the hands of the 8 major families of the Alliance.
Each family is in a city.
This is also the origin of the name 8 Great Families of the Alliance, and the source of their enduring strength for nearly a century. At this time, Yi Xiao arrived in Liyue City, one of the 9 main cities under the jurisdiction of the Ji family. It must be said that the number of human professionals is indeed enormous. Before Yi Xiao even entered the city, he saw that there were already densely packed people several miles outside the city. Level 130 Misty Forest, need 2 tanks, high physical resistance preferred. Level 136 Archer seeking a group, agility over 5,000 points, already learned the rare skill Swift Arrow. A level 120 team is missing a strong clearing damage dealer. We need an efficient team that can provide 500,000 experience per hour. Hearing the constant shouts and calls around him, Yi Xiao found it quite novel.
Compared to the beginner area, the actions of the professionals here gave Yi Xiao a strange sense of familiarity.
However, he also understood that the beginner area was divided into countless sections, and most professionals could successfully reach level 90 and enter the beginner area within a year. As a result, the newbie area has never been a good place to retain players. The situation is different in the early stages. As the level increases, the leveling speed generally slows down.
In fact, later on, if the equipment and skills don't keep up, even killing monsters will become a problem.
This phenomenon means that most professionals need to stay in this area for a long time, and over time, the number of human professionals in the beginner area becomes the largest.
Once the number of professionals increases, various industries will naturally emerge.
Therefore, at this moment, Yi Xiao saw that Liyue City was full of prosperity. Normally, after leaving the 702 newbie zone, Yi Xiao should have entered the main city under the jurisdiction of the Zhao family. But the problem is that after the announcement of the new king, Yi Xiao knew very well that the Zhao family would definitely set up many obstacles at the connection point between the newbie area and the beginner area. The purpose was obvious. Therefore, Yi Xiao was also in a dilemma. In the end, it was the all-powerful Little Gold who stepped in. After understanding Yi Xiao's concerns, it directly allowed Yi Xiao to cross the forbidden area it had been guarding and enter the beginner area from another novice area, without having to teleport through a specific connection point. As long as you are at the boundary between the beginner and elementary areas, you can enter smoothly using Xiao Jin's formation breaking ability. At the same time, Xiao Jin also told himself that as long as it was there, Yi Xiao could return to the beginner area at any time without any restriction. transactions, and he didn't even need a dimensional disintegration stone. Upon receiving this news, Yi Xiao was naturally overjoyed. This not only avoids the Zhao family's encirclement and suppression, but also provides an alternative route should an insurmountable enemy be encountered in the initial stage. This made Yi Xiao feel fortunate once again about subduing Xiao Jin. With Xiao Jin, the local bigwig, leading the way, things became very simple. First, led by Xiao Jin, he traversed the dense forest and arrived at the beginner area controlled by the Ji family. Then, before the others could react, he used Xiao Jin's power to break through the spatial barrier and arrive in Liyue City. The thought that the Zhao family was still setting up numerous obstacles to capture him made Yi Xiao laugh. I wonder how long they plan to stay there. Yi Xiao temporarily put aside the Zhao family's affairs and, after surveying the grandeur of Liyue City, quickly entered the city. On the way, he also bought a map of Liyue City. Following the map, Yi Xiao quickly arrived at a relatively secluded corner of the city, where Liyue City's black market was located. Yi Xiao was also visiting this place for the first time, so he looked around and found that the entrance to the black market was not large and there was not enough open space around to accommodate the entire black market. However, he wasn't too puzzled. According to the introduction, the black market in each main city is an independent space, which is restricted by powerful rules. Even a 9th-level professional would be unable to exert any power inside. This ensures the absolute safety of transactions on the black market. Yi Xiao came here to sell the divine forging stones he had. Ever since he unexpectedly obtained this divine forging stone, Yi Xiao has been eager to come to the beginner area every time he sees it. While the online exchange in the beginner area is very convenient, there is a price cap, so selling directly would be too costly. In addition, most of the items sold in the beginner area were low-level goods, so he kept putting up with it. Now that he's reached the beginner level, he naturally can no longer tolerate it. First, Yi Xiao took out the bat mask he had bought on the way and put it on his face. After making sure that he would not reveal any information, he stepped into the black market without hesitation. Then a burst of light appeared. Yi Xiao instantly appeared in an extremely spacious and bright square. The next moment, I heard all sorts of noisy shouts. Level 120 warrior god tier gear, don't miss out. Rare skills on clearance sale, fair prices, negotiable. Leveling gear, everything from level 90 to 150, is available. Get lost, you idiots. The first thing you see is a row of neat and orderly stalls. As the sound came, Yi Xiao walked and strolled around. However, the next moment, at every stall we passed, the vendors enthusiastically introduced their products. Yi Xiao glanced at it briefly and could only describe it as dazzling. After browsing around for a while, Yi Xiao wanted to see if there were any reference prices, but found that no one was selling divine forging stones. Thinking about it, it makes sense. How could something so precious be on a street stall for so long? Yi Xiao smiled and then went to a quiet corner stall where no one was around. Ding! Do you wish to spend 10,000 eternal coins to set up a stall here? Note, a 1% transaction fee will be charged on all transactions after the stall is set up. The fee will be automatically deducted upon successful transaction. Looking at the information displayed in front of him, Yi Xiao couldn't help but curse under his breath. That's outrageous. They want 10,000 eternal coins upfront without doing anything. However, Yi Xiao had no choice, since divine forging stones were not suitable for private transactions, as they were not safe and were quite troublesome. So, after decisively paying 10,000 eternal coins, Yi Xiao immediately put the divine forging stone on the stall and then changed the stall's name directly. For sale, divine forging stone, only one available, first come, first served. The black market was bustling with activity. After taking a short stroll, Yi Xiao roughly estimated that there were at least 1,000 people setting up stalls there. As for professionals who come to browse the black market, they come in an endless stream. Therefore, Yi Xiao simply put the divine forging stone on the shelf. Because his stall was located at the very back, practically in a corner, he was thinking about how to quickly attract the attention of those around him. Should I hawk my wares as enthusiastically as everyone else around me? It's not that it's impossible. However, Yi Xiao has not yet put his ideas into practice. A sudden exclamation came from the side. Really? A divine forging stone? The sudden exclamation came from the stall owner next to Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao turned his head and saw that the stall owner was looking at him as if he were a monster, with no reservations about the shock in his eyes. However, before Yi Xiao could speak, he saw dozens of figures suddenly dart out. Divine forging stone? Where is it? Is it real? No way. Why would anyone sell divine forging stones? Could they be fake? Let me take a look. I can't remember how many years it's been since the last time the divine forging stone appeared on the black market. In the blink of an eye, his stall was surrounded by layers of people, making it impossible to move. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on the stall in front of Yi Xiao. The eye-catching stall name drew everyone's attention. Soon, a large crowd gathered. One after another, gasps of surprise erupted from the crowd. However, the next moment, it really is a divine forging stone. I never thought I'd see something like this in my lifetime. No way. Someone's actually selling something this valuable? This is insane. If I got my hands on something like this, I would definitely keep it for myself.
myself.
Having an extra skill slot would greatly increase my combat power, and maybe I wouldn't have been stuck at level 120 for so many years. After the initial shock, the crowd turned their attention to Yi Xiao behind the stall. Although he was wearing a mask, everyone could tell that Yi Xiao was a young man. Faced with such a hothead, everyone had their own thoughts. One of them spoke first, asking, "Young man, you're really lucky to have obtained such a precious stone.
I wonder where you got it from."
Upon hearing this, the surrounding people fell silent, their eyes fixed hopefully on Yi Xiao.
Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao understood perfectly. These guys probably think they're young and easy to fool, and they're trying to get information out of me. Shaking his head, Yi Xiao said directly, "You want to know?" Upon hearing this, everyone was secretly delighted. The man who had asked earlier then said, "Ha, young man, you look unfamiliar to me. How about this, if you tell me where you got this divine forging stone, you will be my friend Jodafu from now on."
Yi Xiao chuckled and decisively said, "If you want to know, it'll cost 1 million eternal coins."
Jodafu's face stiffened. I thought he was just a young guy who would be easy to fool, but he didn't fall for it at all, which made me feel a little embarrassed.
However, it seems quite worthwhile to get access to divine forging stones for 1 million.
For a moment, Jodafu's eyes flickered as he quickly made up his mind.
He wasn't the only one with this idea. Most people who frequent the black market are shrewd businessmen who naturally weigh the pros and cons. However, Yi Xiao had no intention of paying any attention to these people. He just wanted to sell the divine stones he had as soon as possible to get money. After obtaining a magical weapon from the Rookie King's treasure chest, Yi Xiao has decided to pursue a magic martial arts style. However, the magic-based style doesn't simply require a core magical weapon and a bunch of skills. To maximize the power of this style, many key supporting skills are indispensable.
Young man, do you seem to be a bit unaware of the market? While this divine forging stone is indeed precious, isn't it a bit exaggerated to price it at 700 million? No sucker would buy it at such a price.
Yes, even if there really is a sucker, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to come up with that much money.
TSK, 700 million?
They really dare to write that much. At that price, it'll definitely end up rotting in their hands.
Hearing the surrounding chatter, Yi Xiao smiled but wasn't annoyed.
Instead, he said calmly, "Even if I price it at 500 million, you still can't afford it."
In that case, what difference does 500 million or 700 million make to you?
Several businessmen who were about to mock Yi Xiao were rendered speechless by these words. Meanwhile, some professionals who came to watch the commotion burst into laughter. Just as Yi Xiao said, most of them gathered here at this moment simply couldn't afford this divine forging stone.
They gathered here simply out of curiosity.
After all, this is a divine forging stone. With their strength, they might not be able to possess one in their lifetime, so naturally they wanted to see what it looked like. Soon, as Yi Xiao took out the divine forging stones to set up his stall, the news spread throughout the entire Liyue city in an instant. Countless people flocked to the black market, making the already bustling market even more crowded. However, these people were just there to watch the spectacle. None of them actually had the ability to buy it. Yi Xiao, who was being watched like a monkey, couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. "I was just thinking about whether I should pack up and then consider it further." Just then, a commotion arose from the back of the crowd.
"Get out of the way. Everyone get out of the way. What are you doing? Can't you see I got here first? Stop talking nonsense. If you don't get out of the way, you might not be able to stay in Liyue City."
"What, young Master G, I didn't expect it to be you. I'm sorry, I didn't notice you." As the crowd stirred, a path quickly opened up in front of Yi Xiao.
Then, an arrogant young man stepped forward, surrounded by a crowd.
He first glanced around, then fixed his gaze on the overweight middle-aged man beside him, and then snorted coldly.
"Jodafu, do you think you're qualified to inquire about the origin of the divine forging stone? Are you tired of living?" Hearing the young man's words, Jodafu's fat face turned a deep purplish red, but in an instant he smiled obsequiously and said, "Young Master G, what are you saying? I was just curious. If I really find out, I will definitely report to you immediately." The young man called Ji Xiao glanced at Jodafu and said coldly, "Oh, is that so? I thought your Zhou family was still daydreaming about reviving its family glory."
No, young Master Ji is joking.
That's all ancient history. The Zhou family is now just a merchant family that relies on the protection of the Ji family.
That had better be, unlike your good-for-nothing father, who's always full of unrealistic ideas. After finishing speaking, Ji Xiao ignored Jodafu, turned around and stood in front of Yi Xiao, looking down at Yi Xiao with an arrogant expression.
"Don't you know that you need to report in advance if you sell items worth more than 100 million on the black market?"
Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao looked at the young man in front of him with suspicion and shook his head.
Ji Xiao smiled slightly. "It's alright, now you've heard." Yi Xiao smiled as well. "So?"
Ji Xiao narrowed his eyes and said, "So, you have violated the covenant of Liyue City. As is customary, you should first hand over the prohibited items for sale."
Ji Xiao said dismissively, "As the masters of Liyue City, do you think I would swallow your things?"
Yi Xiao thought for a moment, then nodded and said, "I am indeed very worried." Upon hearing this, Ji Xiao's smiling expression turned cold.
"Are you questioning Ji Jia?"
Yi Yi Xiao shook his head. It's not that I doubt it.
Then what are you worried about?
Ji Xiao sneered. Because I have never trusted your Ji family. Yi Xiao's words caused an uproar in the audience. This is Liyue City, where the Ji family has been deeply rooted for 80 years, making them the true masters. Although this was the black market and Yi Xiao had concealed his identity, he had never seen such an arrogant guy before. After all, the Ji family is one of the 8 great families, and their reputation is well established. If their identities were discovered by the other party, they might not even know how they died. Hearing the surrounding discussions, Yi Xiao showed no panic.
He naturally didn't want to provoke the other party unless absolutely necessary. But now, the other party is trying to extort him right away, demanding that he hand over the divine forging stone.
It's obvious to anyone with a brain that once something is handed over, there's no hope of getting it back.
If you don't pay, you'll naturally offend the other party.
Since there was no way to avoid it, Yi Xiao simply didn't intend to give the other party any way out. Anyway, he was wearing a bat mask, and with his abilities, he really didn't believe that Ji Zhou would recognize him after he left. At the same time, Ji Xiao, realizing what was happening, turned extremely cold, looking at Yi Xiao as if he were looking at a dead man.
You're arrogant.
Not only do you disregard the agreement, but you also openly insult my Ji family.
Do you think I really can't do anything to you in this black market?
Yi Xiao couldn't help but laugh when he heard the damn familiar smell.
What does your smart homes agreement have to do with me? I'm just passing by. The young man sneered. What a joke. If it weren't for the hard work of my Ji family in maintaining Liyue City, would it be as stable as it is today?
My Ji family has put in so much effort. Everyone who wants to live in Liyue City must abide by the rules set by my Ji family.
No one can violate them. It's the same old story.
Back when they encountered the 3 major legions in Black Sand City, they said the same thing to this man. Hearing similar remarks again, Yi Xiao was speechless and too lazy to continue arguing. Alright, you're clearly just trying to rob us, but you insist on making yourself sound like you've done something amazing.
Do you really think everyone here is stupid? So easy to fool? What did you say? How dare you slander the Ji family? Young Master Ji's expression changed drastically, and he shouted angrily.
Yi Xiao didn't care at all and casually said, they're just afraid of being retaliated against by your Ji family, so they choose to swallow their anger. Just like that fat guy you just scolded. I believe he secretly wishes he could kill you right now, but he doesn't have the strength to do so he doesn't dare. Yi Xiao's words immediately caused the expressions of everyone around him to change.
That's not true. How can you talk such nonsense?
That's right, we are all honest and law-abiding people, and we have never had that kind of thought.
Yes.
Without rules, nothing can be accomplished.
We have no objection to the rules set by Ji Jia. You idiot, why did you drag us down with you when you wanted to die? You're not even human.
A group of people rushed to express their opinions, fearing that they would be implicated because of Yi Xiao's words. After all, they had been operating in Liyue City for many years. Even though Yi Xiao's words resonated with them, they would never dare to offend the Ji family. Yi Xiao shook his head, unsurprised by the reactions of the surrounding merchants. He got up and closed the stall. Yi Xiao felt a little regretful, as he hadn't sold anything today and had even wasted 10,000 yuan in stall fees. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but glance at the cold-faced young man in front of him.
Unfortunately, this is the black market, and we can't do anything due to the rules.
Yi Xiao didn't want to waste any more time here, but the young man from the Ji family had no intention of letting him go so easily.
Wait, did I say you could leave?
Ji Xiao said coldly.
Yi Xiao frowned. What do you want? You have violated the Liyue City covenant. Hand over the items first, then come with me.
Later, my Ji family will naturally conduct a proper trial for your actions. Yi Xiao found it amusing and ignored it, walking straight outside. At this moment, several burly men dressed in the same uniform suddenly surrounded Yi Xiao. This scene reminded Yi Xiao of the profession of market administrator.
But what's the point of them doing this?
These people dared to make the first move. Yi Xiao wouldn't even need to retaliate. The power of the rules would be enough to kill them instantly. At this moment, Zhou Dafu, who had been scolded by Ji Xiao earlier, suddenly spoke up. Young brother, it seems this is your first time in Liyue City.
Take my advice, don't resist, it won't do you any good.
Shut up, Chow Tai Fuk.
When did it become your place to speak?
After being scolded by Ji Xiao, Zhou Dafu's face stiffened, and he opened his mouth to speak, but then dared not utter a word. At the same time, Yi Xiao also noticed that these people were surrounding him but had no intention of making a move. They simply followed Yi Xiao closely, taking one step at a time. Yi Xiao immediately understood that these people intended to leave the black market with him. Once they're outside, they can act without any scruples. Just then, Ji Xiao's smug laughter came from behind. I don't know where this idiot came from.
If my Ji family didn't have some skills, how could we manage this huge Liyue City? If we really let you leave so easily, what would become of the Ji family's reputation?
Yi Xiao never expected that he would encounter such a bizarre thing when he first came here just to sell a divine forging stone.
My mood became depressed.
However, at that moment, a crisp reprimand suddenly rang out.
Zixuan, what are you doing?
As the sound came, everyone soon saw a young woman dressed in bright red with a beautiful face walking walking over. Upon seeing the young woman, Ji Xian's previously arrogant expression changed.
Sis, what brings you here? If I hadn't come, how would I have known that my good brother is so impressive now?
I'm fighting against the monsters of the abyss on the front lines, while you're bullying ordinary people here.
You're really making me proud.
The young woman walked step by step to Yi Xiao and stood in front of him. Then she glanced coldly at Ji Xian behind her, her voice devoid of any emotion. Upon hearing this, Ji Xian trembled and his face turned frightened.
Sister, don't misunderstand. He broke the rules first, and then he slandered Jia. I just wanted to teach him a little lesson. Shut up. Do you think I don't know anything? Get back here, you disgrace.
Upon hearing this, Ji Xian's expression turned just like Zhou Dafu's earlier. Despite losing face in front of everyone, he dared not show the slightest dissatisfaction. He slunk away with his tail between his legs, leading his group away from everyone's sight in a sorry state.
And then Zhishuan left.
A cheer erupted in the black market.
It's Miss Mingyue. Miss Mingyue is finally back. Great. With Miss Mingyue in the black market, we have hope again. Oh dear. Miss Mingyue has been gone for 3 years. I look forward to it every day. I hope Miss Mingyue will come back soon. Miss Mingyue's trip to exterminate the creatures of the demon cave must have been fraught with danger. It's wonderful that you've returned safely.
Looking at the excited expressions of the people around him, Yi Xiao could tell how much they disliked Ji Xian. However, he also looked at the woman in front of him with some curiosity, secretly pondering where she came from. At this moment, the young woman spoke to Yi Xiao. I'm sorry, I apologize for my brother's rudeness.
My name is Ji Mingyue. To express my
apology and to uphold the fairness of my Ji family, I am willing to purchase the divine forging stone in your possession for 500 million. After a pause, Ji Mingyue continued. However, there is a condition. That means you have to tell me where you got your divine forging stone, Ji Mingyue said calmly. However, Yi Xiao frowned slightly after hearing this. Black market transactions never ask where the goods come from.
Ji Mingyue smiled and showed no anger.
Other goods are naturally like that, but God forging stones are not ordinary goods.
This thing is extremely important to the Alliance and all human professionals.
If we can discover another source of resources, it will undoubtedly significantly improve the overall strength of human professionals. This would also be considered a contribution to humanity's fight against the creatures of the demon cave.
Do you understand?
As soon as Ji Mingyue finished speaking, cheers erupted from the crowd.
Miss Mingyue is very virtuous.
As expected of Miss Mingyue, as a member of the Ji family, she is not only approachable but also has taken the lead in entering the front line of the demon cave to wipe out the creatures of the demon cave and protect everyone.
She is truly admirable. Young man, Miss Mingyue is right.
For the sake of all mankind, you should also tell Miss Mingyue about the origin of this divine forging stone. That's right, and Miss Mingyue bought this divine forging stone from you at the market price. Where else can you find such a good deal? It's all thanks to Miss Mingyue that you met her.
You're lucky, young man.
They practically praised the woman in front of them as a reincarnation of the Virgin Mary. Yi Xiao didn't have any particular thoughts about this, and simply said, I found it by chance, and there was no special channel involved. He was actually telling the truth. He did indeed obtain the divine forging stone from Zhao Shui. However,
he knew that the divine forging stone originated from an NPC. He certainly couldn't tell anyone about this. Ji Mingyue was slightly taken aback when she heard Yi Xiao's answer,
but she quickly smiled again and nodded, saying, in that case, let's leave it at that.
As she spoke, Ji Mingyue took the initiative to make a deal with Yi Xiao.
Yi Xiao frowned, puzzled, and asked, what do you mean? Ji Mingyue smiled and said, although the answer is a bit disappointing, you have kept your promise after all, so I will still buy your divine forging stone for 500 million. Yi Xiao nodded, then refused the deal. Ji Mingyue was taken aback, her beautiful willow leaf eyebrows slightly raised. However, before he could finish speaking, Yi Xiao spent another 10,000 yuan to open a new stall and then hung up the divine forging stone.
Since you want it, buy it.
In a transaction between two people, the information of both parties is known, but in a street stall, this information is not. Yi Xiao would rather spend an extra 10,000 eternal coins to buy insurance.
However, someone on the side couldn't stand it anymore. Isn't this a bit disrespectful to Miss Mingyue, young man?
Yes, Miss Mingyue is known throughout Liu City for her kind heart. She was even willing to spend 500 million to buy her from you, yet you are still wary of her.
This person is so ungrateful. I wouldn't have bought it if it were me.
Yi Xiao ignored their comments.
The exchange of money for goods is a matter of course. His divine forged stone is worth at least 500 million.
This is a fair trade in itself, but these people have twisted it, as if they are receiving charity from Ji Mingyue. At this moment, Ji Mingyue also realized what Yi Xiao was doing. However,
her expression didn't change at all.
She smiled, clicked on the stall, and then clicked to buy.
A message popped up.
Yi Xiao glanced at his backpack.
With an additional 495 million eternal coins, he finally closed the backpack, satisfied. At the same time, I also felt a little pain in my heart. This damn handling fee cost me 5 million. However, there's nothing we can do about it. Over there, after buying the divine forging stone, Ji Mingyue didn't even glance at at it.
Instead, she said to Yi Xiao, "I hope we'll meet again someday."
He nodded and turned to leave.
Yi Xiao watched the other person's departing figure, pondered for a moment, and then looked away, no longer thinking about it. He didn't care who Ji Mingyue was, as long as he could successfully sell the divine forging stone. After seeing Ji Mingyue leave, the people around shook their heads at Yi Xiao, and then returned to their own stalls or began to stroll around. However, news of the appearance of divine forging stones in the Liyue City black market spread like wildfire. It quickly became known to countless people.
Gradually, the number of professionals in Liyue City increased.
However, Yi Xiao didn't pay attention to any of this. The core of the magic weapon style is magical weapons, but to unleash the full power of magical weapons, the accompanying skills are indispensable. Now that he has money, Yi Xiao can start to improve his supporting skills, so he started wandering around the black market. Because of the recent transaction, everyone in the black market now knows that Yi Xiao is carrying a huge sum of money. As soon as they see Yi Xiao walk to their stall, they start promoting his products with great enthusiasm. After browsing around for a while, Yi Xiao gained a general understanding of the prices. Unlike the beginner area, the black market here also sells some common level skills, but not many. However, the price is several times higher than in the beginner area. During this time, Yi Xiao unexpectedly discovered that someone was selling fireball spells, and there were quite a few of them. Although the price was higher than when he bought it before, Yi Xiao still didn't let it go.
He spent 400,000 yuan to buy 20 of them.
400,000 is a small amount of money for him now. However, most of the stalls in the black market were selling equipment, with the lowest quality being excellent, and even epic level equipment. However, even the ones with the worst attributes start at 1 million, let alone the slightly better ones. Indeed, the difference between the beginner and novice areas is still significant. Shaking his head, Yi Xiao wandered around for a while longer, but unfortunately he didn't find the matching skills he had envisioned. However, he did buy quite a few functional skill stones. In just a short while, he lost 30 million eternal coins. In return, you received 134 rare quality skill stones. On average, each one costs around 220,000 yuan. Although the price was a bit high, Yi Xiao was still very satisfied with the results. After learning all 134 skill stones, Yi Xiao's intelligence attribute increased by 603 points thanks to the boost from the Ring of Vengeful Souls, while his strength attribute increased even more dramatically by 904 points. In other words, the 134 skills caused Yi Xiao's attribute points to increase by 1507 points. Furthermore, with the endless chains of life and the boost from the strength attribute, the life points increased by an additional 26,800. Compared to before, Yi Xiao can now improve his attributes by learning a skill several times more than he did at the beginning.
This rapid improvement put Yi Xiao in a great mood.
At the same time, Yi Xiao's experience multiplier increased to 25 times, and the drop rate increased to 20 times.
Such an effect is undoubtedly gratifying.
Although he gains more experience from killing monsters than from killing monsters because of Xiaojin, it doesn't stop Yi Xiao from increasing the experience multiplier. After all, this way he could kill fewer people. It was all out of conscience.
In addition to these two improvements, Yi Xiao also increased his mana regeneration to 2,000 points per second.
This was thanks to a stall that seemed to specialize in selling mana regeneration skill stones, which saved him a lot of trouble. The only downside was that Yi Xiao bought up all the mana recovery skill stones in a lavish manner, and the stall owner looked at Yi Xiao with a strange expression. Who buys so many of the same skill stones for no reason? Are they even usable or just ingestible? Yi Xiao ignored this. He originally had no shortage of mana, but since the barrier mutated, the mana required for each cast has become quite large. If he continued to use the original mana regeneration method, Yi Xiao wouldn't need to use it more than a few times during a battle.
To ensure absolute safety, improving mana regeneration is naturally the top priority.
Then, Yi Xiao casually bought 20 skill stones that reduce physical defense. As for why people buy these skill stones, it's because of the characteristics of magic weapons. Magical weapons accumulate skill power, which is then added to melee attacks to enhance their power. However, since melee basic attacks deal physical damage, regardless of the skill type, the accumulated power will ultimately be converted into physical damage. This was also one of the key reasons why Yi Xiao decided to pursue the magic and martial arts path. After all, he had encountered elementally immune monsters before, and his magic skills seemed quite weak in front of those monsters. However, if Yi Xiao pursues the magic martial arts path, he will no longer be afraid of encountering such demonic creatures. Moreover, although the magic martial arts style is the core style, it does not mean that Yi Xiao cannot use magic skills. In reality, the magic martial arts style is more like a dual-class profession that focuses on magic while also possessing high physical damage. This completely solved one of the mage's major weaknesses. Then, Yi Xiao walked to the next stall. Meanwhile, Yi Xiao was searching for the skill stone he wanted. Ji Xian, who had been driven out by Ji Mingyue, was now sitting in a private room on the second floor of a restaurant opposite the entrance to the black market. Just as he was getting extremely bored, the door to the private room was soon opened. Immediately afterwards, a cold
cold and aloof figure walked in. Upon seeing the newcomer, Ji Xian's expression brightened and he quickly sat up straight. "Sis, when did you get back? Why didn't you tell me?"
When Ji Xian saw Ji Mingyue again, he was no longer as timid as before. Instead, his expression showed more joy. Ji Mingyue, who had just entered the private room, glanced at Ji Xian indifferently before walking to a seat and sitting down. At this moment, Ji Mingyue was no longer as gentle and imposing as she had been in front of Yi Xiao. Her cool and pretty face now held a hint of gloom.
"Sis, what's wrong? Did you not manage to get the divine forging stone?"
Upon hearing this, Ji Mingyue did not answer, but instead coldly asked, "How are the preparations going?"
Upon hearing this, Ji Xian immediately smiled and said, "Sister, don't you trust me?
I've already arranged for people to guard all the exits. Once that guy comes out, our people will definitely be able to track him down."
After a pause, Ji Xian put on a cold smile. That naive fool thought he could hide his identity well by wearing a mask. How could he know my methods?
He dared to confront our family in front of so many people. I'll make him kneel down and beg me for mercy in a moment.
Upon hearing Ji Xian's words, Ji Mingyue's expression softened slightly.
She then took out the divine forging stone she had just bought from Yi Xiao and handed it to Ji Xian. "You did a great job while I was away for the past 3 years. This is your reward." Ji Xian was overjoyed and accepted it without hesitation.
"Sister, you're the best to me. Those elders in the family are so stingy.
They have so many divine forging stones, but they won't give me a few." Ji Mingyue said indifferently, "When that person comes out later, in addition to taking back the 500 million, we should also force him to tell us how he obtained the divine forging stone."
"Don't worry, sister, I know what to do without you telling me," Ji Xuan replied. Ji Mingyue was relieved to hear this.
After all, the siblings have always cooperated so well over the years. However, Ji Mingyue still gave one more piece of advice.
"That man seems a bit too cautious.
He refused my offer to trade with the 4 of us earlier, which clearly means he doesn't want me to know his name. But this also makes me even more certain that he was hiding something from me just now. This makes me even more certain that there must be something fishy about the origin of his God-forging stone. If we can get some useful information out of him, we might be able to obtain a new channel for God-forging stones. In that case, it won't be difficult for you to get God-forging stones in the future." Ji Xian was taken aback, then his expression immediately turned excited. After chatting for a few more minutes, he excitedly ran out to direct his subordinates. In the large private room, only Ji Mingyue remained, lost in thought. The Ji siblings were confidently planning everything in the private room. By this time, Yi Xiao had almost explored the entire black market.
Because this is a beginner area, the skill items sold here are at least of excellent quality.
Basic and advanced skill stones, which are readily available in beginner areas, are hard to find on the black market unless they are skills that can only be obtained in beginner areas and are urgently needed by certain professions.
Otherwise, the remaining items have virtually no market. Most people either don't bother picking them up or just synthesize them randomly.
The 20 fireball skill stones that Yi Xiao bought earlier were naturally only obtainable from the beginner level area. However, fireball is a common skill, and not many people would choose to buy it.
Yi Xiao was really lucky to be able to buy it.
As for why the fireball spell appears in the beginner area, it's because some players initially chose the mage class but don't intend to pursue the fire mage route. This is the fundamental reason why Yi Xiao could buy so few fireball spells in the beginner area. In the end, Yi Xiao made a fortune, having bought up almost all the cheapest skill stones on the entire market. A total of 423 pieces were produced, costing 110 million. On average, a skill stone costs around 250,000. His actions stunned all the merchants in the black market.
After all, I've never seen anyone buy skills like this before.
Even if some major forces want to synthesize skill stones, it is impossible for them to spend 100 million to buy high-quality skill stones at once.
That would be far too costly.
And it goes without saying that ordinary professionals are in an even worse situation. Most ordinary professionals at this stage will have no more than 10 skill slots at most, and they will need at least 4 to 6 skills to level up and run dungeons before the 3rd job advancement. Therefore, at most, an average professional would only need to purchase 1 to 3 additional skills to enhance their chosen skill set, which wouldn't cost much at all. Of course, if you choose skill stones of epic quality or higher, the price will be different.
However, most ordinary people will only choose skill stones of excellent quality.
After all, a high-quality skill stone only costs around 200,000.
In the public's perception, it's not considered expensive.
Yi Xiao bought 423 of them in one go, which was truly unheard of.
Does having money mean you can be so willful?
He noticed that all the merchants in the black market were giving him strange looks. Yi Xiao knew perfectly well what was going on, but naturally he wouldn't explain anything. After he bought up all the high-quality skill stones, only epic-quality skill stones are left on the market. Epic-grade skill stones never cost less than 1 million. At this price, Yi Xiao only has enough money to buy about 200 more before he runs out. Finally, Yi Xiao purchased another 20 universal epic-grade skill stones, resilience. He then gave up on the idea of buying more skill stones. There's no way around it. Just one resilience costs costs 6 million, and 20 resiliences cost a whopping 120 million. Thus, combined with the previous expenses, this sweep came to an end. Yi Xiao spent a total of 260 million. The eternal coins that I just sold with Godforged stones are now worth more than half of them.
Of course, you can still buy more with the remaining money.
But Yi Xiao did not continue his shopping spree. The main reason is that most of the epic skill stones are active skills, and some are class-specific skills. Yi Xiao's current damage output is more than sufficient. Simply trying to stack talents would be a waste of his potential. However, despite the great cost, Yi Xiao's improvement was still quite significant. He directly stacked the experience multiplier to 78 times. The drop rate also reached 46 times. The magic recovery rate is an astonishing 872 points per second. In addition, the remaining physical defense increased by 3722 points, the resistance of high resistance increased by more than 800 points, and the resistance of low resistance increased by nearly 500 points. As for the reduction of physical defense that Yi Xiao needed, he also stacked it to 68%.
Finally, Yi Xiao spent 120 million units of tenacity power, each unit of which increases maximum health by 20%. Don't think that 20% is a small amount.
For tank classes that have completed 4 or 5 job advancements, it's quite common for their health to exceed 50,000 with a full set of tank gear. With 50,000 health points, a 20% increase is a direct 10,000 more, justifying its epic quality. Of course, when applied to Yi Xiao, the effect would be comparable to a god-level effect. Yi Xiao bought 20 of these god-level skill stones, which instantly increased his health by 400%. With the added boost to his attributes and health from the 443 skill stones, Yi Xiao opened his attribute panel and couldn't help but gasp in astonishment.
ID, Night Shadow. Level, 90. Class, Fusion Mage. Free attribute points, 0. Attributes, Strength 28959, Constitution 3168, Agility 8964, Intelligence 18642, HP 2644 650/2 650, MP 190 220/190 220. Skills, Fireball, Mana Fountain, Experience Surge. Expand. Abilities, Lava Blade, Forge, Death Domain, Dark Rebirth, Storm Rush. Expand.
Looking at the astonishing 2.64 million health points, Yi Xiao felt a surge of excitement. The magic-based build requires close-range basic attacks to deal extremely high damage, but mages are inherently fragile, and getting close is tantamount to suicide. According to records, after Qin Wuming developed the magic martial arts style, almost all of his remaining skills were used to enhance his health and defense. But now that it's Yi Xiao's turn, he doesn't have this kind of trouble at all. With over 2 million health points, he's practically a human boss. Even high-level tank characters rarely have such an exaggerated number of health points. Not to mention, in addition to his health points, Yi Xiao's physical defense and magic resistance are also ridiculously high.
If Yi Xiao didn't use any spells during the battle, everyone would call him a blood tank. He closed his panel with satisfaction.
Yi Xiao did not choose to stay in the black market any longer and decided to come back in a few days. By then, there should be a new batch of high-quality skill stones available. Just as Yi Xiao was about to leave the black market, a slightly plump figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Yi Xiao recognized the person who had come. That is, the small vendor who had to smile apologetically after being scolded by Zhishuan to his face. Yi Xiao remembered that when he was being coerced by Zhi Xian, Zhou Dafu was the only one in the entire room who spoke up to advise him, and for that he was scolded by Zhi Xian. At this moment, Zhou Dafu approached Yi Xiao with a smile and said, "Young brother, that's quite a purchase, buying so many skill stones at once.
Are you planning to create a monopoly?"
Yi Xiao chuckled inwardly. In most people's eyes, his actions would probably be seen the same way as Chow Tai Fook's, who would simply assume he was a reseller. This saved Yi Xiao some trouble. However, he didn't understand why Chow Tai Fook wanted to see him.
Given that the other party had previously kindly helped him, Yi Xiao asked, "Is there something you need?" Zhou Dafu, still smiling, said, "Well, I have a batch of goods here. I wonder if you'd be interested, young man." Hearing Zhou Dafu's words, Yi Xiao became interested.
If the other party has a large number of skill stones, he might consider buying them all if the price is right.
However, I didn't bring the goods with me. If you're free, young man, you can come with me to my place.
Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao couldn't help but scrutinize Zhou Dafu warily.
What does this guy mean?
It seemed that he had sensed Yi Xiao's wariness. Zhou Dafu then took 2 steps forward and suddenly whispered rapidly, "Be careful of the Zhi family siblings, they might be ambushing you outside." Before Yi Xiao could react, Zhou Dafu suddenly chuckled and said, "It's alright.
Since you're busy, we'll do it next time. Just ask around in the city and you'll find out where I am."
After saying that, Zhou Dafu cupped his hands in a respectful gesture to Yi Xiao, then walked away with a smile.
Watching Zhou Dafu's departing figure, a strange light flashed in Yi Xiao's eyes. Why is this fat guy helping me? Could it be a trap?
Yi Xiao murmured something to himself, then shook his head. It seems that Zhou Dafu has no reason to lie to him this time, because after encountering Ji Mingyu's previous behavior, it is almost impossible for a normal person to be wary of her.
If it's a trap, then Chow Tai Fook's words words are clearly superfluous. Yi Xiao squinted. Although he didn't know Zhou Dafu's purpose, he felt that Zhou Dafu had no reason to lie to him. It's always good to be cautious. However, what surprised him was that Zai Mingjiu had such a good reputation outside. At least in the previous series of actions, Yi Xiao did not see any problems. Of course, even if there were no problems, Yi Xiao would not choose to have any interaction with her. After all, her surname is Ji and she is a member of one of the 8 great families. This alone was enough to make Yi Xiao wary. But to his surprise, Chow Tai-Fook did not hold Ji Mingyue in the same high regard as the others. Does he know something? Yi Xiao's interest was piqued. However, he has other things to do right now, and he will inquire about Zhou Dafu and Ji Mingyue's matter when he has time. Pulling himself out of his thoughts, Yi Xiao arrived at the exit of the black market. With a flash of light, he was back in Liyue City the next moment. However, as soon as Yi Xiao came out, he keenly noticed that someone was secretly observing him. This confirms what Chow Tai-Fook said. It was thanks to Zhou Dafu's reminder that Yi Xiao paid attention, otherwise, it would have been difficult to notice these people's actions. However, Yi Xiao didn't care about these people. Void illusion activated. The next instant, Yi Xiao vanished from the spot. A moment later, several dark figures ran out from a distance. Is it an invisibility technique? But why would he use an invisibility skill out of the blue? Could it be that they've discovered us? Impossible. We're so far apart, and we're both good at hiding. With our intentions aligned, how could he possibly have discovered us? That person has disappeared. What do we do now? Let's go back and tell the young master first. The group left in a hurry, and not far behind them, in a place that could not be seen. Yi Xiao did not go far, but instead used the concealment of the void to arrive at the group's side immediately. Their conversation naturally reached Yi Xiao's ears without missing a single word. It really is Zhishuan. What are they planning to do? Yi Xiao muttered something to himself, then glanced in the direction he was looking before heading into the city. Before long, he arrived at a deserted corner, changed into an ordinary black half-face mask, and then emerged from the corner. After walking for a while, he came to a stone tablet. The stone tablet is inscribed with the 4 large characters Endless Trials. This was Yi Xiao's other purpose in coming to Liyue City besides selling divine forging stones. The Endless Trials is a special space on the Eternal Continent. In fact, every major city in the primary region contains an endless trial. Even if NPCs completely disappear from the historical stage, it will not affect the operation of this space. The Endless Trials consist of a tower-like structure, with a boss on each floor. Players who defeat the boss will receive corresponding points. As for the boss's strength, it is determined by the level of the professional who enters, and the professional can only enter alone and cannot form a team. Only after defeating the first level boss are professionals qualified to challenge the next level boss. However, the more bosses you defeat consecutively in a trial, the more points you will accumulate. However, with each additional level in the Endless Trials, the boss's overall strength increases by 10%. By the 10th floor, the boss's combat power is twice that of the first floor. Furthermore, due to the special rules of the Endless Trials, each level's boss will have an extremely powerful buff. These buffs often cause great trouble for professionals. Therefore, it is very difficult to obtain a high number of points through continuous challenges. However, in the space of Endless Trials, there is no penalty for death. The only restriction is that you cannot re-enter for 100 hours. If it weren't for this, probably very few people would dare to easily attempt this endless trial. Of course, such rules are extremely unfair to support classes, since support classes cannot deal with bosses alone, especially for professions like nannies, which have almost no means of causing harm. This aspect of the Endless Trials is quite humane, with different boss types appearing for different classes. Even healers can use healing spells to deal 1:1 damage to specific bosses. In short, the Endless Trials can be considered a special space provided by the Eternal Continent for human professionals to improve their combat power. At the same time, the Endless Trials are also a turning point in a professional's career. The reason why the combat style of professionals after the 3rd job advancement evolves to be mainly based on different styles is all thanks to the Endless Trials. The reason for this is that by successfully completing challenges inside, one can exchange points for various special ability boosts that cannot be obtained outside, and these abilities have a significant impact on the combat style of professionals. This is also why Yi Xiao ignored Ji Xian and the others and rushed over. Special skills can only be obtained through Endless Trials. Only then would he have the confidence to face high-level professionals. There weren't many people around the stone tablet at this time. Yi Xiao arrived without any hesitation and placed his large hand on the stone tablet. Then, shifting the focus, one appears in a vast open space. Ding! Your level has been detected as 90, class is Fusion Mage, generating corresponding monster boss attributes. Ding! Monster boss successfully generated. The monster boss you will challenge on the first level of the Endless Trial is Giant Porcupine. Benefiting from the rules, the Giant Porcupine possesses a special buff Hardened Skin, which reduces non-critical hit damage by 20%. The battle will begin in 10 seconds. Please prepare yourself. As the countdown ended, countless lights flashed, followed by the appearance of a giant
giant wild boar with red skin, and the once open ground was transformed into a dense forest of shrubs. Yi Xiao sized up the boss in front of him.
Giant porcupine, boss, level 90,
attack power 15,000,
defense 15,000, skills, porcupine charge, arcane bombardment, hardened skin, nose breath. Description: the first boss of the endless trials, blessed by the rules, possesses extremely strong survivability.
Beware of its arcane bombardment, which can ignore the target's resistance. Looking at the information about the giant porcupine and the previous description of the boss, Yi Xiao couldn't help but sigh that the endless trial was indeed as monstrous as the rumors suggested.
As a boss of the same level, its attributes in all aspects are superior to those of ordinary professionals.
That 1 million health points was more than double the level 90 skeleton king he had encountered before.
Its attack and defense capabilities far surpassed those of its opponent. With these attributes, normally it's impossible for two level 90 professionals to fight him one-on-one. What's more, there's now an additional special rule buff: hardened skin's non-critical hit damage will be reduced to 20%. This is a nightmare for professionals who can't crit.
However, classes like mages, which deal pure elemental damage, don't stack critical hit chance at all, because their skills can't trigger critical hits. In other words, magic-based classes have their natural damage reduced to 20% when facing bosses with hardened skin. How are they supposed to play like that? However, this hardened skin might be an insurmountable obstacle for other magic-based professionals, but Yi Xiao was only slightly surprised before his expression returned to normal. Under normal circumstances, no professional would challenge the endless trial immediately after advancing to the third job advancement. At the very least, they would only choose to take on a challenge after they had already established their own skill set. People like Yi Xiao, who immediately rush in after advancing, are exceptions. After all, he now possesses magical weapons, which can be considered as having the core of a school of magic, and coupled with his own extraordinary attributes, he naturally has nothing to fear. At this moment, the giant porcupine let out a deafening roar, then kicked off with all four legs and charged towards Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao had already made his move the moment the giant porcupine made a move. Fireballs filled the dense forest, falling indiscriminately. With his current combat power, even if he can only unleash 20% of his power, a single fireball can still deal nearly 10,000 to 20,000 points of damage to the giant porcupine. Hundreds of fireballs rained down, though not all of them hit their mark. But the giant porcupine with only 1 million health points had absolutely no chance of fighting back. Its enormous body, still charging at high speed, was completely engulfed by the flames. The enormous body crashed down hard in midair. Immediately, the message popped up. Ding! You have killed a giant porcupine and gained 500,000 experience points. Ding! You have killed a giant porcupine and earned 100 points. As the message appeared, two teleportation vortexes appeared in front of Yi Xiao.
One option is to proceed to the next level and continue the challenge. One option is to enter the points shop, select and redeem rewards, and then leave.
Given the strength of the giant porcupine, Yi Xiao had no reason to hesitate and immediately chose to challenge the next level. Soon, Yi Xiao stepped into the teleportation vortex on the next level. The scene before him changed again, and Yi Xiao found himself in a dark and damp cave.
Ding! Currently in the second level of the endless trial, generating the corresponding monster boss attributes. Ding! Monster boss successfully generated. The monster boss you will challenge on the second level of the endless trial is Giant Poisonous Spider.
Blessed by the rules, the giant venomous spider possesses a special buff, evasion enhancement, significantly increasing its evasion chance.
Level 90. The battle will begin in 10 seconds. Please prepare yourself. Have the rules changed again?
Yi Xiao looked at the description and the information and began to think of a solution.
Free attribute points, 0.
Soon, 10 seconds had passed.
A giant spider bursts out of the cave from underground.
His movements were incredibly fast. He appeared in front of Yi Xiao almost in the blink of an eye. Yi Xiao quickly scanned the information about the giant poisonous spider.
Giant poisonous spider, boss, level 90, health points 1.1 million, attack power 16,500, defense 16,500,
skills, spider web entanglement, arcane bombardment, evasion enhancement, venomous erosion. Description: the boss of the second level of the endless trials possesses extraordinary movement speed thanks to the rules, making it extremely difficult to hit.
Beware of its arcane bombardment, which ignores the target's resistance.
The attributes are indeed 10% higher than those of the first level giant porcupine. However, without the hardened skin, Yi Xiao felt that his health was no different from that of a squishy character. The only thing to watch out for is the opponent's movement speed. Therefore, as soon as the giant poisonous spider emerged, Yi Xiao launched the first attack. The same fireballs were thrown everywhere. Yi Xiao's idea was simple. Although the opponent had a higher evasion rate, he would use a fireball spell to cover the entire cave, so that the giant poisonous spider would definitely not be able to escape. However, Yi Xiao realized the next moment that he had underestimated the giant poisonous spider. At this moment, the giant venomous spider showed no fear whatsoever in the face of Yi Zhao's barrage of fireballs. 16 slender legs moved swiftly, and despite its enormous size, it skillfully avoided all the fireballs. This bizarre movement technique truly shocked Yi Xiao. In the blink of an eye, the giant venomous spider appeared less than a meter in front of Yi Xiao. Then the giant venomous spider opened its hideous, blood-red maw and spat out a strand of spider silk at Yi Xiao. Seeing this, Yi Xiao activated his attack with lightning speed, retreating rapidly and barely escaping the binding range of the spider silk. At the same time, he quickly cast another fireball. The giant venomous spider was clearly furious at failing to land its first attack. He leaped up and dodged all of Yi Xiao's fireballs, then closed in on Yi Xiao again, who was using his divine speed. Seeing this, Yi Xiao cursed inwardly, thinking that these rules were ridiculously outrageous. His fireball's trajectory speed had been improved several times, yet he still managed to dodge it. At that moment, he finally understood what evasion enhancement meant. Then, Yi Xiao refused to believe it. Unleashed the only area of effect skill, Flame Whirlwind. However, it turned out that the giant poisonous spider could easily dodge even area of effect attacks, which was quite unbelievable. At this moment, the giant poisonous spider, having dodged all of Yi Xiao's skills, reappeared in front of him. Yi Xiao could even see a hint of human mockery in the giant venomous spider's 8 red eyes. It's as if to say, trying to outrun me? You're asking for it. Being mocked by a beast was something Yi Xiao hadn't expected, and he immediately became furious. Do you really think I can't do anything to you? Thinking this, Yi Xiao advanced instead of retreating, relying on his life points being more than twice that of his opponent, and used the staff in his hand as a wooden stick. He slashed out viciously. Since you can dodge ranged skills, then try my basic attack. The giant venomous spider clearly hadn't expected this human to be so foolish, choosing to fight it head-on despite being a mage. At that moment, a glint of excited, bloodthirsty light flashed in its eyes. But just as this ray of light rose, it was frozen in place with a crisp click. Before the giant venomous spider could even comprehend what was happening, its entire body was blasted to pieces. The powerful fluctuations even caused the entire cave to shake uncontrollably. Where the giant poisonous spider had originally been, Yi Xiao stood there, holding his staff, with a slightly excited expression. Ding! You have killed a giant poisonous spider and gained 550,000 experience points. Ding! You have killed a giant poisonous spider and gained 200 points. Upon seeing the news of the giant poisonous spider's death, Yi Xiao let out a soft breath. He hadn't expected the giant poisonous spider to have such ridiculously high evasion ability. Whether it was a single fireball or a group of fire whirlwinds, the behemoth could easily dodge them. Fortunately, I still have a magical weapon. After casting the first fireball, his magical weapon already contained 360 fireballs, each dealing 10% damage. This fireball spell alone added 7.46 million extra damage to his basic attack, not to mention the bonus from the subsequent release of the fire whirlwind. Even if this giant venomous spider, like the giant porcupine on the previous level, possessed hardened skin, it would be impossible for it to withstand Yi Xiao's ordinary attack. The giant poisonous spider clearly only regarded Yi Xiao as a mage and never expected that Yi Xiao's close-range attacks would have a power stronger than magic. Furthermore, Yi Xiao took the initiative to get close to his opponent. Even if the giant poisonous spider had extremely high evasion, it was obviously impossible for it to completely dodge at such close range without any precautions. In the end, he could only die with resentment. This was Yi Xiao's first time using a magical weapon, and its effects truly surprised him. But along with his joy, he became even more certain that coming to the endless trials first was the right decision. This time it was because the giant venomous spider was not very bright and was too careless, allowing him to get close and find an opportunity. Under normal circumstances and with some precautions, Yi Xiao's normal attacks would probably have a hard time hitting the giant poisonous spider with its extremely high evasion. Therefore, improving the hit rate is a very important thing. Despite Yi Xiao's remarkably high agility attribute compared to others of the same level, the agility attribute essentially enhances a professional's attack speed, movement speed, and reaction ability. It does not directly provide hit or dodge. A professional's accuracy and evasion depend entirely on reaction and judgment. This is quite abstract. Just like an ordinary person facing 10 high-speed bullets, it's impossible for them to have the reaction ability to dodge. However, if a professional with a slightly higher agility is given an additional 100 points, their enhanced reaction speed might allow them to dodge 5 of them. If your agility is even higher, dodging 10 bullets wouldn't be a problem. This is the effect of improved reaction speed. However, if the bullets were replaced with faster skills, then this level of reaction speed might not be enough. Similarly, the principle of hitting is the same. If the opponent reacts faster than you, it is quite difficult for your skill to hit them. This is reflected in the data as an extremely low hit rate. However, normal skills do not directly enhance these two aspects. However, these things do exist in the endless trials, and some people have already confirmed and successfully redeemed them. Furthermore, the skills that can improve hit rate and evasion when redeemed in the endless trials are all directly represented by numerical values. In theory, if one could achieve a 100% 100% hit rate, it would mean that no one could dodge one's attacks. Of course, this is just theory, because no one can stack both hit rate and evasion to 100%.
But that doesn't stop Yi Xiao from wanting to improve it. The giant venomous spider from earlier is the best explanation. This is also why Yi Xiao couldn't wait to enter the endless trial, because the magic-based style relies on accumulating skill power and then unleashing a burst of basic attacks. Accuracy becomes especially crucial.
Of course, even without the magic and martial arts style, Yi Xiao would still try his best to improve his skill hit rate. Having earned points again, Yi Xiao still did not choose to redeem the rewards and leave, but continued to the third floor. I don't know if they were specifically targeted by this endless trial. The boss on the third floor has a buff that grants magic immunity. Fortunately, Yi Xiao's magic weapon deals physical damage. Even though the boss's attributes increased by 10%, he still easily killed it, gaining another 600,000 experience points and 300 points. On the fourth floor, Yi Xiao easily gained 650,000 experience points and 500 points. Fifth level, 700,000 experience points, 800 points. However, at that moment, the sixth floor, 750,000 experience points, 1,300 points. In this way, Yi Xiao swept through the bosses on the 15th floor in a series of swift and decisive attacks. Although the subsequent bosses' rule buffs were still powerful, they were completely useless in front of Yi Xiao. These bosses were all instantly killed before they could even unleash their skills. At this moment, Yi Xiao's accumulated points had reached an extremely terrifying level, a full 258,200 points.
This is the points bonus mechanism for consecutive level completions.
Even established and powerful figures would find it impossible to do this. After all, the boss's attributes are what they are, along with all sorts of extremely abnormal rule buffs. Once you encounter someone who can restrain you, there is absolutely no chance of victory. In the past, Yi Xiao had only heard that the highest winning streak was 8. Yi Xiao has now cleared 15 floors with ease. Therefore, he did not stop there, but continued to choose a strategy. Not long after Yi Xiao entered the endless trial, Ji Xian also received a report from his subordinates.
What did you say? You lost them? Useless. You can lose track of a grown man. What use are you guys to me?
Faced with Ji Xian's roar, the subordinates responsible for keeping watch were so frightened that they didn't dare to breathe.
Just then, what are you all standing there for? Send word to set up manpower at each entrance. If he gets away, none of you will have a reason to live. Hearing Ji Xian's cold words, the subordinates hurriedly scrambled away. A bunch of useless bastards. That's 500 million.
At this moment, Ji Mingyue walked out from the corner.
Looking at Ji Xian, he said indifferently, "You can't even handle this small matter." No wonder the old folks in the family focus all their attention on Ji Zijiu.
Ji Xian shuddered at Ji Mingyue's harsh words, but when he heard Ji Zijiu's name, he was like a powder keg that had been lit and exploded instantly. That Ji Zijiu was only valued because he is the clan chief's son.
Otherwise, how could he possibly be worthy of competing with me?
Upon hearing this, Ji Mingyue let out a cold laugh.
Don't forget, Ji Zijiu is just an illegitimate child who appeared out of nowhere.
If it weren't for the fact that you lot are all so useless, do you think those old guys in the clan would have taken a liking to him?
Ji
Xuan wanted to refute, but he opened his mouth and couldn't utter a single word.
Because what Zai Mingjiu said was true. Moreover, his only support right now is this older sister, and he would never dare to anger Zai Mingjiu.
Seeing that Ji Xian remained silent, Ji Mingyue continued. No matter what method you use, you must find that person as soon as possible.
My 500 million is not so easy to take.
Ji Xian's face twitched, he quickly agreed, and then slunk away. Clearly, they were afraid that if they stayed any longer, they would be criticized by Ji Mingyue.
And watching Ji Xuan's departing figure, a hint of disappointment appeared in Ji Mingyue's eyes. If the position of family head is given to you, I'm afraid my Ji family will be completely destroyed.
After muttering something to himself, Ji Mingyue suddenly laughed. Ji Xian is still sending more people to search for Yi Xiao's whereabouts. As time passed, endless trials continued. Yi Xiao unleashed a powerful ordinary attack, completely eliminating the ancient colossus before him.
This ancient colossus is the boss of the 30th floor, and its overall attributes are 3 times that of the giant porcupine on the first floor.
Its health points are an astonishing 3 million. Furthermore, thanks to the spatial rules of the endless trials, the ancient colossus's defenses are ridiculously high. Yi Xiao initially tried to use fireballs, but he couldn't kill the big guy instantly. Finally, as a last resort, he had to use magic weapons to quickly accumulate a large amount of skill damage, and only managed to kill it with a single basic attack. As the ancient colossus's body turned to dust, Yi Xiao also cleared 30 consecutive levels, reaching a score of 25,457,600 points.
The number of points is truly terrifying.
According to Yi Xiao's understanding, it seems that in the nearly 100 years since this world of immortality has been opened, no one has been able to obtain so many points.
Let's not even talk about clearing 30 floors in a row.
It seems that the highest record I've ever achieved is only 18 floors, and that was only after multiple attempts on and off. There had never been a case like Yi Xiao, who reached the 30th
floor in less than an hour. It can be said that this is unique in the entire world of immortality. Yi Xiao understood this. After all, his damage output is quite unique, as in addition to the blessing of god-level talent, he also unexpectedly mastered the method of refining exquisite orbs. Thanks to the effects of skill upgrades, his damage output has now reached a terrifying number. And this damage, all converted from magical weapons, is excessively powerful. For an ordinary person facing the same boss as Yi Xiao, let alone being able to deal damage, surviving the boss would be a major problem. Looking at his more than 20 million points, Yi Xiao smiled. If the endless trial had consciousness, it probably wouldn't have imagined that things would turn out like this. These 300 million points should be enough to redeem any reward here. However, one downside of the endless trials is that you can't see the items in the points shop unless you're sure you want to leave. Therefore, Yi Xiao didn't know what he could exchange his points for. To be on the safe side, Yi Xiao chose to continue trying. Next, on the 31st floor, Yi Xiao didn't encounter any rules that gave him a headache. After casting a fireball, he followed up with a basic attack and instantly killed the boss once again. The same applies to the 32nd floor. The 33rd floor, instant kill. On the 40th floor, with the boss's attributes being 4 times stronger than before, Yi Xiao discovered that a single basic attack was no longer enough to kill the boss instantly, so he used 2 attacks instead. The 45th floor, twice. Finally, after a while, Yi Xiao arrived at the 50th floor. Yi Xiao originally thought that the boss on the 50th floor wouldn't be too difficult, and that he could easily deal with it no matter what rules it had. However, Yi Xiao realized that he was quite wrong. This polar bloodfly in front of us actually possesses a bug-level buff called absolute evasion. Now it was Yi Xiao's turn to be dumbfounded. He unleashed a round of skills, but the opponent easily dodged them all. Yi Xiao then tried to get close and use a normal attack to trigger the effect of the magic weapon, but he couldn't hit it at all. After several attempts, Yi Xiao's skills were all depleted. On the contrary, he himself was hit by these polar bloodflies several times. By the 50th floor, the attack power of the Arctic bloodfly was 5 times that of the first floor, reaching a terrifying 75,000. Even with the absorption of the death domain, the offset of the 3-sided shield, and the physical defense that he had emphasized, the Arctic bloodfly could still deal nearly 50,000 damage to Yi Xiao in one hit. If he hadn't unexpectedly found 20 resilience powers on the black market, which boosted his health to over 2.6 million, he probably wouldn't have lasted much longer. In just a short while, Yi Xiao's health points were reduced by more than 700,000. Although he has many ways to recover health, whether it's absorbing the layers of venomous invasion or evil devouring, the prerequisite is that he can hit the opponent. The Arctic bloodfly, with its absolute evasion ability, gave Yi Xiao absolutely no chance. Soon, Yi Xiao was driven to distraction by these polar bloodflies. If things continue like this, he'll probably perish on the 50th floor. Although he has a lot of points now, Yi Xiao doesn't want to give up yet. Who would complain about having too many points? But just as I finished thinking about it, Yi Xiao was hit squarely by the polar bloodfly again. The excruciating pain made Yi Xiao grit his teeth and grimace. He hadn't been this disheveled in a long time. Even when facing 13 8th level experts from the Zhao family, I had never suffered such damage. However, the next second, Yi Xiao gritted his teeth and tried to attack the polar bloodflies again. However, the results were still easily evaded. The polar bloodfly had no intention of toying with Yi Xiao. Instead, it relentlessly pursued and attacked him. Yi Xiao's health points quickly reached 0. Left with no other choice, Yi Xiao activated the void illusion, first hiding himself in the void dimension. The illusion lasts for 60 seconds, which gives Yi Xiao a brief respite. In fact, he still had many other methods he hadn't used. However, given the Arctic bloodfly's absolute evasion, it's difficult for his methods to be effective. Now that Yi Xiao had disappeared, the polar bloodflies became extremely agitated. It began to fly around blindly, trying to find the tiny reptiles in its eyes and tear them to pieces. Yi Xiao stood in the void, quietly watching all of this, his mind racing as he considered countermeasures. The absolute evasion buff is simply too overpowered, and it seems to be somewhat unsolvable for Yi Xiao at the moment. Moreover, the Arctic bloodfly has a life value of 5 million, plus its high defense. The only way to kill in one hit is through the effects of magical weapons. The prerequisite is that he must accumulate enough skill power. Otherwise, even if he were to get hit once by chance, it wouldn't be enough to kill him. This is a bit of a problem. Yi Xiao muttered something to himself, then glanced at his health bar, which was less than 300,000. If this were outside, I'm afraid I would have no choice but to flee. However, there is no real death in the space of endless trials, so Yi Xiao was determined to take the gamble. At this point, the polar bloodfly seemed to calm down after searching around without success. Yi Xiao watched as the polar bloodflies flew into a cave. On a whim, Yi Xiao decisively followed. The void illusion still has 30 seconds left to last. Soon, Yi Xiao followed the polar bloodflies into the cave. They then discovered that the cave was not as dark as they had imagined. Instead, it was enveloped in a red light. The polar bloodfly did not notice Yi Xiao following closely behind him and quickly arrived at the innermost part of the cave. Immediately afterwards, Yi Xiao
Xiao saw a small sapling, about half a person's height, standing deep inside the cave, with a bright red fruit growing on it. At this moment, the polar bloodflies excitedly circled the bright red fruit twice, letting out a soft screech, appearing extremely excited. Yi Xiao observed the fruit with some curiosity, but couldn't see anything special about it. However, something that can excite polar bloodflies so much must be a treasure. I just don't know if it will be useful for professionals. Thinking of this, Yi Xiao's eyes suddenly lit up. He seemed to have an idea. I glanced at the void illusion and saw that its duration was less than 10 seconds. Once Yi Xiao had an idea, he didn't hesitate any longer and went straight to the fruit. At this moment, Yi Xiao's position perfectly separated the fruit from the polar bloodflies. There are 3 seconds left in the illusory illusion. Yi Xiao took a deep breath. While the polar bloodflies were still in a state of inexplicable excitement, Yi Xiao's figure appeared from the illusory void. The sudden appearance of Yi Xiao left the polar bloodflies somewhat bewildered, clearly not realizing when the reptile had appeared there. However, the polar bloodfly reacts extremely quickly. Upon discovering Yi Xiao's presence and his proximity to the red fruit, it instantly erupted in fury with a scream. In an instant, they launched a fierce attack on Yi Xiao. His demeanor was even more fierce than before outside. He looked like he was risking his life. When Yi Xiao saw the appearance of the polar bloodflies, he immediately understood. The importance of the red fruit to the polar bloodflies was clearly beyond their imagination. Otherwise, the polar bloodflies would not have become so frenzied. Seeing the polar bloodfly suddenly rush towards him, Yi Xiao smiled slightly. He then waved both hands. Seal the heavens and banish demons. My magic power dropped drastically in an instant. The 30,000 mana points consumed resulted in a transparent barrier suddenly appearing around the polar bloodflies. Caught off guard, the polar bloodfly slammed its enormous body against the transparent barrier, letting out a painful howl. Just like the Baishan River before. However, compared to Baishan, these polar bloodflies are clearly more hot-tempered. After its attack was inexplicably blocked, the Arctic bloodfly did not stop but continued to frantically ram into the barrier in front of it. Loud bang sounds kept coming from the entire cave. Yi Xiao observed for a while, and only after confirming that the polar bloodflies could not escape his heaven-sealing and demon-suppressing barrier did he feel relieved. Although Yi Xiao's current abilities are insufficient to harm the Arctic bloodflies, trapping them should not be a problem. You made me look so pathetic before, now it's my turn. Yi Xiao said something to the polar bloodflies, then turned and walked towards the red fruit. Upon seeing Yi Xiao's actions, the polar bloodflies became even more agitated, and the crashing sounds grew increasingly rapid. Seeing this, Yi Xiao understood that the red fruit must be extremely important to the polar bloodfly, otherwise the guy wouldn't be acting like this. At this moment, he was quite curious about what this red fruit was that made the polar bloodflies so interested. However, the next moment, when Yi Xiao arrived in front of the red fruit, he was completely stunned. But soon, that initial surprise was replaced by an overwhelming sense of excitement. At that moment, my breathing became rapid. No wonder these polar bloodflies have become so agitated. Yi Xiao never expected that this red fruit would be such a treasure. Hit fruit, a magical fruit that grows in another dimension. Constantly imbued with the power of these rules, it grants your attacks or skills a chance to ignore evasion. Seeing the effect of the fruit he had been given, Yi Xiao was overjoyed. I was having a headache about how to deal with the polar bloodflies, but unexpectedly, this was the perfect solution. Although the effect of this hit fruit is not 100% accurate compared to the absolute evasion of the Arctic bloodfly, the fact that it has a certain chance of ignoring evasion is enough to break through its defenses. In Yi Xiao's eyes, the Arctic bloodfly may seem powerful, but as long as its absolute evasion can be broken, it will be nothing more than a mobile blood bank. Yi Xiao looked at the fruit of his destiny before him, his eyes gleaming with longing. However, this destined fruit is not yet fully ripe. Yi Xiao also saw a countdown timer in its information, which showed that there were still 30 minutes left before the harvest time. Now Yi Xiao understood why the polar bloodflies hadn't eaten the fruit of destiny. 30 minutes? Yi Xiao turned to look at the enraged polar bloodfly, a smile playing on his lips. His own heaven-sealing and demon-suppressing barrier lasts for a full 60 minutes, which is more than enough to sustain him until the fruit of his destiny ripens. As the saying goes, it's better to arrive at the right time than to arrive early. Such a precious prop, it seems I'll have to keep it for myself. Yi Xiao couldn't help but marvel at how incredibly lucky he was. Actually, he didn't know the fruit's function at first. His initial plan was quite simple. Seeing how much the polar bloodflies valued the fruit, Yi Xiao thought about what he could do if he could get his hands on it. Then the polar bloodflies will definitely chase after it relentlessly, determined to snatch the fruit back. In this way, the polar bloodfly would inevitably come into close contact with Yi Xiao. Although the Arctic bloodfly possessed absolute evasion, Yi Xiao was not without a chance to attack it in that state. This was Yi Xiao's original plan. However, he didn't expect the plan to fail so quickly. Now that he has this destined fruit, Yi Xiao only needs to wait another half hour to consume it. Those polar bloodflies couldn't possibly cause any trouble in front of me. Next, Yi Xiao sat cross-legged next to the fruit of destiny. This action enraged the Arctic bloodflies. Unfortunately, the heaven-sealing sealing and demon-suppressing barrier was a powerful barrier that the Zhao family found in an ancient forbidden land, and it was simply not something that a level 90 boss could break. The two stared at each other for half an hour. Finally, the countdown on the hit fruit reached 0. The originally bright red fruit suddenly emitted a dazzling light. Yi Xiao stood up and eagerly picked the fruit, finding it cool to the touch.
It's definitely good stuff.
Under the almost irrational, hateful gaze of the polar blood flies, Yi Xiao showed no mercy and swallowed the fruit of his destiny. Instantly, a cool sensation spread throughout my body. The next moment, Yi Xiao's gaze towards the polar blood flies changed. The polar blood fly was struggling, but Yi Xiao felt something different about it. Yi Xiao couldn't quite explain this feeling. In short, if he had difficulty catching the Arctic bloodfly's trail when they were facing it before. After consuming the fruit of fate, Yi Xiao now had complete control over the movement path of the polar blood flies.
This feeling is amazing.
Thinking of this, Yi Xiao smiled and lifted the heaven-sealing and demon-suppressing barrier.
It's time to resolve this problem.
The moment Yi Xiao removed the barrier, the polar blood flies seemed to sense it, letting out angry roars. Their pair of eerie green eyes turned incredibly red, and they charged fiercely at Yi Xiao. They looked as if they wanted to tear Yi Xiao to shreds. Faced with the enraged polar blood flies, Yi Xiao remained completely calm. After consuming the fate fruit, Yi Xiao could see the Arctic blood fly's every move more clearly.
This feeling cannot be fully expressed by data.
He raised his hand and cast a fireball, followed by a barrage of netherfire. The overwhelming barrage of skills completely blocked all of the Arctic bloodfly's paths, but the Arctic bloodfly, with its absolute evasion, simply ignored it.
Its enormous body easily dodged the attack in an extremely bizarre and illogical posture.
Yi Xiao was not surprised by this. This skill was obtained by hunting the ocean demon frog in Linhai village. While its damage is less than that of a fireball, it has the advantage of more attacks and a splash effect of 5 meters. Yi Xiao had never used this skill before consuming the fate fruit.
The main reason is that the ice lance's projectile speed is much slower than the fireball.
Even the fireball can't hit the Arctic bloodfly, let alone this skill. More than 300 ice spears were fired simultaneously. Although the speed was not fast, something strange happened. After swiftly dodging most of the attacks, the Arctic bloodfly suddenly shuddered.
Minus 17,583.
A faint damage indicator appeared above my head. Compared to the 5 million health points of the Arctic bloodfly, this damage is negligible. However, upon seeing the damage, Yi Xiao's smile widened even further.
You should know that he hadn't managed to hit the Arctic bloodfly even once in the previous battles. The fact that it can now deal damage proves that the hit fruit is indeed effective.
The polar bloodfly was clearly taken aback by its own injury, but it quickly realized what was happening and became even angrier, knowing that this was the effect of the fruit of destiny, and all of this should have belonged to it. In an instant, the polar bloodflies, disregarding everything, rushed towards Yi Xiao and launched a frenzied attack. Yi Xiao moved with lightning speed, dodging while continuously unleashing various skills. Facing the Arctic bloodfly with a life value of 5 million, Yi Xiao knew that even if his skills occasionally hit, it would be difficult to kill the opponent completely. So he wasn't in a hurry. He wanted to figure out the effects of the fruit he was destined to receive first. And so, the man and the insect went back and forth, and the explosions of various skills echoed continuously throughout the 50th level of the endless trial. Before long, Yi Xiao's health had reached 0. In contrast, the Arctic bloodfly only lost less than 200,000 health points under Yi Xiao's barrage of skills. But Yi Xiao didn't care about any of this. On the contrary, his smile grew even stronger. After just over 10 rounds of intense exchanges, Yi Xiao had already begun to grasp the patterns of the hit fruits. To be honest, the chances of hitting the target are not high, but as long as it works, that's enough. Another round of skill bombardment. The polar bloodflies, impatient with Yi Xiao's persistent presence, charged forward with even greater agitation. Yi Xiao suddenly waved his hands, throwing out various skills like money. As for the targets, almost all of them failed under his deliberate control. Seeing this, the polar bloodfly couldn't help but show a mocking expression in its anger, then easily dodged and came to Yi Xiao's side. Looking at the ugly, sharp face so close to his eyes, Yi Xiao remained calm. He swung his staff and casually threw it out. The polar bloodfly watched Yi Xiao's actions with extreme disdain. With a slight twist of his body, he intended to bypass Yi Xiao's attack and launch a final strike to kill him. However, at that moment, a bizarre scene unfolded. Yi Xiao's seemingly unhurried staff, after the polar bloodfly twisted its body, miraculously changed its landing point as if it had eyes. A dull thud was heard. The polar bloodfly suddenly paused, a hint of confusion flashing in its large, eerie green eyes. Yi Xiao, however, had a hint of joy in his eyes.
Sure enough, the next moment,
the polar bloodfly's body suddenly trembled violently, and it opened its mouth as if trying to make a sound. Unfortunately, before any of this could happen, its entire body suddenly exploded. You killed the Arctic bloodfly and gained 2.5 million experience points. You have killed the Arctic bloodfly and gained 100 million points.
You've reached level 95.
Along with the pleasant kill notification sound came Yi Xiao's level up notification. It wasn't the 2.5 million experience points from the Arctic bloodfly that allowed Yi Xiao to level up 5 times. Back when he reached the 50th floor, Yi Xiao had already reached level 94 by killing the bosses of the previous 49 floors, and was less than a million points away from leveling up. Therefore, after killing the Arctic bloodfly, he naturally leveled up. However, for Yi Xiao now, leveling up doesn't bring him much of a feeling. After all, his combat strength can no longer be measured by his level. To his delight, he finally killed the Arctic bloodfly, which possessed absolute evasion. If I hadn't stumbled upon the secret of the polar bloodflies and unexpectedly obtained the fruits of my labor, I would probably be stuck here today. Although there is no penalty for dying in the endless trial, breaking the winning streak will only reward you with 100 points, even if you are able to kill the Arctic bloodflies later. And now, it's 100 million. The total points of the 49 floors in front of Yi Xiao amounted to only 50 million. This polar bloodfly effectively doubled his score. However, the number of points is ridiculously high, reaching hundreds of millions without anyone noticing. Yi Xiao suddenly realized that even passing 18 consecutive levels would only yield a million points. Most ordinary people, intermittently tackling the endless trials, would only accumulate tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of points at most. However, Yi Xiao looked at his total of 150 million points and fell into deep thought. Isn't that a bit of an exaggeration? Yi Xiao suddenly had this strange thought. However, before he could finish his reflection, suddenly, the view in front of him changed, and when Yi Xiao realized what was happening, he found himself in a desolate space. At the same time, a faint voice rang out from nowhere. Congratulations! You have completed all levels of the endless trial. The points shop will now unlock the final reward mode, replacing the original reward items. Do you wish to activate it? Ha, that's it? Does that mean I've cleared the endless trials? Yi Xiao was somewhat surprised. He then stared at the notification in the message and fell into deep thought. Can the reward items in the points shop be replaced? I've never heard of that before. However, Yi Xiao immediately realized that the polar bloodfly's absolute evasion was indeed somewhat unsolvable. If he hadn't unexpectedly obtained the devil fruit, he probably wouldn't have been able to kill it. In the past 100 years, although many powerful professionals have emerged, none have been able to clear all 50 floors in one go like Yi Xiao. Even with continuous challenges, very few people could probably reach the 50th floor. After all, the attributes of the bosses in this endless trial are manifested according to the challenger's level. Yi Xiao's true combat strength is dozens or even hundreds of times greater than that of other professionals of the same level. This must be unique in the world of immortality. It was thanks to this that Yi Xiao was able to so easily crush all the bosses except for the polar bloodfly. After figuring it out, Yi Xiao couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. He didn't expect there would be such an unexpected surprise. Needless to say, the reward items after clearing the level will be replaced and will definitely be better than the original. Therefore, Yi Xiao decisively replied, "Activate." The points shop is now entering its final rewards phase. Shop items are being replaced. As the notification sounded, a burst of light suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xiao. The light lasted for almost a minute before dissipating. After the light disappeared, Yi Xiao saw a strange stone tablet with several large characters engraved on it. Endless Trials Ultimate Points Shop. Upon seeing this, Yi Xiao's eyes lit up with excitement, and he couldn't wait to open it and take a look. However, just after Yi Xiao opened the points shop to browse, he was completely stunned. Yi Xiao suddenly became incredibly excited, and a huge wave surged through his heart. At this point, the ultimate shop only had 4 points earning items on display, but the names of these props had a great impact on Yi Xiao. Endless Forging Stone. After use, it can upgrade one of your equipment pieces to your current level. Exchange points, 200,000 points. Divine Wind Forging Stone. When used, it can randomly enhance one effect of a piece of equipment. Exchange points, 300,000 points. Random Attribute Fruit. After consumption, it will randomly increase one of your attributes. The amount of the increase is affected by the user's own attributes. Exchange points, 500,000 points. Unknown Equipment Prototype. A prototype containing magical energy. Using it to forge equipment might bring unexpected surprises. Exchange points, 100 million points. Read through the descriptions of each of these props. Yi Xiao was also excited, but then felt a little depressed. The reason he was so eager to come to the endless trial space was that he hoped to exchange points for some auxiliary skills that suited the magic and martial arts style. However, now that he has completed the endless trials, his original plan has been completely disrupted. The upgraded points shop no longer offered skill stones for exchange. Instead, it contained 4 items he had never seen before. However, it must be said that these props are indeed very powerful. The first one, Endless Forging Stones, can upgrade a piece of equipment to the user's current level. This was a prop that Yi Xiao was overjoyed with. He has a total of 5 mythic items, but apart from the Shadow Skeleton King's Windstaff and the Dragon's Lament Robe, which are level 90, the rest are just too low level. If it weren't for Yi Xiao's own excellent attribute points, coupled with the special ability he gained from the water element essence in Linhai Village, he would have been completely different. The basic attributes of that mythical equipment are truly
truly appalling for me now. What's truly important to Yi Xiao about these mythical items are their effect attributes. But Yi Xiao is only level 95 now, and he will definitely reach level 200 or even 300 in the future. At that point, the base stats of these mythical items will be completely inadequate. But now that we have endless forging stones, things are different. If you can upgrade the equipment level of mythic gear, you will undoubtedly gain a significant attribute boost. However, the 200,000 points seemed a bit outrageous, but considering its miraculous effects, Yi Xiao felt relieved. The next Divine Wind Forging Stone is also an incredibly powerful entity. After use, it can randomly enhance one effect of a piece of equipment. This was enough to make Yi Xiao overjoyed. It should be noted that in the past few days, Yi Xiao had acquired many methods to improve the quality of equipment that were unknown to ordinary people, but there has never been a way to improve the effectiveness of equipment. Furthermore, it seems that no similar function has appeared in the world of immortality over the past century. Now that it has appeared, if it can really improve the equipment's effectiveness, this will undoubtedly enhance the power of Yi Xiao's mythical armor to a new level. Its effect is much more significant than that of endless forging stones. Yi Xiao was somewhat confused about the random attribute fruit. The description only said that it randomly improved attributes, but it did not explain the improvement effect. This made it impossible for Yi Xiao to determine its value. However, considering that this thing requires 500,000 points to exchange, which is higher than the previous two items, Yi Xiao did not think that the effect of this random attribute fruit was inferior to the previous two. Besides these three items, what shocked Yi Xiao the most was the last one, unknown equipment prototype. What surprised him even more was that, although Yi Xiao didn't know the specific effects of forging this thing, the price of 100 million points was already there. That's enough to prove everything. After thinking for a while, Yi Xiao bought the unknown equipment blank without hesitation. Just for the sake of 100 million points, it's worth taking the gamble. In an instant, his points were reduced to only 50 million. After some deliberation, Yi Xiao exchanged 80 endless forging stones and 80 divine wind forging stones in one go, spending 25 million. The final 10 million was all exchanged for random attribute fruits, the effects of which he did not yet know. Yi Xiao redeemed all his points. At this moment, the endless trial space suddenly sounded a notification sound again. You are the first challenger to complete all 50 levels of the trial. You are hereby rewarded with one random skill stone. The endless space mode has been upgraded in difficulty. The points rewards have been completely updated. The points rules have been reset, and challengers will receive a protective light. Upon receiving a fatal blow, they will be automatically teleported out of the endless trial space. The guardian light exists only once. A second death will not bring resurrection. Do you wish to continue the challenge? There are still more? Yi Xiao frowned slightly upon hearing the prompt. He wasn't sure what kind of boss he would encounter after the difficulty level increased. Having experienced the Arctic bloodfly incident, Yi Xiao, no matter how confident he was, had to be cautious. According to the information provided, the upgraded difficulty no longer offers unlimited resurrections. Instead, there is only a one-time guardian light, which is used up and then gone. Since the points for the winning streak have been cleared anyway, I might as well wait until I'm more confident before challenging again. After a moment's hesitation, Yi Xiao made his decision and shook his head, saying, I won't take the challenge. As soon as he finished speaking, the scene shifted, and Yi Xiao reappeared in front of the Endless Trials Monument in Liu City. After coming out, Yi Xiao let out a slight breath and then opened his backpack. He had just unexpectedly obtained a random skill stone, and he was eager to see what skill it would contain. Ding! You used a random skill stone. Congratulations! You have obtained the skill Absolute Evasion. Absolute Evasion. Once activated, you have a 100% evasion rate. Duration, 1 minute. Cooldown, 15 minutes. When Yi Xiao saw the words Absolute Evasion, his eyes lit up, but after reading the skill description, he was slightly disappointed. He originally thought it would be a passive skill like the Arctic bloodfly, which would make him invincible. But after all that, he found that the Absolute Evasion he had gained was actually an active skill. The duration is only 1 minute, while the cooldown is as long as 15 minutes. Even with full cooldown reduction, it still takes 4 minutes and 30 seconds to cool down, with a 3-minute and 30-second gap in between. However, Yi Xiao quickly realized that although this Absolute Evasion only lasted for 1 minute, that 1 minute was equivalent to being invincible. In a truly evenly matched battle, a single minute can almost determine the outcome, or even life and death. Moreover, he has several other means of survival, and using them all once should be enough to hold out until the cooldown of his Absolute Evasion ends. This means that Absolute Dodge effectively lasts for 2 minutes. Thinking of this, Yi Xiao swept away his previous disappointment and began to examine the items he had just redeemed. There are 80 Endless Forging Stones and 80 Divine Wind Forging Stones, which seems like a lot, but if they are distributed among each piece of equipment, they will actually be used very few times. The Shadow Skeleton King's Wind Bone Staff is currently a level 90 weapon, while the Dragon Sai Robe is a growth-type weapon, whose level will increase as Yi Xiao's level increases. Therefore, Yi Xiao plans to upgrade the other 3 mythic equipment
equipment pieces first. As for the other equipment pieces, Yi Xiao naturally does not plan to use endless forging stones. As for the remaining endless forging stones, Yi Xiao planned to save them for later when his level reached a certain point. If you use it sparingly, it'll be enough to keep his mythical equipment at the same level as yours. After making his plans, Yi Xiao took out 3 endless forging stones. Ding! You used an endless forging stone on the endless chain of life, mythical, and your equipment has been upgraded. Ding! You used endless forging stones on the ring of plague, mythical, and your equipment has been upgraded. Ding! You used endless forging stones on the phantom amulet, mythical, and your equipment has been upgraded.
3 notifications sounded in a row.
After the equipment upgrade was completed, Yi Xiao hurriedly checked the attributes of the 3 pieces of equipment. The endless chain of life grants plus 220 to all attributes, which increases to 500 as the equipment level increases. The value more than doubled in an instant. By this calculation, this one endless forging stone added 1120 attribute points to the endless chain of life. Similarly, the original attributes of the ring of plague were agility plus 640 and intelligence plus 320. After being upgraded, they became agility plus 1300 and intelligence plus 680. The phantom amulet was originally a level 60 item, so it provides fewer attribute boosts than the other 2 items. Its constitution increased from 780 to 970 points, and its agility increased from 840 points to 1030 points. In total, upgrading the 3 mythic items brought Yi Xiao a total attribute boost of 2520 points. Of course, the attributes of these equipment would not normally have so many variations. However, the current situation is due to Yi Xiao's connection to the nourishing and purifying spring. Ultimately, Yi Xiao was quite satisfied with the effects of the endless forging stone. Next, Yi Xiao took out the divine wind forging stone. Having witnessed the effects of the endless forging stone, he was quite looking forward to this stone that could change the effects of equipment. His primary goal in forging was, naturally, the endless chain of life.
This necklace has 2 effects.
Effect 1, increases the damage of all your class skills by 100 points.
Effect 2, for each skill you possess, your maximum health increases by 200. With Yi Xiao's current combat strength, the necklace's first effect has become almost useless, but the second effect is the guarantee of Yi Xiao's life.
Yi Xiao cannot afford to lose it, no matter what else he loses. Therefore, he wanted to see if he could improve the necklace's effect.
Ding!
You used a divine wind forging stone on the endless chain of life, mythical, and your equipment effect has been enhanced. After glancing at the effects of the upgrade, all your class skills increased damage by 200 points. Yi Xiao fell silent. He was hoping to improve effect 2, but he was unlucky and ended up improving a useless effect.
300,000 points for only 100 points of damage increase?
Yi Xiao couldn't help but complain in his heart. Yi Xiao gritted his teeth and took out another divine wind forging stone to use on the necklace.
He still didn't believe it. Ding!
You used a divine wind forging stone on the endless chain of life, mythical, and your equipment effect 2 has been upgraded. Yi Xiao's eyes lit up when he saw the prompt. He hurriedly checked the attributes of the endless chain of life. Upon seeing this, Yi Xiao's eyes widened, and he felt his breathing become rapid.
This effect is incredible. The endless chain of life, myth, all attributes plus 500.
Smelting effect, increases the projectile speed of all fire-type skills.
Wind's blessing effect, increases the projectile speed of all wind-type skills.
Effect 1, increases the damage of all your class skills by 200 points.
Effect 2, for each skill you possess, your maximum health increases by 400. Required level, 90. The effect of the endless chain of life has been doubled.
After putting the equipment back on, a surge of energy instantly coursed through my body. Yi Xiao quickly glanced at his attribute panel.
ID, Night Shadow. Level, 95. Class, Fusion Mage. Free attribute points, 0. Attributes, Strength 30969, Constitution 3933, Agility 11109, Intelligence 19662. Health points, 5151 900/5 151 900. Mana points, 200 520/200 520. Skills, Fireball, Mana Fountain, Experience Surge. Expand.
Abilities, Lava Blade, Forge, Death Domain, Dark Rebirth, Storm Rush, Blessing of the Wind. Looking at his impressive attribute panel, Yi Xiao was speechless with emotion. With just one effect boost, his maximum health directly exceeded 5 million.
The effect is truly exaggerated to the extreme. With immense excitement, Yi Xiao took out the divine wind forging stone and continued forging the necklace.
Unfortunately, he only managed to get the first effect twice, and his class skill damage increased by 400 points. Yi Xiao was both amused and exasperated, but this time he wasn't too disappointed. Instead, he was thrilled to see the necklace's effects improve continuously. This is because it means that the divine wind forging stone can continuously enhance the same effect. The third forging attempt resulted in the second effect being randomly obtained from the divine wind forging stone.
The maximum health has been increased again, now reaching 600 points. Just then,
Yi Xiao's maximum health points reached 7,600,000. 619,900. He never imagined that his health points would increase so rapidly. After all, before entering the beginner area, his health points were only a few 100,000, and that kind of data is already quite exaggerated. However, the hundreds of thousands of life points are nothing to Yi Xiao now. Suppressing his excitement, Yi Xiao continued to forge the endless chain of life.
I was very lucky. It was remelted to effect 2. The maximum health has been increased to 800 points.
This time, it was another instance of increasing class damage, which Yi Xiao ignored. In the next 2 attempts, Yi Xiao had incredible luck and successfully forged the material to effect 2. The maximum health has been increased to 1,200 points. Then, after achieving the desired effect through another forging process, Yi Xiao tried to continue forging, but a prompt appeared. This equipment has reached its forging limit and cannot be forged further. Yi Xiao was stunned when he saw the notification.
There's an upper limit? He then frowned. Based on the results of the casting just now, does that mean that each effect can be cast a maximum of 5 times?
Thinking of this, Yi Xiao sighed with some lingering regret. What a pity, it would be great if we could come more often.
However, it can only be melted and cast 5 times.
But the improvement in effectiveness is quite terrifying. Yi Xiao's current life points are more than 12.3 million more than before he entered the endless trial space, reaching a terrifying 15,023,900 points.
This exaggerated life value would probably make even a top-tier level 300 expert feel inadequate.
Next, Yi Xiao began to examine the effects of the other mythical equipment. Having just forged the endless chain of life, the effect was extremely powerful, but he had unknowingly spent 10 divine wind forging stones. Looking at his remaining 70 divine wind forging stones, Yi Xiao was quite cautious about his next choice. After all, this thing is gone once it's used.
In the end, Yi Xiao chose the Dragon's Sai robe. Compared to the effects of other mythical equipment, the Dragon's Sai robe was more attractive to Yi Xiao. The robe has 2 effects. One is to increase all elemental resistances by 1,000, and the other is to reduce physical damage by 20%.
If these 2 effects can be improved, coupled with his terrifying 15 million plus health points, his survivability will be infinitely enhanced.
After making the decision, Yi Xiao no longer hesitated.
He used 10 divine wind forging stones in one go, directly bringing the Dragon's Sai robe to its forging limit. In fact, Yi Xiao originally only wanted to melt down effect 2 to its limit and then stop, but unfortunately his luck was really bad. From the beginning to the 5th time, he melted down all of it onto effect 1. Unfortunately, I had no choice but to spend an extra 5 divine wind forging stones. However, upon seeing the effect of the robe after it was forged, Yi Xiao immediately beamed with joy.
The first effect increased all elemental resistance to 6,000 points, which I won't go into detail about.
What truly excited Yi Xiao was the second effect, a 70% reduction in physical damage. This effect, combined with his current physical defense and 15 million health points, makes him even more formidable. It's a nightmare for physics students.
Suddenly, Yi Xiao noticed. It seems that I, as a mage, am going further and further down the path of becoming a tank. This made Yi Xiao fall into deep thought. Is this really a good thing?
But the next second, he put that ridiculous thought out of his mind. After all, you can only contribute if you're alive. Moreover, he also has a powerful melee basic attack that deals explosive damage, so appropriately increasing his tankiness is quite reasonable. After forging the robe, Yi Xiao did not continue to use divine wind forging stones to forge other equipment. The main reason is that the effects of the other 3 mythical equipment pieces are not indispensable for Yi Xiao at present. He only had 60 divine wind forging stones left, so he decided to keep them for now, in case he came across better equipment later. Next, Yi Xiao took out the third prop,
fruits with random attributes.
Yi Xiao wasn't sure exactly how much this item could boost his power, but considering its price, he still bought 20. Without much thought, Yi Xiao took one directly.
Ding!
You have consumed a random attribute fruit and gained 500 points of agility. Yi Xiao's eyes suddenly widened. This sudden increase really startled him.
A single fruit increases agility by 500 points?
Yi Xiao looked at the 500 points of agility he had suddenly gained and felt a sense of unreality.
What kind of magical artifact is this? That's 500 points of agility, and you just added it all away like that?
Keep in mind that he is currently level 95, and even with the double effect of Xiao Jin's golden dragon power, he only gained a total of 2,570 free attribute points. This fruit with random attributes added 500 points at once. In other words, just eating 5 pills is equivalent to the free attribute points you get from all that hard work leveling up.
It's absolutely terrifying.
More importantly, a professional can only gain a total of 8,800 free attribute points by leveling up from level 0 to level 300. Yi Xiao has a total of 20, which means that eating them all would increase his attributes by 10,000 points. This means that you have 1,200 more free attribute points than someone else who is level 300, all for no reason.
Just thinking about it excites Yi Xiao.
Excited, Yi Xiao immediately took out the remaining random attribute fruits and swallowed them all in one gulp.
Ding!
You have consumed a random attribute fruit and gained 500 points of intelligence.
Ding!
You have consumed a random attribute fruit and gained 500 points of constitution. Yi Xiao ate very quickly, and in no time at all, he had finished all 20 fruits with random attributes. During this time, after eating each fruit with a random attribute, Yi Xiao felt his energy surge. After eating all 20 fruits, Yi Xiao felt completely comfortable and warm all over. At this moment, Yi Xiao reopened his control panel. Upon seeing this, his smile deepened.
I was very lucky.
Of the 20 fruits with random attributes, I got the agility attribute 8 times, which increased my agility attribute by a total of 4,000 points. The total agility has reached 17,109 points, which is almost catching up with the previous intelligence attribute. However, the intelligence attribute was also randomly selected 6 times, adding an extra 3,000 points, bringing the total intelligence to 24,166 points. Yi Xiao couldn't say it was bad, but because of the talent effect of unlimited skill slots, adding it to intelligence seemed a bit of a waste. But thinking about it, besides agility, the most suitable attribute to add is intelligence.
Thanks to the endless chain of life, he now has no deficiency in his physique whatsoever.
Needless to say, the more intelligence one possesses, the more powerful one becomes. Thinking about it this way, Yi Xiao felt much better. Of the remaining 6 fruits with random attributes, 2 were randomly assigned to strength, and the other 4 were randomly assigned to constitution. Currently, supported by his title of Rookie King, his strength attribute has skyrocketed to 39,225 points, just a few hundred points away from breaking the 40,000 point mark. He was a mage, yet his strength was several times greater than that of a physical damage dealer, leaving Yi Xiao somewhat amused and exasperated. But Yi Xiao had no choice. Even if all the random attribute fruits were randomly assigned to the strength attribute, the effect of the Rookie King title would not apply to his agility, which benefited him the most. After all, even if you lose your strength, you still have your physical constitution to fall back on. Of the 4 attributes, the one he has the least to lack is physique. After all, 15.17 million health points is no joke.
Didn't you see that even after adding 2,000 points to his constitution, his health only increased by about 100,000?
Compared to a life value in the tens of millions, this tiny increase in attributes is negligible.
Close the panel.
Yi Xiao took a deep breath, completely suppressing the overwhelming joy in his heart, and his expression returned to calm. Only then did he have time to look at the last prop he had spent a full 100 million to exchange for.
Unknown equipment prototype.
The description of this item is practically useless. If it weren't for the 100 million points, Yi Xiao probably wouldn't have even given it a second glance.
Is it used for forging equipment?
Yi Xiao fiddled with the small equipment blank in his palm, observing it repeatedly for a while, but he still couldn't figure it out. It seems we'll only know the specific effects when we smelt the equipment.
However, to forge equipment, you must find a blacksmith.
Since all the NPCs died, the only people in the Eternal Continent who can forge equipment are those who dislike combat and have turned to forging skills. It's just a matter of whether those people can successfully forge this unprecedented blank. If they fail, then things will get really interesting. More importantly, as far as Yi Xiao knew, almost all the blacksmiths among humans who possessed powerful forging abilities were supported by various major powers. The best among them are naturally the blacksmiths from the 8 great families. Given Yi Xiao's current relationship with the 8 major families, it's clear that he can't find these people. The situation seems somewhat pessimistic, but after thinking about it, Yi Xiao wasn't flustered at all, because he already had a plan in mind. If all else fails, he can simply learn some forging skills himself. After all, with unlimited skill slots, he can learn a lot of skills that increase forging success rate and improve forging quality. However, there are relatively few of these life assistance skills, and they are relatively troublesome to collect. But compared to finding a reliable blacksmith, it seems more convenient to do it yourself. After weighing the options in his mind, Yi Xiao didn't dwell on it, since he wasn't in a hurry anyway. After putting the equipment blank back into his backpack, Yi Xiao turned to look at the stone tablet of the endless trials, feeling deeply moved. Unexpectedly, this endless trial, which lasted only about an hour, brought about a complete transformation in him.
The surge in overall strength can almost be described as doubling.
Now that the endless trials mode has been upgraded, Yi Xiao's heart is filled with excitement at the thought of the upgraded item rewards. Fortunately, reason told him not to act impulsively, which temporarily dispelled his urge to continue the challenge. After letting out a soft breath, Yi Xiao turned to leave. The most important thing right now is to level up, since he's only level 95. Just as Yi Xiao was about to leave, suddenly a sound came from the side.
Ha ha,
young man, I didn't expect we'd run into each other here. Upon hearing this voice, Yi Xiao stopped and turned his head to look. Immediately, Yi Xiao's pupils contracted slightly, and his expression tightened involuntarily. He squinted at the newcomer but did not reply. Yi Xiao recognized the chubby voice in front of him. It was none other than Zhou Dafu, whom he had met in the black market earlier.
But how did Zhou Dafu recognize him?
He was clearly wearing a mask to conceal his face in the black market. Moreover, he changed his clothes after leaving the black market. Logically speaking, no one should be able to recognize recognize me. At this moment, Zhou Dafu looked at Yi Xiao's slightly wary expression but still smiled. Slowly walking up to Yi Xiao, Zhou Dafu looked him over and said with deep emotion, "Young man, don't be nervous. I mean no harm. It's just a coincidence that I met you here. Look, my shop is right there, so I wasn't following you." As he spoke, Chow Tai Fook pointed to a very luxuriously decorated store a few meters away, Chow Tai Fook Trading Company. Upon seeing this, Yi Xiao suddenly realized what was going on and began to believe Zhou Dafu's words. However, this did not dispel Yi Xiao's vigilance. After all, he didn't know how Chow Tai Fook had recognized him. Although Zhou Dafu had spoken up for him in the black market before, he didn't believe that there were people in this world who would be nice to him for no reason, especially when it meant offending Jixuan. Chow Tai Fook seemed completely unconcerned about Yi Xiao's wariness. Instead, he continued with a smile, "Young brother, don't you know that Ji Xian is frantically searching for you? It's not safe for you to show your face here. Why don't you come and sit with me?" After a pause, Zhou Dafu continued, "The first time I saw you on the black market, I knew you were someone special. Perhaps we could work together?" Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao's eyes flickered twice before he nodded and said, "Okay." The main reason Yi Xiao agreed to Zhou Dafu's offer was that he wanted to see what this guy was really up to. In any case, with his current strength, even if he alarms the master of Liyue City, he can leave calmly, so there is no danger involved. Seeing that Yi Xiao agreed, Zhou Dafu immediately smiled and led the way. A moment later, the two arrived at Chow Tai Fook's shop one after the other. At this time, there was only an old servant watching over the shop. There were some strange and unusual props on both sides. Yi Xiao didn't have time to look closely. They followed Chow Tai Fook to a lavish reception room at the back of the shop. "Young man, please sit wherever you like." Yi Xiao silently walked to the side and sat down. Zhou Dafu was about to speak with a smile when Yi Xiao interrupted him first. "How did you recognize me?" Yi Xiao did not deny that Zhou Dafu had previously exposed his identity. Since the other party could recognize him at a glance, there was no point in denying it. Upon hearing Yi Xiao's words, Zhou Dafu's smile widened even further. "To be honest, young man, I'm not very strong, but I have a talent that allows me to see through all disguises. So even though you've been very discreet in the black market, it's naturally ineffective against me." Yi Xiao suddenly realized, so that's how it is. This ability is somewhat similar to that of Xuefeng back then. "So, what do you want from me?" Faced with Yi Xiao's question, Zhou Dafu did not answer, but instead said something surprising. "Young man, you are that night shadow, right?" Yi Xiao was extremely surprised, but his expression remained unchanged. He did not admit it. However, Zhou Dafu didn't seem to expect any answers from Yi Xiao's reaction or words, and instead continued speaking to himself. "Don't worry, I was able to recognize you not because of my talent, but because of this." As he spoke, Chow Tai Fook smiled and pointed to his round head. Yi Xiao became interested and asked, "Why would you connect me to that night shadow? There doesn't seem to be any necessary connection between us, does there?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Dafu squinted and didn't care about Yi Xiao's attitude. "I noticed you when you entered the black market. The way you acted from beginning to end, even though you tried to hide it, your unfamiliarity still caught my eye. This situation indicates that this must be your first time entering the black market." Yi Xiao nodded non-committally, agreeing with Chow Tai Fook's statement. "There's nothing that can be done about it. No matter how well he hides it, he'll inevitably leave a flaw in the unfamiliar environment of the black market." However, what he didn't expect was that Chow Tai Fook, with his ever-smiling demeanor, had noticed him from the very beginning. What is his purpose? Yi Xiao's curiosity grew even stronger. At this point, Zhou Dafu continued, "Of course, if it were just this, I naturally wouldn't be able to connect you with the famous Night Shadow. This is all thanks to Jixuan's appearance. It was because of him that I was able to think of you and Ying together. You must understand, this is Liyue City. Even a clueless newcomer would know the name of the Ji family. As a result, when facing Ji Xian, no one can help but bow down and submit." Speaking of this, Chow Tai Fook suddenly felt a bit emotional. "The power of the 8 great families is something that ordinary people cannot contend with. Yet you refused Jixuan. Moreover, I was observing you the whole time. After you learned about Ji Xian's identity, you did not show any panic. This means that either your own power is no less than that of the Ji family, or you have absolute confidence in yourself. But judging from your behavior when you entered the black market, you obviously can't be the former, so it can only be the latter. Unfortunately, although my strength is mediocre, I have one advantage: I am good at thinking. And just 2 days ago, the winner of this year's Rookie of the Year title was just announced, so I can't think of any other possibility for your identity besides Nightshade." Yi Xiao laughed upon hearing Zhou Dafu's explanation. He was also quite surprised by Chow Tai Fook's keen analytical skills. Indeed, among this year's newcomers, he was the only one who reached level 90 and completed the 3rd job advancement, even though 2 days had passed after he won the Newcomer King title. But clearly, that's not enough time for the others to catch up. Of course, it cannot be ruled out that some professionals from previous years were too weak and only managed to complete the 3rd job advancement in recent days. But if that were the case, these people would certainly not be as calm and composed as Yi Xiao when facing the Ji family. Furthermore, his relationship relationship with the 8 major families was already common knowledge. Therefore, it seems reasonable that Chow Tai-fook could guess his own identity.
Now that his identity had been guessed, Yi Xiao didn't bother to hide anything and immediately asked, "Since you're so clever, can you tell me your purpose now?"
Upon hearing this, Zhou Dafu knew he had guessed correctly, and his smile widened, his gaze towards Yi Xiao becoming even more ardent. "The fact that the 8 great families suffered such a great loss at your hands shows that your strength is truly astonishing," Yi Xiao said indifferently. "Let's get down to business." Upon hearing this, Zhou Dafu's expression also became more serious.
"Alright, since Brother Nightshade puts it that way, I won't beat around the bush. Although your strength is indeed extraordinary, you are ultimately just one person. Moreover, Ji Xian is searching for you all over the city. Although you are not afraid of him, if the entire Ji family is alerted, things will probably not be easy for you, right? Since that's the case, why not cooperate with me?
As long as you cooperate with me, I guarantee that you will never be discovered by the Ji family in Liu City." Yi Xiao looked at Chow Tai-fook, nodded, and then asked, "What if I don't agree?" Zhou Dafu said with a smile, "It's alright if you disagree. I, Zhou Dafu, have always believed in making money through harmony. However, without my help, young brother, you'll probably have a hard time in Liu City in the future." Yi Xiao smiled upon hearing this. Suddenly, he sprang up, and hundreds of fireballs appeared without warning, instantly engulfing Zhou Dafu. The speed was so fast that Chow Tai-fook didn't even have time to react before he lost consciousness. In just 2 breaths, Chow Tai-fook died. Yi Xiao's sudden attack on the killer came without any prior warning.
The entire process took less than 2 seconds.
The once magnificent hall was instantly reduced to ruins.
Zhou Dafu's vengeful spirit was absorbed into Yi Xiao's ring of vengeful spirits after his death.
Yi Xiao approached Zhou Dafu and put his corpse into the red moon space, which once again provoked a strong protest from Xiao Jin. But Yi Xiao, adhering to the principle of never wasting anything, completely ignored Xiao Jin's complaints. Yi Xiao remained calm and composed after completing all of this. He immediately turned to look ahead, but made no move.
A hearty laugh rang out. "Ha ha."
As expected of this year's Rookie of the Year, he really doesn't hesitate to fight at the drop of a hat. No wonder the Zhao family suffered so many losses at the hands of this young man. As the sound came, a man who looked 7 or 8 parts like Chow Tai-fook and was also obese walked in from outside. After the man entered, he first glanced at the hall that had become ruins, a hint of heartache flashing in his eyes, but he immediately composed himself. He then put on a smile, slowly walked up to Yi Xiao, and squinted his eyes as he smiled, as expected of Night Shadow. "I told Zhou Dafu before that his methods were useless, but he didn't listen and ended up losing his life for nothing."
Yi Xiao looked at the man in front of him and said indifferently, "And who are you?" The man rubbed his hands together in a somewhat lewd manner and said with a smile, "My name is Zhou Yi. I am the cousin of Zhou Dafu, who just died at the hands of Brother Yang." He was not surprised by this. Yi Xiao was somewhat surprised. It wasn't because of the other party's identity. Yi Xiao had already guessed what was going on when he saw Zhou Yi's face. What truly surprised him was that Zhou Yi, who had watched Zhou Dafu be killed by him, was now standing in front of him with a smile and talking to him. Such people are either stupid or quite terrifying. "Are you planning to take action now?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Yi quickly waved his hand to clarify.
"Brother Nightshade, don't misunderstand. I do have a good relationship with that guy, but we're also competitors. I'm grateful to you for helping me get rid of him." As he spoke, under Yi Xiao's gaze, Zhou Yi took out a bunch of skill stones of different colors from his body and handed them to Yi Xiao.
"Brother Nightshade, this is just a small token of my appreciation. I hope you won't find it offensive."
Yi Xiao looked at the nearly 100 skill stones and frowned in confusion.
"What does this mean?" Zhou Yi chuckled and said, "Of course it's to show sincerity. Otherwise, I'm afraid you might kill me at the drop of a hat, and I don't want to see my cousin so soon."
Yi Xiao was puzzled, but since someone was giving him something, he figured he might as well accept it. After taking it casually, Yi Xiao glanced at it briefly. 100 rare quality skill stones. That's a really big spender, spending tens of millions in one go. Yi Xiao put the skill stone into his backpack, then looked at Zhou Yi for a moment before asking with great curiosity, "I killed someone from your Zhou family on your territory, and you're not angry at all?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Yi sighed softly.
"To be honest, I'm not angry, but I am a little sad. After all, we're family. If I'm not sad about his death, wouldn't I seem cold-blooded?
Your cousin was just killed, and you immediately give tens of millions to your enemy.
Aren't you cold-blooded?"
Yi Xiao was speechless, clearly unable to understand Zhou Yi's thought process. Seemingly sensing Yi Xiao's thoughts, Zhou Yi smiled slightly and said, "Brother Night Shadow, if you don't mind, we can sit and chat somewhere else?" Seeing that the other party was offering tens of millions, Yi Xiao didn't refuse. First it was Chow Tai-fook, and now it's this Zhou Yi.
The Zhou family is acting strangely this week.
Soon, led by Zhou Yi, Yi Xiao followed him to another reception hall next door. Throughout the entire process, Yi Xiao did not see anyone else appear besides Zhou Yi. He acted as if the killing of Zhou Dafu had never happened. After the two were seated, Zhou Yi spoke again.
"Brother Nightshade, aren't you curious about my actions? Isn't it obvious? Shouldn't we be curious?" Yi Xiao nodded.
Zhou Yi smiled, a rare look of helplessness on his face. "I'm not afraid of being laughed at by Brother Nightshade.
This is the survival rule of my Zhou family. The capable rise to the top, the losers die, and we never make enemies.
This has been the case from 100 years ago to the present.
What do you mean?
Yi Xiao was a little confused. Joey patiently explained, Brother Night Shadow, you may not know this, and most people probably don't know it either, but when my Zhou family first appeared in the world of
immortality, we were once very famous. Back then, there were no so-called 8 great families of Blue Star.
At that time, they were just minor figures with a little bit of fame.
As Joey spoke, an expression of immense pride appeared on his face.
Yi Xiao was somewhat surprised to hear this, but judging from Zhou Yi's expression, he didn't seem to be faking it, so he asked, and then what happened?
Zhou Yi's breath hitched, and then he deflated like a punctured balloon.
He glanced at Yi Xiao with resentment before saying with a sense of loss, later, some things happened, and my Zhou family declined. Yi Xiao was both amused and exasperated. However, thanks to the efforts of several generations, the Zhou family has survived to this day, and all of this is thanks to the family precepts set by our ancestor before his death. Zhou Yi then said with a serious expression. Before he died, he set a rule that all descendants of the Zhou family should perform their duties and not interfere with each other. As long as they could help the Zhou family
progress, they could be promoted in status and authority. However, if someone died in the process of offending others, the other members of the Zhou family must not avenge them. At this point, Joey praised with admiration, the wisdom of my ancestors is beyond the reach of us descendants. Hearing Zhou Yi's explanation, Yi Xiao couldn't help but be surprised.
The Zhou family really has guts. They actually set up such a system.
If this were the Zhao family, you dare to touch my people?
To be reduced to ashes would be the least of our worries.
Yi Xiao looked at Zhou Yi and said with some curiosity, so, even if you don't know why I killed Zhou Dafu, your Zhou family doesn't care? Zhou Yi nodded, then shook his head. Actually, it depends on the person.
If the other party is a nobody with no background, I will definitely kill them.
After all, Zhou Dafu is my cousin and a member of the Zhou family.
Although my Zhou family has declined, it is not without its own temper. For 100 years, my Zhou family has been bullying the weak and fearing the strong.
We are very adept at it.
Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao didn't know whether to cry or laugh. There are very few people in this world who can make such a thing sound so natural. However, if what Joey said is true, then the Zhou family is quite interesting. But why had he never heard of it before? After Joey finished speaking, seemingly afraid that Yi Xiao would misunderstand, he quickly explained. Brother Nightshade, rest assured. With your abilities, unless we can be sure of killing you completely, my Zhou family would never dare to hold a grudge. After all, my Zhou family does not want to provoke a powerful being with unlimited potential who could wipe out my Zhou family with a flick of his finger in the future. Yi Xiao looked at Zhou Yi with a strange expression.
Was this guy brainless? Without making any attempt to conceal it? Feeling inexplicably amused,
Yi Xiao casually said, maybe it's not impossible.
Why don't you give it a try?
Zhou Yi's obese body trembled slightly, and he hurriedly waved his hand. Don't laugh at me, but I'm still very afraid of death.
Even the Zhao family couldn't do anything to you, Brother Night Shadow, let alone my Zhou family. The Zhou family is aware of this. Furthermore, instead of going to great lengths to kill you, Brother Nightshade, why can't we make a good relationship?
More friends mean more opportunities, and it's mutually beneficial for everyone. This guy really doesn't hide his thoughts at all. However, upon further reflection, Yi Xiao didn't feel much emotion. After all, he knows his own abilities best. The Zhou family was clearly aware of this as well. The best explanation is that Joey gave him a bunch of skill stones earlier.
So, you want to be friends with me? Is this your idea or the Zhou family's idea?
Upon hearing this, Zhou Yi chuckled. Naturally, it is my opinion, but my opinion also represents the opinion of the Zhou family. The Zhou family fully supports the decisions made by its members. After a pause, Zhou Yi added, of course, the family definitely doesn't support killing other people. Just like Zhou Dafu offended you, my Zhou family certainly won't interfere. What Zhou Yi said seemed rather mindless, but Yi Xiao thought differently.
This guy is quite shrewd.
The reason he suddenly attacked and killed Zhou Dafu was because Zhou Dafu had threatened him.
Don't be fooled by Chow Tai Fuk's seemingly respectable words.
But he shouldn't have said that last sentence.
What do you mean by saying that you will find it difficult to move an inch in Liu City?
Regardless of whether he had the ability to move around easily in Liu City, Yi Xiao believed that if he didn't reveal his identity,
it's quite easy to stay in Liu for 10 days to half a month.
Therefore, Zhou Dafu's last words clearly meant that he was threatening him, that if he did not agree to cooperate with the Zhou family, he would expose his identity. After all, Zhou Dafu is the only person in Liu who knows his identity.
Now there's also Zhou Yi. This is why Yi Xiao wanted to kill Zhou Dafu.
Perhaps in Chow Tai Fuk's eyes, a subtle threat was harmless. His goal was simply to negotiate with Yi Xiao. But clearly, he misjudged Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao wouldn't argue or whine when faced with a threat. If anyone dares to threaten me, I'll kill the person who threatens me, and then the threat will cease to exist. Clearly, Zhou Yi understood this. Therefore, he had no objection to Chow Tai Fuk's death. Some even felt that Chow Tai Fuk deserved it. Such a person is certainly not as guileless as he appears on the surface. Thinking of this, Yi Xiao Xiao's eyes flickered twice, and then he said, I really want to know, why do you want to be friends with me? I am a thorn in the side of the 8 great families.
Aren't you, Zhou family, afraid of offending the 8 great families?
Unexpectedly, upon hearing Yi Zhao's question, Zhou Yi's previously smiling expression suddenly turned somewhat ferocious. The 8 great families, if my Zhou family weren't in decline, I would have wiped them out in a heartbeat. Yi Xiao looked at Zhou Yi with some surprise. Do you have a grudge against the 8 great families? Zhou Yi said indignantly, of course, if it weren't for them, how could my Zhou family have declined? The reason why our ancestors set such a bizarre strategy was so that we, their descendants, could one day kill those old dogs from the 8 great families. Yi Xiao asked curiously, was your decline due to the 8 great families back then? Zhou Yi nodded and then said, hey, if it weren't for the fact that you, Brother Yang, have a grudge against the 8 great families, I definitely wouldn't have told you this. I'm only telling you the truth because I was afraid you would be worried. After a pause, Zhou Yi quickly added, of course, even if we become friends with you, Brother Yang, my Zhou family wouldn't dare to offend the 8 great families right now. So if they want to get rid of you, my Zhou family will just cower like a turtle. I hope you can understand that, Brother Yang. Yi Xiao hadn't expected Zhou Yi to be so direct, so he asked calmly, in that case, what benefits will I gain from being friends with you, and what should I give in return? Upon hearing this, Zhou Yi chuckled and shook his head, saying, Brother Ying, you're mistaken. The essence of friendship lies in sincerity and mutual benefit. How can you use such a crude word as giving? Yi Xiao looked at Zhou Yi with a half-smile. The latter coughed lightly and then said, it's like this, Brother Nightshade, didn't you obtain a divine forging stone earlier? You should know how this thing came about, right? Faced with Zhou Yi's cautious probing, Yi Xiao knew perfectly well what was going on, but naturally he wouldn't answer. Instead, he asked in return, judging from your tone, you know? Zhou Yi chuckled, not bothering to hide it. Oh, may I tell you? Zhou Yi pretended to look around cautiously before whispering, naturally, I got it from an NPC. Brother Nightshade, am I right? Upon hearing Zhou Yi's words, Yi Zhao's heart skipped a beat. His gaze swept over Zhou Yi several times. So the Zhou family also knows about the NPCs? Including the Zhao and Qin families from before, it seems there's more to this NPC than meets the eye, and quite a few people probably know about it. Seeing that Yi Xiao didn't speak, Zhou Yi wasn't in a hurry. He tactically picked up the cup next to him and took a sip of water. After a moment, Yi Xiao sighed softly. Now I'm starting to believe what you said before. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yi jumped up. Brother Nightshade, I've been completely honest with you, and you still don't believe me? Without hesitation, Yi Xiao retorted, do you think I should believe you? Zhou Yi paused for a moment, then chuckled and said, indeed, we should be more cautious. Only by being cautious can we live longer. After a pause, Zhou Yi continued, so, Brother Nightshade, do you now believe in my sincerity? Yi Xiao didn't answer, but said, tell me first, what do you want to do? Zhou Yi's smile deepened, and without beating around the bush, he said directly, our Zhou family has discovered traces of NPCs in a level 90 unclaimed secret realm, but our people have tried several times and failed each time. So we would like to ask Brother Night Shadow for help. What do you think? The level 90 unclaimed secret realm that Zhou Yi mentioned is called the Cursed Forest, which is a secret realm with an entry-level restriction between 90 and 120. According to Zhou Yi, the monsters inside are not very strong. If they were outside, they could easily take on 10 opponents of the same level. However, this seemingly weak secret realm has remained unexplored for nearly a century since its discovery, and it remains an unclaimed secret realm to this day. The reason for this is that there is a special curse in the Cursed Forest that weakens the laws of the secret realm. For every minute a professional stays inside, their overall attributes will decrease by 1%, up to a maximum of 80%. In other words, if a player stays in the secret realm for more than 80 minutes, their attributes will only be 20% of what they were before entering. In addition, the terrain of the Cursed Forest is extremely vast and complex. Even if you had 2 hours, let alone 80 minutes, you might not be able to find the location of the secret realm boss. Of course, if you are very familiar with the terrain inside, you might be able to reach the boss in an hour. But at that time, the professional stats had been reduced to 40% of their original level, leaving them with no ability to deal with the boss. That boss is a level 120 being. After listening to Zhou Yi's introduction to the secret realm, Yi Xiao did not rush to speak, but pondered in his heart. Even with his current stats reduced by 80%, his stats are still significantly stronger than those of a typical level 90 professional. Especially the health points. Even after the 15 million health points are reduced, there are still a full 3 million left, which is something that ordinary people cannot compare to. In addition to his numerous life-saving skills, there is naturally no danger. The key question now is whether Zhou Yi is trustworthy. Despite Zhou Yi's seemingly open and honest demeanor, Yi Xiao was not easily convinced by his words. After a brief moment of thought and consideration, Yi Xiao immediately asked, are you sure there are really NPCs inside? Upon hearing this, Zhou Yi nodded without hesitation and affirmed, we sent several groups of people in one after another. Although the casualties were heavy, the survivors did see the NPCs several times. On one occasion, we even captured
captured one.
I learned about the divine forging stone from that captured NPC.
After a pause, Joey suddenly said mysteriously, Brother Night Shadow, haven't you noticed a problem?
What's the problem?
Yi Xiao asked.
Joey said in a low voice, it's normal that you don't know. After all, you don't have any background, but my Zhou family has been descended from the world of immortality and has been passed down to this day.
We know everything about this place like the back of our hand.
Yi Xiao said irritably, get to the point.
Joey cleared his throat and said solemnly, according to the records of my Zhou family ancestors, there was no such magical item as the divine
forging stone in the world of immortality at the beginning.
The exact time when the divine forging stone first appeared should be 80 years ago. Wasn't that when the war to destroy the Yuan dynasty broke out?
Yi Xiao was somewhat surprised. His knowledge of history came from the academy, but the school didn't actually have many records of the war that destroyed the Yuan dynasty. Yi Xiao only knew that the NPCs had inexplicably started to riot and began to slaughter humans. Afterwards, the human professionals united to resist, and with their numerical advantage, they eliminated the NPCs at the cost of many of their own. There was no problem with that in itself, but after hearing what Joey said, Yi Xiao had a thought of his own. Could there have been other factors that truly caused the outbreak of the war that destroyed the Yuan dynasty? Seeing Yi Xiao's pensive expression, Joey chuckled and said, aren't you surprised? Yi Xiao did not deny it, but nodded in agreement.
That's true to some extent.
Joey continued, to be honest, I was also very shocked when I learned about this. I even boldly guessed that the real trigger for the war that destroyed the Yuan dynasty was the appearance of this divine forging stone, rather than some clumsy NPC uprising.
Do you have evidence?
Yi Xiao asked curiously. Joey, being a bachelor, shook his head and said, no, but I've collected a lot of information about divine forging stones over the years and found that the circumstances of their appearance are all very strange.
Joey nodded. That's right. I secretly had someone investigate.
Every time a divine forging stone appears, it causes a huge sensation. However, each time, the sensation lasted only a very short time, so short that people quickly forgot about it, as if someone was desperately suppressing all news about the god-forged stone from behind. Yi Xiao raised an eyebrow and then said, this thing is rare to begin with, and 90% of people can't afford it, so the reaction it can cause is naturally limited.
Your statement is not valid. Joey nodded, then shook his head and said, Brother Night Shadow is right.
I thought so at first too, until I collected information on those who had possessed divine forging stones over the past few decades and discovered the trickery involved. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao immediately became interested as well.
Is it Chow Tai Fook's ability?
Upon hearing this, Joey said with some pride, my Zhou family has more than just my cousin who has that ability. Over the past 100 years, many uncles, elder brothers, sisters, and cousins have also awakened
similar talents.
However, some are stronger and some are weaker. My cousin Zhou Dafu's talent is only considered average among similar talents in the family, which is why he was sent to stake out the black market. Looking at Joey's proud demeanor, Yi Xiao couldn't help but say, so, your Zhou family are all voyeurs at heart?
Zhou Yi's face stiffened.
He never expected that the ability that his Zhou family was so proud of would be described as a voyeurism in Yi Xiao's words.
If the uncle can be so tolerant, then the aunt must also be tolerant.
There was no way around it. The seemingly harmless young man was the kind who would kill someone at the slightest provocation.
It's not good to offend them.
Joey felt a little annoyed, so he pretended not to hear Yi Xiao's words and continued speaking to himself. According to the information I have gathered, apart from those who kept it for their own use, all the other sellers who put the divine forging stones out for sale died within a year.
Dead?
Now it was Yi Xiao's turn to be surprised.
Joey nodded and said, that's right.
If no one had investigated carefully, I'm afraid no one would have discovered this point, and this point is enough to prove a lot of things. Yi Xiao completely agreed with Zhou Yi's words.
A person's death could be an accident. 2 people died.
Perhaps it was a coincidence. But if everyone connected to the god-forged stone is dead, who would believe there isn't some earth-shattering secret involved? If Zhou Yi's investigation is correct, then the fact that I sold the divine forging stone earlier means that. Joey seemed to have seen through Yi Xiao's thoughts and continued, that's right, Brother Night Shadow, you need to be careful. Hearing Zhou Yi's words, Yi Xiao frowned and asked, what about those buyers? There's no way to verify it, Joey said, shaking his head.
Unverifiable.
Yi Xiao was taken aback by Zhou Yi's answer. Joey didn't keep Yi Xiao in suspense and spoke directly before Yi Xiao could ask. Brother Nightshade, don't misunderstand. It's not that I'm trying to hide anything from you, but we simply can't find any clues about those buyers from
back then.
Those people seem to have appeared out of thin air and then disappeared just as suddenly. The only buyer we can be sure of is Ji Mingyue. After hearing this, Yi Xiao fell silent.
Hearing Zhou Yi's explanation, Yi Xiao became somewhat wary.
According to Zhou Yi, apart from Ji Mingyue, who bought the divine forging stone from him today, none of the previous buyers of the divine forging stone could be found to have any clues.
This is quite bizarre.
He never imagined that selling a divine forging stone would lead him into this unknown vortex. Even with Yi Xiao's current formidable combat strength, he had to be cautious. At this moment, Zhou Yi, looking at Yi Xiao's appearance, spoke again. Brother Ying, don't worry. Although we can't find out the identities of those people through their secret observation, my Zhou family has actually discovered some clues. This time, Joey didn't keep Yi Xiao in suspense and spoke directly without waiting for Yi Xiao to ask. In fact, it's not a big secret, but since no one knows the ins and outs, they subconsciously overlook the unusual nature of those people. Upon hearing Zhou Yi's words, a thought flashed through Yi Xiao's mind, and he blurted out,
"The 8 great families?" Zhou Yi chuckled and praised, "Brother Night Shadow, you're quick-witted. Your reaction is truly impressive." After a pause, Joey continued, "That's right, it's the 8 great families. Yes, I should have realized it was them."
Yi Xiao's mind raced, quickly recalling everything that had happened in the miasma forest. He stole the divine forging stone from Zhao Shui, who was a member of the Zhao family. Also, when he first met Remy, he mistook Yi Xiao for a member of the Qin family. During the subsequent conversation, Yi Xiao confirmed from Remy's description that the Qin family he mentioned was indeed the Qin family, one of the 8 great families. Over the past few decades, the 8 major families have kept a very low profile regarding the matter of the divine forging stone. However, there were too many descendants from the 8 great families, and gradually the news that the 8 great families possessed the divine forging stone spread. However, before this, people didn't have many thoughts about the 8 major families possessing the divine forging stone, except for envy. After all, these 8 companies can be considered the top powers on Earth. It's not surprising that they possessed the God-forged stone, but things are different now thanks to the previous experiences plus Joey's investigations and analyses over the years.
Then everything will make sense.
In the blink of an eye, Yi Xiao's thoughts became incredibly clear.
It is almost beyond doubt that the divine forging stone is a product of the NPC.
Contrary to what outsiders have said, the NPCs have not all been wiped out. According to Remy, the surviving NPCs have all hidden in the unclaimed secret realm.
This is also why Yi Xiao wasn't shocked when Joey mentioned encountering an NPC in the cursed forest. The 8 major families were the main force in the war to destroy the Yuan dynasty.
He clearly knows more about NPCs than others, so it's not surprising that he knows they aren't all dead. In other words, the 8 major families have a greater chance and more convenience in making secret deals with these remaining NPCs than others. Yi Xiao even wondered if these NPCs who escaped into the unclaimed secret realm were deliberately created by the 8 great families back then. The purpose is to exchange for divine forging stones, which greatly enhance the professional's abilities.
This is not impossible. Otherwise, how can we explain the emergence of numerous powerful figures from the 8 major families over the past century?
In contrast, other forces find it difficult to maintain a large number of powerful members in each generation, unlike the 8 great families.
The difference is significant.
At this moment, Yi Xiao suddenly thought of something else.
Perhaps not every one of the 8 major families knows about this.
Take the Ji family, who occupy Liyue City, for example. They don't seem to have obtained many divine forging stones. Otherwise, they would have continued to decline over the past century. If it weren't for their strong foundation and their sudden allegiance to the Qin family 30 years ago, willingly becoming their vassal, the Ji family has probably long since been removed from the list of the 8 major families. At the same time, Ji Mingyue directly revealed her identity and spent 500 million to buy the divine forging stone from him, which can be considered as indirectly proving this point. After sorting out the cause and effect, Yi Xiao let out a soft breath. He was indeed somewhat worried at first, but when he learned that all of this might be related to the 8 major families, he breathed a sigh of relief. After all, he was originally in an adversarial relationship with the 8 major families.
At least the Zhao family and he have an irreconcilable conflict, which has now reached a point of no return.
Since that's the case, there's nothing to be afraid of. What he fears most is an unseen enemy, which would put him in a very passive position. After gathering his scattered thoughts, Yi Xiao shook his head and then asked Joey, "So, what do you want to gain by sending me to explore that unclaimed secret realm?" Joey was overjoyed to see that Yi Xiao had finally relented. He had said so much, wasted so much breath, all for the sake of hearing Yi Xiao say those words.
"It's very simple. Our Zhou family also wants the divine forging stone."
Yi Xiao looked at him with a half-smile.
"You have quite the ambition. Aren't you afraid the 8 great families will find out?" A temporary transit point located over 100 kilometers from Liyue City. Not far from the transfer point lies the location of the cursed forest. Decades ago, this transit station was quite bustling, unlike its current desolation.
However, the cursed forest has remained unconquered for many years, and many professional players who came to conquer it have died.
This transit station gradually fell into disuse.
Finally, many years ago, the Ji family forcibly sold this unclaimed secret realm to the Zhou family under some pretext. At the time, the Zhou family paid a considerable price for this deal. They were ridiculed by countless people for a long time because of it. In reality, the Zhou family did not want to accept this deal back then. However, since the counterparty in the transaction was the Ji family, the Zhou family dared not offend them and could only swallow this loss in silence. For this reason, the Zhou family harbored a deep resentment and wanted to completely conquer this unclaimed secret realm, making the Ji family regret their actions. Unfortunately, to this day, despite the Zhou family's intermittent efforts in manpower and resources, they
remain helpless in dealing with this unclaimed secret realm.
At this moment, outside the transfer station, stood a small group of young professionals, a total of 4 people, 2 men and 2 women. Across from these people, Joey was watching them with a smile. At this moment, one of the men, a tall, burly man with a somewhat arrogant expression and long hair, complained impatiently to Joey.
"Fifth Master, how much longer do we have to wait?"
Joey was the 5th son in his generation of the Zhou family, so most people who knew him called him Master Zhou. Upon hearing Yang Jian's question, Joey said with a warm smile, "Yang Jian, have some patience.
This time I've invited an expert to help you." "Expert? Fifth Master, are you getting more and more confused? The cursed forest has level restrictions, experts can't enter it."
Joey chuckled and said, "Don't worry, that expert is only level 95.
Level 95? You call that a master?"
Yang Jian said dismissively. At this moment, not only Yang Jian, but also the other 3 behind him looked at Joey with some surprise. Among them, a fair-skinned, tall woman with long hair couldn't help but ask curiously after Yang Jian finished speaking, "Fifth Master, although the cursed forest is a level 90 to 120 secret realm, if you only enter at level 90 or so, I'm afraid it won't be of much use."
The woman's name was Zhou Wan. She was the newest member of the Zhou family and a direct descendant of Zhou Yi.
Therefore, what she said was relatively tactful, but the other 2 were straightforward and echoed her after Zhou Wan finished speaking.
"Sister Wanner is right. Fifth Master, what are you thinking? You're still level 95 at this point. Aren't you just useless?" "That's right, Fifth Master.
Although it's hard to find professionals willing to enter the cursed forest, you can't just find anyone to fill the quota. If you don't do this, it will not only be of no help, but it will also drag everyone down."
Hearing their questions, Joey wasn't angry. No wonder they think that way.
After all, even for newcomers who joined last year, it's impossible for them to only be level 95 after a year.
Joey was well aware of the reactions of the others,
but he didn't want to reveal their true identities. That would not only offend the other party, but also make the Zhou family a target of the 8 major families.
So Joey could only mumble, "Don't think too much about it. Would I harm you?"
When Zhou Wan and the other 2 heard Zhou Yi's words, although they didn't know what Zhou Yi was up to, they didn't think much of it.
All 3 of them were direct descendants of the Zhou family and trusted Joey very much.
However, Yang Jian, who was in charge, didn't think so, and said with a frown,
"Fifth Master, I'm leading the team in the cursed forest this time. I'm absolutely capable of protecting Wanner and the other 2. Why do you need to drag another burden into this? If something goes wrong, I won't be responsible. Or is it that you don't trust me? Yang Jian, look at what you're saying. How could I not trust you?
I'm quite satisfied with you, and I'd love to bring you into my Zhou family."
Joey looked at Yang Jian, feeling a bit of a headache.
This Yang Jian wasn't originally from the Zhou family. He was brought here a month and a half ago by his vengeful cousin, Zhou Dafu. Yang Jian entered the world of immortality last year, and now, a year later, his level has reached 120. This upgrade speed isn't exactly fast, but it's certainly not slow either. After all, the other party has no background, and it is certainly not an easy thing for them to reach level 120 in a year through their own efforts. If it weren't for the high difficulty of the 4th job advancement quest, Yang Jian would probably be close to level 150 by now, given his leveling speed.
Zhou Dafu initially approached Yang Jian because of his rank.
After all, the highest level that can enter this cursed forest is level 120. A higher level naturally means stronger combat power and a higher success rate in conquering it. However, at this point in time, it is not easy to find a level 120 professional with decent abilities. After all, those who are capable have already exceeded level 120 long ago. Those who meet the required level are obviously mostly people with little ability.
If Yang Jian hadn't been held back by the 4th job advancement quest, he would definitely be at a much higher level than this. Even with Yang Jian's talent, he could only be considered average.
But this is already the best professional the Zhou family could find. Otherwise, Zhou Dafu wouldn't have promised Yang Jian that he would help him complete the 4th job advancement in the 2 months he spent conquering the cursed forest, regardless of whether he succeeded or not.
This finally earned Yang Jian's reluctant agreement.
Although Joey disliked Yang Jian's arrogant and conceited attitude, the guy had led teams into the cursed forest multiple times in the past month and a half and had always come out alive.
This alone proves that Yang Jian is indeed quite capable. Therefore, Joey pondered how to appease Yang Jian.
Upon hearing Zhou Yi's words, Yang Jian gave a nonchalant snort and then turned to look at Zhou Wan behind him. Upon seeing Zhou Wan's beautiful face, a fiery glint flashed in his eyes. "Fifth Master, I actually have great respect for the Zhou family. If I have the opportunity, I would naturally be willing to serve the Zhou family." Although Yang Jian didn't say it explicitly, his actions and eyes made it clear to anyone who wasn't a fool what he meant. Upon hearing Yang Jian's words, Zhou Wan, the person involved, unconsciously frowned slightly. A hint of disgust flashed in his eyes.
However, in the end she didn't say anything.
On the other hand, a petite girl who was younger and looked somewhat similar to Zhou Wan had a hint of excitement in her eyes after hearing Yang Jian's blatant words.
"Wow, Sister Wanner, is Yang Jian confessing his feelings?"
On the other side, the seemingly dull-witted boy chuckled and said, "Brother Jian Jian's strength is quite good. Sister Wanner might want to consider him. Hearing their words, Zhou Wan's beautiful eyes widened, and she said in a low voice, both of you shut up. Seeing this, Yang Jian, who was standing to the side, smiled smugly. They assumed Zhou Wan was just shy. After all, he was so outstanding that he could bring up such a thing, which was extremely effective against a girl like Zhou Wan. He didn't believe Zhou Wan wouldn't be won over by him. Zhou Yi, standing to the side, couldn't help but frown as he watched this scene, just as he was about to say something. Just then, a voice came out quite abruptly. Sorry, I took the wrong route and arrived late. The sudden sound immediately drew everyone's attention to what was behind Zhou Yi. Then they saw a young man wearing a strange mask appear behind Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi turned around and immediately recognized the masked young man as Yi Xiao. He then smiled warmly and said, it's alright, we just arrived too. The three Zhou family members behind Yang Jian couldn't help but roll their eyes as they listened to Zhou Yi's words. This guy is blatantly lying. What do you mean he just arrived? They've been waiting here for almost half an hour. However, they couldn't refute Zhou Yi, so they didn't say anything, but just looked at the strange masked man in front of them with curious eyes, whom Zhou Yi called an expert. However, their indifference does not mean that everyone is indifferent. Yang Jian felt indignant when he saw Zhou Yi's enthusiastic attitude towards the suddenly appearing young man. Although Zhou Yi treated him the same way, Yang Jian thought it was only natural. After all, he believed that his talent was not bad, but he was stuck on the fourth job advancement quest because of his ordinary background and limited resources. In his eyes, those so-called chosen ones were only ahead of him because they had connections and resources. If he had been given the same resources, his achievements would have been far greater than they are now. But the expert Zhou Yi mentioned is just a level 95 trash. Why should he receive the same treatment as him? They even dared to make him wait there for half an hour. Yang Jian, increasingly indignant, immediately began to mock and ridicule. Fifth Master, your temper is as good as ever. You're even willing to believe such a lame excuse? Upon hearing this, Zhou Yi's expression changed slightly. He knew Yi Zhao's temperament very well. His cousin had only made a few threats, and now his body was still warm. How dare you mock someone like that? Don't you care about your life? However, Yang Jian did not notice Zhou Yi's somewhat unnatural expression. Looking at Yi Xiao, who had suddenly appeared, he said again, I'm sorry, we don't need you for this mission. Go back to where you came from. Don't ask questions you shouldn't ask. Yi Xiao, who had just arrived, hadn't even had time to figure out the identities of the people in front of him when he heard Yang Jian's sarcastic remarks, which left him somewhat puzzled. Then his gaze fell on Zhou Yi, who was standing to the side. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yi quickly began to explain. This is a helper my cousin found a month and a half ago. He's a very good young man who has already entered the cursed forest 3 times and is very familiar with the terrain. After a pause, Zhou Yi continued, young people are bound to be a little arrogant, it's normal. Yi Xiao suddenly realized and expressed his understanding. Seeing this, Zhou Yi breathed a slight sigh of relief. Zhou Yi was quite concerned about the cursed forest and naturally didn't want them to have a conflict at this time. Needless to say, Yi Xiao, according to the information collected by the Zhou family, once killed 5 fifth-rank black-clad stewards of the Zhao family all by himself. Based on this record alone, even though Yang Jian's level is much higher than Yi Zhao's, he probably wouldn't be able to withstand a single move from him. But Yang Jian had returned alive from the cursed forest 3 times in a row, so no one knew the situation inside the cursed forest better than him. With him around, the success rate of conquering the cursed forest will be greatly increased. Zhou Yi naturally didn't want the two to have a conflict, so he can only try his best to mediate. After seeing Yi Xiao nod, Zhou Yi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, they couldn't help but look at Yi Xiao in a different light. No wonder he's someone who could stand up to the Zhao family and still be alive and well. That kind of mindset alone is remarkable. However, Zhou Yi's feelings of emotion were not yet over. Yi Xiao suddenly spoke. I'm young too, shouldn't I have a temper too? Zhou Yi's face stiffened, and he said with a wry smile, he's only level 120, a newbie from last year. It's not worth getting angry with him. Yi Xiao remained silent upon hearing this, but Yang Jian was the first to object. What do you mean by only level 120? So it really won't work? What does it mean to not get angry with him? Does Zhou Yi mean to imply that he sees him as an immature child? Yang Jian was secretly furious. For the past month or so, every member of the Zhou family he encountered treated him with utmost courtesy. Although the Zhou family cannot compare to the 8 great families, or even some second-rate families, it is still a considerable force. It is at least hundreds of times stronger than the smaller forces Yang Jian had previously encountered. And yet, such a powerful force treated him with such deference. This made Yang Jian's ego gradually swell. Just now, he said those words to Zhou Wan in front of Zhou Yi. Judging from his qualifications, there was nothing wrong with that. Some even thought that his attraction to Zhou Wan was a sign that the Zhou family was marrying above their station. However, this highly skilled player with unlimited potential was mocked by a level 95 loser. But Zhou Woye, who had always been polite and respectful to him, actually belittled him for this good-for-nothing. How could Yang Jian tolerate this? Kid, I was only so polite to you earlier because you were someone Fifth Master sent. Fifth Master praised
challenged you, and you really think you're something special? You're only level 95, yet you dare to be arrogant in front of me? Now, I'm giving you a chance. Kneel down in front of me, kowtow and admit your mistakes, and I'll consider letting you go. Remember, you only have one chance. Don't take it lightly, or even Fifth Master can't protect you. After saying that, Yang Jian even turned around and gave Zhou Wan a smug look. His expression seemed to be showing off his abilities and importance to Zhou Wan. However, he didn't notice that Zhou Yi's face immediately turned extremely ugly after he said those words. What do you mean even Fifth Master can't protect you? This is Zhou family territory. Isn't this a blatant slap in Zhou Yi's face? Zhou Yi cursed Yang Jian in his heart, calling him an idiot. Who is Ji Xiao? He's the Night Shadow, who went head-to-head with the 8 great families. You're just a nobody, yet you dare to be so arrogant and expect him to kneel and kowtow to you. Are you crazy? As Zhou Yi had expected, Yi Xiao spoke up at this moment. However, compared to Yang Jian's overbearing manner, Yi Xiao's tone was very calm. This guy doesn't seem to take your Zhou family seriously either. Yi Xiao said calmly. Yang Jian's expression immediately changed. He wasn't stupid. Although his ego had been growing increasingly arrogant these days, the Zhou family was still a considerable force. At least once you've fully matured, it's impossible to offend anyone. Yang Jian immediately retorted angrily. Don't try to sow discord. When have I ever disregarded the Zhou family? As he spoke, Yang Jian turned to look at Zhou Yi. Fifth Master, don't listen to his nonsense. I didn't. However, before Yang Jian could finish speaking, Zhou Yi sighed and interrupted. Alright, Yang Jian, you don't need to explain. I'm not stupid. Upon hearing this, Yang Jian felt greatly reassured and sneered at Yi Xiao. Humph. You piece of trash who appeared out of nowhere. Fifth Master isn't so easily fooled. I was originally going to give you a chance, but alas. Ah, Fifth Master, you. Yang Jian looked down, staring incredulously at Zhou Yi, who had appeared before him at some unknown time. At this moment, Zhou Yi held a dagger that emitted a faint light in his hand, half of which was already embedded in Yang Jian's heart. Seeing Yang Jian's incomprehension and pained expression, Zhou Yi casually pulled out the dagger, then calmly said, "Looks like you really think I'm a fool." As the words fell, Yang Jian's throat bobbed a few times, and his eyes slowly lost their luster. The next moment, the powerless body slowly collapsed under the astonished gazes of Zhou Wan and the other two. After doing all this, Zhou Yi casually put away his dagger, looked at the lifeless Yang Jian on the ground, and said indifferently, "There are always some people who take themselves too seriously." After speaking, Zhou Yi turned around under the astonished gazes of Zhou Wan and the other two younger members of the family. At this moment, the coldness on his face vanished again, replaced by his usual warm smile as he said to Yi Xiao, "I'm sorry you had to see this. Didn't you say that your Zhou family never makes enemies? How could you kill him?" Yi Xiao looked at Yang Jian on the ground with a regretful expression. This guy is a level 120 professional. Killing him should give you a lot of experience, right? He hadn't expected Zhou Yi to resort to violence so ruthlessly, which was a bit of a pity. This week, Yi is a level 180 professional. He looks bulky, but he turns out to be a burst-type assassin. Yi Xiao had clearly seen what he had just done. In the blink of an eye, he stabbed Yang Jian more than 20 times, and each stab was a critical hit. How could Yang Jian, who was only level 120, withstand such a high burst of damage? He died on the spot, and Yi Xiao couldn't stop him in time. It's a bit of a waste. Zhou Yi, unaware of Yi Xiao's thoughts, continued to explain with a smile, "Didn't I tell you before that our Zhou family has done plenty of bullying the weak and fearing the strong? Our Zhou family encounters this kind of thing from time to time. There are always some people who don't know their own worth and think that just because our Zhou family is easy to talk to, they can ride roughshod over our Zhou family without any restraint." After a pause, Zhou Yi continued, "Besides, if I'm not stupid, I definitely choose to offend you rather than him." Yi Xiao shook his head. In fact, he didn't take Yang Jian seriously at all. He just didn't expect that Zhou Yi, who had been all smiles and seemed harmless, would actually be so decisive and ruthless when he started fighting. Although he didn't know Yang Jian, he figured he wasn't someone important. He wondered where Yang Jian got the courage to think the Zhou family wouldn't do anything to him. Do they really think the Zhou family is an easy target? At this moment, Zhou Yi came back to Yi Xiao and said with a smile, "Come on, let me introduce you." Then, Zhou Yi pointed to the three people who were still in a state of shock. "The one in the middle is my niece Zhou Wan, a level 120 archer. The one next to her is also my niece Zhou Ling, a priest, and that silly boy is called Zhou Wu, a warrior." After the introduction, Zhou Yi continued, "If we can conquer the secret realm this time, you can make my eldest niece the master of the secret realm. She is one of the key disciples that my Zhou family is cultivating this generation, and she is absolutely reliable." Yi Xiao nodded. "Okay, I understand. The best way to truly find those hidden NPCs is naturally to successfully conquer the secret realm. Once you successfully become the master of the secret realm, no matter how much the NPCs try to hide, it will be to no avail." After agreeing to cooperate with Zhou Yi, the two had already discussed and agreed on the terms. Because of the relationship with the 8 major families, Yi Xiao did not want to reveal his location too early. Furthermore, if Yi Xiao becomes the controller of the secret
realm, it will most likely be abandoned by him, just like the previous miasma hidden forest. Therefore, the Zhou family was tasked with sending people to control the secret realm. The Zhou family has been deeply rooted in Liu City for nearly a century, although they have been unable to develop rapidly due to the influence of the Ji family. But it's more than enough to maintain a secret realm. At the same time, if the secret realm is well maintained, it can generate a continuous stream of benefits. In the distribution of the profits, Joey was very generous, stating that he only wanted 30% and the remaining 70% would go to Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao didn't mince words with this. That's why Zhou Wan and the others arrived. Otherwise, Yi Xiao alone could conquer this cursed forest. Zhou Wan and her two companions were, in his eyes, a burden. As for Yang Jian, Zhou Yi's original idea was also very simple. After all, the other party was quite knowledgeable about the cursed forest. Although Yi Xiao is powerful, with Yang Jian's help, the success rate of the strategy will naturally be higher. Unfortunately, this guy was too arrogant and offended Yi Xiao for no reason, so Joey had to deal with him personally in the end.
Of course, the reason for killing him wasn't entirely to curry favor with Yi Xiao. Yang Jian's words were full of arrogance, showing no regard for the Zhou family. Moreover, the way he looked at Zhou Wan just now infuriated Joey Wei. This person is after his eldest niece. His eldest niece's father died early, and she was raised by him from a young age. Furthermore, since Joey had no children, he naturally raised Zhou Wan as his own daughter. Now some random young man has come out of nowhere and is trying to take advantage of his daughter. They've gotten into this state after just a few dishes. This is what angered Joey the most. Of course, Yi Xiao was unaware of the intricacies involved, and he believed that Joey would not betray his promise after the matter was resolved. After all, someone as shrewd as him knows very well that offending me won't bring him any benefit. Therefore, Yi Xiao was quite relieved. However, at this moment, Zhou Wan and the other two finally came to their senses after hearing Zhou Yi's words. The youngest among them, Zhou Wu, shouted excitedly, "Fifth uncle, you've gone mad. How could you kill brother Yan? Without him, wouldn't our trip to the secret realm be extremely dangerous?" Zhou Ling, standing to the side, also expressed her dissatisfaction. "That's right, fifth uncle, what are you doing? What did brother Yang Jian do to you? This guy was late, and brother Yang Jian only said a few words to him. How did you kill him? You're getting more and more confused as you get older." Zhou Yi's chubby face vanished from his smile, and he said angrily, "Shut up, what do you know? If you keep talking nonsense, I'll beat you to death." Zhou Ling was startled by Zhou Yi's unexpected anger and hid behind Zhou Wan, her face pale. Zhou Wan glanced at Zhou Ling. Although she didn't understand Zhou Yi's thoughts, she still spoke up. "Uncle, what are you doing? You've scared Linger." Zhou Yi snorted coldly. "I'm afraid she'll lose her life because of her loose tongue, and then I won't be able to save her." Upon hearing this, Zhou Wan was slightly taken aback, and then looked at Yi Xiao with some disbelief. With her keen mind, she immediately understood that Zhou Yi's unusual behavior was clearly due to this boy of unknown origin. However, she couldn't understand why Zhou Yi valued a level 95 professional so much, and even seemed somewhat wary of him, judging from his behavior and reactions. Yi Xiao, standing to the side, found himself both amused and exasperated upon hearing Zhou Yi's words. "How come I sound like a ruthless killer in your eyes?" Zhou Yi chuckled, but couldn't help but complain inwardly. If his cousin's body were still alive, he would probably jump up and argue with Yi Xiao again after hearing his words. In Yi Xiao and Zhou Yi's eyes, Yang Jian's matter, like Yang Jian himself, was just a trivial little episode, and the two of them didn't take it to heart at all. However, for Zhou Wan and the other two, this matter remained lingering in their minds. Perhaps Yang Jian is a bit arrogant and speaks without thinking, but it's not to that extent. Even as the three of them entered the cursed forest with Yi Xiao, Zhou Ling and Zhou Wu were clearly still bothered by the incident. As a result, although their gazes toward Yi Xiao contained no hatred, there was still some unfriendly intent. Zhou Ling, in particular, was scolded by Zhou Yi, who usually doted on her, because of this, which made her feel very wronged. At this moment, she had a very bad impression of Yi Xiao, thinking that he had used some sweet words to deceive his senile fifth uncle. However, due to Zhou Yi's stern warning, although she was resentful, she did not dare to do anything excessive to Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao naturally saw all of this, but Zhou Yi did not reveal his identity to them, obviously because he was afraid that these three would speak recklessly and leak his information. Naturally, he wouldn't be foolish enough to reveal his identity. At this moment, the four of them entered the cursed forest under Zhou Yi's expectant gaze. Yi Xiao immediately felt an invisible force of rules binding him. Although the force was very weak, it still made Yi Xiao feel somewhat uncomfortable. At that moment, he also noticed that a status icon had appeared on his body. Curse of weakness. Due to the curse, all your current attributes are reduced by 1%. You will recover after leaving the cursed forest. According to Zhou Yi, this weakening curse can stack up to 80 layers, at which point his combat power will be reduced to 20% of its original level. At that moment, Zhou Wu's voice rang out. "Sister Wanner, Sister Linger, this weakening curse is a bit troublesome. It has even reduced my speed. Be careful and don't stray too far from me, or I'm afraid I won't be able to rescue you in time." Hearing Zhou Wu's solemn tone, Zhou Ling and Zhou Wan both nodded in agreement. However,
However, at this moment, they discovered that Yi Xiao seemed to have no sense of crisis at all, and was overtaking Zhou Wu on his own, heading towards the dense forest ahead. Although Zhou Wu disliked Yi Xiao, who was only level 95, he was always kind and honest, and he didn't forget Zhou Yi's instructions to cooperate with Yi Xiao. As the frontline tank, he immediately called out to Yi Xiao.
"What are you doing? You're a mage, walking in front. If we encounter a monster, I won't have time to save you."
Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao said without turning his head, "Given your condition, if you continue moving at this slow pace, you'll likely be killed by ordinary monsters before you even find the boss." Upon hearing this, Zhou Ling, who was behind him, immediately became unhappy.
"Isn't that all because of you?"
Fifth uncle lost his mind and killed brother Yang Jian. He was the only one who knew the terrain here. Now that he's gone, you're making sarcastic remarks.
Yi Xiao frowned.
To put it nicely, Zhou Ling was innocent and naive, unaware of the ways of the world. To put it bluntly, they're just stupid and dumb. They still haven't figured out the situation. Putting aside why Zhou Yi killed Yang Jian, Zhou Yi's attitude towards him alone proved that his value far exceeded that of Yang Jian. But Zhou Ling couldn't tell at all. Yi Xiao hated these naive and innocent girls the most. If it weren't for Zhou Yi, he would have abandoned them and gone on his own. As expected, having a few burdens is troublesome. Yi Xiao sighed softly. However, Zhou Wan, who had been silent until now, finally spoke up. "Alright, little Linger, since your uncle thinks highly of him, he must have his reasons.
Yang Jian's matter is over. Right now, the most important thing is for us to work together.
Otherwise, we might not find the boss and instead lose our lives in vain." Compared to Zhou Ling and Zhou Wu, Zhou Wan didn't have many thoughts about Yang Jian's death. On the contrary, she felt a sense of relief. After all, ever since Yang Jian saw her, his gaze had always been undisguisedly aggressive, which she found extremely repulsive. However, given the help the other party provided to the Zhou family, she could only endure it.
Clearly, Zhou Wan held a high position of authority among the three.
After hearing her words, Zhou Ling still disliked Yi Xiao, but she still unleashed two status skills on him: strong chi and blood, and light as a feather. Sensing the changes in his body, Yi Xiao couldn't help but turn around and glance at Zhou Ling, only to be met with a beautiful eye roll from her.
This woman may be a bit stupid, but she doesn't have any bad intentions.
Even if these two status bonuses are dispensable to me.
At that moment, Zhou Wan's voice also came through. You should come over here.
Xiao Wu is a pure tank warrior. He can protect you." Because Zhou Yi did not reveal Yi Xiao's name, Zhou Wan and the other two still did not know what Yi Xiao's name was until this moment. However, Yi Xiao still shook his head, but this time he did offer a rare explanation.
"No, if we do that, the speed of movement will be too slow. We won't know the boss's location, and if the time drags on, it will be even more disadvantageous for us." Zhou Wan naturally understood Yi Xiao's meaning. Although what he said was true, wasn't it just courting death for a fragile mage to recklessly charge ahead like that? Just as Zhou Wan was about to speak up to persuade her, a faint rustling sound suddenly came from the bushes on both sides. Normally, such subtle movements would be difficult for people to notice, but Zhou Wan heard it. In an instant, Zhou Wan's eyes turned sharp. "Xiao Wu, be on guard.
Linger, be ready to boost your status at any time." After a pause, Zhou Wan looked at Yi Xiao and said urgently, "There's a demon.
Come here quickly."
After saying that, she ignored Yi Xiao and with a flick of her wrists, a beautiful longbow appeared in front of her.
As the bowstring was drawn, an energy arrow instantly condensed.
Zhou Wu and Zhou Ling, standing to the side, were on high alert with tense expressions. Upon seeing this scene, Yi Xiao couldn't help but glance at Zhou Wan a few more times. The noise was very faint, and it was at least 800 or 900 meters away from them. Given Yi Xiao's current attributes in combat strength, it's perfectly normal for him to be able to detect this commotion immediately. However, it was somewhat unexpected that Zhou Wan was able to detect the monster's movements at the same time as him. Even for archers who prioritize agility, achieving this level is no easy feat. At this moment, Zhou Wan caught a glimpse of Yi Xiao, who looked quite relaxed and immediately felt a surge of pride. Despite her anger, Zhou Wan couldn't help but shout, "What are you still standing there for? Monsters move very fast. It will be too late if you wait any longer." However, as soon as she finished speaking, the rapid rustling sound was already fast approaching.
This time, even Zhou Wu and Zhou Ling could clearly sense the commotion.
The next second, several large, dark figures darted out from the bushes on the left and rushed toward the group without any hesitation.
"Watch out! It's a level 100 dragon mane cheetah."
Upon seeing the suddenly appearing monster, Zhou Wan's pretty face tightened, and her hands, which were gripping the bow and arrow, broke out in a fine sweat. Before coming, she naturally knew about the situation in the cursed forest. Although the level 100 dragon mane leopard was not a particularly powerful monster,
but its speed is extremely fast. If it were a one-on-one situation, Zhou Wan could easily handle it.
After all, she was a level 120 archer, a full 20 levels higher. But with 8 of them appearing at once, even if she's incredibly powerful, it's impossible for her to kill them all in a short time. But that would put Zhou Ling in danger. At this moment, Zhou Wan also felt a hint of anger towards Yi Xiao. This guy is low level, which is bad enough, but I didn't expect him to have such a poor sense of danger. If he had listened to me earlier and stayed behind Zhou Wu, his profession, and my cooperation would have allowed us to easily resolve the current trouble with Zhou Wu's help. Facing 8 incredibly fast level 100 dragon mane leopards, the fate of a level 95 mage is predictable.
There's no way to escape.
However, Zhou Wan had no intention of giving up. The bow and arrow were redirected, aimed at Yi Xiao's side, with the intention of trying to save Yi Xiao. However, at this moment, she saw that Yi Xiao did not show any intention of retreating the instant the dragon mane cheetah appeared. He even raised his staff and charged straight at the dragon mane cheetah. At this moment, it wasn't just Zhou Wan who felt this way. Even Zhou Ling and Zhou Wu, who were standing to the side, stared at Yi Xiao with their mouths agape, dumbfounded.
A mage wielding a staff is about to engage in melee combat with a dragon mane cheetah?
Yi Xiao's sudden action truly startled Zhou Wan and the other two. Zhou Ling closed her eyes and couldn't help but scream, as if she had already foreseen Yi Xiao's fate. After her initial shock, Zhou Wan immediately aimed at the dragon mane leopard and fired an arrow without hesitation. The arrow was swift and urgent, but unfortunately, the dragon mane cheetah was too agile and extremely vigilant. Before the energy arrow even arrived, the massive dragon mane cheetah made a strange turn in mid-air, deftly dodging it. Then, with its limbs planted on a nearby tree trunk, it lunged at Yi Xiao.
In the blink of an eye, he was already in front of Yi Xiao.
At the same time, several other unstoppable dragon mane cheetahs had already arrived behind Yi Xiao, and the 8 dragon mane cheetahs instantly surrounded him. Seeing this, Zhou Wan knew she couldn't save Yi Xiao, and bit her lip tightly. It seems this mission was doomed to failure before it even began. Having already lost Yang Jian, she didn't have much hope for this strategy. The only reason he came in was because Zhou Yi valued Yi Xiao so much. However, this young man, who was favored by his uncle, is about to pay the price for his arrogance. Then there's no need for the three of them to continue. That would only be courting death. With a sigh in her heart, Zhou Wan was about to call Zhou Ling and Zhou Wu to leave. Just then, a loud, explosive impact suddenly rang out. Immediately following was a piercing scream. The scream sent chills down the spines of Zhou Wan and the other two. Zhou Ling, with her eyes closed, screamed in terror. Dead, dead. That idiot must have had his limbs bitten off to scream so miserably. Then, several more screams rang out in quick succession. This time, even Zhou Ling, who had her eyes closed, noticed something was wrong.
The calls didn't seem to come from the same person. No, it should be said that the scream seemed to be something that no human could make. With this question in mind, Zhou Ling subconsciously opened her eyes. The sight before her eyes widened in shock, and she instinctively covered her mouth with her hands. After stammering for a long time, he finally managed to squeeze out a sentence. Sister Wanner, what happened? Although Zhou Wan was in slightly better condition than Zhou Ling, her exquisite face was still filled with shock and disbelief. As for Zhou Wu, who was acting as a human shield, he looked completely dazed. At this moment, they were in the sight of the three of them. Yi Xiao, who was expected to be torn to pieces by the 8 dragon mane cheetahs, was still standing there unharmed. On the contrary, none of the 8 dragon mane cheetahs that Zhou Wan and the other two considered easy to deal with were still standing. To be precise, if they hadn't seen it beforehand, the three of them would never have been able to tell that the pieces of flesh on the ground, of varying sizes, had once belonged to the dragon mane cheetah. Zhou Wan and the other two were clearly unable to understand the situation before them. A level 95 mage did not use any magic skills. With just a staff, he fought 8 level 100 dragon mane cheetahs in close combat, and not only was he unharmed, he killed all 8 dragon mane cheetahs in the blink of an eye. Zhou Ling didn't see it because her eyes were closed, but Zhou Wan saw it clearly. Yi Xiao simply waved his staff, and the hard bodies of the 8 dragon mane cheetahs crumbled into countless pieces as easily as tofu. In fact, the 8 dragon mane cheetahs didn't even touch the hem of Yi Xiao's clothes. The entire process probably takes less than 3 seconds. Zhou Wan even had a thought that she herself found utterly absurd. If she hadn't shot that arrow, the dragon mane cheetah would have been a beat slower. Will this make the time even shorter? Zhou Wan was startled by her own thought, but when she came to her senses, she had to admit that she seemed to have held the other person back. Although she still couldn't figure out how Yi Xiao, a mage, had accomplished this, it didn't stop Zhou Wan's gaze towards Yi Xiao from subtly changing. At that moment, she suddenly understood why her shrewd uncle valued this man so much, and even went so far as to kill Yang Jian, a master who was exceptionally familiar with the terrain of the cursed forest, with his own hands. If it were her, she probably would have done the same as her uncle. Over there, after dealing with the 8 dragon mane cheetahs, Yi Xiao casually put away his staff. Although he had not used any magic skills before making this move, his basic attack was not imbued with the effects of a magic weapon. But now his strength attribute is as high as 39,225 points. Even without the effect of magic weapons, a mere level 100 dragon mane leopard would never be able to withstand his normal attacks. The 8 dragon mane cheetahs brought him nearly 10,000 experience points. This was nothing to Yi Xiao, who was already used to getting tens or hundreds of thousands of experience points after killing someone. Moreover, his purpose for this trip was not to level up, so he naturally wouldn't focus his energy on clearing monsters. Instead, he was somewhat annoyed by the appearance of these dragon mane cheetahs, which had wasted a lot of his time. At this moment, the cursed
curse of weakness on his body had stacked 2 layers, and all his attributes had been weakened by 2%.
Looking back at Zhou Wan and the other 2 who were still in a daze, Yi Xiao understood their reaction, but the current situation was not suitable for wasting time. So he frowned and called out to the 3 of them, "Time is limited, don't just stand there in a daze, let's go." If Zhou Wan were still of use to him, he wouldn't bother reminding them at all. Upon hearing Yi Xiao's reminder, Zhou Wan and the other 2 came to their senses one after another, but the shock on their faces remained. And so, the 3 of them followed Yi Xiao somewhat dazedly, walking silently into the building. Because the cursed forest is extremely large and has dense forest cover, monsters do not roam in large groups here. During the rest of the journey, only a few birds would occasionally hop out every few hundred meters. Yi Xiao didn't want to waste any time, so he didn't give Zhou Wan and the other 2 a chance to make a move, each of them clearing a path with a staff. Regardless of the attributes of the monsters that appeared, none of them could withstand a single normal attack from Yi Xiao. As for why magic wasn't used, it was because they were worried that making too much noise would attract the siege of demons. Although Yi Xiao was not afraid, he was prone to wasting time. As for the feelings of Zhou Wan and the other 2, they went from disbelief at first to being shocked beyond measure, and now they have become numb. Even Zhou Ling, the most oblivious of the 3, was now perfectly aware that Yi Xiao's strength was simply not on the same level as theirs. At the same time, he understood why Zhou Yi had been so polite to Yi Xiao earlier. However, just as the 3 of them finally managed to convince themselves to accept the reality before them, they couldn't help but think about it again. This guy is only level 95, how did he manage to do all this? It's important to know that Zhou Wan is a level 120 offensive archer with an S-rank talent. She can easily handle the monsters along the way, but it's impossible for her to be as relaxed and carefree as Yi Xiao. Not to mention, about 20 minutes have passed since they entered the cursed forest. All of their attributes also dropped to the original level 8. However, Yi Xiao seemed unaffected, and no demonic creature that appeared could withstand a single blow from him. Or to be more precise, not even a single corpse that could remain intact in Yi Xiao's hands appeared. The only explanation for this phenomenon is that Yi Xiao's power is several times greater than that of these demons, and their physical strength is insufficient to withstand Yi Xiao's attacks. Otherwise, it would be impossible to do so. This idea greatly shocked Zhou Wan, and as she looked at Yi Xiao's back, the curiosity in her beautiful eyes grew even stronger. Who exactly is he? In the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed. With Yi Xiao leading the way with unparalleled success, the 4 of them had already entered the depths of the cursed forest. However, apart from the constantly appearing monsters, Yi Xiao did not find any clues about NPCs during this time. As time passed, the curse of weakness on everyone had increased by 50%, and the combat power of the 4 people was directly reduced by half. At this point, although Yi Xiao's normal attacks could still easily kill the monsters here, his power was obviously weakened compared to before. The most obvious change is that what used to be a single normal attack that could completely shatter the monster blocking his way is now not only unable to shred the monster's corpse, but sometimes even requires 2 consecutive attacks to completely kill the target. This situation made Yi Xiao frown. It must be said that this weakening curse has a significant impact on professionals. No wonder no one has been able to conquer this secret realm for decades. As for Zhou Wan and the other 2 behind them, after their attributes were reduced by half, they completely lost their ability to fight the monsters. Zhou Ling, who originally had little combat power, became the most useful among the 3. After all, although her attributes had decreased, she could still provide Yi Xiao with some buffs. As for the effect, it's all the same to Yi Xiao anyway. Sister Wanner, what is the background of this expert? He is only level 95, but his strength is terrifying. The 3, who had long since become accustomed to Yi Xiao's terrifying attacks, were no longer as dazed as before. Regardless of Yi Xiao's wishes, Zhou Ling eagerly cast a defensive spell on him and then asked Zhou Wan beside her with a curious expression. Upon hearing Zhou Ling's question, the usually taciturn Zhou Wu showed a rare display of intense curiosity and moved closer to the 2 women. Yes, Sister Wanner, Brother Master is too amazing. I looked down on him before, but luckily he is magnanimous and didn't hold it against me. Otherwise, I'm afraid you wouldn't even have had the chance to collect my corpse. Hearing their conversation, Zhou Wan shook her head. I don't know either. His strength has completely exceeded my comprehension. Moreover, although he is clearly a mage, his power is several times stronger than mine for some reason. Could it be related to his talent? Zhou Ling asked curiously, her beautiful eyes sparkling. If that's the case, why didn't the expert choose a physical burst class, but instead chose a mage? Zhou Wu asked, puzzled. Zhou Ling was clearly stumped by the question, and then said to Zhou Wu arrogantly, what do you know? You're not an expert. How could you possibly guess what an expert is thinking? Zhou Wu was clearly somewhat afraid of Zhou Ling hearing this. He shrank back and lowered his head, but still couldn't help muttering, then aren't you an expert either? Zhou Ling's adorable eyebrows furrowed. What did you say? Zhou Wu panicked and hurriedly waved his hands, saying, no. Zhou Ling had no intention of letting Zhou Wu off the hook, but just as she was about to step forward to teach him a lesson, Zhou Wan's voice rang out. Alright, we're in the cursed forest now. Don't you guys have have any sense of danger? Zhou Wan's voice wasn't harsh, but it was incredibly effective. Instantly, Zhou Ling and Zhou Wu were both terrified and dared not act rashly again. Seeing this, Zhou Wan sighed helplessly. Just then, Yi Xiao suddenly stopped in his tracks. Upon seeing this, Zhou Wan and the other two felt a pang of anxiety, thinking that Yi Xiao had discovered some danger. Yi Xiao didn't notice the three people's condition. After looking at the route ahead, he turned around and asked, "Is this the place where we encountered the NPC before?" It turns out we weren't in danger. Zhou Wan breathed a sigh of relief, then quickly glanced at the surrounding terrain, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. "This seems to be the place." After a pause, Zhou Wan cautiously added, "But it's hard to say. After all, the only NPC we've ever seen who left here alive is Yang Jian." But, seemingly remembering something, Zhou Wan swallowed the rest of her words. But Yi Xiao wasn't stupid, so he naturally understood what she meant. "Yang Jian, the only NPC I've ever met, is dead, and he died because he offended me." Therefore, Zhou Wan could only make a rough judgment based on the information she had obtained from Yang Jian beforehand. However, there was one thing Zhou Wan didn't mention. Yang Jian was referring to the fact that his team unexpectedly encountered an NPC more than an hour after entering the cursed forest. But right now, the curse of weakness on his body has only stacked up to 50 layers. Of course, their speed this time was obviously much faster than Yang Jian's back then. After all, Yi Xiao had instantly killed all the monsters they encountered along the way, and the four of them had hardly stopped traveling to this point. If you calculate it this way, the timing does match. After listening to Zhou Ling's answer, Yi Xiao pondered for a moment before nodding. It seems that the only way to find that NPC is to start with the boss. Let's continue. Yi Xiao had already proven himself with his formidable strength, so Zhou Wan and the other two's words were naturally meaningless to him. However, Zhou Wan couldn't help but say, "Your strength is indeed very strong, but at this rate, by the time we find the boss, its attributes will probably have been weakened by 80%, and nobody knows what the boss's attributes are. Are you really confident?" "Let's find it first," Yi Xiao said, without giving a direct answer. As for whether he was confident, he certainly was. Unless the boss possesses abilities beyond his comprehension, even with his attributes weakened by 8/10, he can easily defeat the boss by relying on the powerful effects of his magical weapon. But this is normal. What he was most worried about was that even after successfully conquering the secret realm, he still wouldn't be able to find the NPC. After all, Yi Xiao had a deep impression of the two NPCs who appeared out of nowhere in the miasma forest. However, Yi Xiao did not tell Zhou Wan and the other two this, because even if they knew, it would be of no use to them, so he was too lazy to waste his breath. However, after hearing Yi Xiao's uncertain answer, Zhou Wan frowned slightly again, clearly worried about the answer. However, her worries did not last long. Just as Yi Xiao was about to continue his journey, Zhou Ling suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "I sense an incredibly powerful energy fluctuation. It's the boss." Yi Xiao looked at Zhou Ling and quickly asked, "Which direction?" "There." Zhou Ling pointed to the right front, "But it seems a bit far away." Zhou Ling's talent is the power of insight. This ability was rated as B. However, in the world of toon rating, this talent is comparable to an SS level talent. Zhou Yi had told himself these things before he came in. This is also why Yi Xiao would protect Zhou Ling. "Now that we've found it, hurry up and keep up with me. The longer we drag this out, the harder it will be for the boss." After deleting the message, he didn't care whether the three of them followed or not, and immediately led them quickly toward the direction Zhou Ling had indicated. After Yi Xiao left, a dark figure sneaked out from the side of the dense forest. The shadowy figure kept a close eye on the direction Yi Xiao and the others had left in. A moment later, he turned and left. Only a few monsters remained behind him, trembling and crawling on the ground. Yi Xiao was naturally unaware of all this. At this moment, in order to ensure that he could conquer the cursed forest as soon as possible, he led Zhou Wan and the other two to travel as fast as he could. After another 10 minutes or so, they finally arrived at the location that Zhou Ling had sensed earlier. However, when Yi Xiao and his group of four arrived, Zhou Ling discovered that the energy had disappeared. Yi Xiao glanced around and frowned. "Are you sure there was a strong energy here just now?" Seeing that Yi Xiao didn't believe her, Zhou Ling hurriedly explained, "It can't be wrong. My perception technique has never made a mistake." Zhou Wu chimed in, "Brother Master, Sister Linger never lies. If she says it exists, then it definitely exists." Zhou Wan then said, "Could it be that they've left?" Yi Xiao thought it was possible. After all, they had already wasted 10 minutes getting here, and if the boss really existed, it wasn't impossible for it to move to another place. However, Zhou Ling shook her head. "Impossible, unless the energy moves so fast that I can't catch a trace of it in an instant. But the truth is that it just disappeared suddenly." After hearing Zhou Ling's explanation, the other three, including Yi Xiao, fell into deep thought. However, the curse of weakness on them had already stacked to 65 layers, and at this rate, they would reach their maximum weakened state in another 15 minutes. At this moment, Yi Xiao couldn't help but have doubts. If that energy really is the boss, could it be that the boss is trying to buy time, waiting until they are weakened to their maximum strength before attacking them? Thinking about it, it's actually quite possible. After carefully observing the surroundings again, they found no trace of any
any monsters. Yi Zhao's heart stirred, and he decided to stop worrying about it. Let's rest here for a bit. The three of you should find a relatively safe place to hide. Then, he looked at Zhou Ling and gave her an order. Zhou Ling, if you sense any energy fluctuations, tell me immediately. Zhou Ling nodded quickly in agreement. Zhou Wan, however, was a little worried. Are you sure you really want to do this? In a little while, all our attributes will drop to 20%. If we really encounter a boss, I'm afraid we won't be able to beat it, right? No wonder Zhou Wan was worried. Although Yi Xiao had previously displayed astonishing strength, crushing all the demons he encountered along the way. But bosses and ordinary monsters are not the same thing. This is a level 90 to 120 dungeon, so the boss is most likely level 120 as well. A boss of this level would have at least a million HP, and its attack and defense would both be over 10,000. Such a behemoth is not something that these few professionals, whose attributes have been reduced by 80%, can handle. They don't even have the right to glance at it. To be honest, Zhou Wan really wanted to leave the secret realm at that moment. However, Yi Xiao didn't seem to have this intention. This left Zhou Wan conflicted, unsure whether Yi Xiao was truly confident or simply overconfident. However, after much deliberation, she ultimately decided to stay and observe the situation, and so, time passed little by little. Yi Zhao's previous impatience had subsided. Instead, he calmly watched as the curse icon indicating weakness continued to accumulate on his status. Finally, the moment the stacking number of this weakening curse jumped to 80, a deafening roar suddenly erupted, instantly engulfing the entire area, followed by a flurry of towering trees falling to the ground. Zhou Ling immediately warned, "Expert, an extremely large energy body has suddenly appeared at the 3 o'clock position ahead. It seems to be the same type as the one we sensed earlier." Yi Xiao was somewhat amused and exasperated. Did he really need to be reminded of this? This woman's brain is really. However, Yi Xiao had no time to continue criticizing Zhou Ling's reaction. At this moment, an enormous figure rushed out and then raced towards Yi Xiao without stopping. Yi Xiao was also somewhat surprised when he saw the figure. It wasn't because of its appearance, but because this suddenly appearing creature looked 7 or 8 parts similar to the plague-inducing worm demon in the miasma forest. Cursed worm, boss, attack power 14,000, defense 7,000, skills, curse of sorrow, touch of weakness, dark surge, dark corruption. After seeing the name of this behemoth, Yi Xiao became even more certain that the boss here must be related to the plague sourceworm he had encountered before. Upon seeing this, Yi Xiao was not surprised but rather pleased. This makes it even more likely that there are NPCs in the cursed forest. At this moment, the cursed worm had arrived in front of Yi Xiao and launched an attack on him without saying a word. Behind that enormous ball of flesh, more than a dozen tentacles surged forth. It must be said that this cursed worm moved with incredible speed. The realm of death has been opened. The 3 shields opened simultaneously. The speed boost also started at the same time. Even so, Yi Xiao was still touched by one of the opponent's tentacles. It instantly cost him over 2,000 health points. Fortunately, although his attributes were only 20% of what they were, Yi Zhao's health was still as high as 3 million. The injury struck him, but it didn't hurt or itch. But the next moment, Yi Xiao was shocked to find that the number of layers of the weakening curse on his body had actually increased to 81. Yi Zhao's heart sank. He recalled his time in the miasma-filled forest. Everything here seems to be an enhanced version of the miasma forest. The rule in the miasma forest is poison, while the cursed forest is a curse of weakness. If you are hit by a boss in the plague forest, the poison stacks will accumulate. Similarly, in the cursed forest, being hit by the cursed worms will cause the weakened curse layers to accumulate. Now Yi Xiao was even more certain of the relationship between the two. At the same time, my curiosity about this secret place is constantly growing. However, we need to figure out how to deal with the boss first. Having succeeded in its attack, the cursed worm let out a blissful scream and caught up with Yi Xiao once more. Seeing this, Yi Xiao did not panic. Having already learned his lesson, he activated his newly acquired absolute evasion the moment the cursed worm attacked again. At that moment, more than a dozen tentacles attacked from all directions. However, in Yi Xiao's eyes, the speed of these tentacles became incredibly slow at this moment. Yi Xiao dodged easily with a few quick movements. Using this opportunity, Yi Xiao immediately increased the distance between them. Then he waved both hands. Next, just wait for the opportunity. In an instant, countless fireballs appeared out of nowhere and crashed down like a storm before the cursed worm could react. At the same time, Zhou Wan, who was watching all this from not far away, suddenly had a look of shock in her beautiful eyes. The moment those fireballs appeared, a name flashed through her mind. It was him. As a large number of fireballs fell, the dense forest in front of us erupted with an earth-shattering roar. The blazing flames completely engulfed the massive body of the cursed worm. Although Yi Zhao's damage is now only 20% of what it used to be, the power of his fireball spell, after several evolutions, still far surpasses that of professionals at this stage. A single one can still deal 18,000 damage to the cursed worm. In an instant, the cursed worm, injured by the fireball, began to writhe wildly with its enormous body. The health bar above
his head instantly went to zero. However, the cursed worm did not die. In the blink of an eye, the cursed worm's health bar was full again. This miraculous scene surprised Yi Xiao somewhat. What kind of ability is this? The description doesn't seem to mention such a skill.
Yi Xiao muttered something under his breath, but he wasn't flustered. With over 50 seconds left before he could use absolute dodge, he didn't believe that the cursed worm could regenerate health indefinitely. With another wave of his hands, hundreds more fireballs rained down from the sky. Having learned its lesson once, the cursed worm was now much smarter. The moment Yi Xiao waved his hands, its massive body retreated at an incredibly fast speed. In an instant, countless fireballs landed where it had been. Yi Xiao remained unmoved upon witnessing this scene. Another fireball. Immediately afterwards, he activated the void illusion, and his entire figure instantly entered the void to encircle it. Meanwhile, the cursed worm used its agile body to continuously dodge Yi Xiao's fireballs. However, just as the fireball disappeared, Yi Xiao appeared unexpectedly beside the cursed worm. Before the latter could react, Yi Xiao had already struck the cursed worm with his staff. The moment the staff touched the body of the cursed worm, a not-so-loud sound was heard. In an instant, the massive body of the cursed worm trembled violently and then seemed to be frozen in place, motionless. At this moment, Zhou Wan and the other two, who were still in the distance, had just barely recovered from the shock of Yi Xiao's fireballs filling the sky when they saw the cursed worm suddenly stop moving. Before the three could even wonder what was going on, the cursed worm's enormous body suddenly exploded. Countless disgusting blood clots spurted out, and black blood rained down from the sky. This shocking scene left Zhou Wan and the other two speechless once again. The entire process, from the appearance of the cursed worm to its death, lasted less than 20 seconds. The three of them barely had time to check the cursed worm's attributes before confirming that it was the boss of this secret realm. But before they could figure out how to escape the boss's pursuit. And that's how the boss died? He died without any warning, despite having a whopping 2 million health points and 7,000 defense. As a result, he was easily blasted into pieces by Yi Xiao with a single blow. At this moment, even the usually calm Zhou Wan couldn't help but feel doubt, wondering if she was dreaming. After all, that cursed worm is a level 120 boss. When did the boss become less powerful than an ordinary monster? My mind is a jumbled mess. But the next moment, Zhou Wan suddenly remembered the swarms of fireballs she had just witnessed. If it were him, everything would seem to make sense. Indeed, just now after Yi Xiao unleashed the fireball technique, Zhou Wan seemed to have already guessed the identity of the young man in front of her. That newcomer who rose to prominence this year and single-handedly killed dozens of other geniuses of the same level. In a fit of rage, he first killed 5 level 180 professionals, and then slaughtered several thousand level 90 professionals in one go. It is said that not long ago, he even faced 13 8th level experts sent by the Zhao family, yet he was still able to remain unharmed. Moreover, right under the noses of these experts, he slaughtered all the legion members of an entire city and then calmly left. The Zhou family naturally paid close attention to such a promising newcomer. Zhou Wan, who was raised by Zhou Yi from a young age, naturally knew about Night Shadow immediately. Therefore, the moment Yi Xiao suddenly unleashed his signature sea of fireballs, Zhou Wan immediately understood Yi Xiao's identity. Therefore, after realizing what had happened, Zhou Wan felt that compared to the incredible feats mentioned above, killing a level 120 boss with only 20% of her strength didn't seem so surprising. In fact, Zhou Wan felt a sense of entitlement. No wonder my uncle cared so much about this person's opinion, even going so far as to break the rules and kill Yang Jian for no reason. If the other party is Nightshade, then that makes sense. At this moment, Zhou Wan suddenly remembered that Yang Jian had previously asked Yi Ying to kneel down and apologize to him. Thinking of this, Zhou Wan couldn't help but sigh inwardly, thinking that Yang Jian had indeed met his end in a righteous way. However, Yi Xiao did not notice the different mood changes of Zhou Wan and the other two at this moment. After dealing with the cursed worm, Yi Xiao's brows furrowed involuntarily. The reason is simple. The cursed worm did not provide him with any experience after it died. There is only one possible scenario. That means the cursed worm did not die. Even though he had blasted the guy's body into pieces, he didn't understand why the guy was still alive. Suddenly, a powerful wave of energy surged from behind. Yi Xiao turned around and immediately saw a monster that looked exactly like the cursed worm appear out of nowhere. As soon as this creature, which looked exactly like the cursed worm, appeared, it charged towards Yi Xiao again. The next moment, the same offensive move was used. However, Yi Xiao, who was still completely still at this moment, was not afraid at all. After easily dodging it again, the fireball spell appeared once more. However, this newly appeared cursed worm was clearly very familiar with Yi Xiao's fireball spell. Its massive body bounced off the ground, then leaped into the air, escaping the fireball's attack range. At the same time, due to its extremely high speed, Yi Xiao was unable to get close enough to use a normal attack on it for a moment. Then, Yi Xiao continuously released fireballs, while the cursed worm frantically dodged. After a period of entanglement, without realizing it, the cursed worm had already appeared in front of the pile of corpses that Yi Xiao had previously blasted to pieces. Just then, Yi Xiao Xiao finished releasing a round of fireballs. The cursed worm seized the opportunity and dozens of tentacles surged out wildly. Then, to Yi Xiao's astonishment, he grabbed all the scattered corpses and blood clots and brought them to his front. Then, Yi Xiao saw that the cursed worm actually began to eat these blood clots. Immediately afterwards, the enormous body of the cursed worm emitted a dazzling red light in an eerie way. Throughout the entire process, the cursed worm moved so fast that Yi Xiao couldn't stop it in time. This bizarre scene brought a brief silence to the entire cursed forest. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xiao glanced at the information about the cursed worm demon. Cursed worm, boss, health points, 3 million, attack power, 15,000, defense, 8,000, skills, curse of sorrow, touch of weakness, dark surge, dark corruption. Upon seeing this, Yi Xiao's pupils contracted slightly. The HP increased by 1 million, and the attack and defense also increased by 1,000 points. Although surprised, Yi Xiao reacted very quickly. Then he unleashed several more fireballs in quick succession. The overwhelming fireballs instantly engulfed the cursed worms. Whether it was because Yi Xiao's fireball spell had too wide a range or for some other reason, this time, the cursed worm, having finished devouring flesh and blood, did not dodge, allowing the fireball to smash onto its massive body. The health bar above the cursed worm's head disappeared again, but it was full again in an instant. This situation has occurred once before. Yi Xiao frowned. Could it be that simply depleting its health isn't enough to truly kill this cursed worm? Recalling the death of the first cursed worm, he only managed to kill it completely by blasting its body apart with his explosive magical weapon. So Yi Xiao unleashed another barrage of skills, sealing off the area within 200 to 300 meters of the cursed worm. Then, with the aid of his divine speed, he quickly closed in on it. The cursed worm obviously guessed what Yi Xiao was going to do, and more than a dozen tentacles instantly opened up and attacked Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao still has 10 seconds left to use his absolute dodge ability, so he can easily handle these tentacles. After skillfully dodging, they appeared in front of the cursed worm. At that moment, he could clearly sense a hint of confusion in the cursed worm's enormous single eye. Perhaps it was puzzled as to why, despite being faster than Yi Xiao, it had never managed to hit him. Unfortunately, Yi Xiao had no intention of explaining anything to a demon. Under the astonished gaze of the cursed worm, the staff slammed down. Even though the second cursed worm has 1 million more HP than the first one, its attack and defense have also improved. However, Yi Xiao's magical weapon damage was truly explosive. With the support of thousands of fireballs, the cursed worm simply could not withstand this basic attack damage. The body exploded, and blood splattered everywhere. After killing the cursed worm once again, Yi Xiao's brows furrowed once more. Just like the first time, no kill notification appeared. In other words, this cursed worm is still alive? Just as the thought crossed Yi Xiao's mind, another familiar energy fluctuation came from behind him. When Yi Xiao turned around, he was greeted by that familiar figure. This is the third one. At this moment, Yi Xiao's absolute evasion ability had failed. Faced with these tentacles, Yi Xiao naturally dared not be careless and hurriedly retreated. The cursed worm that reappeared did not seem to be targeting Yi Xiao. Seeing Yi Xiao dodge, it turned around and ran towards the pile of scattered blood. Just like before, the cursed worm absorbed the previous corpse again. Its health has surged by another 1 million, reaching a terrifying 4 million, while its attack and defense have also increased by 1,000 points each. This bizarre scene made Yi Xiao frown. This cursed worm's abilities are truly extraordinary. Its health bar is instantly restored after being emptied, and a new one will appear even after its body is shattered. Once the newly appeared cursed worms consume the original flesh and blood, their attributes will increase dramatically. Most importantly, without the help of absolute evasion, once you are injured by the tentacles of the cursed worm, the weakening curse on your body will stack up again. Yi Xiao's attributes have now dropped to 19%. If he is hit a dozen more times, even though his overall attributes are far superior to those of ordinary people, he will probably not be a match for this cursed worm. For a moment, Yi Xiao could only retreat as he faced the cursed worm, whose strength had increased once again. During this time, Yi Xiao even summoned 2 clones to hold off the cursed worm demon. Unfortunately, the clones' abilities also dropped to 19%. Faced with this bizarrely strange cursed worm, the 2 clones couldn't hold out for long before being crushed by the worm's tentacles. Fortunately, the cooldown of void illusion ended at this time. Before the cursed worm could turn its gun around, Yi Xiao, after another round of relentless bombardment yielded no results, once again vanished into the void. The cursed worm, having lost sight of Yi Xiao, seemed to sense what Yi Xiao was about to do and immediately became extremely alert. However, all of this was clearly in vain in the face of Yi Xiao's illusory image. When Yi Xiao's figure reappeared, as expected, the cursed worm's body exploded once again. The third cursed worm died. But as Yi Xiao was not surprised, the fourth cursed worm appeared almost without pause. Seeing this, Yi Xiao felt quite helpless. Logically, there should only be one boss in each secret realm. He couldn't understand where these cursed worms came from. Unfortunately, the cursed worm wouldn't answer his question. After defeating Yi Xiao, the cursed worm quickly devoured the senior's flesh and blood, and then the two began fighting again. Although the cursed worm's strength has increased significantly, Yi Xiao is still able to handle it with ease for now.
After another minute or so, the Void Phantom's cooldown ended again. He used the extraordinary burst of power from his magical weapon to destroy his opponent once again. However, then the fifth, the sixth, the seventh cursed worm appeared and began to devour flesh. This cursed worm's health has skyrocketed to a terrifying 8 million. Its attack and defense are also 6,000 points higher than the first cursed worm that appeared. If it continues to grow at this rate, as long as the cursed worms keep appearing, even if Yi Xiao uses the power of magical weapons, he will not be able to defeat them. Later on, as the cursed worm's attributes grew to a terrifying level, Yi Xiao himself would become extremely dangerous. There must be some aspect of this that Yi Xiao missed. He didn't believe that such attributes would appear on a level 120 boss. At this moment, the cursed worm, which had become even stronger, pounced on Yi Xiao. Clearly, its surge in power gave it absolute confidence to completely annihilate the human before it. Seeing this, Yi Xiao quickly thought for a moment and then made a decision. This time, he didn't intend to kill the cursed worm in front of him. Instead, he waited for it to get close, directly cast the heaven sealing and demon suppressing barrier. In an instant, the massive body of the cursed worm was frozen in place, its dozen tentacles frantically pounding against the invisible barrier around it. It let out a sharp roar. Clearly, this sudden turn of events enraged the cursed worm. At the same time, Yi Xiao was somewhat surprised to find that, in addition to anger, the cursed worm also seemed to have a hint of unease. This discovery immediately stirred something within Yi Xiao. After being sealed away by the heaven-sealing demon suppressing system, the cursed worm demon suddenly became somewhat agitated and restless. This has never happened before. Upon seeing this, Yi Xiao's heart stirred. Then he came to the cursed worm and carefully examined the ugly creature in front of him. Sensing Yi Xiao's scrutinizing gaze, the cursed worm became even more enraged, pounding its surroundings in vain. At this moment, Yi Xiao suddenly called out to the distance, "Zhou Ling, come here for a second." Upon hearing Yi Xiao's call, Zhou Wan and the other two, who had been hiding in the distance, hurriedly came to Yi Xiao's side. From the moment the first cursed worm appeared, the three of them were already trembling with fear. Such a terrifying boss, let alone them at this moment, even without the weakening curse to diminish their attributes. The three of them were no match for this cursed worm, not to mention the bosses that appeared later and kept getting stronger. Of course, compared to the boss's strength, Yi Xiao's solo battle against the boss, and even his consecutive instant kills of the boss 6 times, had a more shocking impact on them. If Yi Xiao hadn't called out to them at that moment, they would have even forgotten the purpose of their trip and just stood there foolishly watching everything from a distance. Soon, the three of them arrived at Yi Xiao's side, but their eyes couldn't help but be drawn to the cursed worm opposite them. The closer you get to this boss, the more intense the sense of awe becomes. However, Yi Xiao didn't call them over so they could admire the boss's appearance. This, how is it possible? Zhou Ling, was that energy you felt earlier? Zhou Ling's cute eyebrows furrowed slightly as she carefully sensed the disgusting appearance of the cursed worm, then nodded. That's right, it's it, but its energy is much stronger than before. Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao's gaze swept over the cursed worm demon, and a guess immediately formed in his mind. Including the one in front of us, this cursed worm has appeared a total of 7 times. At first, Yi Xiao didn't understand why there were so many bosses in this secret realm, but after sensing Zhou Ling's presence, Yi Xiao was almost certain. From the first appearance of the cursed worm until this moment, all the cursed worms that appeared during that time should be the same one. After all, while there aren't many species that look and resemble each other, they have appeared before. However similar they may be, their energy levels are fundamentally different. Since Zhou Ling could tell that the energy fluctuations on the cursed worm in front of him were the same as the ones at the beginning, it meant that from beginning to end, the cursed worm he was facing was the same one. However, Yi Xiao didn't know what special ability this cursed worm used to be able to quickly abandon its original body and regenerate after being killed. Furthermore, after consuming the previous body, its strength will also evolve. This ability is really absurd. However, it's okay if you don't understand. After several battles, Yi Xiao did not come away empty-handed. You three stay here and don't move. I'll be right back. After saying that, Yi Xiao activated his void illusion and instantly disappeared from the three people's sight. Zhou Wan and the other two didn't know what Yi Xiao was up to, so they looked at each other in confusion. But given their current abilities, there seemed to be nothing they could do, so they had no choice but to obediently follow Yi Xiao's orders. Meanwhile, Yi Xiao, having entered the void dimension, sped along the route where the cursed worm had appeared several times before. In the blink of an eye, he had already crossed the dense forest that had been ravaged by the cursed worms. Then he discovered that there was a lake behind the dense forest. This scene reminded Yi Xiao of a lake in the miasma forest, but when he arrived there, the lake had already dried up. The lake in front of us still has a shallow layer. This strange scene caught Yi Xiao's attention. However, just as Yi Xiao was preparing to investigate whether there was anything special about the lake, suddenly, a dark figure emerged from the dense forest on the other side. After glancing around again to make sure there were no problems, he quickly ran towards the center of the lake. In the blink of an eye, the dark figure had already arrived in the center of the lake. Because at this moment,
moment, the lake water was only a shallow layer, just enough to cover the shadowy figure's ankles. Therefore, Yi Xiao could see the shadowy figure's next move clearly.
Something's definitely fishy. Yi Xiao's spirits lifted. Because it was in the void dimension, the dark figure did not notice Yi Xiao's presence at all. He quickly pulled an unidentified container from his person.
Then, to Yi Xiao's astonishment, he discovered that the shallow lake water had been sucked into the container.
In just a few breaths, the shallow layer of lake water was instantly drained, revealing the silt at the bottom of the lake.
The shadowy figure, having done all this, did not linger and turn to leave. Upon seeing this, Yi Xiao immediately rushed out.
This person is clearly strange, and may have some connection with that cursed worm. How could he possibly let him leave like this?
Using the illusion of space, Yi Xiao appeared behind the shadowy figure in an instant. As the distance between the two closed, Yi Xiao finally saw the face of the dark figure in front of him. At the same time, the row of unfamiliar yet familiar words above the shadowy figure's head caused Yi Xiao's pupils to contract slightly.
Those are unique informational texts belonging to NPCs. Le Yue Castle East Gate Guardian, Pox.
Joey wasn't lying to him, there really were NPCs here.
Moreover, this NPC was actually a former guard of Le Yue City.
This discovery greatly surprised Yi Xiao. At that moment, Yi Xiao materialized from the illusory void.
But before he could make a move,
Paxton's hair stood on end, as if he sensed something, and he suddenly accelerated and sprinted forward. Yi Xiao was somewhat surprised by this reaction speed. Yi Xiao sped up and caught up with them. However, a moment later, he suddenly realized
his own attributes were severely weakened, and he couldn't even catch up with his opponent. It seems that this NPC is not affected by the rules of this secret realm. If that's the case, things are indeed getting a bit tricky. But now that he's finally encountered an NPC again, he's not going to let them just leave. Thinking of this, Yi Xiao raised his hand and waved his staff. He dared not use the fireball spell, fearing that his opponent would not be able to withstand the explosive damage. Immediately afterwards, dozens of Dark Knight Soul Eating Strike burst forth.
Since his own speed has been reduced, he will also reduce the speed of his opponent. Although Yi Xiao's speed has decreased significantly, his supermodel attributes mean he is not far behind the NPC Pox. Therefore, although Box immediately noticed the movement behind him and took cover, however, he was still hit by Yi Xiao's Dark Knight Soul Erosion several times. In an instant, Box's expression changed drastically, and his body seemed to freeze, making it difficult for him to move. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xiao had already arrived in front of Box. At this moment, he finally saw the true appearance of this NPC, Box. He was different from Remy, whom Yi Xiao had met before. The NPC in front of him had blonde hair, blue eyes, and fair skin. Yi Xiao had read about NPCs in some historical records before, and the appearance of the man in front of him, Pox, was that of a relatively common type of Mesoamerican. At this moment, when Box saw Yi Xiao blocking his way, a look of horror flashed in his eyes. However, he did not give up, but instead quickly formed a hand seal. Immediately afterwards, his body was completely enveloped by a strong red light. The red light came quickly and went quickly. When the light faded, Box's figure was gone, replaced by a humanoid puppet that was 3 meters tall. The puppet was dark red all over, and its surface was covered with dense runes that Yi Xiao did not recognize. Upon seeing the puppet appear, Yi Xiao was momentarily stunned, but quickly regained his composure.
This Box is actually a puppeteer.
Puppeteer is a rather unique profession. Puppeteers can use different materials to create puppets that are unique to them, and then use the puppeteer's exclusive skills to endow the puppets with powerful abilities to fight for them. The higher the quality of the materials used to create the puppet, the stronger its combat power will be, especially with the added enhancement of the puppeteer's exclusive skills.
No problem.
According to historical records, someone once used a dragon bone to create a puppet dragon, and with this puppet dragon, he successfully defeated a challenge that was 30 levels higher than the previous one.
This clearly demonstrates that the puppeteer's skill is indeed extraordinary.
On the human side, there are naturally some professionals who have switched to becoming puppeteers, but these puppeteers have either died or become powerful figures in their own right. Ordinary people rarely encounter this. Yi Xiao had only seen some pictures and some historical materials. As for the reason, it is naturally related to that war that destroyed the Yuan dynasty. Unlike basic classes like warriors and mages, the puppeteer profession doesn't require completing a job change quest from an NPC later in the game. Therefore, in the 80 years since the disappearance of NPCs, no puppeteers have appeared among humans. Puppet masters who are still alive in the human world today are all from 80 years ago, or even longer. Yi Xiao never expected to encounter a puppeteer here, and that Box had actually hidden himself inside a puppet.
It's important to know that most puppeteers control their puppets remotely to fight for them.
Yi Xiao had never heard of anyone doing something like this before. At this moment, after entering the puppet's body, Box's body was freed from Yi Xiao's skill restraints. In an instant, Box's panicked expression vanished, and a contemptuous voice came from the puppet. Before he finished speaking, Box manipulated the blood-red puppet to charge at Yi Xiao.
Its speed was even faster than before.
Yi Yi Xiao was somewhat surprised. He quickly retreated, dodging the iron fists hurled at him by the puppet, and unleashed Dark Knight Soul Erosion once more. However, the next moment, Yi Xiao discovered that the puppet was actually immune to his debuffs.
Ha ha ha. Foolish humans, puppets are not living beings, and no debuff can affect them. Don't waste your energy, just immediately die.
Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao couldn't help but frown. He was unaware of this, since the profession of puppeteer was far too unfamiliar to modern human professionals.
Okay, I believe you. For a moment, he couldn't help but marvel at the puppet's amazing capabilities.
Knowing that the puppet was immune to any debuffs, Yi Xiao immediately changed his strategy and waited for 10 seconds. Then he stepped forward and struck with his staff. Box had clearly just witnessed Yi Xiao's battle with the cursed worm, and he was deeply impressed by how Yi Xiao's staff had shattered the cursed worm's body. Therefore, when Yi Xiao swung his staff and attacked, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. He tried to dodge, but the puppet's fist had already been thrown out, and there was no time to react. The next moment, the staff and the iron fist collided, unleashing an invisible explosive shockwave. Even the enormous puppet of Borks paused for a moment.
But in an instant, Box burst into triumphant laughter. Ha ha ha.
It seems that the battle with the cursed worm just now has exhausted most of my strength. Yi Xiao did not respond, but instead observed the puppet's condition. As expected, ordinary attacks relying solely on strength were not enough to break this behemoth. After realizing that Yi Xiao's attacks were ineffective, Pox Tun immediately launched an even more frantic offensive. Yi Xiao did not choose to continue the attack, but instead activated the Death Domain and 3 shields. With the aid of incredible speed, it continuously evaded Box. He dared not use the Fireball spell, and having finally encountered another NPC, he still had many questions he wanted to ask. He feared that if he used the Fireball spell, his opponent would not be able to withstand the excessive damage and would lose their life. Therefore, since his basic attacks didn't deal much damage, Yi Xiao couldn't find a way to deal with Pox in the rest of the battle. There were still about 20 minutes left before the barrier that sealed off the heavens and suppressed demons disappeared.
After a brief moment of consideration, Yi Xiao decided to stall the opponent.
While puppeteers can use supermodel puppets to display strength far exceeding their own, the energy consumption of constantly controlling such enormous puppets is also enormous. Just as Yi Xiao had guessed, the fight between the two had only lasted 5 minutes when Yi Xiao had already noticed that Box's movements as he manipulated the puppet had slowed down. Although the change was very subtle, Yi Xiao noticed it immediately, and a faint smile appeared on his lips. Compared to Yi Xiao, Box, after his relentless attacks yielded no results, was also gradually becoming impatient.
Human, is there nothing you can do besides run away?
Yi Xiao chuckled lightly but did not answer, which made Box even angrier. I thought you were so strong, but it turns out you're all bark and no bite.
If you're so tough, don't run away.
Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao felt that the NPC was kind of adorably stupid.
He naturally wouldn't fall for their trick. As long as they maintain their current pace, this Box will eventually be defeated. However, a few more minutes passed in their fight.
After yet another unsuccessful attack, the enormous puppet warrior, controlled by Borks, suddenly leaped backward without warning. In midair, the massive 3-meter-tall body was unusually agile, turning nimbly before rushing off in another direction.
Is this an attempt to escape? Ha ha ha.
Idiot, since you don't dare to fight, I'll go take care of your 3 companions first.
I want to see if you'll still hide then.
Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao quickly caught up. He didn't care whether Zhou Wan and the other 2 were alive or dead, but Zhou Wan is preparing to become the ruler of this cursed forest, so if something goes wrong, it could really be a problem. Yi Xiao would naturally not allow such a thing to happen. It must be said, however, that this puppet is incredibly fast. Seeing that the distance between them was getting farther and farther, Yi Xiao had no choice but to activate the void illusion again. Soon, Yi Xiao used the void dimension to appear next to Box in an instant. However, he did not choose to take action. He simply wasn't sure. At this moment, he finally discovered a weakness in his godlike talent. With such a large number of skills, it's difficult for him to minimize the damage. This made Yi Xiao feel somewhat uncomfortable. The 2 of them, one in front of the other, quickly returned to the location of the cursed worm. At this moment, Zhou Wan and the other 2 were still squatting and guarding him. This place is quite dangerous for them right now. Even without Yi Xiao's instructions, they dared not wander around, and at the same time, they looked around very warily. Just then, the moment Pox's enormous puppet body appeared, Zhou Wan and the other 2 spotted him. However, Yi Xiao was still in the void dimension at this time. Therefore, the 3 of them did not find him. This caused Zhou Wan and the other 2 to have drastic changes in their expressions.
Xiao Wu, hold him off.
With a soft shot from Zhou Wan, Zhou Wu immediately pulled out a giant shield that was taller than himself. With the shield positioned in front of the 3, Zhou Ling didn't even need Zhou Wan to tell her to immediately unleash a barrage of status and skill effects on Zhou Wu. Zhou Wan, meanwhile, drew her bow and prepared her strength, her sharp gaze fixed on the approaching giant figure. However, as an archer, her intuition told her that the huge figure that had suddenly appeared before her was probably not easy to deal with. In fact, the 3 of them were no match for each other at all. Even so, Zhou Wan had no intention of surrendering.
The enormous figure was less than 100 meters away from them.
Zhou Wan suddenly flicked her wrist and an energy arrow containing immense explosive power shot out from her hand. The energy arrow sliced through the air, creating a deafening sonic boom as it shot forward. Seeing this, Box showed no sign of stopping and suddenly swung his two huge puppet arms. The energy arrow was easily launched away. Zhou Wan and the other two were all shocked to see this.
Sister Wanner, even your energy arrows can't harm this monster?
However, Zhou Wan didn't have time to answer the question. She turned around and shouted, "Run!
Ha ha ha, you think you can run away?
Stay here, all of you. We're just short of fertilizer." Before Box's arrogant voice could even finish, the enormous puppet body was already in front of the three of them, and without saying a word, it swung its iron fist at Zhou Wu. Seeing this, Yi Xiao quickly considered the situation and ultimately refrained from making a move. Although Box was an NPC through the previous battle, he also discovered that the puppet's damage was not the kind that was too outrageous. Zhou Wu is a level 120 tank, so he shouldn't be able to be killed in one punch. Yi Xiao could use Zhou Wu to observe how to deal with Box. Seeing that there was no way to escape, Zhou Wu did not hesitate and raised the giant shield high, trying to withstand the sudden attack.
Seeing this, Box sneered inwardly. If you can't handle that human, you can handle the three of you, right?
The iron fist relentlessly pounded on Zhou Wu's shield. There was a click sound. The seemingly high-quality shield shattered instantly. The immense penetrating force caused Zhou Wu to shudder, followed by a spray of blood as his body flew backward uncontrollably. As Zhou Ling called out, she hurriedly cast a healing spell on Zhou Wu, which barely managed to raise Zhou Wu's health a little. Yi Xiao, who was in the void dimension, was somewhat surprised to see Zhou Wu's situation.
An energy arrow appeared in front of Box without warning. This arrow came out of nowhere.
This surprised Yi Xiao, who was standing to the side. If it were a battle between two equally skilled opponents, this exquisite arrow would certainly cause the opponent a great deal of trouble. However, just as Yi Xiao guessed, although Box didn't have time to dodge the arrow, he relied on his puppet's super strong defense.
Zhou Wan's clever arrow did not cause him much harm.
On the contrary, after taking Zhou Wan's arrow, Box felt somewhat ashamed and looked at Zhou Wan with extremely fierce eyes. "Woman, you have successfully provoked my anger. Die." As he spoke, Box manipulated the puppet, which then lunged madly at Zhou Wan. Upon seeing this, Zhou Wu and Zhou Ling, who were injured nearby, were both shocked.
"Sister Wanner! Sister Wanner!"
Zhou Wan ignored him, her nimble figure quickly retreating as she drew her bow again. Several energy arrows shot out in succession. Box neither dodged nor avoided the energy, letting it strike the puppet with a clanging sound. The next moment, Box appeared in front of Zhou Wan. As Zhou Wan saw the puppet approaching, she realized she had nowhere to escape, and a sense of despair welled up inside her. However, just as she was about to fall into despair, Yi Xiao finally revealed his whereabouts from the void dimension. Facing the unsuspecting Box, Yi Xiao swung his staff, and his attack was amplified by 50% as soon as he broke free from the illusion. With this strike, the staff sent Box's puppet flying back 5 or 6 meters. Caught off guard by such a heavy blow, Box, deep inside the puppet's body, felt his body churning and his mind momentarily lost focus. This moment of distraction caused the puppet to stop moving completely. Just then, Yi Xiao's voice rang in Zhou Wan's ears.
"Don't just stand there, I'll provide cover for you, you deal the damage. Remember to follow my orders, I need to keep some alive."
Zhou Wan was also in a daze at the moment, but fortunately, her rich combat experience allowed her to instinctively draw her bow and arrow and fire energy arrows at Box, even though she was distracted.
At this moment, Box also turned around.
When he saw that it was Yi Xiao who had knocked him back, he was furious, especially after hearing what Yi Xiao just said.
What does it mean to leave someone alive?
He couldn't remember the last time he had been humiliated like this by humans. Over the past few decades, he has reaped the benefits of the cursed forest, and the number of humans who have died at his hands is no less than 4 figures. In his eyes, humans were nothing more than nourishment for him to refine.
When did a mere nutrient dare to step on his head and speak so arrogantly? After recovering from the shock, Box launched another fierce attack on Yi Xiao. Box's level doesn't seem to be very high, considering that he couldn't kill Zhou Wu, whose attributes had been reduced to 20%, with a single punch. Meanwhile, this puppet's attack method is melee mode. After getting used to the opponent's offensive rhythm, Yi Xiao was able to deal with it with ease, and while dodging skills from time to time, he could also use normal attacks to deal some damage to Box. Although the damage from this basic attack was somewhat weak, it still caused Box considerable trouble. Zhou Wan, who was behind him, had also come to her senses and began to cooperate with Yi Xiao to deal damage. However, her attributes were also reduced to 20% of their original value, making the damage she dealt pitifully weak, but that was exactly the effect Yi Xiao wanted. Box, hidden among the puppets, had an extremely grim expression. He never expected that he would be entangled in this situation. Who exactly is this human in front of me? He displayed terrifying damage when he fought the cursed worm earlier. You see, humans aren't like the Mayans. They're not bound by the rules of the cursed forest. Even with all their attributes reduced to 20%, they can still deal damage that that even he finds terrifying. If there were no rules to limit them, wouldn't that be? Box couldn't believe it, but at this moment, he discovered that even after being restricted by the rules, this human's damage was still ridiculously high, and his defense and vitality were also excessively strong. In 10 minutes, he hit his opponent at least 30 or 40 times. Judging from the other party's current state, it seems that they have not been affected at all. As the fight progressed, Box became increasingly alarmed. Several times he tried to deal with the annoying Zhou Wan first, but Yi Xiao gave him no chance at all. If he tried to use his speed to break free from Yi Xiao's entanglement, the latter would risk injury to forcefully block him with his body. This was also the only opportunity that Box had to hit Yi Xiao during this period. 5 more minutes passed, and Box began to have second thoughts. Yi Xiao was simply too troublesome to deal with and seemed impossible to kill. However, under the continuous scraping and rubbing of Yi Xiao and Zhou Wan, the puppet's armor value has gradually reached its limit. Box's puppets have strong defense, but they are, after all, inanimate objects and do not have the regenerative abilities of professionals. If this continues, the puppet will become extremely vulnerable once its armor is depleted, making it unable to withstand Yi Xiao's attacks. This puppet was created with a great deal of effort, and part of its energy was refined using the lives of many human professionals. If he gets hurt, he won't even have time to cry. Moreover, the continuous high-intensity battles have caused his puppet's energy level and his own mental strength to gradually decline. The puppet's movements are now much slower than they were at the beginning. Continuing the fight is clearly pointless. With this idea in mind, Box began to quietly observe his surroundings. At this moment, the cursed worm was still trapped in that unknown barrier, and Box had no idea when the barrier would lose its effect. He certainly wouldn't gamble on getting the cursed worm to help him. Furthermore, given the previous situation, even if the cursed worm escaped the barrier, it would probably still be no match for the opponent. That would waste the holy water used for cultivation, which is quite a waste. After quickly considering the matter, Box made a decision immediately. As he feigned an attack on Zhou Wan once again, drawing Yi Xiao to cover him, Box's high-speed movement suddenly halted. Then, with a bizarre movement that defied the laws of inertia, he sprinted backward. As Zhou Wan watched Box retreat, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. God knows what she had just gone through. Even though Yi Xiao had kept her in check the whole time, the pressure from the several close encounters with him made her feel like she was suffocating. Meanwhile, Zhou Ling and Zhou Wu cheered softly. The terrifying combat power that Box displayed in the battle just now had completely stunned the two of them. Now that the enemy has finally left, how could they not be excited and thrilled? However, his reaction differed from that of the other three. Seeing that Box had escaped, Yi Xiao knew that he must be exhausted. After going through so much trouble, how could he let him get away? He glanced at the cursed worm demon beside him. It would still be a few minutes before the heaven sealing and demon suppressing array was completed, so he activated his void illusion again and gave chase. The two quickly disappeared from Zhou Wan and the other two's sight again. At this moment, Zhou Ling, who had come to her senses, couldn't help but mutter, "This expert is too strong. It's one thing to fight the boss one-on-one, but he even chased after an NPC. That guy is the terrifying one who almost killed Xiao Wu with one punch." Upon hearing this, Zhou Wu, who was standing to the side, also showed a look of frustration on his simple and honest face. However, he was also quite shocked by Yi Xiao's performance. When dealing with the cursed worm demon, Yi Xiao's strength also surprised him. More importantly, but he had never actually faced a cursed worm before. Pox, on the other hand, was different. Just now, a single punch from Pox almost killed him, a pure tank. Only through comparison did he gain a deeper understanding of Yi Xiao's immense strength. On the other side, Yi Xiao activated the void illusion and caught up with Box again. Just then, he noticed that Box had taken out a stone from his body. Yi Xiao could see clearly that it was a star guide stone. This discovery made Yi Xiao no longer hesitate. Once Box's escapes into the underground cave using the star guide stone, even if he can also enter the cave, he might not be able to catch up with him. That's how it was before. This time, we absolutely cannot let the other party have their way. Thinking of this, Yi Xiao no longer hesitated. His figure directly broke out of the void dimension, and as soon as he appeared, he swung his staff without any politeness. With a 50% bonus to damage, this basic attack struck Box's puppet, causing it to pause briefly once again. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xiao disregarded the possibility of injury, grabbed the puppet's body with one hand, and waved his staff repeatedly. Upon realizing what was happening, Box was terrified and immediately tried to drive Yi Xiao away. However, this time Yi Xiao was unusually ruthless, exchanging blood for blood, and had no intention of retreating even a step. Box was so angry he almost vomited blood. Since the two were entangled, if he used the star guide stone now, he would also drag Yi Xiao into the underground cave, and there would be no way to escape. Suddenly, a crisp cracking sound rang out between the two. Box's expression changed drastically. However, before he could make a move, the originally incredibly hard surface of the puppet was instantly covered with spiderweb-like cracks. Seeing this, Yi Xiao swung his staff again without saying a word. The blood-red puppet shattered upon impact. A large amount of energy lost its carrier and scattered
scattered in all directions. The next moment, an extremely painful scream rang out, and then Bork's figure fell to the ground from the puppet. When Box reappeared, he was pale, and blood was constantly flowing from his eyes, ears, nose and mouth. Clearly, the impact of the puppet's explosion, and the resulting mental backlash, caused him to instantly lose his power. Yi Xiao breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. He then strode over to the dejected Box, subdued him completely, and then chuckled. "Now, can we have a proper talk? Now, can we have a proper talk?" Yi Xiao's words startled Box, who had originally intended to use the Star Guide Stone while the other party was off guard. Little did he know that Yi Xiao had already seen through his movements, and his hands and feet were instantly bound by the other party, leaving him helpless. Borks took a breath and asked in a hoarse voice, "What do you want?" Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao smiled slightly. "Do you want to live or die?" Box's expression changed drastically, but he quickly masked it, forcing himself to remain calm as he looked at Yi Xiao. "Don't waste your time. I will never surrender to humans, nor will I ever tell you anything." Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao didn't take it seriously, but instead suddenly said a name. "Remy, do you know him?" Box was somewhat bewildered, not understanding why Yi Xiao would bring up such an unfamiliar name. Seeing this, Yi Xiao immediately asked, "You're from Shadow Prison, aren't you?" Just moments before, Box was in a daze, but upon hearing the words Shadow Prison, he could no longer remain calm and cried out in disbelief. "You know about Shadow Prison? Who exactly are you?" Yi Xiao originally just wanted to bluff the other party, but he didn't expect that this Box was actually from the Shadow Prison organization. First it was Remy, and now it's this Box. Could it be that members of the Shadow Prison organization also exist in other unclaimed secret realms? What exactly is the Shadow Prison organization trying to do? Over there, when Box saw that Yi Xiao did not answer, he also became anxious. As a member of the organization, he was well aware of the rules of Shadow Prison. Information must never be easily leaked to humans. But this human being, whose strength was excessively great, actually knew about the existence of their organization. Could he be one of our own? At this thought, a glimmer of hope ignited in Box's heart. However, just as Box was lost in his fantasies, Yi Xiao suddenly grabbed him and headed towards where Zhou Wan and the other two were. "Wait, since you know about Shadow Prison, you're one of us. It was all a misunderstanding before. Please let me go." Box didn't know what Yi Xiao was going to do, but when he thought that the other party was very likely one of their own, he immediately spoke up. However, Yi Xiao glanced at Box and ignored him. Soon, the two returned to the place where they had fought before. There are still 3 minutes left before the heaven sealing and demon suppressing barrier disappears. Yi Xiao ignored the curious and puzzled looks from Zhou Wan and the other two, and unleashed hundreds of fireballs in succession before directly breaking the barrier that sealed the heavens and suppressed demons. The cursed worm seemed to sense that the barrier restricting it had disappeared. Having been imprisoned for so long, it let out an angry roar and then, somewhat losing its mind, charged fiercely at Yi Xiao. When Pox saw the cursed worm rushing towards him like a madman, his expression changed again, and he was about to speak. However, he then heard Yi Xiao let out a soft hum and then wave his staff at the cursed worm. The moment the staff touched the cursed worm, the enormous creature trembled violently and, before it could even react, shattered into dust once more. Borks watched this scene up close and couldn't help but swallow hard. At that moment, he suddenly realized that the human in front of him had not used his full strength in the battle just now. Such a terrifying attack would be unbearable even for him at his peak. In an instant, Box understood that this human wanted to capture him, which was why he had done that. Thinking of this, Box couldn't help but smile bitterly. Yi Xiao didn't pay attention to Box's thoughts. After dealing with the cursed worm, he turned his attention to his information panel. Sure enough, after the cursed worm died this time, the information panel finally displayed the long-awaited notification. Ding! You have killed the cursed worm and gained 2,038,823 experience points. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained the key to the secret realm guardian. Ding! Congratulations on clearing the cursed forest. Scoring is in progress. Ding! Your rating is SSS. You have received a mythic treasure chest *1. Upon seeing this information, Yi Xiao finally breathed a sigh of relief. After destroying Box's puppet, Yi Xiao had a guess that this cursed worm might also be a puppet created by Box. After all, the way the cursed worm died was somewhat similar to the puppet of Pox. But is such a thing really possible? The cursed worm is, after all, the boss of this cursed forest. Such a boss is a product of the rules of the immortal world since ancient times, and cannot be created by human power. Shaking his head, Yi Xiao suppressed this ridiculous thought. However, even if this cursed worm is not a puppet of Bork's, its ability to resurrect continuously was clearly due to Bork's manipulation behind the scenes. Fortunately, the trouble was finally resolved. After killing the cursed worm, he gained about 2 million experience points. However, at his current level, 2 million experience points are not enough for him to level up. As for the key to the guardian of the secret realm, it has been decided that Zhou Wan will inherit this secret realm, so Yi Xiao did not hesitate at all and handed the key directly to Zhou Wan, who was still in a daze. As for the secret realm tokens, Yi Xiao had already collected them while slaughtering monsters along the way, and handed them over to to Zhou Wan as well. Stop standing there, quickly become the guardian of this cursed forest's secret realm. After saying that, he ignored Zhou Wan's blank expression and turned to look at the treasure chest lying in his inventory.
Another mythical treasure chest? That's quite unexpected.
However, the most pressing matter right now is dealing with the silent pox. The treasure chest can be opened later. So Yi Xiao turned his gaze back to what was behind Box, who clearly felt Yi Xiao's gaze and his body trembled involuntarily. Clearly, Yi Xiao's brutality had frightened him somewhat. Upon seeing this, Yi Xiao smiled.
That's exactly the effect I wanted. Then, he asked directly, are you controlling the cursed worm?
Startled, Box was surprisingly honest and shook his head, saying, no, I don't have the ability to control it.
U.S. City, Lord's Mansion.
80 years ago, this place was a forbidden zone inaccessible to human professionals and was controlled by NPCs. However, after the war that destroyed the Yuan dynasty, this palace, which originally belonged exclusively to NPCs, became the territory of the Ji family, the actual controllers of U.S. City.
Inside the city Lord's Mansion at this moment,
looking at Ji Zijou, who bore only a slight resemblance to herself, Ji Mingyue's face immediately broke into a warm smile. Ninth brother, I didn't expect you to reach the third stage so quickly. As expected of the clan leader's choice, congratulations. Below Ji Mingyue, Ji Zijou, who had just arrived in U.S. City, remained indifferent, ignoring Ji Mingyue's words, and simply said coldly, weren't you supposed to be guarding the demon cave?
When did you come back?
A flash of anger crossed Ji Mingyue's eyes, but she quickly concealed it, not letting Ji Zijou see it. The demon cave has been relatively quiet lately, with other clansmen keeping watch over it, so I decided to come back to rest and also check on the situation in U.S. City. Ji Zijou glanced indifferently at Ji Mingyue, her face showing undisguised contempt.
Now that I'm here, I'll be enough for you here. You've rested enough, so go back tomorrow morning.
Ji Mingyue's smile froze. Ji Zijou's words were quite rude. Even for Ji Mingyue, it was difficult to maintain a peaceful state of mind for a moment. However, whether Ji Zijou failed to notice Ji Mingyue's stiff expression or simply didn't care, she suddenly asked, I heard you spent 500 million to buy a divine forging stone a few days ago? Before Ji Mingyue could answer, Ji Zijou suddenly chuckled. Your tricks, brother and sister, were really low level. Now look what happened. You didn't find the person and wasted 500 million.
If you have a lot of money, why don't you come to me?
Since we're both from the Ji family, I'll give you a 20% discount.
How much do you want?
Ji Mingyue suddenly stood up, her gaze no longer as warm and bright as before. Now she looked more like a venomous scorpion ready to devour its prey, staring at Ji Zijou with incredibly cold eyes.
How dare you be so insolent? Do you even respect me as your cousin?
Ji Zijou didn't take Ji Mingyue's sudden change in attitude to heart at all, and instead laughed contemptuously.
Cousin, don't flatter yourself. Do you think I don't know what you're thinking? Ji Mingyue paused. What could I possibly be thinking?
Ji Zijou's light smile vanished, replaced by a mocking tone. As long as I am here, put away your ridiculous, hen-like thoughts. Ji Mingyue's expression changed slightly.
What nonsense are you talking about?
Ji Zijou made no attempt to hide her true feelings.
Whether you're lying or not, don't you know? Drop your hypocritical mask.
You can fool those people outside, but what are you pretending for in front of me?
Ji Mingyue remained silent.
But soon, the faint chill emanating from her vanished, and she revealed her usual gentle smile.
Ninth brother, it seems you have a deep misunderstanding about me. Your talent is so outstanding that I am far inferior to you.
The Ji family will be under your control sooner or later. I am just contributing my meager strength to the family before you grow up.
Upon hearing this, Ji Zijou's contempt deepened.
Faced with absolute power, no matter how cunning or shrewd you are, it's all in vain.
Ji Zijou was absolutely confident about this. However, he was too lazy to say anything more to this ambitious woman in front of him.
I'm not one of those stubborn old folks in the family, and I'll still consider your feelings to some extent. If I see you still in U.S. City before dawn tomorrow, you and your idiot brother should never leave again.
With that, Ji Zijou ignored Ji Mingyue's extremely ugly expression and turned to walk outside. An unexpected sound echoed throughout the city. Ding!
World announcement: player Starry Night Dance has successfully conquered the Cursed Forest and become the ruler of the Cursed Forest's secret realm. The world announcement, repeated 3 times in a row, immediately caused all the professionals in the entire immortal world to stop what they were doing. Among them, the professionals in Liyue were the most shocked. The Cursed Forest has been conquered?
Did I hear that right?
No. If I remember correctly, there have been many people who have tried to conquer the Cursed Forest over the past few decades, but without exception, they have all failed.
How could it have been conquered so suddenly? There was no warning at all. What signs do you need?
The Cursed Forest was already given to the Zhou family by the Ji family. I'm more curious about how the Zhou family managed to do it, since even the Ji family was helpless against the Cursed Forest. No, the Zhou family is just an insignificant, small power.
How could they possibly have the ability to do that? Wait, I know that Starry Night Dance. It's definitely the Zhou family. I've encountered it several times before.
Oh, so it really is the Zhou family? I suddenly remembered that a few months ago, a newbie conquered conquered a level 20 unclaimed dungeon in the newbie zone.
If that's the case, this cursed forest is the second unclaimed dungeon that has been successfully conquered recently.
Hiss. Now that you mention it, I also remembered that Nightshade who conquered the level 20 unclaimed secret realm also successfully
reached the third job advancement a few days ago. Judging from the time, could it be that he conquered this secret realm? Are you blind?
The announcement says the person who wrote the strategy is called Starry Night Dance.
Which eye of yours saw which night shadow it was?
Exactly. And given that Nightshade belongs to the newbie zone, even if he entered the beginner zone, he wouldn't be in our Lee US City.
What are you thinking?
After the announcement was made, all the professionals in Lee US City were astonished and discussing it heatedly. No one expected that the Zhou family, who usually kept a low profile, would quietly conquer this unclaimed territory.
That's absolutely shocking.
Meanwhile, inside the city lord's mansion, when Jizijio, who had not yet left, heard the news, she was also briefly stunned.
A few moments passed. Jizijio suddenly turned around, ignoring what Ji Mingyue was thinking, and said indifferently, "I heard you're very close to the Zhou family?"
Coming to her senses, Ji Mingyue's heart skipped a beat.
"What do you want to do?" Jizijio smiled faintly. "It's nothing. I could let you stay in Lee US City for a few more days, but I need you to talk to the Zhou family." It was at this moment that, "You want the operating rights of the cursed forest?"
Ji Mingyue frowned slightly, immediately guessing Jizijio's thoughts.
Jizijio didn't deny it, nodding and praising, "You're very smart.
After we finish talking, please bring that Starry Night Dance to see me." Ji Mingyue stared blankly at Jizijio, gritting her teeth to barely suppress her anger, and then explained, "The cursed forest was traded to the Zhou
family by the clan's elders back then.
If we ask for it back now, it will damage the reputation of the Ji family, which is probably inappropriate."
Jizijio looked at Ji Mingyue as if she were an idiot. "This is Lee US City, the territory of my Ji family.
Without the existence of my Ji family, how could the Zhou family live so comfortably?
Here, everything the Zhou family has is given to them by my Ji family. Now, what's wrong with asking them to contribute their secret realm?
Furthermore, I have no intention of seizing the secret realm. I only want 50% of the profits, which is already quite merciful." After a pause, Jizijio suddenly looked at Ji Mingyue with a playful smile. "Cousin, I know you have a close relationship with the Zhou family.
Since you are so eager to help the family, it is most appropriate for you to step in on this matter."
After saying that, Jizijio ignored Ji Mingyue's increasingly unpleasant expression and turned to leave. With the news of the cursed forest being conquered spreading, all the professionals in Lee US City turned their attention to the Zhou family. Before exploring the cursed forest, many people believed it to be a secret realm with at least an A-level rating. Now that the Zhou family has actually conquered this secret realm, their strength is likely to advance even further.
Putting everything else aside, the rewards from an A-level secret realm would probably make even the 8 major families green with envy.
I wonder what Zijiao will think after receiving this news. At this moment, Zhou Yi, who was still waiting for news outside the cursed forest, was stunned for a long time after seeing the world announcement. Although he had thought countless times before that Yi Xiao could open the secret realm, he still felt a sense of unreality when he actually saw the news.
He actually managed to break through? This kid's abilities are truly terrifying.
When Zhou Yi came to his senses, his eyes revealed a deep shock that he could not hide.
After an unknown amount of time, Zhou Yi suddenly said with some emotion, "Brother, did you see that?
This time, you didn't die in vain." Having truly realized Yi Xiao's strength, Zhou Yi felt incredibly fortunate that her previous choice was correct. "If I were to foolishly act like Zhou Dafu, not only would I lose my life, but the Zhou family would also likely provoke an insurmountable force.
Not to mention, the Zhou family now controls another secret realm, which is at least A-level." Upon thinking of this, Zhou Yi's chubby cheeks flushed with excitement.
However, the next moment, his smile suddenly vanished and his eyes flickered.
As one of the most outstanding members of the Zhou family's middle generation, he naturally wouldn't forget the existence of the Ji family in the US City.
Although the cursed forest had been traded to the Zhou family by the Ji family long ago, the Ji family could not remain indifferent to a secret realm that was at least A-level. The reason it was brought up before was because the Ji family determined that no one could conquer it, but now, the situation is different. Zhou Yi knew exactly what kind of person the Ji family was. If he were from the Ji family, he would probably try to take back the secret realm, whether openly or secretly.
This is something we must guard against.
For a moment, Zhou Yi lost all interest in the initial collaboration with Yi Xiao to find the NPC. The most urgent task at hand is to figure out how to deal with the troubles that are about to come. The Zhou family would never willingly hand over this cursed forest. Just then, a fluctuation came from the portal to the secret realm. Then, Zhou Yi saw Zhou Wan, Zhou Ling, and Zhou Wu appear together at the entrance of the secret realm. Zhou Yi's eyes lit up slightly, and he hurriedly stepped forward. However, he suddenly realized that apart from Zhou Wan and the other two, there was no sign of Yi Xiao.
Zhou Yi asked in confusion, "Just the three of you? Where are the others?" Zhou Wan was still somewhat bewildered, but Zhou Ling, who was standing to the side, couldn't help but say with some dissatisfaction when she heard Zhou Yi's question,
"Fifth Master, that expert brother is too stingy. He clearly found the NPC, but he wouldn't let the three of us participate in the questioning and kicked us out directly.
Moreover, he also very domineeringly demanded that Jo-won grant him permanent access to the cursed forest and said he would kill us if we didn't.
This is too much. We've fought side by side for so long.
Even if he's strong, he doesn't have to look down on us like this, does he? Joey ignored Jo Ling's incessant complaints and turned to look at Jo-won.
Jo Ling just mentioned that they found the NPC, and he is eager to know what's going on inside. While Joey was questioning Jo-won, inside the secret realm, Yi Xiao and Box were nowhere to be seen. Of course, Yi Xiao did not leave the secret realm like Jo-won and the other two. After sending Jo-won and the others away, he took out the Star Luogite stone and entered the underground cave with Box. It's unclear whether it was due to their previous encounter or seeing Yi Xiao take out the Star Luogite stone. For a while afterward, Box was unusually obedient, and after a short time, Yi Xiao learned some previously unknown information from him. Like Remy, who was hiding in the Plague Forest, this Box belongs to an NPC organization called Shadow Prison. However, unlike Remy, a low-ranking member, Box has a higher status and naturally has more detailed information about Shadow Prison. According to Box, the entire Shadow Prison organization is divided into 7 levels. Remy, who is already dead, was a level 1 member, the lowest-ranking member of the entire Shadow Prison organization. Level 1 members are generally only responsible for the most basic tasks assigned by the organization, such as communication, espionage, transportation, and supervision. At the same time, there are also those with special skills, like Remy, who will be sent to infiltrate various unclaimed secret realms. Furthermore, the activity area of level 1 members corresponds to the beginner area of the immortal world. As for the purpose, it was naturally to refine exquisite pearls. NPCs are indeed crafting a large number of exquisite orbs, which they can use to improve their skill proficiency and thus enhance their strength. This confirms what Remy said earlier. In the Shadow Prison organization, Box is a level 3 member, so his authority is naturally much higher than Remy's. Therefore, Remy, a first-level member, was nothing in his eyes, so it was understandable that he didn't know him. According to Box, level 5 members, while not considered high-ranking members in Shadow Prison, are certainly not marginal figures. In addition, his identity as a puppeteer is why he was sent to lie in wait in this cursed forest. This shows that the organization trusts him and values him. Yi Xiao hadn't expected that Shadow Prison was such a hierarchical organization. According to Box, he was only a lower middle-level member in Shadow Prison and didn't know much about the organization. He's only slightly more than Remy, a first-level member. As for why the cursed worm was able to resurrect infinitely before, but finally died completely after being killed by Yi Xiao, the reason is simple and equally shocking. It was all thanks to the black silver holy water in Box's possession. It is a magical liquid that can only be cultivated in secret realms. It can memorize all the characteristics of the monsters in the secret realms and automatically revive them after they die. Just like the cursed worm, after Yi Xiao killed it, it was the hidden mastermind, Pox, who instantly resurrected it using the black silver holy water. At the same time, because the resurrected cursed worm has a completely new body, its strength increases dramatically after it consumes the flesh and blood of the previous corpses. The reason why Pox later appeared in that lake was because he saw that no matter how many times the cursed worm resurrected, it would be easily defeated by Yi Xiao. The lake water was the black silver holy water, and Pox knew that the remaining holy water was clearly not enough to sustain the cursed worm until it was strong enough to defeat Yi Xiao. In order to preserve the holy water, he secretly appeared in that lake and used special tools to collect the black silver holy water inside. However, to Box's surprise, Yi Xiao became alert, which led to what happened later. As for the origin of this black silver holy water, Box didn't know either. He only knew that the holy water had been in the organization since he joined Shadow Prison. As for who discovered it or who invented it, he doesn't have the authority to know. The only certainty is that this black silver holy water is a unique core item of Shadow Prison, and it is also the key to Shadow Prison's rapid rise among the Maya people. From Box, Yi Xiao also learned that the Shadow Prison organization originally did not exist, but 30 years ago, for some unknown reason, it suddenly appeared without warning and quickly gathered a large number of Asian Americans. Box was among the early members, but due to his average strength, he remains a level 3 member even after 30 years. According to Box himself, most of the Amerindians who joined around the same time as him, or a few years later, were of a higher rank than him. Even the most mediocre ones are at level 4, while some of the more capable ones have already crossed the threshold of level 6 and 7. In fact, Box had once known a Marian who joined Shadow Prison around the same time as him, and who had risen to become one of the 12 Shadow Warriors in just 5 years. Shadow Warriors are beings who transcend any other level of member, and are the true core members of Shadow Prison. Above the Shadow Warriors are the legendary 4 Shadow Guards. He was responsible for coordinating the entire Shadow Prison organization. The 12 Shadow Guards were directly promoted and appointed by them, which shows the influence of these 4 Shadow Guards. Besides, there is only one person in the entire Shadow Prison who can command the 4 Shadow Guards. That was the Shadow King, whom he single-handedly established as shadow prison. However, 30 years have passed.
Borks never actually met the Shadow King.
Only the Shadow Warriors, the 4 Shadow Guards, and some level 7 members with exceptional abilities or special skills are qualified to meet the Shadow King. After learning all this, Yi Xiao couldn't help but think of the time when he encountered the boss in the Miasma Hidden Forest, where there was also a lake. However, unlike the Cursed Forest, the lakes in the Plague Forest are dry. Perhaps it was because Remy's level was too low, or perhaps the Shadow Prison Organization did not pay attention to the Plague Forest, that Remy did not have black-silver holy water. If Remy had possessed the same black-silver holy water as Box, Yi Xiao might not have been able to successfully conquer the Plague Forest. All I can say is that Yi Xiao was quite lucky. As he processed the information brought by Box, he led Box forward through the underground cavern. Strangely enough, when he first entered the underground cave, he encountered an eye that gave him the creeps. However, this time when they entered the cave, the eye did not appear, and naturally they did not encounter those elemental monsters composed of pure fire elements again. Yi Xiao felt a little disappointed. He now possessed the essence of 4 elements: fire, wind, water, and darkness, but he had not been able to find any clues about the other elemental essences. I thought there might be some unexpected surprises when I entered the underground cave, but there weren't any.
We've arrived.
From here, we can use the Star Luo Guide Stone to reach Star Luo City.
Box's deep voice interrupted Yi Xiao's thoughts.
Yi Xiao glanced around and found several black, mud-like monsters hiding in the shadows, waiting for their chance to strike.
That was a level 160 black slime monster, a special monster with extremely high defense and immunity to a large amount of damage.
Yi Xiao encountered it several times along the way, but according to Box, it wouldn't attack you unless you provoked it. In order to get on his way, Yi Xiao would naturally not be so bored as to go looking for trouble. Apart from that, there were only unremarkable rock walls around them. They had seen at least 10 similar places before. Thinking of this, Yi Xiao looked at Box with suspicion. Are you sure this is the right place?
There's no mistake. My life is in your hands. How could I dare to lie to you? In their view.
At this moment, Box appeared somewhat listless.
This is the difference between NPCs and professionals. Because of their data-driven
nature, professionals, unless they are missing limbs or are directly dead, will not be affected in any way, except for some weakness. But the Mia people, who are NPCs, are different. In this world of immortality, they are more like living people.
They can get hurt and bleed, and if they don't receive timely treatment, they will die. This is an advantage for professionals.
This is also the fundamental reason why humanity has managed to wipe out the Iyer people, who had lived here for hundreds or even thousands of years, in just 20 years. Seeing Box's appearance, Yi Xiao unleashed a fireball spell at the black slime monsters not far away without saying a word. This scene startled Box.
What are you doing? That thing can be quite troublesome once it gets on you.
However, before he could finish speaking, Yi Xiao unleashed a series of fireball spells.
The black slime monsters were instantly engulfed by the flames.
2 seconds later, the flames went out, leaving only a pool of viscous black liquid on the ground. As Box watched all this, a slight tremor ran through him.
This black slime monster, which even he would avoid, just died like that. To die so swiftly, so silently, Don't forget, this isn't the Cursed Forest. My power hasn't been weakened.
If I see anyone once I get up here, no matter who they are, I'll kill you the moment I see them. I believe that with my speed, even if the opponent is a top-tier expert at level 300, you will die before me. Yi Xiao's soft voice rang out, causing Box's heart to tremble.
Let me confirm with you one more time. Are you sure this is the place? Faced with Yi Xiao's calm threat, Box panicked.
In fact, ever since he entered the underground cave, he had been plotting against Yi Xiao. He knew he was no match for Yi Xiao, and his life was entirely in the other's hands. Therefore, his idea was simple: to lure Yi Xiao back to the Shadow Prison Organization's territory with him. The location of the underground cave they are currently in will be teleported to the location of the Shadow Warrior once the Star Guide Stone is used. The Shadow Warriors are the strongest members of the entire Shadow Prison Organization, second only to the Shadow King and the 4 Shadow Guards.
There are a total of 12 of them.
Box believed that Yi Xiao would surely die if he encountered them. It wasn't that he didn't want to lure Yi Xiao to the location of the 4 Shadow Guards, or even the Shadow King.
The main reason is that he doesn't dare to.
If he does that, whether Yi Xiao lives or dies, he will be the first to die. Furthermore, whether it was the Shadow King or the 4 Shadow Guards, they were almost always elusive, and he had no idea where they were.
Box hadn't expected Yi Xiao to be so cautious.
Yi Xiao's move just now was simply to demonstrate his strength to him. Bork stared at the pool of black liquid on the ground, his eyelids twitching wildly. Putting aside the fact that his strength was only average to begin with, as a puppeteer, he no longer had any stronger puppets to defend himself, so how could he be a match for Yi Xiao? Under Yi Xiao's indifferent gaze, Box unconsciously swallowed, his face contorted in a mournful expression, and stammered, "I think I remembered it wrong. This isn't the place.
Let's walk a little further ahead."
Yi Xiao was not surprised by this and simply pulled Box to continue walking inside. When he was first captured, Box was quite uncooperative, but after learning that he knew about the existence of Shadow Prison, he even considered Yi Xiao as one of his own. However, after Yi Xiao asked a few simple questions, Box realized that he had misunderstood. However, he still chose to answer Yi Xiao's questions honestly, and Yi Xiao was naturally aware of this change.
Borks is doing this simply to buy time. How could he not understand?
As for the credibility of his words, Yi Xiao didn't expect it to be 100%, so he naturally had to guard against his opponent using underhanded tactics. And so, with Box leading the way, they walked for nearly half an hour until they arrived at a cave that was clearly different from the previous ones. Box then stopped and turned to look at Yi Xiao cautiously.
Going up from here will take you to the outskirts of Xinglua City. Xinglua City, though called a city, is more accurately described as a large stronghold of the Maya people.
According to Box, these Maya people were not initially in charge of the frontline battles, so after learning of the defeat of the frontline troops, one of them stepped forward, and under his leadership the remaining people fled here. This Star Luo City was originally an unregulated secret realm open to human professionals for challenge by the immortal world, where a large number of NPC enemies would randomly appear. By challenging these NPCs, players can obtain a large amount of experience, equipment, and rare items upon victory.
You can also learn different skills from the corresponding NPCs.
Even more, if you're lucky enough to challenge a special NPC, you might even be able to change to a hidden class.
It can be said that this once unregulated secret realm was an indispensable existence for human professionals. However, to enter, you must find the designated, unique NPC. The NPC was the American who had stepped forward to lead them into Star Luo City.
He was originally the only NPC in Xinglua City with access permissions. At the same time, they are the only NPCs who can choose to enter the secret realm. It was precisely because he possessed such abilities that he was able to lead the remaining Maya people to hide in Xinglua City. At the same time, after losing this NPC, humans no longer have the ability to enter Star Luo City. Yi Xiao had heard about this place in his previous textbooks. Back then, it was because of the existence of this ruleless secret realm that those first-generation human professionals were able to flourish and grow in strength so rapidly. However, this situation ceased to exist after the war that destroyed the Yuan dynasty. Although humanity won the war and became the new masters of the immortal world. However, it also meant losing many opportunities and chances for development. Yi Xiao couldn't say whether it was good or bad, but he felt a little regretful that he wasn't born in that era. However, he never expected that at this moment, he would have the opportunity to enter Xinglua City, a place he could only learn about in textbooks. For a moment, Yi Xiao was also somewhat excited.
However, after the initial excitement, Yi Xiao calmed down.
This is not the situation 80 years ago, and the relationship between NPCs and humans is different now.
Whether we can gain anything from those Asian Americans is hard to say. The only saving grace is that professionals can see the NPCs' profiles, but the NPCs themselves cannot.
Therefore, as long as one hides well and does not reveal their human identity, there may still be a chance. Yi Xiao cheered himself up in his heart. Then, he snapped out of his reverie, stared at Box, and said, "You need to know, this is your last chance.
Are you ready?"
Box shuddered slightly and said with some difficulty, I'm sure." Since it concerned his life and death, he naturally dared not act recklessly at this moment.
"Will you let me go once you get up there and confirm that I'm not lying to you?" Box stared at Yi Xiao with eager anticipation.
Yi Xiao glanced at it and said, "Let's go up first and talk about it later." After saying that, he took out the Star Guide Stone. The next moment, a black hole appeared in front of them and continued to expand. Yi Xiao activated 3 shields and simultaneously erected the Death Domain. Then he said to Box, "You go in first." Borks dared not resist and obediently went inside first. However, Yi Xiao did not notice that at this moment, after hearing his words, Box couldn't help but reveal a hint of joy in his eyes. That human is really stupid, actually letting him leave first. Wouldn't that give yourself a chance to escape? Of course, he could not say these words out loud. He even suppressed his excitement and pretended to carefully walk into the black hole in front of him. However, he didn't know that just as he stepped into the black hole in front of him, Yi Xiao behind him had already disappeared. At this moment, Yi Xiao activated his void illusion and closely followed Box. Although he felt that Box wouldn't risk his life, you never know. If he encountered someone who was stubborn and reckless, walking in without any precautions would only result in losing his life. To be on the safe side, the void illusion is naturally the best choice. The next moment, with no knowledge of any of this, Box joyfully entered the black hole. In the blink of an eye, he appeared on a clearing covered with black soil. Not far from his sight stood a grand building exuding a cold and sinister aura. That place is the sacred land of the Maya people, Xinglua City. Box was clearly very familiar with Star Luo City. In an instant, he used the remaining strength he had been holding back for a long time and ran desperately into Star Luo City. Once he entered the city, he would be safe. He must inform his superiors immediately so they can send people to hunt down that damned human. At this thought, Box couldn't contain his excitement any longer, and a cruel smile involuntarily crept onto his face. However, just as he was getting closer and closer to Xinglua City, a detached voice suddenly reached his ears. "Didn't you remember what I just said? I told you to wait for me. Where are you in such a hurry to go?"
The expression on Box's face froze instantly, and his sprinting body jolted, stopping abruptly in place. Immediately, Box revealed a smile that looked more like a grimace. I'm not. I just. After hesitating for a long time, Box couldn't utter a single complete sentence. At the same time, Yi Zhao's figure slowly appeared in front of him. Very well. I was originally thinking of finding a reason to kill you so that I wouldn't do something treacherous. Since you've handed me the knife yourself, then I won't be polite. No, listen to me. However, before Box could finish speaking, Yi Zhao had already waved his staff. Box stood frozen in place, his eyes widening as he stared intently at Yi Zhao. However, from that moment on, his eyes could no longer be closed, because his body began to crack from the inside, and in the blink of an eye, he became a pile of minced meat. Ding! You have defeated Pox, the guard at the east gate of Liyue Harbor, and gained 3,898,429 experience points. Ding! You have defeated an NPC and obtained a divine forging stone. Killing Box was a decision Yi Zhao had made long ago. He had entered the NPC's territory alone, so it was impossible for him to leave such a time bomb by his side. Once a mistake is made, various dangers will follow. Anyway, he had already asked everything he needed to know beforehand, so even if Box was lying, he probably wouldn't get any useful information by keeping him around. However, what Yi Zhao didn't expect was that after killing Box, the information that popped up from the system, as well as the red stone that fell from Box's body, truly shocked him. The young man looks unfamiliar. Is he from another stronghold? Inside Xinglua City, outside an ordinary blacksmith shop, a robust old man with dark reddish cheeks, who looked like he had been exposed to molten fire for many years, was shirtless. He was tapping on an unknown material in front of him while looking at Yi Zhao. At this moment, Yi Zhao looked at the blacksmith in front of him, and above his head was the title of Liyue City's senior forging master Pochi. Of course, Yi Zhao wouldn't be foolish enough to expose himself at this moment. Seeing that old man Boki asked this question, he nodded and said, "Yes, I came with a friend, but that guy had an accident in the cave. Luckily, he told me the coordinates beforehand, otherwise I really wouldn't have been able to find this place." Upon hearing this, Pochi didn't doubt it much. Instead, he sighed with some regret. "I have personally witnessed the dangers of the underground caves many years ago. Judging from your age, you must be a new generation of Maya people. It's a miracle that you've survived to get here." Yi Zhao nodded to indicate that he understood. Just half an hour ago, he killed Box outside the city and unexpectedly obtained a god-forged stone before quietly entering the city. At first, he didn't dare to contact the NPCs here, fearing that his identity would be exposed. Although he learned a lot about Star City and the Maya people from Box, he couldn't be sure if Box had lied to him. This is also why he killed Box without hesitation. After all, if he brought Box into the city, there was no way he could have predicted what kind of tricks the guy might pull. As for the divine forging stone that fell from his body, Yi Zhao was also startled when he obtained it. The effect of the divine forging stone was immediately apparent to Yi Zhao as soon as he acquired it. Divine forging stone, adding it to the crafting of items can trigger unexpected additional effects for the player. The description of the effects did not specify what the divine forging stone did, but Yi Zhao keenly caught the keyword professional. In other words, this divine forging stone is only useful to professionals. Thus, upon seeing the name of this divine forging stone, Yi Zhao couldn't help but think of an item, which was the divine forging stone that he had just sold a few days ago. Professionals can add an extra skill slot after using it. Yi Zhao knew very well that the divine forging stone had no effect on NPCs because NPCs were not limited by skill slots. Their behavior in the immortal world was more realistic than that of humans. All their skills were acquired through inheritance and cultivation, unlike human professionals who could instantly learn skills with skill stones. Of course, that's not the point. What truly gave Yi Zhao goosebumps was that the divine forging stone and the divine forging origin stone differed by only one character, yet their effects were remarkably similar. Yi Zhao would never believe that there was no connection between these things. According to human records, during the first 20 years after humans entered the world of immortality and coexisted with NPCs, god-forged stones were extremely rare. Aside from the occasional lucky person who manages to get a piece or two from an NPC, there are no other ways to obtain them. So much so that for the first 20 years, 80 or 90% of human professionals were unaware of the existence of god-forging stones. However, this situation suddenly changed dramatically after the outbreak of the war to destroy the Yuan dynasty. During that great battle, god-forged stones suddenly appeared in abundance for some unknown reason. Shortly after the end of the war that destroyed the Yuan dynasty, the divine forging stones mysteriously disappeared again. As for the reason, historical records do not provide one. Even regarding that great war that concerned the life and death of mankind, most historical records are very brief, so much so that newcomers, including Yi Zhao, have almost no concept of that history or that great war. But now, looking at the divine forging stone before him, Yi Zhao couldn't help but wonder about the true reason behind that epic battle. However, Yi Zhao was still somewhat uncertain. After all, he's killed NPCs before. Back in the Plague Forest, he personally killed an
NPC who came to poison Remy, and Remy died in front of him, but neither of them dropped divine forging stones. Afterwards, he killed the village chief of Linhai village in the same way, but he still did not get the divine forging stone.
Was it an accident?
Yi Xiao had no clue for the time being and could only wait for an opportunity to verify it again. Pulling himself out of his thoughts, Yi Xiao looked at Boki and tentatively asked, "Master, I have a piece of material here.
I wonder if you can forge it."
Upon hearing this, Boki stopped hammering, looked up at Yi Xiao, and then smiled. "So you're here to forge equipment? I was wondering why you would take unnecessary risks to cross the underground caves and travel all the way to
Starfire City. Now I can understand.
As far as I know, back then, blacksmiths from other major cities either died or were injured.
Not many of them were able to escape to Starfire City.
I'm afraid your forging skills have been lost." Yi Xiao was secretly pleased.
This old man was really a good person.
He had come up with all sorts of reasons for him. Naturally, he couldn't let the other party's good intentions go to waste.
He replied, "Yes,
I asked around before I came, and no one in our area knew what this material was used for. My friend happened to be in our area on business, and after he heard about it, he brought me along. As for Starfire City, which Poch mentioned, it was not a slip of the tongue. It seems that Box wasn't lying to him about this. The name Star City is actually a general term, because there are 8 main cities in the primary area, and each main city has an NPC with the highest authority over the unregulated secret realm. This means that there were 8 identical, unregulated secret realms at that time. These 8 unregulated secret realms have evolved into the 8 strongholds of the Maya people. The reason it is collectively called Xinglua City is mainly because it was advocated by the group of Maya people who fled here. At first, most of them still fantasized about counterattacking humanity. Later, as the number of Maya people born in Star City increased, they were given new names to better distinguish the different outposts. Starfire City is the new name of the Starfall City before us. Upon hearing Yi Xiao's words, Boki immediately became interested.
"Oh, what kind of material is it? Let me see it."
Yi Xiao didn't think much of it. He took out the unknown equipment blank he had bought in the endless trial for 100 million points from his backpack and handed it to Boki. To Yi Xiao's surprise, when he took out the unknown equipment blank, Boki changed his previous indifference, suddenly walked around to Yi Xiao, grabbed the blank and examined it carefully. Yi Xiao looked at Boki, whose expression had suddenly become excited, and felt a mix of doubt and worry. After all, he didn't know the purpose of this prop, and he was worried that Pochi might notice something and discover his identity. Although he could use the Star Guide Stone to quickly return to the underground cave, his purpose in coming here was to find a blacksmith who could forge the blanks for this unknown equipment. Before entering the cursed forest, Yi Xiao had asked Zhou Yi to find several human blacksmiths. Unfortunately, due to the loss of promotion channels, the skill level of these human blacksmiths was far from satisfactory. They couldn't see the purpose of this blank, and their skills were not even sufficient to forge this equipment blank. Furthermore, according to these people, even if they were to find a blacksmith supported by one of the 8 great families, the result would be the same. The reason is that with the loss of NPCs and the elimination of promotion channels, the difference between human blacksmiths is only in experience, not in advanced skills. It was precisely for this reason that Yi Xiao couldn't wait to come here after learning about the existence of Star Luo City from Box. At this moment, Poch finally came to his senses from his previous excitement and asked with an extremely serious expression, "Kid, where did you get this thing from?" Yi Xiao already had a plan in mind. An accident killed a human professional, and it fell out from his body. Boki fell silent upon hearing this, his gaze constantly sweeping over Yi Xiao. This action made Yi Xiaoxin somewhat wary. Fortunately, after a moment, Pochi finally spoke. "You're really lucky." Yi Xiao breathed a sigh of relief, but also asked curiously, "Master, why do you say that?" Pochi had regained his composure by now and said with a smile, "Do you know what this piece of work is?" Yi Xiao couldn't help but think to himself, this old man is just spouting nonsense. If he knew the answer, would he need to ask? However, since he was on someone else's turf, he had to keep a low profile. So Yi Xiao casually put away the unknown equipment blank and then said cooperatively, "I don't know. Please enlighten me, master." Boki watched Yi Xiao's actions with a look of lingering interest, but he didn't say anything. Instead, he nodded with an expression that said, "I know you don't know without me guessing. There are no more than 10 people in the world who know the use of this thing, if those other old guys weren't dead." His appearance and tone made Yi Xiao's eyelids twitch involuntarily. Fortunately, after his boasting ended, Pochi was satisfied and didn't waste any more words. "This thing is called Myth Crystal. A crystallization of mythology?" This was the first time Yi Xiao had heard this name, but he knew that some items had other names among NPCs, so it wasn't surprising. At this point, Poch continued, "Mythical crystals are a naturally formed magical mineral. No one knows the origin of this mineral. It seems to be something we are born with, and it appears in the public eye every now and then." "Oh, what are the effects of this mythical crystal?" Yi Xiao asked curiously. Upon hearing Yi Xiao's question, Boki's eyes brightened even more, and he said mysteriously, "Effects? I can only tell you that the equipment crafted with this mythical crystal will at least be of mythical quality." Yi Xiao was taken aback.
blank. The lowest level of mythology? You know, mythic grade is already the highest grade of equipment, so is there anything higher? As if reading Yi Zhao's mind, Boki grinned and said, "Kid, I can tell from your expression that you don't know, right?" This time, Boki answered without waiting for Yi Zhao to ask. Everyone thinks that mythic grade equipment is the highest quality equipment. However, only we seasoned blacksmiths know that there is another, even higher quality above mythic grade, which our seniors in this industry call super mythic grade. Yi Zhao was shocked. Isn't that on the same level as one's own talent? Is this a coincidence? Or? Yi Zhao's mind raced, and his expression grew increasingly silent. Boki assumed he was just scared and didn't think much of it. Instead, he continued, super mythical grade isn't actually a grade name. As the name suggests, it's just a term used to distinguish those that surpass mythical quality. Crafting mythical grade equipment has always been the standard for judging god-level blacksmiths, but super mythical grade is the goal that every blacksmith pursues throughout their life. At this point, Boki stared intently at Yi Zhao. "Kid, give it to me. I won't charge you, and I'll use all my treasures and all my life's work to forge an unparalleled divine weapon for you. How about it?" Yi Zhao was somewhat surprised by Boki's attitude. He had originally only come to Xinglua City to inquire about things, just to give it a try. The value of this unknown equipment blank, although its true purpose was unclear before, with 100 million points on it, how bad could it be? But he never expected that this thing would be so precious. Seeing Boki's posture, Yi Zhao hesitated. However, I was somewhat relieved that although Boki looked a bit old, he was actually quite simple-minded. He revealed the preciousness of this mythical crystal without holding back, and even offered to spend his own money to forge equipment for himself. If anyone else knew how precious this mythical crystal was, they might have some wicked ideas. Putting everything else aside, just the fact that the news gets out means Yi Zhao won't be able to stay in Starfire City peacefully any longer. However, apart from the title above his head, he knew nothing about the person in front of him. Although Yi Zhao thought the other party was naive, he didn't dare to hand over this thing easily. Seemingly sensing Yi Zhao's wariness, Boki hurriedly spoke up. "Kid, I'm not the kind of person you think I am. This is..." Yi Zhao blinked. "I didn't say anything. I've lived a long life and seen all kinds of people. I can tell you're wary of me just by looking at your expression." Yi Zhao didn't answer, but Boki continued, "Don't worry, I'm already halfway to the grave, and I have no ties to anyone. I've dedicated my life to forging. What use would I have for your stuff? Could I take it with me to the grave? That's not entirely true. Many people really like burial goods," Yi Zhao suddenly blurted out, almost choking Boki. However, Yi Zhao wasn't teasing the other party. After all, humans have excavated many ruins in the past, which are full of the tombs of powerful NPCs who died. Humans often manage to dig up a lot of good treasures in them. Boki got anxious. "Boy, you're disgracing me as a god-level blacksmith. If you don't believe me, go ask around. I, Boki, am a well-known figure in Starfire City. Even the city lord treats me with respect. I have no reason to lie to you." Boom boom boom. Unfortunately, no matter how much Boki tried to persuade him, Yi Zhao refused to speak. The main problem is that Yi Zhao cannot guarantee the other party's credibility. However, after scratching his head for a while, Pochi suddenly said, "Kid, aren't you worried that I'll devour your mythical crystal? How about this? We'll make a contract in the name of the Father God, then you should be at ease, right?" However, Yi Zhao remained even more silent upon hearing this. Normally, once a contract is made, neither party can go back on their word, but this involves a very serious issue. That is the process of forming a contract, in which both parties will display their respective information. In this way, it would be impossible to hide the fact that he was a human professional. Therefore, this method is even less likely to work. However, at that moment, Poch suddenly spoke up. "I know what you're worried about, but don't worry, I'm not interested in who you are. I just want to fulfill my dream before I die, and I hope you can grant me that wish." Boki's sudden words made Yi Zhao's hair stand on end, and he immediately prepared to attack. He was discovered? The empty blacksmith shop fell silent the moment Pochi spoke those words, with only the flickering flames in the furnace in the corner making a hissing sound. Yi Zhao stared coldly at Boki, the staff already in his hand. "Don't get agitated. The fact that you can still stand here so calmly proves that I have no hostility towards you." Yi Zhao ignored him and stared intently at Boki. He would make a move as soon as Boki made the slightest move. He reviewed the scene of their previous negotiation in his mind, but still couldn't find anything wrong. Seeing Yi Zhao's wariness, Boki couldn't help but chuckle and say, "You've concealed it very well. I can say with certainty that if you hadn't met me, no one would have discovered your problem in the short term." Yi Zhao frowned and asked, "How did you find out?" Upon seeing this, Poch simply sighed softly, his eyes unconsciously revealing a deep sense of reminiscence. "Naturally, it's because of the mythical crystal in your possession." Yi Zhao was taken aback, not expecting the problem to be here, but after thinking about it again, he understood. His most important purpose in coming here was to find out the use of this mythical crystal. He had spent 100 million points to obtain it, and he would be unwilling to give it up if he couldn't use it, so he couldn't possibly not take it out. This is something he cannot control. At this moment, Boki spoke again. "You may not know this, but before we retreated into
Jinglua City, I served as the city's official blacksmith, specifically responsible for providing you with equipment forging services. This was originally a thankless task. Given my status at the time, I could have refused the city lord's appointment, and even the laws of the Father God could not interfere. But I agreed without hesitation.
Do you know why?
A hint of curiosity flashed in Yi Xiao's eyes.
Boki smiled and pointed at Yi Xiao. Naturally, it's so that one of you can come to me with this mythical crystal.
Yi Xiao asked, somewhat puzzled. Why are you so sure that if someone takes this mythical crystal, they will definitely come looking for you?
Bok didn't answer, but instead asked, you got this from the endless trials, right? Looks like you're quite a rare talent over there.
Yi Xiao was surprised, but he didn't say anything, which was taken as tacit agreement. Poach was not surprised and sighed softly. 80 years have passed in the blink of an eye.
Time really flies. It's a pity that I don't have many years left to live.
After expressing his feelings, Boki explained to himself, kid, the reason I agreed to the city lord's conditions back then was because becoming the main city's official
blacksmith would give me fame among you.
The only source of this mythical crystal is the endless trial space. Only the special rules there can nurture such a masterpiece of ore. With my superb forging skills, once any of you manage to obtain this mythical crystal from the endless trials, you will definitely come looking for me first.
After listening to Boki's explanation, Yi Xiao suddenly understood.
It turns out that the endless trials were the only source of this mythical crystallization. Then it's not hard to understand why Poach could guess his identity. Looking back now, the excuse Yi Xiao used earlier seems rather ridiculous. Since Pochi knows the origin of this mythical crystal, he must also know how difficult it is to obtain it.
And how could a human professional who obtains this item be so easily killed? Anyone with eyes can see that this doesn't make sense.
However, Yi Xiao would not believe the other party based on a few words. That would be courting death. So he slowly said, although what you said is very honest, it's not enough for me to believe you. As he spoke, Yi Xiao slowly approached Boki. Faced with Yi Xiao's blunt answer, Boki was so angry that he glared and puffed out his beard. As for Yi Xiao's approaching action, he saw it but did not react at all. After taking a deep breath, Pochi's expression suddenly became extremely solemn. Young man, although we belong to different places, I have never cared about or paid attention to these old stories.
My lifelong pursuit is to surpass the level of God-level forging, and this mythical crystal is my only hope. For this hope, I am even willing to sacrifice my own life.
Then, ignoring Yi Xiao's icy killing intent, he walked straight towards Yi Xiao.
I hope you can believe me.
As long as you hand over this mythical crystal to me, I will definitely give you an unexpected surprise. As Boki slowly approached, Yi Xiao's mind raced, and he slowly raised his staff a few centimeters. However, when Boki stood in front of him without any warning, Yi Xiao ultimately suppressed his killing intent and did not choose to make a move. It wasn't because he was moved by Poach's dream, but because he genuinely needed Poach. Since the endless trials are the only way to obtain mythical crystals, it's fine if you don't recognize them, but if you do, you'll naturally know where they come from. In this way, even if someone else were in the same situation, the outcome would be the same. In that case, killing Poach wouldn't solve the problem at all. After analyzing the situation, Yi Xiao slowly put away his staff. It's fine to make a contract, but you need to add a clause about keeping my identity confidential. I don't know how, but I'm sure you understand. Boki was stunned for a moment, then his eyes lit up with joy. Good, good. As long as you let me help you, I'll do anything you ask, not to mention keeping my identity a secret.
Perhaps because he had waited for far too long, Boki was unusually excited.
If it weren't for Yi Xiao's aloof expression, he would have loved to rush up and hug Yi Xiao and give him a big kiss.
Fortunately, despite his excitement, Pochi didn't forget his business. He turned around and hurriedly went to the storage cabinet next to him, rummaged around for a while, and came out a moment later with an antique-looking, unknown leather scroll. Then I bit my finger and wrote and drew on it for a while.
A moment later, Poach said excitedly, all right, let's begin. Yi Xiao glanced at it, then he and Boki grabbed the scroll together.
In an instant, a strange halo of runes appeared beneath their feet.
Yi Xiao, who was in the midst of it, quickly understood the contents of the contract through the light. After confirming that it was correct, he and Boki chanted the incantation together.
As the incantation ended, an invisible energy entered each of their bodies.
At the same time, Yi Xiao's panel information also popped up. Seeing the notification that the contract was successful, Yi Xiao breathed a slight sigh of relief. This is, after all, American territory, and there is no room for error. Fortunately, he escaped unharmed, and was quite lucky to meet Pochi, who knew about the myth crystal. At this moment, Poach said, all right, the contract is complete.
Now I need to do some preparatory work. Seeing the impatient Boki, Yi Xiao quickly interrupted. Aren't you going to ask me what kind of equipment I want to forge first? To everyone's surprise, Pochi rolled his eyes and said, what do you know?
Mythical crystals are formed naturally, and they already have the prototype of equipment inside.
What kind of equipment can be made is not something you or I can decide.
Yi Xiao was dumbfounded. After all this time, he couldn't even choose for himself. What if he got a piece of equipment that he couldn't use? Wouldn't that be a huge loss? Oh, by the way, what's your profession?
TSK. I get it. Give me the mythical crystal, Pochi said, shaking his head. However, Yi Xiao didn't give it to him. Instead, he looked at Boki and asked, "Do you know what that means?" Boki's eyes flickered slightly, but faced with Yi Xiao's persistent gaze, he finally coughed lightly. A mage is actually not bad either. They should be useful. Yi Xiao became increasingly puzzled as he listened, and couldn't help but frown. Explain it more clearly. Pochi's rough, dark face scrunched up, and he seemed a little unsure of himself. It's just that the prototype of this mythical crystal is a weapon. You could tell that? Pochi raised an eyebrow. I've been waiting for this moment for almost 100 years. Although I can't change the prototype of this mythical crystal, it's not difficult to predict what kind of equipment it will eventually become. The weapon you're talking about, it's not some kind of ranged weapon like a bow and arrow, is it? Yi Xiao asked anxiously. Fortunately, Poch shook his head to indicate no, and then hesitantly said, "If I'm not mistaken, it should be a dagger." Yi Xiao was both amused and exasperated by this answer. What's the deal with a mage carrying a dagger? At this moment, Pochi cautiously comforted her. Actually, mages can also wield daggers. Yi Xiao rolled his eyes. Isn't that obvious? Didn't he know that? In the world of immortality, anyone can equip any weapon regardless of their profession, but the weapon corresponding to their profession, in terms of both attributes and additional effects, is the one that best suits their profession. Weapons for other professions are always slightly inferior. Thinking about this, Yi Xiao felt somewhat depressed. However, all the points have already been used up, and it's too late to regret it now. Anyway, Poch had said before that he would provide the other materials, so we might as well give it a shot. Thinking of this, Yi Xiao sighed softly and took out the mythical crystal from his inventory again, handing it to Boki. The latter, on the other hand, looked as if he had seen a naked beauty, his eyes shining as he carefully accepted the mythical crystal. Just as Yi Xiao thought he was about to start forging equipment, Boki suddenly asked, "By the way, you were able to obtain the mythical crystal, so your strength must be quite formidable, right?" Yi Xiao asked, puzzled. "What's the problem?" Poch shook his head. "Of course, that's no problem, but I'd like you to help me find a black dragon scale." As soon as he finished speaking, he saw Yi Xiao frown and hurriedly explained, "Don't misunderstand, although the materials I have are enough to help you forge a god-level weapon, if you can add black dragon scales on top of that, the effect of the forged equipment will be greatly improved." Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao's brows relaxed. Because of the contract, Pochi can't deceive himself when it comes to anything involving the crystallization of mythology. However, although Yi Xiao had never heard of black dragon scales, the mere mention of black dragon was enough to prove that this thing was not simple. Those are dragons, high-level beings in the world of immortality, who are now almost extinct. Where is he supposed to find that? Boki seemed to see through Yi Xiao's thoughts. "It's like this. I know there's a place where a dead black dragon is buried. I went to investigate before, but unfortunately, that place is guarded by a powerful demon, and I was no match for it." After a pause, Pochi continued, "I'll tell you the location. Whether you go or not is up to you. I need 3 days to prepare before the actual forging. You can take your time to think it over and then let me know your decision. Of course, I can tell you first that once any weapon incorporates black dragon scales, its power will increase by at least 30%, and it will be able to deal at least an additional 20% damage to dragons." Although Boki said that Yi Xiao should decide for himself whether to go or not, his undisguised words and his eager eyes betrayed his true feelings. Based on what Boki had said earlier, Yi Xiao could understand his thoughts. For a master blacksmith like Boki, having finally encountered an opportunity, he naturally wants to do everything possible to forge an unparalleled divine weapon. At the same time, a dazzling message suddenly popped up. Ding! You have triggered a hidden quest, the legendary blacksmith stream. Quest objective: help the blacksmith Pochi retrieve a black dragon scale from the Shilling Ruins. Task reward: increase Pochi's favorability. Yi Xiao looked at the task panel in front of him, feeling somewhat unfamiliar with it. After all, since the end of the war that destroyed the Yuan dynasty, humans have never accepted quests from NPCs, so much so that he subconsciously overlooked the fact that Pochi was a genuine NPC. At the same time, he didn't expect that this was actually a hidden mission. But the reward for this mission: how much favorability does Pochi have? Yi Xiao looked at the rugged old man in front of him and couldn't help but get goosebumps all over his body. He was somewhat amused and exasperated. If it weren't for the fact that the black dragon scales could genuinely enhance the power of forged equipment, this quest reward would have been nothing special. Anyone else would probably lose all interest. Of course, we can't rule out the possibility of some bored hardcore gamers. Yi Xiao really didn't understand why such a cheap mission reward would become a hidden mission. I was completely baffled. However, considering this was his first time receiving a quest from an NPC, Yi Xiao was somewhat curious. Furthermore, after Boki explained the functions of the black dragon scales, Yi Xiao was actually quite interested. Although daggers are not his primary weapon, if he could forge one of godlike quality, it would be enough to make up for this shortcoming. If we add the amplification from the black dragon scales. Having made up his mind, Yi Xiao immediately accepted the task. Ding! You have accepted the quest, the dream of a legendary blacksmith. Please first inquire about the situation of the Shilling Ruins from the the blacksmith Boki.
Upon seeing the mission prompt, Yi Xiao immediately looked at Boki and asked, "Tell me what you know about the Xiling ruins."
Ha! Boki stared blankly at Yi Xiao. You know about that place?
Yi Xiao said irritably, "Wasn't this the task you issued?" Pochi suddenly realized what was happening and his eyes widened.
You accepted the mission? You're going to get the black dragon scales? Yi Xiao nodded.
Bok's old face immediately lit up with joy, and he said with great excitement, "Good, good, good.
The moment I saw you, I knew you were different from others. Wait for me a moment."
With that, Pochi turned and went back into the house behind. He came out again soon, but this time he had something in his hand. "This is an exploration compass that I spent 10 years developing. It can help you avoid some trouble when entering the Xiling ruins, and it also serves as a token." Yi Xiao took the exploration pointer from Boki, somewhat puzzled.
Bok nodded.
The Xiling ruins are a space of a different dimension, so its location is not fixed. Even though I went in there a long time ago, the only person who knows the entrance to
the Xiling ruins is the ancient ruins researcher Milad.
Take this token there and tell him that I sent you to find him.
That way, even if he can see your identity, he won't say anything.
Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao was stunned.
What do you mean? He can tell who I am?
Poch nodded. Millard has a natural talent for distinguishing any race. No disguise can work against him. Upon hearing Boki's words, Yi Xiao instantly lost his composure. One Pochi is fine, at least the other party has their eye on the mythical crystal, and the binding force of the contract makes it relatively safe. But Yi Xiao wasn't sure if that ancient site researcher would be hostile towards him, a human. Boki noticed Yi Xiao's worry and quickly explained, "You don't need to worry. Milad, like me, is only passionate about research that he considers great. Besides, I helped Milad before. If he knows that I sent you to find him, he definitely won't have any problems." Starfire City, South City. Since the Maya people fled here 80 years ago, they have built a large stronghold here, taking advantage of the environment. As time has passed, Starfire City has now become a magnificent city with a style that is 7 or 8 parts similar to Liu's city.
This is actually normal.
After all, Liu's city was originally built by the Maya people, but it was later occupied by humans. After leaving Boki's blacksmith shop, Yi Xiao followed Boki's instructions and came alone to the South City to find the ancient ruins researcher Milad. Along the way, Yi Xiao also saw all sorts of Asian people coming and going. Each person had a huge piece of identity information displayed above their head, which made Yi Xiao feel a little dizzy, but also a bit curious. Previously, who could have imagined seeing so many NPCs walking on the streets in their lifetime? However, along the way, Yi Xiao also discovered clues about the identities of these Asians. From his first encounter with Remy in the Plague Forest to his final meeting with Pochi, these NPCs all have their own identities. For example, Remy's name is preceded by Mashishi, Mushy Master, and the two from Linhai village are even more obvious, the blacksmith and the village chief. Even Pox of the Shadow Prison Organization was once a guard at the east gate of Liu's city. Pochi, on the other hand, is a senior blacksmith in Liu's city. But now, as he looked around, he found that almost all the NPCs he encountered only had their names displayed, with no other information about their identities before their names. At first, Yi Xiao thought that these people did not serve any NPC functions before the war to destroy the Yuan dynasty, but just now he met an old woman who was described as an ordinary citizen, which made him realize that, presumably, these NPCs, whose names are only displayed above their heads, were born after the war that destroyed the Yuan dynasty, hence the lack of any background information. This surprising discovery gave Yi Xiao a completely new understanding of these NPCs. Because the world of immortality digitizes humanity, Yi Xiao has always unconsciously regarded this place as a game world, or at most a real game world. Apart from humans, all other creatures in the immortal world, including NPCs, are merely some worlds within this world. But at this moment, he suddenly realized that these NPCs in his eyes were actually living beings, and even life forms almost indistinguishable from humans. Of course, Yi Xiao didn't have any special emotions because of this, but he had a rather strange feeling. Shaking his head, Yi Xiao dismissed the strange thought. Following Pocha's instructions, they soon arrived at the residence of the antiquities researcher, Milad. However, when Yi Xiao saw the dilapidated thatched hut in front of him, with a thick layer of dust covering the courtyard, his heart sank slightly. According to Pochetti, Milad was obsessed with studying various ancient sites since childhood and was often elusive. Boki had heard from someone that Yi Xiao had returned some time ago, so he sent Yi Xiao to try his luck. If luck isn't on your side, then the matter of the black dragon scales will have to be abandoned. However, now that Yi Xiao knew the effects of the black dragon scales, he was unwilling to give up easily. Besides, since we're already here, we might as well give it a try. Thinking it over, Yi Xiao pushed open the dilapidated little iron door in front of him. The small iron gate made a piercing sound, and then, to Yi Xiao's astonishment, it crashed to the ground with a bang. Yi Xiao was both amused and exasperated by what he saw. Then, he went into the courtyard and looked around, but found no signs of life there.
Is he really gone? Excuse me, is Master Milad here?
Yi Xiao called out, but received no response for a long time. This greatly disappointed Yi Xiao. This was supposed to be his first NPC quest,
asked. But was it going to end like this?
Unwilling to give up, he called out again, but still received no response. Yi Xiao sighed helplessly. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind, and his consciousness sank into the red moon space, where he quickly saw the obese figure lying next to a pile of corpses. He had forgotten that Little Gold was also a dragon, and a golden dragon of extremely noble blood.
If black dragon scales can increase the power of equipment, then wouldn't the even more noble golden dragons be able to do the same?
Thinking of this, Yi Xiao's gaze towards Xiao Jin suddenly became more eager. However, just as Yi Xiao had this thought, Xiao Jin, who had been dozing off, suddenly opened his eyes and stared at Yi Xiao warily. Yi Xiao coughed lightly, not paying attention to Xiao Jin's tone, and said with a smile, "Nothing, just came to see you." Xiao Jin blinked its large, bell-like eyes, and raised its enormous dragon head slightly, revealing an extremely human-like expression of contempt.
"Humph, you actually want my scales? You're no good."
Yi Xiao was taken aback.
"You can read my mind?" Xiao Jin rolled his eyes. "I am one of the 7 sacred beasts.
I just had never left the house before I met you, but that doesn't mean I'm stupid. I heard your conversation with that old man earlier.
You can guess it with just a little brain power, okay?"
Yi Xiao was a little embarrassed. He had actually let the little guy get away with it.
"She's as arrogant as ever." However, since the other party had guessed it, Yi Xiao simply said frankly, "Since you already know, how about we make a deal? How about you contribute one of your scales to me?" Xiao Jin refused without hesitation.
However, Xiao Jin clearly understood its status as a pet, so after a pause, it began to explain. Dragon scales are used to store energy. Losing one means permanently losing that energy, which greatly affects your strength.
"You don't want me to drag you down when you fight, do you?"
Yi Xiao really wanted to say that with your strength, you're not lacking in that little bit, but he was too embarrassed to say it out loud. At this moment, Xiao Jin said again, "Besides, even if I were willing to give you the dragon scales, it wouldn't make a difference."
"Oh, why is that? Aren't you the strongest golden dragon of the dragon race?"
Yi Xiao asked, puzzled, only to be met with a big eye roll from Xiao Jin. "It is true that I am the strongest golden dragon, but once the scales of the golden dragon race or other dragons are removed, they are useless and cannot enhance your human equipment at all.
These are just rumors spread by those ignorant Maya people." Upon hearing Xiao Jin's explanation, Yi Xiao frowned. "Why didn't you say so sooner?" Xiao Jin blinked. "You didn't ask either."
Before he could finish speaking, Xiao Jin saw that Yi Xiao was about to get angry, and he quickly added, "Besides, what that old man said wasn't wrong."
"What do you want me to say?"
Yi Xiao was a little confused by Xiao Jin's words. Fortunately, Xiao Jin still had some awareness of being a pet and immediately began to explain.
"What I just said wasn't a lie. Dragon scales are indeed useless for human equipment, but black dragons are an exception.
Strictly speaking, black dragons have long been expelled by all dragons and are no longer a member of the dragon race."
"Why is that?"
Yi Xiao asked, somewhat curious.
Xiao Jin explained, "Because the black dragon's bloodline has been polluted. It no longer possesses pure dragon blood." A strange thought suddenly popped into Yi Xiao's mind. As a pet with a shared understanding, Xiao Jin clearly saw through Yi Xiao's thoughts and couldn't help but roll its eyes again. "Good man, your thoughts are wicked," Yi Xiao said irritably. "Didn't you say that?" Xiao Jin, who was being scolded, felt a little aggrieved. "What I meant by the bloodline being corrupted was that the Black Dragon clan actively sided with the evil ancient clan Shilling in exchange for power far surpassing that of all other dragons. We dragons are noble beings, how could we possibly be interested in other inferior species? That's a low-level hobby that you humans and Asians enjoy." Yi Xiao touched his nose somewhat awkwardly after hearing this, never expecting that he would be mocked by his own pet. But what Xiao Jin said is true. After all, mixed-race people have existed for a long time. However, compared to this, Yi Xiao seemed more concerned about what Xiao Jin said about the Black Dragon joining the ancient clan Shilling. After all, this time he was going to the Shilling ruins. "What is this ancient tribe, Shilling?" In response to Yi Xiao's question, Xiao Jin shook his head and said, "When I was created, the Shilling ancient clan had already disappeared from this continent. Moreover, I don't like to go out and usually stay in my own territory to sleep, so I don't know much about the Shilling ancient clan. I only know some things about the ancient dragon race through the dragon bloodline imprint." The Black Dragon lineage was originally the weakest of the dragon race and was often bullied by other dragons. Later, they somehow made contact with the Shilling ancient clan, abandoned the pride and dignity of the dragon race, and merged with the evil spiritual power of the Shilling ancient clan, becoming an unparalleled existence in the world of immortality at that time. That's why black dragons can no longer be considered dragons in essence. Their scales contain extremely strong destructive power, which is especially effective against dragons. So the old man's idea of forging weapons with black dragon scales was not wrong, but using my golden dragon scales will have no effect. After hearing Xiao Jin's explanation, Yi Xiao suddenly understood. However, he still had some doubts in his heart, suspecting that Little Gold was reluctant to part with his scales, which was why he had such a long explanation. Of course, Yi Xiao couldn't verify this. This little guy is still quite proud and aloof. If you upset him, you'll have to coax him for a long time. But now that Milad isn't here, where should he go to find the entrance to the Shilling Shieling ruins.
At this moment, Xiao Jin suddenly said, "There is actually someone in the house, but I don't know if it's the one you're looking for. His life force is very weak, and he looks like he's about to die.
Why didn't you say so sooner?"
Yi Xiao glared at the guy, and without thinking, rushed into the house.
Xiao Jin felt a little wronged. He hadn't asked, so how could he be blamed?
Sure enough, as soon as Yi Xiao entered the room, he saw a figure lying in the corner, with the person's identity clearly written above him, Millard, the researcher of ancient ruins. Yi Xiao's pupils contracted slightly. At this moment, Milad's face was shrouded in black mist, his eyes were closed, and his breathing was barely perceptible.
It was clear at a glance that he was about to die.
Yi Xiao hurriedly knelt down in front of Milad, trying to wake him up. However, at that moment, a bizarre scene unfolded. Milad, who looked like he was about to die at any moment, suddenly opened his eyes without warning. After saying that, Milad calmly sat up. If it weren't for the black aura still swirling around the other person's face, Yi Xiao would have even doubted whether he was imagining things. Mirad, who had sat up, ignored Yi Xiao's confusion. He simply looked Yi Xiao up and down with his cloudy eyes before speaking again.
"Human, you actually came to Starfire City. You really have audacity."
Thanks to Poch's prior warning, Yi Xiao was not surprised that Mirad recognized him, and immediately said, "Poch sent me to find you."
Upon hearing Poch's name, Millard seemed somewhat surprised. "That old man sent you? What does he want?"
Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao immediately took out the exploration pointer that Boki had given him beforehand, saying, "He said you'll understand once you see this." The moment he saw the explorer pointer, Millard squinted.
At the same time, the black aura that had been entwined around Milad's face vanished completely in an instant.
He took the exploration pointer with renewed vigor and examined it carefully, showing no signs of his previous near-death state.
This old guy finally decided to take this thing out. Then, Mirad got up excitedly and walked to the side.
After rummaging around for a while, he came out carrying a bunch of bottles and jars. After putting these things away one by one, he said to Yi Xiao, "Let's go."
"Ha, where to?"
Yi Xiao asked, somewhat puzzled.
Milad was getting impatient. "You came to find me because you wanted to go to the Shieling ruins, right? Where else would you want to go?"
After saying that, Milad ignored Yi Xiao and walked outside impatiently. Seeing this, Yi Xiao had no choice but to follow, thinking to himself, "This is a strange person." At this point, he noticed that his task progress had also changed.
Mission progress changed. Please protect the ancient ruins researcher Milad as he travels to the Shieling ruins.
Looking at the mission prompt, Yi Xiao couldn't help but feel puzzled. The mission actually asked him to protect Milad, which meant that he would encounter danger along the way. At that moment, he suddenly remembered Milad's condition and a thought struck him.
"What happened to you just now?"
Upon hearing this, Milad explained without turning his head, "I'm trying to figure out how to break the curse of the Xilingu people."
"You're under a curse?"
Yi Xiao asked, somewhat surprised.
Millard nodded with an expression of familiarity. "So, your current state means you've cracked it?" Milad'Zab smacked his lips. "Not yet." Yi Xiao was puzzled. "Then you?" Milad glanced at Yi Xiao. "Don't make such a fuss. Although Shiling's curse is domineering, I'm not someone to be trifled with. I've been cursed hundreds, if not
thousands, of times in this body.
Getting cursed is just like eating a meal. Although I can't get rid of it for now, suppressing it is a piece of cake, isn't it?"
Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao gained a different understanding of Mirad's abilities.
However, a question came to mind, and he couldn't help but ask, "Was this curse inflicted on you in the Shieling ruins?" Milad said irritably, "Didn't I say I've been cursed hundreds, if not thousands?
I'm so experienced, how could I possibly be so careless as to fall for a curse?" Yi Xiao rolled his eyes inwardly.
"They're already cursed, yet they're still bragging." Seeing Yi Xiao's expression, Milad immediately objected. "What kind of expression is that?"
"I deliberately planted this curse on myself to study Shiling's curse.
How else can I break it?"
Yi Xiao was truly stunned.
"Could this be the legendary Shinome tasting hundreds of herbs?"
At this moment, as if remembering something, Milad pulled out a gray bottle that emitted a pungent smell and threw it to Yi Xiao.
"You keep interrupting me, I almost forgot. If you don't want to be cursed by those things in the Shieling ruins, remember to eat it later."
Yi Xiao took it with a puzzled look and then examined it.
Purification potion, grants immunity to any curse upon ingestion. Duration, 10 minutes. Yi Xiao's eyes lit up. It's an immunity to curse potion. That's a good thing.
It's important to understand that curses are a special kind of method that is often difficult to defend against. Once you're cursed, even if the effect of the curse is very weak, being cursed is still a very troublesome thing. I never expected that Milad would have such abilities. I underestimated him before.
Liyue City, the city center, the back room of the Zhou family trading company.
Zhou Yi, who always showed a friendly smile in front of Yi Xiao, now had an unusually angry expression on his chubby face. His hands, which were resting on the table and chair, were clenched into fists, and the veins on them were faintly visible. Below him, the faces of the two sisters, Zhou Wan and Zhou Ling, were equally filled with righteous indignation.
Finally, Zhou Ling couldn't hold back any longer and shouted angrily, "Why? This is a secret realm that we conquered. Why should we give them half of it?" Zhou Wan, who was standing to the side, was equally angry, but she was obviously much more rational than Zhou Ling. Upon hearing this, she sighed and and said, "What can we do if we don't give it to them? In the end, we can't fight City Hall. How is this any different from robbery?"
"I think we should just report it to the Alliance," Zhou Ling said indignantly. At this moment, Zhou Yi sighed softly from above.
The Alliance is now dominated by the 8 major families.
Even if the other 7 families are willing to mediate, the final result will only be that 50% of the profits will be transferred from the Ji family to the other families.
Zhou Ling, who has always been simple-minded, was dumbfounded upon hearing this. How could they be so shameless? Zhou Yi shook his head and didn't say anything more.
Having spent years navigating the complexities of various powerful forces, he had long been accustomed to their shameless, predatory behavior. But he never expected that the Ji family would behave so badly and so recklessly this time. In the past, the Zhou family would probably have backed down in the face of the Ji family's aggressive stance.
But this time is different.
To put it bluntly, the cursed forest was conquered by Yi Xiao alone. The Zhou family was only responsible for its daily maintenance and operation.
The Zhou family only receives 30% of the total profits from the entire secret realm.
But now the Ji family wants to take 50%, which means the Zhou family will get nothing and even have to pay out 20% of the profits.
How can Zhou Yi accept this? As for not giving Yi Xiao profits,
if the other party were an ordinary person, he would dare to do that, since he could easily shift the blame to the Ji family. But that guy is a ruthless individual who dared to wipe out the Zhao family's thousands of Dragon Abyss Legion troops stationed in
the newbie zone, and who could calmly escape from the encirclement of more than a dozen 8th rank experts from the Zhao family. This kind of person may not be easier to deal with than the Ji family.
More importantly, Yi Xiao accomplished all of this before reaching level 90. Faced with such a newcomer with terrifying potential, Zhou Yi was not stupid and naturally dared not offend him.
Otherwise, he wouldn't have remained silent after Yi Xiao killed Zhou Dafu, and instead eagerly approached him for cooperation.
He wanted to cooperate with Yi Xiao long term. Zhou Yi fell silent, unsure how to handle the situation. However, just as Zhou Yi was getting into trouble, Yi Xiao had already returned to the world of immortality with Milad. Yi Xiao hadn't expected that the Xiling ruins were located less than 300 miles from the main city of Liyue. At this moment, the two stood in front of a crevice in a giant rock that appeared to have no special features. Yi Xiao examined the narrow gap in front of him, but could not see anything unusual. At this moment, Milad had also put away his previous carefree demeanor, and his expression became more serious.
"Stop looking.
The entrance is right below the crevice, and there's an invisible barrier on the surface.
Even if a level 300 human expert came here, they probably wouldn't be able to find it."
Yi Xiao asked curiously, "How did you know that?"
Milad said arrogantly, "Why do you think I would plant Shiling's curse on myself?"
Yi Xiao understood. It turned out that Milad had established a connection with the Xiling ruins through a curse. It must be said that Millard's behavior was indeed too crazy. At this moment, Yi Xiao's heart stirred, and he contacted Xiao Jin through the red moon space. "Can you detect the barrier here?"
Little Jean in the space said lazily, "It's just an earth illusion restriction. I discovered it from far away."
Only that stupid Maya would use such an old-fashioned method and even plant a curse on herself.
The curses of the Xiling clan are not so fun.
At that moment, Milad's voice rang out.
"Let's go, kid. Remember to stick close to me once we get down there.
Don't do anything reckless, or we'll both be done for if we disturb those guys." After saying that, without waiting for Yi Xiao's reply, Mirad had already walked in first. Yi Xiao originally wanted to ask a couple more questions, but at this moment he could only helplessly follow along. Soon, Yi Xiao followed Milad through the crevice between the giant rocks. Just as Yi Xiao was wondering where the entrance was, Milad pulled Yi Xiao and jumped in. The next moment, something strange happened. Yi Xiao noticed that the surrounding scenery suddenly changed, and by the time he realized it, he was already in a dark pile of boulders. Immediately afterwards, he saw Milad make a gesture, signaling Yi Xiao not to make a sound. Next, Yi Xiao silently followed behind Mirad, constantly traversing through the piles of boulders. During this time, Yi Xiao finally discovered the clues. He wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but just now, he seemed to see the stones on both sides move slightly. Despite being filled with doubts, Yi Xiao, following Milad's instructions, did not act rashly. However, just as the two of them passed through a pile of rubble, a faint sound rang out in the silent space, sounding particularly abrupt. Milad's face stiffened, and his body involuntarily stopped. Yi Xiao looked down and saw that Milad had kicked a pebble about the size of a thumb at some point. In an instant, the previously quiet and peaceful surroundings began to tremble without warning. Upon seeing this scene, Mirad looked at Yi Xiao with a smile that was more like a grimace than a cry. "I'm doomed. I'm doomed. Why did I have to run into such a jinx? I was fine the previous times I came in. It's clearly your own problem, but now you're blaming yourself." Yi Xiao was speechless upon hearing this, but he wasn't worried at all. Anyway, he has the ability to hide in the void dimension with his void illusion plus Xiao Jin's ability to break formations, so even if there is danger, he can leave calmly. As for Milad, Yi Xiao could only say that he would try to save him if he could, but there was nothing he could do if he couldn't. A deep, muffled thud came from somewhere, and the next moment, the previously still boulders around them opened their eyes. Yes, the stone
opened its eyes.
Then it opened its limbs, which were hidden somewhere.
One angry roar after another rang out.
It instantly filled the entire dim space. Yi Xiao was also somewhat surprised by the sudden turn of events. His gaze swept over one of the boulders.
The rock giant. Attack power 5,000. Defense 80,000.
Skills: Earth Barrier, Passive, Boulder Roll, Earth Rush, Earth Roar.
Description: a special Earth-type monster born from absorbing the essence of pure Earth element.
It possesses extraordinary vitality and defense, and has extremely strong resistance to ordinary attacks.
A level 150 monster? Yi Xiao frowned involuntarily as he looked at the attributes of the rock giant.
It has 2 million health points and a defense rating of up to 50,000. This attribute is even more exaggerated than that of the cursed worm. At least the cursed worm is a boss, while the rock giant in front of us is just an ordinary monster.
How can there be such outrageous attributes?
Just that 80,000 defense power alone is something even a level 250 monster couldn't achieve, and there isn't just one of these terrifying monsters, but an entire swarm of them. Looking around, Yi Xiao saw a dense mass of no less than 300. Surrounded by such a terrifying group, it's no wonder Millard was so nervous. However, these were not things that Yi Xiao cared about. At this moment, he stared at the description on the monster panel, and his eyes couldn't help but burst with surprise.
Earth element essence?
Hey kid, what are you standing there for?
Run! It'll be too late if you wait any longer.
At this moment, Milad was using all his strength, running wildly back the way he came, regardless of everything else. Fortunately, he still had some conscience. He didn't forget to call out to Yi Xiao as he ran. But just as he finished speaking, he felt a scorching heat wave coming from behind him.
However, at that moment,
Milad instinctively turned around and was stunned by the sky full of fireballs. But he quickly came to his senses and angrily shouted, "Stop it, you idiot!
Don't drag me down with you if you don't want to die.
You're only attracting more of these guys."
Milad's next words were very vulgar, and he even began to regret not asking questions before bringing such a fool in. Humans can see the attribute panels of monsters, so can't they see these guys' health points and defense? This guy must have something seriously wrong with his head, right? Just then, Milad noticed that another group of boulders was approaching from a distance.
At that moment, Millard's old face turned green. Knowing that there was no hope of breaking through, he had no choice but to turn around and run towards Yi Xiao again. Just as he was about to reach Yi Xiao, he saw Yi Xiao holding up his staff and casually tapping it on the boulder.
Idiot! You, a mage, actually used a staff to hit someone? Aren't you courting death?
However, he was only halfway through his rant when he suddenly froze. That boulder cracked? Milad rubbed his eyes in disbelief and looked at it again. As a result,
right under his astonished gaze,
the enormous rock in front of Yi Xiao shattered into dust.
The rock giants didn't even have time to react during this process. This bizarre scene left Milad completely dumbfounded.
But then he saw Yi Xiao rush to another rock giant and strike it again in the same way. Then, the rock giant shattered again.
Milad didn't understand.
But the old man reacted quickly. By then, the monsters behind him had already surrounded him. Without saying a word, he rushed to Yi Xiao's side and said with a fawning smile, "Kid, I knew you were different the moment I saw you."
My eyes were right.
Yi Xiao had no time to pay attention to Milad at the moment. After using magical weapons to kill 2 rock giants in succession, he was in a state of excitement.
These earth giants truly possess fragments of earth elemental essence. For Yi Xiao, this was an unexpected delight.
Next, apart from the roars of the rock giants, the entire pile of rocks was filled with all sorts of fireballs, ice spears, and whirlwinds flying around. However, when these densely packed skills hit the earth giant, apart from the fireball spell which could cause a slight damage, the other skills were completely ineffective against the earth giant. Conversely, Yi Xiao, as a mage, could easily take down a rock giant with each swing of his staff. This scene, which completely defied common sense, left Milad, who was standing nearby, dumbfounded, scratching his head in bewilderment at what was happening.
Isn't he a mage? How come he's more violent than melee classes? Are these earth giants only strong in magic resistance, but incredibly fragile in physical defense? If that's the case, then at level 180, my physical damage should be higher than that of a human mage, right? If even this kid can do it, there's no reason why I can't. With this idea in mind, Mirad's eyes lit up even more. Just then, Yi Xiao was dealing with the earth giant in front of him when another earth giant approached Milad from behind. This time, Milad did not choose to dodge. Instead, he confidently pulled out a short staff. Milad shouted and slammed his short staff down on the earth giant in front of him. A crisp cracking sound rang out, and Milady was jolted. His short cane broke. Milad looked suspiciously at the remaining half of his staff, then at the still intact rock giant, and his eyes bulged out in astonishment. Unfortunately, the only response he received was the cold fist of the earth giant. Feeling the biting wind, Milad shuddered and scrambled to find Yi Xiao for protection. Yi Xiao also saw this scene and swung his staff back. The earth giant that had been chasing Milad instantly turned into countless pebbles. Ding! You have defeated the earth giant and gained 30,541 experience points. Ding! You have obtained 1 earth element essence fragment. Ding! You have gained 1 point
point of Earth element resistance. Compared to a regular level 150 monster, this rock giant gave Yi Xiao over 30,000 experience points, which was quite substantial. However, considering the properties of the Earth giant, this amount of experience is not considered high. After all, if it weren't for the magical weapon that could add stack skill damage, Yi Xiao wouldn't have been able to damage the big guy in front of him at all. Of course, experience is secondary. With little gold by my side, leveling up by killing some people is still quite fast. If necessary, there are a large number of NPCs in Starfire City, and the experience of NPCs is much higher than that of human professionals. Therefore, Yi Xiao didn't value this experience too much. The only thing he cared about was the Earth element essence that fell from the rock giant.
He currently possesses the essence of 4 elements: fire, wind, water, and darkness.
Putting aside the fact that fusion mages rely on elemental essences, the additional abilities brought by each essence alone can greatly enhance Yi Xiao's combat power. For this reason alone, Yi Xiao could not possibly miss these rock and earth giants in front of him. However, one thing surprised Yi Xiao. After a brief battle, Yi Xiao discovered that the earth element essence fragments that had fallen from the rock giant were extremely fragmented. Unlike before, you no longer need to collect 10 fragments to exchange for a complete essence. Meanwhile, given that there aren't many earth giants here, and killing one only increases earth resistance by 1 point, this is significantly worse than other elemental monsters encountered before. Even so, Yi Xiao had no intention of giving up. No matter how much his resistance increases, Yi Xiao's goal remains the complete essence of earth element. Fortunately, after Yi Xiao killed more than 30 more rock giants, the long-awaited information finally appeared. Ding! You have collected 50 earth elemental essence shards. The earth elemental essence shards have changed, increasing the damage of all your earth-type skills by 20%. As the message popped up, Yi Xiao discovered that the 50 fragments of earth element essence on his body had fused into one. This miraculous scene surprised Yi Xiao somewhat. Based on previous experience, it would take killing a total of 500 earth giants to have a chance to collect the complete earth element essence. Thinking of this, Yi Xiao glanced at the surrounding rock giants. Including those that appeared later, the total number seems to be exactly 500.
It seems my guess was correct.
Yi Xiao narrowed his eyes, then glanced at Milad, who was clinging tightly to his side, and quickly ordered, "Don't make a move.
All the rock giants here belong to me. If you dare to cause trouble, I will not save you."
"She's not stupid." Millard rolled his eyes, completely ignoring Yi Xiao's somewhat threatening tone, and muttered under his breath, "Do I look like an idiot?
You'd better hurry up and kill these big guys. This place is absolutely terrifying."
Yi Xiao was speechless.
Didn't you brag before that coming here was like coming home? Why are you scared now?
However, Yi Xiao was too lazy to waste words with him, so he unleashed a flurry of skills and then charged toward the nearest rock giant. Right now, getting the earth essence is the most important thing.
The rest is quite simple.
Even though these rock giants have ridiculously high health and defense, compared to Yi Xiao's outrageous damage, they are simply insignificant. At the same time, the rock giants were not weak in attack, but unfortunately they were facing Yi Xiao. With the protection of the 3 major shields and the death domain, plus Yi Xiao's current dual resistances which are several times higher than those of his peers, the battle quickly turned into a one-sided affair. As one earth giant after another fell at Yi Xiao's feet, in no time more than half of the earth giants around him had disappeared. At this point, Yi Xiao had gained a total of 60% earth element damage bonus and 40% earth element resistance bonus.
Milad, watching this scene from behind, couldn't help but secretly gasp in astonishment. This kid, he's a monster. No wonder that old guy Poach chose him. He really made the right choice.
After gaining a clear understanding of Yi Xiao's strength, Milad changed his previous arrogant personality and obediently followed behind Yi Xiao. They even occasionally and warmly informed Yi Xiao about the movements of the earth giants.
Half an hour later, thanks to Milad's meager contribution, the last earth giant's body turned into rubble. The battle is finally over.
During this time, Yi Xiao also successfully reached level 97, which was quite an achievement. Of course, in contrast, Yi Xiao finally received the information notification he had been looking for.
Ding!
You have collected 50 earth element essence fragments. The earth element essence fragments have changed, gaining the ability, Earth Barrier.
Earth Barrier increases physical defense by 1% per second, up to a maximum of 100%. The effect resets after taking any damage. Ding!
Your earth element essence fragment has been combined into a perfect earth element essence.
Ding!
You have fused with the perfect essence of earth element and received nourishment from the earth. Nourishment by the earth, nurtured by the earth's boundless life force. This ability prevents death upon receiving any fatal damage, instead replacing it with the total
experience gained. It also randomly acquires 1 skill from an enemy. If the user receives another fatal blow when they have no experience remaining, they will die instantly.
Yi Xiao was overjoyed to see his newly acquired abilities and skills. The first ability, Earth Barrier, was actually a skill that the group of rock and earth giants had possessed.
It's not bad. With a maximum physical defense increase of 100%, it's no wonder that the defense of those rock giants was ridiculously high.
The only only thing that Yi Xiao found somewhat regrettable was that this ability would be reset after being injured.
If it could last indefinitely, then it would be truly invincible. However, Yi Xiao was not greedy.
With the support of the earth barrier, he could greatly improve his safety if the enemy succeeded in a sneak attack. In the end, it was a decent defensive skill. What truly surprised Yi Xiao was the skill Earth Nourishment. In the world of immortality, apart from areas like Path of Exile with special rules, once a professional's health reaches 0, it means true death, unlike in games where resurrection is possible. Furthermore, among all known professions, none have the ability to learn the skill of bringing the dead back to life, including nursing, which is primarily a nursing profession. However, the nourishment of the earth before our eyes at this moment shatters this universally accepted understanding. Although the cost is the deduction of the total experience gained by the professional, it has to be said that having this passive skill is like having an extra life. However, the earth nourishment has a fatal flaw. If it suffers fatal damage, all experience and level will be reset to 0. This is the problem. Once a professional's level drops to 0 in battle, their attributes will plummet to an extremely low level. In this way, even if one survives the first fatal wound, one will have absolutely no ability to resist subsequent attacks from the enemy. Thus, this nourishment from the earth only provides temporary relief for a couple more seconds. Does this mean that when you trigger Nourish the Earth, you have to lie on the ground and pretend to be dead, then pray that the enemy won't notice? The chances aren't non-existent, but they are extremely low. Meanwhile, the skill of randomly plundering enemies by being nourished by the earth is completely useless for ordinary people. After all, a normal person's skill set is limited. If you are killed by a high-level boss or a professional with rare skills, if you happen to acquire this skill randomly, then everything is fine. However, if you, a mage, are killed by a warrior and the earth nourish effect is triggered, your skill bar will unknowingly have an extra useless warrior skill. Of course, this applies to the average person. Yi Xiao has an unlimited skill bar. The earth's nourishment and Yi Xiao's are quite compatible. Once an enemy triggers the earth nourishment effect, you can randomly learn one of the enemy's skills. This not only grants you an extra skill but also triggers the effect of the endless chain of life while simultaneously increasing your intelligence and strength. It's practically a bugged skill that allows you to stack skills. However, after his initial joy, Yi Xiao's expression suddenly turned somewhat strange. At that moment, he suddenly remembered his life points, which amounted to a whopping 15.78 million. Moreover, as his strength has continued to grow over the past few days, his dual defenses have also increased exponentially. With his terrifying health and defense, it seems a bit difficult for him to die. Furthermore, compared to others, Yi Xiao's own growth attributes do not account for a large proportion of his overall combat power. However, if you encounter an equally matched enemy, a significant drop in attributes can be quite dangerous. All things considered, the nourishing effect of the earth seems to be somewhat weaker than that of the earth's barrier. Thinking of this, Yi Xiao couldn't help but feel a little depressed. He's not afraid of losing a level now, since he had lost a level before because of that Gai Xiao gene, but with the help of his equipment, his combat power wasn't greatly reduced. What he's afraid of now is that he won't die. He can't very well take off all his equipment during a fight, can he? Even if he were to be worn down to death by the enemy, without the support of equipment, leveling up in this beginner area at level 0 would be no different from courting death. Yi Xiao sighed helplessly, as he didn't have a good solution. At this moment, Milad, who had been following Yi Xiao, was extremely excited when he saw that all the rock giants had been wiped out. "Kid, I never expected you to be this strong. You scared me to death just now." Hearing Millard's words, Yi Xiao rolled his eyes, showing no mercy to the other party. "Didn't you just say that you already knew about my extraordinary abilities? If that's the case, what's there to be afraid of?" Milad blushed slightly, then his eyes darted around, and he coughed lightly, saying, "Alright, let's not dwell on these trivial details. Now that the monster guarding the outside is dead, let's hurry up and enter the ruins." Yi Xiao hadn't forgotten the purpose of his trip, and when he heard Milad bring up serious business, he naturally didn't mince words. He nodded in agreement and followed Mirad toward the Shilling ruins. However, just as the two of them were about to take action, the pebbles scattered on the ground suddenly began to float up in a strange way. Yi Xiao was taken aback. "What is this?" Milad was at a loss for words, as this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. However, there's no need for Millard to answer. The next moment, the rubble on the ground that originally belonged to the rock giants seemed to be drawn by some force, and quickly gathered in a certain direction in the sky. The whole process took less than 3 seconds. Once all the rubble had gathered, the entire space was completely enveloped, obscuring the sun in clouds. Just then, a strange green light suddenly burst forth from the center of the pile of rubble, instantly enveloping all the rubble. This sudden turn of events caused both Yi Xiao and Milad to unconsciously take 2 steps back. Just as Yi Xiao was frowning, a deep and heavy voice suddenly came from the enormous ball of light. "Intruder, you have killed enough of my people. This is not a place for you. Leave." Yi Xiao looked at Milady beside him. However, the latter was clearly encountering this situation for the first time, so he couldn't answer it either. However, while Milad was somewhat afraid of this unknown thing, he was also somewhat excited. After all, he had been studying the Shilling ruins for many years, and this was the first time he had encountered such a situation, which was of great help to his research. Thinking of this, Milad immediately overcame his fear and asked the ball of energy, "What are you? Why are you on the outskirts of the Shilling ruins?" Upon hearing Milad's words, the green energy cluster flickered continuously, and after a moment, another sound rang out. "Weak Maya, I have let you in several times before and I have not held it against you. But from today onwards, if you dare to break in again, I will kill you." These words immediately made Milad's face stiffen. How could something unknown even know these things? But he had never found this thing in the Shilling ruins during his previous visits. Moreover, since the other party had allowed me to go in before, why not this time? Despite being filled with doubts, Milad wisely kept quiet due to the ever-increasing terrifying power emanating from the light. Just then, the green light suddenly expanded, and a huge snake head, its entire body encased in boulders, burst out from the light. First the snake's head, then the snake's body. And so, when the light completely dissipated, a giant snake, 23 meters long, appeared before Yi Xiao. However, this giant snake was made entirely of stone and was incredibly large. Only those two eyes emitted a deep green light, which flickered constantly. At the same time, the monster's information panel appeared in front of Yi Xiao immediately. Netherworld Rock Serpent, Special Type. Attack Power, Defense Strength. Yi Xiao looked at the Netherworld Rock Serpent, his heart filled with turmoil. Despite his current strength, he dares to take action against even 5th or 6th level professionals. But level 300 is something Yi Xiao can't reach right now. A level 300 human professional is already at the peak of the 9th level, just one step away from stepping into the 10th level, which is the legendary pinnacle of the divine realm. However, Yi Xiao had consulted many historical documents and found that, not only human professionals, but even the ancient Maya people, did not seem to have any records of anyone reaching this level. It's unclear whether it's intentionally hidden or if this realm simply doesn't exist. Over time, everything about this realm gradually became a legend. Even without entering this legendary divine realm, a level 300 professional is still someone who can shatter mountains with a wave of their hand and sever rivers with a turn of their wrist, a being close to transcendence. And level 300 monsters. It is said that his combat power far surpasses that of human professionals at the same level of 300. However, now such a terrifying being is actually standing right in front of Yi Xiao. At this moment, he had no time to wonder why the level 300 Netherworld Rock Serpent was not subject to the rules and appeared here. His first thought was to escape. As a level 300 monster, its level is far too high, so apart from its name, all other information about this Netherworld Rock Serpent is questionable. But Yi Xiao wasn't so arrogant as to think he could fight them head-on. On the contrary, Milad, the somewhat deranged old man, suddenly became unusually serious upon seeing the Netherworld Rock Serpent appear, his eyes shining as he stared at the huge creature before him. A guardian beast. It's actually a guardian beast. Seeing Milad so excited he was almost in tears, Yi Xiao, who was about to leave, stopped in his tracks. "You know it?" Milad looked quite excited. Legend has it that wherever a guardian beast appears, a rare treasure from around the world is sure to appear nearby. A rare treasure? Yi Xiao looked increasingly confused. He had never heard of this name before. It was quite rare that Xiao Jin's voice reached Yi Xiao's ears through the red moon space. In the beginning, the Father God created the world of immortality with his own life, and along with the world, there was also a wondrous treasure containing incomparably powerful functions. Then what is this guardian beast? Xiao Jin's voice drifted over. According to the information recorded by Mother Red Moon, each of the rare treasures contains a wisp of the world's rules. If these rules get out of control, they will cause the world to collapse. Father God discovered this, but at that time he was powerless to change it. So he used his last breath to create a race to guard the rare treasures, which are the guardian beasts in front of us. Yi Xiao suddenly realized, but then he was stumped again. Although he didn't know exactly what the treasure was, he already knew how powerful it was from Xiao Jin's words, which naturally aroused his interest. However, he felt that he had no chance of winning against a level 300 guardian beast. However, Xiao Jin spoke up again. Although Father God created the guardian beast race with his last breath, his life essence was almost exhausted at that time, so he could not give the guardian beast race true life, which also resulted in the guardian beast race not being complete life forms. "What's the point of you saying all this?" Yi Xiao asked, puzzled. Xiao Jin rolled his eyes. "Because they are not complete life forms, the guardian beast race cannot give birth to new life like other life races. And thousands of years have passed since Father God created them. Since they are not life forms, their energy has probably been almost exhausted in this long period of time." Yi Xiao's eyes brightened slightly, and he couldn't help but give up the idea of running away. If Xiao Jin is not mistaken, there might actually be a chance. At this moment, the Netherworld Rock Serpent turned its enormous stone head and slowly approached. "Human, I'm warning you again, take this Maya person and leave this place, or I will take action." Thanks to Xiao Jin's analysis, Yi Xiao was even more astute in noticing the clues when he heard the Netherworld Rock Serpent's words. Logically speaking, given the strength of this Netherworld Rock Serpent and the fact that Yi Xiao had killed so many of its kin, there's no reason for it to be so polite to him.
The only explanation is as Xiao Jin explained.
Thinking of this, Yi Xiao felt a surge of confidence.
What if I insist on going in? Upon hearing this, the netherworld rock serpent's entire body blazed with green light, and its tone grew even colder. Human, are you provoking me?
This imposing aura directly caused the excited Milad to retreat a bit, but Yi Xiao, facing the arrogant netherworld rock serpent, was on high alert, yet his face remained fixed on the netherworld rock serpent.
He's going to take a gamble.
If he bets correctly, he will have the chance to obtain the legendary treasure.
As for the gamble going wrong, with the void illusion and Little Gold's formation breaking ability, the netherworld rock serpent couldn't stop him. Moreover, the newly acquired nourishment of the earth greatly reduces his margin for error. This risk is worth taking.
In the sky, the netherworld rock serpent's green eyes flickered a few more times in response to Yi Xiao's provocation. The surrounding air seemed to freeze at that moment, and the atmosphere became extremely oppressive. Milad, who was standing behind Yi Xiao, also came to his senses at this moment, and his expression had become extremely terrified. He knew about the guardian beast, so he was well aware of its terror. He wanted to run, but under that inexplicable and immense pressure, Milad found that his legs were completely immobile.
This is what makes level 300 guardian beasts so terrifying. In that instant, Millard screamed inwardly, "If you're going to die, don't drag me down with you."
The guardian beast had just said it would let them leave, but now this bastard dares to provoke it. Even though Yi Xiao's previous display of strength shocked him, he did not believe that such strength would be a match for the guardian beast. He couldn't understand where Yi Xiao got the confidence to provoke the other party.
Isn't this just suicidal? Milad was utterly devastated.
He used to be prone to reckless behavior, but he was always confident in his abilities, which doesn't mean he actually wanted to die.
Unfortunately, no one paid attention to Milad's reaction at this moment.
The netherworld rock serpent's massive body twitched slightly, and it moved closer once more. However, the netherworld rock serpent did not make a move, but instead said in a low voice, "It seems you've discovered me." Yi Xiao's body trembled slightly, and a burst of light erupted from his eyes.
The netherworld rock serpent was quite straightforward, saying directly, "Perhaps you know of our race's existence and our weaknesses, but there's one thing you don't know."
"What?" Yi Xiao asked softly.
Suddenly, a scream rang out.
At this moment, the netherworld rock serpent's voice carried a hint of domineering power. "My energy has indeed been largely worn down by time. If I were to fight you, even if I could win, I would pay an irreversible price, which is not something I want to see. That's why I advised you to leave instead of attacking you directly." After a pause, the netherworld rock serpent changed its tone, its voice turning icy as it said, "However, as a guardian of my race, I
will not allow this treasure to fall into anyone's hands, even in death. Since you are unwilling to leave, then embrace your death."
In an instant, Yi Xiao inexplicably felt a pang of heart palpitation. The next instant, an unparalleled powerful aura suddenly burst forth from the netherworld rock serpent, enveloping the entire space. Yi Xiao's pupils dilated. He knew that he was absolutely unable to withstand this power in his current state. Yi Xiao pulled the still terrified Milad and flew backward. However, the netherworld rock serpent would not let Yi Xiao off easily. Its enormous body burst forth with unimaginable speed as it charged towards Yi Xiao.
"Humans are useless.
Once the self-destruction is initiated, as long as you are still in this space, you will be annihilated by my power." Yi Xiao was somewhat astonished. He never expected that the netherworld rock serpent would be so violent, not even bothering to test him, and immediately intending to perish together with him. At the same time, the netherworld rock serpent emitted a continuous stream of terrifying green light, and its hard body rapidly expanded.
"Anyone who dares to covet the treasure will be judged." After the netherworld rock serpent roared wildly, its body exploded.
In an instant, a terrifying surge of energy erupted like a flood bursting its banks, causing the entire space to shake violently as if it were about to collapse at any moment. So much so that when Yi Xiao activated void illusion immediately, he suddenly discovered that the skill had failed. It must have been this terrifying energy that directly caused spatial instability, rendering his skills unusable. Shocked, Yi Xiao had no time to escape. Just as he was about to cast a protective barrier to block the explosive energy, his hand stopped. At the same time, a crazy idea popped into his head. As the netherworld rock serpent self-destructed, a vast and fierce energy instantly swept across the entire space, and Yi Xiao, who was in the middle of it, was also instantly engulfed by this terrifying energy. Accompanied by intense pain, a terrifying injury shot out.
Minus 30 million.
Yi Xiao's health points were reduced to 0 in the blink of an eye.
Ding! You have suffered fatal damage.
The Nourish the Earth effect has been triggered.
Ding! Your level has dropped to 0. Ding! You have paid the price of your life to learn a new skill.
As a series of messages popped up, the violent energy in the surrounding space gradually dissipated. Yi Xiao's figure slowly reappeared. At this moment, there was no one else in the entire venue except for him. The already somewhat dilapidated surroundings had been reduced to nothingness. This shows just how terrifying the damage caused by the self-destruction of the netherworld rock serpent was. Of course, even disregarding the horrific surroundings, the terrifying
terrifying 30 million damage figure alone is enough to prove everything. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xiao's health bar was reduced to 0. Even though he knew that the Earth's nourishing effect would prevent him from dying, the terrifying damage still left Yi Xiao with lingering fear. As the self-destruction ended, the netherworld rock serpent also disappeared, its massive body turning to ashes. Yi Xiao couldn't understand why the netherworld rock serpent would suddenly self-destruct. That temper of hers is really something. Yi Xiao shook his head, then opened his skill bar. After searching for a while, he finally found the skill he wanted at the end. Self-destruct deals true damage equal to the user's current remaining health to all targets within a 30 by 30 radius. The user's health is reduced to 0 upon use. This skill is irreversible once cast. Upon seeing this, Yi Xiao couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He was just thinking that if he didn't get the self-destruct spell randomly, it would be a huge loss. Fortunately, I was very lucky. However, at the same time, he also used the effect of this self-destruction technique to deduce the true amount of health of the netherworld rock serpent. It was a staggering 30 million, about double what Yi Xiao had received. This terrifying amount of health truly shocked Yi Xiao. Sure enough, anything at level 300 can't possibly be weak. With that much health, even if he just stood there and let Yi Xiao hit him, it would take who knows how long. Thinking of this, Yi Xiao couldn't help but feel secretly fortunate for the decisiveness of the netherworld rock serpent. Clearly, the netherworld rock serpent had roughly guessed Yi Xiao's combat strength, worried that his health would be depleted too quickly in the fight with Yi Xiao, and that he wouldn't be able to deal such high damage with his self-destruction at the end. He impulsively self-destructed. However, in the end, Yi Xiao was still the one who was more skilled. Satisfied, Yi Xiao closed the skill bar and then looked at his panel attributes. ID, Night Shadow. Level, 0. Class, Fusion Mage. Free attribute points, 0. Attributes, Strength 37545, Constitution 6333, Agility 12369, Intelligence 23446, HP 15730, 900/15 900, MP 236 465/236 Skills, Fireball, Mana Fountain, Experience Surge. Expand. Abilities, Lava Blade, Forge, Death Domain, Dark Rebirth, Storm Rush, Blessing of the Wind. Expand. Because the price of being nourished by the earth is having one's level reset to 0, Yi Xiao's level dropped from 97 to 0 again. However, if we look at it solely from the perspective of attributes, there's been almost no change from before. Let alone a level 0 newbie, Yi Xiao believed that very few people in the beginner area could have such attributes. With these attributes, plus the ability that Xiao Jin gave him to gain experience by killing people, now, leveling up is as easy for Yi Xiao as eating and drinking. He can catch up in no time. Compared to the cost of such a small level, the benefits that the earth nourishment brings are simply too great. Previously, Yi Xiao was still troubled by his more than 15 million health points and his dual defenses that far exceeded those of ordinary people, unless he actively sought out a professional at the 8th or 9th level to die. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, even if he stood still, it would be very difficult for ordinary professionals and monsters to kill him, and weaker ones might not even be able to break through his defenses. Now that he has the self-destruct technique of the netherworld rock serpent, death is no longer a difficult thing for Yi Xiao. More importantly, after reading the description of the self-destruct technique, Yi Xiao was pleasantly surprised to discover this skill not only allows him to utilize other skills, but it is also a powerful area of effect damage skill. Yes, it's an area of effect damage skill. The damage from the self-destruct attack is directly linked to the target's health. In other words, with Yi Xiao's current health of over 15 million, once he activates the self-destruct technique, it will directly deal over 15 million damage to all targets within range. Furthermore, this 15 million plus is real damage, meaning it cannot be mitigated by any defense. That's quite terrifying. In this way, Yi Xiao can instantly kill any enemy whose health does not exceed that of Yi Xiao, whether they are professionals, Asians, or monster bosses. With this thought, Yi Xiao's eyes grew even brighter. I never imagined that what I originally thought was just a sudden whim, that I wanted to get my hands on the netherworld rock serpent's self-destruct skill so that I could combine it with earth nourishment to exploit other people's and monsters' skills. As a result, I unexpectedly obtained a powerful skill. After looking around, Yi Xiao realized that in terms of single target damage, whether it was single target or area of effect, the self-destruct technique was currently his highest damage skill, although the total damage of Fireball is several times higher than that of self-destruct. However, the power of Fireball is still affected by the target's magic resistance and various defensive skills, and in Yi Xiao's hands, Fireball is a high-frequency output of damage. Its power is naturally incomparable to that of a self-destruct technique. Of course, theoretically, the self-destruct technique became Yi Xiao's strongest damage skill. However, it can only be used once in a short period of time. After all, if you don't have any experience points, the Nourish the Earth effect won't trigger once you activate the self-destruct spell, and that would be a real disaster. Overall, Yi Xiao was quite satisfied with being able to master this self-destruct technique. Yi Xiao was outside investigating the
self-destruct technique he had just acquired. Meanwhile, inside the red moon space, Milad stared blankly at the golden figure before him, his old eyes wide open.
For a moment, he wondered if he was hallucinating before his death. Otherwise, how could we have witnessed such a bizarre scene? He actually saw a dragon, and it's a golden dragon.
More importantly, this dragon wasn't very big, and when it saw him appear, it greeted him very politely.
Hello, poor Maya.
Millard suddenly slapped himself hard across the face. As a result, a burning pain came over me. Meanwhile, standing opposite him, little Jean looked at Milad with his big, dark eyes full of curiosity.
You're so pathetic, abusing yourself like this every day. Aren't you afraid of making yourself sick?
Milad stared wide-eyed in disbelief.
You can talk?
Little Jean was furious. You lowly creature, how dare you look down on me? A dragon?
Are you really a dragon? Milad asked, bewildered.
I am a genuine golden dragon, and even the Asians feel compelled to pay homage to me, Little Gold said arrogantly.
A golden dragon?
Milad frowned and muttered a few words. Suddenly, as if he remembered something, his previously dull eyes widened abruptly, and he pointed at Xiao Jin in utter shock.
A dragon, a golden dragon, the legendary golden sacred beast. Little Kim seemed to enjoy Milad's shocked expression.
You know, when I first met Yi Xiao, I offered to be his pet, and that bad guy actually looked disgusted with me. However, this dealt a heavy blow to Xiao Jin at the time, who felt that his reputation was not good enough.
Seeing Milad's reaction now, Xiao Jin is relieved. It's not that it's not famous, but that Yi Xiao doesn't know its value.
Seeing how cooperative Millard was, Xiao Jin decided to have a proper conversation with him. However, before it could speak, Milad suddenly vanished. Xiao Jin was stunned for a moment before realizing that Yi Xiao had pulled the Asian woman away. Still caught between excitement and shock, before he could even voice his thoughts, Milad found himself standing next to Yi Xiao. Upon seeing Yi Xiao, Milad, for some reason, suddenly breathed a huge sigh of relief.
I knew it, that was just an illusion. You really did die along with me.
Yi Xiao looked at Milad strangely.
What do you mean by dead or alive? We're all perfectly fine.
Alright, stop comforting me. The attack launched by that guardian beast was beyond human resistance.
It's good that way. Although I haven't known you for long, it's a bit lonely to be a ghost alone. Now I can keep you company.
Let me tell you, you'll never guess what I saw just before I passed away. The illusion was so real, I actually encountered the legendary golden dragon.
Do you know what a golden dragon is? Judging from your expression, you definitely don't.
Let me tell you, the golden dragon is one of the 7 sacred beasts of the Eternal Continent, and it is the most powerful being on the Eternal Continent. The sounds rose and fell in waves.
But it's a bit strange. The golden dragon I just saw seems to be different from what I've read in historical records before.
If I didn't look closely, I would have thought I'd encountered a 4-legged insect.
TSK TSK.
Milad was beaming with excitement as he talked incessantly to Yi Xiao, completely unconcerned about his death. However, at that moment, Xiao Jin's figure suddenly floated to Yi Xiao's side. Upon hearing Milad's words, it immediately opened its mouth and bit Milad's arm.
A blood-curdling scream rang out. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts.
Yi Xiao was both amused and exasperated. However, he could understand Millard's actions. Just as he decided to withstand the self-destruction of the netherworld rock serpent, he casually pulled the terrified Mirala into the red moon space. He was just trying it out casually. Under normal circumstances, Yi Xiao would not have succeeded if the target had a negative attitude towards him. Fortunately, Milad had just been so frightened that he lost the ability to think, so Yi Xiao easily pulled him in. If Milad had even a sliver of reason, he would never have succeeded. Yi Xiao could only say that Milad was incredibly resilient. As for exposing Xiao Jin in the red moon space, Yi Xiao didn't care. Even if it gets out, it won't have much impact on him. However, based on Milad's previous understanding of the netherworld rock serpent, it is clear that he also has some knowledge of the rare treasure. Yi Xiao was definitely interested in the rare treasure, so he didn't want anything to happen to Mirad. Next, Yi Xiao really went to great lengths to make Milad realize that he was not dead. Even after fully recovering, Milad still struggled to calm his emotions. But Yi Xiao couldn't wait any longer, and grabbed Milad, saying,
"Since you know about the rare treasure, do you know where it is?" Milad said, half laughing and half crying, "This is my first time encountering a guardian beast. How could I possibly know?"
A hint of disappointment flashed in Yi Xiao's eyes, but then Milad thought for a moment and said, "Although I don't know, I have read some ancient books from prehistoric times and have studied the Shiling ancient clan for decades, so I can guess a little bit." Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao's eyes regained a glimmer of hope. Seeing this, Milad suddenly said, "I can do everything I can to help you find that treasure, and if we find it, it will be yours, but you must agree to one request."
"What are the requirements?"
Yi Xiao frowned slightly. Mirad glanced at Little Gold, who was lying lazily on the ground beside him, and his face suddenly turned somewhat lewd. He subconsciously rubbed his hands together before chuckling and saying, "It's very simple. When the treasure is found, you need to lend it to me for research. It will be of great help to my research." Yi Xiao agreed without hesitation, saying that everything would be decided after finding the treasure, and whether or not it would be given to him would depend on the situation.
At this point, Millard continued continued, besides that, could you lend me your pet so I can study it? You're making 2 requests.
Yi Xiao rolled his eyes.
However, Millard stated matter-of-factly, it's all research, so this is a requirement.
Yi Xiao was too lazy to waste time arguing with the other party, so he kicked Xiao Jin aside and said directly, perfect, didn't you say you were always bored? Now I've found you a companion to talk to, so you can keep him company. Seeing how roughly Yi Xiao treated Xiao Jin, Milad glared angrily at Yi Xiao.
What are you doing?
That's a legendary golden dragon, an incredibly precious creature. How could you treat it so roughly? Yi Xiao was taken aback, but little gold on the ground nodded in agreement.
Maya, you're quite good.
You know how precious I am, unlike that good guy who doesn't take me seriously at all.
How could he, an idiot, understand these things? Millard said with some heartache.
Yi Xiao ignored them and waved his hand, sending the man and the dragon into the red moon space.
He then took the exploration pointer from Milad and walked inside.
According to Milad's analysis, the treasure should be in the ruins of Xiling,
Starfire City, an open space outside the city gate.
2 figures, one fat and one thin, stood still, each searching for something.
This went on for quite a while. The plumper figure frowned and said, Hawthorne, have you found anything over there? The skinny man called Hawthorne shook his head.
No, according to information from headquarters, this is where Box was last seen, but there are no signs of a battle around here. The portly figure's expression grew more serious.
Could it be that he has betrayed us? Hawthorne shook his head again. Impossible.
Box is a veteran of the organization, and he has a close relationship with one of the Shadow Warriors.
The tasks assigned to him by the organization are extremely easy, and the rewards are equally generous.
He has no reason to betray, let alone the consequences of betraying the organization. He should know how terrible they are.
The fat figure was just saying it casually, and after hearing Hawthorne's words, he didn't say anything more. At this point, Hawthorne's tone became more serious.
News has come from outside that the cursed forest, which was under the control of Pox, was conquered by the Zhou family of Liu's city, and shortly after the cursed forest was conquered, Pox ran into trouble. This should not be a coincidence. The chubby figure said, in that case, we can only wait for news from the Shadow Spy.
Hawthorne nodded, then said, let's put the matter of Box aside for now. Lord White Tiger specifically instructed us to go into the city before we left.
The plump figure naturally had no objections, and the two walked together toward the city. Soon, the two passed through the city gate and stopped in front of a slightly dilapidated blacksmith shop.
We're here, let's go in. Hawthorne said something and was about to walk in.
However, before his left foot even touched the ground, a burst of violent flames shot out from within without warning.
The flames were fast and intense.
By the time Hawthorne realized something was wrong, it was too late to dodge, and he was blasted away by the flames. The fat figure standing nearby suddenly changed his expression. Damn it!
After roaring, the fat figure was about to make a move.
At this moment, a burly and imposing figure walked out of the house. It was none other than Boki, who had just made a contract with Yi Xiao. Poch looked at the two men with a hint of disgust in his eyes.
Didn't that sick tiger tell you that I don't welcome rats like you hiding in the shadows here? How dare you? How dare you insult an adult? Hawthorne staggered to his feet, glaring angrily at Pochi.
Poch raised the large, dark iron hammer in his hand, sneering repeatedly.
So what if I'm insulted?
Even if that sick tiger stood in front of me, I would still say the same thing, and see if he dared to fart in front of me. Upon hearing this, both Hawthorne and the fat figure's expressions changed. They were only ordered by Lord White Tiger to find a blacksmith, but after hearing Boki's words and hearing his skill just now, the two men were not fools.
How could they not know that this seemingly ordinary old man was not simple? For a moment, the two of them turned pale and didn't know what to say. Unfortunately, the fact that the two remained silent did not mean that Pochid would give up. That sick tiger doesn't dare to come himself, so he sent you two small fry here just to see if I can still wield the iron hammer in my hand. As he spoke, Pochi swung his hammer and slowly walked forward. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll satisfy his curiosity. Hawthorne's expression changed drastically. Wait, but what responded to him was an incredibly explosive burst of energy. A series of explosions roared. The sound came quickly and went quickly.
After a few breaths, the blacksmith shop returned to calm.
Hawthorne and the fat man had vanished without a trace.
Only a pool of bright red blood on the ground indicated what had just happened. Poch glanced at the bloodstains on the ground, shook his head, and turned away.
My good mood was ruined by two small fish. What a disappointment. In the immortal world, amidst the rubble outside Liyue Castle.
After dealing with the netherworld rock serpent, Yi Xiao, with the help of Xiao Jin's information transmission and under Milad's command, quickly arrived at a very secluded pool.
According to Milad, the entrance to the Xiling ruins is located below the pool. Of course, simply jumping down won't allow you to directly enter the ruins. You must use special items.
Previously, Milad always used the Xiling curse on his body as a guide to deceive the barrier at the entrance.
But now that we have Pochi's exploration pointer, there's no need to use Xiling's curse.
Yi Xiao was also quite surprised by this. 1 step, 2 steps.
If it weren't for Milad's explanation, who would have thought that such a mysterious ruin was hidden in this beginner area?
Unleash all available defenses.
defensive measures. Without hesitation, Yi Xiao jumped into the pool.
In an instant, a bone-chilling cold enveloped his entire body, making Yi Xiao immediately alert. It's important to understand that once a professional reaches a certain level of skill, the external natural environment cannot affect them. However, Yi Xiao now felt a chill run through his body, a feeling that proved this place was not simple. Although Milad had said that the pool was not dangerous, Yi Xiao dared not completely believe him. The level 300 Netherworld rock serpent serves as a cautionary tale. Who knows what other unknown dangers might be lurking here.
However, although he currently lacks the experience to trigger the effects of earth nourishment, he still possesses the Ring of Wraiths.
Its effects are similar to those of Nourish the Earth, both of which prevent death from fatal damage, instead causing other costs.
The earth nourishment requires level experience, while the Ring of Wraiths requires vengeful spirits.
Although Yi Xiao only killed 3 intelligent beings after obtaining the ring, the old village chief, Zhou Dafu, and Box, who had recently died at his hands, it was enough to trigger the ring's second effect once. However, the effect of the Ring of Vengeance, apart from the initial 0.1% ring bonus provided by the old village chief, was so weak that it was not even reflected in the data. Actually, Yi Xiao was somewhat worried when he first faced the Netherworld rock serpent. It's not that I'm worried about something happening to me, but rather that the effect of earth nourishment won't be triggered, and instead the effect of the Ring of Vengeance will be triggered first.
However, it now seems that the effect of earth nourishment should take precedence over the effect of the Ring of Vengeance.
This was exactly what Yi Xiao wanted. Enduring the biting cold, Yi Xiao slowly descended to the bottom of the water, and soon discovered a hole at the bottom. Yi Xiao's eyes brightened slightly, and he slowly leaned closer. Finally, after a few moments, as Yi Xiao carefully passed through the cave entrance, the chill on his body instantly evaporated, and then the surrounding area brightened up. Before Yi Xiao could even get a good look at his surroundings, several beams of black energy struck him instantly.
Ding! You are immune to Shiling's curse. Ding! You are immune to Shiling's curse.
This sudden turn of events caused Yi Xiao to leap out of the cave entrance in a hurry, while scanning his surroundings with extreme vigilance. He couldn't help but feel relieved that he had taken the purification potion that Milad had given him before going into the water, otherwise he might have really been in trouble. A faint whooshing sound rang out, and Yi Xiao, alert, noticed it immediately. He quickly dodged and then raised his hand towards the direction from which the sound came. A barrage of fireballs rained down on us. However, after the smoke cleared, nothing was found. Yi Xiao stared ahead, his expression solemn. Just then, Xiao Jin's voice came through. It was a reminder from Milad. Kid, be careful from here on out.
This is the Shiling ruins. There are unseen Xylings watching you everywhere in the ruins.
If possible, do not disturb them, or you will be in endless trouble. Yi Xiao was furious upon hearing this.
Why didn't you say so sooner?
It's because this Asian man speaks slowly. It's not my fault, Xiao Jin said, sounding somewhat aggrieved. Just as Yi Xiao was about to say something, a sudden gust of cold wind swept through the previously empty cave. Immediately, visible to the naked eye, gusts of black wind surged in from all directions. Even Yi Xiao was helpless against these invisible and intangible gusts of wind. In an instant, he was enveloped by gusts of cold wind. The information on the panel also started flashing wildly at that moment. Fortunately, although Milad liked to put on airs, he did have a good understanding of the curse.
All kinds of curses are rendered immune by the purification potion.
Seeing this, Yi Xiao also breathed a slight sigh of relief. Before he could figure out how to deal with the cold wind in front of him, another huge whirlwind surged in from afar. This time, however, the whirlwind didn't directly attack Yi Xiao. Instead, it stopped just before reaching him. Then, everything, including the Yin wind swirling around Yi Xiao, instantly converged. The next moment, a huge, jet-black foot suddenly stepped out from the swirling wind. The moment my foot landed on the ground, the entire cave began to shake. At that moment, the surrounding black winds also lit up with a light, and then a black ferocious beast as tall as 3 people appeared in front of Yi Xiao. At this moment, the eerie winds also clung to the surface of the ferocious beast's skin, forming strange rune marks. Yi Xiao stared intently at the ferocious beast before him. Surprisingly, the professional's innate ability to gather information disappeared at this moment. Unlike the previous Netherworld rock serpent, where only its name was visible due to its high level and the rest were just question marks, this time no information was displayed at all, as if the ferocious beast in front of them did not exist. But the ferocious beast was right in front of Yi Xiao, and after it appeared, its body was covered in runes that kept flashing with a dark blue light. Unable to discern the beast's strength, and given the eerie nature of the ruins, Yi Xiao, having suffered a loss, dared not act rashly and summoned Milad once more.
Millard, what's going on?
Fortunately for Milad, who has been studying the Xilingu people for many years, this time he finally had a chance to use his skills. This is the Shiling beast, a ferocious beast without a physical form, whose entire body is composed of unknown energy.
No physical form?
Yi Xiao was stunned for a moment, then kept looking at the Shiling beast in front of him. Milad then explained, these talismanic beasts usually exist in the form of wind, but when subjected to intense energy fluctuations, they gather and manifest. Furthermore, the energy that makes up this Shiling beast contains one of the various curses from shieling. Once touched by it, the power of the curse will spread to the toucher's body like a plague. If the curse is not removed in time, the toucher will be assimilated and become part of the shieling beast in a very short time. Last time, that old guy Boki also encountered this shieling beast here, and he was no match for it and fled in panic.
After hearing Milad's explanation, Yi Xiao suddenly understood, but then he thought of something and asked, "So the curse on you also comes from this?"
Soon, Milad relayed through Xiao Jin, "In essence, the curse on me also comes from the shieling beast, but I don't have the ability to leave alive after encountering the shieling beast."
"Then who are you?"
Yi Xiao asked, puzzled. "The curse on me was collected from my father's body."
"Your father?"
Now it was Yi Xiao's turn to be surprised. When Milad, inside the red moon space, mentioned this matter, a hint of sadness crossed his face, but he still spoke slowly.
"The reason I am so obsessed with the research of the Shieling ancient clan is because of my father's influence. When he discovered the Shieling ruins, he was accidentally cursed. Although
he managed to escape with his strong will and strength, the shieling curse was too domineering. Before he could fully figure out how to break the curse, his life force was exhausted. Fortunately, he had discovered some weaknesses of the curse before he died, and with my father's help, I extracted and sealed the curse. After that, things were simple. In order to fulfill my father's regret, I began to study the Shieling ancient clan desperately, hoping to find a way to break the curse. Finally, with my intelligence, it took me 50 years to make a breakthrough. Although I am not yet able to completely break the curse of shieling, I have been able to control it and use its properties to prepare a cleansing potion. At the same time, I can also plant this sealed curse in my own body, so as to be able to easily find and enter and exit this shieling ruins.
Tell me, am I amazing or not? It's truly an inspiring story."
If you ignore Milad's final question, even Yi Xiao couldn't help but feel a deep respect for him. Yi Xiao ignored Milad, who was starting to show off again, and turned to look at the big guy in front of him. According to Milad, because of the curse planted in his body, he has never fought the shieling beast head-on, so he doesn't know much about it. The only information they knew came from Boki, who had previously tried to enter the shieling ruins to search for black dragon scales, but was ultimately driven away by the shieling beast in front of him.
Don't underestimate Boki's fighting power just because he's a blacksmith. He's one of the top 10 fighters in Starfire City.
Yi Xiao was quite surprised by Milad's words. After all, he had almost clashed with Poch before, and now it seems that Poch really has no hostility towards him. Otherwise, if a person who ranks among the top 10 in combat power in Starfire City were to actually fight, the outcome would be hard to predict. In that case, the shieling beast in front of us is really a big problem. The conversation between Yi Xiao and Milad seemed to last a long time, but in reality it only took a few breaths. At this moment, the rune light on the shieling beast gradually stabilized, and Yi Xiao saw the shieling beast's pair of blue eyes without pupils rotate slightly. Then, without saying a word, he charged towards Yi Xiao. Seeing this, Yi Xiao didn't dare to be careless and unleashed Ice Spear technique and Whirlwind Slash in succession. They didn't care how much damage they could inflict, their only hope was to control the shieling beast. However, to Yi Xiao's surprise, the two types of skills passed right through the shieling beast upon contact. The shieling beast was like an invisible shadow, impossible to lock onto. Yi Xiao refused to believe it and then used all the skills he could find. However, even his most frequently used fireball spell could not cause the slightest damage to the shieling beast. Instead, as various energies surged, black winds continuously emerged from the depths of the cave, quickly penetrating the body of the shieling beast after appearing. Yi Xiao could see with his naked eye that the runes on the surface of the shieling beast were becoming increasingly bright. At this moment, Xiao Jin relayed Milad's words.
"Kid, it's useless. Bak tried it back then. This guy is very strange. He is invisible and cannot be locked on at all."
Upon hearing this, Yi Xiao abandoned his idea of stepping forward to use his magical weapon. At this moment, the shieling beast had already rushed to Yi Xiao's side. In such a situation, the best option is to escape. But Yi Xiao was not willing to leave just like that. Not to mention that he wanted to get the black dragon scales. The mere thought that there might be rare treasures in the shieling ruins made him unwilling to give up easily. After thinking it over, Yi Xiao used the heaven sealing and demon suppressing array on the shieling beast the moment it launched its attack.
However, the next moment,
what happened next made Yi Xiao's eyes widen in surprise. This barrier, which even an 8th level professional could seal, was as if it didn't exist in front of this shieling beast. The shieling beast easily passed through the sealed heaven and demon suppressing array, and then slammed its palm down on Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao was terrified and quickly retreated. However, the speed of the shieling beast was too ridiculous. Not only did Yi Xiao fail to create distance between himself and it, he didn't even have time to use his void illusion technique. The shieling beast's paw had already appeared above Yi Xiao's head and then slammed down hard.
An extremely chaotic aura instantly enveloped Yi Xiao. Various curse immunity information popped up on the panel.
Despite having Mirad's potion immunity, Yi Xiao couldn't help but feel alarmed as he saw his health plummeting.
Minus 593,289.
A single palm strike directly depleted over 500,000 of his life points.
What terrifying damage!
Even with over 15 million health points, Yi Xiao couldn't withstand 30 attacks from the shieling Shielding Beast. Most importantly, all of Yi Xiao's current attack methods are ineffective against the Shielding Beast.
This is what's giving him the biggest headache.
At this moment, the Shielding Beast, having landed a successful attack, charged forward again without any pause. Although Yi Xiao was surprised, he reacted very quickly. However, this time he did not use the illusion technique but instead opened the barrier. It uses the most basic function of the barrier, granting immunity to all damage for 30 minutes. The next moment, the Shielding Beast slammed its foot down again, and unsurprisingly, its attack was blocked by the barrier. Seeing this, Yi Xiao breathed a slight sigh of relief. He was genuinely afraid that this Shielding Beast could even penetrate the barrier, in which case there would be absolutely nothing he could do against it. However, before Yi Xiao could fully exhale, the Shielding Beast in front of them seemed to understand what was happening, and its huge body suddenly burst out with a dazzling blue light. Seeing this, Yi Xiao couldn't help but swallow hard. Could this guy be planning to self-destruct? Unfortunately, the Shielding Beast ignored Yi Xiao. As the light emanating from its body intensified, the energy-based body of the Shielding Beast exploded in Yi Xiao's astonished gaze.
Yes, it exploded again.
However, the next second, the information on the panel started flashing wildly. Yi Xiao subconsciously opened it.
Ding! The current area has been covered by dark spirits.
Due to the influence of dark spirits, your attributes in this area have been reduced to 3%. Yi Xiao stared blankly at the information on the panel, not understanding what had happened. The moment the message popped up, the blue energy that should have been on the Shielding Beast instantly filled the entire space. At the same time, Yi Xiao also felt his body becoming weak.
I glanced at my own attributes.
His health dropped from over 15 million to 470,000.
Intelligence also dropped from 23,446 to 703 points.
Yi Xiao felt a pang of anxiety. Such a weak attribute made him feel extremely insecure.
However, the Shielding Beast had vanished, its entire body transforming into a sky full of eerie blue light.
Yi Xiao was also somewhat baffled by the perplexing behavior of the Shielding Beast. It clearly deals ridiculously high damage and can ignore your own attack methods, so why did it suddenly explode on its own? Just then, Xiao Jin's voice came over. That's what Milad said, kid. This is what makes the Shielding Beast truly terrifying. Based on my previous research, the Shielding Beast is constructed from energy and has no
intelligence of its own. It only follows certain preset commands to act.
Its damage is indeed very high, but it seems that it can only launch 2 attacks each time it appears. However, after its attack fails, it will directly choose to explode, covering the entire space with its own energy and casting a special curse on all objects in the space. Last time, Boki barely withstood 2 attacks from the Shielding Beast and then encountered the same situation as you, and finally could only flee in a sorry state.
After hearing Milad's explanation, Yi Xiao finally understood the whole story.
He was somewhat relieved. If the Shielding Beast had maintained its previous state and continued its attack, he really wouldn't have been able to do anything about it. Yi Xiao suddenly realized that Milad had just said that Pochi had left in a sorry state after encountering this situation last time. However, the curse of this Shielding Beast only reduces attributes and is not fatal at all. Just as Yi Xiao was about to ask a question, a commotion suddenly came from not far away.
The next moment, Yi Xiao understood the reason without Milad's explanation. Shielding Guardian, health points, 100,000. Attack power, 7,000. Defense, 3,000. Description, remnant souls from the Shielding Ancient Clan, born from the energy of the Shielding Beasts.
They have no thoughts, relying solely on their lingering obsessions from their previous lives to protect this place with their very lives. At this time, the outside world. Yi Xiao felt a headache coming on as he watched the hordes of black humanoid monsters rushing towards him from not far away. To be honest, although this Shielding Guardian is a level 150 monster, its attributes are not very strong. If it were the Yi Xiao of the past, a single fireball spell could wipe out a whole area. Yi Xiao looked at his weak attributes and felt somewhat helpless. Although Yi Xiao somewhat resented that old man Millard for always offering hindsight advice, he also knew that even if he had known beforehand, there was nothing he could do about it. However, Yi Xiao had no intention of giving up. Compared to the bizarre abilities of the Shielding Beast, these guys in front of them are clearly just small fry. Taking advantage of the distance between himself and the Shielding Guards, Yi Xiao launched the first attack. Because of the combined effect of Wolf-Eye, Yi Xiao's attack range is as high as 300 yards. These Shielding Guards appear to be melee fighters. Using the slowing effect of Ice Lance and the knockback effect of Whirlwind Slash, Yi Xiao began to unleash a large number of fireballs. A barrage of fireballs rained down on the Shielding Guardians. However, each fireball can only deal 200 or 300 points of damage to the opponent. Although Yi Xiao's attributes are only 3% of what they were before, the power of the fireball spell should be more than that, which is enough to prove that these Shielding Guardians have extremely high magic resistance. However, Yi Xiao hadn't originally expected that these fireball spells would be able to completely kill these Shielding Guards. Despite the delays caused by Ice Lance and Whirlwind Slash, the Shielding Guards still managed to break through Yi Xiao's blockade and reach him. Looking closely at these grotesque, pale faces, Yi Xiao's expression remained unchanged. he struck the shieling guard at the very front with a blow to the head, with the combined power of thousands of skills. Unsurprisingly, the shieling guard was completely obliterated, leaving not even a trace. However, at this moment, the other shieling guards rushed up, and Yi Xiao's current physique simply could not withstand more than a few blows. However, Yi Xiao remained calm and unperturbed. The next moment, countless spears came thrusting, but they all struck the air. With the help of absolute evasion, Yi Xiao unleashed a barrage of skills again, stacking damage for the next monster weapon attack. At the same time, he also took a moment to glance at the information panel. Ding! You have defeated a shieling guardian and gained 3,843 experience points. Ding! Congratulations on reaching level 2. Ding! Congratulations on reaching level 3. Ding! You have defeated a shieling guardian and gained 1 point of dark spirit power. Ding! You have killed a shieling guardian. The curse's power has been slightly weakened. Upon seeing the information about gaining experience and leveling up, Yi Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. As long as you have a level and experience, it's like having an extra life. According to Yi Xiao's original plan, as long as he could gain experience by killing a shieling guardian, he could use the Earth's nourishment to wear down this group of humanoid monsters. However, Yi Xiao was somewhat surprised after seeing the last two messages. Dark spirit power? What is that? Yi Xiao used his skills while asking Mirat a question. However, Milad replied that he didn't know, only saying that it was a peculiar energy from the Xilingu race, similar to the magic power of human professionals, both being forms of energy. Yi Xiao was speechless. He felt that since entering the pile of rocks, this ancient site researcher, whom Boki highly praised, had not been of any help at all. Yi Xiao couldn't help but wonder if this old guy had really been here before. However, Yi Xiao didn't have time to complain, because he discovered that he could actually see the introduction to the power of the dark spirit. Dark spirit power, a new energy formed by the shieling race by fusing their unique energy with the power of the black dragon. When enough dark spirit power is collected, it can be injected into equipment and skills to amplify them with the power of curses. However, this amplification also comes with some negative effects, so please use it with caution. Yi Xiao was clearly surprised to see this. I never expected that the power of the dark spirit would have such an effect. After a moment's thought, Yi Xiao tried to infuse the fireball spell with dark spirit power. However, the message indicated that the required dark spirit power was insufficient, and the injection failed. Helpless, Yi Xiao shook his head and could only suppress his curiosity for the time being. Then, his attention was drawn to the last message. Upon seeing this message, Yi Xiao immediately looked at the icon on his status bar that represented the weaken attribute. Surprisingly, the attribute reduction that was originally 97% had now been reduced to 96.9%. Upon seeing Yi Xiao, he instantly understood. It turns out that the special curse of the shieling beast can be removed by killing the shieling guardians. Although he didn't understand why there were such strange rules, it didn't stop Yi Xiao from regaining his confidence. At this moment, the effect of absolute evasion was still active. After releasing thousands more fireballs, Yi Xiao successfully killed another shieling guardian. As expected, besides the experience and dark spirit power, the reduction status changed again, becoming 96.8%. This greatly boosted Yi Xiao's confidence. Taking advantage of the perfect dodge, Yi Xiao began to unleash skills continuously, finishing off enemies with basic attacks, then unleashing more skills, finishing off more enemies with basic attacks. In the blink of an eye, he easily dispatched 20 shieling guardians using magical weapons. At the same time, although the fireball spells didn't deal much damage, Yi Xiao's speed and sheer number of attacks were overwhelming. Even though the shieling guardian had 100,000 HP, it unfortunately had no ability to regenerate HP. And so, one after another, the shieling guardians fell before Yi Xiao. When Yi Xiao's absolute dodge ended, an open space appeared in front of him. At this moment, Yi Xiao's level reached level 20 again. While this leveling speed isn't as fast as killing professional players, it's still quite rapid. This is even more so because the experience points provided by the shieling guardians are less than those outside. Otherwise, it would be even faster. Of course, most importantly, with dozens of shieling guardians fallen, Yi Xiao's attributes had now recovered to their original 8.3%. Intelligence has also increased to 1946 points, and health points are over 1.3 million. This amount of health finally gave Yi Xiao a little sense of security. With the increase in intelligence, the damage of a single fireball has returned to over 13,000 points. Despite the extremely high magic resistance of the shieling guardian, Yi Xiao only needed less than 20 fireballs to take down a shieling guardian. With the increase in damage, Yi Xiao found the rest of the battle extremely easy. There's not even a need to use magical weapons. The combination of Ice Lance and Whirlwind Slash provides sufficient control. Yi Xiao killed all the shieling guards in front of him in just over 10 minutes. His level reached 30, and his attribute status recovered to 33%. Although he cannot return to his peak condition, Yi Xiao's already extremely exaggerated attribute combat power, even at only 33%, is enough for him to deal with it with ease. After the hundreds of shieling guards were eliminated, this space experienced a brief period of safety. Only then then did Yi Xiao have time to check the black spirit power he had just collected, which amounted to 300 points. Yi Xiao decided to experiment with the fireball spell to see the effect. Anyway, he has a lot of fireballs, so even if the effect is not good after injecting dark spirit power, it won't have a big impact. In fact, it wasn't that Yi Xiao didn't want to experiment with equipment, but at his current level, the only mythical gear he could take off and put back on was the Endless Chain of Life and the Ring of Plague. The former provides him with a massive amount of health, while the latter grants him double the ability to cast spells. He dared not act rashly before he was completely certain of the effects of this dark spiritual power. After making his decision, Yi Xiao began to try to infuse the power of the dark spirit into the fireball spell. The next moment, a surge of black energy erupted. Ding! You have infused fireball with 300 points of dark spirit power. Ding! Your fireball spell has mutated. Ding! Due to your talent, all your fireball spells have undergone a mutation. Yi Xiao's eyes widened, and then he was startled. The fact that a single injection caused all the fireball spells to mutate was somewhat unexpected for Yi Xiao. If the fireball spell mutates and doesn't work, that's no joke. Thinking of this, Yi Xiao hurriedly opened his skill panel to check the effect of the fireball spell. However, after taking a look, Yi Xiao was stunned, and his breathing became rapid in that instant. Fireball mutation consumes 50 mana, deals 480 plus 1.0 asterisk intelligence fire damage to targets in a 10x10 area, and reduces the target's fire resistance by 20%, but reduces your fireball cast from 3 to 1. Cooldown, 1 second. No wonder Yi Xiao was so excited after seeing the effect of the fireball spell. The amplification of this dark spirit power is truly abnormal. Although the damage was not increased and the mana cost increased by 50 points, Yi Xiao's current mana cost of over 23,000 points was not a significant factor. Most importantly, the fireball spell has now been transformed from a single target damage spell into a 10x10 area of effect damage spell. In reality, the damage increase was several times greater. In addition, the mutated fireball spell also comes with a 20% fire resistance reduction, which also significantly increases the damage of fireball. As for the original evolved fireball spell, which could release 3 at once, Yi Xiao had always used it as an area of effect skill. Now that the mutated fireball spell has a larger area of effect, this negative effect is insignificant. Not to mention that the original 3 fireball spells only had 80% effectiveness, but now that it has been reduced to 1, the damage has naturally returned to its original level. All these factors combined meant that, after the fireball technique mutated, it had no negative effects in Yi Xiao's eyes, only a terrifying amplification. How could Yi Xiao not be excited? Of course, the dark spirit power that initially made Yi Xiao uneasy would simultaneously change all skills with the same name, but now, in Yi Xiao's eyes, it can only be described as truly amazing. Now, his overall combat strength has been greatly enhanced. His only worry now is that he has used up all the dark spirit power, and he doesn't know if he can collect any more. If all of his skills could be mutated, the improvement would be absolutely terrifying. It seemed that God heard Yi Xiao's prayers and responded quickly. The ruins, which had briefly found peace, began to tremble again. Yi Xiao's heart skipped a beat, and he looked ahead with great anticipation. Sure enough, soon a dense swarm of humanoid monsters rushed toward him. However, compared to before, Yi Xiao was now incredibly relaxed. The appearance of these monsters is practically handing him dark spiritual power. Having recovered 1/3 of his attributes, Yi Xiao, along with a slight increase in level and the mutation of his fireball spell, was no longer in such a sorry state as before. Although the reappearing shielding heavy armored soldiers were nearly twice as strong as the previous shielding guards, Yi Xiao didn't even bother to use Ice Spear technique and Whirlwind Slash this time. Yi Xiao was hit by a barrage of fireballs, and the shielding heavy infantry were unable to get close to him, falling in droves. Yi Xiao felt an indescribable sense of relief as he watched the constantly fluctuating experience points and the gradually clearing curse power. However, what pleased Yi Xiao the most was the ever-increasing power of the Black Spirit. Having gained experience with the previous fireball spell, Yi Xiao was even more eager to use the power of the Dark Spirit. Thinking of this, Yi Xiao couldn't help but smile. Soon, the entire swarm of shielding heavy infantrymen were wiped out. Yi Xiao's level jumped to level 39. The attribute status has also been restored to 58% of its original value. As for the power of the Dark Spirit, it is a full 500 points. Although the number of these shielding heavy infantrymen is less than that of the shielding guards, each one killed grants 2 points of Dark Spirit power. Seeing that he had 500 points of Dark Spirit power, Yi Xiao tried it out and found that the already mutated fireball technique could still be infused with Dark Spirit power again. However, according to the prompt, injecting the power of the Dark Spirit again will not enhance the fireball spell after the mutation, but will wash away the original mutated attributes and mutate into new attributes. Furthermore, the amount of Dark Spirit power required for the second mutation is exactly 500 points. After thinking about it for a moment, Yi Xiao gave up the idea of resetting the fireball spell. After all, he didn't know how much Dark Spirit power he could collect, so every little bit counted. Yi Xiao was already quite satisfied with the power of the fireball spell, so there was no need to take any risks. Yi Xiao waited a while longer. Yi Xiao was somewhat disappointed to find that no new monsters had appeared. However, Milad soon told him that the Shieling ruins had 3 areas, and this was only the outermost area, usually guarded only by Shieling guards and Shieling heavy armor soldiers. He had encountered these things before, but although Milad's combat strength was not very strong, he had unique stealth technology. On his previous visits to the Shieling ruins, he relied on his unique stealth techniques to enter the second area. However, when Millard mentioned the second area, he was clearly still somewhat apprehensive. According to him, the monsters in this second area seem to be somewhat strange, and his concealment techniques are completely ineffective in the second area. Previously, every time he went in, he would be immediately detected by the monsters inside. Even if he used the Shieling curse in his body to disguise himself, he could not escape the monster's keen sense of smell. Furthermore, when he first entered the second area, he was unprepared to be entangled by several ghost-like monsters. After a battle, he discovered that those ghosts were impossible to kill and would only grow stronger as the battle continued. Hearing Milady's words, Yi Xiao also became a little wary. However, Yi Xiao had no reason to leave empty-handed. This trip to the Shieling ruins had brought him far too many benefits. No one can resist such temptation, let alone Yi Xiao, who now has a level. The Earth Nourishment and the Ring of Vengeful Souls can provide him with 2 chances to make a mistake, which is not a bad thing at all. So Yi Xiao walked along the cave in the ruins. Before long, they arrived at an iron gate. Yi Xiao examined the iron gate closely. It was covered with strange symbols, which were constantly flashing with an odd blue light. Although he didn't recognize the symbols, Yi Xiao immediately recognized that they were identical to those on the Shieling beast. This made Yi Xiao even more vigilant, but after preparing his defenses, he took a deep breath and slowly pushed open the iron door. Somewhat surprisingly, the iron gate, which looked extremely heavy, opened automatically with just a light touch from Yi Xiao, without making a sound. Yi Xiao raised an eyebrow and decisively stepped inside. However, just as he passed through the iron gate, before he could even see what was inside, the raging black wind came straight at Yi Xiao once again. At the same time, information was flashing wildly on the panel. Ding! You have been affected by the Dark Spirit Curse. Your attributes in this area have been reduced by 50%. After seeing this information, I took another look at my own attributes. Yi Xiao was speechless. I finally managed to clear away a lot of the curse power by killing monsters, but before I could fully recover, it dropped back to 8% of its original level. Although it's a little better than before, it's not much better. Milad had not mentioned this situation before. However, Yi Xiao roughly understood that this was probably related to the Shieling Talisman Beast. It seems that the energy released by the Shieling Beast after its self-destruction covered the entire area, and the deeper one went into the area, the stronger the power of the Shieling Beast's black collar curse became. Yi Xiao didn't understand the meaning behind the Shieling Beast's actions. He didn't believe that the Shieling Beast would self-destruct for no reason. After all, the power it had previously displayed was barely enough to overcome even Yi Xiao's terrifying attributes, let alone for an ordinary person to enter. What exactly is the reason? Yi Xiao's doubts grew stronger. Moreover, he had discovered something through the previous battles. It was the Black Spirit curse that the Shieling Beast had placed on him. After killing the Shieling monsters, the energy from those monsters was neutralized and eventually transformed into Black Spirit power that Yi Xiao could use for his mutation skills and equipment. This made Yi Xiao even more confused about the intention behind it. However, regardless of Yi Xiao's doubts, the surrounding black gale had already disappeared. A sharp whistling sound rang out. Immediately, Yi Xiao's vision was filled with a group of strange and bizarre monsters he had never seen before. It was shaped like 3 dark balls stuck together, each with a pair of eerie scarlet eyes and a mouth full of sharp fangs. Hiling Bomb. Level 160. Health points 50,000. Attack power 25,000. Defense 5,000. Description: once a powerful weapon of war developed by the Shieling ancient clan, it gradually gained will after absorbing too much Shieling power during its thousands of years of silence. Beware of its 3 mouths. After reading the information about the Shieling Bomb, Yi Xiao had a certain understanding of this strange monster. This Shieling Bomb is 10 levels higher than the one in the first area, but its health is less than half. However, this thing's attack power is frighteningly high. Keep in mind that the initial attack power of the Shieling Guardian was only 7,000 points, while the Shieling Bomb was more than 3 times that. Overall, the Shieling Bomb is a high attack, low defense monster. Yi Xiao considered it for a moment and figured it would be a little easier to deal with than the Shieling guards from the beginning. However, just as Yi Xiao had this thought, the Shieling bombs that kept pouring out from the other side had already launched their attack. The moment a Shieling bomb saw Yi Xiao, it opened its 3 mouths simultaneously. Immediately afterwards, 3 streams of energy, 1 red, 1 yellow, and 1 black, sprayed out from its mouth. The 3 streams of energy of different colors merged together in mid-air before they even reached Yi Xiao. The fused energy moved even faster, almost striking Yi Xiao in the blink of an eye. The aura it unleashed made even Yi Xiao's scalp tingle. Yi Xiao activated absolute evasion once again.
again. The next moment, the energy passed by Yi Xiao and slammed into his back. Yi Xiao barely needed to turn around, the shockwave alone made him feel immense pressure. Yi Xiao could see clearly that the energy emitted from the three mouths of the shielding bomb had different properties. These represent red fire element energy, yellow wind element energy, and black dark element energy. These three energies, with completely different properties, amplified their power several times over after merging. Given Yi Xiao's current condition, even a single blow would likely take half his life. More importantly, this was not an isolated incident. After the first shielding bomb unleashed its three elemental magic attack, dozens of other shielding bombs nearby followed suit. Such a shocking scene left even Yi Xiao feeling a lingering sense of unease. Fortunately, he had already activated absolute evasion, which allowed him to easily avoid all attacks. Without hesitation, he unleashed a flurry of skills. Then he stepped forward and struck with a stick. One of the shielding bombs was shattered on the spot. Seeing that the curse on the status bar had been cleared by a small increment, Yi Xiao seized the opportunity. With the power of the continuously stacked skills, several more shielding bombs were shattered. Seeing his attributes gradually recover, Yi Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. At this rate, after the absolute dodge skill ends, he should have enough attributes to clear monsters. Thinking of this, Yi Xiao was about to press on with his momentum, but at that moment, a sudden change occurred. The bomb fragments that had been shattered by Yi Xiao's powerful force were now floating up again. Before Yi Xiao could figure out what was going on, all the broken dumplings suddenly gathered together. A faint blue light flashed. Immediately afterwards, a shielding bomb several sizes larger than the previous one appeared in front of Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao looked at the shielding bombs, which resembled bunches of grapes, and was surprised. Just then, more than a dozen mouths on the large shielding bomb opened simultaneously. A dozen or so streams of energy composed of different elements shot towards Yi Xiao. As before, these dozen or so energies merged again in mid-air, instantly transforming into a terrifying energy beam thicker than a human. Startled, Yi Xiao quickly dodged. The terrifying energy missed Yi Xiao and slammed into the ground behind him. There was no explosion or burst of energy as expected. Yi Xiao glanced behind him out of the corner of his eye, and his pupils contracted slightly. At this moment, a huge, deep pit appeared on the ground where he had been standing. That bunch of grape-like energy just now silently dissolved the ground. It's easy to imagine how terrifying the power contained in that energy was. Even if Yi Xiao were at his peak, he simply couldn't achieve that level of power. I glanced at the remaining time for absolute dodge, 35 seconds. After a moment's thought, Yi Xiao dared not waste any more time and unleashed a barrage of fireballs. Just to be on the safe side, Yi Xiao released it 10 times in a row before decisively rushing towards the large shielding bomb. He slammed down the Shadow Skeleton King's wind bone staff as if it were a club. A tremendous roar resounded. Yi Xiao could see with his naked eye that more than a dozen faces on the huge shielding bomb simultaneously showed expressions of pain. Then it fell apart again. Fortunately, although the newly fused large-sized shielding bomb has increased its attack power by dozens of times, its health and defense have not increased much, and it is barely enough to kill it. Yi Xiao did not stop, as the attacks from other shielding bombs were already coming again. Relying on his absolute evasion ability, Yi Xiao quickly dodged and then charged back into the pile of bombs, sweeping through them frantically. Only 10 seconds had passed. More than a dozen more shielding bombs were killed. At this moment, Yi Xiao's attributes also recovered by 15%, and his black spirit power increased by 210 points. What surprised Yi Xiao was that after killing the refused large shielding bomb, he unexpectedly gained 90 points of dark spirit power. This is equivalent to a shielding bomb granting him 2 dark spirit powers. Just then, after a sweep, the bomb fragments on the ground floated up again, and Yi Xiao saw another large shielding bomb, just like the one before. However, at that moment, having already experienced the terror of this large-scale shielding bomb, Yi Xiao was well prepared for this attack. Without waiting for the opponent to make a move, he decisively stepped forward and delivered a blow after stacking up his skills in advance. I've acquired 90 points of dark spirit power again. If things can continue like this, that would be good, since a large shielding bomb can provide quite a bit of dark spirit power. Yi Xiao thought to himself. Unfortunately, he immediately showed a look of astonishment. At that moment, the bomb fragments that had been knocked down again slowly stood up again. Then, the densely packed bomb fragments merged together again, transforming into an extra large bunch of grapes. Yi Xiao glanced at it briefly. This extra large bunch of grapes was composed of at least 30 bombs. Faced with this unexpected situation, Yi Xiao reacted extremely quickly. It also cannot stop the opponent from casting skills. As expected, it was just as I had guessed. This enormous shielding bomb emitted 30 bursts of energy in succession. After these energies merged, their shape was as thick as 3 Yi Xiaos. Despite managing to dodge the attack with perfect evasion, Yi Xiao's eyelids twitched twice as he looked at the ground, which was now completely unrecognizable. At this point, there are only 20 seconds left for the absolute dodge. I don't know if we'll have enough time to deal with this big guy. Besides, even if we manage to take care of this guy, what will happen afterward? Yi Xiao glanced at the shielding bombs that were still pouring in behind the great trellis and roughly estimated estimated that there were at least 200 or 300 more. Based on his previous experience, Yi Xiao thought that if all of these hundreds of shielding bombs could continue to fuse, wouldn't that eventually? Yi Xiao couldn't imagine it. At this moment, he finally understood why Milad had been so fearful when he mentioned the situation in the second area. If all these hundreds of shielding bombs were to merge together, even if Yi Xiao were to recover to his peak condition, his combat power would likely be insufficient to defeat them. Thinking of this, Yi Xiao's heart sank. However, the enormous grape trellis in front of him was not going to give Yi Xiao any breathing room. The sight of those 30-odd hideous mouths opening at the same time was truly chilling. At the same time, a surging aura rushed towards Yi Xiao. The entire space was instantly filled with an extremely oppressive sense of unease.